Chapter 1. Awakening the Martial Soul. Yang Jian has inhabited this world for 6 years, a peculiar realm devoid of the cultivation methods he once knew. Instead, one must rely on an entity known as the Martial Soul for cultivation. However, the spiritual energy in this world is exceedingly sparse, leaving Yang Jian's progress in the 8-9 mystical arts nearly stagnant. Fortunately, the 9 transformations Yuan Gong requires less spiritual energy, allowing him to maintain his soul and stabilize his spirit. Ever since emerging from the chaotic currents of space, Yang Jian's primordial spirit has been reconstituted into 3 souls and 7 spirits. At long last, the day of awakening his martial soul has arrived. Early that morning, Yang Pa sought out Yang Jian, initially expecting him to still be asleep. However, upon finding Yang Jian meditating in a cross-legged position on his bed, Yang Pa felt a twinge of anxiety. His child was quite unusual. Never once had he called him father, remaining perpetually silent. At first, Yang Pa thought Yang Jian was mute. It wasn't until he named him that he discovered the boy could speak. He still vividly remembers the cold indifference in Yang Jian's voice when he said, "I am Yang Jian." Sighing helplessly, Yang Pa considered how even his wife avoided approaching their son. Yet, he could not abandon him after all. He was his progeny, and regardless of his peculiarities, his blood flowed through the boy's veins. Yang Pa found himself grappling with an uncomfortable realization. He was somewhat afraid of this child. He did not enter the room, but stood at the doorway, saying, "Jinner, today is the day to awaken your martial soul. You must not miss it. Perhaps it is time to come out." Yang Jian nodded, replying, "I will go myself. I know the way." Yang Pa hesitated, wanted to say more, but ultimately refraining. He left with a cautionary remark, feeling a sense of relief. As Yang Jian quietly exited the city lord's residence, his emotions towards Yang Pa were equally complex. Having lived for thousands of years, suddenly having parents was not something one could accept without contemplation. After all, he was a high-ranking celestial being, a judicial deity, the foremost authority in the heavenly court. Once, Yang Jian was among the most distinguished figures across the realms, yet he had forsaken everything for the sake of his sister. Was it worth it? At the Martial Soul Hall in Baruch City, a staff member noticed Yang Jian arriving alone and inquired, "Young child, are you here to awaken your martial soul? Where are your guardians?" Yang Jian merely acknowledged with a nod. Seeing the boy's reluctance to speak, the staff member led him into a waiting room already occupied by several adults and children. Yang Jian entered and, without further inquiry, found a corner to lean against the wall. A few children approached him, attempting to engage in conversation, but Yang Jian perceived himself as far from a child and had no time for their chatter. His piercing gaze frightened them away. The young ones returned to their parents. One chubby boy's father glared at Yang Jian, though he refrained from acting out, mindful that they were in the Martial Soul Hall. Shortly after, a staff member entered with a list calling out, "Is everyone here for today's Martial Soul Awakening? Please come forward when I call your name." "Yang Jian, is Yang Jian present?" Emerging from the corner, Yang Jian replied, "I am here." The staff member hurried over, a hint of flattery in his tone. "Oh my, young Master Yang, are you here all by yourself? That's quite brave. Come, let me take you to awaken your martial soul." Yang Jian nodded and followed the staff member into another room. "Master Ma, this is the first child to awaken their martial soul today, Yang Jian, the child of the city lord." The staff member emphasized the title, and an amiable elderly gentleman in his 50s nodded, signaling he could leave. Before departing, the staff member offered Yang Jian a reassuring smile, encouraging him, "Good luck, there's nothing to fear." Ignoring the staff member, Yang Jian walked straight into the room, causing the staff member's smile to falter. Master Ma produced 6 black stones and a brilliant blue crystal ball, arranging the stones into a hexagonal shape on the floor. "Child, come stand in the center, and do not be nervous," he instructed. "Martial soul, manifest." Before them, a wooden staff appeared in Master Ma's hands, adorned with 4 shimmering rings of light white, yellow, and purple. "Child, this is my martial soul and its spirit rings. Stay calm, I will begin now." Yang Jian nodded calmly, focusing intently on Master Ma's movements. With swift motions, Master Ma infused 6 faint green lights into the black stones, which erupted with a layer of golden light, enveloping Yang Jian in a soft golden aura. Golden flecks drifted from the stones into Yang Jian's body. "Extend your right hand, child." Master Ma's gentle voice prompted Yang Jian to instinctively do so. Yang Jian sensed a force surging from within, and in an instant, the golden lights coalesced into a miniature 3-pronged, double-edged dagger in his palm. A wave of joy washed over him as he recognized it, pondering whether this weapon possessed any consciousness. Master Ma furrowed his brow. This martial soul does not seem to be a legacy of the city lord. I have never encountered it before. Could it be an anomaly? Do not fret. Child anomalies are not necessarily detrimental. Let us test your soul power. Yang Jian nodded and, without waiting for further instruction, retracted the dagger. Master Ma, taken aback, remembered this was the son of the city lord and refrained from commenting. Master Ma approached Yang Jian with the blue crystal ball, gesturing for him to place his hand upon it. As soon as Yang Jian's palm touched the crystal ball, a tremor coursed through his body as an energy akin to magic, yet inferior to it, was drawn into the crystal. Yang Jian found himself unable to resist. However, this sensation soon subsided, and the blue crystal ball illuminated, filling the room with a dazzling blue light. Seeing this, Master Ma could not contain his delight. Excellent, excellent. You possess the legendary innate full soul power. Innate full soul power? Yet, why did his forehead itch, as if yearning to manifest another martial soul? Could it be that his divine sight had followed him into this world, transforming into a so-called martial soul? Yang Jian suppressed the instinctive urge to reveal his divine sight for him. It was not a challenge. The so-called soul power in this realm was far more manageable than magic, albeit of inferior quality. Yang Jian quickly regained his composure and asked, "Is my martial soul awakened? May I leave now?" Master Ma, still enveloped in astonishment, realized he was witnessing true innate full soul power for the first time in his long life. Noting Yang Jian's calm demeanor, Master Ma assumed the young boy did not comprehend the significance of this moment. He proceeded to explain, "Child, do not rush. Allow me to share something with you. Do you understand what your innate full soul power signifies? I can assure you, as long as you join the Martial Soul Hall, you are destined to become a titled Douluo." Due to his reclusive upbringing, Yang Jian had rarely conversed with his parents. For 6 years, apart from the servants attending to his daily needs, he had mostly been alone in his cultivation, making these years feel fleeting. The only inconvenience was his inability to cultivate without food. Yang Jian was unaware of what a titled Douluo entailed. His understanding of martial souls stemmed from the frequent discussions among the servants. 2. The Martial Soul Hall. Was a titled Douluo. Master Ma, surprised that the son of the city, lord the most powerful figure in Baruch City, was unfamiliar with such a term, patiently began to explain. A titled Douluo is a rank among soul masters, the noblest profession on the Douluo Continent, endowed with extraordinary abilities beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. The rank of a soul master is determined by the strength of their soul power, classified into 10 titles, each with 10 levels. Only those who have awakened their martial soul and possess soul power could be called soul practitioners, followed by soul masters, great soul masters, soul scholars, soul kings, soul emperors, soul saints, soul Douluos, and ultimately the apex of the Douluo Continent, the title Da. Legend has it that each title Douluo possesses a unique title, wielding powers capable of cataclysmic destruction. Our Martial Soul Hall boasts the largest number of titled Douluos across the continent, and those with innate full soul power are nearly guaranteed to become titled Douluos. Master Ma's words were not complicated, and Yang Jian quickly grasped their meaning. The title Douluo was likely the most powerful existence in this world. However, Yang Jian expressed deep skepticism regarding Master Ma's claims of world-destroying power. To annihilate the heavens and the earth, one would need at least the capabilities of a celestial being, even in a minor world. Given the sparse spiritual energy in this realm, attaining the celestial realm seemed nearly impossible. Was there something unique about the martial soul cultivation method? Logically, regardless of the cultivation technique or approach, it should fundamentally rely on spiritual energy. Just like the 8-9 mysteries Yang Jian practiced, a body refinement technique that paradoxically demanded even more spiritual energy than traditional qi cultivation methods. Yang Jian retracted his martial soul, crossing his arms, displaying a demeanor far from that of a mere child. If what you say is true, I could become a titled Douluo whether or not I join the Martial Soul Hall. What advantages would joining confer upon me? Master Ma appeared genuinely surprised by this response. Typically, when recruiting children, they would mention discussing it with their parents at home. He had assumed Yang Jian would follow suit, especially considering that Yang Jian's father, a city lord supported by the Martial Soul Hall, would undoubtedly approve. Yet, Yang Jian completely disregarded his father's opinion, negotiating terms with Master Ma as if he were an equal. Master Ma, bemused, questioned, "Do you understand what joining the Martial Soul Hall entails? Can you truly make such decisions for yourself?" Yang Jian replied with a calm nod, "Of course I can make my own decisions. Joining an organization simply means they provide me with wealth, and in return, I serve them. Master Ma was taken aback by Yang Jian's serious tone, which starkly contrasted with the typical bravado of children. He even questioned whether this was truly a child's perspective. Nevertheless, for the sake of his year-end evaluation and bonus, Master Ma pressed on with his recruitment efforts. By joining the Martial Soul Hall, you will receive guidance from the finest mentors and access to the best resources. If you perform exceptionally well, it is not impossible for you to be granted a soul bone in the future. Moreover, you won't be tasked with particularly dangerous missions, at least not until you have grown stronger. We possess the best teaching resources on the continent, the most extensive experience among soul masters, and various simulated training environments. I can assure you that the Martial Soul Hall will unconditionally assist you in hunting the most suitable soul rings for your first 6 soul rings. Yang Jian interrupted Master Ma, realizing that if he did not interject, the man could go on indefinitely. I will join. What must I do? Master Ma, momentarily stunned by Yang Jian's swift agreement, had not even finished outlining his conditions. Typically, talented individuals had specific requirements. The baseline for joining the Martial Soul Hall was a 7-ring soul and a soul bone. Although soul bones were scarce, the Martial Soul Hall, having stood at the pinnacle of Douluo Continent for millennia, possessed a considerable collection. Naturally, they could not bestow exceptional soul bones upon newly joined youths. Most would be of a few hundred or thousand years old, with loyalty tests required before granting such treasures to promising talents. However, since Yang Jian had already consented, Master Ma refrained from mentioning it further. After all, while those soul bones might be commendable for an ordinary person, they seem somewhat trivial for someone destined to become a titled Douluo like Yang Jian. Moreover, the fewer indicators used, the higher Master Ma's bonus would be. Feeling a surge of joy, Master Ma's face broke into a broad smile. For now, you need not do anything. However, it is best to hurry to Martial Soul City, as it offers the finest cultivation resources. Reaching Martial Soul City by carriage will take at least 10 days. I suggest you first acquire a soul ring. On the way, I can begin teaching you the basics of cultivation. The first soul ring typically should not exceed 400 years, and with your father's support, it will be more than sufficient to help you obtain one. How about this? 3 days from now, I will take you to Martial Soul City. 3 days should be enough for you to secure your first soul ring, and you can spend some time with your parents beforehand, as you will have fewer opportunities to see them once you begin your studies there. Yang Jian nodded and departed. Master Ma had many more words to share, but seeing the child had already left, he could not pursue him, especially with many other children yet to awaken. Despite the time spent today, it was undoubtedly a fruitful endeavor, a resounding success indeed. He hoped that a few more talented children would emerge, allowing him to send them all together. Even those with lesser talents could benefit from Yang Jian's presence and gain entry into the Martial Soul Hall for cultivation. Master Ma hummed a cheerful tune as he proceeded to awaken the other children. Walking down the bustling street, Yang Jian felt a rush of excitement. After 6 years of practicing the 9 turns Yuan Gong without significant progress, it seemed he would finally embark on a true cultivation path. The prospect of soon unlocking his potential filled Yang Jian's long silent heart with a glimmer of joy. As long as he grew strong enough, he might one day reunite with his sister. Yet, how would he confront her? She must still harbor resentment towards him. This thought extinguished the flicker of happiness in his heart. Observing the various vendors calling out their wares, Yang Jian could not help but linger a moment longer. The vibrancy of the market reminded him of his sister's fondness for bustling gatherings, especially her desire for candied hawthorn. He recalled his youth, working tirelessly to earn a few copper coins by gathering firewood and herbs, barely scraping by with his sister. After days of frugality, he could afford her a single candied hawthorn. Now, as he gazed at the vendor's wares, he realized he had not tasted candied hawthorn in thousands of years, and the sight of it stirred a longing within him. The vendor, a middle-aged man with a kind face, noticed Yang Jian's gaze lingering on his candied hawthorn. He chuckled and said, "Little friend, where are your parents? Would you like some candied hawthorn? Take when you can pay me back when you have money." The vendor handed a skewer of candied hawthorn to Yang Jian, who accepted it with a polite smile. "Thank you." As Yang Jian savored the treat and strolled leisurely, the vendor watched his figure fade into the distance, smiling softly. Little did he know that this simple act of kindness would forge a profound bond of goodwill. The seeds of benevolence, sown in passing, may not always flourish, but with enough planted, some will undoubtedly yield bountiful fruits, transcending their origins. It is said that even a drop of kindness can return as a fountain of gratitude. 3. The soul-hunting forest. Yang Jian quickly returned to the city lord's mansion, where he spotted Yang Pa seemingly waiting for him at the entrance. He paused, patiently awaiting his brother's words. Yang Po observed that Yang Jian seemed somewhat embarrassed upon his return. My son, I regret that I was unable to accompany you to awaken your martial soul today due to prior commitments. I apologize for that. What martial soul did you awaken today, and how did it go? Yang Jian pondered for a moment. Indeed, Yang Po had shown him great kindness, a kindness that surpassed even the heavens. For he had given him life. Although he could never accept him as a father, it was imperative that he repay this debt of gratitude in the future. Furthermore, his attitude towards him certainly warranted a change. Yang Jian endeavored to soften his voice as he proclaimed, I have awakened the three-edged double-bladed sword. Possessing a soul power of level 10, now, I am in need of a soul ring. Upon hearing this, Yang Po was somewhat astonished. Yet it seemed both unexpected and reasonable. After all, his son had indeed been extraordinary since childhood, endowed with exceptional talents. My son, what is this three-pointed double-edged blade? Come, let me see it. Yang Jian nodded slightly and summoned the twin-edged trident. This time, he entered a combat state, continuously infusing his soul power into the weapon. Before long, it transformed into the size of the twin-edged trident wielded by the previous incarnation of Yang Jian. The hilt rose to the height of his chest, while the blade extended from his chest to slightly above his head, featuring a trident shape at the front. The blade had ridges on both sides, and the area between the hilt and the blade resembled a dragon poised to strike, glimmering in a silvery hue adorned with intricate black patterns, exuding an extraordinary elegance. However, a minor flaw remained. The current incarnation of Yang Jian was too short, barely reaching the height of the hilt. Consequently, he had to regulate his soul power to reduce the size of the twin-edged trident, which soon shrank to half its original dimensions, perfectly suitable for his present stature. Yang Po furrowed his brow, questioning whether your martial spirit had undergone a mutation, for he had never encountered anything like it before. Are you able to perceive the effects of this martial spirit? After a moment of contemplation, Yang Jian spoke, it must be a mutation. I am eager to possess a spirit ring. Will you accompany me? By the way, I have pledged my allegiance to the spirit hall. Upon hearing Yang Jian's words, Yang Po remained largely indifferent, as he was already part of a faction affiliated with the spirit hall under the rule of the Barton Kingdom. I understand your current sentiments. Come, I shall lead you to obtain the spirit ring. Yang Po instructed the doorman to prepare the carriage, while the father and son stood silently together. The atmosphere seemingly tinged with a hint of awkwardness. Yang Po, unable to endure the oppressive atmosphere, took the initiative to speak. Jianer, does your martial soul possess any particular strengths? Which direction do you believe you should pursue for your development? Yang Jian looked up and inquired, in which direction? Yang Po recalled that he had indeed never discussed the development trajectory of soul masters with Yang Jian, and their exchanges had been rather infrequent, resembling a state of neglect. This realization sparked a twinge of guilt within him. However, every interaction with Yang Jian seemed to weigh heavily upon him. The latter's gaze perpetually appeared devoid of emotional fluctuation, as if he could see through one's very soul. As Yang Jian matured, this sensation intensified, leading Yang Po to subconsciously distance himself from him over time. Soul masters are categorized into 6 distinct types: control, power attack, agility attack, defense, support, and food. One could discern the focus of each category merely from their names. My martial soul, the Tiger Soul Blade, is a weapon martial soul of commendable quality, clearly emphasizing frontal power attacks. Thus, I identify as a power attack soul master. Once I established my developmental direction, the soul rings I absorbed needed to align with this path. Do you understand? If not, then let me clarify, it's rather straightforward. Surely, there cannot be anyone who has heard of it yet remains bewildered. At the very least, Yang Jian would not be among them. Power attack. Yang Po was momentarily taken aback by Yang Jian's words. At that moment, the steward had already arrived with the carriage, prompting Yang Po to hurriedly assist Yang Jian into the vehicle. Once father and son were settled inside the carriage, with the coachman managing the horses outside, Yang Po cleared his throat and said, Jianer, your temperament may lead to difficulties in the outside world. I do not intend to criticize you. However, as you prepare to embark on your training in the Soul City, you must be aware that there are many formidable figures with significant influence. As a mere 5th ring Soul King, how can I not worry for your safety? Yang Jian nodded slightly and replied, I shall remain vigilant. Yang Po could only sigh, saying no more. Having such a child, one could not discern whether it was a blessing or a curse. In silence, the father and son traversed several hours without uttering a word. It was not until Yang Jian felt hunger that the stillness was broken, for he had not eaten breakfast that morning and had been occupied for half the day. Yang Jian found himself at a loss for words. Fortunately, Yang Po discerned his discomfort and spoke up in a timely manner. Jianer, it seems that mealtime has arrived. Shall we simply partake in some provisions or seek out a restaurant? Yang Jian silently acknowledged another favor owed to Yang Po, yet his tone remained perpetually indifferent. Let us consume some provisions. How much longer until we arrive? Without observing any movement from Yang Po, he produced some jerky and meat cakes, sharing a portion with Yang Jian before commencing to eat himself. Upon witnessing this, Yang Jian could not help but narrow his eyes, for he had not anticipated that this world possessed spatial treasures. Thus, it became essential for him to acquire one. Yang Pa, in the presence of his son, felt no need to maintain a facade. Taking a bite of his biscuit, he chewed thoughtfully and remarked, "It shouldn't be long now. We have been traveling for nearly 2 hours, and the journey from the city to the soul-hunting woods is only about 3 hours." Yang Jian nodded silently without uttering a word. Yang Pa, perhaps feeling quite uncomfortable, began to impart various fundamental knowledge regarding soul masters to Yang Jian. He also informed Yang Jian about the spatial artifact he possessed, which in this world is referred to as a soul guide. This item, believed to be a relic from a bygone era, is said to have been passed down through generations in Yang Po's family. Yang Jian unabashedly expressed his desire for the storage soul guide, while Yang Pa merely offered an awkward smile, tightening the ring on his finger in the process. How could Yang Pa bear to part with the storage soul guiding instrument so soon, even though his own space is merely 1 cubic meter? This is indeed a valuable item, rare and precious. Having such an item would greatly enhance convenience in daily life. Even if he intended to bequeath it to Yang Jian, he ought to wait at least a few more decades. Yang Pa swiftly shifted the topic of conversation. The soul-hunting forest we are headed to is a sanctuary for soul beasts managed by the Spirit Hall. The most formidable creatures there are merely 1,000-year soul beasts. Although my strength would allow me to reign supreme in that realm, finding a suitable soul ring for you is no trivial task. A prodigy like you, Jinner, cannot afford to settle for anything less. Do not take this lightly. The varying soul rings bestow soul masters with skills that are worlds apart. Once we arrive at the soul-hunting forest, I shall demonstrate my soul skills to you, and you will comprehend the difference. Yang Jian nodded, having gained a modicum of understanding regarding the soul rings. In his comprehension, the passage of time was paramount. The older the soul ring, the better it was. And the more formidable the soul beast, the more advantageous. However, the soul ring imposed stringent requirements on the physical prowess of the soul master, necessitating that the first soul ring be no older than 400 years. Regrettably, in this world, the cultivation of the profound arts was exceedingly arduous, yielding nearly no progress. Otherwise, Yang Jian would not need to worry about his physical capabilities. At this moment, the coachman outside the carriage spoke up. "My lord, we have arrived." Yang Jian dismounted alongside Yang Pa, his gaze immediately drawn to the imposing city gates in the endless stretch of iron railings, guarded by stern-faced soldiers. Beyond the gates sprawled a bustling marketplace, predominantly filled with vendors hawking the carcasses of spirit beasts, interspersed with taverns and eateries. The most ubiquitous sight, however, were the spirit masters fervently seeking companions for their teams. Any assault-type grand spirit masters here were one short. Control, support, or defense specialists needed. Official permit secured. Reward of 10 gold spirit coins. Seeking a control type, join us. Yang Jian found himself at a loss for words as he followed Yang Pa directly towards the city gate. 2 rows of soldiers stood rigidly at attention, and upon spotting Yang Pa, they immediately saluted, acknowledging the lord of the city. "Let them pass." With that command, the gates swung open. Yang Pa nodded to the soldiers and led Yang Jian through the entrance. After only a few steps inside, they swiftly entered the embrace of the forest, the city gate appearing as a distinct boundary. Upon entering the woods, Yang Pa noticeably became more vigilant, his keen tiger-like eyes scanning the surroundings. He instructed Yang Jian, "This place is fraught with danger for you. You must stay close to me and refrain from wandering off." Separated from the crowd, Yang Jian felt as though he had transcended time and space, nodding in affirmation. Rest assured. They had not walked far when Yang Pa suddenly halted, his gaze fixed intently on a large tree ahead. Yang Jian followed his line of sight and noticed a massive python coiled upon the branches. Yang Pa softly suggested, "Let us circumvent it. Serpentine soul beasts may not be suitable for you, and besides, this one is a millennium-old soul beast." Yang Jian followed Yang Pa silently, making no unnecessary movements, even carefully avoiding the dry branches along the narrow path. When Yang Pa turned his head to see Yang Jian's calm demeanor, he was no longer surprised. In fact, he could hardly fathom what event could possibly alter Yang Jian's expression. Indeed, the distribution of soul beasts in the soul-hunting forest was notably dense. After only a few steps, they encountered a wild boar the size of a water buffalo, rubbing its hide against a massive boulder. The boar's 2 tusks were at least over a meter long, glinting with a steel-like brilliance under the sunlight. Martial soul manifestation. Yang Pa summoned his martial soul, a resplendent crimson blade, its hilt intricately adorned with the image of a fierce tiger. 5 radiant rings of yellow, purple, and black oscillated gracefully around the tiger soul blade. "Stay here and do not wander off. This steel-toothed boar should be quite suitable for you. Allow me to subdue it first and ascertain its age before we decide whether you should absorb its essence." Yang Pa had barely finished speaking when he dashed forward, shouting as he ran, "First soul skill, blazing charge." In an instant, the first yellow soul ring on the tiger soul blade flashed brilliantly, and Yang Po's speed surged dramatically. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance to the steel-tusked boar. Third soul skill, Tiger's Roar Slash. Before the boar could react, Yang Po's blade came crashing down upon its back, cleaving open a grievous wound. The strike seemed to have severed the beast's spine, and in that moment, the steel-tusked boar collapsed, paralyzed. Yang Po was about to call Yang Jian over when he turned his head and discovered that Yang Jian was already standing behind him. Yang Po intended to speak, but before he could, Yang Jian interjected, "Let's change it. This one does not suit me." Yang Po was too anxious to reprimand Yang Jian for his reckless wandering. This steel-toothed pig had existed for at least 300 years. And although this soul beast was not particularly formidable, it was still quite suitable for weapon-type martial souls. Typically, the skills it bestowed would enhance the resilience of weapons and increase their damage output. Yang Jian spoke softly, expressing his disdain. Yang Po said with a hint of helplessness, "Jinner, I too desire to find something better for you. However, this steel-toothed boar is truly commendable. It is indeed challenging to discover a creature within the soul-hunting forest that surpasses this steel-toothed boar in suitability and is also of appropriate age." Yang Jian nodded thoughtfully. "Then let us search at a leisurely pace. If you are in a hurry, you may return first. If the situation is as dire as it seems, I can manage on my own." With such an assertion made, Yang Po found himself at a loss for words. He could only deliver a final blow to the steel-toothed pig, putting an end to its suffering. Yang Po dared not voice any harsh words. After all, being a father in such a manner was truly disheartening. Yang Jian suddenly remarked, "It appears that you are unable to depart." Yang Po was about to pose a question when he suddenly sensed that a group of soul beasts had surrounded them. Although he was astonished that Yang Jian had noticed it even before him, now was not the time for such musings. Yang Po was not overly concerned for his own safety, for the most formidable soul beasts in the soul-hunting forest were merely millennium-old creatures. His only apprehension lay in the overwhelming number of soul beasts, which might prevent him from safeguarding Yang Jian. For a 6-year-old soul master with no combat experience, even a decade-old soul beast could pose a significant threat. At least several hundred wolf-shaped soul beasts emerged from the thickets, refraining from immediate attack, merely encircling the two and gradually closing in. These were the spectral wolves. Since when had there been such a vast pack of them in the soul-hunting mountains? The patrolling soul masters here were truly inept. Yang Po furrowed his brows. Such a formidable pack of wolves could only be led by a 1,000-year soul beast. Though the exact age remained a mystery, Yang Po turned his gaze towards Yang Jian, observing that the young man remained impassive, his cold eyes scrutinizing the wolf pack with an unsettling calm. A flicker of concern crossed Yang Po's mind. The reckless courage of youth often underestimated danger. "Jinner, do not act rashly," he cautioned, his voice laced with paternal worry. "This wolf pack is beyond your current capability to handle. Allow me to carry you as we break through their encirclement." Yang Jian nodded, then summoned the divine gaze that had never been revealed before others. A vertical eye manifested at his forehead, slowly opening to survey the pack of wolves in its entirety. After a moment, Yang Jian retracted the divine gaze. Its usage was still somewhat taxing for him, demanding an excessive amount of soul energy. Among the 862 spectral wolves, only a fraction, comprising the decade-old soul beasts, had emerged, while the majority remained concealed within the thicket. 92 century-old spectral wolves and 3 millennia-old ones were hidden as well. Yang Po felt a bit bewildered. Had Yang Jian just summoned a second martial soul? Before Yang Po could fully comprehend the situation, Yang Jian had already summoned the twin-edged trident. There was no escape. The wolf pack excelled in the art of the chase. Only by slaying the wolf king would they naturally disperse. The voice of Yang Jian roused Yang Po from his reverie. Yang Po nodded, comprehending the reasoning, yet he harbored a lingering fear of unforeseen calamities befalling Yang Jian. The wolf king loomed 300 meters to the left, accompanied by 2 millennia-old companions and a pack of 10 aged between 8 to 900 years. "Do not concern yourself with me. Prioritize your safety, for I shall manage just fine." A voice, cool and detached, resonated from Yang Jian, who held a trident-bladed knife. His narrowed eyes exuded an aura of palpable danger. Yang Po chose to place his trust in Yang Jian. Although he was puzzled as to how Yang Jian possessed such profound understanding, he recognized that this was not the moment for inquiries. The first soul skill was Flame Charge. The second soul skill was Blade Dance. Yang Po directly unleashed 2 soul abilities, charging straight towards the location indicated by Yang Jian. The spectral wolf pack seemed to sense Yang Po's intentions and commenced their assault. With a fierce blaze, he activated a fiery shield that augmented his movement speed by 20%, while also possessing a certain degree of burn effect. The blade dance technique unleashed a flurry of slashing lights, each beam carrying half the strength of his essence with no limit to its usage. Contingent upon his internal soul power, the wolf pack, undaunted, surged towards Yang Po, although the majority of the decade-old spectral wolves could not withstand a single strike from him. Their overwhelming numbers caused his advance to falter. Surrounded by a swarm of wolves, an additional 20 to 30 spectral wolves emerged from behind, led by a century-old soul beast, launching an attack on Yang Jian at the rear. Simultaneously, 4 spectral wolves pounced upon Yang Jian, who appeared paralyzed by fear, remaining utterly motionless. Yang Po had been attentively monitoring the situation concerning Yang Jian, and could not help but exclaim in urgency, "Jinner, be cautious." Such a scene was merely child's play for Yang Jian. As a formidable figure known as the second son of the divine, he had witnessed countless spectacles in his role as the celestial judicial deity. Although Yang Jian was currently merely a 10th level soul warrior, his physical prowess was only comparable to that of an average adult. Nevertheless, as long as he wielded his trident-edged blade, he felt adequately prepared. Yang Jian stands as one of the supreme warriors across the three realms, not merely by virtue of cultivation alone. Millennia of existence have honed his skills to absolute perfection across all disciplines. As for Netherwolves lunged toward him, Yang Jian remained unshaken in the face of peril. With a swift lowering of his stance, his trident blade pierced upward into the abdomen of one beast, then sliced downward, spilling its entrails in a gruesome cascade. Rolling deftly across the ground to evade the falling viscera, he watched as the remaining three wolves, driven by frenzy, turned upon their grievously wounded kin instead. Yang Jian swiftly rose to his feet. Without turning around, he thrust the base of his trident-bladed knife behind him, piercing the neck of a spectral wolf with the precision of a striking serpent. At that moment, the pack of wolves surged forward like a tidal wave. With a powerful leap, Yang Jian soared into the air, wielding his weapon to cleave at the foremost wolf. Just as his blade was about to make contact with the wolf's head, he deftly twisted his wrist, transforming the strike into a downward blow. The wolf, struck but not severely harmed, merely shook its head and regained its footing, searching for Yang Jian's whereabouts. Seizing the momentum from his strike, Yang Jian propelled himself further into the rear of the pack. As he descended slightly, a spectral wolf leaped up, aiming to bite his leg. Unfazed, Yang Jian waited until the wolf's head was close, then executed a small circular motion with his left leg in midair, evading the sharp fangs and maneuvering behind the creature. With a deft flick of his toes, he stepped onto the wolf's head, using it as leverage. Yang Jian's priority was to eliminate the lead century-old soul beast. The 10-year-old ones posed little threat, yet the presence of a 100-year-old beast could complicate his efforts in combat. There you are, he thought, his gaze locking onto the century-old spectral wolf hidden among the pack. Gripping his trident-bladed knife tightly, he descended, appearing to target a nearby wolf. However, upon landing, he did not strike, but rather sought a stable foothold. With his lithe form crouched, his left hand forward and right hand back, he positioned himself horizontally. In a flash of silver akin to lightning, the trident-bladed knife swept through the air, severing the head of the lead century-old spectral wolf from its body. The headless carcass thudded heavily to the ground, and a faint yellow soul ring emerged, hovering above the lifeless form. Yang Jian had no time to spare. The nether wolf beneath his feet had already flung him from his body. In midair, Yang Jian spun several times before landing gracefully on the ground. Though it may seem like a lengthy tale, the interval from Yang Jian's strike to the demise of the century-old nether wolf was merely a matter of seconds. Yang Pe, witnessing the scene, was momentarily taken aback, but it was the assault from another nether wolf that jolted him back to reality. With Yang Jian seemingly untroubled, Yang Pe was now free to unleash his full potential. On Yang Jian's side, the remaining dozens of nether wolves dared not act recklessly, silently confronting him. Yang Jian, however, remained unperturbed. As a 5-ring soul king, Yang Pe was undoubtedly capable of dealing with several millennium soul beasts. It was merely a matter of time. The longer it took, the more advantageous it would be for Yang Jian. Yet, matters were not so straightforward. Not far away, Yang Pe's furious roar pierced the air. The 5th soul skill, Tiger Po's Annihilation Slash, was unleashed. Simultaneously, a mournful wolf howl echoed, prompting all the hell wolves to launch reckless, suicidal assaults. An increasing number of 10-year hell wolves approached Yang Jian, for passively awaiting their fate was not in his character. Yang Jian took the initiative to strike, not waiting for the wolf pack to fully form an encirclement, and dashed toward the gap. Several nearby shadow wolves attempted to block his path. These creatures had rather simplistic attack patterns, favoring pouncing on their prey. Yang Jian, being naturally petite in stature, merely crouched slightly. With deft movements of his three-pointed, double-edged blade, lifting and pressing in swift succession, he effortlessly slit open the bellies of these shadow wolves. Yang Jian arrived before a tree so robust that it could be embraced by 2 individuals. He retracted his trident-shaped blade and swiftly ascended the trunk. No sooner had Yang Jian climbed the tree than the shadows below were already swarming with the spectral wolves of the underworld. Yang Jian perched upon a branch. Indifferent to the wolf pack below, his gaze fixed upon the battle taking place near Yang Pe. The battle on Yang Pe's side raged fiercely. Among the 3 millennium nether wolves, one had already perished, leaving only one remaining, which was leading a majority of the century-old nether wolves in an assault against Yang Pe. Meanwhile, the Wolf King refrained from intervening, silently observing from the outermost edge of the encirclement. Yang Jian truly believes that Yang Pe's abilities are rather lacking, as he finds himself ensnared by a multitude of soul beasts, unable to even graze a single hair from the Wolf King despite battling for an extended period. It is evident that this endeavor is merely depleting Yang Pe's soul power. Although numerous phantom wolves have perished on the battlefield, and Yang Pe managed to slay a millennium-old phantom wolf with a sudden outburst of his 5th soul skill, the majority of the fallen were merely a decade old. The primary force, the century-old phantom wolves, remain largely unscathed. If this situation continues, Yang Pe might indeed face a disastrous turn of events here. Yang Jian felt somewhat helpless. Indeed, One cannot rely on others. However, aside from depending on Yang Po, what other solutions could possibly break the deadlock? Yang Jian pondered a solution. Realizing that he could rely solely on himself, it appeared that the only sudden means to enhance his strength lay in the absorption of soul rings. The soul ring of the century-old nether wolf, which he had just vanquished, rested beneath another branch of the tree, within a sufficient distance. Although absorbing the soul ring from the tree posed certain risks, it was not an insurmountable challenge. The only lingering doubt was whether the soul ring of the nether wolf would indeed bestow formidable soul abilities. With a heart full of hope, Yang Jian gazed once more at Yang Po, only to find him covered in blood. Yang Jian silently withdrew his gaze. Ascending to the branch of the tree that was closest to the soul ring, Yang Jian perched upon a branch, channeling his silvery soul power as he began to engage with the spectral wolf soul ring. Under the formidable control of Yang Jian, the soul ring swiftly drifted towards him. Soon, it transformed above his head into a ring the size of a hand, while his trident-bladed weapon spirit manifested in a miniature form within his palm. The diminished soul ring, however, took on a tangible quality, encircling the trident-bladed weapon spirit with an ethereal embrace. Yang Jian felt a surge of power coursing through his body, effortlessly accepting this newfound energy. Soon, he had entirely absorbed the soul ring, which brought about notable changes to his physique, as if he had matured a year or two, resulting in a slight increase in height. Yang Jian could distinctly sense that his strength had increased by at least 50%. He was also aware of a fraction of the power granted by his soul skill, yet he needed to test it to ascertain its true potency. However, Yang Jian had devised a superior solution. Perched upon the tree, he retracted his three-pronged, double-edged blade and summoned the divine eye. The divine eye gradually opened, unleashing a silver beam of light that struck the Wolf King hundreds of meters away with the swiftness of lightning. A black hole, the size of an infant's fist, materialized on the massive head of the Wolf King, leading to its instantaneous demise. In that moment, Yang Jian felt an overwhelming weakness enveloping him. His head throbbed painfully, and he found himself completely drained of soul power. Struggling to support himself on the branch to prevent a fall, he slowly sat down, only to soon succumb to darkness. Losing consciousness, as Yang Po was immersed in the heat of battle, an unexpected wave of retreat swept through all the spectral wolves. Upon witnessing the lifeless body of the Wolf King, Yang Po was genuinely astonished. He understood better than anyone the cunning and tenacity of this formidable foe. Yet it had been vanquished by Yang Jian. It is worth noting that Yang Jian was merely a 10th-level spirit master. What could his second spirit be to possess such immense power, capable of annihilating a 1,000-year-old soul beast without the aid of a single soul ring? Yang Po swiftly located Yang Jian perched upon a branch. As he ascended, he discovered that Yang Jian was already unconscious. Rather than hastily rousing him, Yang Po gazed at the boy with a complex expression. This child is truly formidable. The pressure on his parents is immense. At times, Yang Po even mused on how wonderful it would be if this child did not exist, or how blissful it would be to have a more typical child. Yet, what could he do? After all, this is his own child. No, he must find a way. For now, all is manageable, but once the boy grows stronger, there may be no opportunity left. What madness has overtaken me? Yang Po shook his head with a self-deprecating smile, cradled Yang Jian in his arms, and walked out of the forest. When Yang Jian awoke, he found himself lying in his own bedroom, his body still feeling quite feeble. Though the spiritual energy within him had mostly recovered, the divine eye indeed should not be used recklessly. The toll it takes is far too great, and his current physique could scarcely endure it. That silver radiance was not a spiritual technique, but rather one of the innate abilities of the divine eye, gathering all spiritual energy to unleash an attack of overwhelming magnitude. It was only because Yang Jian had just absorbed his first spirit ring, significantly enhancing both his physical constitution and spiritual power, that he could barely manage to employ this technique. Upon awakening, Yang Jian was promptly informed by his attendants, and soon thereafter, Yang Po arrived at his bedside. Yang Po felt a sense of hesitation in meeting Yang Jian's gaze, seemingly overwhelmed by a pang of guilt. My dear Jian, I have failed to safeguard you. Yang Jian remained silent, at a loss for words. How could one possibly express anything when a Soul King could not defeat a millennium-old soul beast after a prolonged struggle, and was even injured in the process? Such ineptitude left little room for further commentary. What could Yang Jian say? That one had done their utmost? Surely, that would merely serve as an insult to injury. Yang Po remained unfazed, having grown accustomed to Yang Jian's silence. She continued to inquire, Jianer, are you feeling all right? We did not manage to locate the soul ring this time. Once you have recuperated, we shall embark on another journey. I will invite a few friends along, and we shall ensure that no mishaps occur. I am fine, came Yang Jian's indifferent voice from the bed. I merely expended excessive soul power, but I have already absorbed the soul ring. With that, he seemed reluctant to engage further, closing his eyes once more to rest. In the midst of the battle in the soul-hunting forest, Yang Po found himself overwhelmed, completely unaware that Yang Jian had already absorbed the soul ring. He couldn't help but inquire, when did you absorb the soul ring, and what kind is it? While you were frolicking with the netherwolf. I absorbed a soul ring from a 300-year-old netherwolf. Was it your first soul skill that defeated the netherwolf king? Yang Jian chose to ignore Yang Po, appearing as though he had fallen asleep. When Yang Po spoke again, He inquired, "What is the significance of the eye on your forehead?" Yang Jian replied, "I am weary and in need of rest." Yang Pa could only smile helplessly before departing. Upon awakening, Yang Jian inquired of his servants. Discovering that it was already the second day, with only 2 days remaining before his departure to Spirit Soul City. During this brief interval, he resolved not to wander aimlessly, but rather to dedicate himself to the practice of his cultivation within the confines of his home. Since absorbing the soul ring, he had realized that the barrier impeding his 9 transformations of primordial energy had dissipated. However, it soon appeared that he had encountered yet another obstacle. Did this imply that he needed to absorb another soul ring? Should he bestow the first soul ring upon the divine eye? Or was it possible that he had already reached level 20, necessitating the absorption of a second soul ring for his triple-edged blade? Nevertheless, Yang Jian had no immediate intentions of absorbing another soul ring. He deemed it prudent to wait until reaching Spirit Soul City. For the second soul ring could not be a matter of convenience, and unforeseen circumstances must be avoided at all costs. Faced with the stagnation of his 9 transformations of primordial energy, he decided to experiment with the cultivation of the 8-9 mysterious art. Initially harboring little expectation, he was pleasantly surprised to find that he made tangible progress in the 8-9 mysterious art. Although the spiritual energy of heaven and earth fell short of the required standards, he discovered that the soul power within him could indeed propel the advancement of the 8-9 mysterious art. While the progress was modest, it was nonetheless a genuine and incremental improvement. Before long, his internal soul power was nearly depleted, prompting Yang Jian to activate the 9 transformations of primordial energy to replenish his soul power, embarking on a repetitive journey of cultivation. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had swiftly passed. On that fateful morning, Master Ma from the Spirit Hall had arrived early, awaiting outside the City Lord's mansion in a lavish carriage. Yang Pa walked slowly with Yang Jian, who had no choice but to match his pace. "Jianer, I am aware that you do not belong here. You harbor many secrets that you prefer not to share with me, and I shall not pry. However, please remember that I am ultimately your father. Should the day come when you feel weary, do not forget to return home and pay a visit." Yang Pa said, taking off the ring from his finger and handing it to Yang Jian with a smile. He feigned indifference and remarked, "If you like it, take it. After all, I have never given you anything, considering how grown you are now." Yang Jian took the ring, which was entirely silver-white, adorned with a hexagonal black gemstone. Without much contemplation, he slipped it directly onto his finger. Yang Jian nodded slightly in acknowledgement of Yang Po's gesture. After a moment's contemplation, he added with quiet dignity, "Remember, my name is Yang Jian. Should you ever require assistance in the future, you may find me at the Spirit Hall." Yang Pa nodded helplessly, even on this day. The child's mother was unwilling to see him off. Alas, Yang Jian and Yang Pa walked silently out of the mansion. Master Ma, upon seeing them emerge, hurried over. Having met with Lord Yang, rest assured that Yang Jian will be studying in the Martial Soul City. Lord Yang, should you miss him, you are welcome to visit him anytime in the Martial Soul City. Yang Pa nodded silently. "Jianer, please accompany Master Ma." Master Ma attempted to take Yang Jian's hand but was evaded, leaving him to awkwardly withdraw. "Lord Yang, I shall take Yang Jian with me now. Go ahead. And take care on your journey." "Lord Yang, please take care." Yang Jian remained silent, quietly following Master Ma into the carriage. The interior of the carriage was quite spacious, with a wide circle of long benches upholstered with the pelts of soul beasts, which could easily serve as beds. In the center stood a table laden with various items. Within the carriage sat a small girl, slender and dark-skinned, her tattered clothing indicating a less than fortunate background. She timidly nestled in the corner, her head bowed. As Yang Jian entered the carriage alongside Master Ma, the girl showed no reaction. Master Ma introduced her, saying, "This is Su Ling, who will be traveling with us to the Soul City." Yang Jian nodded slightly, taking a seat to the side, exhibiting little reaction. Master Ma turned to the young girl and said, "Su Ling, this is Yang Jian. You may call him Brother Yang." "Brother Yang," the little girl softly repeated, to which Yang Jian inclined his head in acknowledgement. Master Ma felt a sense of helplessness. Both individuals displayed a reluctance to engage with others, one burdened by insecurity, the other cloaked in an extreme aloofness and pride. Master Ma gestured for the coachman to proceed, and the carriage began to move slowly. Meanwhile, Yang Pa stood outside the Lord's residence, watching the carriage depart until it completely vanished from view. Upon entering the carriage, Yang Jian began to practice silently. It was not long before Master Ma initiated a conversation. "Yang Jian, have you acquired your first soul ring?" Yang Jian nodded slightly. Master Ma continued to inquire, "What kind of soul ring do you possess, and how many years has it been? What is your soul skill, and what level are you currently at?" Master Ma realized that these questions might be a bit intrusive. Although his intentions were merely curious and innocent, he felt a tinge of embarrassment. He added with a light smile, "I'm just asking out of curiosity. If it's inconvenient for you to share, that is quite all right." Yang Jian nodded, disregarding Master Ma's earlier remarks. Reflecting on the matter of soul power, he admitted his uncertainty and inquired, "Do you possess any means to test soul power?" "I am currently unaware of my level." Master Ma promptly nodded in agreement, retrieving a blue crystal sphere from the table and handing it to Yang Jian while asking, "Are you familiar with its use?" Yang Jian took the crystal ball and infused it with his soul power. Soon, the crystal ball began to glow, revealing two numbers, 20. Master Ma, rubbing his eyes to ensure he was not mistaken, still felt a tinge of uncertainty. He turned to the little girl and inquired, "Do you see the number on the crystal ball as 20? The little girl blinked her eyes and softly replied, "Yes, it is indeed 20. I recognize that." Yang Jian had already stowed away the crystal ball and turned his gaze towards Master Ma, yearning for an explanation regarding his sudden ascension to level 20. Master Ma, still in a state of bewilderment, found it utterly incomprehensible. How could this be possible? What method had you employed? Realizing that Master Ma was just as uninformed, Yang Jian averted his eyes, placing the crystal ball upon the table, disregarding Master Ma's dazed expression, and resumed his cultivation. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, Master Ma shouted urgently to the coachman, "Hurry to the nearest post station, quickly." Yes, the carriage, drawn by 4 10th-level spirit beast-scaled horses, could cover 800 miles a day at peak speed. Now, under Master Ma's insistence, it surged forth with utmost velocity, causing the carriage to jolt violently. Initially, Yang Jian managed to maintain his focus on cultivation, but the intermittent jolts soon disrupted his concentration. With a sigh of exasperation, he glanced at Master Ma, who remained lost in excitement, oblivious to the fact that his commands had interrupted Yang Jian's practice. Yang Jian could only sigh as he gazed out at the scenery beyond the window. Master Ma, with a swift motion, swept all the items from the table onto the carriage floor and took out his brush and ink to compose a letter. In less than half an hour, the carriage came to a halt, and Master Ma hurriedly leapt down, leaving behind a remark that he would dispatch a letter and return shortly. True to his word, within just a few minutes, Master Ma re-entered the carriage, instructing the coachman to proceed at a leisurely pace, avoiding any unnecessary jolts. As the carriage resumed its smooth journey, Master Ma's unwavering gaze remained fixed upon Yang Jian, rendering him somewhat uneasy under the scrutiny. Yang Jian chose to disregard his surroundings, seeking solace in meditation as he continued his practice with his eyes closed. The carriage had been traversing the road for 2 consecutive days, and as the skies grew dim once more, there was no indication of a halt. In truth, the vehicle had only paused for necessary relief, never for rest. Provisions and water were abundant on board, and the driver was changed daily, with replacements awaiting in the towns. Suddenly, the carriage came to a stop, and an eerie voice pierced the air from outside. "By the decree of the Pope, I am here to escort Yang Jian to the papal palace. I kindly request your presence." Yang Jian paused his cultivation and turned to Master Ma, who nodded and said, "It should be fine. Come, let us step outside. Su Ling, you too." Yang Jian silently followed Master Ma out of the carriage, while Su Ling, feeling somewhat timid, lagged behind and cautiously stepped out. In the path ahead, a figure cloaked in black stood in the center of the road, his complexion as pale as parchment, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Upon sighting this individual, Master Ma immediately knelt on one knee to pay his respects, addressing him as the Ghost Elder. The spectral figure did not spare a glance at Master Ma, but fixed his gaze intently on Yang Jian. "You are Yang Jian? Innate soul power of level 20? Yang Jian was uncertain whether he possessed innate soul power at level 20, yet he indeed stood at that level now. He nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. The ghostly charm perceived a resemblance in Yang Jian, feeling an echo of her own aloof demeanor, a similar air of disdainful silence. Satisfied, she nodded, her tone softening slightly. Yet it only served to enhance the eeriness of her presence. "The Pope has instructed me to escort you back to him. Come with me." At that moment, Master Ma, who had been kneeling on one knee, spoke cautiously. "Elder Ghost, this girl possesses commendable talent as well, with innate soul power at level 8. Might you consider bringing her along?" The ghostly charm turned her icy gaze towards Master Ma, a palpable aura of danger emanating from her. Just then, Yang Jian interjected. "Bring her along." The ghostly charm nodded in agreement, refraining from further comment. 2 currents of force emanated from her hands, lifting Yang Jian and Su Ling effortlessly into the air, and in an instant, they vanished from sight. Master Ma remained kneeling until the figures of the ghostly charm, Yang Jian, and Su Ling faded away. Then he stood up, confident that his reward would be substantial and relieved that he need not travel far. He returned to his carriage, heading back in the direction from whence he came. The sensation of being whisked away at high speed was far from pleasant. Su Ling had already lost consciousness, while Yang Jian's formidable willpower and physical prowess allowed him to remain alert throughout the journey, though it was not without its toll. They flew for a full 4 hours, arriving at their destination just as dawn began to break. The ghostly charm halted outside the Pope's palace, first instructing attendants to take Su Ling away. Although she fell within the scope of the Martial Soul Hall's recruitment, she was not deemed worthy to meet the Pope and would be directed to a more suitable training ground for prodigies. After notifying the Pope, the ghostly charm settled outside the palace with Yang Jian, awaiting his summons. The palace was grand and opulent, its crimson walls stretching endlessly. Facing Yang Jian, the ghostly charm felt a certain kinship, perhaps due to their shared aura. "You are impressive, truly impressive," she remarked, her admiration genuine. To remain unperturbed during our flight, let alone maintain consciousness for several hours, is no small feat, especially for one so young. When Yang Jian merely nodded in acknowledgement, she frowned slightly. It is acceptable for you to behave thus in my presence. I do not concern myself with such formalities. However, once you stand before the Pope, you must conduct yourself differently. Yang Jian nodded slightly, indicating his understanding. The spectre, seeing Yang Jian's nonchalant demeanor, felt a surge of irritation. I am advising you for your own benefit. When you meet the Pope, please show some respect. Before the spectre could finish, a knight emerged from the palace gates. Her Holiness the Pope summons Elder Gui and Yang Jian for an audience. The spectre, not wishing to delay, ceased speaking and gestured for Yang Jian to follow, leading the way into the palace. Upon entering the palace gates, they were met with 999 steps of white jade, culminating at the apex where the papal throne resided. Inside the papal hall sat an extraordinarily enchanting woman upon the throne. She possessed a face of unparalleled beauty, skin as pristine as snow, and flowing wine-red hair cascading freely over her shoulders. Clutching a golden scepter and adorned in resplendent robes, she exuded an aura befitting a sovereign. This was Bibi Dong, the supreme ruler of the Spirit Hall. Yang Jian was momentarily spellbound upon meeting Pope Bibi Dong. Her grace and bearing reminiscent of the Queen Mother of the West when he first beheld her. Gui Mei dared not gaze too long. Kneeling on one knee to pay homage to His Holiness the Pope, Yang Jian was roused from his slumber by an eerie voice. He clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and bowed, acknowledging the Pope. Behind Bibi Dong stood a bearded middle-aged figure, whose gender was indeterminate, who reprimanded bold Yang Jian. Why do you not kneel before the Pope? Yang Jian furrowed his brow slightly, remembering that his initial gesture of respect towards the Queen Mother was merely a fist salute. At that moment, Bibi Dong, seated upon the throne, parted her scarlet lips, her voice exuding an air of authority and chill. Enough, he is still young and inexperienced. Gui Mei, you may rise. Gui Mei then stood up, silently taking her place beside. Yang Jian remained expressionless, seemingly unconcerned by Yu Guan's words. Bibi Dong spoke again, inquiring. Yang Jian, it is said that you possess innate soul power of level 20. Is this true? Yang Jian replied, I am uncertain, yet the test indeed indicates level 20. Bibi Dong nodded, instructing Yu Guan to conduct an assessment. Obediently, Yu Guan approached Yang Jian, grasping his form. Yang Jian understood this was the Bone Age examination and did not resist. After completing the examination, Yu Guan produced a crystal ball designed to test soul power. Yang Jian accepted it and commenced the evaluation. The crystal ball quickly emanated a radiant glow, ultimately revealing the number 20. Observing this, Yu Guan's demeanor towards Yang Jian softened considerably. He promptly knelt before Bibi Dong and reported, Your Holiness, it is confirmed that Yang Jian has just turned 6. And the test results unmistakably indicate level 20, which is indeed the fabled innate soul power of 20. Bibi Dong, having witnessed the test results, displayed a faint smile, her tone becoming considerably gentler. Yang Jian, might you show me your martial soul? Yang Jian nodded slightly, summoning the three-pronged double-edged blade. As a circle of pale yellow soul rings floated up and down alongside it, Bibi Dong, possessing knowledge far surpassing that of others, understood that possessing innate soul power at the level of 20 was a privilege reserved for divine martial souls. Yet, Yang Jian's martial soul was, astonishingly, a weapon martial soul. Could it possibly be a divine artifact martial soul? She pondered how it might compare to the angelic martial soul. With this thought, a faint smile appeared on Bibi Dong's face as she inquired of Yang Jian, Would you be willing to become my disciple? Yang Jian held a rather favorable first impression of Bibi Dong. However, when it came to the idea of becoming his disciple, he found himself hesitating. Noticing Yang Jian's silence, Bibi Dong furrowed her brows slightly, her tone growing noticeably colder. What, are you unwilling? Yang Jian's face remained utterly expressionless as he softly uttered 2 words. Willing. Bibi Dong nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. From this day forth, you shall be my second disciple. Before you, there is already an elder sister apprentice. Her name is Laina. Yang Jian nodded slightly, his expression remaining as icy as ever. Bibi Dong, undeterred by Yang Jian's demeanor, thought to herself that he was still young and had ample time to learn. Follow me, she instructed, leading the way out of the papal palace. Yang Jian silently trailed behind her, accepting the situation with a sense of calm, sensing that Bibi Dong harbored no ill will towards him. Yang Jian accompanied Bibi Dong through the palace, where the patrolling knights, maintaining their composure, saluted without casting a glance in his direction before resuming their duties. Soon, they arrived at a splendid garden, a realm of opulence and extravagance, adorned with exquisitely designed pavilions and towers that rivaled even the celestial realms. Upon reaching a courtyard by the lakeside, Bibi Dong halted, knocked on the door, and turned to Yang Jian, saying, This is where your senior sister resides. You will live here with her, and should you encounter any questions regarding your cultivation, do not hesitate to seek her guidance. Understood. Before long, the door swung open, and a lively girl of around 11 or 12 years bounded out. Teacher. With a playful squeal, she leapt into Bibi Dong's embrace. Bibi Dong, with a hint of exasperation, set Laina down and remarked, Do you not see there is someone else here? This is my newly accepted disciple, your junior brother. You must look after him. Hu Laina approached Yang Jian with great courtesy, greeting him. Hello, little junior brother. This is the senior sister I mentioned, Hu Laina. You two should get along well, Bibi Dong introduced. Yang Jian smiled upon seeing his senior sister. Before him stood Hu Laina, her short, light brown hair framing a face as fair as jade, with cheeks that revealed an alluring blush. Though she was young, her fox-like eyes already hinted at their beguiling power, captivating all with her every frown and smile. Even Yang Jian, with his steadfast composure, found himself momentarily entranced. However, he swiftly regained his focus, feeling a flicker of disdain toward this woman who dared to employ her charms on him. Hu Laina looked at Yang Jian with surprise. Although she had not summoned her martial spirit, her natural allure, combined with her deliberate flirtation, was typically irresistible even to a soul master of level 40 or 50. She did not expect Yang Jian to recover so quickly, which only deepened her curiosity about him. Nearby, Bibi Dong observed the exchange with satisfaction. She understood all too well Hu Laina's capacity to enchant men, regardless of their age. Any man not yet laid to rest would inevitably fall under her spell. The fact that Yang Jian was only briefly distracted suggested that his aloofness was not born of arrogance or pretense, but rather a genuine desire to keep others at arm's length. Bibi Dong, pondering why a child might harbor such sentiments, chose not to delve deeper and instead issued a timely reprimand. All right, Laina, cease your teasing of your junior brother. Let us proceed indoors. You shall lead Yang Jian to prepare a room for him. Of course, teacher, Hu Laina replied obediently. Without waiting for Yang Jian's response, she took hold of his small hand and led him away. In the Hall of Elders within Wuhuan City, a tall figure stood with hands clasped behind his back, donning flowing white robes and hair cascading down to his waist. If not for his broad shoulders, one might easily mistake his gender. He was none other than Douluo, one of the strongest individuals on the Douluo Continent, known as the Angel Douluo. Report, esteemed elder. The Pope has taken on another disciple. A figure clad in black knelt behind Douluo. Douluo huffed in displeasure, his authoritative voice resonating. Must you bring such trivial matters to my attention? What concern is that woman's affairs to me? His feelings toward Bibi Dong were complex, despite the debts the Qian family owed her. She had been responsible for the death of his son. Were it not for the Wuhuan Palace and his granddaughter, he would have long since eliminated Bibi Dong. The black-clad figure bowed his head lower, speaking in a quivering tone. However, it is said that the child possesses innate soul power of level 20. What? Douluo's tone shifted dramatically. To possess innate soul power of level 20 is the hallmark of a divine martial spirit. And the Douluo Continent had never seen another divine martial spirit aside from the angel spirit, leaving Douluo astounded. Is the information confirmed? Do you know what his martial spirit is? Sir, I do not know. This is merely a report from my informant. Douluo's anger flared. You know nothing. And yet you do not investigate? If you do not provide concrete intelligence within 3 days, you can consider yourself dismissed. Understood. After his brief encounter with Hu Laina, Yang Jian realized that she harbored no ill intentions. Her overwhelming enthusiasm was simply a bit too much for him to handle. For millennia, Yang Jian has seldom engaged in conversation with others, save for his loyal companion, the howling celestial dog. In the eyes of the celestial deities, he is regarded as the exalted god of justice. Even his trusted subordinates, the 6 monsters of Maishan, have begun to distance themselves from him. Yang Jian has long grown accustomed to solitude. His demeanor serves as a mask for his heart, thus he has habitually kept others at bay, and none would dare approach him uninvited. However, the presence of Hu Laina has rendered him somewhat uneasy. After settling in, Bibi Dong invited them to dine, and the 3 of them gathered around a modest wooden table. The table was laden with an array of meats, and Yang Jian, without any hesitation, commenced his meal. Yang Jian could sense that the energy contained within these meats far surpassed that of his usual sustenance, which should undoubtedly benefit his cultivation. For the practice of the 8-9 mysteries demands an immense reservoir of energy. With this thought in mind, Yang Jian wielded his chopsticks with increased fervor, scarcely taking the time to savor each morsel before devouring them in swift succession. Seeing this, Bibi Dong could not help but lay down her chopsticks, remarking, "Take your time, all of this is yours, and no one is competing with you." With a large morsel of meat in his mouth, Yang Jian replied indistinctly, all right, all right. Beside him, Hu Laina was somewhat taken aback. Had this junior brother not always maintained an air of aloofness? How could he appear so unrefined while dining? Soon, Yang Jian felt he could no longer continue eating, so he set down his chopsticks. Noticing that Bibi Dong and Hu Laina were still watching him, he awkwardly said, "You both should eat as well. I'm full now. May I return to my room to cultivate?" Bibi Dong picked up her chopsticks and elegantly selected some dishes, remarking, "Yang Jian, you are already at level 20. Why the urgency to cultivate without obtaining your soul ring?" Hu Laina chimed in, "Indeed. You mustn't leave just yet. After watching you eat for so long, it is now your turn to observe us." At this, Bibi Dong shot a disapproving glance at Hu Laina. "You, day after day, neglect your own training. In a few days, your junior brother might surpass you, and then we shall see how you respond." Only then did Hu Laina realize, "What? Level 20? How old is our junior brother?" Bibi Dong said no more but instructed Hu Laina, "You should be aware of this. refrained from speaking thoughtlessly. Turning to Yang Jian, she continued, "Tomorrow, I will have Elder Gui take you to acquire your second soul ring. Do you have any plans regarding your soul ring? If not, I can offer you some suggestions." Yang Jian pondered for a moment before refraining from divulging his innermost plans to Bibi Dong. Instead, he assured her, "Rest easy. I have it under control." Bibi Dong did not press further, recognizing that it was merely a second soul ring. She replied to Yang Jian, "You should take a rest first. After such a long journey, you must be weary." Yang Jian nodded slightly and then set off on his own. After Yang Jian departed, Hulayina became even more unrestrained, persistently inquiring about him from Bibi Dong. With resignation, Bibi Dong divulged various details regarding Yang Jian until Hulayina had her fill and finally relented. Though Bibi Dong maintained an aloof and imposing demeanor before others, she harbored boundless affection for Hulayina, treating her as if she were her own flesh and blood. Suddenly recalling something, Bibi Dong remarked to Hulayina that your junior brother possesses exceptional talent. His sole flaw lies in his aloofness. You must remember to engage with him more often and extend kindness toward him, if possible. At these words, Hulayina's cheeks flushed crimson. She understood Bibi Dong's implication perfectly. Yet what did this entail? An imperial decree to charm her junior brother? Yang Jian returned to his chamber, seated himself cross-legged upon the bed, and commenced his cultivation. Yang Jian came to the realization that his soul power, which stood at the impressive 20th level, was likely a result of the energy he had accumulated through his cultivation of the 9 transformations of primordial skills. It was only after absorbing the soul rings that this energy could be unleashed. In truth, he did not possess an innate soul power of 20. Having diligently practiced the 9 transformations for 6 years, the energy he had stored was undeniably substantial, and should he absorb another soul ring, he might leap directly to levels 27 or 28. However, since Yang Jian began utilizing his soul power to propel the advancement of the 8-9 mysterious art, he could distinctly sense that he could no longer store even a trace of soul power through the 9 transformations. Furthermore, a significant portion of the soul power he had previously accumulated had already been depleted. Yang Jian even sensed that if he were to practice the 8-9 profound arts too fervently, he might risk a decline in his level. The progress of cultivating the 8-9 profound arts with the soul power within him was minimal. He needed to harness the pure energy stored within his body to advance. However, in this place, Yang Jian required the identity of a peerless genius with innate soul power at the 20th level. In order to avert any unforeseen circumstances, Yang Jian momentarily ceased his cultivation and approached the window. The sky had already succumbed to darkness, and the room remained unlit. However, the gentle moonlight poured in, casting a serene glow that dispelled any sense of gloom. Yang Jian gazed up at the moon, reminiscing about the past, pondering whether there might also be a celestial being upon the lunar surface. He wondered about the fate of the celestial hound. All he recalled was that it seemed to have entered the chaotic currents of space alongside him, with the memories of subsequent events residing solely within his recollections of the kingdom of Barton. Throughout these millennia, Yang Jian held no regrets towards anyone, save for that foolish dog, which had remained steadfastly loyal to him, while he had failed to safeguard it. The burdens of bygone days weigh heavily upon the heart. The 3-edged blade appeared to have merely devolved into a simple martial spirit, and he could no longer sense the presence of the 3-headed serpent, leaving him increasingly troubled. How the world had changed, and how he had changed with it. In a certain forest of soul beasts, a colossal black dog wobbled its way through the fallen bodies of numerous soul beasts. It ascended a great stone, gazing at the bright moon, and let out a tremendous howl. Woof, woof, woof. After its resounding cry, the black dog wearily lay upon the stone, while the hundreds of soul beasts around it, each over 10,000 years old, bowed their heads in submission. It had become the king among them. "Master, where are you? I miss you," the dog thought to itself. "I have grown stronger now, and will no longer bring you shame. I can protect myself. Yet, I feel so lonely. Oh, how I long for you, my master." The moon shone brightly, crescent-shaped, casting shadows of sorrow beneath its glow. The following morning dawned. Yang Jian concluded his cultivation early, and after partaking in the breakfast brought by the servants, the specter made its appearance. "Is there anything else you require to prepare?" it inquired, materializing before Yang Jian like a wraith. Yang Jian shook his head and replied, "No, I appreciate your help." The specter nodded, lifting Yang Jian with one hand and soaring into the sky. This time, the specter was not in a hurry. As they flew, it engaged in conversation with Yang Jian, inquiring about his experience at the papal palace. As Yang Jian was about to speak, a gust of frigid wind rushed into his mouth, prompting him to hastily close his lips and cast a sidelong glance at the ghostly figure beside him. The specter, using its soul power, shielded Yang Jian from the icy breeze, signaling that he could now speak. However, Yang Jian chose to remain silent, disregarding the ghost gesture. The ghost, not one for excessive chatter, accepted the silence, and the two continued their journey in quietude until they arrived at a forest teeming with soul beasts. The ghost set Yang Jian down and inquired, "Do you have any plans for your soul rings? Are you prepared to hunt any particular soul beasts? Or do you have a specific direction in mind?" Yang Jian resolved to disclose his intentions to Gue Mei, for he required her assistance. "For my second soul ring, I desire a soul beast approximately 3,000 years old. There are no specific requirements. The stronger the attack power, the better. Gui Mei, taken aback, could hardly believe her ears, and her expression darkened. This is utter nonsense, sheer folly. Has no one ever instructed you on the appropriate age of soul beasts to absorb for your second soul ring? Yang Jian anticipated this reaction, however, having made his statement. He was confident he could persuade the spectre. Yang Jian's voice was remarkably calm. I am well aware of this. Yet I also understand that the so-called age of the soul ring merely pertains to physical prowess. But are you familiar with the innate 20-level soul power of a martial spirit? Do you comprehend the immense strength possessed by an individual who wields such a martial spirit? Gui Mei found herself somewhat swayed by Yang Jian's words. However, ascending the ranks to absorb a soul ring is no trivial matter. Numerous arrogant prodigies have met their demise while attempting to absorb soul rings. At that moment, Yang Jian continued, why hesitate? You can ascertain the strength of my physique for yourself. There's no reason for doubt. Absorbing a 3,000-year soul ring is merely my conservative estimate. Yang Jian's progress in the 8-9 mystic arts has begun to manifest. This supreme physical cultivation technique of the three realms is no trivial matter. Even the slightest advancement in physical prowess is immensely significant. In his previous life, Yang Jian attained the status of a saint through the 8-9 mystic arts, achieving immortality and invulnerability. Moreover, when he absorbed his first soul ring after 300 years, he encountered virtually no difficulty. Yang Jian estimated that he could withstand 10 times the pressure of the initial soul ring, concluding that it posed no challenge, especially considering his considerable progress during this period. Upon hearing this, Gui Mei contemplated the approach, deciding that Yang Jian's requirements should be elevated. He would need at least the physical attributes of a soul king to warrant such a risk. Without further ado, Gui Mei enveloped Yang Jian's body with soul power, gradually increasing the pressure. At the level of a great soul master, Yang Jian displayed an impassive demeanor, even feeling a desire to sleep. When the pressure escalated to that of a soul respect, he merely sensed a significant increase in weight, but remained largely unfazed. It was then that Gui Mei spoke, urging him to communicate if he could no longer endure, emphasizing the importance of not pushing beyond his limits. Yang Jian sighed helplessly and assured, rest assured, I hold my life in high regard. As they reached the soul sovereign level, the spectre began to incrementally increase the pressure, fearful of inadvertently harming Yang Jian. Not only would it be difficult to explain to the Pope, but the spectre also harbored a considerable fondness for Yang Jian. The pressure at the soul sect level barely affected Yang Jian, whose expression remained utterly unchanged. The spectre, still uneasy, inquired once more, are you truly all right? Do not force yourself. Yang Jian was growing impatient with the questioning, yet to reassure the spectre, he had no choice but to respond. It's fine. In fact, I feel like you're holding back. The spectre was genuinely astonished. Normally, a soul master who could withstand 2/3 of their own soul power would be considered qualified, while enduring an equivalent amount would be deemed exceptional, and this was typically only possible with beast-type martial souls. After all, beast-type martial souls provided far greater physical enhancement than tool-type ones. Yet here was Yang Jian, wielding a tool-type martial soul, effortlessly enduring pressure 20 levels above his own. This wasn't merely a linear increase but an exponential one, which was precisely why higher-level soul masters could easily overpower those of lower levels. The spectre gradually intensified the soul power pressure, though the increments grew slower and slower. Only when the pressure reached the Soul King level did Yang Jian begin to feel a faint trace of discomfort, yet to him, it was nothing more than a trivial nuisance. Expressionless, he nodded at the spectre, signaling him to continue. 51, 52. The pressure crept upward, and with each increment, Yang Jian's suffering intensified. Still, he showed no outward sign of strain. By the time the pressure reached the Soul Emperor level, he sensed that his limit was still some distance away. He could undoubtedly endure several more levels. At this point, the spectre withdrew his soul power. Testing Yang Jian had left him more anxious than the subject himself, fearing that the slightest misstep might lead to disaster. Soul Emperor level. He shouldn't have much trouble absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring now, the spectre mused. Yet absorbing such a ring also demanded formidable mental strength, something he would never permit Yang Jian to attempt. At this moment, Yang Jian inquired of the spectre, so, am I now capable of absorbing a millennium soul ring? The spectre, with a hint of resignation, nodded and replied, very well. Let us proceed to seek out a soul beast for you. Did you truly not react to the pressure of a soul emperor? Was it genuine indifference? Or were you merely putting on a brave front? Surely, you haven't resorted to any underhanded means, have you? With a tone of resignation, Yang Jian remarked. What do you expect me to do in terms of cheating? Rest assured, if you do not trust me, can you not trust your own assessments? The spectre contemplated this, acknowledging that such a direct physical pressure had indeed not been reported to have any means of deceit, especially given his own first-hand experience. The spectre seized Yang Jian once again and soared directly towards the heart of the soul beast forest. As long as there were no soul beasts aged over 100,000 years within the woods, the spectre could roam freely. Naturally, the forests near Wuhuan City were devoid of such ancient beings, especially since His Holiness the Pope was actively searching for them. 3,000-year-old nethercat. No. 2,000-year-old crimson flame tiger. Next, 3,000-year-old king of the earth. Let us take another look. As the spectre carried Yang Jian through the soul beast forest, He would inquire about the suitability of each soul beast he encountered, making this method remarkably efficient. However, after approximately 20 soul beasts were dismissed one after another by Yang Jian, the specter grew somewhat impatient. Could you please clarify your requirements? Why do you keep rejecting these? Yang Jian pondered for a moment and remarked, when I mentioned approximately 3,000 years, I did not imply anything below that threshold. The utmost limit you should consider is 3,000 years, which hardly impresses me. Furthermore, what manner of soul beasts have you been seeking? I have explicitly stated the necessity for formidable offensive capabilities. Ideally, they should be no less than 5,000 years old, preferably under 10,000 years. With the most powerful soul beast being the most desirable. Your patience seems rather lacking. We have only just begun our journey. Upon hearing this, Gui Mei interjected. Wait a moment, did you not initially state 3,000 years? Why the sudden shift to a requirement of over 5,000? Yang Jian calmly replied. Who would have thought that I was so formidable? A soul emperor level, indeed. I never claimed that absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring was a conservative choice. The ghostly figure ceased to argue and continued the search for soul beasts. Yang Jian's stringent requirements for soul rings are not without reason. Take his first soul skill. For instance, it is merely passable, a skill he scarcely wishes to mention. Moreover, the older the soul ring, the greater the soul power it bestows. Yang Jian is currently in dire need of soul power to cultivate the 8-9 mystical arts. The 8,000-year-old Chaos Rock. A nearly extinct soul beast and sovereign of the skies, surely this should suffice for your satisfaction. Yang Jian felt a fleeting streak of black and white. A meteor that shot past, leaving him unable to discern the soul beast. A surge of excitement coursed through him. The sheer speed that obscured his vision was astonishing. Truly deserving of his own prowess. The ghostly figure set Yang Jian down upon the ground, cautioning him that the creature was no easy adversary. Even if you pursue, you may not catch him, it warned. Stay here. There are no formidable soul beasts nearby. Do not wander aimlessly. Yang Jian nodded slightly, and the specter ceased its chatter, hastily pursuing its course. Unburdened, the specter truly exhibited the prowess befitting a tidal Douluo, transforming into a streak of black light that swiftly vanished into the distance. It was not long before Yang Jian awaited the specter's return, who reappeared, grasping a black and white pink bird. This bird was not excessively large, boasting a wingspan of merely 2 to 3 meters. Notably peculiar, the bird was distinctly divided in color, one half white and the other half black, with feathers sharply contrasting. However, most of its plumage had nearly shed, and its wings were contorted at unnatural angles, held precariously in hand. The specter unceremoniously cast the chaotic pung before Yang Jian, stating, I have grievously injured it. It cannot survive for long. Indeed, it is an 8,000-year-old soul beast. You should have no significant issues absorbing it. Act swiftly. Yang Jian nodded slightly, summoning the 3-edged double blade. With a single stroke, he ended the life of the chaos pung. A deep violet soul ring gradually floated away from the lifeless body. 11. External soul bone. Yang Jian began to engage with the soul ring using his soul power. As soon as he made contact with the soul ring, he instantly sensed a peculiar energy entering his body. This energy exerted immense pressure on him, and the violent surge caused his physical form to tremble slightly in response. Yang Jian began circulating the 9 revolutions origin technique, gradually subduing the turbulent energy. Under the influence of this profound technique, the energy swiftly calmed, losing its initial ferocity. However, at that very moment, Yang Jian sensed a minuscule ping bird invading his consciousness, a soul backlash, an anomaly typically encountered only when absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring. Unbeknownst to Gui Mei, the chaos pung was not a native soul beast of this world, but rather a creature from another realm, inadvertently assimilated into this world through some twist of fate. The mere fact that it bore the name Chaos spoke volumes about its extraordinary nature. Yet, due to its extreme rarity, few had ever absorbed its soul ring, leaving its formidable soul power largely unknown. Alas, the Chaos Pung had the misfortune of encountering Yang Jian. Had it faced any other four-ringed soul ancestor, the outcome might have been disastrous. The moment the Chaos Pung entered Yang Jian's consciousness, it was met with the gaze of a colossal silver vertical eye. Before its soul could even react, it was utterly annihilated beneath that piercing stare. With the Chaos Ping's soul resistance extinguished, Yang Jian seamlessly fused with the soul ring. As he awoke, Gui Mei couldn't conceal his delight. Well, what soul skill have you acquired? Yang Jian was in high spirits and felt a sense of gratitude towards the specter, thus he did not conceal his actions and summoned the twin-edged trident. The trident now bore 2 soul rings, one yellow and one purple, which, if seen by others, would undoubtedly lead them to believe they were dreaming. The second soul skill represented a formidable single-target attack technique, though its full potency remained unknown to him at this moment. The specter, also in good spirits, observed this young man who had truly achieved an unprecedented feat. Come, put it to the test. Let me see if your reckless gamble is worth the risk. It beckoned. The specter conjured a veil of black smoke to shield itself, signaling to Yang Jian that he could proceed with his attack. Yang Jian did not hesitate. He had a rough estimation of the ghostly one's prowess and concluded that he would likely be unable to inflict any harm upon him. His second soul skill, Chaotic Strike. As the purple soul ring on Yang Jian's trident gleamed, he hurled the weapon like a javelin. The trident spun gracefully in the air, enveloped by swirling streams of black and white energy. Upon colliding with the sinister black smoke before the apparition, it produced little commotion, merely continuing its relentless rotation until it succumbed to fatigue and returned to Yang Jian's grasp. Yang Jian felt a tinge of disappointment. As if the power was not as formidable as anticipated, he turned to the ghostly figure and inquired, "What is the might of this technique?" "It consumed a third of my soul energy." The ghost chuckled softly, replying, "For me, it's akin to a mere tickle. However, compared to others, the fifth soul skill of an average soul king pales in comparison to yours." The ghost was acutely aware of the astonishment swelling within. Recognizing that such power defied the laws of nature, it was not merely a matter of standing against peers. Even a soul master with 20 levels above Yang Jian would surely falter against this strike, and astonishingly, the expenditure of soul energy was relatively minimal. Yang Jian pondered for a moment before softly uttering his gratitude. "Thank you." The specter chuckled heartily. "I truly did not anticipate that you, young lad, would utter those two words. Surely, this cannot be the first time in your life you have expressed such sentiment." Yang Jian, rendered speechless, chose to disregard the spectral presence and turned to depart. The apparition stifled its laughter, remarking, "Young one, you are heading in the wrong direction." Yang Jian halted, his sense of direction assuring him that he could not possibly be mistaken. This fellow was merely deceiving himself. "Enough, come here. Has no one ever informed you that soul beasts have a chance of producing soul bones?" The ghostly figure returned to its usual aloof demeanor. Upon observing that the ghostly apparition was no jest, Yang Jian inquired whether such millennium soul beasts could indeed exist. The specter enlightened Yang Jian, explaining that while it is exceedingly rare for ordinary millennium soul beasts to yield soul bones, the likelihood significantly increases for legendary, exceptionally powerful soul beasts. In fact, the coveted external soul bones, which soul masters ardently desire, are often produced by such formidable creatures. "Come now, young one, test your fortune," the specter encouraged. Yang Jian nodded slightly and reached out to touch the corpse of the soul beast. The soul bone bore a significant distinction from the skeletal remains of the soul beast, making it quite difficult to confuse the two. Yang Jian swiftly sensed the anomaly. The bones of the chaos pung had become frail, crumbling at his touch. Save for the wing bones. Before long, the corpse of the chaos ping astonishingly turned to ashes, leaving behind only a pair of wing bones. Yang Jian picked up the wing bones and gazed towards the specter. To his astonishment, it truly existed. The specter was equally taken aback, never expecting that soul bones would actually manifest, particularly the coveted external soul bones that soul masters yearn for. Yang Jian, devoid of any unnecessary movements and without holding the soul bone, awaited the specter to speak. The allure of wealth was captivating, particularly when it could directly enhance one's strength through an external soul bone. Moreover, he had not exerted himself, and thus, it was only reasonable that the reward should not belong to him. After noticing the ghost remained silent for an extended period, Yang Jian took the initiative to offer the soul bone, stating calmly, "This is the soul beast you captured. I have absorbed the soul ring. You may take the soul bone. It is only fair." The specter smiled, declining the offer. "Let it be, after all. It is merely an external soul bone in the form of a wing. I am not so lacking in character. Keep it for yourself. Just remember not to disappoint the spirit hall." Yang Jian observed the ghostly figure, noting that her expression bore no semblance of deceit. He silently committed this act of kindness to memory, then settled into a lotus position, commencing the fusion of the external spirit bone. The process of integrating an external spirit bone is significantly more challenging than that of a regular spirit bone, as it entails the addition of an organ that does not naturally belong to the human body. Beneath the enveloping embrace of Yang Jian's spirit power, a pair of wing bones began to gradually dissolve. Meanwhile, the ghostly figure averted her gaze as Yang Jian initiated the fusion, though to claim indifference would be disingenuous. The external spirit bone possessed the potential to enhance the strength of the spirit master, undoubtedly providing a substantial boost to the ghost's own power. Yet, she knew that should she claim this spirit bone for herself, it would inevitably create a rift between her and Yang Jian. It was not out of concern for the Pope, as the spirit beast had indeed been captured by her own hand, but rather because she genuinely held a fondness for this young man, who was particularly to her taste. As the wing bones fully melded into Yang Jian's being, the next phase emerged as the most crucial, establishing a connection between the external spirit bone and his skeletal structure at an appropriate location. Yang Jian carefully maneuvered the energy entity transformed from the soul bone to his back, initiating a gradual fusion with his spine, under the formidable control of his mental prowess. No unforeseen incidents transpired. The wing bone seamlessly integrated with the spine, taking root. Once rooted, it began to sprout, with the wing bone piercing through the flesh of Yang Jian's back, ultimately tearing through his garment. In a swift motion, a complete pair of bony wings emerged. Subsequently, flesh and feathers began to grow, and soon two wings, one black and one white, graced Yang Jian's back, spanning 2 meters in width, their contrasting colors exuding an extraordinary splendor. Upon the completion of the fusion, Yang Jian chose not to retract the wings. Rising to his feet, he noticed the remnants of his torn shirt on the ground and frowned slightly. He retrieved a garment from the soul guide device given to him by Yang Po and donned it. Remarkably, the wings remained unaffected by the clothing. as if they existed in a realm between reality and illusion. The phenomenon of clothing tearing during the initial fusion of external soul bones primarily stemmed from the initial growth of the skeletal structure thereafter. The wings could be formed directly using soul power, thus it was unlikely that he would experience further wardrobe malfunctions each time he utilized the wings. Observing Yang Jian's successful fusion, the specter's mood lifted, prompting her to jest, questioning why he hastily donned clothing when his physique was already quite commendable. Yang Jian disregarded the nonsensical remarks of the ghostly figure and solemnly expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you." The ghostly figure chuckled softly. Observing that this child was indeed gaining popularity, which was a positive development. "What abilities has this external soul bone bestowed upon you?" Yang Jian spread his wings, feeling elated. At last, he could soar on his own, having grown weary of being carried around by phantoms. Yang Jian felt a rare smile creeping onto his face. "Would you like to give it a try?" The specter, of course, had no objections, nodding in agreement before conjuring that enigmatic black mist once more. "Come on. Don't hold back too much." Yang Jian unfurled his wings, elevating himself from the ground and halting at an altitude of approximately 10 meters. His black and white wings ceased their flapping, yet he remained suspended in midair. A flurry of pure black and white feathers shot forth toward the specter, vanishing upon contact with its dark mist, seemingly with little effect. The specter furrowed its brow. While the force of this attack could be deemed commendable among great soul masters, it paled in comparison to Yang Jian's second soul skill. The onslaught of feathers persisted, incessantly emanating from the wings behind Yang Jian, which showed no sign of diminishing. The specter calculated roughly, estimating at least 1,000 feathers had been launched, and judging by Yang Jian's demeanor, he appeared capable of continuing indefinitely. It seemed that while this skill lacked in potency, its triumph lay in sheer quantity, which was commendable in its own right. The specter then spoke, "Yang Jian, enough. There is no need to persist. No matter how many you unleash, it merely tickles." Yang Jian said indifferently, "I haven't even begun yet. Since you're in such a hurry." Hovering midair, Yang Jian raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. Chaos burst. With a deafening explosion, the black smoke and the spectral figure vanished without a trace. The black smoke was utterly obliterated by the blast, while the ghostly presence, sensing imminent danger the moment Yang Jian lifted his hand, had already fled far into the distance. Yang Jian smiled faintly and returned to the ground. Surely no one could be injured by such feeble attacks of mine. Suddenly, the ghostly figure appeared before Yang Jian and struck him on the head. "Why so heavy-handed?" Yang Jian exclaimed. "How is this possible? Even a typical soul sage wouldn't possess such formidable offensive power, let alone you, who are merely a great soul master." Yang Jian spoke softly. "It is because of those feathers you look down upon." Yang Jian did not conceal the truth from Gui Mei. Even if he chose not to divulge it, Gui Mei could have deduced most of it, given the glaring flaw in this technique. Those feathers did not simply vanish. They transformed into wisps of chaotic energy. In essence, to unleash devastating damage, one must persistently strike the same spot. Gui Mei nodded in acknowledgement. Though the skill had its limitations, it was undeniably formidable. For a mere great soul master to unleash such a level of attack was unprecedented in history. Gui Mei then inquired, "What is your current rank? Can you sense it yourself?" Yang Jian nodded slightly, his tone remaining indifferent. A 26th level soul master at the tender age of 6, Gui Mei was taken aback. It was truly astonishing to ponder what heights this child might reach in the future, especially being a disciple of His Holiness the Pope. Suppressing his astonishment, Gui Mei remarked, "It is time for us to return, is it not? Can you fly on those wings, or shall I assist you once more?" "No need. I can manage on my own," came the reply. "Oh? You must understand that flying is not as simple as it seems. Without proper practice, you won't even master the basics of balance, let alone long-distance flight." Without waiting for the ghostly figure to finish speaking, Yang Jian unfurled his wings and soared towards the direction of Spirit City, unreservedly asserting that his time flying in the heavens surpassed the entirety of the ghost's existence. The ghost had no choice but to reluctantly follow in Yang Jian's wake, anxious about any unforeseen mishap that might befall him. As Yang Jian returned to his abode, the dusk had already descended. After partaking in his evening meal, he retreated to his chamber to commence his cultivation. With an elevation in his soul power level, the progress of the 8-9 mystical skill ought to accelerate as well. Indeed, his current soul power had nearly doubled since the absorption of his second soul ring, and all of his soul power transformed into energy, setting the 8-9 mystical skill into motion. The soul energy within Yang Jian could not sustain the practice of the 8-9 mystical arts for an extended period. Once his soul energy was depleted, he had to rely on the 9 turns primordial art to replenish it, engaging in this cycle of cultivation repeatedly. During his training, Yang Jian encountered a rather grave issue. His overall soul energy showed no signs of improvement. In other words, if he were to devote himself to the 8-9 mystical arts, any advancement in his soul energy level would come to a halt. At that moment, a knock echoed from outside the door. "Little junior brother, you have returned. Why haven't you come to find me? Hurry, open the door." Yang Jian reluctantly ceased his cultivation and refrained from opening the door, responding instead, "Senior sister, it's already quite late. Whatever matter you have can surely wait until tomorrow." "No, it cannot. The teacher sent me with an important message for you," Hulaina insisted. Left with no choice, Yang Jian opened the door. The moment it swung ajar, Hulaina strode in without ceremony and settled herself upon his bed. "Little junior brother," she remarked with casual bluntness, "your quarters remain as austere as ever." Yang Jian stood at a distance, not approaching Hulaina, and spoke calmly. "That is quite sufficient. They are merely trifles." Hulaina, feeling dissatisfied, exclaimed, "Why are you so far away? Come and sit here." Noticing Yang Jian's lack of movement, Hulaina rose and directly pulled him to sit beside her. Yang Jian spoke with a somewhat stiff tone, inquiring, "Did you not mention that you had matters to attend to? What is it?" Hulaina, with her delicate arm draped around Yang Jian's shoulder, leaned closer and teased, "Little junior brother, let me tell you, if you continue like this, you shall never find a wife. You ought not to be so cold and aloof." Yang Jian's body stiffened momentarily as he gently shook off Hulaina's arm, coldly stating, "Men and women should maintain a respectful distance. I kindly ask you to uphold your dignity, senior sister." Hulaina chuckled lightly, unfazed by his words. "You are but a mere child. What do you have to fear from your senior sister?" Yang Jian remained silent. The path of enlightenment is vast and boundless. How could one dare to speak of romantic entanglements? Women are merely stumbling blocks along the journey of cultivation. Hulaina pressed on with her inquiries, asking, "What is your second soul ring, and what level are you at now? You must allow your senior sister some time. Do not advance too swiftly, lest the teacher scold me once again." Yang Jian said calmly, "The path of cultivation is like sailing against the current. One either advances or regresses. Senior sister, you've never taken cultivation to heart. It's no surprise that not just me, but any determined practitioner could surpass you with ease." Yang Jian continued to deliver his harsh words. "You may frolic aimlessly now, but in a few years, your peers will have surpassed you one by one. I wonder if you will still have the audacity to claim the title of the Pope's disciple then. However, as long as my master has me as her disciple to uphold her reputation, nurturing a useless individual requires little sustenance. That's enough." Hulaina, overwhelmed by Yang Jian's words, felt tears welling in her eyes and fled the scene. She dashed back to her room, consumed by anger towards Yang Jian. She couldn't comprehend why he would speak to her that way when she had done nothing wrong. She diligently practiced. It was merely that his talent surpassed hers. Yang Jian silently closed the door, resuming his practice of the 8-9 mystical art. His words were merely intended to provoke Hulaina, to deter her from incessantly bothering him. At this moment, he yearned solely for focused cultivation, wishing to squander no time on trivial matters. Perhaps, in doing so, he could inspire Hulaina to dedicate herself to her own training. Ultimately, his intentions were for her benefit. The following morning marked the passage of 3 years. Before Yang Jian had completed his cultivation, Bibi Dong had already come to seek him out. Yang Jian took the initiative to open the door for his nominal teacher. He suspected that perhaps Hulaina had reported him to Bibi Dong, and now she had come to settle the score with him. Yang Jian stood silently before Bibi Dong, awaiting her words. "I have heard that your second soul ring absorbed an 8,000-year soul beast?" Bibi Dong gazed at her newly acquired disciple, surprised by Yang Jian's exceptional abilities. Instead of the anticipated reprimand, Yang Jian nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, I also obtained an external soul bone." Bibi Dong was already aware of this. She merely nodded and said, "Follow me." Yang Jian trailed behind Bibi Dong by 2 steps, much like he once followed the Queen Mother. Soon, the two arrived at a palace that exuded understated opulence. It appeared to be Bibi Dong's residence. However, instead of entering her bedroom, they proceeded to a side hall. Bibi Dong's cool voice echoed, stating, "From now on, I shall personally instruct you in the theoretical knowledge and cultivation matters of soul masters every morning. You may arrange your time as you wish. Feel free to explore with Nana during your leisure hours. Just remember to come here at this time every day." Yang Jian nodded slightly, indicating his understanding. Then, Bibi Dong commenced his instruction of Yang Jian. The first question posed was, "What is a soul master? Do you truly comprehend the essence of a soul master?" Yang Jian arrived in this world without having undergone systematic education, thus he listened attentively. The time spent in learning seemed to pass swiftly. Bibi Dong rose from her seat and declared, "Let's conclude for today. Tomorrow, you shall come on your own. Do not forget." Yang Jian nodded in acknowledgement. As he departed, Bibi Dong furrowed her brows, pondering why the child Hulaina had not arrived. She had indeed indulged her too much, to the point of allowing her to skip class. Bibi Dong approached Hulaina's chamber, finding the door still firmly shut. It appeared Hulaina was still in slumber, her countenance growing increasingly frosty. She knocked heavily upon the door. Within, Hulaina, true to her slumbering state, had yet to rise. Yet she clearly heard Bibi Dong's voice and hurriedly went to open the door. Dressed in her nightgown, Hulaina opened the door and stood demurely to the side, exuding an air of innocence as she softly called out, "Teacher." Hulaina was not particularly fearful, after all. She was well aware that as long as she admitted her mistakes and acted sweetly, Bibi Dong would soon be appeased. "Why did you miss class? Today is the first day for your junior disciple, and you have set quite the example for him." Hulaina lowered her head even further, stammering, I practiced too late yesterday and simply could not rise today." She certainly would not divulge to anyone that she had cried herself to sleep. Fueled by her anger towards Yang Jian, the thought of others discovering her embarrassment was unbearable. Bibi Dong was evidently skeptical of Hulaina's excuses, remarking, "Practice too late? You normally require supervision for your training. Bibi Dong did not overly chastise Hulaina, offering only a few brief admonishments before shifting the conversation. What do you think of Yang Jian? Although Hulaina harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Yang Jian, she dared not speak ill of him given her recent transgression. He seems all right, she replied cautiously. Is that so? What transpired between you? Weren't you quite fond of him when he first arrived? Noting Hulaina's silence, Bibi Dong refrained from pressing further and continued, You know, Yang Jian's soul power level has already surpassed yours. Moreover, Goei Mei has informed me that despite Yang Jian currently possessing only 2 rings, typical soul masters are no match for him. Yang Jian is not merely gifted. I have had people investigate. Since the awakening of his martial soul, he has engaged in no activities other than training. At this rate, he is bound to become the youngest title Douluo. Bibi Dong smiled and added, And my grand ambitions may commence earlier due to Yang Jian. I share this with you to emphasize that in the future, the pinnacle of the continent may only be occupied by myself and Yang Jian. I hope you understand that if you blend into the masses, the spirit hall will solely belong to Yang Jian. With that, Bibi Dong departed, leaving Hulaina burdened with her thoughts. After returning to his chamber, Yang Jian immediately commenced his cultivation. Faced with the choice between the 9 revolutions origin technique and the 8-9 mystical art, he unhesitatingly selected the latter, the very method that had led him to enlightenment in his previous life. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, aside from receiving daily morning instruction from Bibi Dong, Yang Jian devoted every remaining moment to cultivation without distraction. Strangely, rather than advancing, his soul power had instead regressed to the threshold of the 20th rank. Yet Yang Jian was far from displeased. His mastery of the first cycle of the 8-9 mystical art had taken root. His physique had become impervious to blades, his strength boundless. His combat prowess could no longer be measured by mere soul power levels. Bibi Dong, however, found his progress perplexing. 3 years had passed without Yang Jian ever mentioning the need for a soul ring, a stark deviation from her expectations. Still, she refrained from questioning his cultivation speed, not wishing to undermine his confidence, though his diligence was evident. In these 3 years, Yang Jian had absorbed nearly all of Bibi Dong's teachings. Yet he had grown accustomed to their daily interactions, never considering this time wasted. Hulaina, still nursing her grudge, seldom sought him out, a solitude Yang Jian rather enjoyed. Hall of the Pope, Your Holiness, the Grand Elder grows increasingly impatient. His spies have multiplied as of late, Ghost Douluo reported, kneeling before the throne. Seated regally, Bibi Dong's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Her fingers absently traced the length of her scepter, betraying her unease. Delay him further, Ghost. Continue guarding Yang Jian. Leave the rest to me. As you command. With Ghost Douluo's departure, the vast hall stood empty save for Bibi Dong. She pressed slender fingers to her temples. Troubles were accumulating. The rift between the Pope's Hall and the Elder's Hall had long festered. The majority of the Spirit Hall's elite forces answered to the latter. Were it not for Qian Daoliu's disdain for administrative burdens and Bibi Dong's backing from the 4 lesser sects, her authority would have been hollow long ago. Yet the 4 lesser sects' allegiance was a facade. They supported her only as the Spirit Hall's public figurehead. The moment they learned of Qian Daoliu's existence, they would defect without hesitation. Now, somehow, Qian Daoliu had caught wind of Yang Jian. He demanded the boy be handed over for training, an impossibility for Bibi Dong. Her stalling could not last forever. Qian Daoliu's patience was wearing thin. If pushed, she would have to confront him openly. Surely, for the Spirit Hall's stability, he would refrain from reckless action. Still, Yang Jian's protection was paramount. Yet thinking of his sluggish cultivation progress, Bibi Dong sighed. The child trained relentlessly, yet his rank advanced too slowly. Her grand designs would have to wait. She could only hope Yang Jian would not disappoint her in the end. Yang Jian's residence. Spirits seldom disturb Yang Jian during his cultivation, but this time, the spirits could no longer contain themselves. Yang Jian sensed the arrival of a ghostly presence and halted his cultivation. He took the initiative to inquire, Is there something you wish to discuss? The specter nodded and replied, What level have you attained? Were you not at level 26 3 years ago? How is it that after such a long time, you have yet to reach level 30? Yang Jian remained silent, for this matter was difficult to elucidate. The specter continued, Are you aware of what His Holiness the Pope is enduring for your sake? It may be excusable for others, but you, who have been bestowed with such high hopes by the Pope, must not disappoint her. Having spoken, the specter did not linger, but departed immediately. Yang Jian recalled the words of the specter, reflecting on the woman with whom he had spent countless days and nights. Had he let her down? Yang Jian commenced his cultivation, this time channeling the 9 transformations primordial skill. 3 more years elapsed, marking yet another passage of time. Yang Jian has transformed into a graceful young man, appearing to be at least 15 or 16 years old, utterly unlike a 12-year-old child. Over the past 3 years, Yang Jian's soul power has ascended to the 34th level, and indeed, he has absorbed his 3rd soul ring. The speed at which Yang Jian cultivates can only be described as extraordinary, while others perceive his 6-year increase of 8 levels in soul power as rather unremarkable. The truth is that he achieved a remarkable 14-level increase in just 3 years. Yang Jian, the teacher has summoned you to the papal hall. Hulaina's voice echoed from outside the room, though she did not linger, merely leaving those words behind before departing. Over the years, Hulaina had long since forgotten the grievances she held against Yang Jian, particularly since 2 years ago when she frequently sought him out. However, Yang Jian's inability to grasp the nuances of her affections gradually stirred Hulaina's more tempestuous nature. If you are unwilling to engage with me, then I shall likewise refrain from engaging with you. Thus, Hulaina ceased her attempts to reach out to Yang Jian, even altering her customary manner of address when they crossed paths. The papal hall. Yang Jian stood quietly in the hall, while Bibi Dong sat majestically upon the throne. Yang Jian gazed silently at Bibi Dong, reminiscent of the days when he quietly observed another woman seated upon the throne. Bibi Dong's cold voice resonated. Yang Jian, the Grand Priest of the Spirit Hall wishes to take you as his disciple. He possesses innate soul power of level 20 and remains the strongest on the continent. What is your inclination? Yang Jian's voice was not loud, yet it resonated with unwavering determination. The disciple is unwilling. Bibi Dong's lips curled slightly, but she swiftly returned to her aloof demeanor. Very well, then. I shall send you to a place for further training. Are you willing? Yang Jian did not hasten to respond, patiently awaiting Bibi Dong's further words. He merely suggested that she remain there for a while, as the circumstances surrounding the Spirit Hall were somewhat peculiar at present. He assured her that when the opportune moment arrived, he would return to escort her back. Upon mentioning this, a trace of sorrow inevitably appeared on Bibi Dong's visage. Yang Jian keenly sensed the peculiarity in Bibi Dong's demeanor. He was reluctant to comply. Bibi Dong's brows furrowed slightly as her tone grew increasingly frosty. This is an order. If you still acknowledge me as your mentor, you will obey. Yang Jian remained silent, his lips sealed. Observing this, Bibi Dong sighed softly, her tone softened considerably. Yang Jian, master has her own grievances. You must be obedient this time. Yang Jian inquired softly, is it the high priest? Bibi Dong nodded in affirmation. Yang Jian continued to inquire, how strong is he? Extremely formidable, a level 99 ultimate Douluo. Yang Jian nodded slightly, requesting a decade's time. Bibi Dong chuckled, not taking it seriously. She believed that Yang Jian could indeed reach such heights. Yet 10 years would undoubtedly be insufficient. In the kingdom of Balak, within the city of Soto, Yang Jian, following the instructions of Bibi Dong, arrived at a place known as Shrek Academy. As he traversed a quaint rural path, he encountered a young lad clad in blue, who was carrying a girl in a pink dress on his back. The blue-clad youth took the initiative to speak. Greetings, are you also on your way to Shrek Academy? Yang Jian nodded. Do you happen to know where Shrek Academy is located? I must admit, we are here to enroll. Yet we have spent quite some time searching for the academy without success. Yang Jian possesses the specific map given to him by Bibi Dong, and thus is well aware of its location, which lies not far away. After Yang Jian spoke, he took the lead in departing. Xiao Wu, dissatisfied, stuck out her tongue, exclaiming the absence of courtesy. Tang San hastily interjected, urging, come on, let us follow him quickly. We wouldn't want to lose our way. The trio soon arrived at the entrance of a village, where a table had been set up, behind which sat an elderly man. Behind him, a few wooden boards bore the inscription of Shrek Academy. Not only were Tang San and Xiao Wu taken aback, but even Yang Jian began to question whether he had arrived at the correct location. The long queue of individuals registering ahead provided the only solace to the three. One individual, having failed to register, attempted to reclaim his fee but was swiftly dismissed by his soul master, prompting a frown from Yang Jian. Though he chose to remain silent, the elderly man articulated 2 registration requirements. One must be under the age of 13 and possess a soul power of at least 21. Upon hearing these stipulations, the crowd immediately dispersed by more than half. Soon, it was the trio's turn. Their positioning in line was rather informal, with Yang Jian slightly ahead, while Xiao Wu and Tang San stood side by side a bit further back. Logically, it should have been Yang Jian's turn, however. Xiao Wu boldly bypassed him and approached the table first. Yang Jian furrowed his brow, and Tang San quickly offered his apologies, saying, I am sincerely sorry. My sister has been spoiled by me, and I deeply regret any inconvenience caused. Yang Jian remained silent, gently turning to allow Tang San to step forward. Tang San cast a grateful glance at Yang Jian before advancing to pay the fees for the 3 of them. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Wu shot a fierce glare at Yang Jian. Had it not been for the old man's initial test, she would have certainly confronted him. The trio successfully passed the age assessment. The elder instructed them to unleash their martial spirits, and without hesitation, Tang San and Xiao Wu released their martial spirits, thereby passing the examination. Yang Jian hesitated for a moment, as his soul ring was rather unusual. The old man, noticing Yang Jian's prolonged silence and failure to summon his martial spirit, furrowed his brow and remarked, what is the matter? If your level is insufficient, you may as well leave and not waste time here. There are others waiting behind. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu chimed in, indeed, if your level is inadequate, you should promptly return home. Tang San swiftly restrained Xiao Wu, preventing her from speaking further, and then offered an apologetic smile to Yang Jian. Yang Jian, no longer hesitating, summoned the 3-edged dual blade, adorned in hues of yellow, purple, and black. The 3 soul rings corresponded perfectly to these colors, oscillating in tandem with the weapon, almost in unison. Everyone present rubbed their eyes in disbelief, and upon confirming the reality before them, all that remained was sheer astonishment. The elderly man, who had been seated, rose to his feet, stammering in bewilderment. How is this even possible? Yang Jian replied indifferently, "You have witnessed it yourself. What is there that is impossible?" Noticing the elder remained silent for quite some time, Yang Jian retracted his martial spirit and inquired, "Have I passed?" The elder, in a daze, nodded slowly. Of course. Of course. Yang Jian stepped aside, allowing those behind him to register while he awaited the academy's further instructions. At that moment, Tang San arrived alongside Xiao Wu and approached Yang Jian. Tang San gently tugged at Xiao Wu's arm, offering an apology on her behalf. "Yes, I sincerely apologize." Xiao Wu uttered in a voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz before hastily retreating to a corner. Tang San smiled apologetically at Yang Jian once more, expressing his regret. "My little sister lacks understanding. I hope for your forgiveness." Yang Jian's initial impression of Tang San was quite favorable. At the very least, he was a person of reason. Unfortunately, he found himself burdened with such a sister. "It's nothing," he said calmly. Tang San smiled and introduced himself. "I am Tang San, and this is my sister." "Xiao Wu, what is your name, brother? We shall be classmates henceforth." "Yang Jian," he replied. At that moment, the registration process had concluded. And aside from Yang Jian and the trio, 2 other girls had successfully passed the test. "Mu Bai, please escort them directly to the final round." The elder instructed before departing. Just then, an enigmatic youth with heterochromatic eyes approached the group. "I am Dai Mu Bai, your senior. Follow me. The final challenge should pose little difficulty for you." They arrived at a clearing where a middle-aged man in his 40s was dozing in a chair. "Teacher Zhao, I have brought candidates for the 4th round of assessments. There seems to be quite a number this year." Zhao Wujing yawned, sounding rather lethargic. Dai Mu Bai continued. "Teacher Zhao, you will need to take the stage personally this time. There is a genuine prodigy among them." "Oh?" Zhao Wujing instantly perked up, standing to attention. His physique was robust, adorned with exaggerated muscles, though his height was somewhat lacking. Zhao Wujing surveyed the group with a smile. "Come, let us have some fun. You now have the duration of an incense stick to strategize and coordinate, after which you must endure for that same period under my assault to pass." He produced an incense stick for timing, gesturing for them to proceed freely. Dai Mu Bai informed them that Zhao Wujing was a formidable soul sage of level 76, which instilled considerable pressure in everyone except Yang Jian. Tang San was the first to speak. "Let us introduce ourselves to facilitate our cooperation. I am Tang San, with the blue silver grass martial spirit, a level 29 control system soul master. I am Xiao Wu, with the soft bone rabbit martial spirit, also a level 29 assault system soul master. Zhu Qing, with the nethercat martial spirit, a level 27 agility system soul master. I am Ningrongrong, with the 7 treasures glazed tower martial spirit, a level 26 support system soul master. Yang Jian, assault." The group felt somewhat dissatisfied with Yang Jian's introduction. Even at this juncture, he remained cryptic. However, having witnessed Yang Jian's peculiar soul rings, they refrained from questioning him. Tang San proceeded to outline their strategy. Before long, the incense stick had burned down, and the group was prepared. Zhao Wujing wasted no time and charged directly at them. Ning Rongrong positioned herself at the back, activating her 7 treasures to provide support. First, strength. A radiant glow enveloped the group, and Yang Jian distinctly felt his power increase by 30%. It was noteworthy that he was no ordinary soul master. In terms of strength, Zhao Wujing might not surpass Yang Jian. Second, speed. With these enhancements, the group's confidence surged. Xiao Wu was the first to close in on Zhao Wujing, while Zhu Zhuqing launched a surprise attack from the side. And Tang San's blue silver grass reached the feet of Zhao Wujing. Only Yang Jian remained motionless, glancing back at Ning Rongrong. Her martial spirit was indeed extraordinary. Yang Jian believed that, in his current state, facing a soul sage would not pose a significant challenge. Ning Rongrong felt a substantial drain on her soul power and urgently exclaimed, "Yang Jian, why are you still dawdling? I can't hold on much longer." Yang Jian withdrew his complicated gaze and summoned his 3-pointed, double-edged blade. Zhao Wujing couldn't help but freeze for a moment upon seeing Yang Jian's spirit rings, causing all 3 attacks to land squarely on Zhao Wujing himself. Yet these strikes barely affected him. With a sinister chuckle, several spirit rings flashed consecutively around Zhao Wujing as he swiftly seized Xiao Wu's body and hurled her away. Tang San was startled and immediately halted his assault, darting with astonishing speed to catch Xiao Wu midair. This left Zhu Zhuqing alone to face Zhao Wujing. Needless to say, the outcome was inevitable. With a single strike, Zhao Wujing rendered her utterly incapable of continuing the battle. Yang Jian observed Tang San's somewhat unstable condition, his eyes glinting with a sinister light. With a sigh, he declared, "She is fine. Leave the rest to me." Tang San was taken aback, only to see Yang Jian charging towards Zhao Wujing. Yang Jian did not unleash his formidable 2nd or 3rd spirit abilities, merely allowing the first yellow spirit ring to flicker. The Nether Force. A mere 5% increase in strength and 10% in speed, truly a lackluster spirit skill. Its sole redeeming quality was its minimal spirit power consumption, enabling sustained usage. For Yang Jian, this sufficed, as his physical prowess far surpassed that of ordinary spirit masters. Yang Jian swung his blade towards Zhao Wujing's neck. In a swift response, Zhao Wujing raised his left arm to block the attack, while his right arm delivered a powerful punch aimed at Yang Jian. Yang Jian swiftly sidestepped to evade a punch, his 3-pointed double-edged blade slicing into Zhao Wujing's arm. Yet instead of retracting the weapon, he dragged it downward with a deft twist of his wrist, the blade flipping to slash viciously into Zhao Wuji's armpit. A sharp pain shot through Zhao Wuji. He hadn't anticipated the sheer force behind the young man's strike. In close combat, I've never feared anyone, he thought grimly. Without hesitation, Zhao Wuji clamped his left arm down, trapping the blade to prevent Yang Jian from withdrawing it. While his massive right palm, broad as a cattail fan, swung mercilessly toward Yang Jian did not forcibly draw the three-pronged dual blade. Instead, he pressed the end of the hilt, propelling himself into the air. With one foot planted upon Zhao Wuji's head, he leveraged his position once more. Zhao Wuji, irked, suddenly unleashed his soul skill, causing Yang Jian's movements to slow. Seizing Yang Jian's leg, he yanked him down with considerable force, slamming him heavily onto the ground. Zhao Wuji, brimming with satisfaction, clapped his hands, remarking on their inadequacy in attempting to join Shrek Academy. Before Zhao Wuji could finish his sentence, Yang Jian rose again, brushing off the dust from his attire, and calmly urged, continue. No sooner had he spoken than he launched another assault, wielding the three-pronged dual blade once more. While the two soul rings behind him remained untouched, Zhao Wuji furrowed his brow. He had not held back much strength in his previous move. And even a soul master would typically require months of recuperation. Yet, Yang Jian appeared to be almost unscathed. This ignited Zhao Wuji's competitive spirit, prompting him to forego his soul skills and engage Yang Jian purely with physical prowess. One was a colossal bear, the other a refined youth. Their close-quarters combat creating a striking visual impact, leaving the onlookers in awe as they witnessed the clash of these two formidable opponents. Yang Jian realized he might have slightly overestimated Zhao Wuji. Without relying on soul skills, his own strength was perhaps marginally inferior. However, with Ning Rongrong's enhancements, he even surpassed Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji also sensed something amiss. Despite landing punch after punch on Yang Jian, the latter seemed utterly unfazed. Zhao Wuji was already exerting his full strength, yet every strike from Yang Jian left him wincing in pain, unwilling to lose to a mere child. Zhao Wuji decided there was no rule against using soul skills. Martial Soul True Body. Transforming completely into a colossal bear, Zhao Wuji's power surged dramatically, allowing him to overwhelm Yang Jian. To make matters worse, Ning Rongrong collapsed unconscious at this critical moment. She had truly pushed herself to the limit this time, exhausting every ounce of her soul power to support Yang Jian. For a pampered young lady like Ning Rongrong, who had never endured hardship, the agony of depleted soul power was undoubtedly unbearable. Yang Jian was unfazed by Zhao Wuji's use of soul techniques. He continued to retaliate, relying solely on his physical prowess. It had been a long time since he had experienced such an exhilarating and unrestrained battle. Yang Jian, enduring the full force of Zhao Wuji's sixth soul skill with his physical body, finally seized an opportunity to strike with his blade against Zhao Wuji's neck. However, in his martial soul true form, Zhao Wuji's defenses were exceedingly formidable. Moreover, he had employed all available soul skills, including two specifically designed to enhance his defensive capabilities. The three-pronged, double-edged blade merely caused Zhao Wuji's body to shift slightly under Yang Jian's immense strength, leaving no trace of injury on his neck. Zhao Wuji shook his head slowly, pausing his assault, and inquired, "Why do you not utilize your soul skills? Is it possible that your soul rings are mere illusions?" Yang Jian remarked indifferently, "If I were to employ it, you would perish." Conflict 16. Zhao Wuji froze momentarily, sensing Yang Jian's words carried an undertone of humiliation. Yet upon reflection, this youth had managed to contend with him without even utilizing a soul skill. A dilemma seized Zhao Wuji, whether to continue the fight. Emerging victorious against a mere soul elder would hardly be honorable, yet suffering defeat would render his pride irreparably shattered. Fortunately, Daimu Bai intervened tactfully. "Instructor Zhao, considering the duration of an incense stick has elapsed, does this not signify their success?" Gratitude flickered in Zhao Wuji's gaze as he glanced at Daimu Bai. Indeed. They have passed. All of them. Truly, you are a prodigy among men." Yang Jian furrowed his brow and remained silent. Zhao Wuji remarked, "Are you all right? You've taken so many hits from me. Don't force yourself to endure." Yang Jian shook his head, merely stretching his limbs. Zhao Wuji shot him a glare before storming off in anger. Subsequently, Daimu Bai led the group to assigned dormitories. The so-called dormitories were nothing more than simple wooden huts. Tang San shared one with a senior student, while the three girls occupied another together. Yang Jian found himself alone in a modest room. After Daimu Bai had settled everyone in, he informed the group that classes would commence the following day before departing on his own. Although the surroundings were simple, Yang Jian felt a sense of contentment in having a room to himself. He commenced his tedious training. Before long, a series of knocks on the door interrupted his practice. Yang Jian helplessly went to open the door. Outside stood Tang San. Yang Jian replied with a hint of nonchalance, "What is it?" Tang San, with a resigned smile, rubbed his nose and said, "I am here to express my gratitude. Today's assessment was greatly aided by you." Yang Jian nodded slightly and inquired, "Is there anything else?" Tang San had initially intended to engage in conversation with Yang Jian, hoping to foster some camaraderie. However, perceiving Yang Jian's aloof demeanor, Tang San, being no stranger to social cues, promptly took his leave. Not long after, another series of knocks echoed at the door. Yang Jian began to reminisce about the days of tranquil cultivation in the spirit hall. This time, it was Ning Rongrong. With a radiant smile, Ning Rongrong asked, Will you not invite me in to sit for a while? Yang Jian furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat inconvenienced. Is there something you need? Ning Rong scrunched her adorable nose. I came to express my gratitude. How are you so remarkable? What is your secret to cultivation? And your soul rings, how is it possible for you to absorb such high-age soul rings? Yang Jian said indifferently, time. If you devote all your time to cultivation, you may not surpass me, but you can transcend your current self. Yang Jian closed the door and returned to his chamber. Many envy the strength of others. Yet few reflect on the sacrifices they themselves have made or those made by others. The following morning, 8 individuals stood in a row on a vacant plot of land. In addition to the 5 who had registered the previous day, there were 3 seasoned students, Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun. A middle-aged man sporting black-framed glasses and another slender, seemingly frail middle-aged man approached the group, engaged in light-hearted conversation. Flender adjusted his glasses and introduced himself, saying, I am the principal of Shrek Academy, and this is Yu Xiaojiang, a revered master in the realm of soul masters. From now on, your learning curriculum will be entirely overseen by the master. The master swiftly assigned tasks to the 7, excluding Yang Jian. He and Yang Jian walked side by side. And the master remarked, Yang Jian, I have heard about your soul ring. I also learned that you fought to a standstill with Zhao Wujing. Yang Jian nodded slightly. Remaining silent, the master continued, what is the name of your martial soul? Could you show it to me? Yang Jian summoned the 3-pronged two-bladed saber. And 3 distinct colored soul rings floated up and down in response. The master couldn't help but narrow his eyes, his expression drastically changing. May I touch it? Yang Jian furrowed his brow. It is inappropriate to arbitrarily wield another's weapon, especially when that weapon is not merely a tool of combat but a companion that has accompanied him for millennia. Were it not for Bibi Dong's interjection, he would have already turned to depart. Had he retained the temperament he possessed during his apotheosis, he might have already dealt a fatal blow. Observing Yang Jian's silence, the master took it upon himself to examine the intricacies of the 3-pointed, double-edged blade with meticulous attention. Reluctantly withdrawing his hand, the master remarked, I have never encountered such a martial soul, nor have I even heard of its existence. Furthermore, as a weapon martial soul, even if it were exceedingly powerful, it could not possibly endow you with such formidable physical prowess. Yang Jian remained silent, suppressing his emotions. He continually reminded himself that this was a friend of Bibi Dong's, and he must exercise restraint. Furthermore, judging by Bibi Dong's demeanor, their relationship was evidently complex. A perilous thought suddenly welled up in Yang Jian's mind. If he were to eliminate the master directly, would Bibi Dong grant him forgiveness? Yang Jian shook his head, dismissing any further errant thoughts. The master pinched his chin with his right hand, stating that unless you possess another martial soul, one even more formidable than this, the situation remains unchanged. Yang Jian was somewhat astonished. This world knew a secret that even Bibi Dong was unaware of, known only to Yang Pa. Observing the change in Yang Jian's expression, the master realized he had hit the mark, nodding with satisfaction. And regarding the age of your soul ring, could it be that you are simultaneously cultivating 2 martial souls? Are you waiting for the other martial soul to reach the 3rd ring before bestowing this one with its soul ring? But that doesn't seem plausible. You are merely 12 years old today. A 10,000-year soul ring can only be absorbed by a soul king, and even if you possess innate level 20, it would be impossible to cultivate at such a rapid pace. Yang Jian comprehended the situation through a combination of speculation and deduction. He had inevitably arrived at several correct conclusions. His already unfavorable impression of the master led him to disregard him entirely. Oblivious to his own shortcomings, the master continued. You are from the spirit hall, are you not? No, if that were the case, you would have been revered long ago. How could you possibly be here? You must be a descendant of one of those reclusive sections. Yang Jian recalled Bibi Dong's instructions and calmly remarked, I am not affiliated with any particular faction. Now, how should I proceed with my cultivation? The master smiled gently and replied, there is no need to rush. Your martial soul is rather unique. Allow me to study it further. Please unleash your second martial soul so that I may devise an appropriate training regimen for you. Upon hearing this, Yang Jian couldn't help but furrow his brow. His divine eye was his greatest secret, and this individual audaciously pressed on. Consequently, his impression of the master diminished further. The master, taken aback, had not anticipated Yang Jian's refusal. However, it was a rare opportunity to encounter a possessor of a formidable martial soul, and he could not let it slip away. With a tone that turned stern, the master declared, Of course you must. Now that you are at the academy, I am your teacher, and am I not entitled to see your martial soul? Without understanding it, how can I devise a suitable training regimen for you? Should you feel that I am incapable of instructing you, you are free to leave. Although the master felt a twinge of guilt for pressuring a child, he quickly reassured himself that his motivation stemmed from an insatiable thirst for knowledge and a desire to enrich the domain of soul masters. He believed that all of this was for the greater good, devoid of any personal desires. Yang Jian let out a sigh, as if there were no such regulation at the Soul Master Academy. Here, I am the rule, if you choose not to comply. What purpose does your pursuit of knowledge serve? Yang Jian nodded slightly, expressing his decision to discontinue his studies. In truth, he had never felt the necessity of guidance in his cultivation. Had it not been for Bibi Dong's directive, he would have certainly refrained from coming here. Furthermore, Bibi Dong's intent seemed more inclined towards keeping him out of Qian Daoliu's sight. He could simply choose to reside elsewhere for a few years. Yang Jian felt no need for further deliberation as he strode towards the academy's exit, solitary and resolute. The master stood frozen in place, contemplating his own abilities. Hesitant to intervene, he hurried off to seek out Flander, determined not to allow Yang Jian to depart so effortlessly. As Yang Jian stepped out of Shrek Academy, Tang San and his companions were practicing with weights in the open space at the entrance. Noticing Yang Jian's presence, Tang San paused his activity and inquired, Yang Jian, do you also need to train with weights? What did you discuss with my teacher? No, I am preparing to leave, Yang Jian replied. Upon hearing this, everyone gathered around him. Why are you leaving? Are you choosing not to study anymore? Oscar's voice rang out. What is the matter? If there is something, feel free to share. Perhaps we can assist you. There is no need to leave so abruptly, Dai Mubai chimed in, ever the supportive older brother figure. Xiaowu and Zhu Zhuqing remained silent. One harbored a dislike for Yang Jian, while the other was naturally reticent. However, Ning Rongrong, who had been listless, instantly perked up at Yang Jian's words, exclaiming, where are you going? I want to go with you. Yang Jian disregarded the words of Dai Mubai and Oscar, recalling Ning Rongrong's martial soul, and nodded slightly in her direction. At that very moment, Flinder soared out from the academy, declaring with authority, Shrek Academy is not a place where one may come and go as they please. Yang Jian furrowed his brow. Am I not allowed to leave yet? Flander, with an air of authority, replied, no, you cannot. At that moment, the master also emerged, urging, Yang Jian, let us discuss this calmly. Do not act impulsively. Shrek Academy is undoubtedly the finest choice for your cultivation. Yang Jian shook his head, resolute in his decision. It seems I must teach you the importance of adhering to the rules, Zhao Wujie, Flander declared. Hiding in the back, Zhao Wujie slapped his forehead. Realizing he had been discovered, the thought of confronting Yang Jian filled him with trepidation. Weakly, Zhao Wujie suggested, Boss, I've been feeling a bit unwell these past few days. Why don't you take the lead? Flander shot a fierce glare at Zhao Wujie, dismissing his feeble excuses. However, now was not the time to deal with Zhao Wujie. He would address him after handling Yang Jian. Without further ado, Flander unfurled the wings of his cat eagle, diving towards Yang Jian with determination. Yang Jian is not one to remain passive in the face of danger. As the three-pronged, double-edged sword materializes in his grasp, a pair of wings unfurls behind him, one pure black and the other pristine white, far surpassing the elegance of Flander's wings. Yang Jian leaned back slightly, evading Flander's dive, then unfurled his own wings and soared into the sky, though astonished to see Yang Jian possessed wings as well. Flander couldn't help but smirk when he realized his opponent intended to engage in aerial combat. Doesn't this fool know my epithet? The spectators gasped in collective surprise. After exchanging blows with Zhao Wujie, he still had reserves of strength to spare. Yang Jian paid no heed, deftly evading a strike from Flander, soaring behind him with the intention of delivering a decisive blow. However, he was met with a swift counter from Flander's wings. In the air, a clash of gray and black and white lights ensued, their brilliance continually colliding and diverging. On the ground, aside from a few teachers at the Soul Emperor and Soul Sage levels, the rest were utterly unable to discern the nature of the struggle between the two. Xiaowu clung to Tang San's arm, exclaiming, Brother San, how can that guy be so formidable? It's truly monstrous. Tang San, utilizing his purple extreme demon eyes, could barely perceive their battle, and upon hearing Xiaowu's words, he sighed. Indeed, how could that fellow possess such strength? He is merely a soul master. Dai Mubai watched with rapt fascination, wishing he could attain such power. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes sparkled with intrigue, lost in her thoughts. Only Ning Rongrong, though unable to clearly see the duel between Yang Jian and Flander, remained undeterred in her admiration for Yang Jian. It was bad enough that this dilapidated academy forced her, a princess, to carry stones. Ning Rongrong was already brimming with grievances. Yet undaunted by Flander, a soul sage, she reveled in the spectacle, summoning the 7 treasures glazed pagoda to amplify Yang Jian's strength. Go for it, brother Yang Jian. Give him a good thrashing. Yang Jian glanced at Ning Rongrong without a word, then accelerated his flight speed once more. Finally, he was no longer passively enduring the attacks. This Flinder indeed possessed some skill in aerial combat. Once Yang Jian's speed began surpassing Flinder's, he swiftly gained the upper hand, pressing the assault relentlessly. Unlike Zhao Wujie, Flinder lacked formidable defensive capabilities, and soon, Yang Jian's 3-pointed double-edged blade left several bloody gashes across his body. In the depths of his heart, Flinder seethed with hatred toward both Yang Jian and Ning Rongrong. If initially he had merely intended to teach Yang Jian a lesson, now he harbored murderous intent. Martial Soul True Form. Without hesitation, Flinder activated his Martial Soul True Form, transforming into an eagle with a wingspan of merely 1.5 meters, yet his speed instantly doubled. By then, Ning Rongrong on the ground had exhausted her soul power, ceasing her enhancements on Yang Jian. Seeing Flinder resort to his Martial Soul True Form, she cried out in alarm, that shameless old man, using your true form against a child? Yang Jian, don't fight him anymore, come down now. Let us see if he dares lay a finger on you. Yang Jian was indeed being relentlessly pressured by Flander, his speed unable to even graze him, although his defense was formidable. Flander's enigmatic 6th soul skill left numerous wounds upon Yang Jian's form. Yang Jian, feeling helpless, realized that without resorting to his trump cards, he truly could not prevail. Yang Jian halted his movement in midair, suspended gracefully as a singular vertical eye manifested at the center of his forehead. With a pair of wings, one black and the other white, and wielding a three-pronged double-edged blade, he truly embodied the majestic presence of the legendary Erlang Shen from a previous life. The sudden appearance of the vertical eye and the divine aura of Yang Jian momentarily astonished Flander, rendering him momentarily oblivious to his intent to attack. Yang Jian did not rush to launch an attack. Recalling Ning Rongrong's assistance earlier, though insignificant, a fleeting warmth arose in his heart. After all, the circumstances differed greatly from yesterday's assessment, now branded a traitor who had defected from Shrek Academy. It was truly precious that someone still chose to lend a helping hand. Yang Jian turned to look at Ning Rongrong and assured her, "Rest assured, I am quite well." Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed intently at Yang Jian. However, suddenly, Yang Jian's entire body stiffened as he beheld something utterly astonishing. Yang Jian suppressed the astonishment in his heart, a faint silver light gathering in the divine eye between his brows as he gazed once more toward that direction. Suddenly, the Grandmaster on the ground shouted, "Flinder, stop. He's from the body sect." Startled, Flinder forcefully restrained the soul skill he had prepared to ambush Yang Jian. Withdrawing his martial soul's true form, he swiftly returned to the Grandmaster's side, and the two began whispering in hushed tones. Yang Jian ignored the two men. After confirming he hadn't mistaken, he began scanning his surroundings with piercing eyes that could see through illusions. He was certain Bibi Dong must have assigned protectors without informing him. Through his divine vision, he detected numerous hidden figures nearby, many clearly not from the spirit hall. Realizing the situation was more complicated than anticipated, Yang Jian abandoned his plan to immediately locate his assigned guardians. Seeing Flinder no longer intended to fight, Yang Jian retracted his wings and descended to the ground. Flinder and the Grandmaster approached together, the former offering an awkward smile. "Young brother Yang Jian," Flinder said sheepishly, "I wasn't aware you were a descendant of the body sect. Since no harm was done, perhaps we can let this matter rest?" 18. Body sect. Yang Jian has been contemplating how to swiftly inform Bibi Dong of the situation. It is imperative that this matter remains undisclosed, otherwise, he would find himself utterly unable to manage the unfolding circumstances. Among those concealed nearby, Yang Jian sensed an exceptionally formidable presence, one that, if compared, surpassed even the spectral entities by a considerable margin. Observing Yang Jian's silence, Flander felt an increasing sense of unease. After the Master's elucidation, Flander had come to understand the immense power and unreasonable nature of the body sect. The thought of having truly harmed one of their members was too dreadful to contemplate. Fortunately, the Master had intervened in time to prevent him from acting rashly. The Master then grasped Flander's hand, leaning in to whisper a few words in his ear. With a pained expression, Flander approached Yang Jian, reluctantly presenting him with a bracelet-like object. "Young brother Yang," he said, "this is a storage soul guide, containing a small token of my appreciation. I sincerely hope you will not hold our earlier encounter against me." Yang Jian was taken aback for a moment before accepting the storage soul guide. "May I take my leave now?" Of course. "Please, young brother Yang Jian, feel free to depart at your convenience." With a heart burdened by unspoken thoughts, Yang Jian silently turned to depart. At that moment, Ning Rongrong followed closely behind, calling out, "Brother Yang Jian, please wait for me." Yang Jian replied nonchalantly, "I myself do not know where to go. Why accompany me?" Ning Rongrong smiled brightly, "Then let us wander about and have some fun. Would you like to visit the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School with me?" "No, it is easy for you to be with me, but departing is quite another matter. Are you not afraid I might sell you off?" Ning Rongrong chuckled lightly. "I am not afraid at all. Would you really be willing to part with someone as adorable as me, brother Yang Jian?" Yang Jian maintained his cool demeanor, yet beneath the surface, a tempest of emotions brewed. "Call me second brother," he remarked, for a fleeting moment. The radiant smile of Ning Rongrong appeared to merge with the cherished memory of Yang Jian's smile. Confused, Ning Rongrong replied, "Why should I call you that? I like it. If you call me so, I shall let you accompany me," he responded. Second brother, second brother, second brother. At the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fingji was engaged in a leisurely tea conversation with the Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo when a young man in white rushed in. Master, something terrible has happened." Ning Fingji sipped his tea and replied nonchalantly, "I've told you countless times not to overreact. What trouble has Rongrong caused now?" Reporting to the Master, "The young lady has left Shrek Academy and eloped with a boy." Ning Fingji choked on his tea, splattering it across Bone Douluo. He quickly stood to apologize. But Bone Douluo ignored him, demanding, "How could this be? Which scoundrel dares to abduct my Rongrong? I shall go and teach him a lesson right now." Sword Douluo frowned. "Why are you so agitated, old Bone? Sit down. You still do not know about Ning Yuan? Speak clearly and do not embellish." Ning Yuan smiled helplessly, relaying the information he had gathered to the Master and the 2 Douluo. Ning Fingji pondered, "So, this young man is quite formidable and a descendant of the body sect. He is indeed worthy of my Rongrong." Bone Douluo shot him a stern look. "How old is Rongrong? Do you think you have the right to dictate such matters?" "No way. I must see this for myself." Sword Douluo chuckled knowingly. "It seems you are focusing on the wrong issue. The heir of the body sect has emerged." With a slight frown, Sword Douluo continued, "We are all aware of the body sect's might. The emergence of its air signals a potential resurgence. Ning Fingji nodded. It appears the dynamics of the continent are about to shift. However, it is fortuitous that Rongrong is close to the heir of the body sect. Especially given the recent unrest in the Spirit Hall, we require a powerful ally. Little did Ning Fingji suspect that Yang Jian was affiliated with the Spirit Hall. Douluo interjected. What are you all discussing? We do not even know if Rongrong is being mistreated or has encountered any mishaps. It seems I am the only one concerned about her in this vast sect. Douluo retorted. What nonsense are you spouting? If you think, you would know that the heir of the body sect is surely accompanied by protectors. Both Ning Fingji and I are well aware of this. Unlike you, who seems to have a wooden head. Who are you calling a wooden head? Douluo shot back. Star, you big star. Star, you big star. Douluo echoed. Ning Fingji interjected. Uncle Bone, Uncle Sword, please cease your quarrel. Ning Yuan is still present. Indeed. The sect disciple who had just delivered the news was stifling laughter at the spectacle. Douluo, seeking an outlet for his frustration, playfully kicked Ning Yuan out of the way. Of course, Douluo did not use excessive force. He merely intended to teach the lad a lesson. His participation in the discussion with Ning Fingji and the two Douluo underscored his standing within the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Ning Fingji said, Uncle Bone, I would appreciate your company. Let us go find Rongrong and have a look at this young man. Uncle Sword, I leave the sect in your capable hands. Douluo nodded, satisfied with Ning Fingji's invitation to accompany him to see Rongrong. Although Douluo also wished to join, he recognized the wisdom in Ning Fingji's arrangement. After all, Douluo needed Ning Fingji to match Douluo's strength, and Douluo was more level-headed, unlike Douluo, who had the temperament of a child. Yang Jian and Ning Rongrong arrived at Soto City. Ning Rongrong was already fatigued, yet in order to avoid leaving a negative impression on Yang Jian, she resolutely refrained from uttering a single complaint. Yang Jian took the initiative to suggest, let me find a hotel to stay in first. Ning Rongrong blushed faintly and timidly replied, Brother Yang Jian, are we perhaps moving a bit too swiftly? I'm still quite young. Yang Jian was at a loss for words, uncertain of the thoughts occupying the young girl's mind. We can live separately. Rest assured, I harbor no intentions towards you. If you remain uneasy, you are free to leave at any moment. Ning Rongrong shook her head, insisting, not at all. Come on, I know a splendid hotel. With that, Ning Rongrong took Yang Jian by the hand and hurried away, soon arriving at the entrance of a hotel, the Rose Hotel. Yang Jian, without any suspicion, followed Ning Rongrong inside. At the front desk, Ning Rongrong took the initiative to say, please reserve 2 rooms for me. The receptionist smiled mysteriously and regretfully replied, I'm afraid we only have 1 room left. Ning Rongrong displayed a look of surprise and exclaimed, Brother Yang Jian, what should we do? I really want to stay at this hotel. Yang Jian nodded and said, you stay here. I will find another place nearby. Ning Rongrong gazed at the departing Yang Jian with astonishment. With no other choice, she hurriedly followed him. Eventually, the two casually selected a hotel, booking 2 separate rooms before retreating to their respective quarters. Ning Rongrong felt that Yang Jian treated her exceptionally well. He recognized her fatigue and encouraged her to rest, showing no inclination to take advantage of her. As a result, her fondness for Yang Jian surged significantly. Yang Jian returned to his chamber, this time not hastening to engage in his cultivation. Instead, he summoned his divine gaze to survey the surroundings. Disregarding certain inappropriate scenes, he indeed spotted a familiar figure. And astonishingly, it was right next door. Yang Jian was left speechless. This individual was certainly close at hand. However, with his presence, matters would be considerably easier to handle. 19. Ning Fingji. Yang Jian retracted his divine gaze and approached the adjacent room, gently rapping on the door, yet no response came forth. Yang Jian softly called out, Elder Ghost. As the door creaked open, he stepped inside and gently closed it behind him, clad once more in a flowing black robe. The ghostly figure revealed a hauntingly pale visage, inquired, How did you manage to uncover my presence, young one? Yang Jian harbored no secrets from Gue Mei. Apart from the time spent with Bibi Dong, his interactions with Gue Mei were the most prolonged within the Spirit Hall. Furthermore, Gue Mei had consistently shown him great care. Unless he were to betray the Spirit Hall, Yang Jian firmly believed that Gue Mei would never wish him harm. Yang Jian actively summoned his divine eye, first surveying the surroundings to ensure that no one was eavesdropping, before stating, This is my second martial soul, the divine eye, capable of discerning illusions and perceiving the essence of all things. The ghostly figure stiffened, and with an urgent tone, inquired, How many others are aware of your possession of this martial soul? Yang Jian sensed the peculiar demeanor of the specter and inquired, What troubles you? Some have encountered it. Yet you are the first to comprehend the essence of divine perception. Although the specter felt a sense of relief, a cloud of worry still shadowed its brow. This poses a significant dilemma. Your ability is indeed a manifestation of your original martial soul, and the sect of originality will never permit the existence of such a martial soul to be revealed. The only recourse now is to eliminate anyone aware of your martial soul to safeguard its secrecy. Yang Jian had never heard of the body sect and, filled with curiosity, inquired, What is the body sect? Isn't the Spirit Hall the foremost power on the continent? Why does it seem that you regard the body sect with such trepidation? Gue Mei sighed and began to elucidate the nature of the body sect to Yang Jian. It turned out that while the Spirit Hall was ostensibly the preeminent force on the continent, numerous reclusive sects held it in disdain, with the body sect being one of the most formidable among them. Many years ago, the majority of these clandestine sects, led by several of the most powerful, entered into an agreement with the Spirit Hall, stipulating that the hidden sects must refrain from overtly traversing the continent and challenging the authority of the Spirit Hall within Douluo Continent. In exchange, the conditions varied among the different hidden sects, and as an entity that, at its zenith, could rival the Spirit Hall, the body sect had numerous demands. Among the most crucial was the requirement that all possessors of body martial souls that emerged on Douluo Continent must join the body sect. Failure to comply would result in relentless pursuit by the body sect. If Bibi Dong could harness the full might of the Spirit Hall, she could certainly pay a price to safeguard Yang Jian. However, the majority of the Spirit Hall's power was in the hands of Qian Douluo. Upon realizing that a mysterious powerhouse of comparable strength to the Pope might also be aware of this information, Gui Mei could not help but sigh, hoping that this news could remain concealed for a while longer. Temporarily suppressing his worries, Gui Mei reassured Yang Jian, there is no need for you to fret excessively. The Pope will undoubtedly have a solution. If all else fails, you could always join the body sect. Given your talents, who knows? In a few decades, you might even ascend to the position of sect master. By the way, what brings you to seek my counsel this time? Yang Jian was untroubled, indeed. As the spectre had stated, he could always join them, yet he would never forget the kindness bestowed upon him by the Spirit Hall. Yang Jian spoke with a grave expression. I have discovered something of utmost importance that needs to be conveyed to the teacher. Are you able to contact her directly? That may take some time. What is it that you can share with me? Yang Jian nodded. I have discovered a transformed soul beast that has existed for 100,000 years. Gui Mei, taken aback, inquired, is the information confirmed? Yang Jian nodded solemnly. On the ghostly pale face, there was an irrepressible excitement. 100,000-year soul beast that had taken human form possessed only the strength of a soul master. Yet its 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone would undoubtedly be invaluable. Where is it now? Ghostly asked eagerly. Let me capture it first. Yang Jian furrowed his brow and remarked, this matter is not so straightforward. That enigmatic powerful figure may also be aware of it. To be prudent, it would be wise to inform our teacher first. After discussing a few more topics, Yang Jian retreated to his chambers. Once inside, he did not hasten to commence his cultivation. Instead, he stood by the window, a myriad of complex emotions flickering in his eyes, lost in contemplation. The night had deepened, and Yang Jian remained at the window for several hours until a knock resonated through the silence. Brother Yang Jian, are you asleep? My father wishes to see you. Interrupted Ning Rongrong's voice, drawing Yang Jian from his reverie as he moved to open the door. Standing outside were 3 individuals, besides Ning Rongrong. There was a refined middle-aged man and a burly elderly man with white hair. The imposing elder scrutinized Yang Jian with a disapproving expression, prompting Yang Jian to frown slightly. This elder exuded a formidable presence, rivaling that of a specter. Fortunately, it was the cultured middle-aged man who spoke first, his tone gentle and disarming. Greetings. I am Ning Fingji, Rongrong's father. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, he said, extending his right hand with graciousness. Yang Jian was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the intention behind Ning Fingji's outstretched hand, yet he still replied, hello. Ning Fingji, unfazed by Yang Jian's rudeness, discreetly withdrew his right hand and remarked with a smile, will you not invite us in for a seat? Yang Jian turned to the side, gesturing for the 3 to enter the room. Once they had stepped inside, he closed the door behind them. Yang Jian inquired actively, curious about the purpose of Master Ning's visit. Ning Fingji chuckled lightly, stating that he had heard someone had abducted his beloved Rongrong, prompting his visit to ascertain the truth. Rongrong's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she playfully pinched Ning Fingji's arm, insisting that it was her own desire to accompany brother Yang Jian. Gu Rong, who had always harbored a disdain for Yang Jian, now felt even more irked, thinking to himself, what kind of enchantment has this lad cast upon my dear Rongrong? Yang Jian furrowed his brow slightly, remaining silent. Gu Rong continued, do not presume that because you belong to the body sect, I shall not dare to discipline you. Ning Rongrong instantly erupted in indignation, exclaiming, what is this? Grandpa Bone, if you continue to bully brother Yang Jian, I shall never speak to you again in this lifetime. Gu Rong opened his mouth, yet no words emerged. He silently lamented, the true fool is none other than myself. Ning Fingji, with a sigh of resignation, remarked, Yang Jian, please do not take offense. Uncle Bone means no harm. He is merely overly protective of Rongrong, so I hope you can forgive him. Yang Jian nodded slightly. Subsequently, Ning Fingji reprimanded Ning Rongrong, questioning her manner of speaking to her grandfather. Ning Rongrong pouted, remaining silent. With a sigh of resignation, Ning Fingji instructed Gu Rong to take Ning Rongrong out for some leisure, as he needed to discuss serious matters with Yang Jian. After Gu Rong reluctantly led Ning Rongrong away, only Ning Fingji and Yang Jian remained in the room. Ning Fingji set aside his smile and inquired, hasn't your body sect been in seclusion for thousands of years? Now that your esteemed sect re-emerges on the continent, what are your plans? One must consider that the Spirit Hall holds considerable power. Does your sect intend to alter the current landscape of the continent? Connecting the dots with the words spoken by the master at that time, Yang Jian understood. They regarded themselves as part of the body sect. What ambitions might the seven treasure-glazed tile sect harbor in seeking contact with the body sect? Yang Jian pondered briefly before speaking, if I recall correctly. Our body sect seems to have no ties with your seven treasures glazed sect. May I inquire what brings Sect Master Ning to seek me? Ning Fingji resumed his smile, remarking, if it was absent in the past, why should it not exist in the future? Ning Fingji conversed with Yang Jian for an extended period, predominantly sharing his thoughts while Yang Jian listened attentively. Ning Fingji's intentions were unmistakable. He sought an alliance with the body sect to confront the spirit hall together. However, as Yang Jian was not a member of the body sect, he could only defer, ultimately failing to provide a definitive response. Disheartened, Ning Fingji departed. After his departure, Yang Jian commenced his cultivation. The following morning dawned. Yang Jian and Ning Rongrong were enjoying their breakfast. Ning Fingji and Gu Rong had already departed, leaving Ning Rongrong in a state of serene trust. As she savored her bread, she inquired, Brother Yang Jian, where shall we go next? Yang Jian remarked calmly, let us proceed to Heavendo Imperial City. Yesterday, he had conspired with the ghostly charm to journey to Heavendo City, where the spirit hall's influence was closely tied to the Pope's faction. Ning Rongrong joyfully exclaimed, that sounds wonderful. Heavendo City is quite close to my home. I shall take Brother Yang Jian to explore the city. After they finished their breakfast, the two hired a carriage and departed directly from Soto City. Inside the carriage, Ning Rongrong remained exuberant, while Yang Jian utilized every available moment for his cultivation. Notably, last night, Yang Jian's soul power had advanced by another level, reaching 35. He had resolved to first elevate his soul power before delving into the profound 8-9 mysteries. Ning Rongrong gazed out of the window at the passing scenery, soon feeling a sense of boredom. Aware of the situation, she refrained from disturbing Yang Jian and began to cultivate quietly herself. After several days of travel, they had left the territory of the Barak Kingdom and found themselves in a desolate wilderness. The driver, observing a figure standing in the road ahead, was compelled to halt the carriage. He scolded the figure, are you blind? Can't you see the carriage approaching? Do you think you can bear the consequences of disturbing a soul master? The figure on the road, robust and appearing to be in his 30s or 40s, with a crew cut and a notably resolute expression, frowned but did not respond to the driver. Yang Jian, come forth, he called out. Yang Jian immediately sensed that something was amiss and decisively summoned the divine gaze. The robust man before him exuded an overwhelming vitality and a surging spiritual power, making him the strongest individual Yang Jian had encountered in this realm. Yang Jian understood that there was no room for choice. He retracted his divine gaze and instructed Ning Rongrong to remain in the carriage and refrain from any rash actions, before quietly dismounting the cart himself. Yang Jian inquired, what brings you to me? The man scrutinized Yang Jian for a moment, nodding in satisfaction. I have come to escort you back to your sect. It was evident that he was from the body sect. Yang Jian felt a sense of resignation, relieved that the man appeared to harbor no ill intentions. It seemed he had no choice but to accompany him. Before Yang Jian could respond, Gui Mei suddenly materialized beside him. After bowing respectfully to the man, he cautiously spoke. Dragon Sect Master, Yang Jian is a disciple of our pontiff. Might you consider letting this matter slide? The man chuckled dismissively. Are you implying that your spirit hall intends to disregard the regulations? I doubt Bibi Dong would dare utter such words, despite his dissatisfaction with the individual before him. Gui Mei dared not show any disrespect, for he possessed formidable strength. Long Bushi, the current leader of the body sect, a title Douluo of level 98. Gui Mei quickly clarified. Dragon Sect Master, that is not my intent. After all, Yang Jian is a disciple of the pontiff. If you take him away like this, it will be difficult for me to explain. Long Bushi remained unfazed. I intend to take him. Do you dare obstruct me? Gui Mei offered a bitter smile and silently positioned himself in front of Yang Jian. He may not dare, but I do. A chilling voice echoed from above. As the words fell, a figure descended, revealing Bibi Dong accompanied by several others, landing swiftly beside Yang Jian. Long Bushi furrowed his brow. Bibi Dong, are you truly willing to breach the rules? Bibi Dong replied, that is not my intention. Everything is negotiable. Long Bushi smirked dismissively. That depends on whether you possess the qualifications to negotiate with me. Suddenly, Long Bushi's physique began to swell, quickly amplifying in stature, surrounded by 9 soul rings, yellow, purple, black, and red. Encircling him, Yang Jian inquired, are you confident in detaining him? Bibi Dong shook her head. Even if we join forces, it is uncertain whether we can restrain him. Long Bushi is overwhelmingly powerful. The disparity in soul power between each rank beyond the titled Douluo level is immense. Moreover, the body sect undoubtedly possesses more than just one titled Douluo. Yang Jian remarked, why must we hold a grudge against one another for my sake? He merely invited me to join the body sect. I shall accompany him. Bibi Dong furrowed her brow and questioned, do you intend to betray the spirit hall? Yang Jian shook his head gently. No, even if I join the body sect, I shall forever remain your disciple. Bibi Dong fell silent for a moment, her gaze lingering upon the defeated Tianyi before releasing a soft sigh. Enough. I will hand Yang Jian over to you, but under certain conditions. Long Bushi let out a hearty laugh, delivering one final kick that sent Tianyi sprawling before withdrawing his martial soul and landing gracefully. Oh, do enlighten me. Bibi Dong soared into the sky. Follow me. The rest of you stay. Soon, the two vanished beyond the horizon, leaving the others behind. Tian emerged from the forest. His pride wounded more than his body, though he had not been sent far by Long Busi's strike. The humiliation of being so thoroughly outmatched, despite being a 98th ranked titled Douluo with identical soul rings, was unbearable. His expression darkened, and none dared to speak. Ghost and Chrysanthemum wordlessly positioned themselves protectively before Yang Jian, while the other titled Douluo, all aligned with the Grand Worship faction, remained silent. This mission had been initiated by Bibi Dong herself, who had personally requested reinforcements from Qian Douluo to preserve the dignity of the Spirit Hall. Qian Douluo had not opposed her. Before long, Bibi Dong returned alone. Elder Tian, Elder Qianjun, Elder Xiang Long, she announced calmly, your assistance is no longer required. The matter has been settled. You may return. Tian snorted in displeasure. Settled? By handing Yang Jian over to the body sect? You refused even the Grand Worship's request for him, yet now you surrender him so easily? Bibi Dong's voice remained composed. Yang Jian is my disciple. His fate is mine to decide. Elder Tian, you would do well to tend to your injuries. With an angry flick of his sleeve, Tian stormed off, followed by Qianjun and Xiang Long. Once they had departed, Bibi Dong exhaled softly. Yang Jian, you need not fear the body sect any longer. It is done. Yang Jian felt an inexplicable sensation, realizing that there would come a day when he too would be under the guardianship of another. Yang Jian nodded slightly, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, teacher. This likely marked the first occasion that Yang Jian directly addressed Bibi Dong as his teacher. Bibi Dong smiled gently. Oh, you foolish child. Yang Jian informed Bibi Dong about Shao being a 100,000-year soul beast, which is currently at Shrek Academy. However, a powerful entity has been lurking nearby. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong's expression became somewhat intricate. The question of who should possess the 100,000-year soul beast lingered in her mind, especially since her second martial soul still had several vacancies. Nevertheless, it was Yang Jian who made this discovery, and given his extraordinary talent, he would inevitably require the 100,000-year soul beast in due time. Yang Jian appeared to perceive Bibi Dong's inner turmoil and added, you should inform the teacher that I initially intended for her to absorb it. I do not require it at this moment, so please do not hold onto it for long, as delays may lead to unforeseen changes. Bibi Dong gently stroked Yang Jian's head. He had grown nearly as tall as she was, maturing rapidly. The ghost elder will remain to protect you. You may wander freely across the continent, and when the time is right, I shall naturally bring you back. Yang Jian nodded and remarked, understood. However, it would be wise to have the elder ghost accompany you. I sense a formidable presence from that mysterious individual. In the southern gate of the city of Tiando, Ning Rongrong joyfully leaped down from the carriage. At last, we have arrived. This journey has been utterly tedious. Yang Jian also stepped out of the carriage. The nearly month-long journey had indeed been quite monotonous. This place was far more bustling than Soto City, with wide avenues accommodating 8 horse-drawn carriages side by side, flanked by various buildings that rose to 7 or 8 stories, all resplendent, teeming with a continuous flow of people. Ning Rongrong, well acquainted with the surroundings, led Yang Jian to an exceptionally opulent restaurant. They first indulged in a lavish meal before seeking accommodation at a nearby hotel. Given the events that had transpired along the way, Ning Rongrong had already discerned that Yang Jian belonged to the Spirit Hall, yet she refrained from inquiring about it. Seemingly indifferent to the revelation, Yang Jian recalled the instructions given to him by Bibi Dong, feeling at a loss for words. He shook his head, determined to put those thoughts aside and commence his cultivation. The following dawn arrived. A knock echoed once more at the door of Yang Jian. Brother Yang Jian, please open the door swiftly. Yang Jian opened the door with a sense of resignation. What is it? He inquired. Ning Rongrong exclaimed with excitement. There is an auction today. Let us go and take a look. Yang Jian nodded helplessly. Ning Rongrong grasped Yang Jian's hand and dashed outside. The two arrived in front of an enormous circular structure, where Ning Rongrong boldly led Yang Jian inside. The doorman at the entrance appeared to recognize Ning Rongrong and promptly bowed in greeting. Greetings, Miss Ning. Ning Rongrong proudly lifted her chin towards Yang Jian. One of the attendants stepped forward, ushering the pair into the auction hall. As the wealthiest sect in the continent, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School treated Ning Rongrong, who was dearly cherished by many, with utmost respect, and a mere staff member dared not show any negligence. The attendant escorted them to a small private box on the 2nd floor, which was not particularly spacious. It resembled more of a compartment than a true box, containing only a sofa and a coffee table. With a hint of apology, the attendant explained that this auction was a large event held once a month, and all other boxes had been reserved, leaving only this one available. I hope you can understand, Miss Ning. Ning Rongrong frowned slightly but said nothing, allowing the attendant to leave as she took a seat on the sofa beside Yang Jian. Before them loomed a vast floor-to-ceiling window, directly facing the auction stage. As the auction had yet to commence, Ning Rongrong began to elucidate the venue to Yang Jian. This was the largest auction house in Tiando City, hosting auctions almost daily, which varied in scale from small auctions held once a day, to medium auctions once a week, and large auctions once a month. Notably, the large auctions always featured the sale of soul bones. Brother Yang Jian, I shall bid on one for you later. Yang Jian was rendered speechless. Soon, A woman in her 20s emerged from behind the auction stage, clad in a short purple dress that accentuated her flawless figure and exuded the allure of a mature woman. Greetings, esteemed guests. Welcome to the Tiando auction house. I am your auctioneer, Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu gracefully bowed to the audience, and the already modest neckline of her attire revealed a glimpse of her ample bosom, nearly visible from Yang Jian's vantage point. Ning Rongrong let out a dissatisfied huff, voicing her disapproval with a firm command to avert his gaze. Yang Jian smiled helplessly. I haven't seen it. The gentle voice of Xiaoyu on stage was like a refreshing breeze. The auction begins now. Behind Xiaoyu were two young maidens gracefully presenting a golden tray. Xiaoyu accepted the tray and placed it on the podium before her, unveiling the red curtain atop it, revealing a soul bone. She paused for a few seconds, allowing the guests to take in the sight before she spoke. As esteemed guests can see, this is a soul bone, specifically the left arm bone, known as the left arm bone of Gale's might, extracted from a millennia-old Gale tiger. According to our appraiser, the soul skill associated with the left arm bone of Gale's might is likely the Gale tiger's innate soul skill, Gale Tempest, which is undoubtedly a rare treasure for Wind-type soul masters. The starting bid is 1 million gold soul coins, with each increment set at a minimum of 50,000 gold soul coins. Let the bidding commence. Ning Rongrong immediately pressed the bidding button beside her. Box number 20 placed a bid of 1,050,000 gold soul coins, 120,000 gold soul coins, 125,000 gold soul coins. Just as Ning Rongrong was about to place another bid, she was stopped by Yang Jian, who furrowed his brow and said, "This soul bone is not suitable for me, and it originates from a soul beast that is barely over 10,000 years old, making its practicality rather limited." Ning Rongrong obediently nodded, refraining from further bidding. The desire among the soul masters for soul bones was indeed strong, and soon the soul bone was driven up to over 2 million, ultimately being sold to a mysterious buyer in the hall for 260,000. The quality of the subsequent auction items noticeably declined, and the bidding was less intense, with most transactions settling in the range of several hundred thousand. Yang Jian, feeling rather bored, noticed that Ning Rongrong had made a few attempts, successfully acquiring several soul guiding devices. The auction proceeded to the next item, which was 2 fruits the size of red apples. Yang Jian's gaze sharpened slightly as he subtly summoned his divine sight to observe the 2 fruits. At that moment, Xiaoyu elucidated that these were extraordinary fruits brought back by a certain soul master from the soul beast forest. Originally, there were 3, and after our examination, it has been determined that consuming them can enhance the soul power level of soul masters below level 50 by 2 to 3 ranks, with no discernible side effects at present. The 2 fruits are to be auctioned as a pair, commencing at a starting price of 200,000 gold soul coins, with each subsequent bid not to fall below 20,000 gold soul coins. The auction is now officially open. Yang Jian quietly retrieved his 3 soul guiding storage devices, each originating from Yangpa, Bibi Dong, and Flinder. Yang Jian had yet to examine the contents of the storage soul guide provided by Flander. At that moment, he was the first to open it, and to his astonishment, 5,000 gold soul coins had vanished. When Flander presented the soul guide, Yang Jian had presumed it contained several soul bones. It was quite audacious for a soul sage to offer such a sum as an apology. In contrast, the storage soul guide given by Bibi Dong contained a card worth 100,000 gold soul coins, and then it too disappeared. Yang Jian had never placed much value on money since his arrival in this world. He had yet to spend a single coin, nor had he shown any inclination to earn money. His expenditures along this journey had all been covered by Ning Rongrong. The sum of money in Yang Jian's possession was insufficient even to meet the starting bid. However, acquiring this fruit was of utmost importance to him. Silently, he turned his gaze towards the affluent young lady, Ning Rongrong. With a knowing smile, she reassured him, "Do not worry, brother Yang Jian, with me here, all will be well." Ning Rongrong promptly pressed the button corresponding to 100,000. 300,000 gold soul coins. The bid from box no. 20 stands at 300,000 gold soul coins. Is there anyone else willing to raise their bid? 350,000 gold soul coins. Came the call from box number 2. 350,000 gold soul coins, going once. 500,000 gold soul coins. Ning Rongrong shouted without hesitation, fearing that time was of the essence as the auctioneer, Xiaozi, was preparing to call it for the 3rd time. On stage, Xiaozi smiled helplessly and apologized. "My sincerest apologies, esteemed guest. It was an inadvertent mistake on my part." At that moment, a voice emerged from box number 2. "Let them bid as they wish. I shall offer 520,000 gold soul coins." Ning Rongrong could not tolerate such indignity and boldly declared, 1 million gold soul coins. 220, auction. Box number 2 chimed in again, 1,200,000 gold soul coins. At this juncture, Ning Rongrong turned to Yang Jian, her eyes pleading, "Brother Yang Jian, what should we do? It seems this individual is attempting to deceive me." Yang Jian furrowed his brow and inquired about the amount of money remaining, expressing the significance it held for him. "No matter what, we must secure the bid first." "I shall repay you," he insisted. Ning Rongrong nodded and smiled, clarifying, "It's not merely about the money. I just wanted to inform you so you wouldn't think me foolish." 1,200,000 gold soul coins, continue. "Do not falter. Whoever hesitates is a coward," she provocatively addressed box 2. "How bold. Do you know who I am? Do you believe I can ensure you never leave Heaven Do City? Came a voice from Box 2. Ning Rongrong scoffed dismissively. Oh, you terrify me. I beg you to prevent me from exiting Heaven Do City. The second box fell silent. And the two fruits were secured by Ning Rongrong for the price of 1,200,000 gold soul coins. The auction continued for nearly an hour and finally reached the grand finale item of the day. This item was a right arm bone from a 6,000-year-old great strength King Kong ape, officially named the right arm bone of the mighty King Kong. There is no need for me to elaborate on the significance of the great strength King Kong ape. This right arm bone was exceptionally intact and promised to bestow formidable soul skills upon its wielder. Such high-quality soul bones are indeed rare. The starting bid for the right arm bone of the mighty King Kong was set at 10 million gold soul coins, with each subsequent bid not to fall below 500,000 gold soul coins. The atmosphere in the hall grew tense, though it was clear that the number of participants in the auction would be limited. 15 million gold soul coins, 20 million gold soul coins. After reaching 20 million, only 3 bidders remained, Box 1, Box 2, and a mysterious figure in the hall. A voice emerged from Box 2. I hope everyone will grant me, Shueshing. Some courtesy, 22 million gold soul coins. The mysterious figure clad in a black robe sneered, Shueshing? What is that? 23 million gold soul coins. Box 1 remained indifferent to the exchange, casually bidding 25 million gold soul coins. Although Shueshing was furious, he knew that he could not act recklessly in the Heaven Do auction house. Respectfully, Shueshing turned to an elderly gentleman in a green robe seated on a sofa, saying, Lord Douluo, I truly lack the funds. May I procure another soul bone for you? Rest assured, I will not fail to deliver a soul bone over 5,000 years old. The elderly man furrowed his brow. Can another soul bone compare to this one? If this endeavor fails, our agreement will be nullified. Shueshing, with great reluctance, began to raise his bid, hoping that the auction house might grant him some leeway. He boldly declared 30 million gold soul coins, prompting silence from Yang Jian. Silently accepted the 2 fruits, stowing them away and placing the ring into his pocket. Ning Rongrong, expressing her dissatisfaction, urged, hurry and put it on. This ring will enhance your soul power recovery rate. As she spoke, she deftly retrieved the ring from Yang Jian's pocket and slipped it onto his left ring finger. Yang Jian, maintaining a stoic expression, allowed Ning Rongrong to manipulate him. The two exited the auction house and walked along the path back to the hotel. Yang Jian furrowed his brow, grasping Ning Rongrong's hand. Something was amiss. This street had been bustling with people earlier, yet now it lay desolate. The shops on either side shuttered. It was merely dusk. Ning Rongrong paused for a moment before taking the initiative to hold Yang Jian's hand, prompting him to quickly release her grip. This is not right. We should take a detour back, he stated. Ning Rongrong realized she had overthought the situation, her cheeks flushing as she nodded in agreement. Just as they turned to leave, an elderly man clad in green appeared behind them, blocking their path. With green hair and emerald eyes, he exuded an aura of peculiarity. Yang Jian silently shielded Ning Rongrong behind him, refraining from any rash actions. The elder in the green robe chuckled ominously. The little princess of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, no wonder you possess such wealth. Yet, has your family not taught you that fortune should not be flaunted? Yang Jian gestured for Ning Rongrong to remain silent and calmly stated, the soul bone is not in our possession, it remains at the auction house. And our funds are insufficient. The old man in the green robe furrowed his brow, realizing that having revealed himself, it was impossible for him to leave any witnesses, regardless of the presence of the soul bone. Otherwise, the 7 treasure glazed tile school would come seeking trouble, and he would certainly face dire consequences. Douluo summoned his martial spirit, and the hues of yellow, purple, and black manifested, with 9 soul rings emerging. Douluo prepared to strike directly, knowing the delay could lead to unforeseen complications. No matter the outcome, his priority was to deal with these 2 young individuals before gradually searching for the soul bone. Yang Jian, sensing the precariousness of the situation, hastily remarked, esteemed elder, why must you contend with us, mere juniors? We are willing to relinquish all our possessions and swear upon our martial souls that this matter shall remain a secret. Douluo ceased his actions, for the allure of the soul bone was too potent. Otherwise, he would never dare provoke the members of the 7 treasures glazed tile school. Yang Jian continued, stating that if any misfortune were to befall us, the 7 treasures glazed sect would not rest until they sought retribution. It would be quite effortless for them to trace the matter back to the Snowstar. Do you truly believe that Prince Snowstar could withstand the immense pressure from the 7 treasures glazed sect without betraying you? Douluo furrowed his brow, recognizing the validity in this individual's words. He realized that his impulsiveness had clouded his judgment, as the allure of the soul bone had rendered him irrational. Surrender the soul bone, and I shall spare you. Of course, you must swear an oath. Yang Jian furrowed his brow and sighed. The soul bone is truly not with us. If you do not believe me, you may search for yourself. Douluo felt an ominous premonition. If they failed to acquire the soul bone and simultaneously offended the 7 treasure glazed tile school, it would be a grievous loss indeed. He rummaged through the entirety of their storage soul devices, only to find no trace of the soul bone. Douluo's expression darkened as he seized Yang Jian's arm. Yang Jian made no effort to resist, acutely aware that the disparity in their powers rendered any defiance futile and would only provoke Douluo further. Ning Rongrong exclaimed anxiously, what are you planning to do? If you dare to harm my brother Yang Jian, My father will certainly not let you off easily. Yang Jian gestured to Ning Rongrong to remain calm, assuring her that he was unharmed and that the senior would not act recklessly. Douluo chuckled ominously, stating, I cannot say for certain whether I will act indiscriminately. I grant you 5 days to retrieve the soul bone and deliver it to me in the Sunset Forest. Otherwise, this young man shall meet his demise. He added, only you may come. Should I discover anyone else accompanying you, I shall not make an appearance. Remember, in 5 days. At the southeastern edge of the Sunset Forest. With that, Douluo seized Yang Jian and soared towards the city outskirts, leaving Yang Jian unconscious from the encounter. Yang Jian opened his eyes and discovered himself within a miniature basin. Not far away, a pool of water was divided into 2 halves, one side a fiery red, exuding intense heat, while the other was a pure white, emanating extreme cold. It was, astonishingly, the eye of ice and fire. Yang Jian could sense that the spiritual energy in this place was remarkably vibrant. He had not anticipated that this world would possess a spiritual land, and one of such a unique nature at that. Yang Jian silently began to assess his physical condition. Everything appeared normal. After all, how could a titled Douluo be wary of a child right under his nose? Douluo ominously inquired, what is your relationship with that Ning Rongrong? It seems she cares for you quite a bit. Yang Jian replied calmly, it matters not. She is not worth the sacrifice of a soul bone for my sake. Douluo furrowed his brow and remarked, are you not afraid of death? If she does not present the soul bone, I shall dismember your limbs one by one and deliver them to her. Yang Jian dismissed Douluo's threats and continued, a single soul bone. Do you think you have offended the spirit hall? Douluo was taken aback. When did I ever offend the spirit hall? It is essential to note that Douluo's final refuge lay in seeking the support of the spirit hall. If the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School were indeed to trace the matter back to him, he would have no choice but to rely on the spirit hall. For the 2 titled Douluos of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School far surpassed Douluo in strength. Yang Jian said indifferently, are you unaware that I am the disciple of Pope Bibi Dong? Douluo laughed heartily, you brat really know how to joke. Do you truly believe I wouldn't dare to kill you? Yang Jian also smiled and summoned the divine gaze, admitting, indeed, I cannot deceive you. I am, in fact, a disciple of the Body Origin sect. Douluo was taken aback and questioned, what is the Body Origin sect? It is not even among the 4 lower sects. Do you truly believe I would be afraid? Yang Jian furrowed his brow, astonished that even the fundamental sect was unknown to him. Douluo continued, do not attempt to deceive me with your tricks, young one. Instead, you should fervently wish that Ning Rongrong will offer a soul bone in exchange for your safety. Suddenly, a fierce roar from a soul beast echoed from afar, causing the ground to tremble. Douluo's expression changed drastically as he restrained Yang Jian, concealing their presence. The reason Douluo had ventured to Shueshing was that they could no longer remain here. For reasons unknown, a soul beast king had suddenly appeared. Douluo had observed it from a distance, and that soul beast king was undoubtedly the most formidable creature he had ever encountered. Merely casting a glance at Douluo plunged him into despair. He was certain that an ordinary 10,000-year soul beast could not possess such overwhelming strength. Yang Jian was somewhat perplexed. How could such a majestic roar be nothing more than a dog's bark? Upon hearing the barking, he couldn't help but recall the celestial dog, pondering its well-being. Soon, the furious bellow ceased, and Douluo steadied his mind. This place was increasingly intolerable. Had it not been for the remarkable flora surrounding him, he would have departed long ago. Although these plants appeared extraordinary, Douluo had no knowledge of them. Ever since he had inadvertently destroyed one while attempting to harvest it, he had refrained from recklessly touching them again. A massive black dog was sprinting from the heart of the Sunset Forest toward Yang Jian's location. The celestial dog sensed its master's presence and, recalling its owner, felt no hesitation. If it were to meet its master, it would undoubtedly run. Douluo noticed the commotion had ceased and let out a sigh of relief. Observing Yang Jian as he scrutinized various herbs, he couldn't help but frown. What are you looking at aimlessly? Do you believe you can recognize them? Yang Jian nodded slightly, recognizing some of it. Douluo instantly became exhilarated. Was this statement truly sincere? Yang Jian approached a plant, which bore a large flower of delicate pink hue, devoid of leaves, with a stem extending 3 feet in length. The blossom was immense, its petals shimmering with a crystalline transparency. The ethereal fragrance of this celestial bloom was enchanting. In a previous life, his younger sister frequently visited the flower fairy to gather these exquisite flowers due to their beauty. For mortals, this flower could undoubtedly be classified as a divine herb, capable of rendering one immune to a myriad of toxins. Surrounding the singular specimen, there were at least 7 or 8 others of equal caliber. It is worth noting that, given the spiritual essence of this realm, such exceptional celestial flora is exceedingly rare, yet this location astonishingly boasted an abundance of them. Seeing that Yang Jian paid him no heed, Douluo's expression darkened. He swiftly positioned himself before Yang Jian. Seizing his collar and lifting him with the intent of admi at this moment, Yang Jian took the initiative to speak. It is this flower, an exquisite celestial specimen with a fragrant allure. It is impervious to all poisons, and within its pollen's reach, toxins are rendered ineffective. Douluo raised an eyebrow but refrained from striking Yang Jian again. Instead, he released him and spoke with a grave tone. Inform me of the properties of all the herbs in this place, and I may spare you. Yang Jian adjusted his collar and remarked nonchalantly. I require a few of those, and you must also return the 2 fruits from my storage soul guide. Douluo seized Yang Jian by the throat, threateningly stating, "Do you not grasp the gravity of the situation? This is my territory, and your life is firmly within my grasp." Although Yang Jian struggled to breathe, his expression remained unchanged as he reluctantly spoke. "You must have been poisoned as well. I can cure your affliction and even facilitate your entry into the spirit hall. The 7 treasures glaze tile sect will no longer trouble you." Douluo released Yang Jian, questioning, "How can I trust you?" Suddenly, Douluo's countenance shifted dramatically, as he instantaneously summoned his martial spirit, realizing that the poison formation he had laid was disrupted. A colossal black dog, entirely as dark as ink and devoid of any blemish, leaped into the scene, measuring at least 3 or 4 meters in height and 5 or 6 meters in length. Yang Jian's gaze sharpened, and for the first time, a remarkable change swept across his countenance: astonishment, delight, and disbelief. Upon witnessing the black dog, Douluo felt an immediate rigidity seize its body, paralyzed by the sheer presence of the king of soul beasts. How could it possibly be here? The eyes of the black dog shimmered with an almost human-like joy, and both man and dog ceased their movements, refraining from drawing closer. Although both had undergone transformations, they could distinctly sense that this was indeed him. Yang Jian revealed a faint smile, valiantly suppressing the tears at the corners of his eyes, gently calling out, "Foolish pup." The celestial hound's eyes brimmed with tears as it cautiously approached Yang Jian, speaking with human words, "Master, I feared I would never see you again." Yang Jian extended his hand. The current heavenly dog had grown too tall, allowing him only to reach its legs. Promptly, the heavenly dog lay down, and Yang Jian affectionately rubbed its head. The heavenly dog contentedly rolled over, exposing its belly, while Yang Jian gently caressed its fur, marveling at how large the creature had become. Meanwhile, Douluo was stealthily inching his way towards the exit. Yang Jian frowned but chose to ignore him. Yet the heavenly dog was not so accommodating. With a loud bark directed at Douluo, the heavenly dog rendered him motionless, as if ensnared by a binding spell. Yang Jian patted the large head of the howling celestial dog, remarking, "Could it be that you are the so-called king of soul beasts?" The howling celestial dog, with its tongue lolling out, exuded an unmistakable air of pride as it replied, "Indeed, my master, allow me to tell you, I have become quite formidable. This entire forest is now my domain." Yang Jian could not help but inquire, "Has your cultivation not diminished?" The celestial hound shook his head, replying, "How could it be? The laws of this world do not permit the existence of celestials, thus I have been assimilated into a spirit beast, and my strength has indeed waned considerably. However, I have observed that the natives here are remarkably weak. This implies that the celestial hound is at least a spirit beast of 100,000 years. Yang Jian furrowed his brow. A 100,000-year spirit beast is revered as an exceedingly rare treasure within the realm of spirit masters, and it is imperative that no one else discovers the existence of the celestial hound. Yang Jian softly commanded the celestial hound, "Eliminate that old man." The celestial hound rose, its head swaying as it approached Douluo with measured steps. Douluo's pupils contracted. How could this king of soul beast heed the words of a mere child? He was undoubtedly no match for the soul beast king, and his only chance of survival lay in taking Yang Jian hostage. Transforming his martial spirit into a colossal green-scaled python, Douluo attempted to bypass the celestial hound and launch himself at Yang Jian. Astonished by the audacity to harm its master, the celestial hound barked in fury, fully engaged. With a powerful leap, it struck the head of the green-scaled python down to the ground, pressing its paw firmly upon the massive serpent's head, ready to deliver a fatal bite. In desperation, Douluo pleaded for mercy. "Oh, ancestral spirit, I was mistaken. I beseech you, spare my life. My flesh is not worth feasting upon, for it is poisoned." The celestial hound bared its teeth in disdain, retorting, "Do you even deserve to call it a life?" Yang Jian contemplated for a moment and commanded the celestial hound to cease its actions. "Celestial hound, your spiritual strength has diminished. Can you still exert control over this individual?" "Let me give it a try," he replied. "Old dog, do not resist, or I shall consume you." The celestial hound first issued a threat to Douluo, followed by a penetrating gaze directed at him. Yang Jian, employing his divine sight, perceived the depths of Douluo's consciousness, where the 3 souls and 7 spirits began to unravel. Among them, one spirit, belonging to the corpse dog, was absorbed into the hound's eyes. The celestial hound then released its grip on Douluo and flashed a grin at Yang Jian. "I have successfully seized his soul, with but a thought. I can shatter his very essence. The souls of beings in this world are exceptionally frail, which allows me to exert my control." Yang Jian nodded, acknowledging the old fellow's efforts. "Did you hear what the howling celestial dog said?" Douluo quickly nodded, though he remained skeptical. He had never encountered the concept of the 3 souls and 7 spirits before, and it seemed that his body had not undergone any noticeable changes. Yang Jian smiled faintly and said, "Heavenly hound, he doesn't believe it. Let him experience it." The heavenly hound let out an eerily human-like chuckle. Without any visible movement from the hound, Douluo suddenly felt an excruciating pain splitting his skull, as though something inside was about to explode. Overwhelmed by agony, Douluo rolled on the ground, clutching his head, nearly tumbling into the molten lava without even realizing it. Yang Jian signaled for the heavenly hound to stop. It took Douluo a long while to recover. The sensation was not just unbearable pain in his head, it was as if his body no longer belonged to him. For a fleeting moment, he even seemed to observe his own form from an outsider's perspective. Yet the experience was so brief that even he couldn't be certain it had truly happened. Yang Jian spoke softly, 30 years, if you guard my path for 30 years. I shall grant you your freedom and bestow upon you an extraordinary opportunity. Indeed, Douluo no longer dared to exhibit the slightest negligence. After experiencing such feelings, he would willingly serve Yang Jian as a devoted servant for a lifetime, not just for 30 years. The celestial dog pranced proudly to Yang Jian's side. Eager to take credit, Yang Jian chuckled as he groomed the celestial dog's fur. By the way, what is your name? What level are you? And what are your interpersonal connections? Tell me everything. Douluo, not daring to be remiss, replied respectfully, I am Douluo, a level 91 title Douluo. Known as the Poison title. I have not joined any faction and have been in seclusion here until recently when I began to engage with Prince Xuexing. Yang Jian nodded in satisfaction, reclaiming his soul guide and extracting 2 crimson fruits. He examined them closely for a moment, a smile of contentment gracing his lips. The dragon blood fruit, known to flourish only in the sacred grounds where dragon blood has fallen, was, based on their exquisite appearance, classified as premium quality. How could this world possibly harbor such formidable dragonkind? Dragon blood itself is a rare treasure for body refinement. And the primary benefit of the dragon blood fruit lies not only in its inherent ability to enhance one's physique, but also in its capacity to neutralize the effects of various medicinal herbs, thereby allowing them to unleash their full potential. In his previous life, Yang Jian had become a disciple under the esteemed Master Yuding, who imparted to him the profound 8-9 mysteries. This technique necessitated a vast array of resources to advance one's cultivation. Prior to his third transformation, Yang Jian had utilized a considerable quantity of celestial materials and earthly treasures, with the dragon blood fruit being an indispensable component. Fortuitously, he also discovered several immortal herbs in this vicinity, which could harmoniously complement the dragon blood fruit, paving the way for the initiation of Yang Jian's body refinement plan. Yang Jian carefully stowed away the dragon blood fruit and began to gather herbs for his own use. Here, he could find nearly all kinds of supplementary materials. Subsequently, he sought out several primary medicinal herbs, and astonishingly, there were a total of 12 varieties that could be classified among the celestial herbs. However, only 3 of these were beneficial for body refinement: the wondrous Erlang Tongtian chrysanthemum, the 8-pointed ice grass, and the fiery apricot blossom. The Erlang Tongtian chrysanthemum is renowned for nourishing vital energy internally and fortifying the physical form externally, while the 8-pointed ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom must be administered concurrently. Consuming either one in isolation proves to be highly toxic. Only by taking both together can their medicinal properties be harmonized, thus enabling the practitioner to forge a golden body amidst the extremes of ice and fire. Yang Jian meticulously harvested the celestial herbs using both iron and jade implements. 25. Body forging. After Yang Jian gathered all the necessary materials, he borrowed a medicinal cauldron from Douluo. This cauldron, crafted from bronze, measured 1 meter in both width and height, standing on 3 legs with 2 handles. Adorned with intricate depictions of galloping beasts, Yang Jian nodded in satisfaction. The cauldron had already nurtured medicinal essences, making the alchemical process significantly more efficient. It seemed that Douluo possessed some noteworthy skills after all. Yang Jian first placed various supplementary ingredients into the vessel, followed by the miraculous chrysanthemum of heaven's passage and a single dragon blood fruit. Once all components were within the cauldron, Yang Jian began dissolving the medicinal herbs with his spiritual energy. Enveloped by his profound cultivation, the diverse herbs gradually liquefied and slowly merged together. As the process continued, the volume of the liquid steadily diminished until it finally condensed into a golden elixir the size of a longan fruit. Yang Jian grasped the elixir with satisfaction, a smile gracing his lips. He turned to the person and the dog who had been gazing at him intently and instructed, I shall commence my body tempering now. You both will serve as my guardians. I cannot ascertain how long this will take. If I fail to emerge in due time, ensure that matters concerning Ning Rongrong are handled well. In any case, do not let her worry. Yang Jian did not wait for the 2 to respond. He directly consumed the elixir and then swallowed the 8-pointed mysterious ice grass, the fiery apricot blossom, and the remaining dragon's blood fruit whole. Yang Jian swiftly sensed 3 distinctly different forces wreaking havoc within him, and he leapt directly into the heart of the ice spring and fire spring. As Yang Jian plunged into the spring, his garments were instantly obliterated, and he found himself descending to the depths of the water. Yang Jian could perceive the extreme heat and cold from the external environment, as well as 3 distinct forces within his body. While the 2 opposing forces of ice and fire were manageable, balanced by the essence of spring water, the remaining force surged within him like a streak of golden light, causing waves of a tearing sensation throughout his being. The golden elixir, enriched not only with the miraculous heavenly mushroom and dragon blood fruit, but also infused with over 100 auxiliary herbs that could be deemed as spiritual remedies, contained a potency that far surpassed the combined strength of the other 2 forces. Yang Jian swiftly activated the 8-9 mysterious arts, forcefully channeling 3 streams of power simultaneously. These energies began to circulate throughout the various acupoints within his body. With each acupoint traversed, a trace of energy was assimilated and absorbed, gradually enhancing Yang Jian's physique. Time seemed to lose its significance in this process of cultivation. and nourished by the abundant spiritual energy, Yang Jian found he had no need for sustenance. He lost track of how long had passed, but eventually sensed that the dual forces of ice and fire within him had been entirely absorbed, leaving behind a substantial reservoir of golden energy. The 8-9 mysterious arts appeared dissatisfied with the diminished strength and commenced to draw upon the spiritual energy from the ice and fire dual springs. On the shore, a small wooden cabin had appeared not far from the ice and fire dual springs. Since Yang Jian's descent, the howling celestial dog remained vigilantly stationed at the water's edge. Though aware that his master was likely unharmed, he yearned to be the first to greet him upon his return. Douluo silently approached. Already convinced that Yang Jian had perished, he understood the formidable power of the ice and fire dual springs better than anyone. Even he, a titled Douluo, would not dare to linger in their vicinity, and considering Yang Jian had been submerged for over 2 months, it seemed implausible that he could still be alive. However, Douluo dared not voice his thoughts. The last time he inadvertently mentioned such a notion, the howling celestial dog nearly struck him down. At present, Ningrongrong, that little enchantress, had taken up residence here, accompanied by a bone Douluo and a ghost Douluo, leaving Douluo in a position of diminished authority. When the bone and ghost Douluo arrived, they had chastised Douluo, reducing him to the role of a mere servant in this gathering. Ningrongrong sat outside the wooden cabin, gazing blankly at the ice and fire dual springs. Gurong stood behind her, sighing softly, pondering how that troublesome boy had bewitched Rongrong so completely. Rongrong, stop staring. Come inside and rest for a while, Gurong gently urged. Ningrongrong remained transfixed by the spring waters, not responding. How could her elder brother Yang Jian possibly be dead? He was so powerful. Yet, the springs were so treacherous that even approaching them could result in severe burns or frostbite. Could Yang Jian truly endure such peril? Not far off. Gui Mei observed the situation, and with the might of the spirit hall, locating Yang Jian had been a relatively straightforward task. Gui Mei had been waiting for him here for half a month. Initially, upon his arrival, he had suspected that Yang Jian had fallen victim to Douluo's treachery, and he had been prepared to confront Douluo without hearing his explanations. Had it not been for the intervention of that black dog, Gui Mei might have dealt a fatal blow to Douluo. Speaking of that black dog, Gui Mei felt a chill of fear. It was extraordinarily powerful, so much so that he could not perceive the vast gulf between them. Had he not claimed to know Yang Jian, it would have certainly harbored malicious intentions towards him. Gui Mei had encountered soul beasts aged over 100,000 years, yet compared to that black dog, they seemed to belong to an entirely different realm. The black dog had even asserted that Yang Jian was its master. How could such a formidable soul beast be associated with Yang Jian? Gui Mei harbored no thoughts of hunting the black dog for its soul ring, nor had he informed Bibi Dong of its existence. Knowing her character, she would never allow a 100,000-year soul beast to escape her grasp. Deep down, Gui Mei sensed that the black dog might be even stronger than he had imagined, and its bond with Yang Jian was undoubtedly profound. As the competition drew nearer, Gui Mei's purpose for coming here was to find Yang Jian, yet he remained elusive, even his life and death uncertain. How could Gui Mei not feel anxious? Yang Jian has indeed been nurtured under the watchful gaze of the spectre, setting aside his innate talents and his status as a disciple of the Pope. The spectre has developed genuine feelings for him. At this moment, a vortex suddenly manifested at the heart of the Eye of Ice and Fire, causing spring water to scatter in all directions. Douluo hurriedly shielded the various herbs. To his astonishment, Douluo discovered that this spring water was nothing more than ordinary water, devoid of the previous powers of flame and ice. The vortex at the center of the Eye of Ice and Fire continued to expand until Yang Jian emerged from the depths, his naked form devoid of any excess flesh. His muscles not exaggerated but rather embodying a streamlined elegance, with a faint shimmer of red, blue, and gold illuminating his skin. At the water's edge, the celestial dog eagerly nudged Yang Jian with its head. Yang Jian responded by playfully patting the dog's head several times, prompting the celestial dog to proudly stick out its tongue. Yang Jian was in high spirits, having remarkably mastered the first transformation of his 8-9 mysteries. This was the first time he felt so at ease during his cultivation in this realm, free from any anxiety regarding spiritual energy. Ah, brother Yang Jian! Ningrongrong exclaimed joyfully as she sprinted towards him, suddenly recalling that he was not clothed, and quickly covered her mouth. Gurong, in a fit of anger, scolded. You rascal, why aren't you dressed? What kind of mischief are you trying with my Rongrong? Yang Jian offered an awkward smile, allowing the imposing figure of the howling celestial hound to shield him as he accepted the soul guide device presented by the spectre. He then retrieved a set of his own garments and donned them. The spectre, upon Yang Jian's arrival, immediately approached him, silently gazing with a cheerful grin. However, with that ghastly visage, the expression was truly disconcerting as it fixated on him. Yang Jian donned his attire and stepped outside. At that moment, Ningrongrong rushed into his embrace. Reluctantly, Yang Jian caught her, attempting to set her down, but Ningrongrong clung to him tightly. Brother Yang Jian, please don't leave me all alone in the future, all right? Ningrongrong's voice trembled with a hint of tears as she clung to him in a pitiful manner. Yang Jian felt a surge of tenderness within him as he gently patted Ningrongrong's back. This time was indeed different. Ningrongrong had already been comforted by Yang Jian and had drifted off to sleep. Douluo and Gurong were unlikely to disrupt the tranquility. Now, Only the enigmatic spirit and Yang Jian remained, accompanied by a solitary dog. Yang Jian felt a shiver run down his spine as he was fixated by the eerie smile of the specter. With a sense of helplessness, he inquired, "Has she successfully hunted the shape-shifting soul beast?" The specter merely shook her head, refraining from an answer, and instead remarked, "The primary reason for my visit is that the day of the continent-wide Youth Advanced Soul Master competition is drawing near." Yang Jian inquired, "Is my participation in this event truly necessary? Surely, even in my absence, the Spirit Hall would still secure first place." Gu Mei shook her head. "This time is different. His Holiness the Pope has permitted sects to partake in this competition, including the hidden sections. In fact, the very name of the tournament has been altered to the Continental Youth Advanced Soul Master Tournament." Gu Mei continued, "The age restriction for this competition has been raised to 20, and I have heard that there will even be Soul Emperors participating. Why has the teacher involved the hidden sects? The intentions of the Pope remain a mystery to all, yet it seems that without your presence, the chances of the Spirit Hall claiming first are slim. Currently, the three strongest individuals of the younger generation in the Spirit Hall barely hold the rank of Soul King. This tournament is of particular importance to the Pope, seemingly linked to certain agreements with the hidden sections." Yang Jian nodded. "Understood. How long until the tournament commences?" Gu Mei replied, "There is still a month and a half remaining. I shall stay here with you, and as the tournament approaches, we can return to Spirit City together." Yang Jian nodded slightly, sensing that the situation regarding Bibi Dong appeared rather grim, yet he refrained from inquiring further. Yang Jian gently caressed the enormous head of the howling celestial dog. "Are you not the sovereign spirit beast of this forest? Please procure for me a formidable spirit beast aged between 50 to 70,000 years. I require a spirit ring." "Of course, master. Please wait a moment. I shall return swiftly." With that, the howling celestial dog darted out of the valley in a flash. Seizing this opportunity, Yang Jian began to gather various herbs. The spiritual energy of the ice and fire two-eyed I had been entirely absorbed by him. This place was no longer suitable for the growth of celestial herbs. Once the residual spiritual energy of the ice and fire two-eyed I was depleted, these celestial herbs would begin to wither. Yang Jian meticulously harvested each celestial herb, carefully placing them into exquisite jade vessels before storing them in a soul guide device. However, even this method could not preserve them for an extended period, as Yang Jian had already contemplated the majority of their intended uses. While Yang Jian gathered the celestial herbs, Douluo silently observed from the side, his heart bleeding with unspoken anguish. Only he understood the immense effort he had poured into cultivating this small patch of land. Yet, despite his distress, Douluo remained silent, fully aware of the necessity of accepting his circumstances as a guest in another's domain. After Yang Jian carefully gathered all the herbs, he took out a celestial herb and presented it to Douluo. Having promised to assist Douluo in curing his poison, he felt compelled to fulfill that promise. "This particular celestial herb is ideally suited for you. Simply ingest it, and it will not only alleviate your poison but may also aid you in breaking through your current limitations." Douluo was momentarily taken aback, as he had not anticipated that Yang Jian would offer such a gift. He accepted it quietly, yet hesitantly inquired, "Is it possible for me to refrain from consuming it?" Yang Jian furrowed his brow, pondering the reason behind it. Douluo offered a sheepish smile and remarked, "I wish to leave this for my granddaughter. This poison has been inherited through the martial spirit, and at my age, I do not wish to waste such a precious item." It was the first time Yang Jian had learned of Douluo having a granddaughter. However, he did not inquire further and simply stated, "As you wish." Before departing in search of Ning Rongrong, before Yang Jian could step into the wooden cabin, Gu Yang regarded him with a vigilant expression, questioning, "What are you up to?" "Rongrong is resting." Yang Jian sighed helplessly. "I need to discuss something with Rongrong. Could you kindly summon her for me?" Hearing the commotion inside, Ning Rongrong hurried out, completely ignoring Gu Rong as she rushed toward Yang Jian. "Brother Yang Jian, what's the matter?" Under Gu Rong's murderous glare, Yang Jian grew increasingly uneasy and coughed twice, signaling Rongrong to behave. Blushing as she remembered Gu Rong's presence, Ning Rongrong feigned composure. "Grandpa Gu, now that brother Yang Jian has awakened, you should return to the sect first. With him here, I'll be perfectly safe." Gu Rong huffed. "It's precisely because of this boy that I'm uneasy. Besides, it's time for you to return with me. The sect is participating in the grand competition, and as the sect leader's only daughter, your absence is unacceptable." Ning Rongrong immediately pouted and pleaded, "Grandpa Gu, I don't want to go back. Please let me stay, I beg you." Glaring fiercely at Yang Jian, Gu Rong softened his tone toward Rongrong. "Rongrong, this time, I have no say in the matter. The competition is far too important. You can't indulge your whims any longer." Yang Jian also spoke. "Rongrong, you should return first. We shall meet again in Wuhuan City once the competition commences." Ning Rongrong gazed at Yang Jian with tearful eyes, to which Yang Jian gently reassured her, "Be obedient." Yang Jian presented a rare celestial herb to Ning Rongrong. "This is the Qilua tulip, the most suitable celestial herb for you. Consuming it will greatly benefit you." Ning Rongrong, filled with excitement, accepted the herb, unaware of its true nature, yet cherishing the fact that this was the first gift bestowed upon her by Yang Jian. "Senior, may I consume this celestial herb before returning with you?" "It won't take long. The effects are most potent right after it has been harvested." Gu Rong nodded, recognizing the extraordinary qualities of the herb and refraining from objection. After all, there was still ample time before the competition. Were it not for his displeasure towards Yang Jian, he could have easily stayed a few more days. Yang Jian gently patted Ning Rongrong's head and advised her to take the medicine inside, reminding her to circulate her soul power after consumption to enhance its efficacy. Ning Rongrong nodded with delight and skipped joyfully into the quaint wooden cabin. Meanwhile, Gu Rong positioned himself at the entrance of the cabin, resembling a guardian deity. Yang Jian found Douluo, who was meditating on a large stone. Hand over the celestial herbs in the alchemical cauldron, he demanded. Douluo, taken aback, thought to himself. Didn't I just receive these? However, recalling that his life was still in another's grasp, he reluctantly produced the alchemical cauldron and the celestial herbs. Yang Jian received the item without offering any explanation. He promptly placed the celestial herb into the alchemical cauldron. Subsequently, he retrieved various medicinal ingredients from the soul guide and added them into the mixture. Before long, under Yang Jian's meticulous crafting, all the ingredients vanished, giving rise to 2 emerald green pills within the cauldron. Yang Jian handed 2 elixirs to Douluo, saying, one for you and one for your granddaughter. One is sufficient to counteract the poison. Do not give both to her, for she cannot withstand such potent medicinal power, which would only bring her harm. These elixirs should also serve to enhance your martial souls to a certain extent. In the future, as your martial souls are passed down, the affliction of martial soul poisoning the body will be averted. Overwhelmed with emotion, Douluo accepted the elixirs and immediately knelt before Yang Jian, expressing his gratitude. This favor is akin to rebirth for the Douluo family. Such immense kindness leaves me without a means to repay. I can only offer my life in return. Upon receiving the homage from Douluo, Yang Jian allowed him to rise. I have mentioned that you shall guard my path for 30 years, and when the time comes, there will be an opportunity to bestow upon you a gift. Take this elixir to your granddaughter. I shall await your return here. Will 3 days suffice? Douluo expressed his gratitude once more, stating, this old man would never dare to flee. I shall assuredly return within 3 days. Thank you again, young master. As Yang Jian observed the retreating figure of Douluo, he commenced his cultivation. The path of governance requires a balance of grace and authority, a principle that Yang Jian, having served as the divine judge for millennia, certainly comprehends. However, this time he harbored no intentions of winning hearts. Rather, he was moved by Douluo's willingness to endure the agonies of countless toxins for the sake of bestowing the celestial herb upon his granddaughter. Yang Jian had not been practicing for long when he was abruptly interrupted by Ning Rongrong's excited exclamation. This time, Ning Rongrong completely disregarded Gu Rong, leaping into Yang Jian's embrace and planting a kiss on his cheek. Yang Jian's body was somewhat stiff as he gently pushed Ning Rongrong away, attempting to admonish her in a stern tone. What are you doing? Are you not aware of the propriety between men and women? Gu Rong was momentarily taken aback, then let out a furious roar. Yang Jian, what are you doing? Given Gu Rong's demeanor, it seemed he could summon his martial spirit at any moment to subject Yang Jian to 1,000 tortures. Ning Rongrong hastily clarified, no, Grandpa Gu. I was simply too excited. This has nothing to do with brother Yang Jian. If you continue to bully him, do you believe I will truly ignore you? In that instant, Ning Rongrong summoned her martial spirit. The originally 7-layered 7 treasures glazed tower transformed astonishingly into a 9-layered structure, becoming even more exquisite and resplendent. 3 circles of yellow and purple soul rings floated around the 9 treasures glazed tower, adding an ethereal quality to it. As an elder of the 7 treasures glazed sect, Gu Rong was well aware of the significance of this transformation. He knew that had Ning Fengji not been limited by the innate restrictions of the 7 treasures glazed tower martial spirit, he would have reached the level of a soul Douluo by now. After blinking to ensure he was not mistaken, he asked, his voice trembling, Rongrong, has your martial spirit truly evolved into the 9 treasures glazed tower? Ning Rongrong smiled proudly. Of course. It's all thanks to the divine herbs brother Yang Jian provided me. And yet, you still scold him. Gu Rong instantly forgot his previous attitude towards Yang Jian and, with a cheerful demeanor, inquired, young brother, do you still possess such herbs? Yang Jian shook his head. Although there were more than 10 varieties of celestial herbs present, they were all distinct. It was uncertain whether the other herbs would be effective for the 7 treasures glazed pagoda. Gu Rong quickly exchanged glances with Ning Rongrong and reiterated, young brother, if you possess any more, the 7 treasures glazed sect is willing to offer anything you desire in exchange. Ning Rongrong recalled her father and gently tugged at Yang Jian's arm, asking, brother Yang Jian, do you have any more of these celestial herbs? Yang Jian sighed helplessly, acknowledging the truth in his words. Indeed, these celestial herbs were one of a kind, and no other herbs could facilitate the evolution of the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda. Ning Rongrong nodded in understanding. Such rare items could not be abundant, for otherwise, Ning Fengji would not have spent so many years in vain. Gu Rong sighed in resignation, choosing not to press further. However, the fact that Rongrong's martial soul could evolve was already quite commendable, as the child's talent was no less than that of Fengji. Gu Rong solemnly clasped his fists towards Yang Jian, expressing his gratitude. I sincerely thank you, young brother. The 7 treasure glazed tile sect will surely repay this kindness in due time. Yang Jian nodded nonchalantly, offering the celestial herb to Ning Rongrong purely out of his own volition, never once contemplating any form of recompense. Ning Rongrong expressed her gratitude with another kiss, exclaiming, Brother Yang Jian, I truly cannot thank you enough. Yang Jian helplessly pushed Ning Rongrong away, saying, if you continue like this, I shall not share such delightful treasures with you in the future. Ning Rongrong stuck out her tongue and made a face, retorting, if you don't give it to me, then to whom will you? Gu Rong could no longer bear to watch, yet this time he did not shout at Yang Jian. Instead, he gently remarked, Rongrong, it is time for us to depart. Yang Jian gently patted Ning Rongrong's head and said, go on, we shall meet again soon. Ning Rongrong gazed longingly at Yang Jian's face and replied, Brother Yang Jian, you should stay in my little wooden cottage. If not, it will fall into disrepair. I have grown fond of it after living there for so long, and it must be yours alone. Yang Jian, with a sense of resignation, said, very well. Off you go. Ning Rongrong nodded in acknowledgement, glancing back thrice as she made her way towards Gu Rong. Gu Rong once again clasped his fists in gratitude towards Yang Jian, exclaiming, young brother, I truly appreciate your help this time. Yang Jian replied indifferently, it's nothing. I merely regard Rongrong as a younger sister. I'd appreciate it if you could refrain from that murderous demeanor in the future. Gu Rong burst into laughter and said, until we meet again. Taking Ning Rongrong's hand, Gu Rong led her away. Ning Rongrong turned back once more, waving at Yang Jian as she called out, goodbye. Brother Yang Jian. Yang Jian waved his hand, bidding farewell to Ning Rongrong with an inexplicable trace of reluctance. Truly, that little girl. As Ning Rongrong and her companion completely vanished from Yang Jian's sight, he turned around and softly called out, Elder Ghost. Present. In an instant. Gu Mei materialized from seemingly nowhere, standing respectfully before Yang Jian. Yang Jian sighed helplessly, do you realize how terrifying you appear like this? The ghostly figure chuckled darkly. Old habits die hard. Old habits die hard. What's the matter? Feeling down because your little sweetheart left? Yang Jian paid no heed to the old specter's frivolity and presented a celestial herb to him. The specter, well aware of its significance, had observed the recent events closely. It was indeed this very herb that had allowed Ning Rongrong's martial soul to undergo transformation, understanding the rarity of such a herb. The specter felt a surge of emotion yet refrained from accepting it. What is this for? At my age, you ought to keep it for yourself. Yang Jian replied indifferently. I possess what I need, but it seems you lack a corporeal form, which has consequently left you stagnating at the 94th level. This celestial herb has the potential to transform you into a pure specter, liberating you from the limitations imposed by a physical body. He had always held a deep gratitude for the specter's past kindness, and this 9-turn nether grass was particularly suited for him. What is a specter? The young man inquired. You seem to be quite knowledgeable. And what is your connection to that dog? Just as he mentioned the canine, the howling celestial dog returned, trailed by a few timid soul beasts. The howling celestial dog, believing that this peculiar individual was slandering him, bared his teeth at the specter. Do not be rude. This is the elder spirit, he interjected. Elder spirit, this is the howling celestial dog. The intricacies of this situation are quite convoluted, and it is not the right time to elaborate. Therefore, I kindly ask you not to inquire further. Please take the celestial herb. Yang Jian directly placed the celestial herb into the hands of the ghostly elder, and then retrieved 2 jade boxes, 1 green and 1 white, from his soul guide. Elder Ghost, could you kindly send these 2 boxes to my teacher and my parents? He continued, the herb destined for Bibi Dong is of the celestial grade. The water fairy jade skin bone, which nourishes tendons and bones, bestowing an ethereal beauty akin to ice and jade. For soul masters with twin martial spirits, physical prowess is of utmost importance. Thus, this herb is particularly suited for Bibi Dong. As for the gifts for Yang Per and his spouse, they are 2 9th-grade purple jade ginsengs. Although not classified as celestial herbs, these 9th-grade purple jade ginsengs are incredibly precious for mortals, as consuming them can prolong life, strengthen the body, and ward off ailments. My feelings towards Yang Per and his partner are quite complex, nevertheless. They have granted me the gift of life. Regardless of their attitude towards me, I shall ensure they enjoy a life of wealth and longevity. The ghostly elder accepted the jade boxes, thoroughly impressed with Yang Jian's talent and sense of gratitude. It was no wonder he had taken such a liking to him from the beginning. Rest assured, do you have any messages to convey to them? None, replied Yang Jian. As soon as Yang Jian's words fell, the ghostly figure vanished instantaneously. After the specter departed, Yang Jian turned to the howling celestial dog and inquired, what do you think? The howling celestial dog chuckled, Master, did I not perform splendidly this time? Look, they have all come forth. Several timid soul beasts, who had been hiding behind the howling celestial dog, stepped out and lined up, seemingly awaiting Yang Jian's selection. To the far right stood a colossal python. Its head as large as a calf, its body as thick as a water barrel, adorned with golden scales. Among the soul beasts, this python was the most formidable, making the howling celestial dog appear as a mere cub in comparison. The howling celestial dog swaggered over to the giant python, which clearly trembled in fear, retracting its head. The howling celestial dog, resembling a scoundrel teasing a respectable lady, playfully swatted its paw atop the python's head. The python, too intimidated to move, obediently lowered its head to the ground. The howling celestial dog, pleased, stroked the python's head and introduced it to Yang Jian, saying, Master, this is a variant of the swallowing sky python, the golden swallowing sky python, approximately 70,000 years old, representing one of the strongest among the 10,000-year soul beasts. Yang Jian was aware that the swallowing sky python was a rare soul beast, perched atop the food chain, renowned for its insatiable appetite. And this specimen was evidently a positively mutated individual, destined to be even more powerful. Yang Jian did not rush to make a decision. Meanwhile, the howling celestial dog approached the second bear-shaped soul beast on the right. Its dark golden fur was extraordinarily striking, standing at a height of 3 to 4 meters, which was not particularly exaggerated. However, its claws measured over a meter in length, creating a rather unbalanced appearance. Before the howling celestial dog could make a move, the soul beast hastened to nod and bow, embodying the image of a sycophant in the realm of soul beasts. The howling celestial dog nodded in satisfaction, finding its compliance commendable, and proceeded to introduce, Master, this is the dark golden claw bear. This soul beast possesses formidable offensive and defensive capabilities. Despite being merely 60,000 years old, its combat prowess can rival that of the golden devouring python. The dark golden claw bear showcased its claws, seemingly engaged in self-promotion. A top-tier predator indeed, the howling celestial dog mused, realizing that it had fallen short compared to its own companion, which was thriving. The remaining 2 soul beasts were introduced together. One was the nearly 80,000-year-old amethyst flame lion, and the other was the 70,000-year-old May silver wolf. The amethyst flame lion, a magnificent creature radiating purple flames, stretched 5 to 6 meters in length, with a pair of wings resembling crystallized structures adorning its back. In contrast, the May silver wolf was the smallest among the 4, only slightly larger than an ordinary wild wolf, its silver fur exceptionally sleek, adorned with 5 crescent-shaped markings on its forehead. The amethyst flame lion excelled in long-range fiery assaults and aerial maneuvers, embodying a potent combination of speed and strength, thus qualifying as a formidable soul beast. The May silver wolf, however, was extraordinary in its own right. Legend has it that the soul beast carries the bloodline of the Silver Dragon King. The month of May signifies that this silver wolf commands mastery over 5 elemental attacks, rendering it an exceedingly rare soul beast. Yang Jian did not rush into making a decision. Instead, he beckoned the howling celestial dog to his side. The howling celestial dog let out a low growl at several soul beasts, ensuring they would behave, before following Yang Jian to a more secluded spot. Yang Jian softly inquired if they were aware of what would transpire here. The howling celestial dog nodded, stating that he had candidly informed them, urging them to come and serve as his master's soul rings. Yang Jian was taken aback and questioned, how could they willingly march to their doom? The celestial hound chuckled. I instructed them to offer themselves as sacrifices to the master, ensuring their consciousness would not fade away. Once the master ascends to divinity, he shall effortlessly revive them, allowing them to follow the deity. As for those who were initially reluctant, a swift reprimand persuaded them to comply. Yang Jian felt a sense of helplessness. This was precisely the sort of behavior one would expect from the howling celestial dog. Within this forest, were there even more formidable soul beasts? There were indeed a few creatures that surpassed these, but their ages fell beyond the parameters set by my master, hence I did not bring them along. Nevertheless, I remain the most powerful. Master, am I not impressive now? I shall choose that dark golden terror claw bear. The howling celestial dog nodded and barked at the several soul beasts. Little Claw, come here, the rest may depart. The dark golden terror claw bear hurriedly scampered over, while the other 3 soul beasts fled as if granted a reprieve from judgment. Upon reaching the pair of master and dog, the dark golden terror claw bear promptly bowed and nodded in deference. The howling celestial dog, pleased, acknowledged the bear's perceptiveness. It had indeed brought honor to itself this time. Little Claw, it is a privilege for you that my master has chosen you as his soul ring. Do you understand? The dark golden terror claw bear eagerly nodded, its massive bare face breaking into a mischievous grin. Let us commence. Do not resist. Yang Jian summoned the tri-pronged dual-edged blade, and the dark golden claw bear willingly exposed its neck, hidden beneath its fur. The blade pierced effortlessly into its flesh, causing the formidable creature to collapse in response. Soon, a circle of inky black soul rings emerged, and Yang Jian began to guide them with his soul power, aided by the cooperation of the dark golden claw bear, making the process remarkably smooth. The soul rings commenced their ascent above Yang Jian's form, while the spirit of the dark golden claw bear entered into his consciousness. In the central position of Yang Jian's sea of consciousness, a colossal vertical eye gazed upon the soul of the dark gold terror claw bear. Instantly, the bear's soul wavered. But fortunately, Yang Jian managed to close his divine eye, without the threat posed by the divine gaze. The dark gold terror claw bear dutifully assisted Yang Jian in absorbing the soul ring, as waves of pure energy flowed into Yang Jian's body. The absorption of the soul ring was officially completed. The 3-pronged, double-edged blade bore 4 rings of yellow, purple, and black, far exceeding the imagination of onlookers. Gently hovering in the air, within Yang Jian's sea of consciousness, the soul of the dark gold terror claw bear gestured with its right paw. However, its spiritual power remained too feeble. Despite possessing human-like intelligence, it lacked the ability for soulful communication. Yang Jian immersed his consciousness into his sea of knowledge, and a somewhat ethereal figure appeared before the dark gold terror claw bear. The bear, filled with excitement, pointed to its right paw. A soul bone, I understand now. You may need to remain here for a while. My apologies for the inconvenience. Today, you sacrificed your body to bestow a ring, and Yang Jian will remember this. In the future, when Yang Jian ascends to divinity, he shall assist you in reconstructing your physical form. The dark gold terraclaw bear seemed to comprehend. Its face contorted in what resembled a smile, though alas, it could emit no sound. Yang Jian opened his eyes to find the enormous head of the howling celestial dog nearly touching his own. With a swift motion, he delivered a slap to the dog's nose. The howling celestial dog chuckled sheepishly and inquired, "How is it, my master? Is my little paw obedient?" Yang Jian nodded slightly, disregarding the celestial hound, and approached the lifeless body of the dark golden terraclaw bear. Despite the complete absence of life, the corpse emanated an overwhelming aura, a testament to its status as a premier predator. With a swift flick of his three-pointed twin-edged blade, Yang Jian deftly carved and lifted a human palm-shaped soul bone from the corpse of the dark gold terraclaw bear, catching it midair. Yet another extraordinary soul bone. He couldn't help but wonder why his fortune seemed so unnaturally favorable. This was already his second external soul bone, the palm bone. A variant of external soul bones would not interfere with the absorption of an arm bone. 29. Brother Dog. Yang Jian sat cross-legged on the ground, beginning to absorb the power of this palm bone. The energy within was exceptionally domineering, as assimilating an external soul bone proved far more arduous than absorbing a regular one. Even 100,000-year soul bone could be absorbed by a soul master under normal circumstances. Yet an external soul bone resembled the process of absorbing a soul ring. One had to endure its immense pressure, if not greater. This 60,000-year dark gold terraclaw bear's right palm bone contained the essence of its entire existence, rivaling even the potency of an ordinary 100,000-year soul bone. Under Yang Jian's continuous soul power infusion, the bone finally dissolved into a stream of pure energy, merging into his body. Despite his formidable physique, he still felt a palpable strain. Fortunately, the soul bone did not resist his absorption. Had it been another soul master, even a soul Douluo might have failed to assimilate it successfully. The energy from the soul bone fully integrated into the bones of Yang Jian's right hand. He clenched his fist, pleased. The strength in his right hand had significantly increased. Moreover, the bone granted him a formidable soul skill, the dark gold terraclaw. The innate ability of the dark gold terraclaw bear, capable of rending anything apart. His soul power surged directly to the 47th rank. Likely due to accumulated energy before absorbing the soul ring, combined with the additional power from both the ring and the bone. Yang Jian rose to his feet in good spirits as the celestial hound Xiantian approached with its canine visage. "Master," it inquired, "how much longer must we tarry ere our return? Or perchance, are we destined to remain here indefinitely?" Yang Jian was momentarily taken aback. Return? To the Three Realms? A gentle smile graced his lips as he affectionately patted the head of his loyal companion, the celestial hound. "Do you wish to go back?" "It matters not whether we return or stay," the hound replied. "As long as I can remain by your side, I find joy wherever I am." "Oh, foolish hound. Could you perhaps shrink a little? Your size makes it rather cumbersome for me to pet you." "My apologies, master. It seems I am unable to change my form in this realm," the celestial hound lamented, lying down in resignation. For only in this position could Yang Jian reach to stroke his head. Yang Jian chuckled heartily and leaped onto the belly of the celestial dog. It was delightful. In fact, quite comfortable. As the sun dipped beyond the western mountains and the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, the man and his canine companion lay together. That night, Yang Jian forsook his cultivation and instead engaged in conversation with the celestial dog. The following morning, Douluo arrived early, accompanied by a young maiden. Clad in a gown of green, her short purple hair framed her face, and her pale green eyes lent her an enchanting allure. Yang Jian furrowed his brow, pondering the old man's intentions in bringing his granddaughter along. Douluo, somewhat awkward, explained, "Young master, this is my granddaughter Douluo. I noticed you were living here alone, and it may not be very convenient for you, so I thought it would be beneficial for Yin to assist you with your daily needs." Douluo gracefully greeted Yang Jian, saying, "I have met you, young master Yang." Throughout their journey, Douluo relayed certain details about Yang Jian, of course, with a slight embellishment, as he would not wish to recount his embarrassing moments in front of his granddaughter. As for Douluo's reasons for bringing Douluo to this place, he undoubtedly had his own motives, being a young man, after all. Yang Jian furrowed his brow, deciding to let it go. "After all, this was your territory. Whom you chose to bring along was your affair, and I could not intervene. As long as you refrain from disturbing my cultivation in the future, that is sufficient." Meanwhile, Douluo felt a surge of dissatisfaction within, pondering the attitude displayed. Had it not been for the recollection of that miraculous elixir and her grandfather's myriad of admonitions throughout their journey, she would have already erupted in frustration. Douluo cast a stern glance at Douluo, then remarked, "Very well, young master Yang, we shall not intrude upon you any further." Yang Jian nodded slightly and approached the spring, which had transformed into pure water. He settled into a meditative position, commencing his cultivation. The Eye of Ice and Fire had been nearly obliterated by Yang Jian, with its primordial spiritual energy entirely absorbed during his physical refinement. Nonetheless, this valley, owing to the presence of the Eye of Ice and Fire, boasted a significantly higher concentration of spiritual energy compared to other locations. Although the Eye of Fire and Ice had vanished, the spiritual energy in the air had not yet dissipated swiftly. With just over a month remaining until the commencement of the grand competition, This interval was ample for Yang Jian to thoroughly absorb the residual free spiritual energy in this place. As Yang Jian commenced his cultivation, the celestial hound lay quietly beside him, silently safeguarding his master. The modest valley, with only a serene pool of water, offered little more in terms of space. Now, a small wooden cabin stood there, allowing Douluo to easily catch sight of Yang Jian by the spring. Douluo sighed, reflecting on his decision to withdraw Yin Yin from her studies, for a tremendous opportunity now lay before her, contingent upon her ability to seize it. Yin Yan's eyes sparkled with an enigmatic light, revealing her contemplative nature. At noon, the languorous sunlight streamed directly into the valley, casting a gentle glow upon Yang Jian's visage, rendering it remarkably tender. It was as if tiny sunlit sprites danced upon his long eyelashes. Douluo Yin gazed intently at Yang Jian for a moment, captivated by his presence. Indeed, a man who is earnest in his pursuits possesses an undeniable allure, and Yang Jian, with his innate handsomeness, was no exception. Yang Jian ceased his cultivation and opened his eyes. What was this girl staring at him for? Yang Jian replied calmly, "Is there something you need?" Douluo Yin's cheeks flushed slightly as she stammered. I came to invite you to dinner." Yang Jian nodded slightly, not declining the offer. After all, he had not eaten for several months, and the spiritual energy in this place was insufficient to provide him with a sense of fullness. Yang Jian rose to his feet, only to discover that a wooden table had mysteriously appeared beside him, laden with an array of delectable dishes. Once they were seated, Yang Jian inquired about Douluo. Douluo Yin evasively replied, "Grandfather said he has gone on patrol." Patrol? As if the celestial hound did not exist. What a ridiculous excuse. Yang Jian did not inquire further and quietly picked up some dishes. These culinary delights appeared to be crafted from locally sourced ingredients. The unfortunate dark golden terror claw bear ended up with nothing but its soul remaining. The presentation was quite appealing. Yang Jian selected a piece of roasted pork belly, golden and succulent, which proved to be quite delectable, though he was unaware of who had prepared it. Douluo Yin served a generous portion of bear paw into Yang Jian's bowl, inviting him to taste it. The paw of the dark golden terror claw bear is renowned as the most tender part of its body, particularly this right forepaw, which could be said to encapsulate the essence of the entire bear. Yang Jian nodded and took a bite. Indeed, it was delicious, not only tender and fresh but also pleasantly chewy, with even a faint trace of spiritual energy emanating from it. Douluo Yin asked, "How is it? Does it taste good?" Yang Jian nodded slightly, expressing his approval. "Did you make this?" "Indeed, who else could it be? As long as you find it delicious." "That's all that matters," replied Douluo Yin with a joyful smile. Upon hearing of the delectable treat, the drowsy howling celestial dog hurried over. "Master, I want some too." Yang Jian picked up a large piece of meat and tossed it out, which Shao Quan swiftly caught and devoured in one bite. The celestial hound then gazed longingly at his master again. "Master, it seemed to say, perhaps you could throw me a bone to gnaw on slowly instead? This meat disappears far too quickly." Yang Jian chuckled helplessly, postponing his meal as he tossed pieces of meat to the howling celestial dog. At that moment, Douluo Yin remarked, "You should eat first. Allow me to attend to him." Yang Jian glanced at Shao Quan and, seeing no objection from the celestial hound, gave his consent. Douluo Yin carefully picked up a piece of meat with her chopsticks and placed it into Shao Quan's mouth. "You can actually speak?" She marveled. Shao Quan accepted the meat with a proud tilt of his head. "Of course. What should I call you?" "Call me Brother Dog," the hound replied. "Bro. Brother Dog?" Douluo Yin repeated hesitantly. "Don't underestimate it. This little paw's meat is surprisingly delicious," Shao Quan remarked between bites. Nearly every dish on the table found its way into the stomachs of Shao Quan and Yang Jian, leaving Douluo Yin with barely a taste. Yang Jian offered her an apologetic smile. 30. Farewell that night. The heavens were clear, the moon luminous, and the stars shimmered like scattered jewels. Yang Jian and the celestial hound reclined upon the verdant grass of the valley, while Douluo Yin sat a short distance away, observing the man and his dog. As for the two old fellows, Gue Mei and Douluo, they had scarcely shown themselves over the past month, leaving the trio to lead a tranquil existence. Through the passage of these days, Yang Jian had at least softened towards Douluo Yin, for she had been diligently preparing meals for both him and the dog. One cannot remain indifferent when one is indebted to another's kindness, and thus, Yang Jian found it increasingly difficult to maintain his stern demeanor. Yang Jian leisurely rolled on the grass, accompanied by his loyal hound of heaven, seemingly allowing himself to unwind considerably. A gentle breeze caressed his face, and everything appeared so delightful that it almost lulled Yang Jian into slumber. Lying on the grass, with the hound of heaven by his side, he could easily indulge in a refreshing nap. The hound nuzzled against Yang Jian and inquired, "Master, do you think one of those stars in the sky could be our homeland?" "Foolish dog, this is not even the same realm," Yang Jian replied. "What? Missing home? No. No, no. Anywhere with my master is home for the hound of heaven," it responded, resting its head on Yang Jian's lap. This creature, increasingly familiar and audacious, did not bother Yang Jian. Rather, he found great pleasure in this affectionate bond. Yang Jian gently patted the head of the heavenly dog, saying, "Silly dog, I must depart for a while." Startled, the heavenly dog immediately lifted its head, its eyes filled with a pitiful gaze fixed on Yang Jian. "Master, where are you going? Can't you take me along?" Yang Jian rolled over and reclined upon Shao Quan's belly, letting out a helpless chuckle. "The outside world is perilous. After all, you are now a spirit beast, coveted by many. And I currently lack the strength to protect you. But I can protect you, master. Xiao Tianquan declared with fervor. I am quite formidable now, though still no match for you, of course. But as for others? Xiao Tianquan fears no one. Yang Jian smiled, remarking on the foolishness of his canine companion for having learned the art of flattery. Outside, there exists more than just the spectral beings and the formidable Du Gubo. Many stronger entities abound. Very well, heed my words. It will not be long before I return to see you. During this time, ensure your own safety, do you understand? Yang Jian affectionately scratched the belly of the celestial hound, offering words of comfort. I heard you, master. You must also take care of yourself. Enough of this melodrama. Today I wish to take a nap. The following morning, as the sunlight grazed Yang Jian's face, he awoke to find that the celestial hound had remained utterly still throughout the night. Yang Jian leaped down from the back of the celestial hound and called out to Du Guyin, who was meditating not far away. Du Guyin, prepare yourself. We shall depart for Soul Master City today. The celestial hound, with its imposing head, nudged against Yang Jian's back but remained silent. Yang Jian smiled helplessly and patted the hound's nose. All right, I promise I will return swiftly. Do you still doubt me? Of course I believe in my master. You would never deceive me, the hound replied. Du Guyin had little to gather, as she simply stored her necessary items into her soul guide. She did not rush. Instead, silently observing the farewell between the man and his dog, Yang Jian waved his hand and approached Du Guyin. Let us depart. Du Guyin nodded and bid farewell to the howling celestial dog, saying, Brother dog, we shall return to see you. The howling celestial dog, consumed by sorrow, paid no heed to Du Guyin. Yang Jian approached the valley entrance and, with a hint of resignation, called out, Ghost Elder, please make your appearance. Along with Du Gubo, as if conjured from thin air, the ghostly figure emerged, standing beside Yang Jian. Ever since consuming the 9 revolutions nether grass, the spirit's power had surged to the impressive level of 96, rendering the entity even more ethereal, as if it had truly transformed into a specter. Du Gubo also stepped forth from the adjacent thicket. After a month of taking the elixir, he was no longer plagued by the debilitating poison. His spirit power had ascended to 92, though still among the weakest in the title Douluo ranks. It was at least a sign of progress. Yang Jian remarked nonchalantly. What have you two been preoccupied with lately? One hardly sees you around. Du Gubo chuckled awkwardly. Isn't it because the elixir bestowed by the young master is remarkably potent? I have been occupied with assimilating its effects these past few days. Naturally, Yang Jian did not believe Du Gubo's feeble excuse. He was acutely aware of Du Gubo's ulterior motives, yet chose to remain silent rather than expose him. The ethereal voices had grown noticeably hollow. All right, young man, it's time to set forth. We should be able to return now. The quartet meandered toward the edge of the forest. Logically, 2 of them were titled Douluos and another a super Douluo, fully capable of soaring through the skies. Yet the decision to refrain from flying was made by Yang Jian, leaving the others with no alternative. Throughout their journey, they encountered not a single soul beast. As Yang Jian traversed the path burdened with heavy thoughts, Yang Jian knew without turning around that Xiao Tianquan must be stealthily following behind him. He had taken this longer path just to spend a little more time with his loyal companion. No matter how lengthy the road, it would eventually come to an end. With the extraordinary walking speed of their group, they had traversed the sunset forest in scarcely the time it takes an incense stick to burn. Yang Jian halted at the boundary of the forest, the dense thicket looming behind him. He waved his hand backward, signaling, this is far enough. Return now. And remember not to wander carelessly into the woods. Take good care of yourself. A few distant barks echoed from within the forest. Yang Jian smiled faintly and summoned the external soul bone, the chaotic twin wings. Now, let us return directly, Senior Dugu. Do you have any issues flying with your granddaughter? Dugubo wore a face of discomfort. Young master, I have been feeling a bit unwell these past few days, and I fear it would be challenging for me to carry Yin Yin in flight. Perhaps it would be better if you took her instead. Dugu Yin shot a slightly blushing glare at Dugubo, yet deep down, she harbored a flicker of anticipation. Yang Jian spoke casually, Elder Gue, please escort Dugu Yin. The specter vanished without a trace. Yang Jian, uninterested in the antics of the 2 old men, took to the skies with a powerful flap of his wings. Dugubo, resigned to the circumstances, had no choice but to follow closely behind with Dugu Yin. At that moment, the specter reappeared beside Yang Jian, flying alongside him. You, my friend, are beset by fortunes of allure that you cannot seem to embrace. Yang Jian remarked nonchalantly. I even gave you an opportunity. Why did you not seize it? The specter faltered momentarily. I am already of considerable age, and moreover, your herbal concoction has utterly robbed me of my corporeal form. Yang Jian spoke softly, promising that he would reshape her physical form and restore her vitality, allowing her to choose any embodiment she desired. The ghostly figure chuckled, though she did not take his words to heart. After all, the process of reconstructing a body was far from simple. A typical vessel could scarcely endure the weight of her soul, and even if it could, it would likely provoke rejection, potentially impairing the use of her martial soul. In truth, her current state was quite satisfactory, for she possessed formidable power. The quartet soared swiftly through the skies, enveloped in silence, as the journey ahead was lengthy. They needed to traverse a significant portion of the continent, journeying from the northwestern region of the Tiando Empire directly to the center of the continent. where the martial soul city lay at the intersection of two great empires. After a protracted flight, the four travelers finally beheld the silhouette of martial soul city. From afar, it appeared as a remarkably regular hexagon, its vast expanse at least double that of Tiando City. Nearly half of the continent's soul masters resided within martial soul city, rendering it a sanctuary for all common soul masters. Upon reaching the city gates, they paused. Entry to martial soul city was restricted to those with the title of Douluo, and the entrance did not require inspection. The soldiers stationed at the gates served more as a symbolic presence. With the grand tournament approaching, teams that had qualified through the preliminaries had already arrived in martial soul city, alongside numerous soul masters who had come to witness the event. A testament to the city's capacity as the foremost metropolis of the continent. As soon as Yang Jian and his companions entered, a contingent of temple knights came forth to greet them. The temple knights serve as the Pope's elite guard, although their ranks are modest. Each member is at least a soul emperor, adorned in resplendent silver armor intricately embellished with crimson patterns. Yang Jian accompanied the paladins to pay a visit to Bibi Dong. While there would be arrangements made for Douluo and the others, several paladins escorted Yang Jian to the outer sanctum of the Pope, where they silently took their positions on either side. Yang Jian entered the Pope's hall, reminiscent of their first encounter. Bibi Dong sat majestically upon her throne, and it seemed that time had left no trace upon her. The two exchanged silent glances, and Yang Jian bowed slightly. Master, he addressed her. Bibi Dong's voice carried an air of weariness, lacking the brilliance it once possessed. Thank you for your celestial herb. It has been of great assistance to me. Before Yang Jian could respond, Bibi Dong continued, her tone shifting to one of sternness. Yang Jian, in this upcoming tournament, you must secure first place. Are you capable of achieving this? Yang Jian asserted resolutely, I shall not let you down. Bibi Dong, leaning on her staff, rose to her feet and slowly descended the steps to stand beside Yang Jian. I do not wish to impose such great pressure upon you. Yet I find myself with no alternatives, she sighed. I have already represented the Spirit Hall in dissolving the agreement with the hidden sections across the continent. All lands belong to the Spirit Hall. These so-called hidden sects ought not to exist. They must either submit to the Spirit Hall or face annihilation. However, Qian Dalu has become my greatest obstacle. Yang Jian, you must grow stronger swiftly. Yang Jian furrowed his brow, pondering whether the allure of power is truly so captivating. Bibi Dong's ambition reminded him of the Queen Mother, another woman of similar aspirations. Oblivious to Yang Jian's expression, Bibi Dong patted him on the shoulder. It is still too early to discuss this with you. This upcoming tournament is undeniably formidable. Compared to previous competitions, it resembles mere child's play. As far as I am aware, among the participants this time, there are 6 soul emperors, yet our Spirit Hall boasts none. Yang Jian confidently declared, I am sufficient. Bibi Dong smiled appreciatively. Go meet your team. Each participating squad consists of 7 members. You should harmonize with them, so that you can coordinate effectively when the competition commences. Ghost Elder, please escort Yang Jian to the Soul Master Academy to meet Nana and the others. Yes. The enigmatic ghost, appearing suddenly, respectfully knelt on the ground. After Yang Jian and the others departed, Bibi Dong's complexion suddenly turned pale, and she hurriedly grasped her scepter, forcing down a mouthful of blood. The Soul Master Academy, due to its vast expanse, is not located within the Spirit Hall but rather in the eastern part of the city. As Yang Jian followed Ghost out of the Spirit Hall, he proactively inquired, did something happen with that transforming soul beast? What exactly is wrong with the teacher? Ghost did not conceal the truth. Everything was proceeding smoothly, but while His Holiness the Pope was absorbing the soul rings, he was ambushed by the hidden Douluo, who lurked in the shadows. Neither Yueguan nor I could withstand him. The Pope was struck directly by his blow. Yang Jian frowned slightly. He got away? Gue Mei nodded helplessly. The two remained silent for the rest of the journey, each lost in their own thoughts as they arrived at the Spirit Hall Academy. The academy primarily enrolled descendants of the Spirit Hall's core lineage and exceptionally talented commoners who had joined the organization, though the student body numbered fewer than 1,000. The campus spanned over 5,000 acres, boasting simulated cultivation environments of nearly every variety. All instructors held at least the rank of Spirit Emperor, with the honorary headmaster being none other than Bibi Dong herself. In terms of faculty and facilities, the academy stood unrivaled across the continent. Were it not for the mandatory Spirit Hall affiliation requirement, this institution would likely attract the majority of the land's prodigies. As one of the Pope's most trusted lieutenants, Gue Mei was instantly recognized by the academy guards, who respectfully saluted before granting them entry, while the lecture hall stood to the left. Gue Mei guided Yang Jian toward the right. They soon arrived at a vast training field where a dozen students practiced under the supervision of a robust, gray-haired elder in his 50s or 60s. The students were divided into 2 teams for sparring exercises. Among them was Ulaina, whom Yang Jian recognized. But the most striking figure was another individual wreathed in flames, their every movement scattering tongues of fire. 5 spirit rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, pulsed rhythmically around this blazing combatant, who single-handedly suppressed multiple opponents. Gue Mei observed the match with approval. Making no move to interrupt as he and Yang Jian watched the confrontation with interest. The 13 participants all possessed at least Spirit Ancestor rank, clearly representing the Spirit Hall's tournament team. 10 were Spirit Ancestors while 3 had reached Spirit King level. One team of 6 included 2 spirit kings, while Hulaina stood as the sole spirit king among her 7-member squad. Hulaina's bewitching abilities proved formidable as she effortlessly controlled 4 opponents from Yan's team. Seizing this opportunity, Xiaoyu instantly closed the distance and unleashed his 5th spirit skill. The numerical advantage of Hulaina's team became apparent as 2 defensive-type spirit masters staunchly protected her, temporarily thwarting Xiaoyu's assault. Meanwhile, Yan found himself besieged by 3 spirit ancestors, yet the dual fire-earth attributes of his mighty flame lord's spirit provided both offensive and defensive capabilities, allowing him to dominate the engagement. Hulaina ignored Xiaoyu entirely, focusing instead on prolonging the defensive standoff. A violet beam shot from her eyes, striking Yan and slowing his movements. The 3 spirit ancestors seized this opening to launch a fierce counterattack. When Hulaina bewitched Yan a second time, completely immobilizing him, Xiaoyu had no choice but to seize his assault, silently acknowledging his sister's terrifying control abilities. Enough, called the robust elder, halting the exercise. Hulaina, excellent work. Control-type spirit masters must dominate the battlefield. You've demonstrated remarkable skill in this regard. At this moment, Gui Mei approached with Yang Jian. After exchanging nods with the elder, Gui Mei introduced, "This is Vice President Zhang Hen of our academy." Yang Jian understood and had met Director Zhang. Zhang Hen scrutinized Yang Jian from head to toe, his tone rather unfriendly. "So you were Yang Jian?" Yang Jian nodded slightly. "Yan, what level are you? Show me your martial soul." Zhang Hen crossed his arms, his muscles appearing even more pronounced, and spoke to Yang Jian with a tone that was less than cordial, commanding him as if he were a mere subordinate. It was one thing for a newcomer to participate in the competition, but to have him appointed as the captain? He had never even set foot in the academy. Could he possibly have been trained by the Pope? Most of the students watched Yang Jian with a sense of schadenfreude, irritated that an unexpected participant had caused one of their familiar peers to be eliminated. The news that this newcomer had been designated as captain only intensified their displeasure, particularly for the 2 Soul Kings, Xiaoyu and Yan, who were unlikely to accept the situation gracefully. Gui Mei attempted to mediate, saying, "Yang Jian, why don't you show Dean Zhang your martial soul? After all, we are all on the same side." Yang Jian nodded slightly, summoning the 3-edged 2-bladed sword, surrounded by 4 soul rings in hues of yellow, purple, and black that gently floated around it. "Level 47, he stated nonchalantly. The attendees were momentarily stunned, particularly Zhang Hen, who, the more he understood, the more he realized the magnitude of this revelation. The configuration of soul rings was nothing short of extraordinary. Throughout my years of instructing numerous students, I had neither witnessed nor even heard of such an arrangement. Could this be a hidden trump card of His Holiness the Pope? The only regret was the relatively low level of soul power. At that moment, Gui Mei cleared his throat, startling Zhang Hen back to reality, who then offered an awkward smile. "Not bad, Yang Jian, is it?" Yang Jian nodded thoughtfully. Zhang Hen endeavored to maintain his composure and uphold his authority. "Very well. You shall first engage in a battle with them. I will observe your fighting style and soul techniques closely, then strive to devise the most suitable combat strategy for you." Without waiting for Yang Jian's response, Zhang Hen commanded, "Yang Jian, Xiaoyu, Cuckoo, Lu Ying, Zhang San, Li Si, Wang Er, you 7 will form one team, while the remaining 7 will constitute another. Be mindful of your restraint in combat." Yin cast a grateful glance at Zhang Hen, relieved to finally be paired with Hulaina. Ignoring Yin, Zhang Hen continued, "Take this opportunity to familiarize yourselves with one another. It is imperative that you begin to forge the foundation of a cohesive team." After Yang Jian listened to Zhang Hen's words, he finally spoke up. "I find this distribution somewhat inappropriate." Zhang Hen furrowed his brow slightly. "In what way is it inappropriate?" "With your soul rings, even if you cannot match a true soul king, you're still quite formidable. Moreover, you have 4 main team members on your side." Yang Jian replied with a hint of indifference, "You have misunderstood my point. With such an allocation, they stand no chance." Zhang Hen appeared somewhat displeased. His arrogance and insubordination towards his superior had already left a negative impression on Yang Jian. Before he could reprimand Gui Mei, he spoke first. "Director Zhang, this distribution is indeed inappropriate. Do not be deceived by his mere status as a soul sect. Even an average soul emperor would not be his match. And I am most aware of his capabilities." Zhang Hen reluctantly conceded some respect to Gui Mei and, striving for calmness, suggested, "Then I propose that Yin and you engage in a soul battle alone. What do you think? This way, I can gain an initial understanding of your strength." Yang Jian nodded slightly, no longer refusing. Zhang Hen threatened, "Yin, don't embarrass me, or you'll regret it. Rest assured, do you not trust in my abilities?" Yin responded with a cheeky grin. Zhang Hen felt quite assured of Yan's prowess. Among the 3 soul kings, Xiaoyu was a powerful attack-type soul master but lacked defense, while Hulaina's offensive capabilities were insufficient. In contrast, Yin possessed both formidable offense and defense, with no apparent weaknesses. Perhaps his role in the team was not as significant as Hulaina's, yet in terms of one-on-one strength, he was undoubtedly the strongest. Excited, Yin stepped into the center of the playground, relishing the opportunity to showcase himself before Hulaina. What if her soul ring was impressive? After all, she was several levels above him, and his martial spirit was truly invincible in a duel. Yin flashed a self-satisfied smile. "Hello, I am Yin. a level 55 attack-type Soul King. Yang Jian. Yang Jian was momentarily taken aback. Such a formidable assault, what was he evading? Since achieving the first transformation of the 8-9 profound arts, he had yet to engage in combat. Now seemed the perfect opportunity to stretch his limbs. Yin, undoubtedly a prodigy fostered by the Spirit Hall, struck him while he was lost in thought, delivering a barrage of punches that landed squarely on Yang Jian. Zhang Hen, observing the duel, furrowed his brow, acutely aware that Yan's strikes appeared to have no significant effect. He knew better than anyone the sheer might of Yan's attacks. Even a Soul King of the same rank would suffer greatly from such blows, yet Yang Jian's defenses seemed impenetrable. The onlookers, unaware of the unfolding dynamics, saw Yin overpowering Yang Jian, prompting an enthusiastic shout from a portly spectator. Brother Yin is magnificent. Yin, sensing something amiss, was about to alter his approach when Yang Jian finally retaliated. The three-pronged, double-edged blade gleamed like a brilliant silver flash as it struck Yan's form, slicing through the flames. The fiery aura that enveloped Yin flickered momentarily, forcing him to retreat while simultaneously launching a counterattack. His third soul skill, Hellfire, unleashed a swirling tempest of flames that encircled Yang Jian, roiling incessantly. Undeterred, Yang Jian wielded his blade to cleave through the inferno, leaping forth with determination. Pursuing Yin with relentless fervor, Yang Jian instantaneously appeared before Yin, and his three-pronged, double-edged blade passed through Yan's form once more. Although it seemed to inflict no harm, it effectively drained a significant amount of Yan's soul power. It was fortunate that Yan's martial soul was particularly adept at countering physical attacks. Otherwise, any other Soul King would have succumbed to Yang Jian's onslaught in less than a single round. Aware that the situation was untenable, Yin resolved to employ his fifth soul skill, Whirling Sands of Fiery Blaze. A cloud of black sand swirled around Yan's body, swiftly merging with him, causing his form to expand to twice its size, transforming him into a colossal figure of flames. Yang Jian patiently awaited the completion of Yan's transformation before launching his attack. The trident dagger cleaved towards Yan's body, and this time, it did not merely slice through. It appeared as though Yan's form had attained substance. Yin seized the trident dagger with one hand while his colossal stone fist descended upon Yang Jian. Yang Jian did not evade. Instead, he retaliated with a punch of his own. One was a formidable deity, the other merely a mortal. As their fists collided, Yang Jian remained steadfast, while Yin, unsteady, fell onto the ground. Embarrassment and anger surged within Yin, having suffered a significant humiliation before Hulaina. He attempted to rise and continue the battle, only to be halted by Zhang Hen. That will suffice for now, Zhang Hen declared. Yin withdrew his martial soul, his complexion slightly flushed. Whether from injury or shame remained uncertain, as he lowered his head and retreated to the back of the crowd. Zhang Hen shot Yin a fierce glare before shifting his attention to Yang Jian, who had truly exceeded his expectations. It appeared he had not even utilized his soul skills. The capacity of a weapon soul master to repel a powerful assault-type Soul King purely through physical strength was something even a Soul Emperor could hardly achieve. Any lingering doubts Zhang Hen had harbored regarding Yang Jian dissipated entirely. Indeed, quite remarkable. Now, let us introduce our captain, Zhang Hen proclaimed, in a buoyant mood. Addressing the members of the academy, Xiaoyu stepped forward first, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Greetings, Captain. I am Xiaoyu, a level 52 assault-type battle soul master. I look forward to your guidance. One by one, the other team members began their introductions. Hello, Captain. I am Cuckoo, a level 46 support-type weapon soul master. I hope to receive your kind assistance in the future. Cuckoo was a lively young girl, her large expressive eyes sparkling with a dreamlike blue hue, embodying the exuberance of youth at the tender age of 18 or 19. Lu Ying, level 48 agility attack-type battle soul master, a cold-faced young man in black stated indifferently. I am Su Tianba. My martial soul is the Xianming Shield, a level 49 defensive-type battle soul master. Yang Jian couldn't help but glance at Su Tianba a few more times. It seemed that it was this very Su Tianba who had blocked the sinister Yu earlier. While the other defensive soul master fell short in comparison, Su Tianba was a robust young man, his physique somewhat akin to Zhang Hen's, adorned with exaggerated muscles. However, he appeared rather simple-minded, lacking the imposing aura that Zhang Hen possessed. Aside from Hulaina and Yin, everyone else had introduced themselves. The group turned their attention to the final two individuals. Yin chuckled helplessly, touched his nose, and stepped forward first. I am Yin, a level 55 assault-type battle soul master. I hope to have the opportunity to spar with you, Captain, in the future. Only Hulaina remained, her gaze filled with complex emotions as she looked at Yang Jian. Was her little junior brother truly this formidable? Although her soul power surpassed his, she was certain she would not be his match. Hulaina couldn't help but feel a pang of regret, wishing she had heeded her teacher's advice earlier. Zhang Hen clapped his hands to gather everyone's attention and began to introduce the upcoming tournament. This competition was markedly different from those of the past. The elimination rounds were particularly brutal. As the host of this tournament, the Spirit Hall team held no special privileges apart from not having to participate in the eliminations and directly entering the main event. The elimination rounds would take place across various regions of the continent, and only those who qualified would be allowed to prepare for the main competition in Spirit City. This official tournament comprised only 64 teams, a stark contrast to previous events. as the inclusion of sects had drastically reduced the number of participating academies to merely a quarter of the total. This was a testament to the power of these sections. Although the number of teams was limited, the quality was unprecedentedly high. All participants were at least soul respect level, with the majority being at that level. And according to intelligence gathered by the Spirit Hall, there would even be soul emperors making an appearance, more than one, in fact. It is noteworthy that the age limit for this tournament was set at 20 years, thus, anyone who could achieve soul emperor status before this age was destined to become a titled Douluo in the future. In past tournaments, soul kings were considered the pinnacle of combat prowess, and never before had a soul emperor participated. Even those rare geniuses would refrain from engaging in such frivolous competitions. However, this time, it seemed that those reclusive sects had gone mad, unleashing their core disciples who had been kept hidden for so long. The tournament would consist of 2 rounds. The first round was a round-robin format, dividing the 64 teams into 8 groups of 8. Each team within a group would sequentially battle against the others, with the 2 teams that achieved the most victories advancing to the second round. The matchups between teams would consist of 3 battles, 1-on-1, 2-on-2, and a team battle, with the first to win 2 out of 3 rounds declared the victor. The final 16 teams would have their opponents determined by a draw, progressing from 16 to 8. Then 4, and finally to the championship match. This time, the rewards for the champion were unprecedentedly generous, provided by the Spirit Hall in collaboration with several major sects, offering enough soul bones to fully equip an individual. Zhang Hen sighed. To be honest, our chances of winning this tournament are rather slim. The group shared a moment of dejection, realizing the daunting challenge ahead, facing soul emperors, and not just one, left them feeling rather disheartened. Yang Jian furrowed his brows and resolutely declared, Director Zhang, this time we will undoubtedly secure the championship. Zhang Hen was momentarily taken aback, but his impression of Yang Jian improved significantly. At the very least, Yang Jian possessed the spirit to bring glory to the Spirit Hall, regardless of the outcome. The effort alone sufficed, for these children were still young, with a vast future ahead of them. Unbeknownst to Zhang Hen, the implications of this competition were profound, while Yang Jian was acutely aware that he could not afford to lose. Noticing the lack of enthusiasm among the group, Zhang Hen promptly encouraged, Yang Jian speaks the truth. The champions of past competitions have always been from our Spirit Hall, and this time shall be no exception. As long as you all strive diligently, anything is possible. Moreover, let us not forget that this is the home ground of our Spirit Hall. We stand as your most steadfast support. The more perceptive students discerned Zhang Hen's subtle hints, and their confidence grew. Clearing his throat to regain their attention, Zhang Hen announced, Yang Jian, Hulaina, Yin, Xiaoyu, Cuckoo, Luing, and Su Tianba will form one team, while the others will serve as substitutes. There were no objections, as this arrangement had already been established prior to Yang Jian's arrival. Following a previous competition among themselves to determine the team members, Zhang Hen continued, among the 7 of you, 3 are formidable attackers. To be candid, this is not an entirely flawless lineup. However, considering that most teams in this competition are from sects with relatively homogeneous martial souls, their configurations will likely be inferior to yours. He gestured for a middle-aged instructor and instructed the 7 substitutes, you will accompany Teacher Li for training. Once the middle-aged instructor led the 7 away, the mysterious figure vanished without a trace, leaving only Zhang Hen and the 7 of Yang Jian on the field. Zhang Hen wore an enigmatic smile as 8 colorful soul rings encircled his body. Combat is the finest teacher. You have 10 minutes to familiarize yourselves with one another and strategize. Training will commence after 10 minutes. With that, he crossed his arms and stepped aside, his soul rings still shimmering, seemingly exerting pressure on the group. Hulaina and the others turned their gazes toward Yang Jian, awaiting his guidance, for he was their captain. Yang Jian spoke calmly, inquiring if anyone was familiar with Director Zhang, specifically regarding his martial spirit and soul skills. Hulaina seemed to have forgotten the previous discord between her and Yang Jian, and earnestly responded, Director Zhang is an 89th level assault-type soul Douluo, and his martial spirit is the formidable sky-piercing divine ox. Most of Director Zhang's soul skills are close-range attacks that enhance his physical strength. Yang Jian nodded solemnly. Wait for my signal. Xiaoyu and I will charge forward while Su Tianba protects Hulaina and Cuckoo. You two should maintain distance and unleash your soul skills from the rear. The 3 of us will engage the enemy to create openings. Luing, seize opportunities as they arise, with protecting Hulaina and Cuckoo as your primary objective. Admittedly, my understanding of your capabilities is limited, so this arrangement may lack refinement. Please voice any suggestions you might have. Yang Jian understood that relying solely on himself would never secure victory. He needed the seamless coordination of his teammates. Indeed, he cultivated an unprecedented patience within himself. None objected to Yang Jian's arrangements, for this marked their maiden collaboration, requiring inevitable refinement through practice. Chapter 34. 7 heroes confront Zhang Hen. The 10 minutes elapsed swiftly. Yang Jian and his 6 companions formed a somewhat unconventional arrow-shaped formation. Yang Jian stood at the forefront, with Yin and Xiaoyu positioned slightly behind him on his left and right respectively. After a deliberate gap, Su Tianba, Hulaina, and Cuckoo aligned themselves in a vertical line, while Luing stood alone beside the rear trio. Simultaneously, all 7 summoned their martial souls. and the arena instantly shimmered with the radiant glow of soul rings in various hues. With the exception of Yang Jian, the rest exhibited the standard optimal soul ring configuration. Zhang Hen grinned ferociously as his body underwent a dramatic transformation. His already exaggerated muscles swelled even further, his feet morphed into bovine hooves, and his arms bulged with grotesque, knotted protrusions. His hands expanded in size, and 2 stubby horns sprouted from his forehead. With a wild laugh, Zhang Hen taunted, "Little brats, here I come." First soul skill, Raging Bull Charge. His hooves tore into the ground as he surged forward like a frenzied beast, charging headlong toward Yang Jian at the vanguard. Yang Jian dared not be negligent. With a flicker of his first soul ring, he slightly augmented his strength and speed. The twin-edged blade, wielded with the force of a mountain, struck heavily upon Zhang Hen. Zhang Hen braced himself against the blow and retaliated with a punch directed at Yang Jian. Yang Jian's speed was insufficient for a timely defense, and he was brutally struck in the chest by Zhang Hen's fist. Yang Jian was sent flying several dozen meters by the force of a single punch, colliding with Su Tianba. At that moment, Yin and Xie Yue launched their assaults. Xie Yue closed in, wielding her crescent blades to strike directly at Zhang Hen. At that instant, Hulaina unleashed her enchanting abilities, causing Zhang Hen to momentarily falter. Seizing the opportunity, Yin unleashed his 4th soul skill, enveloping Zhang Hen's entire form in a torrent of molten lava. Despite enduring 2 strikes, Zhang Hen remained unscathed, bursting into laughter as a swirling stream of yellow energy encircled him. This was his 4th soul skill, the aura of abundant earth. The molten lava was swiftly extinguished by the energy, and with a mighty leap, Zhang Hen appeared before Xie Yue, ready to unleash a powerful punch. Unbeknownst to him, Yang Jian had stealthily positioned himself behind Zhang Hen, his trident blade emanating a sinister black glow. Zhang Hen, sensing the imminent threat, abandoned his offensive, swiftly pivoting to block Yang Jian's trident with both hands. Yellow light radiated from Zhang Hen's arms, completely negating the ominous glow of the trident. Even beginning to adhere to its surface, Yang Jian sensed imminent danger and swiftly withdrew his blade in retreat. Even his 3rd soul skill couldn't breach the opponent's defense. One must know that Yang Jian's 3rd soul skill's soul effect was to carry 200% armor penetration, which was precisely why he had dared to speak so boldly to Zhao Wuji earlier. Cuckoo began to play her martial soul, the 100 Birds flute, as the first 3 soul rings around her simultaneously shimmered. First soul skill, Twilight's Lament, reduces the enemy's strength and speed by 10%. However, its effect on Zhang Hen was minimal. What impact could a 4-ringed soul elder's first soul skill possibly have on a soul Douluo? Second soul skill, White Hair, accelerates the opponent's soul power depletion up to a staggering 100%. In essence, using 1 soul skill would consume the soul power equivalent to 2. A terrifying ability indeed. The only drawback was its diminished effectiveness against opponents with higher soul power levels. 3rd soul skill, Despair, had a certain probability of stunning the enemy for several seconds, enough to decide the outcome of a battle. Under normal circumstances, this would hardly affect Zhang Hen. But at the same moment, Hulaina unleashed her most potent charm skill. Under the combined assault of these 2 mental attacks, even Zhang Hen was momentarily dazed. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Jian and Xie Yu, who was closer, launched simultaneous strikes. The 3-pointed double-edged blade slashed toward Zhang Hen's neck, though this time, Yang Jian refrained from using his 3rd soul skill, while the moon blade aimed for Zhang Hen's Achilles tendon. Moreover, Xie Yu directly activated his 5th soul skill. Both blades struck Zhang Hen's body simultaneously. At that very moment, Zhang Hen regained his senses, and a layer of gray keratin instantly enveloped his body. "Little ones, you actually forced me to use my 6th soul skill. Impressive, impressive." Zhang Hen spoke casually, yet his movements never ceased. This time, he directly seized Yang Jian's 3-pointed double-edged blade with his bare hand while kicking Xie Yu away with a single strike. Xie Yu coughed up blood midair, and Luing swiftly darted forward to catch him. Zhang Hen yanked the 3-pointed double-edged blade, pulling Yang Jian toward him. Though seemingly at a disadvantage, Yang Jian had already subtly transformed his right hand into a claw during the struggle, just as Zhang Hen was about to grab Yang Jian. For streaks of golden light flashed past, Zhang Hen hastily retreated, yet he failed to evade completely, for faint wounds appeared on his face, with traces of blood faintly visible. The moment Zhang Hen instinctively touched his face, Yin and Lu Ying's attacks arrived. This was the first time Lu Ying had made a move. A pair of azure wings materialized behind Lu Ying as his hands morphed into claws, slashing frantically at the back of Zhang Hen's neck. Again? Zhang Hen couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. At my age, to be disfigured like this today, what a disgrace. 5th soul skill, Heaven-Shaking Divine Fist. Swirls of yellow energy violently spiraled around Zhang Hen's fist. Though the punch wasn't particularly fast, Lu Ying's body seemed frozen in place, forced to watch helplessly as the fist hurtled toward him. At that moment, Yin abandoned his attack and directly activated his 5th soul skill, transforming into a blazing giant to shield Lu Ying. Zhang Hen naturally held back. The force he had intended for Lu Ying would have merely made him cough up some blood. But against Yin, such strength would have been ineffective. Thus, Zhang Hen increased his power slightly, delivering a devastating punch that sent both Yin and Lu Ying flying. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Jian hurled his 3-pointed double-edged blade straight at Zhang Hen's back, Chaos Strike. Zhang Hen twisted his body into an unnatural stance and threw a punch. The fist collided precisely with the three-pointed double-edged blade, sending the weapon spiraling away. Hulaina's charm struck once more, accompanied by Kuku's third soul skill, Despair. Kuku's third soul skill synergized perfectly with Hulaina's charm, forming one of their few potent control techniques. Yang Jian deliberately refrained from exerting his full strength this time, primarily to facilitate collaboration with others. Now, with only Yang Jian remaining as the primary attacker on the field, there is no longer any need for him to hold back. In Yang Jian's grasp, the third and fourth soul rings upon his three-pronged, double-edged blade shimmered simultaneously. The first technique, Break Armor, is aptly named, while the fourth technique is a formidable single-target assault. This strike instantaneously augments damage by 150% and doubles the strength. Yang Jian leapt high into the air, his blade descending upon Zhang Hen with a mighty slash. Zhang Hen, curious to witness the extent of Yang Jian's capabilities, calmly awaited the strike. 35, Phantom Radiance, a dazzling streak of gold and silver light flashed across the sky. After the blow landed, Yang Jian steadied himself with his three-pointed, double-edged spear, struggling to control his ragged breath. The toll of this technique was immense. Not only had it drained his spiritual energy completely, but even his formidable physique now burned with excruciating pain, as though torn apart. Zhang Hen appeared unruffled, seemingly unscathed. Well, shall we continue? He taunted. Yet, unbeknownst to the spectators, Zhang Hen discreetly swallowed a mouthful of blood. He had underestimated the young warrior. Yang Jian's strike had cleaved through his defenses, slicing deep into flesh and bone. Fortunately, the blade had struck and withdrawn in an instant, leaving no time for the onlookers to discern the truth. With swift mastery, Zhang Hen concealed the wound beneath a layer of toughened hide, summoned by his spiritual technique. Thus, to most of the audience, the invincible Dean remained untarnished in their eyes. Yang Jian nodded lightly, merely indicating that his soul energy had been depleted. His physical form had sustained no significant harm. Yang Jian wielded the three-pronged, double-edged knife and launched a proactive assault, causing Zhang Hen to furrow his brow. This young man truly possessed an unyielding spirit. At that moment, a brilliant red light illuminated the battlefield, and a figure with flowing hair, indistinguishable in gender, suddenly appeared, brandishing the moon blade of Xiaoyu, while a foxtail, belonging to Hulaina, swayed behind. This was Yao Mei, the formidable fusion technique of Xiaoyu and Hulaina, within the confines of Yao Mei's control. All souls with power not exceeding the combined total of Hulaina and Xiaoyu would experience a reduction in sensory perception by 50%. Their soul power suppressed by 50%, and their movement slowed by 50%. However, Zhang Hen's soul power far surpassed that of Xiaoyu and Hulaina, rendering the influence of Yao Mei on him negligible. Yet, the might of Yao Mei extended beyond mere control in their combined form. Their combat prowess was no less than that of a formidable soul emperor specializing in offensive techniques. As Yao Mei and Yang Jian's assaults converged, Kuku's three soul skills simultaneously impacted Zhang Hen. Zhang Hen responded with an audacious grin. Heaven-shattering true form. Yang Jian and the enchanting demon unleashed their assaults upon a colossal bull. This magnificent creature was devoid of fur, its skin instead resembling the keratinous layer found on a rhinoceros, albeit in a pale yellow hue. Exaggerated muscles bulged beneath this protective layer, and its horns were notably short. Zhang Hen shook his immense form, and from his mouth emanated a derisive taunt. Are you merely tickling me? Yang Jian and the demonic spirits hastily retreated. Yet Zhang Hen seemed to have had his fill of amusement. The eighth pitch-black soul ring on his body flickered ominously, breath of the earth. Yang Jian and the bewitching demon abruptly ceased their movements not by choice, but because they were immobilized, their bodies as though trapped in quicksand. The pressure mounting with every futile struggle. Zhang Hen smirked triumphantly, his colossal form charging toward the pair. Summoning his chaos wings, Yang Jian fought desperately to ascend into the air. The monstrous bull that was Zhang Hen collided directly with the bewitching demon, whose body erupted in a crimson glow before splitting into two figures. Xiaoyu collapsed weakly to the ground, while Hulaina managed to remain standing, albeit unsteadily. Only Yang Jian, Su Tianba, and Kuku remained on the battlefield. With unwavering resolve, Kuku activated the final deep purple soul ring on her 100-bird's flute. Fourth soul skill, Twin Bonds. A noble and self-sacrificing ability, it linked her to an ally, transferring all negative effects and injuries onto herself while channeling her remaining soul power directly into her comrade. Yet, the moment she unleashed this skill, Kuku, too, was rendered utterly powerless in battle. Yang Jian sensed an unusual disturbance in his body and the sudden surge of soul power. Casting a surprised glance at Kuku, what formidable soul skills. Su Tianba looked around bewildered at his incapacitated teammates. It seemed no one required his protection anymore. Captain, what should I do now? Su Tianba roared at Yang Jian. You, never mind, just stay where you are. Su Tianba had been rather awkward throughout this battle. His offense was negligible, and as for defense, how could he possibly withstand Zhang Hen? It was only because Zhang Hen had ignored him entirely. At that moment, Zhang Hen retracted his martial soul and waved dismissively. That's enough for today. Everyone, gather here. Yin, who had taken a direct punch from Zhang Hen, was helped over by Luing. Among them, only Su Tianba had remained largely uninvolved, while the others bore varying degrees of injuries. Even Kuku had exhausted her soul power. Zhang Hen didn't seem entirely satisfied with their performance. Su Tianba, Did you enjoy your little spectator show? And you, Lu Ying, do you even understand what a swift attacker is supposed to do? Strike once and retreat 1,000 miles if you miss. What exactly were you trying to accomplish? Yin, don't you dare laugh. Did you think I wouldn't know my own strength? Did you really need to block for me? Now both of you are out of the fight. Why didn't you seize the chance to counterattack? You lack any tactical judgment. As for you, Xiaoyu, aside from your martial soul fusion skill, what exactly did you contribute? And Yang Jian, you were too lenient. I know you let several opportunities slip. While I can overlook it in training, I expect no such mercy on the battlefield. Until your opponent breathes their last, they remain a threat. Never hesitate. Su Tianba lowered his head in shame. Lu Ying remained expressionless. Yin silently reflected on his mistakes. Xiaoyu smirked at the two girls. But Zhang Hen didn't reprimand them further. This battle was meant to test your limits. That is why I didn't prioritize attacking Hulaina and Cuckoo. I didn't even engage them, just so you could fight without restraint. But remember, in a real match, Hulaina and Cuckoo will be the enemy as primary targets. So Su Tianba, you weren't entirely wrong. As a defensive soul master, your duty is to protect them. Zhang Hen cleared his throat. The tournament begins in 3 days. Until then, familiarize yourselves with each other's abilities and train accordingly, but avoid serious injuries. Yang Jian, take charge of their training. I have matters to attend to. Without waiting for a response, Zhang Hen swiftly departed. Once far from the group, he scanned his surroundings to ensure no one was watching before finally coughing up a mouthful of blood. The strike from Yang Jian indeed inflicted injury upon Zhang Hen. I had underestimated Yang Jian's prowess. I received that blow without due seriousness, and consequently, I did not utilize my subsequent soul skills. Relying solely on my physical body to withstand the impact, I nearly faced humiliation in front of those young rascals, but fortunately, I managed to escape swiftly. The injury was not severe. A mere expulsion of stagnant blood would suffice. However, Zhang Hen, clinging to his pride, stubbornly endured, which exacerbated a minor wound into a more significant one. After Zhang Hen departed, everyone felt considerably more at ease. For the pressure exerted by a soul Douluo is no trivial matter. How are your injuries? Yang Jian inquired proactively. Yin, dismissively, replied, it's nothing. Old Zhang is measured in his strikes. Once I regain my composure, I shall be well. Yang Jian nodded to indicate his understanding. Xiaoyu inquired, Captain, what should we do next? Take some rest for now. Later, we shall resume our sparring. Dean Zhang was right. Combat is the finest mentor. Chapter 36. The tournament's commencement today marked the grand opening of the tournament. Yang Jian and his companions arrived early at the venue of the grand competition. The expansive area to the east of Wuhuan City had been hastily prepared for the event. A colossal arena stood at the center, with a high platform behind it. Surrounding the arena were the encampments of the participating teams, while the outermost ring was filled with spectators, with over 10,000 seats now occupied. Each team maintained a respectful distance from one another, with their designated areas furnished with sofas and coffee tables, laden with an array of fruits and beverages. A cardinal from the Wuhuan Palace descended onto the arena, a refined middle-aged man impeccably attired, who first bowed to the assembly. It is my great honor to preside over the Continental Youth Advanced Soul Master Competition. This event marks the commencement of a new chapter in our reforms. Allow me to extend my utmost respect to His Holiness the Pope. Bibi Dong ascended the high platform with measured steps, taking her seat at the center. The atmosphere erupted with fervent cheers in praise of the Pope, yet amidst this fervor, a peculiar snicker echoed through the crowd. The sound, though faint, was strangely audible to all present, emanating from an elderly man clad in black, his hair completely white, who took his place to Bibi Dong's right. The immortal dragon, witnessed by Yang Jian, took its place to his left on a grand dais that could accommodate only 3 dignitaries, resembling 3 parallel thrones. Bibi Dong furrowed her brow and instructed the red-clad bishop on the arena, urging him to dispense with pleasantries and commence the proceedings directly. The bishop promptly acquiesced, declaring the official commencement of the inaugural Continental Advanced Youth Soul Master Tournament. The first battle of the day would feature the representative team of the Spirit Hall facing off against the team from the Tiando Advanced Soul Master Academy. On the eve of the competition, a total of 64 teams had been organized into 8 groups, each comprising 8 teams, with the rules of engagement duly communicated. Each team was required to compete against the other 7 teams within their group, with the 2 teams achieving the highest number of victories progressing to the next round. Furthermore, each pair of teams would engage in 3 matches, rendering the rules quite intricate. As it happened, the Spirit Hall team was designated as the first team in Group 1. Yang Jian had conducted preliminary assessments of the other 7 teams, finding them rather unremarkable. Should there be no hidden strengths among these teams? The Spirit Hall could effortlessly advance without him needing to intervene, a scenario he found hard to believe devoid of some underlying scheming. The red-clad bishop continued, announcing that the inaugural individual match between the Spirit Hall representative team and the Tiando Advanced Soul Master Academy was about to commence, inviting both sides to send forth their contestants. The rules for the individual match were straightforward. Each side would dispatch 1 member to the arena, with the losing participant being eliminated. The victor could either continue to battle or concede, until one team had lost all 7 members or one team surrendered. Yang Jian advised Yen, Go forth, and remember to conserve your soul power while defeating as many opponents as possible. Yin confidently replied, Rest assured, Captain. I shall single-handedly conquer 7 foes. With that, he leaped onto the arena. It had been prearranged for Yin to be the first contestant. As the host of this grand tournament, and being the inaugural match, it was imperative to showcase the might of the Spirit Hall. Yin was undoubtedly the foremost challenger, second only to Yang Jian. The red-clad bishop withdrew from the stage, replaced by a burly elder. The bishop merely served as the host. The officiating judge was someone else entirely. The judge, Zhang Hin, addressed both competitors as they ascended the platform, instructing them to introduce themselves. Please exercise caution during the match. This is merely a competition, he added with a hint of concern for Yin. The two stood poised on opposite sides of the arena. Yan's opponent was a tall young man who appeared somewhat anxious, his hands uncertain of where to rest. My name is Yang Kai. I kindly ask you to show mercy. Senior brother. A smirk danced on Yan's lips as he mockingly responded, I will. Let the match commence. Zhang Jin declared. No sooner had he uttered the words than Yin summoned his martial spirit and charged at Yang Kai, who faltered in response. His delay in summoning his own martial spirit was evident. This was not entirely his fault, as those who reached the official matches were no weaklings. Yet the formidable reputation of the Spirit Hall loomed large in their minds. Yang Kai promptly summoned his martial soul, his body swelling grotesquely as his skin transformed into a keratinous hide. 4 soul rings emerged in sequence, 3 yellow followed by purple. The ironclad ox, a defensive-type martial soul with remarkable protective capabilities. The Heaven Do Advanced Soul Master Academy understood perfectly well they couldn't possibly defeat the Spirit Hall in the first match. Thus, they deployed this defensive soul master with the strategic intent of exhausting Yan's soul power to the greatest extent possible, thereby creating advantageous conditions for subsequent teammates. Yang Kai dared not be careless and immediately unleashed his Soul Millennium Soul Skill, the 4th soul skill, Iron Armor. The keratin layer on Yang Kai's body astonishingly transformed into a metallic armor, resembling a colossal suit of armor. Yin had already approached Yang Kai, not even resorting to his soul abilities, and struck him directly with a powerful punch. Although this blow did not repel Yang Kai, the intense heat emanating from Yin caused the iron armor to glow ominously red. Yin unleashed another fierce punch, leaving Yang Kai with no choice but to endure the assault passively. I advise you to concede early. Who bestowed upon you the audacity to challenge me with a metal-type martial soul? Yin laughed arrogantly, delivering blow after blow upon the iron armor. Yang Kai was on the verge of tears. There was hardly any time to utter a word, as he felt as though he was being grilled to perfection like a steak. Who could possibly know that he possessed a fire attribute? The information regarding the participants from the Spirit Hall was beyond the reach of a mere Advanced Soul Master Academy in Heaven Do. Yang Kai realized that he could not continue like this and had to take a desperate gamble, striving to deplete Yan's soul power as much as possible. With his 2nd soul skill, Mighty Charge, and his 3rd soul skill, Brawn Bull Impact, he amplified his strength and launched an aggressive attack. Lowering his head, he furiously dug his feet into the ground and charged at Yin with all his might. Yin, however, did not flinch. Granite rock. His right arm swelled dramatically, transforming into a stone-like appendage, and he delivered a powerful punch towards Yang Kai. With a resounding crash, Yang Kai's head collided with Yan's fist. A smirk crept across Yan's lips as flames surged along his right fist, engulfing Yang Kai's body entirely. Ah, I concede. The silhouette engulfed in flames began to thrash violently, emitting anguished cries. Zhang Hin leaped to Yang Kai's side, and with a surge of soul power, he swiftly extinguished the inferno, causing Yang Kai to crash heavily to the ground. Yang Kai lay on the ground, struggling for breath, his body nearly scorched by the intense flames. The temperature of Yan's fire was exceedingly high. Zhang Hin furrowed his brow. In the first match of the individual competition, the Spirit Hall had emerged victorious. After announcing the result, a healing soul master promptly entered to carry the severely injured Yang Kai away. The expressions of the audience from the Tiando Advanced Soul Master Academy were grim, as it was evident that Yang Kai's injuries would require more than a few days to heal, significantly impacting their subsequent matches. It is worth noting that the Tiando Advanced Soul Master Academy had only 3 soul clans participating, and now they had lost 1, resulting in a considerable decrease in their combat strength. Zhang Jin announced the next contestant from the Tiando Advanced Soul Master Academy. The Spirit Hall representative team did not require a substitute. Yin casually shook his head, stating that he had merely warmed up. His soul power had barely been depleted, having utilized only 2 soul skills to conclude the battle. The next contestant from the Tiando Advanced Soul Master Academy was their captain, Wang Yu, a robust young man towering over Yin by 2 heads, with a physique that was twice as muscular. Wang Yu's expression was grim. It was merely a match. Why resort to such heavy-handed tactics? Yin offered an innocent smile, raising his hands in a gesture of feigned innocence, claiming it was an accident, not anticipating Wang Yu's fragility. Wang Yu's countenance darkened further as he clenched his fists, awaiting the referee's signal. Both sides were ready, and the match commenced. Simultaneously, they summoned their martial spirits. Wang Yu's physique grew even more formidable, his body sprouting faint yellow fur, and 4 colored soul rings emerged around him. Wang Yu's martial spirit was the great strength diamond ape, a top-tier martial spirit known for its immense power and formidable defense. Both were assault-type soul masters, closing the distance between them. Despite being one ring fewer than Yin, Wang Yu exhibited no fear and took the initiative to attack. Third soul skill, Great Strength Transformation. Fourth soul skill, Diamond God Demon Edge. Both of Wang Yu's thousand-year soul skills were enhancements to his physical prowess. It was no wonder he felt confident in engaging Yin in close combat. Yin's optimal strategy would have been to avoid direct confrontation and exhaust his opponent with long-range soul skills, given that most of his abilities were ranged attacks. However, faced with an opponent of a lower level, Yin's pride would not allow him to retreat, even in the name of strategy. He aimed to crush his adversary with an indomitable presence. A smirk played at the corners of Yan's mouth as he thought, "You wish to engage in close combat? Allow me to demonstrate despair through sheer strength." Granite rock. The two closed the gap, exchanging blows, seemingly unscathed as they did not evade each other's strikes. Soon, Yin found himself at a slight disadvantage. After all, Wang Yu had enhanced himself with 2,000-year soul skills. And the great strength diamond ape was renowned for its power and defense. With a wild smile, Yin pierced through Wang Yu's punch. And before Wang Yu could revel in his success, he was startled to find his right arm immobilized. The intense heat emanating from Yan's body would soon render Wang Yu's most powerful attack point useless. Wang Yu attempted to push Yin away with his left hand, only to be met with a devastating punch to the head from Yin, who firmly held onto Wang Yu's right arm, while simultaneously unleashing a flurry of punches upon him. With a teasing grin, Yin remarked, "It seems you are not as formidable as you believed. Why not beg for mercy? I might just let you go." Wang Yu, undeterred, desperately tried to retract his right arm, feeling its sensation fading rapidly. In a fit of rage, he seized Yin's neck with his left hand and bit into his flesh, tearing away a chunk of meat while laughing maniacally. Yin erupted in fury. "How dare he bite me?" He unleashed both his fourth and fifth soul skills, transforming into a colossal flame giant. A swirling inferno enveloped Yan's form, with Wang Yu caught at the center of the fiery vortex. Zhang Hen's brow furrowed. If this continued, it would surely lead to casualties. It would be detrimental to have fatalities at the very start of the tournament. And he would be Yang Jian gestured for Yin to take a seat. "You performed admirably, especially in your previous match, where you conserved a great deal of soul power. However," Yang Jian paused for a moment, "you shouldn't have struck so mercilessly. It was merely a competition. The captain of the Heaven Do Advanced Soul Master Academy has likely lost the use of his right hand. You must understand what this signifies for him." Was such severity truly necessary? Yin curled his lips in silence. Noticing the tension, Xiaoyu swiftly intervened to mediate. "Captain, we've just received word that our next match is scheduled for tomorrow. Shall we return or remain here to observe the ongoing battles?" Yang Jian casually remarked. "You may proceed as you wish. I shall remain here to observe." He pondered whether Ning Rongrong had also participated. Yet the throngs of people made it difficult for him to spot her amidst the crowd. Hu Laiina exclaimed with enthusiasm. "The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Star Luo Royal Academy are engaged in a fierce competition. This is a spectacle one cannot miss. Moreover, I have heard that the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School has produced an exceptionally talented genius this time." At that moment, Yin eagerly chimed in. "Indeed, both teams can be considered formidable, but in my view, the Star Luo Royal Academy possesses a slightly greater chance of victory." Kuka promptly inquired, "Why is that?" Hu Laiina turned her gaze towards Yin as well. With newfound enthusiasm, Yin eagerly responded, "Because the Star Luo Royal Academy has the spirit fusion technique." Hu Laiina disdainfully scoffed. "Everyone knows about the ghostly white tiger of the Star Luo Empire. I expected something more remarkable." Yin quickly added, "Furthermore, the eldest son of the Star Luo Emperor is likely already a Soul King. I need not elaborate on the significance of a Soul King, do I?" Yang Jian said indifferently. "Do you know the cultivation levels of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Clan's participants?" Yin awkwardly chuckled. He had only wanted to show off in front of Hu Laiina, speaking without much thought. "Focus on the match," Yang Jian said, ending their idle chatter as the competitors stepped onto the stage. From the Star Luo Imperial Academy emerged a golden-haired youth with a sinister smile. Representing the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Clan was an enormous man, so corpulent that from a distance, one might mistake him for a sphere rather than a human. After exchanging names, the match began. The golden-haired youth smirked arrogantly. "Fatso, remember, the one who defeats you is called Dai Weiss." The rotund man's flesh jiggled as he retorted irritably. "Who are you calling Fatso? Remember, your grandpa is Gu Fei." Dai Weiss' expression darkened. "We'll see how long that mouth of yours lasts, you bloated fool." Gu Fei grinned. "What was that, grandson?" Grandpa didn't quite catch it. Zhang Hen swiftly intervened. Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Clan versus Star Luo Imperial Academy, first individual match, begin. Both combatants summoned their martial souls. Dai Weiss' spirit manifested first. The White Tiger, the hereditary martial soul of the Star Luo Imperial family. 5 soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, and black, floated around him, marking him unmistakably as a Soul King. Gu Fei, too, unleashed his martial soul. His already massive frame swelled further. His own 5 soul rings mirroring Dai Weiss. Adopted by Long, one of the 7 treasure glazed tile clan's 2 title Douluo, Fei stood among the strongest of his generation. His martial soul, the Devourer, was a peculiar beast spirit that thrived on consumption, its defensive capabilities ranking among the finest. Weiss did not immediately close the distance. Given Fei's bulk, he likely specialized in close combat. Second soul skill, White Tiger's Radiant Wave. Milk-white orb shot from Weiss' mouth toward Fei. First soul skill, Flesh Proliferation. Second soul skill, Resilient Hide. With 2 consecutive skills, Fei transformed into a near-perfect sphere. His limbs and head entirely engulfed by layers of fat. The orb struck harmlessly against him, prompting Fei to taunt, "Grandson, when was the last time you brushed your teeth? Trying to suffocate your grandpa with that stench?" Ignoring the mockery, Weiss ceased his assault. Fourth soul skill, White Tiger Meteor Shower. Countless golden orbs, each the size of a fist, erupted from Weiss, bombarding Fei relentlessly. Fei remained motionless, his current form made movement difficult. The barrage visibly diminished his bulk, but as his first soul ring flickered, he swelled anew, surpassing his original size. Now resembling a grotesque mountain of flesh, his defense lay in his fat, consuming it to mitigate damage while his first skill replenished it endlessly. Against peers, this made him nearly invincible unless instantly overwhelmed. Realizing this, Weiss' expression soured. Prolonged attrition favored Fei, his fourth skill drained far more soul power than Fei's first. His only hope now was that Fei lacked formidable offensive capabilities. Otherwise, engaging him at close range would be disastrous. First soul skill, White Tiger's Protection. Third soul skill, White Tiger's Vidra Transformation. Fifth soul skill, White Tiger's Demon God Transformation. Weiss activated every self-enhancing skill at once. His muscles bulged. His skin streaked with black and white, radiating a savage aura. Speed was key, this was his sole chance. He charged. Fei, sensing danger, continuously activated his first skill. His form now an indistinct mass of flesh. Weiss' massive tiger paws slammed into the blubber, his claws failing to pierce the hide, only denting it deeply with each strike. Undeterred, he pressed the assault, knowing he had to end this before his enhancements faded. From within the fleshy mound, Fei's voice rang out mockingly, "Grandson, is this your idea of a massage? Put some backbone into it." "Damn this repulsive bastard, disgusting martial soul, disgusting personality," Weiss cursed inwardly, striking with all his might. Below, at the 7 treasure glazed tile clan seating area, Ning Rongrong rolled her eyes. "Brother Ning Yuan, is Fatty always this insufferable?" The elegant white-robed youth sighed. "Pretty much. And he dislikes being called Fatty, so mind your words, Rongrong." She nodded absently, her gaze drifting from the arena. Fei ranked among their clan's top 3, this was far from his full strength. Unconcerned about the match's outcome, she scanned the surrounding teams, searching for a particular face amidst the crowd. On stage, Fei's taunts continued. "Grandson, keep this up, and Grandpa won't hold back." Weiss tensed. Leaping back as Fei's flesh contracted into a perfect 3-meter sphere, smooth, unbroken. Third soul skill, Morph. This ability to reshape his fat granted Fei limitless versatility in combat. The colossal sphere rolled toward Weiss, who barely dodged. It pivoted effortlessly, pursuing relentlessly as its speed increased. Weiss knew he couldn't evade forever. With a leap, he landed atop the sphere, clinging like an acrobat while hammering downward attacks. Fei accelerated, attempting to dislodge him. But no acrobat could maintain balance on a sphere that shifted direction and velocity unpredictably. Soon, Weiss tumbled to the stage. As the sphere bore down, he crossed his arms defensively, bracing for impact, only for Zhang Hen to yank him aside at the last moment. "Idiot!" Zhang Hen barked, hurling Weiss to the ground. "Is your pride worth your life? If I hadn't intervened, you'd be crippled." Zhang Hen, as a formidable soul Douluo, commands the battlefield with unparalleled mastery. The 2 matches involving Yin were merely Zhang Hen's personal whims. After all, no lives were lost, and who could contest that? Davis lay dazed upon the arena, his eyes vacant, grappling with the reality of his defeat. For one as proud as Davis, accepting failure was an unbearable burden. It is worth noting that he had resorted to consuming a substance with side effects to elevate himself to the rank of Soul King for this match, only to face defeat nonetheless. Ignoring Davis's existential crisis, Zhang Hen proclaimed. The first match of the 7 treasure glazed tile school versus the Douluo Royal Academy in the individual competition is won by the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Next, please send forth the next competitor. Davis, still in a daze, descended from the stage while Zhu Zhuyun hurried to his side. "Davis, are you all right?" Her voice pierced through his fog, allowing him to muster a weak, "I'm fine." He then turned to Zhang Hen, the referee, and asserted, "We forfeit the individual match. Let us proceed to the 2v2. With the Douluo Royal Academy's Soul King defeated, the remaining competitors stood little chance against Fei. Their only glimmer of hope lay in the fusion technique between himself and Zhu Zhuyun. Zhang Hen nodded in acknowledgement and signaled for Fei to step down. The 7 treasure glazed tile school triumphs over the Douluo Royal Academy in the individual match. We will commence the 2v2 format in 10 minutes. Meanwhile, in the 7 treasure glazed tile school's quarters, Fei plopped onto the couch, promptly claiming the space meant for 4 or 5 people. He chuckled. "I reckon you 1T even need to step on stage, boss. That fellow S Soul King status is rather dubious." Ning Rongrong rolled her eyes at Gu Fei, retorting. Then why not just take on all 7 of them yourself? Ning Yuan, somewhat exasperated, interjected, Rongrong, do watch your tone. Gu Fei, do not underestimate them. The fusion techniques of the Douluo Empire are renowned across the continent. Gu Fei, unfazed by Ning Rongrong's remarks, inquired. How many matches do you think they will contest before us? I'm quite eager to witness the fusion technique. Ning Yuan casually responded, it should be the second match. If they are wise, they will use the first to stall, believing they are guaranteed victory with their fusion technique in the second, thus focusing their efforts on the third. He then commanded, for the first match, Jian Qi and Huan Ling, take the stage swiftly. He added, Gu Fei, if you wish to test your mettle, go ahead. Rongrong will support you. It should pose no significant challenge. The likelihood of a third match is slim. If there is, I shall take the field myself. Jian Qi, an unremarkable young man, nodded expressionlessly and lost himself in thought. Huan Ling, a mature woman, appeared far older than her 20 years, her physique betraying her age. With a seductive glance at Ning Yuan, she chirped, all right, Captain Ning Rongrong, visibly unimpressed, scoffed but refrained from contesting Ning Yuan's strategy, a testament to his authority. Ning Yuan, resigned, urged, let us focus. On the arena, Zhang Hen had summoned the participants to the stage. Jian Qi, like a machine, walked forward with an impassive demeanor, while Huan Ling cast a resentful glance at Ning Yuan before reluctantly stepping up. As anticipated, the Douluo Royal Academy fielded a defensive and an agile attacker, likely the lesser ranks of their academy. The battle concluded mere moments after Zhang Hen announced its commencement. Jian Qi struck twice, each blow resulting in instant defeat. Huan Ling did not even have the chance to summon her Mar. This is the 4th soul skill that Gu Fei has never employed, which allows 2 targets to swap positions. Its only drawbacks are the considerable soul power consumption and the inability to use it against targets with a higher soul power level. Nevertheless, even with these limitations, this skill can undeniably be regarded as a divine technique for defensive soul masters. With Gu Fei's impressive soul power of 59 levels, the restriction of soul power becomes virtually negligible in this competition, especially with Ning Rongrong's enhancement amplifying his power, alleviating any concerns regarding soul energy. A sinister smile crept across Gu Fei's face as Ning Rongrong's position shifted once more, this time exchanging places with Zhu Zhuyun. Zhu Zhuyun appeared beside Gu Fei without the slightest chance to react, instantly engulfed by Gu Fei's bulk, vanishing from sight. Davis felt a weight in his heart but did not lose his composure. He believed Zhu Zhuyun could hold on for a moment, which would be sufficient time to deal with Ning Rongrong directly. White Tiger Meteor Shower. A flurry of golden orbs shot towards Ning Rongrong, yet Gu Fei remained unhurried, exerting effort to compress his own mass, which was now suffocating the ensnared Zhu Zhuyun. At that moment, Ning Rongrong's calm voice echoed, I concede, referee, save me. Zhang Hen raised an eyebrow, taken aback, yet he did not hesitate. He immediately intervened to block Davis's assault, rescuing Ning Rongrong. In team matches, one individual's concession does not affect their companions. Ning Rongrong's purpose in entering the fray was to enhance Gu Fei, under her tireless control. She had nearly exhausted her own soul power to bolster him. Thus, even with her withdrawal, the augmentation Gu Fei received could sustain for a while. As Davis saw Ning Rongrong saved by Zhang Hen, he recognized that his objective had been achieved. Gu Fei then voluntarily released Zhu Zhuyun, tossing her aside with arrogance. Come on, let me see your martial soul fusion technique. Davis caught the now slimy Zhu Zhuyun, showing no sign of revulsion, and softly inquired, Zhuyun, how are you? Zhu Zhuyun weakly shook her head. I'm fine. The two embraced, their forms beginning to fade as various martial soul phantoms emerged behind them, slowly merging into one. And they vanished from sight. Yinming White Tiger. A semi-ethereal giant tiger materialized on the battlefield, adorned in black and white patterns. Measuring at least 7 or 8 meters in length and over 3 meters in height, its enormous fangs exuding a terrifying aura. Yet, Gu Fei stood undaunted, patiently awaiting the completion of their fusion. This looks promising. Let us hope it's not just a showpiece, he mused. The Yinming White Tiger emitted a low growl and lunged at Gu Fei, who believed firmly in the invincibility of their martial soul fusion technique, certain that Gu Fei would soon regret it. With a chuckle, Gu Fei's massive form began to change dramatically, ultimately transforming into a giant over 6 meters tall. This was not an enlargement of his own body. Rather, he enveloped his original form with his own flesh, manipulating it into a giant figure, reminiscent of a child molding clay. The giant bore no facial features, and its limbs, save for fingers on the upper half, gave an impression of greasiness. The Yinming White Tiger faltered momentarily, realizing that Gu Fei had not previously utilized this technique, leaving uncertainty about its strength. The two colossal beings collided, generating a force that far surpassed typical Soul King-level confrontations. Remarkably, neither retreated a single step. The flesh giant swiftly adapted, wrapping an arm around the Yinming White Tiger's neck while the other hand delivered powerful blows to its head. The Yinming White Tiger roared in fury, desperately attempting to escape the giant's grip. It was astonishing that a fusion technique of a Soul King and a Soul Sovereign, renowned across the continent, found itself at a disadvantage against the Soul King. In the VIP section, Ning Fingji watched the battle with a cheerful demeanor, accompanied by Sword Douluo. Nearby, an elderly, Plump man with white hair flattered Ning Fingxi, saying, Master Ning, your 7 treasures glazed tile school truly produces exceptional talents. It seems the championship is certainly within your grasp. Ning Fingxi smiled modestly, replying, Oh no, Master Huyan, you flatter me. The championship has always been the domain of the Spirit Hall. We dare not covet it. Despite his words, there was no trace of trepidation on Ning Fingxi's face, indicating he held the Spirit Hall in contempt. Yuanjin, the leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, had also come to observe the match. Unlike Ning Fingxi, who frequently roamed, Yuanjin had not left the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect in over a decade. He scoffed, thinking, this championship belongs solely to my sect, the Spirit Hall. The 7 treasures glazed tile school, and those hidden sects will all serve as stepping stones for us. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect has been discreet long enough. It is time for the world to witness our formidable prowess. On the battlefield, the giant and the tiger engaged in primal melee combat, delivering a striking visual spectacle. If this continued, victory would undoubtedly favor Gu Fei, as the duration of martial soul fusion techniques posed a significant limitation. Yet at that moment, Gu Fei's strength visibly waned. His previous strikes that once staggered the Yinming White Tiger now seemed to have little effect. Ning Rongrong's enhancement had run its course. And without her continuous soul power output, the augmentation could not endure for long. Gu Fei began to adopt a defensive stance. Each attack from the Yinming White Tiger visibly reducing his size incrementally, as the growth of his flesh could not keep pace with its consumption. Nevertheless, Gu Fei remained undeterred, persistently delivering seemingly futile blows against the Yinming White Tiger. Davis, the master of the Yinming White Tiger, felt a sense of helplessness. The fusion technique could not last much longer, and Gu Fei had yet to utilize his 5th soul skill. Davis commanded the Yinming White Tiger to launch a more frenzied assault, employing not only its claws but also its teeth, as it bit down on Gu Fei's arm. However, Gu Fei wore a peculiar smile as a large chunk of flesh from his arm was bitten off by the Yinming Zhang Hin instantly summoned his martial soul. And with a surge of soul power, the fats were flung away. Sensing danger, they swiftly returned to Gu Fei's body. Once Gu Fei withdrew his martial soul, he couldn't help but let out a satisfied burp. Dai Weiss and Zhu Zhuyan appeared on the field, their bodies covered in disgusting mucus. Zhang Hin didn't touch them, but merely checked their breathing by hovering his hand near their noses, confirming they were still alive. He quickly called for someone to carry them away. Zhang Hin cast a few more glances at Gu Fei, puzzled by the eerie nature of the boy's martial soul. But he said nothing. Instead, he announced, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School team defeats the Star Luo Royal Academy team. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School gains 1 victory and currently ranks first in Group 2. Next up is the match between Barkzak First Advanced Academy and Blazing Fire Academy in Group 3. Both teams, please prepare for battle. Among the ordinary spectators, a figure cloaked in black robes stared intently at Gu Fei, as if beholding a rare treasure. A chilling laugh faintly escaped from beneath the dark fabric. Gu Fei swaggered back to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School's side. So, how was my performance? Not bad, right? Ning Yuan's expression, however, was far from pleased. Didn't I tell you not to use your 5th soul skill unless absolutely necessary? You could have won by stalling a little longer. Do you really crave the spotlight that much? Why don't you ever listen to me? His voice grew icy, and the members of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, witnessing this side of Ning Yuan for the first time, couldn't help but shrink back in fear. Gu Fei didn't dare defend himself. Simply standing there with his massive head bowed, Ning Rongrong gently intervened. Brother Ning Yuan, let it go. Fatty just used a soul skill. What's the big deal? He won. Didn't he? Ning Yuan sighed softly. Rongrong, you don't understand what this means. I'm not angry, just... He shot Gu Fei a sharp glare. Come sit down. You're blocking the entire arena just standing there. 41. After the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School's match concluded, Yang Jian returned alone to the Martial Soul Grand Hotel. To uphold fairness and impartiality, all participating teams during the tournament were accommodated in the largest hotel in Martial Soul City, the Martial Soul Grand Hotel, including Yang Jian and his companions. Naturally, Yang Jian's group was assigned the finest rooms. Upon returning to the Wuhuan Grand Hotel, Yang Jian was taken aback to find a young man seated in the lounge area on the first floor. It was noteworthy that only participating teams were currently residing in the hotel, and this youth clearly did not appear to be a hotel staff member. Had he chosen not to attend the competition? Was he relinquishing his chance or merely exuding immense confidence in his team? Nevertheless, Yang Jian had no intention of delving deeper into the matter. He merely intended to ascend the stairs to his room. At that moment, the young man unexpectedly spoke up. Are you Yang Jian? May I have a word with you? Yang Jian approached the young man, who, despite his unremarkable appearance, possessed a pair of piercing eyes. Yang Jian settled onto the sofa opposite him, patiently awaiting his words. The young man offered a benevolent smile, the sharpness in his gaze noticeably softening as he extended his right hand. I am Wu Qingsong, he introduced himself. Yang Jian sensed a perilous aura emanating from the youth named Wu Qingsong. Without extending his hand, he remarked impassively, you know my name. So what brings you to seek me out? Wu Qingsong withdrew his right hand nonchalantly and replied, I merely wish to behold the man deemed worthy to be my rival by that certain individual. You have not disappointed me. Yang Jian remarked lightly. Isn't there a few soul emperors participating in this competition? Why not seek them out instead of me, a member of the Soul Sect? Wu Qingsong chuckled nonchalantly. Soul Emperor? No, I do not refer to your cultivation level. Rather, I sense a kinship within you. Yang Jian unexpectedly revealed a faint smile before outsiders. Could it be that there is a kindred spirit? After all these years, among the three realms, only a solitary monkey could be considered half of my kin. The presence of Wu Qingsong exuded a distinct aura, one that Yang Jian had not anticipated encountering in the Douluo Continent. I eagerly await that day. Yang Jian chuckled nonchalantly. Wu Qingsong also smiled, affirming that such a moment would indeed come. The two exchanged knowing smiles before parting ways. Yang Jian returned to his chamber without immediately delving into cultivation. His mind replayed the scenes from today's arena, the two formidable sword strikes from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect's sword fanatic, as well as Gu Fei's fifth soul skill. It appeared the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect would indeed be a formidable adversary, and that little lass Rongrong had performed commendably as well. Silently, he compared the strength of his own team. If the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect only had these two powerhouses revealed today, the Spirit Hall might still hold some hope. Yet, much like his own Spirit Hall, it was unlikely they would unveil all their trump cards in the very first match. Had Yang Jian been granted a few more years, none of this would pose a problem. But his current body was merely 13 years of age. Most of the competitors were nearing 20, their cultivation time nearly double his own. He wondered in which teams those Soul Emperors Bibi Dong had mentioned were concealed. However, his own team likely wouldn't encounter them during the round-robin matches, which were conservatively estimated to last over a week. Yang Jian cleared his mind and commenced his cultivation, believing that even a small enhancement during this period was worthwhile. That night, the members of the Spirit Hall returned to the Spirit Grand Hotel. Kuka knocked on Yang Jian's door and called out, "Captain, have you returned to dine? Would you care to join us? They're waiting for you downstairs." Yang Jian opened the door and stepped outside. So, how many Soul Kings emerged in the matches that followed today? Kuka gestured for Yang Jian to speak as they walked side by side. In a soft voice, Kuka remarked, "Today, a total of 3 Soul Kings appeared, none of whom seemed to possess the prowess of the one called Gu Fei. It is also possible that their true strength is concealed, as their opponents were merely from the Soul Sect." Yang Jian nodded as the two ascended to the second floor of the Spirit Hall Grand Hotel. Spanning over 1,000 square meters, this vast dining area offered a buffet for the competing teams during mealtimes. The voracious appetites of the hundreds of spirit masters present were truly formidable, resulting in a considerable expenditure, especially since 3 nutritious meals were required daily to sustain their vigor. It was only due to the immense wealth of the Spirit Hall that they could afford to provide all necessities for the participants free of charge. The second floor was relatively quiet, while the third featured private rooms. Most individuals preferred to dine away from strangers, opting instead to retrieve their food and retreat with their teammates. However, due to the presence of a peculiar individual, the abundance of delicacies laid out on the dining tables was rapidly diminishing. It was Gu Fei, who was systematically devouring everything in sight, whether it be spirit beast meat or an array of fruits, vegetables, and pastries, as he poured the contents of platters directly into his mouth. In mere seconds, he could clear an entire table of its offerings. At that moment, Su Tianba and several teammates from the substitute team emerged, each balancing plates of food. Su Tianba took a moment to catch his breath, relieved they had acted swiftly. Otherwise, they would soon find themselves without any provisions. "Is that guy even human? How can he eat so much?" he exclaimed. Yang Jian's divine gaze subtly manifested for a brief moment before retracting, and he calmly remarked, "He is in the midst of cultivation. This indeed works to his advantage." Kuku inquired, "What about the others?" Su Tian replied with authority, "They have gone to the private room to await our arrival. We should hasten our pace." Kuka nodded and was about to follow Su Tian upstairs, only to realize that Yang Jian remained still. "Captain, shall we proceed? It is time for our meal." Yang Jian smiled faintly and said, "You may go ahead and eat. I will join you shortly after meeting a friend." Without allowing Kuku to inquire further, he strode towards Gu Fei, leaving Kuku no choice but to reluctantly follow Su Tianba and the others to the third floor. Upon seeing Yang Jian enter, Gu Fei cast a wary glance in his direction and, with astonishing speed, devoured all the food on the table before hastily moving to the next one. Standing at the corner of a pillar behind Gu Fei was a young girl, her face nearly pressed to the ground, as if she wished to inscribe the words "I do not know him" upon her visage. The other members of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect bore similar expressions of embarrassment, as Gu Fei's antics had brought them considerable shame, prompting peculiar looks from the members of other teams. Yang Jian softly called out, "Rongrong." Upon hearing the familiar voice, Ning Rongrong looked up to see Yang Jian and broke into an excited smile. "Brother Yang Jian." With unrestrained enthusiasm, Ning Rongrong dashed towards him, and Yang Jian responded with a gentle smile, merely supporting her, as the other members of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect fixed their intense gazes upon him. Ning Yuan cleared his throat awkwardly twice. "Rongrong, who is this?" It was only then that Ning Rongrong realized they were all watching, her cheeks flushing slightly. Nevertheless, she boldly took Yang Jian's hand and brought him to the group. "This is my brother Yang Jian, whom I mentioned to you. My martial soul's evolution is entirely thanks to him." Ning Rongrong continued her introduction. "This is my brother Ning Yuan. The one who appears even colder than you is Jian Qi, and this is my sister Ning Feng." Ning Yuan furrowed his brow slightly. Realizing that Ning Rongrong was rather oblivious to the gravity of the situation, yet he refrained from saying anything further. Instead, he took the initiative to speak. Interrupting Ning Rongrong's introduction, "Hello, I am Ning Yuan. Rongrong has troubled you in the past." Yang Jian nodded slightly, acknowledging the moment. "It's nothing," he replied. Ning Rongrong, sensing the awkward atmosphere, quickly suggested, "Brother Yang Jian, let us dine together." Yang Jian, however, stated, "I merely came to see you. My teammates await me. I shall take my leave now." With that, he departed without hesitation. Ning Rongrong wished to retain him, but was restrained by Ning Yuan. "We are amidst a grand competition. Let us be mindful of the repercussions. Let us wait for Gu Fei. At this rate, you should be leveling up in a few days." Thus, it came to an end. Yang Jian entered the private room, where the others had yet to touch their chopsticks, clearly awaiting his arrival. Xiyu promptly gestured for Yang Jian to take a seat, exclaiming, "Captain, you have finally arrived." Yang Jian offered an apologetic smile, expressing his regret for having been delayed by a friend, assuring them that they need not wait for him. Yan's mood was evidently not very cheerful today. He had originally believed that his own strength was among the finest in this competition, yet on the very first day, he encountered so many Soul Kings. The emergence of Gu Fei, in particular, placed immense pressure on Yan. With his pride, how could he possibly admit to being inferior to others? The rest of the participants were also feeling the weight of pressure, as the caliber of competitors in this tournament was evidently a notch above previous years. Yang Jian also discerned the pressure faced by others. Take the Seven Treasures Glazed sect for instance, apart from Gu Fei and the Sword Obsessed. There is also the enigmatic Ning Yuan. Furthermore, there is Wu Qingsong, whom Yang Jian encountered today. Without Yang Jian's presence, they would be hard-pressed to even reach the top 4 of the Spirit Hall, let alone claim the championship. Yang Jian cleared his throat gently and remarked, "Shall we not exhibit the confidence that belongs to the Spirit Hall? The strength of our adversaries only serves to validate the worth of this championship." Xiyu managed a faint smile and replied, "The captain is correct. We must possess confidence, and besides, do we not have our captain with us?" Yang Jian nodded, affirming, "I have stated that this time the Spirit Hall shall undoubtedly prevail. You need only to perform to the best of your abilities, and I shall handle the rest." Hulaina articulated each word with conviction, declaring, "Our Spirit Hall has never faced defeat, and this occasion shall be no exception." Yang Jian spoke softly, suggesting they have their meal, stating his decision not to participate in the upcoming round-robin competition, assuring them that they should be fine without him, as he aimed to enhance his strength during this period. Hulaina expressed her understanding, noting that their opponents in the round-robin were not particularly formidable, and with their combined efforts, they should encounter no significant issues. Yin smiled confidently, affirming Laina's words and encouraging the captain to trust them. Then, with a hint of shyness and anxiety, Yin inquired if Laina would agree to date him should they win the championship. Hulaina glanced at Yang Jian, pausing before responding, while Yang Jian continued to eat his meal, seemingly indifferent to her gaze, for reasons unbeknownst to her. Hulaina unexpectedly uttered a phrase that Yin had longed to hear, "As long as the championship is secured by you, I will agree." Yin, oblivious to the deeper implications of Laina's words, fixated solely on her affirmative response, breaking into a dazed, foolish grin. As Yang Jian savored his meal, he remarked, "By the way, it would be prudent for you not to employ the soul fusion technique during the round-robin matches. Additionally, it would be wise for Cuckoo to refrain from participating, so as not to reveal our soul abilities." With Hulaina's promise instilling him with newfound confidence, Yin proclaimed, "Rest assured, Captain, I shall single-handedly dominate them in the individual matches. The others need not take the field." Yang Jian remarked casually, "This is for the best. If you can indeed lead us to a smooth promotion single-handedly, I shall grant you a personal reward." Upon hearing the mention of a reward, Yan's enthusiasm surged. "What is it? Captain, do tell me. For you, its value is no less than that of 100,000-year soul bone." Yan's pupils constricted slightly. "Is that truly so?" The others also ceased their activities, for 100,000-year soul bone is a treasure within the realm of soul masters. What could possibly rival such a priceless artifact? Moreover, would Yang Jian truly be willing to part with something so invaluable as a gift? Yang Jian explained, "There is no need for you to feel envious. Should you excel in the forthcoming grand competition, I shall bestow upon you other rewards, though I cannot divulge the specifics at this moment." Yang Jian possesses several divine herbs, one of which, with its fiery attributes, is particularly suitable for Yin. However, given that Yang Jian and Yin share no familial ties, it is highly unlikely that he would casually bestow it upon him. Yang Jian rose, wiping his mouth. "I have finished my meal. You may take your time. Perform well. And do not forget our agreement." He patted Yan's shoulder and departed alone. The following morning, as dawn broke, the competition commenced, with the Spirit Hall participating in the 4th match. Except for Yang Jian, everyone from the Spirit Hall had arrived early at the venue, not wishing to miss the preceding battles. Yin, observing the combat on stage, felt a tangible flame flickering in his eyes. Xiyu, somewhat concerned, placed a hand on Yan's shoulder. "Yin, do not put too much pressure on yourself. I'm fine. You need not worry about me," Yin replied nonchalantly. He was lost in daydreams of marrying Hulaina after the tournament and receiving the mysterious reward from Yang Jian, envisioning himself reaching the pinnacle of life. Hulaina's cool voice interrupted Yan's reverie. This match features the body sect. Pay attention, for they are formidable adversaries. On stage, the two competitors had just introduced themselves. Body sect, Tian can be sect, Lion Madness. Both belong to hidden sects, capturing the attention of everyone present. With Zhang Hen's announcement, the match began. Both sides summoned their martial spirits simultaneously. Tian can showed no physical change, yet 5 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black appeared around him. Lion Madness, true to his name, exhibited numerous lion-like traits, and a pair of crystalline purple wings manifested behind him. The purple crystal flame lion, a powerful soul beast. Never before seen on the continent, the beast sect appeared formidable indeed. Lion Madness also bore 5 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black. Both were soul kings. Lion Madness swiftly unfurled his crystal wings and soared into the air, his soul rings shimmering. A barrage of purple flames hurtled toward Tian Can. With a slight bend of his legs, Tian Can propelled himself upward, flawlessly evading the flames, while a massive silver shadow of legs emerged behind him, appearing almost tangible. In midair, Tian Can delivered a kick toward Lion Madness, simultaneously mirroring the action with the spectral legs behind him. Lion Madness, undeterred, activated his soul rings. Enveloping himself in a suit of purple crystal armor, charging toward Tian Can instead of retreating. At the high platform, a gaunt old man casually observed the battle below. Your body sect truly boasts an abundance of talent, he remarked. Dragon Sovereign, you flatter us. I dare not compare with the Golden Sovereign. The beast sect is merely a small entity, Long Busi retorted with a hint of sarcasm. The old man chuckled lightly. The beast sect is not to be underestimated. Only you, Dragon Sovereign, can speak so boldly. The beast sect has declined, with only 2 title Douluo in this generation, and merely 1 super Douluo. Continuing his musings, he added, have you heard that this generation's beast sect heir is rumored to have merged with the blood of ancient soul beasts? Long Busi furrowed his brow, his tone growing cold. What are you implying? The old man, unfazed by Long Busi's demeanor, simply sought to caution him against being a frog at the bottom of a well. Long Busi refrained from responding further. The outcome of the match was already evident, with Tian Can slightly ahead. Subsequently, no stronger contenders appeared from the beast sect, allowing the body sect to secure an easy victory. Long Busi, however, felt a twinge of wariness. The old man was not one to speak without purpose. At the Spirit Hotel, all members of the Spirit Hall were present in a conference room. The round-robin stage had concluded, and the 16 qualifying teams had been determined, with the Spirit Hall undoubtedly among them. After nearly 2 months of training during the round-robin phase, Yang Jian's soul power had also increased by 1 level, reaching level 48. Yang Jian, seated at the head of the table, inquired, were there any unforeseen events in this round of the competition? Besides the 7 treasures glazed tile school, which other teams should we pay heed to? Hulaina had already prepared her response. Captain, there are indeed several teams that warrant our attention. Notably, this round of the competition has not seen the appearance of any soul emperors, suggesting that many are concealing their true strengths. The body sect has only fielded 4 participants, all of whom are soul kings. It is a conservative estimate that the body sect must have at least 1 soul emperor among their ranks, while the other competitors are likely all soul kings. Moreover, the 7 treasures glazed tile school is rumored to have Gu Fei at level 60. Just a few days ago, the sword Douluo took him to acquire his spirit ring, and they should be able to return before the finals. Hulaina took a sip of water and continued. During the competition, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon School showcased remarkable prowess. Although no soul kings have appeared thus far, they have demonstrated martial soul fusion techniques, whose might surpasses that of the spectral white tiger. Among the 16 teams remaining, there are no weak contenders. Every team undoubtedly possesses a soul king. Even the Tianlai Pavilion, grouped with us, has fielded a soul king. Fortunately, Tianlai Pavilion did not contest for the top spot in our group, instead opting to concede and advance as the 2nd seed to the top 16. Xiaoyu added. There is also a particularly enigmatic sect that has never been heard of before. They advanced with the top rank in their group, while the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon School chose to forfeit their match against them. Yang Jian nodded, indicating that he understood the situation. So, how many participants did you have in this round of the competition? Yin cleared his throat awkwardly and replied, aside from Nana and Kiki, everyone else took to the field. Hulaina added, this was still the case without formidable opponents. Yang Jian remained silent, which was entirely normal, even if Yin were to triumph in a 1-on-7 match. As long as the opposing team did not concede defeat, they would have to field 4 additional players. Tomorrow marks the competition to advance from the top 16 to the top 8. In this tournament, all teams are consciously conserving their strength, leaving Yang Jian and his companions with scant intelligence. The rules for the advancement matches mirror those of the elimination rounds, with the sole distinction being that regardless of victory or defeat, all 3 matches must be played, and the losing team will be ranked based on their performance. The opponents for the advancement matches will still be determined by lottery. However, this time the drawing will occur on-site, significantly reducing the opportunity for the Spirit Hall to manipulate the outcome. Yang Jian rose to his feet and addressed the assembly, urging everyone to return and rest early, to rejuvenate their spirits in preparation for the battles that lay ahead. Once we ascertain our opponents at the venue, we shall strategize accordingly. To be frank, the likelihood of encountering formidable teams is rather slim, so do not let your worries weigh heavily upon you. Rest assured, with my presence, the spirit hall shall undoubtedly emerge victorious. A peculiar glimmer flickered in Hulaina's eyes as she gazed at Yang Jian in a daze. On the following morning, the 16 qualifying teams arrived at the competition venue, while the eliminated teams could only spectate from the stands. What was once a bustling encampment of 64 teams now appeared considerably sparse, with only 16 remaining. The drawing of lots had yet to commence. Evidently awaiting the arrival of Bibi Dong and her companions, Yang Jian rubbed his brow and let out a quiet sigh. Never before had he exerted such effort. Even during his tumultuous exploits in the heavenly court, now he found himself engaged in playful antics with a group of children. Guess who I am? A pair of delicate hands, as warm as jade, covered Yang Jian's eyes. Yang Jian let out a helpless smile and said, "Rong Rong, stop it. It's not amusing at all." Ning Rong pouted and took a seat beside Yang Jian, completely disregarding the presence of the others from the spirit hall. Yang Jian inquired, "Why are you wandering about alone instead of being with your fellow disciples?" Ning Rong, with a playful demeanor, wrapped her arms around Yang Jian's, responding, "They're just across the way. Besides, the competition has yet to commence. You left so abruptly that day, leaving me heartbroken for quite some time. Did you miss me?" Yang Jian gently withdrew his arm, mindful of the many onlookers. Indeed, Yin wore a lewd smile as he gazed at the two. Realizing that Yang Jian had already found a partner, at last, he felt a sense of relief. No longer burdened by the fear of Yang Jian's potential entanglement with Hulaina, Yin was acutely aware of the peculiar glances Hulaina cast towards Yang Jian. Yet he found solace in the fact that Yang Jian maintained a respectful distance from her. The others around them also displayed expressions of disbelief. At that moment, Yin quietly pulled Su Tianba closer, whispering something into his ear. Xiaoyu, who stood beside Yin, could not help but overhear. Feeling exasperated by Yan's antics as he once again tricked the unsuspecting Su Tianba, Yang Jian elucidated to the members of the spirit hall. "This is Ning Rong from the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile School, a friend I met outside. Please refrain from any wild speculations." At that moment, Ning Rong greeted everyone, saying, "Hello everyone, I am Ning Rong." Before anyone could respond, Su Tianba abruptly shouted, "Sister-in-law, greetings. Wishing you and the captain 100 years of bliss and a swift arrival of noble offspring." Silence. Yang Jian hissed through clenched teeth. While Su Tianba's jest might have been tolerable, the volume was rather excessive, drawing peculiar glances from Zhang Hin on the arena. Many in the audience also caught wind of Su Tianba's boisterous shout, including Ning Fingxi, who couldn't help but furrow his brow. Ning Rong's cheeks flushed crimson with embarrassment. Yet she did not withdraw. Instead, she nestled her face into Yang Jian's embrace. Yang Jian cast a fierce glare at Yin, silently vowing to settle the score with him eventually. On the arena, Zhang Hin admonished sternly, reminding the contestants to refrain from boisterous behavior. Meanwhile, Ning Yuan arrived at the Spirit Hall's headquarters, his expression far from pleasant, yet he managed to force a smile towards Yang Jian. "Rong has once again stirred up trouble for you," he remarked, adopting a tone laced with reproach as he addressed Ning Rong. "Come back with me, Rong. You mustn't continue to create difficulties for others." Yang Jian furrowed his brow slightly as he helped Ning Rong to her feet. This incident had nothing to do with Rong, and he hoped that you would speak to her kindly. Ning Rong chose to ignore Yang Jian, continuing instead, "Rong, let us go back." She cautiously glanced at the expressions on both their faces and softly remarked, "Brother Yang Jian, I will take my leave now. I shall come to play with you again another time." Yang Jian attempted to muster a smile, reassuringly saying, "It's all right, go ahead." Ning Rong responded with a sweet smile before departing alongside Ning Yuan. Once the two had left, Su Tianba scratched his head and meekly remarked, "Captain, did I say something wrong?" Yin, noticing Yang Jian's gaze return to him, hastily admitted his fault, saying, "Captain, I was in the wrong. It was I who prompted Su Tianba to speak that way. If there is to be punishment, let it be directed at me." Su Tianba, seemingly moved by Yan's words, resolutely stated, "No, Captain, it was my mistake. If punishment is to be meted out, let it fall upon me." Yang Jian gently stroked his forehead and said, "All right. We shall discuss this matter later. Additionally, please lower your voice." As the 3 members of the Bibi Dong took their seats, Zhang Hin announced, "I invite the captains of the 16 strong teams to come forward and draw lots." A total of 16 individuals ascended the stage, maintaining a respectful distance from one another. Among them, there was only one female whom Yang Jian had never encountered before, while he was more familiar with Wu Qingsong, who was also present. Zhang Hin's gaze swept over the assembly as he produced several small spheres. "Here are 16 balls, each inscribed with a unique number from 1 to 16. Shortly, I will cast them all into the air, and you shall rely on your own abilities to seize them." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Hin hurled all the spheres into the sky. Wu Qingsong was the first to leap, aiming directly for the highest sphere. Yang Jian also leapt up, positioning himself amidst the crowd, when suddenly a small orb descended at an unusual angle, landing directly in his hand. Yang Jian cast a puzzled glance at Zhang Hin, who remained expressionless as he observed the fierce competition unfolding in the air. The highest sphere naturally attracted the most contenders, for how could these proud souls bear to lag behind others? Yet, all maintained an unspoken agreement to refrain from summoning their martial souls. Just as Wu Qingsong was on the verge of grasping the sphere, a man abruptly seized his leg. Others swiftly joined in, attempting to use Wu Qingsong as leverage. With a swift motion, Wu Qingsong stomped on the man's head. Though the blow was clearly brutal, the man gritted his teeth and clung desperately to Wu Qingsong's leg. By then, several competitors had already surpassed Wu Qingsong's height. Undeterred, he delivered another crushing stomp, this time causing the man to bleed from all 7 orifices before finally releasing his grip, propelling himself upward. Wu Qingsong sent those ahead of him plummeting back to the ground with a single punch. Witnessing his overwhelming strength, the crowd wisely chose to bypass him. Zhang Hin caught the grievously injured youth, silently handing him over to the healing martial soul masters without a word. Soon, all the spheres were claimed, except one, which bounced and rolled off the platform, left behind. On Yang Jian's hand, the number on the small ball is 7, while the one that is rolled onto the ground bears the number 8, raising the question of whether this is merely a coincidence. Zhang Hin instructed everyone to call out the numbers on their small balls in sequence. After collecting all the balls, he proclaimed, each pair of adjacent numbers represents adversaries. The inaugural match of the day will feature the first body sect against the second Wanyuan sect. I kindly request all team leaders to step forward. The first individual match between the body sect and the Wanyuan sect will commence in 5 minutes. Upon returning to the base, Yang Jian was promptly inquired by Yin, Captain. What is the situation? Who is our adversary? Yang Jian spoke with a hint of incredulity, remarking that it seemed to be the very team that had nearly cost their captain his life. The others exchanged excited glances, realizing they had stumbled upon a significant opportunity. Perhaps only Yang Jian was aware that this was undoubtedly the result of Zhang Hen's covert maneuvering, reflecting a profound lack of confidence in their abilities. Though Yang Jian held such sentiments in disdain, however, given that the situation had already unfolded, there was no need to vocalize it and cause unnecessary distress. Even amidst any clandestine dealings, there would certainly be no weak contenders in the forthcoming round. Yang Jian did not dampen the spirits of the crowd. He merely instructed calmly that in the upcoming individual match, Yin would be the first to take the stage. I observed that our opponent consisted solely of a Soul King, who was currently incapacitated. Therefore, I would refrain from participating in this match, and Xiaoyu, you, and Hulaina should also refrain from employing your martial soul fusion technique. Do you have confidence? The group exchanged knowing smiles. How could a team composed of Soul Zone lack confidence? In unison, they affirmed, we do. The competitors had already entered the arena. To my surprise, the first contestant from the Binti sect was Wu Qingsong. Opposing him was a delicate young girl who appeared fragile. Hulaina introduced to Yang Jian that the Origin sect was also a reclusive sect, reputed to be one of the oldest in history, believed to have been founded by the first Soul Master. They are said to live in harmony with nature, possessing the ability to resonate with all things, thereby greatly enhancing their power. However, they must have declined in recent years. I heard from my teacher that the Origin sect currently has only a feeble title Douluo to maintain its facade. Yang Jian nodded, signaling Hulaina to observe the match closely. On the stage, the girl from the Wanyuan sect had summoned her martial soul, a luminous sphere of white light appearing in her hand, yet no other changes were evident. Surrounding her were 5 soul rings in hues of yellow, purple, and black, unmistakably indicating her status as a Soul King. However, Wu Qingsong did not summon his martial soul, he merely stood in place, exuding an overwhelming pressure that the girl from the Origin sect could keenly feel. His mere presence seemed to compress the very sky, causing the air to shift as if in deference to him. Although he made no movements, she felt a suffocating sensation, and the presence of her martial soul and soul rings provided her with no semblance of security. Yet, as a true disciple of the Wanyuan sect, she could not yield in the face of such formidable opposition. The soul black soul ring on her body flashed. 5th soul skill, light of deceleration. The sphere in her hand began to radiate a blinding brilliance. Yet, before she knew it, Wu Qingsong had already materialized before her, still without summoning his martial soul. With a swift kick, he sent her tumbling off the stage. Wu Qingsong stood proudly, directing his gaze toward Zhang Hin. Zhang Hin appeared momentarily stunned. How could he be so powerful? He had not even caught a glimpse of Wu Qingsong's movements, and it was noteworthy that he had summoned his martial soul at all. On the high platform, the emaciated elder was equally astonished, casting aside any veiled sarcasm. Is he truly the heir of your sect in this generation? Long Busi smiled with pride. Indeed, I embody the spirit of my former days. The elder retorted with a sardonic smile. If you had possessed even half of his prowess back then, I would have pursued you 3 times over. Bibi Dong's expression shifted slightly, though she quickly masked it. In the VIP section, Ning Fingji quietly inquired, Sword Uncle, did you grasp the situation? If you were to face him, what chances would you hold? Chen Xian shook his head. He indeed has not summoned his martial soul. It remains unclear at this juncture. On the stage, Zhang Hin announced, in the individual match between the Body Sect and the Origin Sect, the Body Sect triumphs in the first round. The next contestant from the Origin Sect may now take the stage. Wu Qingsong, however, directly descended from the platform. Zhang Hin furrowed his brow and asked, will you be changing contestants? Should you do so, he cannot re-enter the individual match. At the Body Sect's quarters, Wu Qingsong replied nonchalantly, he is still too weak. I require stronger opponents to stretch my abilities. The next match is yours, Tian Can. You may proceed first. With that, he closed his eyes to rest. Tian Can had no choice but to ascend the stage. Zhang He nodded, refraining from further comment. The members of the Spirit Hall were equally awestruck by Wu Qingsong's prowess. Yin, in a daze, asked, Captain, do you hold confidence in facing him? With a confident smile, Yang Jian proclaimed, you can unconditionally place your trust in me, merely because my name is Yang Jian. The competition unfolded with the body sect decisively securing victory, leaving no room for doubt. Even the formidable Wu Qingsong did not take to the stage in subsequent matches. The second contest, pitting the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect against the Heavenly Blade sect, commenced 10 minutes later. As anticipated, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect triumphed effortlessly. And the pace of the day's events seemed unusually brisk, devoid of evenly matched confrontations. At this juncture, many teams ceased to conceal their true capabilities, resulting in a significant widening of the gaps in strength. The originally planned day-long schedule concluded in merely half a day, with the top 8 already determined. Once the top 8 emerged, the spectators did not hasten to depart, as the daylight still lingered, and the matchups and timings for the next phase would soon be announced. The Spirit Hall's progression was equally smooth, contributing to a generally favorable atmosphere among the participants. However, Hulaina's expression betrayed her unease. As the principal strategist and the intellect of her team, she meticulously noted the characteristics and strengths of each competing faction after every battle. Hulaina cautioned. Among these top 8 teams, I have categorized them into 3 tiers. The body sect stands alone as the first tier, composed entirely of Soul Kings, complemented by the enigmatic Wu Qingsong. Fortunately, the likelihood of encountering them is low. Our Spirit Hall, along with the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect and the Extreme Gate, I classify as the second tier, possessing a higher concentration of Soul Kings, potentially harboring Soul Emperor-level combat prowess. The remaining teams, as demonstrated thus far, pose minimal threat to us. Yang Jian shook his head, indicating that the situation was not as optimistic as you suggested. Among the 8 teams, at least 6 are formidable, and the remaining 2 are merely slightly weaker. However, you need not feel overly pressured, just perform normally. And I believe our opponents will not be too strong. On the high platform, Bibi Dong spoke with a calm demeanor, suggesting that our 3 teams should be directly promoted to the top 4, as there is no need to collide so early. I have no objections, Pope. It is your decision. Regardless, the ultimate champion will undoubtedly be our original sect. Dragon Bougie nonchalantly crossed his legs. The old man, with a grin that did not reach his eyes, remarked, it seems the Dragon Sect Master has yet to heed my words. Receiving a transmission from Bibi Dong, Zhang He promptly announced, the semifinals will feature the original sect against the 100 Armies Hall, the Martial Soul Hall facing the 100 Beast sect, the Extreme Gate competing against the Holy Spirit Church, and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect battling the Blue Lightning Overlord sect. The semifinals will span 4 days, with the first 2 days proceeding in sequence, 1 match per half day. On the 3rd day, the teams that lost will compete again, and on the 4th day, the top 2 teams from the losing side will have an opportunity to challenge the winning team. If successful, the rankings will be exchanged. Yang Jian pondered momentarily, grasping the essence of this rule, to exhaust every effort in selecting the 4 strongest teams. Even if a weaker team were to fortuitously reach the top 4, they would inevitably be eliminated. Moreover, in such intense battles, any injury sustained would leave no time for rest, leading to immediate disqualification. Yang Jian gently touched his forehead and departed from the arena alongside the others. The night descended. Yang Jian was immersed in his cultivation when he sensed the presence of someone entering his chamber. He opened his eyes to find a specter before him. The specter gestured for Yang Jian to approach the desk, where it placed a sheet of letter paper. This contained the information of the contestants from the Beast sect. He should examine it closely. The specter sighed, noting that while the Beast sect was relatively weaker compared to others, it should not be underestimated. Yang Jian gazed at the letter. Tian Yu, a level 58 powerful assault system Soul King, possessed the Martial Soul, Golden Baiman. Shrek, a level 55 powerful assault system Soul King, wielded the Martial Soul, Amethyst Flame Lion. Long Yi, a level 53 agile assault system Soul King, commanded the Martial Soul, Azure Shadow Divine Eagle. Mo Xian, a level 52 defensive system Soul King, embodied the Martial Soul, Golden Tortoise. Yang Jian slightly furrowed his brows for Soul Kings, each possessing an utterly unrelated yet supreme beast-type martial souls. Just where did this 100 Beast sect manage to find such individuals? Gui Mei explained, it is said that within the 100 Beast sect, none inherit their martial souls through lineage. Instead, they awaken them through a peculiar ritual. They immerse newborn infants in the blood of formidable spirit beasts. Only those infants who survive possess an exceedingly high likelihood of awakening such martial souls. However, the majority of these infants meet only death. On average, merely 1 out of several hundred survives. As Gui Mei spoke thus far, his voice grew icy. Even with his typically indifferent and detached nature, he found such cruelty unsettling. Yang Jian furrowed his brow slightly. This was indeed rather cruel. The spectre set aside his emotions and continued, you must pay particular attention to one known as Tian Yu. The Golden Baiman, a soul beast long thought extinct, is surprisingly still present within the bloodline of the 100 Beast sect. This ancient and formidable soul beast, which preys upon dragons, finds it quite commonplace to engage in battles beyond its level. You must not regard it as an ordinary Soul King. Yang Jian nodded slightly, assuring, rest assured. I shall not be careless. The specter lingered for but a fleeting moment before vanishing once more from Yang Jian's sight. This apparition, by its very nature, defied the established norms. The current competition was not solely overseen by the Spirit Hall. Several prominent sects had also deployed personnel at various junctures. It was precisely due to the unique nature of the specter's martial spirit that it could convey messages to Yang Jian with such stealth and subtlety. Yang Jian contemplated for a moment before summoning all his teammates to his room. The premier suite at the Wuhuan Grand Hotel was not merely a bedroom. It encompassed a spacious living area, a conference room, and an entertainment room, all meticulously appointed. The 7 members of the Wuhuan Palace gathered around the long table in the conference room, with Yang Jian occupying the esteemed position at the head. To his left sat Hulaina, Xiaoyu, and Luing in succession, while to his right were Yin, Cuckoo, and Su Tianba, also arranged in order. Yang Jian handed the letter, inscribed with the confidence of the contestants from the 100 Beast sect, to Hulaina. After she perused its contents, she passed it along in sequence. Once everyone had read it, the letter ultimately found its way into Su Tianba's hands. Bewildered, he glanced around, uncertain of whom to pass the letter to next. Yang Jian rhythmically tapped the table with 2 fingers. What are your thoughts? As the brain of the team, Hulaina naturally took the lead in expressing her opinion. The Beast sect is comprised entirely of formidable beast spirit masters, apart from the 4 Soul Kings. The remaining 3 are also close to the 50-level Soul Elders. Besides the 4 Soul Kings, the Soul Elder possessing the Emerald Swan spirit also merits our attention, as her contributions in team battles are undoubtedly on par with those of a Soul King. In our team fights, we must prioritize eliminating her, clearing her throat. Hulaina continued, in the individual matches, we have our captain, and the chances of victory are high. However, in the 2 versus 2 scenario, if we aim for triumph, we will have to reveal the spirit fusion techniques of both myself and Xiaoyu. Yet, should we encounter the opposing defensive Soul King and the bearer of the Golden Behemoth spirit, our chances of victory, even with our fusion technique, would be slim. As for the others, we need not even discuss their prospects. Therefore, our focus must be on the team battle, at that time, Linging and Xiaoyu. Your primary target should be the individual known as Green Attire, the possessor of the Emerald Swan spirit. Su Tianba is tasked with protecting both me and Cuckoo. So Captain, you and Yin must at the very least withstand the intense assault from their 4 members. Once we neutralize Green Attire, we will have secured half of our victory. The spring rain fell like silk, draping a delicate veil over Spirit City. The slight downpour did not impede the progress of the tournament. The stands remained packed with spectators, yet the encampments of the remaining 8 teams appeared considerably more desolate. Yang Jian did not seek shelter from the rain. Rather, this spring shower seemed to uplift his spirits considerably. Tilting his head slightly, he reveled in the nourishing embrace of the spring rain. After 13 brilliant years, the nostalgia of his homeland resonated through the tempest. The resounding voice of Zhang Hen on stage interrupted Yang Jian's reverie. The contest between the main body sect and the 100 Arms Hall commenced with the first individual match, inviting both competitors to take the stage. Yang Jian collected his thoughts, unwilling to miss the battle of the Ontology sect. Representing the Ontology sect was none other than Wu Qingsong. Opposite him stood a young man clad in black from the 100 Arms Hall, who cupped his fists in greeting and said, I am Song Su of the 100 Arms Hall. I look forward to learning from you. Responding in kind, Wu Qingsong returned the courtesy with a simple, Wu Qingsong. As Zhang Hen promptly announced the start of the match, Wu Qingsong, showing respect to his opponent, summoned his martial soul. Though his form remained unchanged, 6 soul rings materialized, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 a configuration that defied conventional limits. This was the first time Yang Jian had witnessed someone other than himself possessing such an extraordinary arrangement. The audience was visibly stunned by Wu Qingsong's soul rings. And Song Su, facing him directly, felt an overwhelming pressure. Yet, undeterred, Song Su swiftly summoned his own martial soul, a silver spear, unadorned but striking, with a blade half again as long as normal and a tip resembling a sword's edge. 5 soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, circled the weapon as he gently caressed it. This spear is named the Lightning Silver Lance, Song Su declared. Wu Qingsong cracked his neck and flexed his muscles, the sharp pops echoing through the air. Even before moving, an imposing aura radiated from him, parting the wind and rain around him. Unable to endure the tension any longer, Song Su gripped his spear, bent slightly, and lunged forward. The spear had scraping sparks across the arena floor. Spear intent, army breaker. The lightning silver lance shot forth like a sea dragon, its arc slicing through the air with a sonic boom. Wu Qingsong met it with his fist, and though the spear struck with force, Song Su knew brute strength would not prevail. The weapon coiled around Wu Qingsong's arm like a serpent, but the latter paid it no heed, instead driving a punch straight toward Song Su. Abandoning the spear, Song Su leaped back to evade the blow. The spear clattered to the ground but did not vanish instead. Song Su's 3rd soul ring flickered. Spear intent, mountain toppler. With a phantom grip, the spear at Wu Qingsong's feet bent at a 90-degree angle as if weighed down, then snapped upward with terrifying speed, aiming for his groin. Wu Qingsong frowned but refused to step aside, stomping the spear back into the ground until it dissipated and reappeared in Song Su's hand. Spear intent, ocean subduer. Spear intent, life sacrifice. The arena filled with countless spear shadows, swirling and multiplying until Song Su himself seemed to dissolve into the storm of blades. Wuching Song waited calmly for the tempest to form, then stepped boldly into its heart. Yang Jian found the 100 Weapons Hall rather intriguing, exuding an aura reminiscent of martial artists, a concept non-existent in this world. The duel on the arena held no suspense. Wuching Song emerged victorious as expected. In truth, he hadn't even fought seriously, merely granting Song Su an opportunity to showcase his skills. Otherwise, the battle wouldn't have lasted this long. After Song Su's defeat, the second contestant from the 100 Weapons Hall stepped forward, another Soul King with an optimal soul ring configuration. His martial soul manifested as a blade, aligning with the hall's name, suggesting all participants wielded weapon-type martial souls, their combat styles mirroring Song Su's, leaning toward martial arts. This time, however, Wuching Song seemed to take it seriously. Without invoking a single soul skill, he simply threw a punch. That single fist strike eclipsed the heavens, as if the sun and moon had dimmed, pressing upon the blade-wielding Soul King with overwhelming force, as though the entire world bore down upon him. This was no mere punch. It was an unstoppable momentum. A single strike, and none could stand before him. Wuching Song possessed an indomitable will. The Soul King, utterly suppressed by this crushing pressure, offered no resistance before being hurled from the arena. Even Yang Jian was mildly impressed. In such a minor world, sheer power was hardly rare, but an unshakable conviction of invincibility was the true rarity. A man like this would rise to prominence anywhere. That single punch shattered the 100 Weapons Hall's morale. They forfeited without sending another challenger, likely conserving their strength for the remaining 2 challenge slots. Wuching Song saw nothing remarkable in his victory. Triumphing over the weak was no cause for pride, regardless of method. The anticlimactic battle concluded swiftly. Yet the audience harbored no disappointment. Wuching Song's punch alone made the spectacle worthwhile. On the high platform, Long Busi struggled to maintain a stern expression, though inwardly, he was jubilant. Oh, this child. I merely told him to have fun, yet he still took it seriously. The gaunt elder beside him sneered, recognizing Long Busi's thinly veiled gloating. Humph. So what if it's a domain? Long Busi didn't bother masking his mockery. Oh, does the Extreme Gate have a contestant with a domain as well? The old man's smile was brittle. How could we dare compare to the Dragon Sect's esteemed disciple? Bibi Dong fought to suppress her emotions, lest she betray her composure. Internally, she cursed Long Busi relentlessly. No wonder he agreed to my terms. A domain is the exclusive hallmark of a title Douluo, and not even every title Douluo possesses one. Coupled with soul rings surpassing the optimal configuration, this was the first time Bibi Dong felt a flicker of doubt regarding Yang Jian's assured victory. Among the VIP seats, Ning Fingji once again glanced at Chen Xian. Chen Xian sighed wryly. I once believed Ning Yuan was at least unrivaled among his peers. It seems my knowledge was lacking. Ning Fingji adjusted his spectacles, forcing calm. Uncle Sword, without testing, who can say? I believe Ning Yuan is second to none. You know the nature of his martial soul. Chen Xian refrained from further discouragement. Perhaps. After all, that child has always excelled at defying expectations. Regardless, Sect Master, Chen Xian added gravely. This tournament's championship is undoubtedly beyond the Spirit Hall's reach. It seems the landscape of Douluo Continent is truly shifting. How fare your communications with the body sect? Ning Fingji had regained his usual poise. I maintain regular contact with them. Rest assured, Uncle Sword, no matter how the continent changes, the 7 treasure glaze tile sect shall remain unshaken. Yang Jian clapped his hands, drawing the gaze of the crowd. All right, the competition for the main body sect has concluded. This afternoon, we shall engage in our match. Ensure you adjust your states and prepare for the contest ahead. It promises to be a formidable challenge. Match 47, the Spirit Hall versus the Beast Sect. The individual competition is about to commence. We invite the participants from both sides to take the stage. Contrary to the initial plan, the Spirit Hall did not send Yin to compete. Instead, it was Yang Jian who made his debut on the arena. From the Beast Sect, the formidable Shrek, renowned for his potent beast spirit, the purple crystal flame lion, stepped forward. Upon seeing Yang Jian, Shrek exhibited a noticeable wariness. As the host of this grand tournament, the Spirit Hall was bound to attract considerable attention. All teams had thoroughly analyzed the participants who had previously stepped onto the stage. The significance of the semi-final matches is self-evident, with the Spirit Hall dispatching an unfamiliar face as their first contender. It was highly plausible that this individual was their hidden trump card. Shrek, feeling somewhat anxious, inquired, I am Shrek of the Beast Sect. May I ask for your esteemed name? Yang Jian, was the reply. Zhang Hen observed Yang Jian's slight smile, confident in his strength, and did not afford Shrek the opportunity to delve deeper. The match begins. In an instant, the tri-pointed two-edged blade appeared in Yang Jian's grasp, accompanied by 4 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black that far exceeded the typical proportions. Shrek summoned his spirit as well, but was momentarily taken aback. This was not what he had anticipated. Shrek had assumed that the Spirit Hall's hidden card would be a Soul Emperor. He was astonished to discover that Yang Jian was merely a 4-ring Soul Master. Even though his soul rings far surpassed the standard ratios, he was still just a Soul Master. Yang Jian afforded Shrek little time for unwarranted thoughts. The first soul ring flickered, infused with the power of the underworld. A silvery arc sliced through the arena as Shrek swiftly ascended. At that moment, Yang Jian had already positioned himself before Shrek, his body slightly bent, soaring into the air while angling his three-pronged, double-edged blade upwards. Shrek, with his crystalline wings, unleashed a flurry of strikes, his soul rings gleaming in succession. The third soul skill activated, crystalline enhancement. The fourth soul skill, crystalline armor. The first soul skill, crystalline flame burst. In an instant, Shrek's entire form was enveloped in armor forged of purple crystal, with violet flames dancing upon its surface. However, Yang Jian's strike was not aimed at Shrek's body. The three-pronged blade ascended from beneath, deftly avoiding the legs encased in the crystalline armor, and sliced through from behind. Shrek's left wing was severed. Yang Jian descended in perfect synchronization, landing precisely atop the lion man's body. With one foot planted firmly on the beast's chest, he leveled his three-pointed, double-edged blade against the creature's throat. Yang Jian gazed expressionlessly at the Lion King, who could only concede defeat as he felt the chilling sensation against his neck. The entire battle lasted merely a dozen seconds. The spectators, who had initially harbored some disappointment towards Yang Jian, were taken aback by the sudden and dramatic turn of events. Yang Jian released the lion frenzy and returned to the edge of the arena. Zhang Hen promptly announced. In the first match of the individual competition between the Spirit Hall and the Beast Sect, the Spirit Hall emerges victorious. We invite the next contestant from the Beast Sect to take the stage. With a pointed glance, Zhang Hen discreetly glared at Yang Jian, seemingly displeased that the match concluded in such a manner. It is worth noting that the lion frenzy had merely received a kick and a cut, and the wound was merely a manifestation of its spirit, resulting in negligible damage. After a brief respite, the lion frenzy would be capable of participating in the subsequent 2-on-2 and team battles in pristine condition. This outcome offered no advantage to the Spirit Hall, and Zhang Hen felt that Yang Jian should take a page from Yan's book and strike decisively when the opportunity presented itself. Yang Jian paid no heed to Zhang Hen's gaze, much like Wu Qing's song. He possessed the strength to severely injure or even slay his adversary with a single punch, however. He merely chose to cast his opponent from the arena. True strength does not concern itself with such trivial matters, seeking to inflict harm upon the weak merely to fulfill one's own ambitions. At the very least, Yang Jian held such actions in disdain. This time, the representative of the Beast Sect was a robust young man, sporting a disheveled mane of golden hair. Though not particularly tall, his muscular build could rival that of Zhang Hen. The robust youth spoke up. I am Tianyu. I appreciate your mercy just now. You are a worthy opponent deserving of respect. Yang Jian merely nodded faintly, his eyes narrowing slightly. This Tianyu is no ordinary opponent. As Zhang Hen announced the commencement of the match, Tianyu summoned his martial soul, undergoing a dramatic transformation. His upper body swelled with bear-like muscularity. Golden fur sprouted across his form, and his hands morphed into massive claws. Beneath his jaw grew curved tusks resembling ivory, and he crouched in a gorilla-like stance, his hunched frame towering at least 2 to 3 meters tall. The standard soul ring configuration of yellow, purple, and black shimmered around him, identical in optimal arrangement. Yet the oppressive aura he exuded far surpassed that of lion's fury. Stripped entirely of human semblance, Tianyu radiated a savage, almost feral energy. With a thunderous roar, he charged toward Yang Jian on all fours like a beast unleashed. Yang Jian brandished the three-pronged two-edged blade and boldly advanced. The third soul ring on Tianyu shimmered, and as he sprinted forward, a magnificent suit of golden armor manifested upon him. The armor of the great Manicore. Yang Jian's blade struck fiercely against Tianyu, yet it failed to inflict any harm upon him. Instead, Tianyu seized the opportunity with a flash of his second spirit ring. He lunged at Yang Jian with a claw, golden claw. The claw made direct contact with Yang Jian's chest, tearing his garment and revealing a flicker of light beneath his skin. Yet no wounds were left behind. Tianyu was taken aback. How could Yang Jian's defense be so formidable? Was he not a weapon spirit master? It was common knowledge that even a 10,000-year soul beast would leave a mark on him with its second soul skill. Yang Jian released the three-pronged double-edged blade, seizing Tianyu's claws with both hands. He arched his body slightly backward, lifting Tianyu entirely off the ground and slamming him down with force. The golden beaming. An ancient soul beast renowned for feasting on dragons, possesses a defense so formidable that even dragons find it troublesome. Tianyu is categorized as a powerhouse in offensive soul masters, not merely for his formidable attacks that overshadow his peers but also for his surprisingly robust defense, which surpasses that of defense-oriented soul masters. This level of assault did not deter Tianyu. Rather, it ignited his fury as his first and fourth soul rings flickered brilliantly. True gold transformation. Golden blood. Tianyu's already colossal form swelled further, yet Yang Jian offered him no respite. The three-pronged double-edged blade was cast forth, executing a chaotic strike. Simultaneously, Yang Jian leaned forward, sprinting with remarkable speed, converging upon Tianyu alongside the blade. Ignoring the three-pronged double-edged blade, Tianyu lunged forward, his massive frame colliding directly with Yang Jian. Yang Jian momentarily slowed his pace, extending his right hand as he rotated it gently at his side, forming the Thunder God Fist. With his left leg slightly bent, he propelled himself upwards, delivering a punch to Tianyu's abdomen precisely as the three-pronged double-edged blade struck the beast's head. After striking, Yang Jian swiftly transformed his fist into a palm, seized Tianyu's body, and flipped onto his back, simultaneously summoning his three-pointed, double-edged blade into his grasp. Yin stared at the match in stunned silence. So he had been holding back during our duel. Could this truly be the prowess of a soul armament master? 48. The frenzied behemoth Tianyu roared furiously, yet found himself unable to strike Yang Jian on his back. As his body plummeted toward the ground, he twisted midair, flipping himself back first downward. Yang Jian swept his three-pointed, two-edged blade horizontally across Tianyu's neck, only to be met with the resounding clang of metal striking metal. Planting his right foot heavily upon Tianyu's torso, he propelled himself away, descending gracefully to the ground as Tianyu plummeted downward. Tianyu crashed onto the arena with tremendous force, yet rose instantly, seemingly unscathed. Tipping his head back, he unleashed a furious roar, his claws elongating dramatically to at least 2 or 3 meters in length. Yet, against the muscular bulk of his arms, they appeared perfectly proportionate, devoid of any discordance. Yang Jian closed in on Tianyu once more, gripping the very end of his halbert's hilt. The three-pointed, double-edged blade darted forth like a serpent emerging from its pool, aimed straight at Tianyu. This time, an almost imperceptible ghostly gleam shimmered along the weapon's edge. Yet again, Tianyu paid little heed to the attack. His 10 claws enveloped Yang Jian's entire form, leaving him no room to evade, not that Yang Jian had any intention of retreating. With a flick of his wrist, the halberd struck first, piercing Tianyu's chest. For the first time, Tianyu felt pain, but it only ignited his ferocity. His claws clenched inward, seeking to crush Yang Jian into oblivion. Yang Jian shielded his robe slightly with his left arm while flicking his right wrist deftly, causing the three-pointed double-edged spear to whirl like a drill before Tianhen's chest. The wound on Tianhen's torso gradually widened, oozing a faint golden ichor. Meanwhile, Tianhen's claws raked across Yang Jian's left arm, shredding the sleeve and leaving behind several shallow crimson trails upon the flesh. Yang Jian's movements grew increasingly swift, the trident spear in his hand whirling with ever-accelerating velocity. The searing pain caused Tianyu to grimace slightly, compelling him to retreat and cease his assault on Yang Jian. With razor-sharp claws, Tianyu seized the trident spear, engaging in a fierce contest of strength, attempting to wrest it from Yang Jian's grasp. Yet Yang Jian abruptly released his grip, leaping into the air and delivering a powerful kick to the spear's hilt, driving it once more into Tianyu's flesh. Seizing the moment, Tianyu hastily withdrew, finally gaining the opportunity to assess his injuries. A gaping wound, the size of a bowl, marred his chest, revealing the putrid flesh beneath. Without hesitation, Tianyu raked his claws across the wound, tearing away the decayed tissue. Simultaneously, his golden armor materialized once more, encasing his entire form. Through its translucent, shimmering surface, one could witness the wound healing at a visible pace, flesh knitting together as though guided by unseen hands. With a single hand gripping the trident-shaped blade, Yang Jian once again surged towards Tianyu at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, a glimmer of silver flashed as Yang Jian's weapon was already poised before Tianyu. Yang Jian countered with a swift upward slash of his three-pointed, double-edged spear, wielding it effortlessly with one hand. Tianyu's left claw intercepted the strike flawlessly, while his right hand merged 5 talons into a sharpened cone, thrusting towards Yang Jian with precision. With the three-pronged, double-edged blade in Yang Jian's hand pressing down upon the celestial claws, he propelled himself into the air, deftly using the leverage to spring upward, placing a foot upon the head of the divine beast to once again harness the force. Upon reaching the utmost height, Yang Jian brandished his trident-shaped double-edged blade with both hands, executing a powerful downward strike reminiscent of the Huashan technique towards Tianyu. The body of Tianyu stirred slightly, as the solitary black soul ring encircling him shimmered vibrantly. Power revived, true form unleashed. Yang Jian paused momentarily, halting his assault, sensing the peculiar nature of the soul skill. Heavenly Guardian. Indeed, he beheld as Heavenly Guardian's form began to swell, swiftly transforming into a colossal beast, entirely devoid of any human semblance. The creature crouched low, towering at an impressive height of 5 to 6 meters, its once resplendent golden fur now dulled, while its claws elongated and thickened ominously. Yang Jian furrowed his brow slightly. How could this resemble the true form of a martial soul so closely? Yet, as a soul king, how could Tianyu possibly possess a true martial soul? Unbeknownst to Yang Jian, such an ancient and formidable soul beast could never naturally manifest as a human's martial soul. The 100 Beast sect had employed an arcane method to forcibly awaken the golden behemoth within Tianyu. Yet this unnatural awakening bore grave consequences. Tianyu's initial summoning had been but a partial manifestation. This was his true martial soul unleashed. However, this state teetered on the precipice of madness, threatening to permanently transform him into a feral beast. Thus, Tianyu reserved this ultimate form for direst necessity alone. Now the monstrous beast's eyes blazed with primal fury, devoid of human reason. Dropping onto all fours, the colossal creature charged at Yang Jian with terrifying momentum. Yang Jian felt a twinge of surprise. Yet he effortlessly leapt to the left, evading the colossal beast's charge with ease. Simultaneously, he grasped the hilt of his trident-bladed knife, wielding it like a long whip that struck the beast's body. The creature appeared to show no reaction, barely managing to halt its momentum at the edge of the arena before slightly adjusting its trajectory and charging at Yang Jian once more. Yang Jian did not hastily evade. Instead, he retreated at a steady pace. Just as the colossal beast was about to collide with him, he leaped gracefully over the creature's massive head, narrowly avoiding impact. The beast, transformed by Tianyu, surged off the arena without losing speed, fortuitously heading straight towards the residence of the body sect, threatening to crash into its members. Zhang Hin realized he could not intervene in time, as he too was unaware of Tianyu's loss of control. It must be noted that stepping off the arena meant forfeiting one's eligibility in the competition. An assault on a contestant outside the arena could lead to the disqualification of the entire team, and the offender would face imprisonment and judgment by the Spirit Hall. Zhang Hin could hardly fathom Tianyu's audacity. Suddenly, the beast halted, revealing Wu Qingsong delivering a powerful punch to its forehead. Despite his relatively diminutive stature compared to the beast, Wu Qingsong did not flinch. Instead, the transformed creature staggered, crashing heavily to the ground. A savage gleam flickered in its eyes as it regained its footing, rising upright like a gorilla, its massive claws lunging toward Wu Qingsong. Zhang Hin. What are you dawdling for? Bibi Dong's icy voice resounded from the high platform. Zhang Hin, without hesitation, summoned his martial spirit, bending his legs slightly before leaping into the air towards the beast. Yet, someone was quicker. Wu Qingsong, standing before the beast, summoned his spirit rings and grasped one of the creature's gigantic claws while delivering a punch to its abdomen. By the time Zhang Hin landed, the beast lay motionless on the ground, curiously still in its spirit possession state. Wu Qingsong retracted his fist, stating calmly, "Something is amiss. Its mental state is compromised." Zhang Hin nodded, seizing the creature by the neck and tossing it onto the arena. He declared sternly, "Tianyu has violated the competition rules. His eligibility is hereby revoked." A frail voice from the audience, belonging to a member of the 100 Beast sect, timidly inquired, "Judge, is our captain all right?" "Who knows? His attack on a contestant is a grave offense. For now, he will be detained by the Spirit Hall. The rest of you may continue competing," Zhang Hin replied irritably. This was the first significant blunder in the tournament, and it was fortunate that the reckless beast collided with Wu Qingsong. Had it been any other Soul Emperor, they might have been severely injured. Zhang Hin kicked Tianyu twice, but seeing no response, he ordered the Spirit Hall personnel to escort the creature to prison. A robust middle-aged man stood up in the audience, presumably an elder from the 100 Beast sect, who respectfully addressed Zhang Hin. "Judge, Tianyu's condition is a consequence of his martial spirit. I implore you to show mercy and allow me to take him for treatment. If delayed, his life may be at risk." Zhang Hin glanced at Bibi Dong, clearly aware that he could not decide this matter. Bibi Dong coldly replied, "Then let him die. Take him away." The 100 Beast sect lacked the strength of the body sect, and thus could not openly oppose Bibi Dong. The middle-aged man turned his gaze to the other two figures on the high platform, pleading, "I ask for the support of Sect Master Jian and Sect Master Long. We of the 100 Beast sect are willing to forfeit the competition. We only request that Tianyu be spared." Tianyu represented the hope of the 100 Beast sect. A talent capable of merging with the blood of ancient soul beasts was a rarity encountered once in several centuries. The senior members of the 100 Beast sect were well aware of the side effects of Tianyu's martial spirit but knew there were ways to suppress them. Even if they could not save him, there were methods to transform Tianyu into an obedient soul beast puppet. Once completely transformed into a soul beast, he would become a true golden behemoth, a source of endless vitality. Long Bougie remained contemplative, weighing the advantages of the situation. The emaciated elder chuckled, "This is indeed unwise. Your Holiness, I suggest you reconsider." Bibi Dong frowned slightly. "What do you propose, Sect Master Jian?" "Since the 100 Beast sect is willing to forfeit the competition, then let them take Tianyu. He is merely a soul king. Is he truly worth the Pope's fuss?" The 100 Beast sect seemed to be aligning with the extreme gate so swiftly. These factions would inevitably lead to trouble. Bibi Dong pondered briefly before her cold voice echoed, "Hand him over to the 100 Beast sect. They shall forfeit their eligibility, and the Spirit Hall shall advance directly." Long Bougie had no ties to the 100 Beast sect, and the relationship between the body sect and the extreme gate was already strained. "Your Holiness, are we to let this slide just because he injured a member of my body sect? What if Qingsong's injuries affect the subsequent matches? This cannot simply be overlooked." Bibi Dong gripped her staff tightly. Wu Qingsong was injured? Long Bougie was audacious, yet she currently lacked the leverage to retaliate. Her voice had turned completely frigid. "The losses of the body sect will be compensated by the Spirit Hall." Long Bougie chose not to press Bibi Dong further, recognizing that it was still too early for a confrontation. Following Bibi Dong's command, Zhang Hin unceremoniously handed the unconscious Tianyu over to the 100 Beast sect, announcing, "The Spirit Hall successfully advances to the top 4. The next match will commence tomorrow. You may all exit the arena." Thus, Yang Jian and his companions fortuitously advanced to the top 4, bewildered by the turn of events. Yang Jian and his companions returned to the Spirit Hotel with the main contingent. The Spirit Hotel, now considerably quieter, had become a refuge for only a handful of teams, as the eliminated squads no longer had the privilege to remain. Presently, merely 6 teams remained, thanks to the gentle spring rain and their effortless victory in the competition. Yang Jian found himself in high spirits, relishing a few days of respite. Upon returning to the hotel, he chose not to ascend with the others, but instead sought a cozy spot by the window in the lounge area on the ground floor. The delicate rain outside continued to fall, and the water streaks on the glass gracefully slid downward, bestowing a veil of ethereal beauty upon the scenery beyond. Yang Jian gazed out at the scenery beyond the window. It was merely an ordinary street and buildings, Yet he found himself unable to divert his gaze for an extended period. In this world, he seemed to have experienced a considerable sense of ease. If given the choice, spending a mundane life here appeared to be a delightful option. There would be no need to live for someone else, nor to scheme for anyone else's benefit. Simply traversing life in a straightforward and unremarkable manner. The silly dog, Xiao Quan, was also present in this world. And it felt as though he had no lingering regrets. The thought of Xiao Quan brought a subtle smile to Yang Jian's face. After the conclusion of this competition, he would certainly visit him soon, for that foolish dog must be missing him dearly. Yang Jian, a voice interrupted his reverie. Wu Qingsong had, unbeknownst to him, taken a seat across from Yang Jian. Yang Jian replied nonchalantly, "Is there something you wish to discuss?" Wu Qingsong frowned slightly. "Is it customary for you to daydream without practicing? A member of the Soul Sect?" Yang Jian paid little heed to Wu Qingsong's words, offering a serene smile. "For one must occasionally take pleasure in the beauty of the world." Wu Qingsong, deep in thought, chose to remain silent, and the two sat in quietude. One gazing out the window while the other observed the world outside. This tranquility did not endure for long, as it was soon interrupted by a voice. "Greetings." Ning Yuan approached with a gentle smile. Wu Qingsong furrowed his brow, inquiring, "Is there something you need?" Ning Yuan responded with an apologetic smile. "I apologize for interrupting." "What are you two engaged in?" Wu Qingsong replied nonchalantly, merely appreciating the beauty of the world. Ning Yuan chuckled softly, finding no fault in the situation. "I am Ning Yuan, and I wish to make your acquaintance." With an air of familiarity, Ning Yuan seated himself beside Yang Jian, brother Yang Jian. "How have you been of late?" Yang Jian remarked lightly. "Everything was quite well until your arrival." Ning Yuan responded with a nonchalant smile. Surprised to find that even brother Yang Jian could indulge in jest. "It seems my timing is impeccable." A robust young man approached the trio. With his short golden hair and a gentle countenance reminiscent of a youthful doll, Ning Yuan raised an eyebrow and inquired, "You Tianlin?" The golden-haired youth smiled slightly and replied, "I am Yu Tianlin from the Blue Electric Tyrant sect." Yang Jian, with his hand resting on his forehead, found it difficult to relax, unable to escape the surrounding noise. He sighed, "What brings you here again?" Yu Tianlin scanned the three of them and replied, "I came to meet my opponents." "But what are the three of you doing together?" Ning Yuan answered first, "I am here to appreciate the beauty of the world." Upon hearing this, Yang Jian and Wu Qingsong exchanged glances. Yu Tianlin was momentarily taken aback, failing to grasp the meaning behind the words, yet he smiled confidently. "It is my fortune to be in the same era as you. It seems I shall not be lonely on my journey ahead. You all continue your conversation." "I shall take my leave," Yang Jian stated, as he preferred solitude over mingling with many. Ning Yuan grasped Yang Jian's arm. "Do not be hasty. I believe others will arrive shortly. Opportunities like this are rare." No sooner had Ning Yuan spoken than another person approached, their voice preceding their arrival. "What business do you have with me?" The newcomer appeared youthful, yet a faint beard adorned his face, and his eyes bore the weight of experience. His long, azure hair was casually tied in a single ponytail. "Do you not wish to meet them?" Ning Yuan smiled gently and rose to his feet. Wu Qingsong, Yang Jian, Yu Tianlin, and you, Feng Qingyin, and of course, myself. Ning Yuan assisted Yu Tianlin and Feng Qingyin in sitting down. The captains of each respective team, true geniuses, who have grown up with peers unable to even match their shadows. "Have any of you ever felt lonely?" "What of the people from the Holy Spirit sect?" Wu Qingsong asked with interest. "The Holy Spirit sect is shrouded in mystery. I cannot locate their leader, and he may not even belong to our kind," Yu Tianlin replied, nodding. "Indeed, your presence makes me feel that this competition has not been in vain." Yang Jian and Feng Qingyin remained silent, both possessing a taciturn disposition. In contrast, Wu Qingsong appeared quite intrigued by Ning Yuan's words, suggesting that he believed they were worthy adversaries. Feng Qingyin's expression was frigid as she replied coolly, "We shall see." Yu Tianlin laughed heartily, declaring, "It is an honor to be considered your opponent. I hope you feel equally honored." Ning Yuan's countenance perpetually bore a gentle smile as he remarked, "It is indeed my fortune to journey alongside you all." Yang Jian smiled helplessly, remaining silent. Yet his mood was quite pleasant. The initial meeting among the five was not particularly enjoyable. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed in the competition between the Sun and the Bone Dragon. At this stage of the contest, Yang Jian would not miss it. The Wen Qingyin he had encountered yesterday belonged to the Extreme Sect. As everyone entered the arena, Zhang Hen directly announced, "The Extreme Sect will face the Holy Spirit Church. The first match of the singles competition is about to commence. Please have the competitors take the stage." On the high platform, the three had taken their seats early. The old man chuckled, "What is this Holy Spirit Church? It wouldn't be something you, Dragon Sovereign, have supported, would it?" The Dragon of Immortality rolled his eyes. "I don't have that much time on my hands. Isn't the Extreme Sect the one that enjoys nurturing powers?" Bibi Dong smirked. "The Holy Spirit Church is far from simple." The competitor representing the Extreme Sect was a golden-haired youth named Jin Yang, while the contestant from the Holy Spirit Church was called Gu Bai. Oddly cloaked in a black robe, obscuring his form, Zhang Hen, seemingly undeterred, announced the start of the match. Jin Yang's martial soul surprisingly manifested as the sun. A miniature sun appearing in his hands, surrounded by 5 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black. Gubai also summoned his martial soul, the black robe inflating ominously. Yet the 6 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black clearly demonstrated his strength. Jian Yang's pupils contracted slightly as the miniature sun levitated above his head. With a flash of his soul rings, a golden beam shot toward Gubai. First soul skill, Solar Ray. Gubai, undeterred, charged toward Jian Yang. The ray striking him and emitting a faint black smoke, instantly tearing apart his black robe. Gubai's form was revealed for the first time, appearing far from human. His frail body was adorned with bone spikes and armor, and a nearly 2-meter-long bony tail extended behind him. As a pure-ranged soul master, Jian Yang could not allow Gubai to close the distance. With another flash of his soul rings, he unleashed his second soul skill, Solar Radiance. Following that, he executed his third, Solar Meteor Explosion. The miniature sun above Jian Yang radiated dazzling brilliance, and an ethereal sun manifested before it, hurtling toward Gubai at an astonishing speed. Realizing the power of the impending attack, Gubai hesitated momentarily before activating his first and second soul rings. Bone Dragon Breath. Bone Dragon Armor. A sphere of pale white flames erupted from Gubai's mouth, and his already monstrous form was entirely shrouded in bone, expanding considerably. The force of Gubai's first soul skill was evidently no match for Jian Yang's third, as their powers collided, extinguishing the pale flames while the sun continued its advance. Simultaneously, Jian Yang unleashed another solar ray, the golden beam slicing toward Gubai. Gubai hastily activated his fourth soul skill, Bone Dragon Evil Shield. The dual attacks converged, but the solar ray, despite its power, failed to inflict harm on Gubai, merely darkening his bone armor. However, the impact of the solar meteor explosion was formidable, as it was Jian Yang's strongest single-target assault, enhanced by his second soul skill. The ethereal sun detonated upon Gubai's chest, obliterating his ancient armor and leaving behind a charred gaping hole, nearly piercing through his torso. Yet, Gubai did not exhibit any signs of fatigue. Jian Yang once again directed a solar ray toward Gubai's wound, but sensing imminent danger, he decisively withdrew. Activating his fourth soul skill, in the land of radiant sunlight, all is mine, he instantly appeared at the opposite end of the arena. It was no wonder the extreme sect sent a ranged soul master for the first match, as he possessed spatial abilities. Gubai, however, had materialized at Jian Yang's previous location, his wound having regenerated bone armor, thanks to his martial soul's third soul skill, Targeted Hunt, which allowed him to instantly appear behind his target, enhancing the next strike's damage by 50%. This skill could be considered a semi-spatial ability, primarily derived from the inherent spatial attributes of his martial soul. Unfortunately, it could not be used over great distances. Otherwise, he would have been able to endure Jian Yang's assault. With both competitors possessing spatial skills, the battle grew increasingly intriguing. As Jian Yang reappeared at the opposite end of the arena, he unleashed another solar ray. Although its power was modest, its energy consumption was also low, making it a viable option for his ranged attacks. Gubai hesitated slightly before charging directly through the solar ray toward Jian Yang. With dual enhancements, Gubai's speed was astonishing, closing the gap in an instant. Feeling the threat, Jian Yang was compelled to activate his fourth soul skill once more. In the land of radiant sunlight, all is mine. Creating distance again, Jian Yang felt a pang of despair. While this soul skill was effective, its energy consumption was considerable, and combined with other expenditures, he had only a third of his soul power remaining. Gubai, showing no hesitation, turned once again to charge at Jian Yang. As a soul emperor, Gubai's total soul power was inherently superior to Jian Yang's. Moreover, Gubai was merely utilizing enhancement-type soul skills, which meant that this prolonged battle would surely favor him. Jian Yang recognized this as well. His solitary black soul ring flickered. Solar Pride, Light of Glory. The sun above Jian Yang began to radiate resplendent light. This was not an offensive soul skill but an amplification one. The enhancement from this millennia-old soul skill was undeniably immense. The next strike would double the damage, marking Jian Yang's fifth soul skill. Without pausing, he activated his second soul ring, Solar Radiance. This skill reduced consumption by 20% while increasing damage by the same margin, serving as Jian Yang's standard amplification technique. Finally, his third soul ring glimmered. Solar Meteor Explosion. A small sun, nearly indistinguishable to the naked eye, hurtled toward Gubai. Gubai's expression shifted as he instantly released his fifth soul skill, Bone Dragon Evil God Transformation. After executing this strike, Jian Yang found himself half-kneeling on the arena, utterly drained of soul power, his body also bearing the toll of the exertion. Yet, he remained steadfast, fixated on the outcome of his attack. He believed that if it connected, Gubai would undoubtedly falter. Zhang Hen hesitated, uncertain whether to intervene. If he did, Gubai would lose. Yet, if he refrained, the potential for devastation loomed large. In that fleeting moment of indecision, the small sun collided with Gubai, momentarily pausing before erupting in a cataclysmic explosion, resulting in a mushroom cloud. Dust enveloped the arena, obscuring visibility. On the high platform, the old man furrowed his brow, waving his hand to unleash a surge of soul power that quickly dispelled the dust cloud. To everyone's astonishment, Gubai stood, albeit in a dire state. The left half of his body was nearly obliterated, leaving only a feeble bone arm dangling. Zhang Hen approached Gubai, softly inquiring, "How are you? Can you continue to fight?" Gubai merely nodded in silence. Zhang Hen frowned and ultimately declared, in the singles competition between the Extreme Sect and the Holy Spirit Church. The Holy Spirit Church emerges victorious. Please have the next contestant from the Extreme Sect take the stage. In the prestigious VIP section of the Wind's apex, Ning Fingxi furrowed his brow and inquired of Chen Xian, Sword Uncle, is that child's martial soul identical to Bone Uncle's? It appears to be undoubtedly the Bone Dragon. Chen Xian also knitted his brows in concern. What exactly is this sacred spirit sect? Have you heard of it, Sword Uncle? I'm uncertain. Yet it is evident that this child is a core disciple of the sacred spirit sect, possibly even a direct apprentice of the higher echelons. It seems he has no connection to the old skeleton, replied Chen Xian. The second competitor from the Extreme Gate soon took the stage, seemingly intent on denying Bone by any chance to breathe. In terms of sheer explosive power, given the defensive prowess of the Bone Dragon martial soul and Bone Bai's soul power level, which surpasses that of Jin Yang, he should not have been in such dire straits. Yet, fortuitously, Jin Yang's strike was perfectly counter to Bone Bai's light attribute abilities. The competitor from the Extreme Gate introduced himself in a calm manner. I am Bo of the Extreme Gate. You are gravely injured, should I win. It would be a hollow victory, yet this is a competition, and I cannot concede. Bone Bai responded with an enigmatic smile. Let us see if you can win. After Bone Bai withdrew from his martial soul embodiment state, his body appeared less exaggerated than before, though the flesh on his left arm had significantly diminished, revealing only a few veins and patches of flesh, an unpleasant sight indeed. Bo frowned slightly but refrained from further comment. Zhang Hen wasted no time and declared the match to commence. Both competitors summoned their martial souls simultaneously. After Bone Bai enveloped himself in his martial soul, he was once again shrouded in bone armor, rendering his injuries invisible. Bo underwent a remarkable transformation as well. Earthy yellow scales adorned his arms, and a tail sprouted from behind him, ending in a spiked sphere. With hues of yellow, purple, and black, he revealed himself as yet another Soul King. Thick Earth Armored Dragon, he proclaimed, a formidable beast martial soul, not powerful due to its draconic nature but rather because of its mastery over earth elements. Bo's first and second spirit rings glimmered in unison. Earth Dragon Spike. Thick Earth Armor. Bo became encased in rocky armor as spikes erupted from beneath Bone Bai's feet. Bone Bai's first and second spirit rings also shone brightly. Bone Dragon Breath. Bone Dragon Armor. Bone Bai did not even attempt to evade as the spikes pierced him, only for the spikes to shatter upon contact. The ethereal white flames he exhaled struck Bo, who, in response, activated his fourth spirit ring and charged towards Bo Bone Dragon's evil domination. The breath of the Bone Dragon failed to significantly impact Bo. This was merely a probing skirmish, and the true battle had yet to unfold. Bo's third and fourth spirit rings flickered. Thick Earth Wall. Earth Breath. The arena began to tremble violently as walls of earth arose to obstruct Bone Bai's advance. Bone Bai did not detour but charged directly at the earth walls, which crumbled under his assault. However, immediately after, more walls appeared, even sturdier than before, making it difficult for Bone Bai to break through. Bone Bai's brow creased slightly as his fifth spirit ring glimmered. Bone Dragon's evil transformation. His form swelled once more, sprouting a pair of bony wings, resembling a bone dragon in its nascent state, albeit still upright. Empowered by the transformation, the earth walls could no longer withstand Bone Bai, allowing him to finally reach Bo, however, smiled slightly as his soul 10,000-year spirit ring flickered. Thick Earth Fortress. Bo's entire body was enveloped in soil, forming a circular mound of yellow earth. Bone Bai paused momentarily, yet he did not cease his assault. His claws raked against the mound, kicking up clouds of yellow dust. But the mound showed no signs of diminishing. After a futile attempt at breaching the mound, Bone Bai halted his attacks temporarily. But Bo was not inclined to allow him respite. Spikes erupted from the earth, aiming for Bone Bai. These spikes now possessed significantly greater strength, leaving shallow marks upon Bone Bai's bone armor. Bone Bai realized that this cumbersome shell was meant to exhaust his soul power. Should he stop attacking? Bo would continue to harass him, preventing any recovery of his soul power. It was clear that this could not continue. Bone Bai crushed the rising spikes beneath his feet, slightly shifting his stance as his sixth spirit ring illuminated for the first time. Evil God Annihilation Kill. A ghostly radiance emanated from Bone Bai's form as he flapped his bone wings, soaring into the sky, and a cross-shaped white light flashed. Bone Bai appeared behind Bo, while the original mound had vanished. Bo coughed up a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground. Zhang Hen rushed over to assess the situation. A cross-shaped wound marred Bo's chest, nearly piercing his entire body. Zhang Hen swiftly entrusted Bo to the waiting healing soul masters below and announced, "The Sacred Spirit Sect claims its second victory in the individual competition. We invite the next contestant from the Extreme Gate to the stage." On the high platform, the old man's expression darkened considerably. What on earth is this Sacred Spirit Sect? No one responded. The old man then called out loudly, "Qing Yin, you're up." Bibi Dong furrowed her brow slightly, noting that this man clearly disregarded the rules entirely. At the very least, he could have conveyed his message telepathically. A silver-haired girl preparing to compete for the Extreme Gate halted, casting a glance at Feng Qingyan. Feng Qingyan nodded slightly and gracefully leaped onto the arena. Zhang Hen, aware of the old man's significant status, dared not offend him and promptly announced the match's commencement. Bone Bai's soul power was running low, with only a third remaining. Coupled with the old man's attitude, Bonbai understood that his chances of victory in this battle were slim. Thus, his sole objective was to inflict as much damage as possible upon Feng Qingyan, or at the very least, to deplete his soul power. Bonbai summoned his martial soul, even utilizing his second soul skill, Bone Dragon Armor, before Feng Qingyan finally called forth her own martial soul. Windsword, she referred to her martial soul, a sword, or perhaps more fittingly, a half-sword, unsheathed and entirely straight, yet only 2.5 fingers wide, with a blade on one side and a curved tip on the other. 6 spirit rings of yellow, purple, and black emerged. A soul emperor. Bonbai had anticipated this and remained unfazed, activating his 4th spirit ring and lunging towards Feng Qingyan. Bone Dragon's evil domination. Feng Qingyan caressed the blade, her first yellow spirit ring shimmering as she softly intoned, "Let us proceed with the swift wind." In an instant, Feng Qingyan transformed into a streak of light, swiftly approaching Bonbai without employing any soul skills, merely swinging her sword downwards. Bonbai barely managed to react, raising his right arm to block the strike, simultaneously unleashing a bone dragon breath. Feng Qingyan effortlessly retracted her sword, flicking it upwards to sever the dragon breath, then pivoted to thrust her sword directly at Bonbai. The blade struck Bonbai's chest, causing him to stumble back a few steps, the bone armor on his chest now displaying faint cracks. Bonbai was taken aback. Such formidable offensive power without the use of a soul skill was alarming. He could no longer afford to conserve his soul power, and his 5th spirit ring glimmered. Bone Dragon's evil transformation. Feng Qingyan sighed as her 3rd spirit ring illuminated. Swift Wind Thousand Ring Kill. The wind sword gracefully traced several arcs in Feng Qingyan's hand before accelerating to a speed that rendered her movements nearly invisible. A flurry of sword shadows encircled Gubai's form, quickly engulfing him entirely. Moments later, Feng Qingyan retracted her martial soul, and the sword shadows dissipated, revealing Gubai, who had reverted to human form and lay on the ground. It appeared that Feng Qingyan had shown mercy. Gubai bore few wounds and was likely merely unconscious from exhaustion of soul power. Zhang Hin gazed at Feng Qingyan in astonishment. The current tournament was overflowing with prodigies. Typically, a talent of such caliber would emerge only once in decades across the continent, yet now they seemed to proliferate. On the high platform, Long Busi furrowed his brow and inquired, "The ultimate wind? How dare they compare to the esteemed disciple of the dragon sect?" Despite his words, the old man did not exhibit any semblance of fear. The second participant from the Holy Spirit sect took the stage, still draped in a black robe. The two competitors exchanged names, preparing for the match. Even Zhang Hin was unaware of this individual's background, nor had Gubai appeared in any prior rounds. A ghostly voice emerged from beneath the black robe. "Holy Spirit sect, death sequence." Feng Qingyan. The match commenced. Zhang Hin stepped aside, recognizing that these contestants were increasingly formidable, and that his own presence would only invite shame. Death Sequence's martial soul was exceedingly peculiar. A 3-meter-long spear manifested in his grasp, and a skeletal steed appeared beneath him, accompanied by a massive ethereal specter. 6 rings of soul power in hues of yellow, purple, and black enveloped him, indicating that he was a soul emperor, while others had only revealed a single soul emperor among their ranks. Feng Qingyan's expression shifted slightly. Indeed, the martial soul was strange. Indistinguishable as either a beast or weapon type, was it a humanoid beast martial soul? Such a concept was unheard of. On the platform, the emaciated elder's countenance changed dramatically. Impossible. How can such a martial soul still exist? Long Busi, too, appeared troubled. "Pope, I demand an explanation for this anomaly. This sect is evidently suspicious. The emergence of 2 top-tier dark martial souls is alarming. We have already seen the Bone Dragon, and now a Death Knight has appeared. Who knows what else might surface?" At this point, Long Busi hesitated but ultimately refrained from continuing. Bibi Dong chuckled softly. "What does this have to do with me? Wasn't it your proposal that as long as the age is appropriate, there is no need to examine the martial soul? How was I to know that the Death Knight would re-emerge in the continent? Is it even necessary to continue this competition?" The old man's mood soured, vexed to encounter such a martial soul among his own ranks. Bibi Dong replied nonchalantly, "Of course it must continue. Do you lack confidence in your esteemed disciple? That is not the case. It is merely a Death Knight. Qingyan is no weaker than anyone else. However, such a martial soul should not exist," Long Busi retorted. "Isn't it your responsibility to oversee the continent?" With a decisive tone, Long Busi declared the match could proceed. However, once it concluded, this individual must not be spared. The Death Knight, as one of the closest manifestations of ultimate darkness, should have long been eradicated by the Spirit Hall. The Death Knight had not been seen on the continent for centuries. Only the upper echelons of some ancient factions might still recall such a martial soul. What even Bibi Dong and her contemporaries were unaware of was that the Death Knight represented far more than mere proximity to ultimate darkness. In ancient times, countless bearers of angelic martial souls had perished in efforts to hunt down the Death Knight, for angelic martial souls were known to counteract all forms of evil, forming the very foundation of the Spirit Hall's legacy. The wind sword appeared in Feng Qingyan's grasp, and she distinctly felt that Death Sequence's martial soul was not at all suppressed by her own. It is known that Feng Qingyan's wind sword was an ultimate martial soul, which should inherently diminish the prowess of any martial soul of inferior quality. regardless of its attribute. While Death Sequence's martial soul may not be classified as ultimate, it was certainly formidable. Draped in a black robe atop his skeletal steed, Death Sequence brandished a long spear. His arm, clad in black armor, was the only visible part, adorned with a black knight's glove. With a subtle tug on the reins, the skeletal horse charged directly at Feng Qingyan, who lowered her body and thrust the spear forward as if embodying a true knight. Feng Qingyan's second soul ring flickered, and she traced an arc with the windsword before summoning a visible barrier of tempestuous winds. The barrier of raging winds, however, did not halt Death Sequence's charge. With a flicker of his first soul ring, he invoked Iron Cavalry Charge. His speed seemed to amplify, and shadows of black cavalry appeared to charge alongside him. The wind barrier failed to impede Death Sequence, who advanced with the momentum of an entire army. Feng Qingyan crossed the windsword over her chest, a green light flashing from its blade as she pressed forward, launching a diagonal strike. Death Sequence's spear intercepted the windsword, and in that collision, the balance of power was evident. Death Sequence held the advantage, his spear deflecting Feng Qingyan's sword, aiming directly for her head. Simultaneously, the skeletal horse, wreathed in ghostly blue flames, lunged to bite Feng Qingyan. With her first soul ring aglow, she positioned the windsword defensively, while deftly kicking the skeletal horse's head aside. The lengthy spear once again deflected the windsword, revealing the disparity in their strengths. Feng Qingyan soared into the air, using her foot to spring off the skeletal horse's head while executing a horizontal slash towards Death Sequence. It was evident that Death Sequence's spear was ill-suited for close combat. Should she close the distance, he would struggle to wield it effectively. Yet, surprisingly, her strike was parried by a knight's broadsword that had inexplicably appeared in Death Sequence's left hand. The sword, reminiscent of traditional Western design, was entirely black. Even the blade itself, and was a palm's width across, adorned with a black gem at the hilt. Though held in his left hand, Death Sequence maneuvered with seamless fluidity. After blocking her strike, he slid his right hand spear backward, preparing to thrust. Feng Qingyan, unable to connect her attack, quickly launched herself off the horse's head and leaped backward. The peculiarity of Death Sequence's martial soul was undeniable. Upon landing on the arena, her third soul ring flickered, and she traced the windsword through the air. Tempestuous thousand cuts. Soon, a tornado composed of sword shadows enveloped both Death Sequence and his skeletal steed. Without pausing, Feng Qingyan activated her fourth soul ring. Fierce Wind Annihilation Slash. Feng Qingyan leaped into the air, suspended momentarily as the windsword traced an arc from above. A green sword aura that appeared as though it would cleave the arena in two, slowly merging into the swirling vortex. Feng Qingyan landed gracefully on the ground, holding the windsword in reverse, quietly observing the whirlwind. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. A colossal phantom emerged, shattering the tornado, revealing the figure of Death Sequence in its place. Apart from the vanishing black robe, he bore no signs of injury and had not launched an attack, merely sitting steadily atop his skeletal steed. Even in his unveiled form, Death Sequence's visage was obscured, his entire being enveloped in pitch-black knightly armor, complete with a mask that concealed his face. 6 banners protruded from the back of his armor, each adorned with distinct insignia, hinting at some form of military standard. In his right hand, he wielded a spear, while his left grasped a sword, and the blue flames emanating from the skeletal horse surged with vigor. The spectral figure that appeared when Death Sequence summoned his martial spirit re-emerged behind him. Towering over 10 meters, resembling an amplified version of Death Sequence himself, equipped identically and striking the same pose. Yet, this was undeniably more than a mere projection. The aura surrounding Death Sequence was considerably less formidable than that of the Phantom. The immense apparition radiated an aura of death. Indeed, it was death itself. Gazing upon it felt as if one's very soul might succumb to despair. From the spectator's stand, Yang Jian furrowed his brow, sensing the dense aura of death. While the quantity of death energy was not overwhelming, its quality was exceptionally pure, akin to that of a typical ghostly immortal. It seemed this world was far from simple. Upon the platform, the gaunt elder frowned slightly, addressing the Dragon Lord. Are you aware of what this is? I have little knowledge of the Death Knight martial spirit. You should consult the Pope, he replied. The elder sensed the might of the Phantom and felt a tinge of concern for Feng Qingyan, casting a glance at Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong replied coolly, I am not well versed either, as this martial spirit has not manifested in ages. Do not fret, Dragon Immortal. It is merely a Death Knight. How could it possibly rival your esteemed disciple? With an opportunity to taunt, Long Bougie could not resist. I shot him a glare but refrained from speaking further, anxiously watching the stage. Should any unforeseen event arise, I would disregard any rules and intervene to rescue Feng Qingyan. Despite my confidence in Feng Qingyan, the legends surrounding Death Knights were numerous and invariably spoke of their immense power. Yet, facing the oppressive aura of the Phantom, Feng Qingyan remained unfazed, instead feeling his fighting spirit surge. If he could be so easily vanquished, it would indeed be disappointing. Death Sequence grasped the reins with his left hand as the knight's sword vanished into thin air, the skeletal horse rearing and letting out a fierce neigh. Waves of intangible power radiated from the Phantom, thoroughly enveloping the arena. This was the moment Death Sequence had awaited. He hurled the spear with his right hand while simultaneously leaping from the skeletal steed. The knight's sword reappeared in Death Sequence's grasp, arriving before Feng Qingyan almost in tandem with the spear. Meanwhile, the phantom remained at the center of the arena, and the skeletal horse charged towards Feng Qingyan, albeit a fraction slower. Feng Qingyan seemed to sense something. As the attack approached, he inexplicably closed his eyes, positioning the wind sword before him. Even with his eyes shut, Feng Qingyan's reactions appeared heightened. He deftly parried the spear and, with a downward flick, blocked Death Sequence's sword. Death Sequence maneuvered his knight's sword, using the blade's guard to trap the wind sword, while his left fist propelled forward. Feng Qingyan smirked subtly, vanishing from his position, only to reappear as 9 identical manifestations, each wielding a wind sword, encircling Death Sequence from various angles. The 9 figures struck simultaneously, thrusting, slashing, piercing, and cleaving towards Death Sequence. At that moment, the skeletal horse approached, positioning itself behind one of the Feng Qingyan apparitions and promptly biting off its head. The beheaded Feng Qingyan dissipated instantly, yet with deathly grace. The revenant clenched his sword with both hands, raising it high above his head before delivering a devastating downward slash that dispersed all Emerald Sword energy into nothingness. Yet in that fleeting moment, Qingyan of the Wind had materialized beside him like a phantom, his blade tracing a lethal arc across the revenant's throat. The revenant showed no sign of pain, retaliating with a crushing fist that sent Qingyan scrambling backward. This marked the first genuine strike the revenant had landed on the Wind Sovereign. Even the pinnacle of wind, representing the zenith of speed, could not always evade an equal-tier combat. A flicker of astonishment crossed Qingyan's features. His blade had cleaved through flesh and scraped bone, leaving a ghastly wound that should have severed the neck entirely. Yet no blood flowed, and the revenant showed no impairment. Dark tendrils of energy coiled around the injury, and within moments, the flesh knit itself whole once more. From within his visor, the revenant's eyes had darkened into voids, seizing Qingyan's momentary distraction. The skeletal steed, moving with eerie autonomy, struck the Wind Master squarely between the shoulder blades with a bone-shattering kick. Qingyan retreated hastily, though a master of the blade. His physical resilience paled against such assaults. As distance stretched between them, the revenant hurled his lance and charged anew, his nightmare mount galloping in tandem. Qingyan's brow furrowed. He had underestimated the steed's dormant lethality. Never had he encountered such a grotesque martial soul, one that summoned living battle companions rivaling 10,000-year spirit beasts in might. Crossing his windblade before his chest, Qingyan closed his eyes. His 5th spirit ring ignited for the first time. Hear the winds whisper, "The sword's will is my own." His form dissolved into the air, reappearing mid-swing to deflect the thrown lance before vanishing again, this time above the skeletal steed. A horizontal slash sent the equine's skull tumbling, its body collapsing though ghostly blue flames still flickered weakly. The revenant's 4th spirit ring pulsed in response. Banners unfallen. 3 of the 6 tattered standards upon his armor flared with ominous light, the demon banner, the nightmare standard, the shroud of darkness, each layering cursed enhancements in a radius of palpable dread. With a gesture, the decapitated steed reassembled itself, rising unharmed. Undeterred, Qingyan materialized above the revenant for another strike. Anticipating the attack, the Death Knight ignored the descending blade to thrust at Qingyan's heart, forced to abort his assault. Qingyan released razor-edged wind projectiles before vanishing once more. Then the 6th ring awakened. Domain of the Fallen. The arena drowned in a shroud of necrotic mist. The colossal specter at its center stirred, mirroring the revenant's movements perfectly. Zhang Hen retreated beyond the boundary, the miasma slowing even his transcendent speed by 20%. Blinded and impotent, he exchanged a glance with Bibi Dong. This battle had surpassed his jurisdiction. Upon the high platform, the 3 sovereigns observed impassively. Does the Golden Sect leader no longer fret for his disciple? Dragon immortal teased. The gaunt elder snorted. Save your concern, Dragon Lord. Their transcendent sight pierced the gloom effortlessly. Below them, Wu Qingsong's eyes narrowed to slits, gleaming like honed steel. Yang Jian quietly summoned the divine eye, a silver vertical pupil manifesting at the center of his brow. To the outside observer, however, his brow appeared unchanged, a feat possible only due to the enhancement from the soul power of the dark golden bear spirit, which significantly advanced Yang Jian's spiritual perception, allowing him to perform this minor illusion. Yet, should someone with greater mental prowess scrutinize closely, they would detect the divine eye. And when the time came for it to unleash its power, the illusion would no longer hold. Only a select few could discern the true state of affairs, those either above the title Douluo rank or possessing unique abilities. The realm of the deceased, governed by the death sequence, was not merely a matter of obstructing vision and diminishing an opponent's speed. It imposed negative effects on enemies while also disabling spatial abilities. Most critically, within this realm, the death sequence was nearly immortal. Once one had become a specter, how could they die again? Feng Qingyan's body continuously shifted through the air. His brow slightly furrowed. He had encountered a domain. The death sequence raised his right hand, grasping at the air, and a long spear materialized, which he hurled forth. As soon as it was thrown, he grasped the air again, conjuring yet another spear. The shadow behind the death sequence also launched a massive spear. The number of spears multiplied, and Feng Qingyan's speed was significantly hampered within the influence of the domain, making it increasingly arduous to evade. Even when a few spears struck him, they inflicted no damage, as an invisible barrier enveloped him, a manifestation of Feng Qingyan's soul skill, Gale Barrier, evolving into wind armor. The death sequence continued to casually hurl spears. Within the realm of the deceased, such attacks consumed negligible soul power compared to what he had regained. If this continued, Feng Qingyan would inevitably exhaust his soul energy, allowing the death sequence to claim an effortless victory. However, Feng Qingyan was not merely on the defensive. He was acutely aware of the domain, understanding that a domain possesses its unique rules. The power of the domain represented an opportunity for him. Should he comprehend its operational principles, it would greatly enhance his capabilities. Darkness, death, decay, and evil were realms beyond the grasp of the living. Yet Feng Qingyan had gleaned insights. Suspended in midair, he closed his eyes, ceasing all evasive maneuvers as spears rained down upon him. Initially, these spears would shatter upon nearing his form, but in mere moments, the distance at which they were destroyed increased, until they were obliterated the instant they left the death sequence's grasp. Wind, a tempest, centered around Feng Qingyan's body. A furious gale swept across the arena, rendering the invisible winds as sharp as blades, slicing through the dark mist to create patches of light. The death sequence's expression shifted slightly, and for the first time, his fifth soul ring glowed. Glory of the undead, immortal body. Feng Qingyan made no additional movements, remaining still in the void with closed eyes. The essence of wind equated to the essence of the sword, and the sword's essence mirrored the heart's true nature. The black mist had dissipated significantly, as invisible blades or sword energy surged toward the death sequence. The knight's sword in the death sequence's hand emitted a faint glow, seemingly enlarged as he gripped it with both hands, cleaving through the wind. With each strike, the death sequence advanced toward Feng Qingyan, leaping into the air. The knight's sword raised above his head and slashed down towards him. Feng Qingyan slowly opened his eyes and spoke softly. Do you not know that the tempest has its return path? The death sequence's raspy voice emerged from beneath his mask. All I know is that death is the ultimate destination. The knight's sword passed directly through Feng Qingyan's form, which appeared merely as an illusion. He re-emerged beside the death sequence. The wind, still a tempest, remained unyielding as invisible assaults rained down upon the death sequence. His knight's armor bore numerous wounds. Yet he remained unresponsive, once more swinging his sword at Feng Qingyan. At last, Feng Qingyan raised the wind sword. When the wind sword met the knight's sword, even in this state, Feng Qingyan was still no match for the death sequence's overwhelming strength. The wind sword was deflected. Yet it seemed to possess a will of its own, veering away from his grip and piercing into the death sequence's body. The knight's sword merely grazed Feng Qingyan, who was now untouchable by the death sequence. The wind sword all but pierced through the death sequence, yet his demeanor remained unchanged. As the wound was enveloped in black mist, rapidly healing, the shadow behind the death sequence released more black mist, rendering the efforts of both combatants unable to decisively sway the battle. One was nearly immortal, the other elusive to the point of being intangible. The true determinants of the conflict lay within the unseen clashes of tempest and darkness. The vast shadow unleashed more black mist, once again enveloping the arena, while the gale rampaged within the obscurity. The death sequence hurled more long spears, and a skeletal horse sprouted bone wings, charging from two separate directions toward Feng Qingyan. The tempest shattered the spears, even ensnaring the skeletal horse, its bones riddled with countless wounds. In that moment, the death sequence's night sword grazed Feng Qingyan's form. Yet he effortlessly evaded. Despite the futility of his continuous assaults, the death sequence did not relent, unleashing a myriad of offensive techniques upon Feng Qingyan. As long as he could distract Feng Qingyan, it sufficed. The death sequence's only advantage was that the black mist required no control from him. Unfortunately, his plans unraveled. Feng Qingyan smiled slightly. The wind, akin to the heart, requires no control. The emaciated elder atop the high platform revealed a genuine smile. The outcome is now determined. Bibi Dong raised an eyebrow, surprised she had not perceived it sooner. Feng Qingyan's sixth soul ring illuminated for the first time. Wind, great wind, the tempest rises. And the clouds soar. The invisible wind, the tempest, the raging gale, once more ravaged the entire arena, whilst the black mist appeared to be at its wit's end. The death sequence's pupils constricted, and with a flick of his right hand, the skeletal horse exploded into a swirl of black mist. Yet, this mere black mist could not alter the tide of battle. A flash of ruthlessness crossed the death sequence's eyes as the massive shadow crumbled, transforming into a great mass of black mist, now evenly matched against the tempest. At that moment, a sword pierced through the death sequence from behind, causing his body to tremble violently. By the time Feng Qingyan withdrew the wind sword, the death sequence was half kneeling, propped against the knight's sword, and coughed up a mouthful of dark blood. The source of the death sequence's immortality lay within that shadow, and his endeavor to kill the goose that laid the golden eggs had ultimately led to his downfall. Fortunately, Feng Qingyan's strike had not penetrated his heart. The tempest dissipated alongside the black mist, leaving the arena in disarray, punctured holes from spears, scars from the gale, and corrosive black mist. The half-kneeling death sequence and the proudly standing Feng Qingyan made the outcome of this battle unmistakably clear. Zhang Hen ascended to the arena. Frowning at the chaos wrought by the youthful combatants, the arena had been constructed to withstand the limits of a soul emperor. Zhang Hen summoned his martial spirit. The formidable earth-shaking divine bull, its eighth soul ring, dark as ink, shimmering briefly, instantly restoring the arena to its former state. The earth-shaking divine bull, known as the son of the earth, made the task of repairing the arena a trivial matter for Zhang Hen. He retracted his martial spirit and approached the death sequence, who still retained consciousness, and gently inquired, "How are you? Do you require treatment?" Death Order shook his head numbly, leaning on his knight's sword as he struggled to rise. swaying unsteadily before descending from the arena. Immediately, someone from the Sacred Spirit sect rushed to support him, a figure similarly shrouded in black robes, who produced a dark crimson pill and fed it to death order, as Zhang Hen announced the next Sacred Spirit sect contestant. The very same black-robed figure who had administered the pill stepped forward, St. Gillis. His voice bore no resemblance to his predecessors. Instead, it carried an elegant and dignified tone. The match commenced. Windswallow was the first to summon his martial soul. Though his energy reserves were critically low, less than 20% remained after his grueling battle with Death Order. He needed to end this swiftly, conserving what little strength he had left to defeat as many opponents as possible. Strangely, no soul rings manifested around St. Gillis. Yet monstrous apparitions materialized before him, a grotesque abomination, towering 4 to 5 meters tall, stitched together from human corpses and bloated flesh, a hay-fiend. A zombie clad in tattered armor, human-sized but unnaturally preserved. A serpentine creature with 3 heads, human, canine, and swine, each grotesquely fused to its elongated body. High above the arena, the old man frowned. A summoning-type martial soul? Yet no soul rings are visible. Another high-tier dark martial soul, it seems. The Sacred Spirit sect cannot be allowed to persist. Dragon Immortal's expression darkened. The Golden Sect leader is right. Regardless of the tournament's outcome, this sect must be eradicated afterward. What say you, Pontiff? To everyone's surprise, Bibi Dong allowed a faint smile. Naturally. On the stage, Windswallow wasted no time. His first soul ring flickered as he transformed into a streak of light, darting straight for St. Gillis. His logic was sound: eliminate the summoner, and the creatures would vanish. But the Sacred Spirit sect had anticipated his speed. The hay-fiend blocked his path, forcing him to adjust, only for the armored zombie to close in unnoticed. Windswallow's blade struck the zombie's seemingly decrepit armor, yet it left no mark. As the zombie lashed out, Windswallow dodged, only for the serpentine horror's central head to unleash a gray beam, striking him squarely. Weakness flooded his limbs, his already depleted soul power drained further. Seizing the moment, the zombie pounced, pinning him down, just as its fangs neared his throat. Windswallow mustered his last reserves to activate his 5th soul skill, Gale Shift, teleporting to the arena's edge. Gasping, he conceded. I yield. With a wave of St. Gillis' hand, the monsters dissipated. Windswallow returned to his faction's quarters, where Zhang Hen hesitated, delaying the next match to grant the extreme sect time to strategize. The odds were against them. The Sacred Spirit sect's hidden strength was overwhelming. St. Gillis remained silent, standing motionless. Back at the extreme sect's camp, Windswallow deliberated before announcing, Referee, the extreme sect forfeits. We will compete in the ranking matches tomorrow. With their strongest defeated, further participation was futile. Even if Windswallow recovered marginally for the 2v2 or 3v3 rounds, the Sacred Spirit sect's trio could dominate individually. Preserving their strength was the wisest course. Zhang Hen nodded. The Sacred Spirit sect advances to the semifinals. The final qualifier begins this afternoon. On the high platform, the old man scowled. Though he understood Windswallow's reasoning, defeat rankled. They should be eliminated now. Such vile martial souls have no place in this world. Bibi Dong arched a brow. Unwise. Tournament rules protect all participants. A martial soul's nature does not dictate its wielder's morality. Every soul has the right to choose its path. Dragon Immortal agreed. Patience, Golden Sect leader. Acting now would tarnish the tournament's integrity. We deal with him afterward. The old man fell silent, though his displeasure lingered. Meanwhile, Dragon Immortal's frown deepened. Something is amiss. Bibi Dong, however, allowed a faint smile, as if recalling something delightful. 56, Jade Tianlin the final qualifier. 7 Treasures Glazed Sect versus Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, both publicly recognized as part of the upper 3 sects. Though the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect appeared stronger on paper, who was to say the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect hadn't concealed its true power? Much like the Sacred Spirit Sect? Despite the wait, not a single spectator left. This tournament had eclipsed all prior ones. No one would miss such clashes. Ning Yuan lounged carelessly on a sofa, legs crossed, utterly indifferent to the impending battle. Gu Fei gnawed on a massive spirit beast leg, mumbling around a mouthful, Boss. Who's going first? You want to warm up? Ning Yuan feigned drowsiness, eyes half-lidded. You go. Wake me when Jade Tianlin appears. Gu Fei swallowed noisily. Why bother with him? I'll handle it. Ning Yuan gave a non-committal grunt, as if already asleep. Zhang Hen's voice boomed across the arena, rousing the crowd. Final qualifier, 7 Treasures Glazed Sect versus Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. First match. Solo combatants, step forward. Gu Fei crammed the remaining meat and bone into his mouth, cheeks bulging comically, then ambled onto the stage. Opposite him stood Jade Tianheng, one half of the Blue Lightning Twin Stars, though the title paled beside the current competitors. Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, Jade Tianheng. 7 Treasures Glazed Sect, Gu Fei. The 2 participants maintained a facade of decorum as they prepared for battle. With Zhang Hen announcing the commencement of the match, both summoned their martial souls simultaneously. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon of the Blue Electric Tyrant Sect was as formidable as ever, adorned with 5 soul rings in hues of yellow, purple, and black. A commendable display for the competition. Gu Fei, on the other hand, transformed into a veritable ball of flesh, revealing 6 soul rings of the same colors. Indicating his unexpected breakthrough during the tournament, a feat made possible by the ample provisions provided by the Spirit Hall. Yu Shenheng launched the first offensive. Swiftly approaching with his right arm morphed into a dragon claw, dragon armor shimmering upon him. Before he reached Gu Fei, his first and second soul rings illuminated simultaneously. Thunder Dragon Claw. Thunder Strike. A claw composed of azure lightning surged towards Gu Fei, followed by a vast net of electricity. Gu Fei activated his first and second soul rings in rapid succession. Flesh growth. Resilient skin. The dragon claw and electric net struck Gu Fei, leaving only a slight char on his skin, yet failing to inflict significant damage. At this juncture, Yu Shenheng had reached Gu Fei, delivering a powerful punch followed by a claw swipe across Gu Fei's form. His right arm radiated with a faint electric glow as his third soul ring activated. Wrath of the Dragon. Fury of Thunder. Under the dual amplification, Yu Shenheng's physical prowess nearly doubled, and his fourth soul ring flared to life. Thunder Dragon Head. A colossal dragon head formed from lightning collided with Gu Fei, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Yet, after the dust settled, Gu Fei stood unharmed, albeit with a slight indentation in his abdomen that quickly began to mend. Gu Fei refrained from countering, opting instead for passive defense. And thus the battle dramatically extended for over half an hour. Despite Yu Shenheng exerting every effort, he could not significantly impact Gu Fei, and ultimately, when his soul power dwindled, he reluctantly conceded. Gu Fei, with a playful grin, remarked, "Thank you for your kindness, brother Yu." Yu Shenheng, forcing a smile, replied, "Not at all. I simply could not contend with you, brother Gu." With a hint of frustration, Yu Shenheng exited the arena, perhaps the first defensive soul master of this tournament. Once Yu Shenheng had vacated the stage, Zhang Hin promptly announced, "The Seven Treasures Glazed Sect triumphs over the Blue Electric Tyrant Sect in the first match of the singles competition. We now invite the next contestant from the Blue Electric Tyrant Sect." This time, the participant was none other than the rarely seen Yu Tianlin. Yu Tianlin of the Blue Electric Tyrant Sect faced off against Gu Fei of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect, while Yu Tianheng and Yu Tianxin were well known. Few had heard of Yu Tianlin. However, his willingness to enter the fray after Yu Tianheng's defeat suggested that he possessed greater strength. As Zhang Hin declared the match open, both summoned their martial souls. Gu Fei was expectedly formidable, yet Yu Tianlin's martial soul left many spectators in awe. A pair of splendid dragon wings, seemingly forged from gold, emerged, his right arm transforming into a golden dragon claw, complemented by dragon scales that formed an exquisite golden armor, surrounded by 6 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black. Yu Tianlin resembled a golden war deity. Radiant Holy Dragon. The fabled ultimate evolution of the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon martial soul, once merely a legend, had now manifested. Gu Fei's pupils narrowed. This opponent appeared formidable indeed. He dared not underestimate him, activating his first and second soul rings. Flesh growth. Resilient skin. This time, Gu Fei expended his soul power without hesitation, channeling it into his first soul ring until he became a veritable mountain of flesh, his size continually increasing. Yu Tianlin, with a gentle flap of his dragon wings, ascended into the air, choosing to observe Gu Fei with keen interest rather than attack immediately. Gu Fei's ample form occupied over 50 square meters and stood 2 to 3 meters tall, the limit of his transformation. Yu Tianlin remained suspended in midair, his first soul ring glowing. Radiant Dragon Claw. A gigantic claw crafted from gold materialized, distinct from Yu Shenheng's Thunder Dragon Claw. As this radiant claw seemed to require Yu Tianlin's command. Floating above, Yu Tianlin mimicked the motions of his right hand, and the colossal radiant claw followed suit, playfully squeezing Gu Fei's flesh as if it were mere clay. Unlike the Thunder Dragon Claw that vanished after a single strike, the Radiant Dragon Claw persisted, and Yu Tianlin appeared to derive endless amusement from molding Gu Fei's form. Gu Fei, however, felt alarmed. His flesh was depleting at an alarming rate, accompanied by sharp pangs of pain and unreasonable occurrence. It was important to note that this was merely his first soul skill, yet it had already caused more depletion than withstanding Yu Shenheng's fourth soul skill under dual amplification. Despite his consumption, he should not have felt pain. Unbeknownst to Gu Fei, his martial soul harbored dark and sinister attributes, while the Radiant Holy Dragon was an embodiment of pure light, a force that inherently countered darkness, especially as the apex of luminous martial souls. In the VIP section, Yu Yuanjin offered an apologetic smile to Ning Fingji. Tianlin is a bit inconsiderate. He ought to show some restraint, as our two sects have always been closely aligned. Ning Fingji smiled nonchalantly. The arena is a place of merit. It appears your Blue Electric Tyrant sect has become entangled with the Extreme Gate. Yu Yuanjin continued to smile amiably. Not at all. You are overthinking it. We should foster more interaction between our two sections. The combat upon the stage continued without significant developments, as Gu Fei refrained from utilizing his last 3 soul skills, quietly enduring Yu Tianlin's playful harassment. Indeed, it was playful. Yu Tianlin had yet to adopt a serious demeanor. Soon, Gu Fei voluntarily conceded, recognizing he was no match for Yu Tianlin. Depleting his soul power was sufficient. There was no need to engage in a futile struggle. After conceding, Gu Fei leapt down from the arena, while Ning Yuan appeared to be in a light slumber, eyes closed, resting his head casually on his hand. Huanling licked her lips, gazing at Ning Yuan's slightly parted lips, yearning to kiss him. Yet, having attempted numerous times without success, she was well aware of the futility. Huan Ling was not present to watch the match. Her unwavering focus remained fixed on Ning Yuan. Yu Fei's corpulent figure obstructed her view, prompting him to gently tap Ning Yuan, offering an awkward smile. "Boss, it's your turn to take the stage." Ning Yuan, in a dreamlike state, murmured, "Didn't you say I wouldn't need to come on?" Gu Fei's jowls jiggled as he replied, "I'm just making sure you don't get too bored sitting idle all day." Ning Yuan opened his eyes, swatting away Gu Fei's flesh with a dismissive gesture. "Get your face away." With a sheepish smile, Gu Fei promptly stepped aside, leisurely making his way towards the arena. "Captain, do be careful. If you get hurt, it would break their hearts. It's all this useless fatso's fault for making you take the stage." Upon hearing Huan Ling's voice, Ning Yuan couldn't help but quicken his pace. "I've been waiting for you for quite a while." It was as if old friends were reuniting, and Yu Tianlin offered Ning Yuan a subtle smile. Ning Yuan responded with a gentle smile of his own, assuring him, "I won't let you down." Zhang Hen cleared his throat, interjecting, "This is not the place for reminiscing. The competition has begun." Yu Tianlin, adorned with radiant dragon wings and clad in armor resembling golden scales, appeared as a golden war god under the glow of the soul rings. Ning Yuan, however, displayed no change in demeanor, merely conjuring a majestic pagoda in his hands. This pagoda, 9 stories tall, was entirely distinct from Ning Rongrong's 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda. It gleamed like white jade, with each level adorned by a jewel sparkling like a star, yet these gems seemed to shift in position, akin to the movement of celestial bodies. Surrounding the tower were 6 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black, rotating in harmony. 9 palace locking spirit tower. This was an unprecedented martial soul. Possibly a variant of the 7 treasure glazed tile, but undoubtedly a positive mutation. Yu Tianlin refrained from launching an immediate attack, instead scrutinizing Ning Yuan's martial soul. Feeling somewhat disheartened to discover it was a weapon-type soul, he had hoped for a beast spirit master to engage him in a more visceral confrontation. Seeing Yu Tianlin's hesitation to strike, Ning Yuan felt compelled to break the ice. "Why don't you go ahead and attack? The match has already started." Yu Tianlin, taken aback, instinctively suggested, "Perhaps you should go first." Observing Zhang Hen's increasingly grim expression, Ning Yuan decided against further hesitation. With a flash of his first soul ring, the lowest level of the 9 palace locking spirit tower emitted a radiant light, transforming into a soul beast, a dark gold terror claw bear, towering 3 to 4 meters high. Undoubtedly a 10,000-year soul beast. Its demeanor resembled that of a genuine soul beast as it turned its head towards Ning Yuan, who nodded in affirmation. The dark gold terror claw bear charged at Yu Tianlin, its massive claw casting a shadow across half the arena. Yu Tianlin raised an eyebrow, intrigued, as his third soul ring glimmered. Dragon blood boiling. This skill augmented his strength by 50%, speed by 50%, and defense by 20%. Lasting for half an hour, a comprehensive enhancement technique. The first soul ring activated, and Yu Tianlin's colossal dragon claw collided with the shadow of the dark gold terror claw bear, resulting in mutual annihilation. With a swift motion of his dragon wings, Yu Tianlin chose not to evade the bear's assault on Ning Yuan. Instead, he positioned himself directly before the beast. As he unleashed his dragon claw, the dark gold terror claw bear roared in fury and retaliated with its own strike. In the clash of limbs, Yu Tianlin surprisingly gained the upper hand, despite the fact that he had merely employed a third soul skill. And soul beasts inherently possessed greater strength than soul masters, particularly a top-tier soul beast like the dark gold terror claw bear. Yu Tianlin's left fist landed squarely on the bear's abdomen while his right arm blocked its lethal claws. Amidst the battle, Yu Tianlin found the time to jest. "You aren't relying on this creature to defeat me, are you? Show me what you've got." Ning Yuan chuckled helplessly, activating his second soul ring, which transformed into another soul beast, a golden lion, a near-extinct super soul beast, the pinnacle of feline soul beasts, appearing to be over 10,000 years old. The dark gold terror claw bear, seemingly intelligent, sensed Yu Tianlin's disdain and let out an enraged roar, launching a furious assault against him. The golden lion joined in, and the two beasts fought like seasoned allies, complementing each other's attacks seamlessly. It was a rare display of coordination even among the same species, let alone between two entirely different soul beasts, and it was evident that the soul beasts were independently fighting, with Ning Yuan exerting no visible control. This exemplified the power of Ning Yuan's martial soul. With each soul ring obtained, he did not gain new skills but could summon the soul beasts that had existed during the soul ring's lifetime to battle. These beasts were akin to having adopted a new form of existence, not dead but transformed into entities one might call spirits, residing within the 9 palace locking spirit tower. Their consciousness did not fade, rather, it became sharper. It is worth noting that the dark gold terror claw bear and the golden lion were merely Ning Yuan's first 200-year soul rings, which typically resembled wild beasts. Yet both possessed their own awareness and had attained the strength equivalent to 10,000-year level soul beasts. This is where the 9 palace locking spirit tower exhibited its extraordinary nature. The strength of the transformed soul beasts could grow alongside Ning Yuan. Upon ascending to level 10, he would gain an additional spirit. Now at the rank of Soul Emperor, he commanded the combat prowess of 6 Soul Emperors. Furthermore, these soul beasts were elite creatures, far superior to ordinary opponents of the same rank. Should Ning Yuan reach the title of Douluo, he would wield the might of 9 formidable title Douluo level entities. Ning Yuan's martial soul could be deemed nothing short of monstrous. Amidst the dual assault of the two soul beasts, Yu Tianlin, though slightly at a disadvantage, refrained from employing other soul skills, reveling in the thrill of battle. The Golden Lion, as a nearly extinct super soul beast, had a modest stature of about 2 meters in height and over 4 meters in length, its body resembling pure gold without a hint of blemish. As a beast specializing in close combat, it lacked any ranged capabilities, yet its defensive prowess and strength were unparalleled. While Yu Tianlin's dragon claws left shallow marks on the dark gold terror claw bear, they had little effect on the Golden Lion. Despite the impressive defense of Yu Tianlin's dragon scales, the two soul beasts failed to inflict significant damage upon him. Yu Tianlin pushed back the dark gold terror claw bear once more, only to be struck by the Golden Lion, causing him to stagger backward. His right arm's dragon claw radiating a golden glow. The blue lightning tyrant dragon sect stood as a pillar of power on the continent. Thus, he unleashed his transformation. Dragon transformation. Not only would this enhance the attack power of the transformed area, but it would also grant him a new skill, Holy Dragon's Fury. Enhancing strength by 100% and speed by 20%, the dragon transformation skill of the radiant sacred dragon undoubtedly surpasses that of the ordinary blue electric tyrant dragon. The Golden Lion, fearless of death, lunges toward Yu Tianlin, its golden palms colliding with Yu Tianlin's dragon claws without losing ground. Seizing the moment, the dark gold terror claw bear strikes with a swift paw. With its horrifying power, the dark gold terror claw bear manages to inflict several wounds on Yu Tianlin, who was caught off guard. However, Yu Tianlin has been anticipating this, under the amplification of his dual soul abilities. His strength certainly rivals that of the Golden Lion. This was merely a ruse to feign weakness. With a flick of his dragon wings, Yu Tianlin instantaneously appears above the dark gold terror claw bear. His first soul ability activates, and a massive dragon claw seizes the bear's head. With a slight grip of his right dragon claw, the bear's head is crushed, yet not a drop of blood spills. The dark gold terror claw bear transforms into a beam of light and returns to the 9-palace locking spirit tower. Ning Yuan, smiling helplessly, watches as the first soul ring flickers again, and the bear reappears unscathed in the arena. Yu Tianlin's pupils constrict. Although he had anticipated that these soul beasts would not be easily vanquished, their instant recovery exceeds his understanding. The dark gold terror claw bear seems to remember the previous encounter vividly, letting out a furious roar as its terrifying claw shadows sweep across the arena. The Golden Lion seizes the opportunity to pounce from behind Yu Tianlin, who remains emotionally steady as his fifth soul ring glimmers faintly. Radiant sacred body, the golden armor, dragon wings, and claws envelop Yu Tianlin in a dazzling golden light, rendering him almost blinding to behold. The claw shadows of the dark gold terror claw bear leave only faint marks on his golden armor. With a swift motion of his dragon wing, he pivots, and the immense dragon claw reappears. The Golden Lion, unfamiliar with the concept of evasion, is struck by the massive claw, yet sustains only minor injuries. Yu Tianlin furrows his brow, realizing he has already expended 2 to 3/10 of his soul power. He cannot afford to play any longer. The competition is paramount. With another flap of his dragon wing, he soars over the dark gold terror claw bear and the Golden Lion, heading straight for Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan, almost dozing off, is roused by Yu Tianlin's newfound cunning, prompting him to activate his third soul ring. A gigantic black eagle appears, its wings spanning 5 to 6 meters, and its body entirely black, save for a slight silver sheen at the tips of its wings. The Rift Sky Eagle, another top-tier soul beast, swiftly positions itself in Yu Tianlin's flight path. With blade-like wings, the Rift Sky Eagle slices past Yu Tianlin, causing him to falter momentarily. Blood seeps from his abdomen. This marks his first true injury. The Rift Sky Eagle is undoubtedly the strongest attacker among the 3 soul beasts, inflicting the first bloodshed upon Yu Tianlin. At this moment, the claw shadows of the dark gold terror claw bear reach Yu Tianlin, while the Golden Lion shields Ning Yuan. Yu Tianlin frowns, his dragon wing flaring as he disregards everything else in pursuit of the Rift Sky Eagle. The enormous dragon claw lunges at the eagle, which evades effortlessly. With a slight flap of its wings, the Rift Sky Eagle unleashes spatial blades toward Yu Tianlin, for it is an exceedingly rare space-type soul beast. Yu Tianlin activates his first soul ring once more, and the massive dragon claw shatters all incoming attacks. At that moment, the Rift Sky Eagle reappears before Yu Tianlin, its wings slicing through the air as it retreats once again. Yu Tianlin's expression darkens as his fourth soul ring illuminates for the first time. Radiant meteor fall. Beams of light, akin to shooting stars, rapidly traverse the sky, nearly enveloping the entire arena, resembling a meteor shower. The Rift Sky Eagle nimbly weaves through the gaps between the meteors, gliding like an elegant dancer, entirely unfazed. Numerous meteors rain down upon the arena, while the dark gold terror claw bear's claws swipe at them, attempting to intercept. The Golden Lion stands firmly before Ning Yuan, shielding him. For such an attack poses little threat to it. Although this assault seems ineffective, Yu Tianlin remains undeterred, and his second soul ring flickers quietly. Radiant heavenly net. Using the meteors as nodes, he weaves an immense net that envelopes the entire arena. Ning Yuan and the 3 soul beasts find themselves ensnared. The dark gold terror claw bear's claws repeatedly tear at the net, yet it reassembles instantaneously. There is no escape. Under Yu Tianlin's command, the light net begins to constrict, and Ning Yuan, protected by the Golden Lion, appears hesitant. Ultimately, he cannot make a decisive choice. the time is not yet ripe. As the net shrinks to a critical point, it detonates violently, obliterating the Rift Sky Eagle into fragments, which return to the Nine Palace Locking Spirit Tower. The Dark Gold Terror Claw Bear is nearly obliterated, severely wounded, while the Golden Lion suffers only minor fur damage, with a few drops of golden blood spilled. Ning Yuan, shielded beneath the Golden Lion, now sees his once pristine white robe turn grimy, his hair dusted with debris. The once dapper figure is now unkempt and dusty. Ning Yuan lets out a bitter laugh, knowing he will face a lecture from Huan Ling upon his return. Fortunately, he was well protected by the Golden Lion and remains unharmed. Tianlin, with a flap of his dragon wings, approaches the injured Dark Gold Terror Claw Bear and, with his right arm, crushes its head once more. The bear transforms into light, returning to the Nine Palace Locking Spirit Tower. Suspended in midair, Tianlin's dragon wings gently sway, and his golden armor radiates a blinding brilliance. Akin to a celestial deity descending. He refrains from launching another attack, speaking slowly. Come, let us continue. I wonder how many times you can resurrect. The qualifying match concludes. Ning Yuan smiles faintly as his soul rings flicker in succession. It seems I have no limit on attempts. Why not help me test the extremes? The Dark Gold Terror Claw Bear and the Rift Sky Eagle reappear, along with a colossal dragon over 10 meters long. Its body is pure black, with enormous vertical pupils gleaming blood red, and 3 bone spines jutting from its back. Just standing in the arena, it exudes an invisible pressure, its massive form radiating an aura of savagery. Tianlin raises an eyebrow as the oppressive presence of the radiant sacred dragon manifests. The dragon race is known for its rigid hierarchy, and lower dragons would never dare challenge the dignity of higher ones. The status of the radiant sacred dragon among dragonkind is self-evident, yet this black dragon does not yield to its pressure. Instead, it becomes more agitated, roaring ferociously. The true crimson-eyed black dragon, a being that is undoubtedly as formidable as the radiant sacred dragon. Although the black dragon is enraged, it refrains from attacking, instead directing its gaze at Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan smiles helplessly. Go ahead. The black dragon unfurled its wings in an instant, soaring into the sky with an irresistible momentum. Colliding forcefully with Tianlin, Ning Yuan waved his hand towards the sky-splitting eagle, which also took flight, arriving before Tianlin, flashing past him once again. Before the black dragon could reach him, it unleashed a torrent of dragon breath. However, Tianlin disregarded the sky-splitting eagle's assault, activating his first soul ring. With a colossal dragon claw, he captured the dragon breath expelled by the black dragon, with a sweeping motion of his dragon wings. Tianlin positioned himself before the black dragon, their claws clashing dramatically due to their vast size disparity. He grasped one of the black dragon's claws tightly, and with a powerful flap of his wings, he hurled the black dragon onto the arena, creating a sizable crater upon impact. In his sacred dragon body state, Tianlin was nearly invincible, exhibiting no weaknesses in speed, strength, defense, or attack. As he folded his wings, he descended towards the black dragon on the arena floor, while the sky-splitting eagle zipped past him once more, leaving a crimson streak across Tianlin's body. Yet, his movements remained unchanged, and the bloodstain rapidly vanished. The black dragon, unsteadily rising, expelled a stream of blood-red dragon breath that shot skyward like a laser. The breath struck Tianlin, but a shield of holy light enveloped him. He accelerated again, descending against the flow of the dragon breath. Tianlin clenched his right fist and struck the black dragon's jaw, causing it to close its mouth abruptly, choking on its own breath. Unbeknownst to him, the dark golden fear claw bear had crept up behind, its claws extending several meters, unleashing 4 golden beams that seemed capable of rending space itself. Tianlin was slashed with 4 massive wounds, revealing glimpses of white bone. Simultaneously, the sky-splitting eagle shot forth 2 silver feathers from its wings. Tianlin barely managed to shield himself with his dragon wings, but the silver feathers arrived with little fanfare. Yet, his left wing was significantly diminished. The wound smooth and clean, indicative of the sky-splitting eagle's innate skill, spatial silver feathers. Its power could almost disregard defenses, far surpassing ordinary spatial blades. Tianlin leapt in an attempt to escape the encirclement, but the black dragon's paw slammed him back to the ground. Realizing it was a trap, Tianlin furrowed his brow, noting that his soul power had already diminished by over half, while his wounds healed rapidly. Restoring his dragon wings required a substantial amount of soul power. He faced a challenging decision: to restore his wings and engage in aerial combat against 2 opponents, risking a quick depletion of his power, or to remain grounded and confront 4 foes without respite. The dark golden fear claw bear's claws slashed again, followed by the black dragon's breath and the sky-splitting eagle's spatial blades. Tianlin's expression darkened as his 6th soul ring illuminated for the first time. Sacred dragon armor. A blinding light radiated from Tianlin, momentarily halting the assaults of the 3 soul beasts. When the brilliance faded, the dragon scales adorning Tianlin transformed dramatically. What was once a golden sheen now resembled an imposing armor, complete with a dragon head at the chest and dragon horns at the shoulders, as if he were clad in the form of a colossal dragon. The 3 attacks collided with him, yet the armor remained unscathed. Activating his first soul ring once more, a massive dragon claw seized the dark golden fear claw bear. The sky-splitting eagle darted past him again, still unscathed, while Yu Tianlin maintained a poised grip with his right hand. The black dragon's enormous claw came crashing down, but Yu Tianlin effortlessly blocked it with his left arm, slightly tightening his right hand, obliterating the dark golden fear claw bear once more. Ning Yuan summoned the dark golden fear claw bear again, although Yu Tianlin appeared invincible. Ning Yuan believed this state could not last long. The dark golden fear claw bear repeatedly fell to Yu Tianlin, only to be resurrected time and again by Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan seemed unfazed by any burden of soul power, while Yu Tianlin's movements began to slow. Unless Yu Tianlin had any hidden cards, the outcome seemed predetermined. Perhaps he truly had no secrets left, or he simply chose not to reveal them. After slaying the dark golden fear claw bear over 20 times, the black dragon 5 times, and the golden lion twice, he finally conceded. The reappearing dark golden fear claw bear, oblivious to Yu Tianlin's surrender, charged at him with bloodshot eyes, disregarding Ning Yuan's attempts to intervene. Zhang Hen raised an eyebrow, his martial spirit manifesting instantaneously above the dark golden fear claw bear, delivering a crushing blow that silenced it. He cast a warning glance at Ning Yuan before announcing, the next contestant from the Blue Lightning Overlord sect may take the stage. Upon returning to the resting area, Yu Tianlin still radiated confidence, seemingly unperturbed by his defeat. Yu Tianxin, frowning slightly, inquired, Brother Lin, why didn't you use that move? Yu Tianlin patted her shoulder, replying, it was merely a competition, not worth the fuss. Besides, Ning Yuan still has hidden cards. Yu Tianheng's expression mirrored concern. Captain, what should we do next? Yu Tianlin replied nonchalantly, let us concede. That fellow's martial spirit has an advantage in team battles. What? Yu Tianlin ignored the reactions from the Blue Lightning Overlord sect and directly addressed Zhang Hen. We concede. Zhang Hen nodded and declared. In the final match of the top 4, advancing is the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. With a faint, bittersweet smile, Ning Yuan's consciousness resonates with the spatial essence within the 9 Palaces locking spirit tower, allowing the spirits to actively connect with his awareness. At this moment, a rather irate ancestor is causing a commotion within the tower, insisting that Ning Yuan's consciousness remain anchored here, within the vast void of Ning Yuan's mind. 6 soul beasts coexist, typically engaging in either slumber or playful antics. However, the current circumstances are rather exceptional. The dark golden claw bear is seated, sobbing inconsolably, its tears flowing freely, exhibiting a grief more profound than that of a child. The other 5 spirits watch this spectacle with amusement, while Ning Yuan, feeling exasperated, can only offer gentle words of comfort. He had initially promised the dark golden claw bear retribution against Yu Tianlin to alleviate its distress. But with the blue electric tyrant sect conceding defeat, that opportunity has vanished. The bear's lamentation intensifies, having been slain by Yu Tianlin numerous times, and continuously summoned by its unfeeling master, inflicting tremendous emotional turmoil upon its tender spirit. Consequently, the dark golden claw bear clings tightly to Ning Yuan, insisting he remain as a witness to its sorrow. Following the semifinals, it comes as no surprise that the Blue Electric Tyrant sect and the Ultimate sect have advanced to the rankings. They will be afforded a singular opportunity to challenge one of the top 4, whether through a solo match, a team contest, or a group effort. The mode of challenge will be proposed by the challenger, who may decline once, but a second refusal is not permitted. The current top 4 contenders are the Spirit Hall, the Main Body sect, the Holy Spirit Church, and the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. Based on the displayed prowess of these 4, the Main Body sect, led by the formidable Wu Qingcang, has etched a lasting impression of invincibility in the minds of all. The 3 representatives from the Holy Spirit Church are likely to possess Soul Emperor-level combat capabilities, with the formidable Su being among the strongest in this competition. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect boasts Gu Fei as its premier defensive soul master, alongside Ning Yuan, whose summoned soul beasts exhibit Soul Emperor-level strength, making him a formidable opponent capable of rivaling several Soul Emperors on his own. At present, it appears that the Spirit Hall is the weakest faction, with both the Blue Electric Tyrant sect and the Ultimate sect targeting the Spirit Hall as their chosen challenge. Yang Jian had anticipated this outcome. The crux of the matter now lies in the choice of challenge method by the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon sect and the Ultimate sect. The optimal scenario for Yang Jian would undoubtedly be a solo match, as his allies from the Spirit Hall are at a disadvantage compared to the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon sect and the Ultimate sect. The first challenge match was initiated by the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon sect. As Yu Tianlin ascended the stage, Yang Jian followed suit. Zhang Hen cast a worried glance at Yang Jian. Yu Tianlin offered a smile of apology to Yang Jian, proposing, I would like to engage you in a solo match, to determine the victor in a single battle. What do you think? Let us proceed, and may the better fighter prevail. Yang Jian had no grounds for refusal. Although he did not particularly relish combat, he felt a yearning to stretch his limbs after a considerable time. His previous battle with Tian Yu had not allowed him to exert himself fully. Zhang Hen gave Yang Jian an encouraging glance before announcing, the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon sect has chosen the challenge format as a solo battle to determine the victor in a single clash. Both sides retreated, Preparing to commence the match, Yang Jian and Yu Tianlin retreated to opposite ends of the arena. As Zhang Hen announced the commencement of the match, both summoned their martial souls simultaneously. Yu Tianlin, adorned with golden dragon wings and clad in golden dragon scale armor, transformed his right hand entirely into a dragon claw. With 6 soul rings, yellow, purple, and black, rising majestically around him. In contrast, Yang Jian remained unchanged in form, brandishing a double-edged trident knife. The only noteworthy aspect being his 4 soul rings, yellow, purple, and black, far exceeding the typical configuration. The two advanced towards each other, with Yu Tianlin, aided by his dragon wings, moving with greater swiftness. Before Yu Tianlin even approached, his first soul ring ignited. The radiant dragon claw materialized, lunging towards Yang Jian. This technique, frequently employed by Yu Tianlin in battles, was familiar to Yang Jian. Its offensive capability was not particularly formidable, but its controlling ability warranted caution once ensnared. Escape would prove exceedingly difficult. Yang Jian's figure paused momentarily before he darted to the right, activating his second soul ring. The Chaos Strike. The trident dagger was launched by Yang Jian, effortlessly shattering the immense dragon's claw and continuing its trajectory towards Yu Tianlin. The dragon's blood surged. It was Yu Tianlin's third soul skill, and with its enhancement, he directly intercepted the trident dagger with the claw of his right arm. Upon impact, the formidable force caused Yu Tianlin to slide back slightly. Simultaneously, the rotating blade grazed the skin of Yu Tianlin's dragon claw, causing him to furrow his brow. Was the second soul skill truly this potent? At that moment, Yang Jian closed in, leaping slightly to deliver a kick to Yu Tianlin's chest, retrieving the trident dagger in the process. Before Yu Tianlin could stabilize himself, the trident dagger was upon him once more. He barely managed to block the strike with his dragon arm, as his right arm began to emit a faint glow. The Wrath of the Holy Dragon. With the double amplification, Yu Tianlin experienced a qualitative enhancement in strength, rivaling that of the majority of soul saints. The power of the underworld. The first soul ring of Yang Jian illuminated, albeit with a meager enhancement of nearly 5% in strength and 10% in speed, which paled in comparison to the 2 soul skills of Yu Tianlin. However, it was better than nothing. Moreover, Yang Jian possessed the profound 8-9 mysteries to temper his body, rendering his inherent strength formidable. Thus, what seemed to be an insignificant augmentation was, in reality, quite substantial. With a swipe of his claw, Yu Tianlin was met with Yang Jian's casual deflection using the 3-pronged, double-edged blade. Yang Jian flicked the dragon's claw upwards and swiftly traced the blade towards Yu Tianlin's armpit. Startled, Yu Tianlin pondered how Yang Jian could wield such strength. After all, even in his enhanced state, he had only slightly surpassed Yang Jian, who was merely a soul master, and at present, it seemed he had only activated his first soul skill for augmentation. The 3-pronged, double-edged blade struck Yu Tianlin's armpit. Although it did not breach his defenses, it still elicited a twinge of pain, for the armpit is one of the body's vital points. Yu Tianlin retreated sharply, and Yang Jian's second soul ring flickered to life. He launched the 3-pronged, double-edged blade and propelled himself forward in pursuit of it, simultaneously advancing towards Yu Tianlin. Yu Tianlin activated his second soul ring, summoning the radiant heavenly net. This time, the luminescent net was far less imposing. Although Yang Jian possesses the ability to soar through the skies, he deems it unnecessary to reveal his full capabilities at this moment. The second spirit ring illuminates as the 3-edged blade is once again hurled towards Yu Tianlin. Unmoved, Yu Tianlin utilizes his first spirit skill. The colossal dragon claw effortlessly intercepts the 3-edged blade. With 3 layers of augmentation, Yu Tianlin's overall prowess has ascended to the pinnacle level of a soul sage. The 4th spirit ring on Yu Tianlin's body flickers, summoning a cascade of meteors that nearly envelop the entire arena. The celestial meteor descends, a multitude of golden meteors, each the size of a human head, plummets from the heavens. Yang Jian, wielding the 3-edged blade, deftly deflects the oncoming meteors. The second spirit ring on Yu Tianlin sparkles once more. The celestial net. All the meteors are interconnected by beams of light, forming a massive luminous net that blankets the entire arena, a technique Yu Tianlin previously employed against Ning Yuan. Yang Jian, having witnessed the formidable power of this technique, did not dare to underestimate it. The colossal light net descended from above, and with a leap, he soared into the air, his 3-pronged, double-edged blade slicing through the beams of light as he ascended above the massive net. However, above the vast light net lay an even denser array of radiance. The meteors were not confined to the lowest layer alone, for they intertwined and connected in pairs, transforming the entire arena into a colossal beehive. During his battle with Ning Yuan, Yu Tianlin had not employed this particular layer of transformation. The gigantic light net began to contract rapidly until it formed a massive sphere of light. At that moment, Yang Jian found himself within this luminous orb. With a resounding explosion, the sphere vanished, leaving behind a gaping pit 2 to 3 meters deep and over 10 meters in diameter in the arena. A violent shockwave surged outward, sweeping across the surroundings. Zhang Hen narrowed his eyes. His martial spirit manifested instantaneously, and the 8th spirit ring flickered. Walls of earth rose abruptly around the arena, enclosing it completely. Once the shockwave subsided, the earthen barriers retreated back into the ground. Zhang Hen retracted his martial spirit, casting a worried glance toward the arena now shrouded in dust. A thick cloud of dust enveloped the entire platform, save for a small patch of clarity surrounding Yu Tianlin, who awaited the dispersal of the debris. Confident in the potency of his strike, which had expended 3 layers of soul power, Yu Tianlin remained assured. Originally, his 4th soul skill could not concentrate power for an explosive release. However, due to the remarkable nature of his 2nd soul skill, coupled with his own control, he achieved this astonishing blow. This strike might have reached the caliber of a soul Douluo, for it is known that the power of soul skills has its limits. No matter how much soul power one expends, it merely translates to more attacks rather than an increase in the potency of the skill itself. When wielding the same amount of soul power, delivering a single devastating blow or countless weaker strikes yields a stark contrast in impact. Yu Tianlin had seamlessly fused numerous attacks into one singular strike, rendering this technique a personal creation of his own. Before the dust could fully settle, a silver flash darted through the haze. It was Yang Jian. Yang Jian, wielding the trident knife, leaped into the air, appearing before Yu Tianlin in an instant. With a swift stroke, the blade sliced through the air. A fleeting sense of alarm flickered in Yu Tianlin's heart, yet it was too late. The blade carved horizontally across his abdomen, revealing glimpses of his innards. Enduring excruciating pain, Yu Tianlin summoned his dragon wings, hastily ascending to a safer altitude. Yang Jian had already descended upon the arena, and as the dust settled, faint traces of blood were discernible at the corner of his mouth, yet his body bore no visible wounds, suggesting he had sustained nothing more than a minor injury. Remarkably, his attire appeared pristine, clearly having been changed by Yang Jian himself. After all, even a formidable physique cannot shield garments from destruction. Following such a violent explosion, his former clothing would have been utterly obliterated. The current ensemble was hastily donned from a soul-guiding device amidst the dust, for had he not changed, he would not have delayed his assault for so long. Drops of pale golden blood fell upon the arena, the lifeblood of Yu Tianlin, whose substantial wound could not be entirely concealed even by dragon scales. Even in the state of the holy body, the initial healing of such an injury would require at least a quarter of an hour. However, in the midst of a competition, it was implausible to afford Yu Tianlin such an extended respite. A flicker of determination crossed Yu Tianlin's face. With no time to tend to his wounds, he resolved to seek a swift conclusion. The 6th soul ring shimmered upon him. Saint Dragon Divine Armor. A magnificent set of golden armor enveloped Yu Tianlin, effectively shielding his injury, while the dragon head emblem etched upon the chest of the armor appeared to come alive, its vertical pupils subtly shifting to fixate upon Yang Jian in the arena. With a fierce sweep of his dragon wings, Yu Tianlin charged towards Yang Jian. The 1st soul ring ignited, and before he could arrive, a colossal dragon claw was already poised before Yang Jian. With a swift motion, Yang Jian wielded his trident halberd to cleave through the dragon's claw. At that moment, Yu Tianlin had arrived, and the dragon's claw lunged directly towards Yang Jian's head. Yang Jian subtly elevated his trident halberd, causing the dragon's claw to veer off course. However, just then, the dragon's head emblazoned on Yu Tianlin's chest plate unexpectedly unleashed a fist-sized orb of blue and gold light. Yang Jian was equally astonished that Yu Tianlin possessed such an ability, considering all 6 of his soul skills had already been utilized. The dragon transformation skills were solely for self-enhancement, leaving the only plausible explanation: Yu Tianlin must have acquired a soul bone. The distance was too close for Yang Jian to evade in time. The azure golden sphere struck him squarely in the chest, erupting with a deafening explosion. Though the sphere appeared unassuming in its display, its impact was devastating. Yang Jian's upper garments were obliterated once more, his chest seared black. The charred flesh beneath fissured with ominous cracks. Yang Jian swiftly retreated, simultaneously launching his trident-bladed knife, disrupting Yu Tianlin's rhythm of attack. Beneath the exposed skin of Yang Jian, faint streaks of light flickered as the skin on his chest healed at an astonishing pace. Yu Tianlin drew closer once more. The dragon head emblazoned on his armor's chest exhaling ominously, while the 1st soul ring of Yu Tianlin shimmered, and the colossal dragon claw lunged toward Yang Jian. Yang Jian did not dare to be careless. He first wielded the trident-bladed knife to slice through the dragon's claw, then hurled it once again, this time aiming directly for the chest of Yu Tianlin. Yu Tianlin's movement momentarily faltered, as the dragon head at the center of his armor began to emit a faint glow. Unlike the previous blue and gold orb, it radiated a soft golden aura instead, the domain of light. Indeed, Yu Tianlin possessed a bone from a 100,000-year-old corpse, which granted him not only the formidable attacking skill he had just employed but also a potent domain ability. Within the domain of light, his soul power consumption was reduced by 30%, self-healing was enhanced by 200%, and perception was heightened by 100%. While the strengthening effects on allies were halved, simultaneously, opponents would experience a 20% reduction in perception and suffer from a degree of burning. Yang Jian slightly furrowed his brows, finding this Jade Tianlin rather tenacious. The 3-pointed double-edged blade returned to his grasp once more, yet instead of launching a reckless assault, he chose to observe the situation with composed vigilance. Though Jade Tianlin could sense his wounds healing at an astonishing rate, he failed to notice that the skin on Yang Jian's chest had already regained its flawless purity, the cracks having vanished without a trace. With a haughty smirk, Tianlin gave a subtle flick of his draconic wings and closed the distance between them once more. Yang Jian quietly perceived the domain that belonged to Yu Tianlin. Even as an adversary, he could sense the warmth emanating from this realm. It carried a languid sensation akin to sunlight gently caressing one's skin, suggesting that this domain possessed little in terms of offensive might. With a flicker of Yu Tianlin's first soul ring, the colossal dragon claw materialized once more. Within the luminous domain, even his soul skills seemed amplified. What was once a mere phantom-like manifestation now bore a tangible, almost corporeal presence. Yang Jian's figure retreated once more as the third soul ring illuminated. With a swift motion, the trident-shaped double-edged blade cleaved through the dragon's claw. Yu Tianlin's form drew near, delivering a powerful punch, while the dragon head emblazoned on his armor's chest unleashed another azure golden energy sphere. Yang Jian clenched his left fist, colliding with Yu Tianlin's dragon claw, while his right hand held the trident-edged blade poised against Yu Tianlin's chest. Under the influence of multiple amplifications, Yu Tianlin exhibited a slight advantage in strength. In their direct confrontation, Yang Jian was forced to retreat several steps, though fortunately, the blue golden orb was shattered by the trident-edged blade. Yu Tianlin furrowed his brow slightly. Having continuously employed high-consumption soul techniques, his soul power was dwindling. Furthermore, amidst the vigorous exertion, the wound on his abdomen throbbed with a dull pain. Yang Jian approached swiftly, his third soul ring radiating a brilliant light. The three-pronged double-edged sword glimmered with an ethereal glow upon its blade. Yang Jian leapt into the air, simultaneously thrusting his right leg and the sword toward the head and the wounded abdomen of Yu Tianlin. Yu Tianlin raised his right arm, shaped like a dragon's claw, to intercept the sword while shielding his abdomen with his left arm. The three-pronged double-edged sword, enhanced by armor-piercing capabilities, effortlessly pierced through the dragon scales of the claw, while a swift kick struck Yu Tianlin's hand. Utilizing the momentum, Yang Jian soared into the air, his fourth soul ring illuminating for the first time in the competition. Dark Gold Annihilation Slash. A radiant beam of gold and silver light seemed to cleave the heavens, instilling a profound sense of peril in Yu Tianlin, who found himself at a loss on how to counter this formidable strike. With his back already locked in place, evasion was impossible. Yu Tianlin could only wrap himself in his dragon wings, forming a golden sphere. A fissure appeared on the surface of the golden sphere, the dragon wings shattered. The dragon armor cracked, and ultimately the dragon scales were destroyed. However, at that critical moment, the three-pronged double-edged sword did not advance further but was held horizontally before Yu Tianlin. His expression shifted dramatically as he felt the lingering chill emanating from the sword, a clear indication that it still possessed considerable power. It was not that he had successfully defended himself. Rather, Yang Jian had chosen to show mercy. Struggling, Yu Tianlin managed to utter a few words. I concede. He retracted his martial soul, the injury to his abdomen still unhealed. Yet he seemed oblivious to it as he despondently descended from the arena. Defeated, utterly defeated, this loss felt irrevocable. His earlier battle with Ning Yuan had been a strategic withdrawal. But this was a true defeat. Yu Tianlin had always believed that if he utilized his soul bone, if he truly wished to vanquish Ning Yuan, no spirit beast could have hindered him. He had never once considered himself inferior to others, yet here he was, vanquished, completely vanquished, by a mere soul master. His journey in the competition ended in the top 8. Given another chance, Yu Tianlin would never concede to Ning Yuan, but alas, it was too late. Memories of his sect's nurturing and their expectations flashed before his eyes. This was truly the awakening of the Holy Light Dragon, Master Jane. This favor will forever be etched in the annals of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect, and I shall heed your call henceforth. Yu Yuanjin knelt before an elder, unable to contain his joy. This was the moment Yu Tianlin awakened his martial soul in a special place. On their way back to the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect after Yu Tianlin's awakening, Yu Yuanjin hoisted him onto his shoulders, grinning from ear to ear. Heaven has not forsaken our Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect. You, the divine offspring, have descended upon us. From this day forth, your name shall be Yu Tianlin, and I shall personally instruct you in your cultivation. Yu Yuanjin's expression was filled with kindness as he affectionately tousled Yu Tianlin's hair. Liner, are you comfortable here? Does the food suit your taste? Yu Yuanjin's attentiveness was unwavering. Liner, what kind of soul ring do you desire? His face radiated affection. Liner, would you like to go out? It's been 3 months since you last ventured outside. You're still young and needn't push yourself so hard in your training. Yu Yuanjin's concern was palpable. What? Liner, you have already reached level 20? Yu Yuanjin's astonishment was unmistakable. Liner, starting today, in addition to your training, I shall teach you practical combat, and each morning, Elder 7 will personally instruct you in knowledge and sect management. At this time, Yu Tianlin was merely 8 years old. In a hidden chamber stood a colossal dragon-shaped statue, resembling a Tyrannosaurus Rex with dragon wings sprouting from its back. Yu Yuanjin caressed the statue as Yu Tianlin stood silently behind him. Liner, within this place lies a legendary soul bone of our Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect. But it requires your acknowledgement to manifest. I believe only you are worthy of this soul bone. That day, Yu Tianlin acquired a soul bone, a 10,000-year-old torso bone. The Holy Light Tyrannosaurus torso bone. At 16, he had already become a soul king. Liner, you must participate in this competition. I believe no one will be your match. The championship shall undoubtedly be yours. Our Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect has remained dormant for too long, and you will lead us back to the pinnacle of the continent. On the eve of the tournament, Yu Tianlin and Yu Yuanjin engaged in a heartfelt conversation, Yu Yuanjin brimming with enthusiasm. Over the years, Through day and night spent with Yu Yuanjin, his meticulous care and strict teachings shaped Yu Tianlin's life. Having lost his parents at a young age, Yu Tianlin was raised collectively by the sect until the age of 6, after which his world revolved solely around Yu Yuanjin, whom he regarded as a father. Now, having suffered defeat, he felt a profound sense of guilt for not living up to his expectations. The promised championship remained unfulfilled. He could only imagine the disappointment that awaited. Yu Tianlin, in a daze, descended from the arena, and the members of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect noticed his distress and hurriedly approached him, ignoring their concern. Yu Tianlin walked numbly out of the venue, followed closely by his comrades. "Captain, are you all right? What's the matter?" "Lin Gu, you did well enough. It's our inadequacy that has burdened you." As they exited the competition grounds, the members of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect were filled with worry for Yu Tianlin. He remained oblivious to their words, continuing his somber march until a towering figure blocked his path. "You all returned to the hotel?" "Yes." The members of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect obeyed without hesitation, and the figure was none other than their sect leader, Yu Yuanjin. Once the others had departed, Yu Yuanjin casually draped his arm over Yu Tianlin's shoulder. "You little rascal, you're almost as tall as I am. How quickly you've grown." Yu Tianlin dared not meet Yu Yuanjin's gaze. Lowering his head, he mumbled, "I lost. I have disappointed you." Yu Yuanjin did not respond immediately. Instead, he produced a medicinal pill and handed it to Yu Tianlin, then bent down to inspect his abdominal injury. Furrowing his brow, Yu Yuanjin retrieved a bandage from his storage soul guide and began to wrap Yu Tianlin's wound. Clearly, this was not his forte, as the bandage was awkwardly wrapped around Yu Tianlin's abdomen and back, appearing bulky and unsightly. Nonetheless, Yu Yuanjin looked upon his handiwork with satisfaction, standing up to ruffle Yu Tianlin's hair. "Silly boy, I have never been disappointed in you. In life, one must experience failure. It is not to be feared. In fact, it imparts invaluable lessons. However, I lost the match and the coveted championship you yearned for." Tears welled in Yu Tianlin's eyes. "Silly boy, while I did desire the championship, it was not an absolute necessity. What I truly seek is your growth. Securing the championship would be a testament to your strength. But failure is also a part of your journey. A dragon is always a dragon, regardless of defeat, injury, or even death. A dragon remains a dragon and can only ever be a dragon. Now, embrace the pride that belongs to you as a dragon." As Zhang Hen announced the results of the match, Yang Jian returned to the camp, where Yin and the others hurriedly approached him, clearly anxious. Yin jested, "Captain, you were magnificent." Hu Laina softly inquired, Are you unhurt?" Yang Jian shook his head, beckoning everyone to take a seat, and then spoke. "The challenge from the Extreme Gate has been confirmed as a team battle. Hu Laina, what are your thoughts? Compared to the Extreme Gate, our overall strength does not hold an advantage. Judging by the strength that the Extreme Gate has revealed thus far, they already possess 1 Soul Emperor and 2 Soul Kings." Hu Laina's expression grew somewhat somber. Yin interjected, "But we have a captain, right? The captain can handle 1 Soul Emperor, and with 2 Soul Kings, we still have 3. Hu Laina shot a glare at Yin, causing him to awkwardly fall silent. Hu Laina continued, "I believe that given the foundation of the Extreme Gate, it's likely that the other competitors are at least Soul Kings. The most pressing issue we face is that we do not know much about them." A silence enveloped the group. The Spirit Hall had indeed made it to the top 4 by navigating through relatively unchallenging opponents. And this challenge from the Extreme Gate would be their most significant test since entering the competition. The challenge match against the Extreme Gate was scheduled for the afternoon. Since the first battle concluded swiftly, the day was still young, and there remained some time before the competition commenced. During this period, Yang Jian commenced his cultivation, having sustained some minor injuries in his recent battle with Yu Tianlin. However, given Yang Jian's remarkable recovery speed, these injuries were inconsequential, serving merely to invigorate his blood circulation. Time seemed to pass swiftly during his practice, until the voice of Yin interrupted his meditation. Yang Jian gradually opened his eyes, sensing that his soul power had seemingly ascended to the 49th level, accompanied by a slight increase in his overall soul capacity, a piece of good news, indeed. As Zhang Hen announced the commencement of the match, the 7 representatives of the Spirit Hall stepped onto the stage for the first time in unison. Leading the opposing side was Feng Qingyan, who, along with 6 others, ascended the platform. Both teams retreated to their respective sides, preparing for the competition. Each side positioned their 7 members, forming distinct formations. The Spirit Hall team, with Yang Jian at the forefront, stood independently, flanked by Su Tianba and Yin, while Hu Laina and Kuku were positioned behind them, with Xiaoyu and Luing on either side of the formation. This constituted a relatively conservative defensive arrangement. Conversely, the Extreme Gate team was led by Tubo and a robust young man at the front, followed by Jin Yang and a silver-haired maiden, with a frail youth bringing up the rear. Feng Qingyan and a young man with crimson hair stood at the flanks of their formation, subtly surpassing Tubo and his companion. As both teams finalized their formations, Zhang Hen proclaimed, "The match begins." At that moment, all 14 participants simultaneously summoned their martial spirits, illuminating the arena with a kaleidoscope of radiant soul rings. Yang Jian's eyes narrowed sharply. Just as Hu Laina had predicted, their opponents were all spirit kings, with that red-haired youth even being a spirit emperor. The support systems on both sides activated their spirit abilities first, Kuka's first two spirit rings shimmered simultaneously. Twilight Sorrow. Whitehair's Curse. Two weakening auras instantly enveloped all 7 opponents. Meanwhile, the members of the ultimate sect had their spirit rings flicker in unison. Jin Yang's second and first spirit rings flashed consecutively. Radiance of the sun's solar ray. A golden beam shot across the arena, aimed directly at Yang Jian. Su Tianba swiftly stepped forward, his second spirit ring glowing. Profound Darkness Heavy Shield. The shield in Su Tianba's hand expanded slightly, its surface shimmering with rippling light. The solar ray struck the Profound Darkness shield but failed to leave even a scratch. The frail-looking youth from the ultimate sect seemed to transform into a tree-like entity. Branches and leaves sprouting from his body. His first 3 spirit rings ignited simultaneously. Sanctuary of the Wood. Spiritual Power of the Wood. Divine Swiftness of the Wood. 3 distinct buffs, defense, spirit power, and speed, were bestowed upon his teammates. The silver-haired maiden, after summoning her spirit, showed no visible changes, save for the 5 spirit rings orbiting her. Without hesitation, she unleashed her soul 10,000-year spirit skill. Sovereign of the Bitter Cold, Winter's Descent. The arena was instantly blanketed in thick snowfall. Yang Jian immediately locked onto his target. His first spirit ring flaring as he broke away from the formation and charged forward. Snow, heavy, relentless snow. A biting chill assaulted the Spirit Hall team, slowing even their spirit ability activations. Yan's first spirit ring flashed as he hastily unleashed flames toward the sky. Meanwhile, Feng Qingyan had already appeared before the Spirit Hall members with uncanny swiftness. The Spirit Hall team quickly closed ranks. Knowing Su Tianba couldn't possibly intercept Feng Qingyan at his speed, Xiaoyu swiftly disengaged to assist, with Luing joining the fray. The red-haired youth blocked Yang Jian's path. Ultimate Sect's Hui Yin, here to test your mettle. Hui Yan's beast spirit was unmistakable, his muscles bulged, 3 sharp claws extended from his hands, and flames wreathed his entire body. Yang Jian furrowed his brow slightly, yet he did not hesitate. The trident-bladed knife descended with force upon the fiery entity. The second and fourth soul rings on the flames simultaneously illuminated. Blood Flame Shield. Bloodthirsty Wolf. Empowered by these dual enhancements, the fiery being confidently attempted to intercept the trident-bladed knife with its sharp claws. However, the knife struck down decisively, causing the fiery figure to stagger, nearly collapsing to the ground. With a swift motion, Yang Jian vanished from his previous position, where a colossal ice spike emerged. The manifestation of the silver-haired maiden's first soul skill. However, Yang Jian was not one to easily relinquish his pursuit of Hui Yan. In a flash, his second soul ring glimmered, and the 3-pronged, double-edged blade was hurled towards Hui Yan as he rapidly closed the distance. The third and fifth soul rings of Shui Yan shimmered in response. The diamond-clawed wolf unleashed its transformation into the blood wolf. In a moment, Yang Jian found himself ensnared by the flames. Meanwhile, Feng Qingyan was engaged in a relentless struggle against the combined forces of Xie Yue and Luing. Yin would occasionally unleash a remote assault to harass Feng Qingyan, while Hu Lai's enchanting allure persisted unabated. It was only through the collective strength of the 4 that they managed to restrain Feng Qingyan. Although Yang Jian held a slight advantage in the battle against Hui Yan, he was persistently harassed by distant attacks, preventing him from expanding his gains. A thick layer of snow had already blanketed the arena, and the situation appeared increasingly dire for the Spirit Hall. The silver-haired maiden's second and fourth soul rings shimmered simultaneously. Guardian of Winter, the Ice Giant. Follower of Winter. The Blinding Snowstorm. A towering snow giant, standing 5 to 6 meters tall, emerged from the snowdrifts, charging towards the members of the Spirit Hall. Fortunately, the snow giant's speed was not overwhelming, and it was intercepted by Yu Tianba. However, the snowfall intensified, and even Yang Jian felt a slight chill. Thus, the others in the Spirit Hall were undoubtedly suffering even more. Indeed, Cuckoo, an auxiliary soul master, had no significant enhancements to her physique and was among those with the lowest soul power on the battlefield. She was already trembling uncontrollably. The exposed areas of Cuckoo's wrists and neck began to turn a faint shade of purple, clearly reaching her limit. Hu Laina noticed Cuckoo's distress and urgently instructed Yin, use flames to protect Cuckoo. Yin seemed to be the only one on the Spirit Hall's side unaffected, given that his entire being was enveloped in flames. With a flicker of his first soul ring, a circle of fire surrounded both Cuckoo and Hu Laina. In a moment of shared understanding, Cuckoo and Hu Laina exchanged glances, activating Cuckoo's third soul ring and Hu Laina's fifth soul ring simultaneously. Ashes of Despair. The allure of the celestial fox. 2 beams of light struck Hui Yin, who was entangled with Yang Jian, causing him to momentarily lose his focus and cease his defensive maneuvers. How could Yang Jian let this opportunity slip away? The third soul ring flickered, and the twin-edged blade pierced directly into the abdomen of the blazing inferno, inflicting a grievous wound in an instant. After delivering a strike, Yang Jian swiftly dashed towards the formation of the extreme gate once more. Yang Jian exercised great restraint in his actions. His strike would not jeopardize Hui Yan's life, but continuing the battle was out of the question. Even with the assistance of a healing soul master, Hui Yan would require at least a month of bed rest. At the forefront of the extreme gate, the defensive soul masters Tu Bo and Jin Gang clearly posed a formidable barrier. Ice and earth spikes intermittently erupted beneath Yang Jian's feet, significantly hampering his speed. Jin Gang had transformed into a towering metal giant, entirely devoid of human semblance, with soul rings flashing around him, obstructing Yang Jian's path. At the rear of the extreme gate, the Treeman's fourth soul ring shimmered, casting forth green light into Hui Yan's body. However, against such a grievous wound, the healing was evidently insufficient. The large gash in Hui Yan's abdomen continued to bleed profusely, staining the ground crimson. Even a beast martial spirit soul emperor would scarcely endure such an injury for long. Zhang Hin also noticed Hui Yan's distress. In a flash, he whisked Hui Yan off the arena and entrusted him to the awaiting healing soul master, anxiously observing the match unfold. Feng Qingyan, taken aback by Hui Yan's swift elimination, furrowed her brow just as Lu Ying launched a surprise attack. With a flicker of her 3 soul rings, Feng Qingyan unleashed the Gale Thousand Blades, enveloping Lu Ying in a multitude of sword shadows. Xiaoyu hurried forward to entangle Feng Qingyan. Yan's assault followed. Yet Feng Qingyan astonishingly chose to withstand both Xiaoyu's and Yan's attacks, continuing to wield her wind sword. Soon, Feng Qingyan ceased her movements and retreated, as the protective wind barrier had mitigated the damage inflicted by Xiaoyu and Yan. However, Lu Ying, shrouded in sword shadows, broke through the blade barrier, her 4th soul ring gleaming. The technique, Sacrifice, transformed Lu Ying into a shadowy figure that surged towards Feng Qingyan with astonishing velocity, leaving a bloody mark across her chest. As an agile attack-focused soul master, Feng Qingyan was not well versed in defense, and this blow indeed caused her considerable harm. After delivering the strike, Lu Ying plummeted onto the arena, prompting Feng Qingyan to frown slightly and prepare to retaliate with her wind sword. Yet, Lu Ying's body was caught by Zhang Hin, compelling Feng Qingyan to sheath her sword and direct her gaze towards Xiaoyu. Zhang Hin, who had been attentively monitoring the unfolding battle, being the dean of Lu Ying's group, was well aware of their soul techniques. Upon witnessing Lu Ying employ her 4th soul skill, he readied himself to assist her. As a referee held the authority to rescue participating contestants. Handing Lu Ying over to a healing soul master, Zhang Hin sighed at the sight of her bloodied form, lamenting her relentless tenacity. Lu Ying's 4th soul skill was not to be casually invoked. It not only drained her entire soul power but also placed immense strain on her body. Each use necessitated a period of recuperation, and such stringent conditions were required to inflict damage upon a top-tier soul emperor, particularly as Feng Qingyan was inherently weak in defense, with one contestant eliminated from each side. The disparity was stark, one a soul emperor, the other merely a soul master, indicating a favorable turn in the battle's tides. The ice and snow giant, evidently adept in strength, was aptly countered by Su Tianba's shield, who was already an exceptional soul master within the soul master ranks. Dealing with the Soul King's 4th soul skill was well within his capabilities. Signs of melting were already apparent on the ice and snow giant. Feng Qingyan hovered in the air, her 5th soul ring shining brilliantly. Listen to the wind's whisper, the blade's intent is my heart. In an instant, she appeared beside Xiaoyu, her 4th soul ring illuminating once more. The Gale Absolute / unleashed a massive azure sword shadow towards Xiaoyu, who could only hastily raise her moon blade in defense. The sword shadow struck true, sending Xiaoyu crashing to the arena floor, spitting forth a mouthful of blood. Realizing the dire situation, Hulaina recognized the moment had come. She could no longer afford to withhold the martial soul fusion technique. Kiki hesitated briefly, activating her 3rd soul ring to momentarily disrupt Feng Qingyan's movements, allowing Hulaina to reach Xiaoyu's side. Kiki then activated her 4th soul ring, the twin threads of fate. As the soul skill was unleashed, Kiki coughed up blood and was promptly escorted off the stage by Zhang Hin. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu instantly rejuvenated. A flash of red light coursing between the two, causing Hulaina and Xiaoyu to vanish in an instant. In their stead appeared a figure with long flowing hair, indeterminate in gender, wielding Xiaoyu's moonblade, yet adorned with Hulaina's foxtail. This marked the manifestation of Hulaina and Xiaoyu's martial soul fusion technique, Enchantress. Feng Qingyan furrowed her brow slightly, sensing a significant reduction in her soul power, her speed halved as a consequence. The Enchantress advanced, leaping before Feng Qingyan and striking with the moonblade. Elsewhere, the 2 defenders facing Yang Jian were faring poorly. Two Bow's dragon tail, a result of his fused martial soul, had already been severed by Yang Jian. Jin Gang was battered and bruised, yet his form appeared entirely metallic, devoid of flesh wounds. Had it not been for the relentless long-range harassment from others, these two would have struggled to withstand Yang Jian for this long. Su Tianba, noticing that no one remained in need of his protection, paused momentarily before his 4th soul ring illuminated. Mystic exchange. In an instant, Su Tianba materialized beside Yang Jian. While Jin Gang took the position Su Tianba had just vacated, Su Tianba charged forward, shield raised, colliding with Tubo, causing him to stagger back several paces. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Jian deftly circumvented the earthbound adversary, his 2nd soul ring aglow as he hurled his trident-shaped blade towards the silver-haired maiden, simultaneously accelerating with remarkable speed. The silver-haired girl remained unperturbed, her 3rd soul ring shimmering with brilliance. In an instant, she vanished from her original position, while Jin Yang's 4th soul ring radiated with intensity. In the realm of sunlight, all is mine. Jin Yang too disappeared from sight, revealing that both possessed spatial soul abilities. Only a tree spirit remained in the vicinity. Yet Yang Jian did not alter his course, charging directly at the tree spirit. The tree spirit's countenance paled, but it acted without hesitation, its 5th soul ring illuminating. roared the forest. Enormous vines lashed out towards Yang Jian, yet he effortlessly severed them with his trident-shaped blade. As he closed the distance, he raised his weapon high. I concede. The tree spirit realized it had no other recourse. There was no one to rescue it now. And a support soul master was utterly defenseless when confronted at such proximity. Yang Jian did not bring down his blade, having achieved his objective. He swiftly turned and made his way towards the silver-haired maiden once more. The battlefield now comprised 5 individuals on each side, with Hu Liana and Xieyu's fusion counting as a single entity. The combat was divided into several segments. Yu Mei and Yin were engaged in a standoff with Feng Qingyin and the Diamond, while Su Tianba and Tu Bo, both defensive soul masters, were entangled in their own struggle. Meanwhile, Yang Jian pursued the silver-haired maiden and Jin Yang. After a brief observation, Yang Jian abandoned his initial target, the silver-haired girl, and shifted his focus to hunting down Jin Yang. The silver-haired maiden's soul abilities were not purely spatial in nature, leading to minimal consumption, whereas Jin Yang's soul skills were significantly more draining. Aware that employing his 4th soul skill a few more times would leave him devoid of combat capability, Jin Yang decisively altered his strategy, activating his 2nd, 5th, and 3rd soul rings in succession. Solar Radiance, the pride of the sun, the light of glory. With a powerful solar meteor descending like a tangible star toward Yang Jian, Jin Yang unleashed his ultimate strike before promptly conceding defeat and stepping down from the arena. His soul power had been entirely expended, rendering his presence on the stage futile, and he was unwilling to sustain further injuries. Yang Jian's gaze sharpened slightly as he leaped into the air, wielding his trident-edged blade towards the sun, which was the size of a human head. Instead of cleaving it in two, a tremendous explosion ensued, propelling Yang Jian backward, causing his trident-edged blade to vanish from his grasp. Yang Jian landed on the arena, sliding backward for a while before finally stabilizing his stance. The trident blade once again materialized in his grasp. It had merely been Yang Jian's desire to protect the trident blade from harm. He himself could recover swiftly from any injuries, but the trident blade's well-being was not as assured. Yang Jian surveyed the arena, his figure moving towards the clash between Su Tianba and Tu Bo. Go assist Xieyou. As Yang Jian approached, the 3rd and 4th soul rings on his body shimmered in succession. He executed a diagonal slash towards Tu Bo, sensing an overwhelming peril. Tu Bo reluctantly activated his 5th soul skill, and a radiant beam of gold and silver light flashed by, leaving a massive gash from Tu Bo's right shoulder to his left leg. The blade had torn open Tu Bo's abdomen, with his entrails distinctly visible, yet miraculously, they remained unharmed. Tu Bo understood that Yang Jian had shown him mercy. He managed a feeble salute, then collapsed onto the arena floor. At that moment, Zhang Hen leisurely made his way over to assist Tu Bo off the stage. Yang Jian observed the remaining members of the team engaged in battle, and the situation appeared dire. Su Tianba withstood Feng Qingyin's devastating gale obliteration slash, leaving a massive crack on the Xianming shield. Yao Mei and Yin were also nearing their limits, having managed to endure this long primarily due to Yao Mei's formidable weakening aura. Zhang Hen struck again, this time seizing Su Tianba directly. However, Su Tianba struggled fiercely. Zhang Hen forcibly removed Su Tianba from the arena. Continuing this fight would shatter your martial soul. Blood trickled from the corner of Su Tianba's mouth. Yet his teammates remained embroiled in combat. Zhang Hen reassuringly patted Su Tianba's shoulder, urging him to have faith in them. You have done enough. With Su Tianba's frontline defense eliminated, Yu Mei and Yin found themselves perilously besieged by 3 opponents. Yang Jian swiftly darted forward, simultaneously launching his 3-pronged, double-edged blade. Yang Jian's soul power was running low. He needed to resolve the battle swiftly. The 3-pronged, double-edged knife was intercepted directly by the diamond, leaving a small dent in his body, yet he appeared utterly unfazed. The diamond withdrew from the fray, confronting Yang Jian alone, confident that as long as the other 2 swiftly dealt with the Yin, the remaining Yang Jian would pose no significant threat. The soul rings upon the diamond's body flickered incessantly, absolutely unyielding, a body of pure gold. Yang Jian's figure paused momentarily before he struck with his blade, only to have it intercepted by the diamond warrior's arm, leaving merely a faint mark upon the hardened flesh. Yang Jian has yet to employ any soul techniques, thus finding himself momentarily obstructed by the formidable Vidra. Yang Jian's true adversary is Feng Qingyin, and he must retain sufficient soul power to confront her. The silver-haired maiden exchanged a glance with Feng Qingyin, and her 5th soul ring shimmered once more. The ruler of the extreme north, winter has arrived. Feng Qingyin's 6th soul ring also illuminated in response. A mighty gale arose, and the arena was once again enveloped in heavy snowfall, transforming into a blizzard. A fusion of fierce winds and snow, as razor-sharp ice hail wreaked havoc upon the stage. A colossal ice tornado ensnared Yan's body, and despite his desperate struggles, he found it utterly futile. As the flames surrounding Yin began to wane, the ice tornado grew even larger, assimilating the fierce winds and hail that dominated the battlefield. Just as Yan's flames were on the verge of extinguishing, Zhang Hen summoned his martial soul, forcefully plunging into the ice tornado to rescue Yin. The enchanting figure wielded her moon blades to intercept the scattered wind blades and ice hail, while Feng Qingyin had already closed the distance, her 3rd soul ring glowing brightly. A tempest of lethal winds surged forth. Shadows of swords erupted from Feng Qingyin's windsword, swiftly encircling the enchanting figure, as her 4th soul ring gleamed. The devastating wind slash was unleashed, a massive azure sword shadow cleaving towards the enchanting figure, who merely smiled in response. Victory shall undoubtedly belong to the Spirit Hall. The full moon. The enchanting figure relinquished her defense, merging her twin moon blades into one, a crimson mist enveloping both her and Feng Qingyan. As a streak of black light flashed through, the immense azure sword energy struck the enchanting figure directly, causing her form to blur momentarily before splitting into two. Hulaina and Xiaoyu fell to the ground, exiting their martial soul state, each spitting blood before both succumbed to unconsciousness. Zhang Hen swiftly carried the two away from the arena, and as the red mist dissipated, Feng Qingyan's figure emerged. Feng Qingyan knelt on the arena floor. Her garments stained crimson with blood. The enchanting figure's final assault had indeed inflicted severe damage upon her. Yet, Feng Qingyan chose not to retreat. Struggling to rise, she summoned her sixth soul skill once more. The immense ice tornado enveloped the last remaining Yang Jian on the battlefield, though the hail's might was not particularly strong. The concealed wind blades within were beyond Yang Jian's complete defense, leaving numerous marks upon him. Forcing the activation of her sixth soul skill caused Feng Qingyan to spill another mouthful of blood, ultimately leading her to faint. As Zhang Hen carried her away from the arena, the silver-haired maiden exerted every effort to maintain the ice tornado. Yet the continuous drain on her vast soul power left her with but a scant reserve. Upon witnessing Feng Qingyan fall into a faint, Yang Jian was taken aback. Astonished that the Evil Moon faction had managed to reach such a level of prowess, with no further concerns weighing upon him, Yang Jian felt no need to conserve his soul power, allowing the fourth soul ring to illuminate. The dark gold annihilation slash erupted in a dazzling display of gold and silver light, obliterating the colossal ice tornado. Yang Jian swiftly dashed forth, activating his second soul ring, and hurled the triple-edged dagger towards the silver-haired maiden. The formidable King Kong charged at Yang Jian, delivering a powerful punch, which Yang Jian countered with equal force. King Kong staggered back, yet Yang Jian remained unfazed, immediately following up with a kick that landed squarely upon King Kong's form, followed by a punch that struck the creature's head, sending it crashing to the ground, where Yang Jian placed his foot upon it. The triple-edged dagger returned triumphantly, rendering the silver-haired girl, devoid of soul power, no different from an ordinary person. As the third soul ring glowed, the triple-edged dagger was poised at King Kong's throat. Just as King Kong attempted to struggle, the dagger descended slightly, effortlessly piercing its metallic body. In an instant, King Kong surrendered, paralyzed by fear. Victory for the Spirit Hall. In the dark of night, within the vast and unilluminated papal hall, the figure of Bibi Dong could be discerned seated upon the throne. I require you to eliminate all obstacles for the Spirit Hall, she commanded, her voice cold and echoing through the emptiness. A chilling laugh reverberated, a ghostly sound emanating from the shadows of the hall. Esteemed Pope, even if we can vanquish the body sect, can your team truly defeat the Seven Treasures glazed sect? I need you to assassinate Wu Qingsong, of course, after the semifinals. Wu Qingsong? Surely, your holiness jest. When the time is right, I shall inform you. I will hold the dragon immortal at bay. Should this succeed, I will require an additional 30%. Very well, I shall comply with your holiness's decree. The Spirit Hall had firmly established itself among the top four, yet the forthcoming matches promised to be increasingly arduous, with the semifinals scheduled to commence in 2 days. Yang Jian and his companions were currently in the infirmary of the Spirit Hotel. While Yang Jian remained unscathed, the other 6 had sustained varying degrees of injuries. The 6 lay on their beds, with Lu Ying being the most severely wounded, still unconscious at this moment. Comparatively, Yin had suffered the lightest injuries, as his martial soul possessed formidable defensive capabilities, and Zhang Hen had intervened just in time to rescue him. Stretching lazily on the bed, Yin mused. At least I can finally get some proper rest for a few days. Keep your voice down, Cuckoo is asleep, Yang Jian reminded softly, his gaze sweeping over the wounded with quiet relief. Though Cuckoo had initially escaped unharmed, her fourth soul skill had transferred a portion of Xiaoyu's injuries onto her. Combined with her naturally frail constitution, she had ended up among the most severely injured. Hulaina's expression darkened as she lowered her voice. Lu Ying definitely won't be able to participate in the upcoming matches. Cuckoo will need at least some time to recover. And Su Tianba's martial soul has been damaged. It won't fully heal in just a few days. She hesitated, reluctant to dampen morale. Yet the truth had to be faced sooner or later. What are we going to do about the semifinals? Yang Jian smiled confidently and said, You have all done remarkably well. For the upcoming matches, I shall be here. Now, rest early, and do not dwell too much. Everything will be taken care of by me. Yang Jian comforted everyone as they awoke, and one person stepped out of the room into the corridor. Deep down, however, Yang Jian was not as optimistic as he appeared. The remaining 3 teams were exceptionally formidable, regardless of which one they encountered. The chances of victory for the members of the Spirit Hall, given their current state, were rather slim. At that moment, the ethereal figure of the Ghost Elder materialized before Yang Jian, enveloping both of them in a circle of black light. Yang Jian raised an eyebrow slightly. The arrival of the Ghost Elder undoubtedly signified good tidings. Indeed, the hollow voice of the Ghost Elder echoed, assuring them that they need not worry about the semifinals. For their opponent would be the Holy Spirit sect, who would concede the match directly. Shortly, the Spirit Elder would personally arrive to heal Xiaoyu and the others. With the healing prowess of the Spirit Elder, the Soul Elder of the Spirit Hall at the Soul Douluo Yang Jian nodded silently. In that case, all that remained was to prepare for the finals, granting everyone ample time. Gui Mei continued. His Holiness the Pope has instructed me to inform you that should you claim the championship, you will be privately rewarded with a soul bone. His Holiness believes in your victory and has thus decided to present the soul bone to you in advance, allowing you to further enhance your strength. With a wave of his hand, Gui Mei summoned a soul bone before Yang Jian. It was a left leg bone, remarkably intact, every toe, the sole. Even the joints were flawlessly preserved. The bone was pitch black, exuding a faint, eerie glow. Gui Mei elaborated. This soul bone is known as the Bloody Prison Suppression left leg bone, 100,000-year soul bone. His Holiness personally selected it for you, deeming it the most compatible with your abilities. Do not forget the Pope's benevolence and never betray his expectations. Yang Jian silently accepted the soul bone, which felt exceedingly heavy. Easily weighing several hundred pounds, an astonishing weight for what should merely be a bone. I shall store it for now. Later, when we return to my chamber, I will safeguard you as you absorb its essence. The Elder Spirit should be arriving shortly. Yang Jian quietly stored the soul bone within the soul guide, remaining silent. Not only Bibi Dong, but also Gui Mei had shown him considerable regard. Yang Jian was far from ungrateful. He simply kept his gratitude close to his heart. You go in and wait. I will fetch Elder Ling, he said, as Gui Mei's figure vanished once more. Yang Jian gently pushed open the door. Finding that apart from Hu Laina, everyone else had succumbed to slumber. After enduring a fierce battle and maintaining a state of heightened tension, the group was weary. Hu Laina, lost in thought, gazed blankly at the ceiling, oblivious to Yang Jian's entrance. For her, the pride of being a disciple of the Pope was being repeatedly undermined. Her peers shone brightly on the arena, while she could only look up in silence. Aside from a martial soul fusion technique, Hu Laina had no other skills to showcase. Was the honor of the Spirit Hall truly to be defended by a junior 5 or 6 years her junior? The words Yang Jian had once spoken to her flashed once more through her mind. For any aspiring individual, surpassing me should not be a difficult task. As the door creaked open with a louder sound this time, it not only disrupted Hu Laina's reverie but also roused Yin and Xiaoyu. Gui Mei entered the room accompanied by an elderly man with a full head of white hair and a serene countenance. Master Ling, thank you for your trouble. Ling Yu said politely. Not a bother, not a bother. It is my duty, the elder replied. Gui Mei led Ling Yu to the bedsides of the others. This is Elder Ling, who has come specifically to heal you, Gui Mei announced. Greetings, Elder Ling. The awakened individuals collectively bowed in respect. Ling Yu nodded, beginning to assess each person's injuries in turn. His expression remained unchanged as he examined most, indicating their wounds were not severe. However, when it was Su Tianba's turn, his demeanor shifted slightly. This child has sustained damage to his martial soul, and if not properly treated, it could significantly affect his future. Even if I can heal him, it would be best for him to refrain from using his martial soul for at least a month. I shall give it a try, he concluded. Gui Mei and Yang Jian stepped ACI. Yang Jian clasped his hands in salute, expressing gratitude to Elder Ling. With a benevolent smile, Elder Ling remarked. So you are Yang Jian. Truly, heroes emerge from the youth. With a subtle movement of his fingers, a jade medicinal vial materialized in his palm. This is my exclusive life elixir, he explained. No matter how severe the injury, as long as the head remains intact and the heart undestroyed, complete recovery is assured within an hour. As our first meeting, I have little worthy to offer. Within this vial lie 3 pills. Consider them my humble gift to you. Yang Jian clasped his fist once more and spoke solemnly. I must first express my deepest gratitude to Elder Ling. However, this gift is far too precious. One should not accept rewards without merit, and I dare not take it, judging by the laws of power in this world. If this elixir truly possessed the properties Elder Ling described, then the life spirit pill would undoubtedly rank among the most supreme of its kind. Yang Jian, since Elder Ling has offered it with sincerity, you should accept it. This elixir will indeed serve you well, a ghostly voice interjected. Yet Yang Jian hesitated. Material gifts may be easily taken, but debts of gratitude are far harder to repay. Without further ado, Elder Ling pressed the vial firmly into Yang Jian's hand and gave his shoulder a reassuring pat. Take it. I witnessed your performance in the tournament. With talents like yours, the Spirit Hall is truly fortunate. Yang Jian caught the vial and once again clasped his fist in salute. Ling Yu smiled with satisfaction and said, Very well. There is nothing more to discuss here. I must take my leave, as being discovered would have unfavorable repercussions. After Ling Yu departed, Yang Jian gazed at the jade vial in his hand. Elder Ghost, can this elixir aid Su Tianba? While Ling Yu was present, Yang Jian refrained from inquiring. As the elder had not broached the subject, the dark mist enveloped Yang Jian and the ghostly figure, who finally spoke. Of course it can help, but it may not be worth it. Su Tianba could easily be replaced by a substitute, and the overall impact on strength would be minimal. The value of the life elixir far exceeds your imagination. In terms of healing capabilities, it is undoubtedly the finest elixir in the continent. That old fellow Ling Yu actually bestowed upon you 3 of them. He does possess a modicum of audacity. Yang Jian nodded slightly, his expression remaining unchanged as he calmly stated, Su Tianba has not abandoned us. How could I possibly forsake him? The glory of the champion rightfully belongs to him as well. The specter offered no further counsel, finding solace in Yang Jian's unwavering resolve. Go ahead. Simply place it in his mouth, and then return to absorb the soul bone. I shall guard you. As the dark mist dissipated, the others remained in slumber. And Yang Jian approached Su Tianba's bedside. Upon opening the vial, a wave of fragrant aroma enveloped him, and he poured out a pill, slightly smaller than a longan. The pill was a vibrant green, resembling tinder grass in its infancy, evoking a sense of life as it ought to be. Yang Jian did not linger on the details. He pried open Su Tianba's mouth and directly deposited the elixir within. Simultaneously, he activated the 9 turns origin skill, channeling his soul power into Su Tianba's body to assist in the digestion of the medicinal essence. Before long, the elixir transformed into streams of pure life energy, initiating the repair of Su Tianba's physical form and martial spirit. Given Su Tianba's injuries, he could scarcely consume the entirety of the elixir's potency. The residual energy would serve to enhance his foundational strength. After facilitating Su Tianba's assimilation of the elixir, Yang Jian proceeded to assess the conditions of others, noting that they were all in a deep slumber without any anomalies, before departing alongside Gui Mei. Upon returning to Yang Jian's chamber, Gui Mei nodded in acknowledgement as Yang Jian seated himself cross-legged on the bed, retrieving the blood-red left leg bone of the Jinyu from his soul-guiding device. Yang Jian began to channel the 9-turn primordial art, as waves of pure soul energy began to envelop the soul bone. Under the embrace of Yang Jian's soul power, the soul bone gradually fused, transforming into streams of energy that slowly entered his body. The process was not arduous, albeit somewhat protracted. Once Yang Jian had absorbed the soul bone, he reopened his eyes, and the dawn light outside the window had begun to brighten. How is it? A hauntingly ethereal voice inquired. I have reached level 50 and simultaneously acquired 2 commendable soul skills. The specter frowned slightly, even though the Holy Spirit sect had conceded. The finals were only days away, and acquiring soul rings during this period might prove to be quite challenging. There's no need for concern. Let us wait until the tournament concludes. The skills bestowed upon me by this soul bone are sufficient for my needs. The specter nodded, if that is the case. Then I shall take my leave. Yang Jian gazed as the ethereal figure vanished, and with the dawn's light breaking, he ceased his cultivation and made his way to the medical room. Inside, everyone had already awakened, roused from their slumber by Su Tianba's resounding snores. As Yang Jian entered the room, he observed that aside from Lu Ying and Kuko, everyone else had already risen from their beds. Yin was playfully tussling with Su Tianba, though it was evident that Yin was predominantly the one teasing Su Tianba. After all, Su Tianba had roused everyone from their slumber, and it appeared he was the quickest to recover. Given the resounding snores that emanated from him, no one could believe he had not yet fully regained his strength. Hulaina sat beside Kuka's bed, whispering secrets, while Xieyu awkwardly stood nearby, keeping company with Lu Ying, who lay lost in thought on the bed. Upon seeing Yang Jian, everyone ceased their activities, acknowledging their leader. Yang Jian rarely revealed a faint smile. How is everyone recovering? Yin was the first to respond. I believe I could step onto the arena right now. Hulaina shot a glare at Yin while playfully teasing him. Everyone seems to be recovering quite well. It appears that before the semifinals, we will be able to regain our full strength. Yang Jian nodded slightly. Choosing not to disclose to the others that there was no need to compete in the semifinals, they could directly prepare for the finals. It was not that he lacked trust in his companions, but rather he understood that such knowledge would serve no beneficial purpose and might lead others to believe that they could resort to cunning to secure victory in the finals. The strength of the Spirit Hall was inherently on the weaker side, and underestimating their opponents would render any further competition unnecessary. Noticing that the spirits of those around him had improved considerably, Yang Jian felt a sense of relief. Please, go ahead and have some breakfast together. I will remain here to look after Kuku and Lu Ying, he instructed. Su Tianba, kindly fetch us some breakfast later. The rest of you should eat and then return to your rooms to rest. After all, Su Tianba had consumed a life-renewing elixir, making him the most vigorous among them. If he were not to run errands, who else would? It was hardly an act of unfairness. Hulaina spoke softly, I will stay as well. Considering that Kuku is a girl, and it may not be entirely convenient for you to care for her alone. Yang Jian nodded in agreement, indeed acknowledging the truth of the matter without further comment. Yin, wearing a rather constipated expression, timidly suggested, Captain, perhaps I could take care of Lu Ying? After all, you have already exerted yourself quite enough. It would be best for you to take a proper rest. Yang Jian raised an eyebrow, wondering if there were actually individuals vying for such a task. Are you quite all right? Of course, I am perfectly fine. I could even bear the burden of an ox without any issue now. Yang Jian, without any reservations, took Xieyu and Su Tianba out for breakfast. Inside the room, the 4 individuals remained engaged in their own pursuits. Hulaina continued her leisurely conversation with Kuku, entirely disregarding Yin. Consequently, Yin could only exchange glances with Lu Ying, each staring at the other. The day of the semifinals had arrived, with a match scheduled each day, culminating in the conclusion of the semifinals within 2 days. On the eve of the semifinals, the teams were informed of their opponents. Wuhuan was to face the Holy Spirit Church, while the Body Sect would compete against the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect. The first match featured the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect against the Body Sect. Yang Jian and his companions were also present in the audience. As Zhang Hen's tedious opening remarks finally concluded and the first contestants for the individual matches were called to the stage, the crowd's attention at last focused on the arena. Representing the body sect was Wu Qingsong, while the Seven Treasure Glaze Tile clan fielded Gu Fei, renowned as this tournament's top defensive soul master. Aside from Gu Fei's undisputed defensive prowess, Feng Qinyan was acknowledged as the premier agility-type soul master. However, debates raged regarding other categories, particularly the offensive types where contenders like Death Sequence, Yang Jian, Yu Tianlin, Ning Yuan, and Wu Qingsong all had supporters, with Wu Qingsong commanding the largest following. Yet without having faced opponents of comparable strength, Wu Qingsong's supremacy remained unproven. Other subcategories were similarly contentious, such as whether Ning Yuan or Saint Celestine deserved the title of top summoner. Curiously, the control and support archetypes among main soul master categories had yet to produce particularly dazzling performances. When Zhang Hen signaled the match's commencement, both combatants summoned their spirit rings simultaneously. Around Gu Fei's grotesquely obese frame swirled 6 rings: yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black. Wu Qingsong's physique showed no visible transformation, though his 6 rings displayed an abnormal configuration: yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 making him and Yang Jian the only participants with unconventional spirit ring distributions. Gu Fei dared not lower his guard. After spirit possession, his first 2 rings flashed immediately: flesh proliferation and resilient hide. Wu Qingsong's rings remained dormant as he simply bent his knees slightly before launching forward like a cannonball, arriving before Gu Fei in an instant. His first punch appeared deceptively simple. Gu Fei, already mobility impaired, could only defend passively. The initial strike seemed ineffective as Gu Fei's fatty tissue merely depressed slightly. Wu Qingsong withdrew his fist only to deliver another, repeating this 8 more times before standing proudly before his opponent. Though each blow seemed unremarkable, every strike implanted subtle internal energy within Gu Fei's body. Upon the 9th impact, these accumulated forces detonated simultaneously. While no visible wounds appeared, Gu Fei suddenly vomited a torrent of blood, crimson streaked with ominous black. Stabilizing himself with difficulty, Gu Fei swallowed another mouthful of blood as his 6th and 3rd rings ignited. Law of Flesh. Metamorphosis. Wu Qingsong remained motionless, observing calmly as Gu Fei's body underwent grotesque transformations, swelling and shrinking erratically until stabilizing into a 2-meter-tall aberration, its form devoid of both fat and muscle definition. The transformed Gu Fei attacked first, hammering at Wu Qingsong with fist-like appendages. Wu Qingsong countered with his own punch, yet surprisingly found himself slightly disadvantaged. Raising an eyebrow but still abstaining from spirit skills, he delivered another strike, this one carrying an undeniable aura of inevitability, signaling his serious engagement. Sensing impending danger, Gu Fei crossed his arms defensively while his 6th ring flared again. The punch connected, sending Gu Fei skidding backward until Wu Qingsong closed the distance for another blow. Gu Fei's 4th ring flashed desperately, projecting a beam that proved utterly ineffective. The second punch landed true, flooring Gu Fei, who vomited blood again, struggling unsuccessfully to rise. As Wu Qingsong paused, Gu Fei's 5th ring activated. Flesh Feast. Disgusting chunks of adipose tissue detached from his body, lunging toward Wu Qingsong, who frowned slightly before delivering a slow-motion punch into empty air. The resulting shockwaves obliterated every projectile. The failed technique's backlash proved severe. Gu Fei spewed more blood before collapsing unconscious. Wu Qingsong retracted his rings impassively while Zhang Hen approached, announcing the body sect's victory and summoning the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile clan's next contestant. A heavy silence fell over the 7 Treasure camp at Gu Fei's swift defeat. "I'll go," volunteered Sword Fanatic, but Ning Yuan rose, patting his shoulder. "My turn now." "Wait your turn." The night before the semifinals found Ning Yuan alone in his chamber's meeting room, contemplating a Weiqi board while rearranging pieces. Having learned their next opponents would be the body sect, Ning Yuan pondered strategies with visible tension until Elder Chen Xian's silent arrival interrupted his reverie. "Elder Sword, what brings you here?" Ning Yuan inquired, noticing the elder's gaze fixed on the board where black stones formed an overwhelming dragon formation with 6 supporting pearls, leaving white stones no retreat. "Men aren't game pieces," Chen Xian observed. "While stones may be captured at will, human conflicts aren't so simple. Strength alone determines outcomes without need for positioning or first moves. Why still obsess over this? I've warned you, people cannot be measured like board pieces." Ning Yuan offered a weary smile. "Just passing time." Chen Xian's stern gaze softened. "Don't burden yourself over much. You've performed admirably already. Any confidence about tomorrow's match?" "Difficult. Exceedingly so." Ning Yuan's bitter expression deepened. "Wu Qingsong looms like an insurmountable mountain. Even with that technique of yours? At best, slim chances." Guided to floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking half of Spirit City's dazzling nightscape, Ning Yuan acknowledged the view's splendor when prompted. Chen Xian smiled enigmatically. "Look downward, and your vision remains constrained. But gaze upward, and nothing can obstruct you except yourself." Suppressing amusement at the cliché wisdom, Ning Yuan inquired about the elder's actual purpose. "The patriarch sent me," Chen Xian revealed sternly. "Circumstances have changed. Don't force what cannot be. That technique must remain concealed." Without it, Ning Yuan's chances approached 0. Yet he still ascended the platform, determined to leave no regrets untried. "Number 69, Momentum," he announced. Ning Yuan of Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Clan seeks instruction. Wiching Song of Body Sect came the reply. The two combatants stood on opposite sides of the arena, silently observing each other. As Zhang Hen announced the commencement of the match, Ning Yuan summoned his 9-lock Spirit Pagoda. Its ring shimmering in the optimal configuration of yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, and black, with a flash of his first spirit ring. The dark golden terror claw bear materialized on the field. Upon realizing its opponent was no longer Yu Tianlin, the bear roared with exhilaration and charged recklessly toward Wiching Song, eager to redeem its past humiliation. Ning Yuan inwardly sighed for the bear's foolishness but refrained from warning it that it now faced an opponent even stronger than Yu Tianlin. Wiching Song's spirit rings manifested, yet his form remained unchanged. Before the bear could close the distance, four razor-sharp claw projections slashed across the arena toward him. Wiching Song planted his feet firmly, leaving faint imprints on the ground as he propelled himself skyward. With a single punch, the claw projections dissipated. The dark golden terror claw bear sensed danger and attempted to halt its charge, but it was too late. Wiching Song descended like a meteor, his foot crashing down upon the bear's head, instantly banishing it back into the 9-lock Spirit Pagoda in a burst of light. Landing gracefully, Wiching Song spoke calmly. These spirit beasts of yours cannot stop me. Release them all at once if you wish. Ning Yuan's spirit rings flickered once more, and the dark golden terror claw bear reappeared, this time far less arrogant. It cowered behind Ning Yuan, even nudging him forward as if seeking protection. With a resigned sigh, Ning Yuan summoned 3 more beasts, the golden lion, the rift-winged eagle, and the true black dragon. The dragon and eagle took to the skies, while the lion lunged at Wiching Song. Only the dark golden terror claw bear remained rooted in place, unmoving until Ning Yuan delivered a sharp kick to its hindquarters. Wiching Song moved with blinding speed. He stepped onto the golden lion's head, using it as a springboard to launch himself toward the true black dragon. Passing straight through the dragoness form, he shattered it effortlessly. Midair, he struck the empty space before him, yet the distant rift-winged eagle convulsed as if torn apart by an unseen force, vanishing instantly. The golden lion, though unharmed by Wiching Song's initial strike, waited below for his descent. Wiching Song plummeted like a falling star, his fist driving downward with devastating force. The lion's confidence in its defense proved misplaced, its form disintegrated upon impact. Only the dark golden terror claw bear remained. As Wiching Song advanced, the bear dropped to the ground, covering its head with massive paws and raising its hindquarters in surrender. Wiching Song halted, while Ning Yuan buried his face in his hands, mortified by the bear's disgraceful display. Retrieving the spirit beast, Ning Yuan conceded with a wry smile. I yield. Wiching Song nodded, withdrawing his spirit rings as he returned to his side of the arena. Ning Yuan, seemingly unbothered by defeat, leaped down casually. Next participant from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School stepped forward. Back among his comrades, Ning Yuan remarked lightly, anyone else want to try? Just remember, surrender if you must. No need to stubbornly endure. I'll go. The sword fanatic's eyes burned with battle lust. Ning Yuan grabbed his arm, reiterating sternly, listen well, yield when necessary. That man holds back, but don't push your luck. The sword fanatic nodded. Only after he muttered, understood, did Ning Yuan release him. Ning Yuan gee. Are we just giving up? Ning Rongrong protested indignantly. Ning Yuan chuckled helplessly. What else can we do? The gap is insurmountable. Besides, the sect master already instructed me victory isn't necessary. He scanned the group. Anyone else? Facing such an opponent is rare. Even the sword fanatic admits he gained much. When no one volunteered, Ning Yuan shrugged. He had half expected the younger disciples to foolishly charge in, but they were wiser than he thought. Not everyone was like the sword fanatic. For most, confronting Wiching Song would bring only despair. As Zhang Hen urged the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School to send their next fighter, Ning Yuan declared plainly, we forfeit the semifinals. Zhang Hen arched a brow, surprised by their nonchalant surrender at this stage. Between the Body Sect and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, the first finalist is decided. The Body Sect advances. Wiching Song frowned slightly before stepping off the stage, departing without ceremony. Victory was routine for him, yet what he truly yearned for was a worthy opponent, a battle that would push him to his limits. Even defeat would be preferable to this hollow triumph. 70. Sunset the Holy Spirit Sect forfeits the semifinals. The announcement came swiftly after the previous match's conclusion. The voice belonged to Saint Celestine, whose earlier performances had left a deep impression. Zhang Hen's eyebrow twitched. Are you certain? Can you make the decision? Of course. I can. Zhang Hen momentarily felt taken aback and turned his gaze towards Bibi Dong. Her cold voice resonated throughout the venue. In that case, the finals will be contested between the Spirit Hall and the Body Sect, to be held 1 week from now. Long Busi furrowed his brow, questioning the necessity of such a lengthy wait. Bibi Dong replied nonchalantly, what duration would you deem appropriate, Master Long? Immediately, perhaps? Her demeanor only deepened Long Busi's confusion. Yet he chose to remain silent. As for the reason behind this prolonged interval, it was simply that Gue Mei had informed Bibi Dong that Yang Jian had already attained level 50. This time was intended for Yang Jian to seek a suitable soul ring. As soon as Yang Jian returned to his chamber and gently closed the door, he whispered, Elder Ghost, where do you intend to search for the soul ring? The ethereal figure of the ghost elder then materialized before Yang Jian. Yang Jian sighed helplessly. expressing his belief that there was no need for such concern, as he still held some confidence in securing the championship. This was a heartfelt plea from the Pope. Do not let her down. She insists that you must win, for an additional soul ring would greatly enhance your capabilities. However, my anticipated lifespan for the 5th soul ring is a daunting 100,000 years. A soul beast of that age is not easily found. Upon hearing this, Gui Mei could not help but cast a glance at Yang Jian. You are quite ambitious, aren't you? To desire 100,000-year soul ring for your 5th? How many titled Douluos have ever possessed a soul ring of such age? Yang Jian's expression remained unchanged, merely nodding slightly. The ghostly figure felt the challenge ahead daunting. Finding a 100,000-year soul beast was no easy task, and even if they succeeded, subduing it would be another matter entirely. Let us first venture to the Sunset Forest, Yang Jian suggested, not wishing to linger on this topic with the ghost. If they could not find the desired beast, assimilating one aged around 80 to 90,000 years would suffice. The ghost nodded in agreement. Time was of the essence. A shroud of black mist enveloped the two, and Yang Jian summoned his chaos wings, allowing them to soar through the window. Thanks to the concealment of the ghostly mist, no one noticed their departure, and they swiftly exited the confines of Wuhuan City. As they flew, the ghost kept pace with Yang Jian, clearly not yet at his limits, and engaged him in conversation. My young friend, do you truly feel confident in facing one called Wu Qingsong? Your physical prowess is remarkable, among the many prodigies in this tournament. Only you and Wu Qingsong have surpassed the conventional soul ring ratios. Wu Qingsong's abilities are understandable given his innate martial spirit, which greatly enhances his physical form. Yet your soul ring ratio is even more astounding. Moreover, what is your connection with that black dog? Perhaps the ghost lacked a conversational partner in his usual routine. For Yang Jian's remarkable traits left him astounded. Today, the ghost broke from his norm and chattered incessantly, though Yang Jian remained mostly silent. After a day and night of flight, as dusk approached on the second day, the two finally beheld the outline of the Sunset Forest. Throughout their journey, they had not paused. Yang Jian's chaos wings consumed little soul power during their flight, and they also had the ability to absorb chaotic energy automatically. Remarkably, after a day and night of travel, Yang Jian's internal soul power showed no signs of depletion. As Yang Jian and the ghostly apparition arrived above the Sunset Forest, a massive canine had emerged from the dense foliage. Master, Yang Jian smiled faintly as he descended towards the position of the howling celestial dog. With a considerable distance still to cover, he retracted his chaos wings and plunged directly downwards towards the howling celestial dog. Yang Jian precisely landed on the back of the howling celestial dog, which revealed a foolish grin. Master, were you thinking of me? Yang Jian gently patted the head of the celestial dog, stating that he had merely come to seek a soul ring before returning. The foolish grin on the celestial dog's face vanished in an instant, replaced by a look of pitiful longing. Master, may I accompany you this time? It inquired. No, came the firm reply. But I truly wish to be with you, master. Be obedient. Once the matters outside are resolved, I shall return to keep you company. It will not be long now. Yang Jian gently groomed the fur of the howling heavenly dog. What is the age of the oldest soul beast in this forest? The howling heavenly dog hesitated slightly, asking, Master, do you wish to absorb 100,000-year soul ring? Yang Jian let out a light chuckle. This was merely the best of plans, one that he would not insist upon should it not come to fruition. Besides my own words, there exists a creature over 100,000 years old, yet that being possesses remarkable speed, making it exceedingly difficult for me to capture. Yang Jian discerned the hesitation of the howling celestial dog and gently patted its head. Well then, is there a nearby gathering place for soul beasts? The ghostly figure materialized beside him, remarking that aside from the Stardow Forest, the extreme north was likely the only other location with a significant number of 10,000-year soul beasts. Ah, master, since I am also a soul beast now, perhaps I should simply offer myself as a sacrifice to you. Yang Jian's expression shifted slightly, as he uttered words that seemed nonsensical. Upon noticing the displeasure on Yang Jian's face, the celestial hound instantly refrained from speaking further. The spectre, however, contemplated that if Yang Jian could indeed absorb this clearly ancient black dog, which had lived for over 100,000 years, it would be a rather advantageous choice, especially since the black dog showed no signs of resistance. Unfortunately, the relationship between Yang Jian and the black dog was evidently complex. Otherwise, the black dog would not have so readily mentioned the notion of sacrifice. If one were to venture to the far northern regions in search of a soul beast aged 10,000 years, time might be of the essence. Yang Jian nodded slightly. Foolish dog. Aside from that one, are there any others? Even if it's not 100,000 years, that would suffice. Ah, master, your words remind me of someone. He has been around for nearly 90,000 years. The last time I accidentally overexerted myself, it seems he cannot endure for a full 100,000 years. Perhaps you could go and rescue him? Yang Jian was taken aback. How could one achieve salvation? The celestial hound let out a few derisive laughs. Becoming the master's soul ring was, after all, a form of redemption. Yang Jian gently patted the head of the celestial canine, a foolish creature, and commanded it to lead the way. The celestial canine, bearing Yang Jian on its back, began to gallop fiercely, causing a cacophony among the myriad soul beasts in the forest, which scattered in fright. After a brief interval of more than a moment, the celestial canine slowed its pace. indicating that they had likely reached the innermost depths of the sunset forest. Towering trees surrounded them, their lush canopies blocking out the sun, rendering the area nearly devoid of light, while the aura of the passing soul beast suggested they were over 10,000 years old. A massive purple python, measuring over 10 meters in length, timidly emerged before the celestial canine, emitting a series of hissing sounds. In response, the celestial canine barked defiantly. Yet the purple python grew increasingly anxious, continuing to vocalize its distress. However, the celestial canine, displaying clear impatience, strode forward and forcefully nudged the purple python aside with its paw, raising its head high as it resumed its leisurely advance, akin to a monarch surveying its dominion. The purple python collided with a grand tree and fell to the ground, unable to muster the courage to resist or even move, silenced by fear. Yang Jian delivered a resounding slap upon the head of the celestial hound, who questioned, "Why do you bully me?" The celestial hound offered a sheepish smile. "It is merely welcoming us. I have not mistreated it. This is our customary way of greeting here." Yang Jian once again smacked the head of his celestial hound Showdown. 71. The violet abyss serpent soon, Showdown arrived before a small valley and leaped straight down. The valley was utterly barren, devoid of any vegetation. Its surface covered entirely in smooth, glistening rocks that faintly reflected the sunlight pouring directly into the hollow. At the very depths of the valley lay a massive cavern entrance, evidently. This was where the soul beast Showdown had spoken of resided. Yang Jian leaped off the celestial hound Xiaoshianquan's back, his figure materializing like a phantom by its side. The mighty hound unleashed thunderous barks, as though heralding their arrival to the master of this domain. From the cavern's depths emerged a rustling murmur, the ominous prelude to some colossal entity's imminent emergence. Yang Jian raised an eyebrow slightly, sensing that this creature might be a serpentine soul beast. The massive purple python he had encountered earlier could very well be a descendant of this being. Suddenly, a colossal serpent head, over a meter in diameter, emerged. Adorned with a singular horn that extended more than a meter in length, its surface resembling purple crystal, embellished with spiral patterns. As the soul beast fully emerged from its lair, its immense body occupied half of the small valley. Its length approached 100 meters, with a diameter exceeding a meter. Its form a glossy black interspersed with purple markings. Notably, its abdomen bore two diminutive appendages reminiscent of eagle talons, which appeared utterly disproportionate to its vast physique. This creature transcended the classification of a mere snake or python. It could be regarded as a dragon. The howling celestial hound introduced. This being is known as the purple abyss giant dragon, having existed for over 90,000 years. In terms of combat prowess, it is certainly on par with typical soul beast of 100,000 years. So, Master, are you satisfied? The purple abyss giant dragon unexpectedly spoke in human tongue, its voice resonating with gravitas and authority, devoid of any discomfort typically associated with soul beast speaking. Black Emperor, why have you brought humans into my domain? Yang Jian raised an eyebrow. Hey Yuan, is he calling you? The celestial dog gave an awkward smile, unable to help it. It was a name they insisted on using. The voice of the purple ghost python resounded once more. Did you not request us to address you in this manner? Hey Yuan, you have yet to answer my query. This is not a place for humans. The celestial dog, caught off guard, felt a surge of embarrassment and indignation. Do I need your permission to bring anyone here? Now. At once, present me with a sacrifice. The body of the purple ghost python shifted slightly, causing the valley to tremble ever so slightly. You dare to acknowledge a human as your master? You are no longer worthy of being our soul beast king. The voice of the purple ghost python was laced with fury. The celestial dog lunged forward, striking the head of the purple ghost python with a powerful blow that caused its form to tilt slightly. Among all the soul beasts, you are the most disobedient. Do you truly wish to challenge me? In that moment, the celestial dog exuded an air of dominance, embodying the essence of a soul beast king. It pressed the head of the purple ghost python into the ground. You dare to claim I am unworthy? Do you wish for death? The massive eyes of the purple ghost python burned with rage, yet it remained silent. At this moment, Yang Jian approached the colossal head of the purple yonder giant serpent, with the spectral hound swiftly following, ever ready to act. As Yang Jian drew near, the head, beneath the paw of the hound, loomed just a meter away. The immense eyes of the purple yonder giant serpent flared with rage upon noticing Yang Jian's approach. The hound delivered another resounding slap to the serpent's head, urging it to behave, and suggested to Yang Jian, Master, it appears this creature is quite defiant. Perhaps you should simply slay it and absorb its soul ring. Upon hearing this, the purple yonder giant serpent visibly tensed, struggling against its restraints, yet the hound held it firmly in place. Yang Jian paid no heed to the celestial hound, instead addressing the purple spectre serpent with utmost seriousness. In this realm, as long as humanity continues to require soul rings for cultivation, the hunting of soul beasts will remain inexorable. I once shared this belief. The survival of the fittest, the relentless competition for existence, these are the immutable laws of nature, echoed in every world. However, the presence of the celestial hound has led me to question the validity of this principle, at least within this world. The notion of gaining strength through the sacrifice of other beings seems profoundly unjust. Yet, I currently lack the ability to alter this law. Were I capable of such a change, I would undoubtedly pursue it. But first, I must grow stronger. Furthermore, The celestial hound mentioned your injuries. Surviving the calamity of 100,000 years seems beyond your grasp. Even if I do not slay you, how much longer can you endure? A few thousand years? Perhaps a few hundred? While that may seem extensive to humanity, what does it mean for you? If you were to offer yourself as a sacrifice, upon my ascension to divinity, I would assist you in reforming your physical form. Would it not be exceedingly arduous for you to transform into a serpent in this world? I could even aid you in becoming a dragon. Of course, should you remain unwilling. I would have no choice but to heed the celestial hound's advice and eliminate you to acquire a soul ring, for I must enhance my own power. You may label me as hypocritical, yet my words are sincere. Belief rests solely in your hands. Contemplate this for half an hour, and provide me your answer. In the immense eyes of the purple spectre serpent, the flames of anger had dissipated, replaced by contemplation. The concepts of world, law, divinity, and dragon transformation felt distant to him. What grounds do you have to believe you can achieve divinity? The continent has not witnessed a deity in over 10,000 years. Let alone the alteration of laws. Even deities themselves are bound by such constraints. The purple spectre serpent regarded the human before him with earnestness. There was something distinctly different about him, an instinct that led the serpent to partially trust Yang Jian's words. For I am called Yang Jian. He smiled serenely. The celestial hound's eyes shimmered with admiration as it affectionately patted the serpent's head once more. Indeed, it is because my master is named Yang Jian. Yang Jian. Do you comprehend the significance of this name? In such a trivial world, watch your words, foolish hound. The celestial hound promptly silenced itself, suppressing its inner excitement. In the blink of an eye, the sky darkened, a tempest arose, and thunder rumbled. Bolts of lightning, as if seeking to rend the very fabric of space, arced perilously close to Yang Jian's head. Yang Jian furrowed his brow slightly as a divine perception materialized. He sensed an awareness, a demonstration warning him not to meddle in affairs that did not concern him. It was a threat, a caution, a warning from the very consciousness of the world. Tendrils of dark mist emanated from the spectre, obscuring the figures of the two men and their beasts. Yet, the world's consciousness was not so easily deterred. A bolt of lightning cleaved through the murk, causing the shadows to dissipate instantly. The spectre trembled, a trickle of crimson seeping from the corner of its mouth. The howling celestial hound raised its head to the heavens, attempting to dispel the lightning, seemingly inciting the ire of the world's consciousness, as another bolt threatened to descend. Enough. The vertical eye on Yang Jian's forehead gently opened, a silver light flashing forth, piercing the heavens. You may have once been formidable, yet you are no longer sufficient. The laws of the universe are not to be trifled with. The sky brightened once more, the winds abated, and the lightning vanished, as if nothing had transpired. Except for a lingering phrase etched in Yang Jian's mind. 72. The heavenly tribulation. Yang Jian never anticipated that a miniature world could possess such a formidable sense of autonomy. This was indeed unusual. Under typical circumstances, the consciousness of a world remains indifferent to the utterances of any individual, and it seldom manifests itself. One would not even be aware of the existence of world consciousness without reaching a certain level of understanding. Yang Jian retracted his divine gaze, his expression revealing no discernible change. Elder Ghost, are you unwell? The already pale visage of the ghostly elder grew even more ashen, clearly haunted by lingering fears. I am quite well, but what transpired just now? What was that entity? Yang Jian shook his head and refrained from answering, directing his gaze towards the purple abyss serpent. What have you considered? The purple abyss serpent was equally astonished by the recent events. It felt as though the world had suddenly crumbled. Could this be the result of what that human had spoken? It seemed utterly inconceivable. I concur, though I have a modest condition. Speak, Yang Jian urged. I wish for you to prevent the Black Emperor from tormenting my descendants. It would be best to offer protection to that child, Zishuan. He possesses the finest talents among my lineage. Yang Jian, ever willing to comply, said, All right, Shoudian dog, did you hear that? The celestial dog relaxed its paw that was firmly pressing down on the head of the purple abyss serpent. Rest assured, I heard my master, it replied. With that, the celestial dog delivered another strike with its paw upon the serpent. How long have I tormented your descendants, you old lecherous serpent? Surely, the earthworm I crushed cannot possibly be one of your kin. The purple abyss serpent let out a furious roar, its enormous eyes ablaze with a fire that seemed tangible, as its form began to thrash violently. However, it was once again held firmly to the ground by the celestial dog, which erupted into a series of mocking laughs. I take great pleasure in witnessing your impotent rage. It delights me to no end. Yang Jian delivered a gentle kick to the celestial dog, inquiring if it could not hear his words. Release him. The celestial dog chuckled awkwardly, withdrawing its paw, yet it remained fixated on the azure serpent, wary of its potential fury. The azure serpent lay despondently on the ground, urging them to proceed. Do you wish to see your offspring once more? You may not have the opportunity to behold them for quite some time. The celestial dog, donning a mischievous grin, approached closely. Master, you are unaware that in the sunsetting forest, any serpentine creature is somehow related to him. To meet them all would require several days and nights. Yang Jian raised an eyebrow slightly, realizing the truth behind the dragon's inherent nature. The purple spectre serpent offered an awkward smile, deciding it best to attend to the needs of young Zishuan. I shall begin now. The form of the purple spectre serpent began to contract rapidly, its scales losing their luster as waves of energy emanated from within. Gradually, a nascent soul ring materialized above Yang Jian's head. while the serpent's body became utterly devoid of sheen, beginning to decay. A ring of dark crimson emerged, fully manifesting above Yang Jian. As the soul ring instinctively drew closer to him, intertwining with the essence of the purple specter serpent, I will generate a soul bone nearing 100,000 years in age, but I can absorb the energy contained within it, with a certain probability of transforming my soul ring into one of that age. Do you desire the soul bone or the 100,000-year soul ring? As the soul ring commenced its absorption by Yang Jian, the voice of the purple specter serpent resounded within his mind. The serpent's body released a beam of violet light into the soul ring, while its corpse accelerated in its decay, flesh and blood vanishing. And even the bones began to dissolve. The soul ring atop Yang Jian's head gradually shifted to a deep crimson hue, until the remains of the purple abyssal giant serpent had completely vanished, leaving the soul ring nearly entirely red. At that moment, the sky darkened once more, and a distant rumble of thunder echoed, though its intensity paled in comparison to the previous occurrence. The 10,000-year tribulation of the soul beast required this trial to ensure the soul ring would fully attain its 10,000-year status. In Yang Jian's hand, the trident-bladed knife materialized, and simultaneously, a silver bolt of heavenly lightning descended. The howling celestial hound and the specter merely watched anxiously from their position. The tribulation cannot be traversed with the assistance of others. Now that the soul ring is fused with Yang Jian, he must rely solely on himself. In Yang Jian's grasp, the trident glaive remained still, as the heavenly thunder descended directly upon him. Remarkably, he emerged unscathed, seemingly intent on refining his body through this celestial force. However, the ominous cloud showed no sign of dissipating. The tribulation was far from singular. A calamity lasting 100 millennia could unleash up to 9 bolts of thunder. Though the occurrence of a single strike was almost as rare as that of 9, each subsequent bolt possessed a potency that doubled that of its predecessor. Yang Jian contemplated quietly. Given the power of the first bolt, the 7th and 8th would likely represent the pinnacle of his physical endurance. Typically, the tribulation faced by soul beasts over 100 millennia consists of 4 to 6 bolts of thunder. More formidable soul beasts attract a greater number of strikes, and the converse holds true. As the second bolt crashed down, Yang Jian leapt into the air to meet it, emerging once again unscathed. Save for the singed remnants of his garments, the bolts ranged in hue: silver for the first 3, azure for the next 3, and violet for the 7th to 9th. As the 3rd, 4th, and up to the 7th bolt struck, they transformed from mere flashes of lightning into violet arrows, seemingly shot forth with deadly intent, all aimed squarely at Yang Jian. Yang Jian's expression remained unchanged as he soared into the air. The 3-pronged, double-edged blade sliced through the arrow, which dissipated and transformed into celestial thunder. Yang Jian met it head-on with his own body. The ominous clouds lingered, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Given the formidable power of the purple phantom giant flood dragon, a calamity lasting for 100,000 years should yield at most 6 or 7 bolts of heavenly thunder. Anything beyond that would be abnormal. Had the world's consciousness not yet faded? Yang Jian shook his head. No. The world's consciousness should not have the liberty to disrupt the tribulations. It was the purple phantom giant flood dragon that had evolved, indeed, evolving in a state of soul rings. Yang Jian had no time for excessive contemplation as the heavenly thunder descended. This particular bolt of lightning resembled a colossal spear, its force overwhelming, even causing Yang Jian to feel a slight pressure. With his 3-pronged, double-edged blade hurled forth, Yang Jian's figure followed suit, colliding with the thunder. Both the blade and his body were enveloped in the celestial lightning, enduring its purifying wrath together. A flicker of purple light danced across Yang Jian's skin as he absorbed the celestial thunder, his 3-pronged, double-edged blade emitting a faint glow. The 8th bolt of lightning finally dissipated, yet the dark clouds lingered ominously overhead. This time, the thunder did not descend swiftly. The clouds whirled frantically, forming a vortex at its center, where a radiant purple light flickered. The clouds spun ever more rapidly, the vortex shrinking in size, revealing a colossal purple sword emerging from within. The sword appeared almost tangible, its blade devoid of edges, intermittently flashing with the manifestation of thunder. Inscribed with ancient characters that read Thunderpool, Yang Jian's expression grew solemn as the soul of the purple mist giant serpent, temporarily residing within the trident blade, emerged. Let us face this strike together. I have an inkling that once we endure this tribulation, I shall undergo a complete transformation. Yang Jian nodded slightly, holding his 3-pronged, double-edged sword horizontally behind him. The purple-hued giant serpent, now merely the size of a normal python, coiled its spirit around Yang Jian. The seemingly slow descent of the violet giant sword coincided with the dissipating dark clouds. The solitary figure and the serpent awaited the impending thunderstorm. As the gigantic sword descended, it enveloped both the man and the serpent, standing upright upon the ground, encapsulating them within its blade, much like an insect trapped in amber. However, the interior of the sword was far from tranquil. Bolts of purple lightning surged forth, enveloping Yang Jian's entire being, and the purple-hued giant serpent was equally ensnared. Yang Jian appears to be unchanged for the time being, yet the soul of the purple abyss giant serpent has begun to diminish. With a deft flourish of his 3-pronged, double-edged blade, Yang Jian cleaved through the surrounding thunderbolts, aiding the azure serpent in its struggle. The azure serpent, originally a mere ethereal entity, began to take on a more corporeal form, shrinking to just over half a meter in length while exuding an enchanting grace, floating beside Yang Jian. Its serpentine head subtly morphed, and the dual claws on its belly appeared perfectly proportioned. Though diminutive, it truly embodied the essence of a dragon. The ethereal purple serpent, now enshrined upon the three-pronged blade, underwent a spectacular transformation, spurred by the blade's pure draconic aura coupled with the baptism of celestial thunder. The azure serpent had fully completed its metamorphosis. Yang Jian's vertical eye flickered open, and in an instant, the colossal sword shattered into myriad pure purple bolts of heavenly lightning that enveloped his form. Before long, the celestial lightning was absorbed by Yang Jian, and his soul ring underwent a complete transformation into a vibrant blood-red hue. The azure serpent, now more aptly referred to as the purple serpent, was drawn into Yang Jian's sea of consciousness. Upon entering this realm, the purple serpent was immediately awed by the immense vertical eye at the center of the sea, rendered motionless in reverence. Meanwhile, a small paw that had lingered within Yang Jian's consciousness eagerly rushed towards the purple serpent, having been pent up with excitement during this interval. Yang Jian's consciousness also entered the fray, offering a gentle smile of apology to the dark golden grizzly bear. I am sorry for the grievances you have endured during this time. Now, you have a companion to keep you company. The dark golden grizzly bear responded with a foolish grin, scrutinizing the purple dragon before him. What are you staring at? I have a particular fondness for bear paws. Suddenly, the purple dragon emitted a sound that startled the dark golden grizzly bear, causing it to refrain from brazenly observing the purple dragon any longer. Yang Jian chuckled helplessly. Please do not bully him. You all should get along well. I shall take my leave for now. Rest assured, I am not the kind of spirit beast you might think. Yang Jian's consciousness had just departed. Foolish bear, come here. I have a question for you. No wonder the howling celestial dog is so arrogant. It must be truly exhilarating. The dark golden terror claw bear timidly approached the purple flood dragon. Yang Jian retracted his martial soul, and the howling celestial dog hurriedly approached him. How is it, my master? Yang Jian gently patted the head of the celestial hound. After 100,000 years, it had performed admirably. The celestial hound proudly lifted its head, reflecting on how much gentler its master had become over time. The current master is truly wonderful. Of course, the former master was equally admirable. Regardless of how Yang Jian transforms, the celestial hound will eternally remain loyal to its master. The ghostly figure had already dissipated, leaving ample space for the companionship of man and dog. As the last rays of twilight faded into the horizon, darkness enveloped the sky. Man and dog lay together in the valley, a gentle breeze caressing them. Yang Jian stretched languorously, feeling a hint of drowsiness. Foolish dog, I wish to take a nap, for I must depart tomorrow. The celestial hound gazed at Yang Jian with a look of deep melancholy. Master, the celestial hound shall miss you dearly. Yang Jian uttered no further words and gradually succumbed to slumber, leaning against the body of the howling celestial dog. However, the howling celestial dog could not find respite. Its gaze fixated on Yang Jian's visage. As the stars shifted and the bright moon hung high in the sky, the night deepened. A faint meow echoed through the stillness, prompting the howling celestial dog to lift its head. Woof woof woof, my master is right here. Do you dare believe I could have my master capture you for a soul ring? The meow, despite its feline nature, carried a tone of mockery. As the sound of the cat faded into the distance, the howling celestial dog lowered its head once more. As the first rays of dawn crept into the valley, the morning mist in the forest lingered, heralding the approach of daybreak. Yang Jian opened his eyes, and the celestial hound gazed at him with a dazed expression. Yang Jian gently patted the hound's head and rose to his feet. Foolish dog, I must take my leave. Do not forget to care for the progeny of the purple flood dragon, Zishuan. For a moment, the celestial hound found itself at a loss for words. It longed to remain by Yang Jian's side. In his presence, the hound always felt a profound sense of security. Even though Yang Jian's current strength was inferior to that of the hound, it was the latter who found solace in being near him. Yang Jian casually patted the head of the howling celestial hound once more, as the chaotic dual wings manifested behind him. The spectral figure of the elder ghost materialized. Let us proceed. Yang Jian was the first to unfurl his chaos wings, casually waving his hand backward, and in the blink of an eye, he had vanished from sight. The howling celestial dog gazed towards the direction in which Yang Jian had departed, lost in contemplation for quite some time. A sudden meow interrupted the dog's reverie. Meow, I'm busy playing. I lack the inclination to entertain you. Meow, my master has left. How I wish I could follow him. Meow, my master is no ordinary human. You wouldn't comprehend even if I told you. Yang Jian and the ethereal specter soared alongside each other, embraced by the dawn's glow. Yang Jian, having absorbed the emotions of the soul ring, was in good spirits. Observing his gradual growth filled the specter with immense satisfaction, at barely 14 years of age. The Soul King had likely shattered records across the continent. It appeared that it would not be long before Yang Jian would shoulder the responsibilities of the Spirit Hall. Young lad, what level are you now? I've never witnessed someone level up while absorbing a soul ring before. How does it feel? Does that soul ring possess the power of a typical 100,000-year soul ring? What skills has it bestowed upon you? Yang Jian was enveloped by a circle of chaotic energy, which allowed him to speak effortlessly, even amidst high-speed flight. At level 54, following the tribulation, he was graced with a complete 10,000-year soul ring, bestowing him with 2 soul skills. Wu Qingsong, having departed from the arena, strolled alone along the streets of Spirit City. The sky seemed to darken unusually early today, rendering the streets eerily deserted. Wu Qingsong ambled leisurely as a gentle breeze rustled a few leaves, spinning them in the air, while oddly, the trees lining the road were devoid of foliage, despite it being spring. As darkness descended swiftly, the trees cast strange shadows, and the leaves on the ground came to a halt, as if the wind itself had vanished. Undeterred, Wu Qingsong continued his unhurried pace, his soul rings yet to manifest. But an invisible aura emanated from him, seemingly striving to pierce the encroaching darkness. A peculiar laughter echoed. The whispered words of a malevolent deity appeared to resonate in Wu Qingsong's ears. His expression remained unchanged as a palpable force swept outward, drawing the eerie sounds closer to him. The world around him was enveloped in utter darkness, devoid of light, as if he had completely entered another realm. You possess quite the audacity, Wu Qingsong remarked as his soul rings materialized, yet the surroundings remained shrouded in obscurity, the radiance of the rings invisible, known only to him. A ghostly figure ambushed him, and a sharp gleam flickered in Wu Qingsong's eyes as he discerned that the figure bore 9 soul rings. You truly overestimate yourself. Sending a tidal Douluo, he thought, feeling no trace of fear. Behind him, a spectral figure resembling golden craftsmanship emerged, standing nearly 2 to 3 meters tall. Yet its stature mirrored Wu Qingsong's exactly. In the finals, Bibi Dong, Long Busi intruded Yang Jian sat quietly on the sofa, silent. A sense of unease stirring within him today, as an ominous premonition loomed. Yang Jian, of course, would not consider it a mere illusion, however. Today marks the day of the finals, and he could not simply concede defeat. Yang Jian quietly summoned the divine gaze, surveying the surroundings but finding nothing unusual. Everyone should be more astute today. Something feels amiss. Yang Jian instructed the crowd, simultaneously heightening his vigilance. Zhang Hen, standing upon the arena, felt a tinge of confusion. The time for the commencement of the match had arrived, yet the Pope remained conspicuously absent. While he might have overlooked this for other contests, this was the finals. With Bibi Dong's absence, Zhang Hen dared not initiate the proceedings on his own. The sun had reached its zenith, marking the midday hour. Many spectators had grown increasingly impatient. Had it not been for the profound reputation of the Spirit Hall, unrest would have surely ensued. At that moment, Bibi Dong made her entrance into the arena, followed closely by Long Busi and the leader of the Extreme Gate. Surprisingly, Wu Qingsong appeared unperturbed as he trailed behind the trio. As they ascended the high platform, Wu Qingsong returned to the headquarters of his sect. Upon passing the Spirit Hall's premises, he paused, casting a glance at Yang Jian. Their gazes met in the air, seemingly revealing an unspoken understanding. Wu Qingsong smiled, leaving behind a single remark before his figure vanished into the distance. I eagerly anticipate what is to come. Yang Jian smiled faintly, excited. So am I. Bibi Dong stood atop the high platform, her voice not particularly loud yet carrying clearly to every corner of the arena. Due to unforeseen circumstances, today's finals have been slightly delayed. We apologize for the inconvenience. For certain reasons, this final will be decided by a single one-on-one match. The ultimate prize of this tournament consists of 7 soul bones, 3 provided by the Spirit Hall, and the remaining 4 by the Extreme Gate, the Body Sect, the Blue Lightning Overlord clan, and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile clan respectively. The champion team will receive 3 soul bones, the runner-up 2, and the semi-finalist 1 each. This was not the original plan. Initially, all 7 soul bones were meant for the champion team alone. The current arrangement is a compromise, faced with dissatisfaction from numerous factions. Even the Spirit Hall could not ignore their concerns entirely. However, soul bones were not truly significant, at least not without a 100,000-year soul bone among them. What mattered more was the title of champion and the meaning it carried. Having finished her announcement, Bibi Dong took her seat. Zhang Hen, understanding her intent, promptly declared, the finals of the Continental Advanced Young Spirit Master Tournament, Spirit Hall versus the Body Sect, now begin. Both contestants, please step onto the stage. Yang Jian of the Spirit Hall and Wu Qingsong of the Body Sect ascended the platform simultaneously. This time, Zhang Hen did not rush to start the match. Instead, he continued, the 2 finalists today are Yang Jian, the personal disciple of His Holiness the Pope of the Spirit Hall, and Yang Jian is not yet 14 years old. Outwardly, Yang Jian did not differ much from the other competitors. The faint traces of youth on his face were usually overshadowed by an air of maturity. His figure was exceptionally slender, not particularly muscular, yet far from frail. Most had assumed Yang Jian was close to 20. Now, Zhang Hen revealed he was not even 14. But since Zhang Hen had spoken, there was no doubt. No wonder Yang Jian's cultivation level seemed lower than others, given the age gap. His achievements were already remarkable. Moreover, he had defeated opponents with 2 additional spirit rings. Was his talent truly this terrifying? Even if he lost this tournament, he could still participate in the next one. By then, who could possibly stop him? And from the Body Sect, the inheritor of the body, Wu Qingsong. Zhang Hen's words were naturally instructed by Bibi Dong. If Yang Jian won, it would prove that even a 13-year-old surpassed them. If he lost, well, the age difference spoke for itself. Long Busi cast a surprised glance at Bibi Dong. He had not known Yang Jian's age, but since the terms were already agreed upon, what did it matter now? On the VIP seats, Ning Fingxi smiled faintly. It seemed his choice had been correct. Wu Qingsong frowned slightly. He had not realized Yang Jian was so young. What he yearned for was a battle at the pinnacle, a fierce, exhilarating duel. Fighting Yang Jian now felt unjust. This was not the battle he desired. Yang Jian frowned slightly, displeased by the mention of his age. With calm composure, he replied to Wu Qingsong, "Such trivialities need not concern us. Let us engage in this battle with our full might." Their gazes locked once more upon the arena, tension crackling between them. Wu Qingsong grinned freely, showing no trace of underestimation despite Yang Jian's youth. "Very well," he mused, "then let this duel serve as the prelude to our destined clash at the pinnacle of strength." 75. Battle. The match commenced. Wu Qingsong remained motionless as 6 soul rings, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 materialized around him. In Yang Jian's grasp appeared the 3-pointed double-edged blade, encircled by 5 astonishing soul rings, yellow, purple, black, black, and red. Long Buxi's expression darkened. So this is why Bibi Dong sought to delay. But how could Yang Jian absorb a 100,000-year soul ring as his 5th? Could his physical prowess surpass even Wu Qingsong's? The audience erupted in shock. Yang Jian had already reached the rank of Soul King and possessed a 100,000-year soul ring, a treasure even titled Douluo coveted. With such a soul ring, he undoubtedly also bore a 100,000-year soul bone, narrowing the gap in soul power between him and Wu Qingsong significantly. Yang Jian indeed possesses a soul bone that has existed for 100,000 years, yet it bears no relation to this particular soul bone. Wu Qingsong, however, does not exhibit excessive agitation. Each individual has their own opportunities, and no one is inherently superior in every aspect. Wu Qingsong comprehended this truth long ago. As both combatants launched into action, they surged towards the center of the arena and collided with one another, each striking with their fists, refraining from employing soul techniques. Neither party shifted in stance. Their blows appeared evenly matched. Yang Jian initiated the exchange, wielding his 3-pronged, double-edged blade in a diagonal thrust towards Wu Qingsong. Wu Qingsong deftly evaded the strike by leaping back, then retaliated with a punch imbued with an indomitable force. Yang Jian smiled faintly. He transferred the blade to his right hand and aimed it directly at Wu Qingsong's fist, emanating an aura of authority and an icy demeanor from his being. This marked the first occasion Yang Jian unleashed his own imposing presence in this realm. Although he had tempered his might, the pressure he exerted still overshadowed Wu Qingsong's formidable aura. As Wu Qingsong felt his momentum suppressed, he became even more exhilarated, transforming his force into an unstoppable advance, concentrating all his energy into a single punch. The 3-pronged, double-edged blade made contact with Wu Qingsong's fist, yet it failed to breach his skin, instead being slightly subdued by Wu Qingsong's strength. Yang Jian's figure flickered as he appeared beside Wu Qingsong, his trident blade striking once more. Wu Qingsong met the blow with unwavering resolve, countering with a powerful punch directed at Yang Jian. Yang Jian intercepted Wu Qingsong's punch with his left palm, firmly grasping Wu Qingsong's fist, while his right hand wielded the trident blade knife, aiming for Wu Qingsong's chest. The trident blade knife left no mark on Wu Qingsong, who swiftly broke free from Yang Jian's grasp and ascended into the air. Wu Qingsong's martial spirit was none other than his own body, a complete embodiment of himself, devoid of any vulnerabilities. Yang Jian's first and second soul rings shimmered as he hurled his 3-pointed double-edged blade into the air, simultaneously propelling himself upwards with a graceful leap. Wu Qingsong effortlessly deflected the flying weapon with a casual flick of his hand, then stomped his foot downward towards the airborne Yang Jian. Yang Jian clenched his right fist, meeting the impending kick, while the 5th soul ring on his body shimmered, emanating a blood-red brilliance that was utterly mesmerizing. The purple phantom battle body, one of the 2 soul skills bestowed upon Yang Jian by the purple flood dragon, granted him a remarkable enhancement of 50% in physical strength, 80% in power, and 50% in speed, lasting for half an hour, a formidable augmentation-type soul skill. Despite Yang Jian's inferior position, the collision of fist and feet, under the influence of such immense enhancement, still found Wu Qingsong at a disadvantage. At this moment, Yang Jian had reached the same height as Wu Qingsong. The 3-pronged double-edged blade returned to Yang Jian's grasp, and with a sweeping motion, he aimed a horizontal strike at Wu Qingsong's neck. Wu Qingsong let out a wild laugh, and the only century-old soul ring on his body illuminated, marking the first time he unleashed a soul skill. Wu Qingsong's body slightly expanded, his muscles bulging, as his left arm blocked the 3-pronged double-edged blade, while his right hand launched another punch forward. Yang Jian slid his 3-pronged, double-edged knife backward with his right hand, grasping the hilt with his left, positioning the weapon horizontally before him to thwart Wu Qingsong's punch. Simultaneously, they both kicked towards one another, yet, in a tacit understanding, refrained from using their feet for defense, instead striking each other's bodies with their kicks. As their forms separated, the momentum of their leaps was exhausted, and they began to descend toward the ground. In the midst of their fall, Yang Jian hurled the 3-pronged knife once more, while Wu Qingsong's second soul ring illuminated. A punch shattered the knife's defense, the unyielding force of the strike crashing into Yang Jian. They landed simultaneously, neither adjusting their stance, crashing heavily onto the ground, each leaving distinct footprints where they touched down. Once again, they approached each other with synchronized intent. Wu Qingsong delivered a punch while Yang Jian swung his knife, their blows colliding, Wu Qingsong maintaining a slight edge in the exchange. Wu Qingsong seized the 3-pronged knife with one hand, while the other advanced with another punch. Yang Jian relinquished his hold on the knife, using his left palm to intercept Wu Qingsong's strike. With his right hand, he landed a solid punch to Wu Qingsong's chest, yet it seemed to have no effect. Wu Qingsong retaliated with a kick aimed at Yang Jian's head, which he ignored. Delivering yet another punch to Wu Qingsong's, Yang Jian withstood a fierce blow, his movements displaying no hint of sluggishness. The trident blade reappeared in his grasp, and the third soul ring on his body shimmered with intensity. The trident blade lunged toward Wu Qingsong's throat at an astute angle. Rather than retreating, Wu Qingsong advanced once more, his own third soul ring illuminating with power. A faint, luminous membrane seemed to envelop Wu Qingsong's form, rendering the trident blade empowered by the third soul skill, incapable of leaving any mark upon him. Yang Jian relinquished his three-pronged, double-edged blade, allowing it to descend to the ground. He then approached Wu Qingsong, seizing both of his arms with his hands while simultaneously driving a knee into Wu Qingsong's abdomen. Yang Jian's fingers lightly grasped Wu Qingsong's elbow, twisting his arm into an unnatural angle. Wu Qingsong's fourth soul ring shimmered as he forcefully broke free from Yang Jian's restraint. With a seemingly slow yet deliberate punch aimed at Yang Jian's chest, the surrounding space seemed to thicken and congeal around him. Yang Jian swiftly retreated, observing the subtle movement of Wu Qingsong's throat, as if he were swallowing something. A slight frown creased Yang Jian's brow. It appeared that Wu Qingsong was indeed ingesting blood. Given Wu Qingsong's formidable physical resilience, such a degree of assault should not have inflicted harm upon him, unless he was already wounded. Yang Jian halted his movements. Are you injured? It seemed that Wu Qingsong's condition was far from trivial. Otherwise, with his physical prowess, he would have recovered long ago and would not falter in battle. Wu Qingsong casually shook his head and replied with indifference, "It's nothing serious, continue." Without hesitation, Wu Qingsong advanced towards Yang Jian once more, seemingly intent on preventing any hesitation on Yang Jian's part, launching a punch imbued with an unparalleled force. This marked the first occasion that Yang Jian faced the full might of Wu Qingsong's peak strike. The impact of the punch was such that it felt as if the heavens themselves were dimming and the sun and moon were sinking, with the entirety of the cosmos bearing down upon Yang Jian. The blow, though not swift, was utterly inescapable. Wu Qingsong exuded vigor and confidence, entirely unfazed by his purported injuries. Yang Jian smiled faintly. Such an opponent is seldom encountered in a lifetime, deserving of Yang Jian's respect and earnest consideration. Yang Jian wielded his three-pointed, double-edged spear with both hands, his formidable aura clashing head-on with Wu Qingsong's own. The collision of their energies was almost unfair. Yang Jian's presence exuded an icy, oppressive majesty that scattered most of Wu Qingsong's loosely gathered force like brittle frost before a winter gale. Yet, the potency of Wu Qingsong's fist only grew denser, more concentrated. Yang Jian, having restrained much of his overwhelming pressure, swung his spear without further intimidation. The blade met Wu Qingsong's punch, only to be deflected aside by sheer force. The momentum of the strike did not falter. Its essence surged ahead, striking Yang Jian squarely in the chest. At the same moment, Yang Jian's spear grazed Wu Qingsong's body once more, leaving behind the whisper of a wound. Yang Jian took a slight step back. Yet the trident blade left no mark on Wu Qingsong. Seizing the advantage, Wu Qingsong leaped forward, delivering a side kick aimed directly at Yang Jian's head. Yang Jian once again hurled his trident-shaped double-edged sword, simultaneously evading the strike with a swift motion. Wu Qingsong had no choice but to kick away the trident sword, his figure plummeting toward the ground. Yang Jian, however, positioned himself at the site where Wu Qingsong was descending, the three-pronged, double-edged blade reappearing in his grasp, aimed menacingly towards the airborne Wu Qingsong. In a moment of unexpected change, Wu Qingsong's form momentarily faltered in the air, subsequently shifting sideways to create a distance between himself and Yang Jian, before finally landing steadily upon the arena. Yang Jian's unease grew increasingly intense. Yet he could not ascertain the source of this disquiet. He conserved his soul power, refraining from utilizing any other soul techniques. As Wu Qingsong landed, he flashed forward, almost instantaneously appearing before Yang Jian and delivering a powerful punch aimed at his head. Yang Jian did not evade. Instead, he countered with a punch of his own. The two exchanged blows without hesitation, their formidable physiques clashing fiercely, neither opting for defense. The majority of the audience, being soul masters themselves, could readily discern the strength of the two. Generally, a soul sage's physical prowess paled in comparison to theirs. Each casual attack was effortlessly powerful enough to reach the limits of a soul emperor. While Wu Qingsong's might was to be expected as the wielder of a primary martial soul, Yang Jian's incredible physical strength was surprising, especially considering he was a weapon soul master. On the high platform, Long Busi frowned slightly. Wu Qingsong was already injured, and this relentless exchange could prove detrimental to him. Did Bibi Dong not mention that Yang Jian's second martial soul was an eye? And had she not confirmed its uniqueness? Could it be that Yang Jian's second martial soul was, in fact, his own body? Or perhaps it was a divine body, which would explain the peculiarity of that eye. How many secrets had Bibi Dong concealed from me? This was infuriating. I can no longer trust her other statements. As Long Busi pondered, his expression grew increasingly grim, and he discreetly transmitted a message to the elder of the Extreme Gate. Brother Jean, the situation has changed. Bibi Dong is not merely an ordinary woman. I suspect her promises to us are false. It was the first time Long Busi had addressed Jean Fugué with such respect. The skeletal elder bore a name so unremarkable it seemed almost ludicrous, yet he was a legendary figure of the Extreme Gate. Born into a humble family, he lost his parents to war. It was a disciple of the Extreme Gate who discovered his remarkable martial soul and brought him in for training. At that time, The extreme gate was already in decline, with its soul titled Douluo aging and nearing his end. Should that super Douluo perish? The Spirit Hall would undoubtedly strive to eliminate this hidden sect. Jin Fugui's talent stirred the interest of that age titled Douluo, who took him on as his last disciple. Initially intending to rename him, he faced Jin Fugui's staunch refusal, unwilling to relinquish the only legacy his parents had bequeathed him. To his surprise, rather than express anger, the title Douluo was filled with admiration and took it upon himself to nurture Jin Fugui without reservation, investing nearly all the dwindling resources of the Extreme Gate into his training, viewing him as the sect's beacon of hope. When Jin Fugui ascended to the rank of Soul Emperor, his master succumbed to the ravages of time, but Jin Fugui did not disappoint him. Following the demise of the only titled Douluo, news of his passing leaked, and the Spirit Hall began applying pressure from all fronts. At that time, Jin Fugui, newly ascended to Soul Emperor, stepped forward to challenge the Spirit Hall's saint of that era. This saint had already reached the pinnacle of Soul Sage and, armed with the formidable angel martial soul, readily accepted Jin Fugui's challenge. They agreed upon a wager. Should Jin Fugui lose, the entire Extreme Gate would join the Spirit Hall. Should the saint be defeated, he would grant the Extreme Gate 50 years of respite. In a fiercely contested battle, Jin Fugui emerged victorious, bearing the hopes of his entire sect upon his shoulders. Although the Spirit Hall did not fully honor their agreement, they significantly reduced their oppressive actions. In the span of merely over 20 years, Jin Fugui ascended to the rank of titled Douluo. After 50 years had elapsed, he had transcended even that, leading the Extreme Gate towards a resplendent resurgence. In just a few decades, the sect had risen to a status comparable to that of the Body Sect. However, the Extreme Gate's ascent was not sudden. It had a storied history that had fallen into decline, only to be revitalized under Jin Fugui's leadership. Over these decades, Long Busi had crossed paths with Jin Fugui several times, the last encounter occurring a decade prior when Long Busi had just reached the 97th rank, while Jin Fugui had already attained the pinnacle of 98. Though Jin Fugui refrained from delivering fatal blows out of respect for the Body Sect, he had nonetheless caused Long Busi considerable hardship since the latter had assumed leadership. Thus, a rift had formed between the Body Sect and the Extreme Gate. While it had not escalated to outright conflict, they had both developed an aversion to one another, often sabotaging each other's talents. Now, a decade had passed without any rumors of Jin Fugui striking. Long Busi remained uncertain whether Jin Fugui had indeed surpassed the threshold. Despite his lack of fondness for Jin Fugui, under the formidable pressure of Qian Daolu, the two were compelled to unite to maintain some semblance of influence. Jin Fugui appeared lost in thought, finding little of interest in the arena devoid of his own sect's members. The longer he watched, the more anxious he became. Upon receiving Long Busi's message, Jin Fugui narrowed his eyes, as if contemplating something profound, and replied, "Why the urgency, Dragon Master? The outcome has yet to be determined. Even if the Spirit Hall possesses a limit Douluo, they surely would not dare to offend both our sects simultaneously. Let us observe the situation." Long Busi frowned slightly. This old fox's response was rather ambiguous, proving to be unreliable. He was untroubled by his own safety, even if Bibi Dong were to turn against him. Long Busi was confident that even a limit Douluo could not detain him, yet Wu Qingsong was certainly in peril. Long Busi regretted agreeing to participate in this wretched competition. The attitudes of the various factions were shrouded in uncertainty, and Long Busi sensed he might soon find himself isolated. His eyes narrowed as he scrutinized the arena, contemplating that if any unforeseen events were to arise, the key to resolution might well lie with Yang Jian. The two combatants had exchanged over 10 blows, and once again they struck each other simultaneously. In that moment, neither withdrew. Yang Jian felt blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Wu Qingsong employed the hidden strength technique he had previously used against Gu Fei, the cumulative force of their blows erupting within Yang Jian's body. Even with Yang Jian's robust physique, he sustained slight injuries. Wu Qingsong, on the other hand, coughed up a mouthful of blood. The hidden strength technique being one Yang Jian could wield with even greater finesse. This technique, a method of utilizing internal energy, was merely transformed into soul power within this realm. In his previous life, Yang Jian had also reached the pinnacle of martial arts. Wu Qingsong was already wounded, and Yang Jian's strike exacerbated his old injuries, causing him to spit blood repeatedly, his complexion paling slightly. Nevertheless, Wu Qingsong exhibited no change in demeanor, casually wiping away the blood from his sleeve. "Delightful. Let us continue." Wu Qingsong closed in once more. This time, Yang Jian refrained from initiating an attack, standing his ground to receive another punch from Wu Qingsong. Yang Jian softly inquired, "Who inflicted your injuries?" Wu Qingsong furrowed his brow, refraining from answering Yang Jian's question, and replied indifferently, "Let us continue the battle. I am wounded, and your cultivation is inferior to mine. This should be deemed a semblance of fairness." As Wu Qingsong spoke, he did not pause in his actions, delivering another punch to Yang Jian's chest, causing his fifth soul ring to illuminate for the first time. Wu Qingsong wished for Yang Jian not to feel constrained by his own injuries. After the soul ring flickered, Wu Qingsong's complexion instantly returned to normal, even appearing more robust. He intended to employ only his first 5 soul skills, refraining from utilizing his 6th soul skill and other techniques. As Yang Jian's soul power level was significantly lower than his own, Wu Qingsong sought to provide Yang Jian with a fair contest. in Yang Jian's heart? The answer had already crystallized. As Wu Qingsong approached, Yang Jian had no choice but to retaliate. The two exchanged punches once more. This time, Yang Jian was sent flying. Yet blood once again trickled from the corner of Wu Qingsong's mouth, his injuries becoming increasingly unmanageable. At that moment, a colossal and piercing voice cut through the air, halting both combatants in their tracks. Bibi Dong, Yang Jian, come out and meet your demise. A mysterious man, ageless and clad in black armor, with flowing white hair and a pale face adorned with crimson markings, hovered in the air, his blood-red wings motionless behind him. The onlookers anticipated a spectacle. For even a titled Douluo would think twice before provoking the Pope directly. Today, none would escape unscathed. However, Ning Fingji in the VIP section suddenly recalled something. Sword uncle. Doesn't he resemble someone? Bibi Dong furrowed her brow. It had been quite some time since anyone had dared to speak to her with such audacity since ascending to the papacy. Zhang Han, in an instant, summoned his martial soul, for the disgrace of the sect demanded retribution, and as the referee of this grand tournament, he bore the responsibility of maintaining order. Zhang Han, stand down. Who are you, sir? Bibi Dong, leaning on her scepter, rose to her feet. Sensing the formidable power emanating from the stranger, an instinct that suggested he might surpass her strength. The man smiled enigmatically. Bibi Dong? His soul rings materialized in an instant. Black, 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 red. A massive crimson hammer appeared in his grasp. With a single swing, he aimed for Bibi Dong as a blood-colored mist enveloped him. Bibi Dong swiftly activated her martial soul. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. The 9 rings of her soul emerged, with the 6th and 8th rings flickering brightly. Yet, she was still struck and sent flying by the hammer. The Haotian hammer. Who are you from the Haotian sect? Bibi Dong's chilling voice echoed from a distance as she advanced, step by step, upon the void, a gigantic spider phantom manifesting behind her. Tangshan. I never imagined you were still alive, the sword Douluo murmured to Ning Fingji, his eyes narrowing. At that moment, over a dozen individuals in black cloaks materialized in the air, one of whom approached Tangshan and whispered in his ear. Bibi Dong's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing this scene. Damn it. How dare those rats betray me? I suspected Wu Qingsong couldn't possibly still be alive. Ignoring Bibi Dong, Tangshan swung the Haotian hammer directly at the arena. Bibi Dong's pupils constricted as she dashed forward, Dragon Undying equally startled. Wu Qingsong still remained on the stage. The two formidable super Douluos soared towards the arena, but Tangshan was too swift. The enormous Haotian hammer threatened to engulf the entire platform. A profound sense of crisis washed over Yang Jian, as the divine eye upon his forehead flickered to life. A silvery beam seemingly poised to rend the very fabric of space, striking the Haotian hammer and causing it to momentarily hesitate. Behind Wu Qingsong, a tangible golden figure emerged. And with the 6th soul ring shimmering, he unleashed a punch with the force to shatter the heavens, crashing into the Haotian hammer. Yang Jian's figure flickered with dazzling speed, his left leg glimmering slightly as the 3-pointed, double-edged blade struck heavily against the Haotian hammer. The technique of the soul bone radiated a sanguine hue. In an instant, the spectral form appeared on the stage, a surge of black mist lifting the Haotian hammer. Zhang Han, already at the edge of the arena, collided directly with the Haotian hammer in his martial soul's true form. The combined strength of the four barely managed to withstand the hammer's tremendous force. Tangshan furrowed his brow, preparing to exert his power, but Bibi Dong and Long Busi intervened. Ghostly, Zhang Han, ensure Yang Jian's safety. Wu Qiao, take Qin Song and leave first. It was evident that Bibi Dong and Long Busi were no match for Tangshan, especially since neither could fully cooperate, each harboring a hint of wariness towards the other. Within mere seconds, the 3 combatants in the air had engaged in countless exchanges, and Bibi Dong, being the one with the lowest soul power among them, now bore the trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. The 4 on the platform all expelled a mouthful of blood, particularly Ghostly, whose form had become significantly more ethereal. Even a casual strike from a limit Douluo was not something just anyone could endure. Fortunately, Ghostly had reached the 96th level, attaining the rank of Super Douluo. And with the assistance of the other 3, they barely withstood this blow. However, as the main force absorbing this direct strike, Ghostly was gravely injured in an instant, yet still shielded Yang Jian behind him. Young one, we must take our leave. Yang Jian himself was not faring well either. That strike was utterly terrifying. Even the residual shockwaves had left him severely wounded. The ominous premonition in his heart hadn't dissipated. Instead, it grew more intense, weighing heavily upon him. An elderly figure flashed from the spectator stands onto the arena platform, drawing wary gazes from Zhang Han and Gue Mei. The old man moved to Wu Qingsong's side, supporting his swaying form. With the support, Wu Qingsong could no longer maintain his facade of strength, vomiting another mouthful of blood before collapsing unconscious. Scooping up Wu Qingsong, the elder prepared to depart. Given Wu Qingsong's prior grave injuries compounded by this latest blow, his survival remained uncertain. Patriarch Jean, we implore your assistance, came by Bibi Dong's strained voice. She was barely holding on, with Long Busi barely managing to withstand Tangshan's assaults. Yet even Long Busi bore numerous wounds. The gap between rank 98 and 99 proved too vast. Were it not for his exceptionally powerful innate martial soul, he wouldn't have lasted this long. Neither dared hold back now. Against such formidable opponents, the slightest misstep meant instant annihilation. Jin Fugui remained unmoved, lounging leisurely upon the high platform as he observed the unfolding battles with detached amusement. Meanwhile, the black-robed figures behind Tang Chen descended upon the arena, commencing indiscriminate slaughter. None were spared from their carnage. Shockingly, most wore 8 spirit rings, far beyond what the majority present could hope to counter. More dark-robed assailants continued pouring into the stadium from all directions, plunging the entire venue into utter chaos where combat and bloodshed reigned supreme. Spectators finally recognized their peril. Scattering like startled birds in desperate flight, these people carry the stench of Slaughter City, Chen Xian's voice murmured beside Ning Fingji. Uncle Sword, it seems catastrophe approaches. We must regroup with Rongrong and the others, Ning Fingji urged anxiously as the situation spiraled beyond control. At Rongrong's name, Chen Xian acted without hesitation, whisking Ning Fengji away to the 7 treasure glazed tile sect's encampment. Brother Gu Fei was taken. Ning Rongrong's voice trembled with tears. The other sect members wore equally grim expressions. Calm yourself, Rongrong. Explain what happened, Ning Fengji demanded as his 9 treasure glazed pagoda materialized in hand, his demeanor forcibly composed. Ning Yuan interjected urgently, no time for that. A title Douluo took Gu Fei. This was planned. We must break through first. But father, sword grandfather. We must find brother Yang Jian first. I saw him wounded. Rongrong pleaded frantically. Chen Xian frowned slightly. The precarious situation allowed no room for recklessness. Yet Ning Fengji decisively declared, all form defensive formations. We find Yang Jian first, then break out together. None dared question the sect leader's authority, understanding the danger of dissent. Chen Xian remained silent, taking point to clear their path. Yang Jian, supported by Zhang Hen, was accompanied by an ethereal, ghostly figure. The old man who had just taken Wu Qingsong away now carried Wu Qingsong to the trio and spoke earnestly, we must unite. Only through collaboration can we break free. Yang Jian and his companions held no dissent, for the situation on the battlefield was dire, and every additional strength offered a glimmer of hope for escape. At that moment, 2 figures clad in black robes obstructed their path. Yang Jian, did you ever anticipate that the day would come when you would betray my Xiaowu? A voice, bordering on madness, emanated from beneath the hood. The cloaked figure cast aside his garment, revealing none other than Tang San, whom Yang Jian had encountered before. However, this Tang San appeared decidedly altered. His pallid complexion was marred by crimson veins, his once dark hair now a ghostly white, and a sinister glint of red flickered in his eyes. Not long after Yang Jian's departure, a tumult had ensued, and shortly thereafter, Xiao Wu had been hunted down, with Tang San being taken away by Tang Hao. It did not take long for Tang San to grasp the intricacies of the situation. Yang Jian is affiliated with the Spirit Hall, and Bibi Dong was drawn in by him. The death of Xiao Wu dealt a tremendous blow to Tang San, leading him to adopt a singular motive for survival, vengeance. 5 soul rings, in hues of yellow, purple, and black, materialized around Tang San, signifying his ascension to the rank of Soul King, endowed with a configuration of soul rings that surpasses the conventional ratios. Yang Jian exhibited no emotional turmoil as the 3-edged double-bladed sword materialized in his grasp. Since he had sown the seeds of this fate, he must bear the consequences of his actions. The man in the black robe beside Tang San spoke. Yang Jian, you may remain, the others may depart. The 9 rings of soul aura, yellow, purple, and black, manifested, exuding an overwhelming presence that bore down upon the assembly. Gu Mei sighed, already resigned to his fate, and stepped in front of Yang Jian. Tang Hao, since you have arrived, why do you not reveal your true form? With the Haotian hammer appearing in his hand, Tang Hao swung it down with great force towards Gu Mei. Gu Mei was already no match for Tang Hao, and with his grievous injuries, he could hardly withstand the onslaught. As Gu Mei's figure was enveloped in black mist, he became increasingly ethereal, and the Haotian hammer passed directly through his form. Behind Gu Mei, Yang Jian found himself ensnared in a quagmire, utterly immobilized, forced to watch helplessly as the hammer struck him. Yang Jian collapsed to the ground, a deep indentation appearing on his chest, blood gushing uncontrollably from his mouth. This was a deliberate act by Tang Hao, allowing Yang Jian a fleeting breath. Otherwise, given Tang Hao's formidable strength, even a fully capable Yang Jian would have been unable to withstand a single blow from him. The elder from the body sect recognized the perilous situation and immediately carried Wu Qingsong away, with Tang Hao making no effort to intervene. The ghostly figure was becoming increasingly indistinct, having reached its limit, leaving only Zhang Hen standing protectively before Yang Jian. Tang Hao swung his hammer once more, sending Zhang Hen hurtling through the air. Only Yang Jian remained, lying on the ground. Tang Hao sighed softly and gently rubbed Tang San's shoulder. Little San, it is time for you to take action. Seek your vengeance. After that, do not be so hard on yourself. Xiao Wu would not wish for you to suffer like this. Upon hearing the words revenge, Tang San trembled with emotion, slowly making his way towards the fallen Yang Jian. Yang Jian lay helplessly on the ground, blood continuously trickling from the corner of his mouth, even hinting at the presence of internal fragments being expelled. The relentless injuries he suffered had brought his body to the brink of collapse. Nevertheless, Yang Jian was not one to yield easily. The divine eye subtly manifested upon his forehead, yet he refrained from launching an immediate assault, biding his time for Tang San to draw near. At the same moment, the celestial hound, napping upon a patch of grass, suddenly felt a sharp pain in its chest. Instantly, it sprang to its feet, sensing that its master might be in peril. The hound dashed towards the direction of its intuition, praying fervently for its master's safety. Before Tang San could approach Yang Jian, he found himself obstructed by the entourage from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Upon sighting Chen Xian, Tang Hao's brow furrowed slightly. His presence complicated matters. When did your Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School ally with the Spirit Hall? He questioned. Tang Hao? Is this the scheme of your Haotian school? Ning Fengji also frowned. Clearly taken aback by the unfolding situation, Tang Hao merely replied coolly, step aside, I only intend to slay those from the Spirit Hall. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong supported Yang Jian, helping him to sit upon the ground, her voice tinged with a sob. Brother Yang Jian, how are you faring? Yang Jian shook his head laboriously, signaling that he was unharmed. Seizing this opportunity, he retrieved a life elixir from his soul guide and consumed it. As the elixir coursed through his body, it instantaneously transformed into pure life energy, mending the various wounds upon him. Simultaneously, Yang Jian subtly activated the 8-9 mysteries, complementing the elixir's restorative properties, and his complexion improved significantly. Ning Rongrong sighed in relief, yet her voice soon betrayed her innate vulnerability, tinged with a sobbing tone. If anything were to happen to my brother Yang Jian, I would cease to exist. Grandpa Jian, should I perish, you must avenge me, for I have no one to care for me. Ning Fengji remained speechless, recognizing that this girl's sentiments could hardly deceive anyone, especially when the situation was so precarious. Although Chen Xian was indulgent towards Ning Rongrong, he understood the gravity of the situation and reassured her, Rongrong shall be fine, no one will come to harm. While Chen Xian preferred to avoid conflict, Tang Hao, lacking patience, took immediate action. Chen Xian reacted swiftly, summoning the 7 killing sword to confront the enemy, while Ning Fengji summoned the 7 treasures glazed tower to enhance Chen Xian's capabilities. With Ning Fengji's augmentation, Chen Xian gained a slight advantage, yet could not capitalize on it in that moment. Tang San retreated instantaneously, vanishing into the crowd. He would not act recklessly without absolute certainty. The aerial battle between the three became increasingly lopsided, with Bibi Dong and Long Busi only able to defend themselves, utterly incapable of retaliating. Tangshan, how dare you? A thunderous shout echoed as a figure rapidly approached from the distance. It was Qian Douluo. The arena was situated to the east of Wuhuan City. Such a significant disturbance could not escape his notice. Tangshan struck Bibi Dong and Long Busi away with a powerful blow, a peculiar smile gracing his lips as he declared, I have awaited you for a long time. He charged directly at Qian Douluo, the Haotian hammer in his grasp swelling in size. The angelic sword materialized in Qian Douluo's hand, accompanied by 3 pairs of immaculate wings emerging from his back, with 9 black rings akin to Tangshan's appearing as his soul rings. Both were limit Douluo's, the pinnacle of power on the continent. While it seemed the tides of battle were ever-changing, the crux of victory lay solely in the confrontation between Qian Douluo and Tangshan, provided no third limit Douluo intervened. The two soon became engulfed in combat, but it was evident that Qian Douluo was at a disadvantage. It was unlikely he could match Tangshan's prowess. Yang Jian's injuries had improved significantly. Thanks to the potent vitality of the life elixir and his own formidable recuperative abilities, the depression in his chest had vanished, and his complexion had returned to normal. After Yang Jian regained some strength, he handed over the last remaining elixir of life to Gue Mei. Gue Mei looked at Yang Jian with surprise but said nothing, directly accepting and consuming it, his form instantly becoming much more solid. At that moment, the battered Zhu Douluo, accompanied by several bloodstained knights of the Holy Temple, arrived beside Yang Jian, protecting the 6 members of Xieyou. The order of this grand tournament was maintained by Zhu Douluo and the Knights of the Holy Temple, and it was evident that they had suffered a terrifying attack, with only 5 out of 100 knights remaining. Upon seeing his close friend Gue Mei on the verge of dissipating, Zhu Douluo grew frantic. Gue Mei, how are you? Damn it, where did these madmen come from? Zhu Douluo's voice became increasingly shrill in his desperation. Gue Mei shook his head. I am fine. We must leave quickly. Chen Xian interjected. Fengji, take them away. I can hold off Tang Hao myself. No one is allowed to leave today. Bibi Dong, having disengaged from the battle, attempted to approach Yang Jian but was intercepted by a cloaked figure. Recognizing him as the leader of the Sacred Spirit sect, with whom she had previously made a deal, Bibi Dong narrowed her eyes, exuding a dangerous aura. Ichi, you have some nerve to betray me. The man known as Ichi responded with a sinister smile, the 9 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black appearing around him. Your Holiness, I am merely here to escort you on your journey. As he spoke, a long spear materialized in Ichi's hand, thrusting towards Bibi Dong, already injured by Tangshan. Bibi Dong found herself at a disadvantage, forced into a defensive position against Ichi, whose soul power rivaled her own. Meanwhile, Long Busi swiftly approached the elder of the body sect, taking the weapon from Wu Qingtsong and administering a pill to him. For the moment, the cloaked figure did not pursue Long Busi. The elder, known as Wu Guan, cautiously surveyed their surroundings and inquired, Sect Master, what should we do? Long Busi's expression shifted as he contemplated, realizing that although the cloaked figures seemed to hold the upper hand, it was merely a surprise attack on the Spirit Hall. Once the Spirit Hall regained its composure, the remaining individuals, aside from the limit Douluo, would pose no significant threat. You take Wu Qingsong away and summon other members of the body sect for support. We must assist the Spirit Hall with all our might. Long Busi carefully entrusted the still unconscious Wu Qingsong to Wu Guan and then soared into the sky. Long Busi aimed to take a considerable risk to aid the Spirit Hall. His target was the battle group of Tang Shen and his companions in the sky. Only the limit Douluo could sway the outcome of the conflict. Currently, Qian Dalu and Tian Yi were at a disadvantage in their 2-on-1 confrontation. Tang Shen was exceedingly powerful. Should Qian Dalu falter, there would be no one to restrain Tang Shen, and everything would come to an end. Suddenly, Jin Fuguei appeared before Long Busi, blocking his path. Observing the battlefield, Jin Fuguei smiled warmly at Long Busi. Sect Master Long, why not join me in watching the battle? How delightful it would be to witness them tear each other apart. Indeed, you make a valid point. Before he could finish his sentence, Long Busi's soul rings manifested, and he rushed toward Jin Fuguei. In an instant, Jin Fuguei vanished, reappearing at a safe distance, surrounded by his own 9 soul rings. A radiant orb, akin to a tangible sun, materialized in his hand. Jin Fuguei's martial soul was indeed the sun. Among the participants of this tournament, Jin Yang was a descendant of Jin Fuguei. Yet, Jin Yang's solar martial soul paled in comparison to that of his ancestor, as even the awakened solar souls among Jin Fuguei's descendants fell short of his formidable power. It seemed that such martial souls could not be wholly inherited. Those that were passed down lacked even half of Jin Fuguei's strength, yet they still existed as top-tier martial souls. Jin Fuguei's solar martial soul embodied the pinnacle of light and fire, a dual attribute of exceptional might. In this moment, Long Busi found himself entangled with Jin Fuguei, who had no intention of engaging seriously, merely seeking to delay him. However, Long Busi was resolute in his goal. To achieve it, he needed to swiftly conclude the conflict. His form expanded dramatically, his height soaring from 1.9 meters to 2 meters. Behind him, a colossal golden giant manifested, towering at least several dozen meters high, marking the highest level of his martial soul's second awakening golden grade. Long Busi was now earnest. Jin Fuguei's expression changed drastically the last time they had clashed. Long Busi had awakened at the silver level. The disparity between golden and silver grades was not trivial. The increase in power was several times greater. Under the golden awakening, Long Busi was no weaker than an average limit Douluo, leading to an intense confrontation between him and Jin Fuguei. During this encounter, Jin Fuguei's displayed strength seemed to have made no significant improvement since their previous encounter, resulting in Long Busi dominating the fight. Yang Jian and his companions found themselves encircled by more than a dozen black-robed figures, all of whom were elite warriors, with no presence below the rank of Soul Emperor. The participants from the Spirit Hall and the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect were closely protected by Gui Mei and 5 Holy Knights, leaving those less capable than Yang Jian with no means to retaliate against the black-robed adversaries. The cloaked figures did not initiate an attack immediately. Instead, the leader revealed himself as the deadly figure known as Sisu, his voice rasping through the air. Our target is the Spirit Hall. The members of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect may leave. Ning Yuan furrowed his brow and quietly instructed the members of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect not to trust him. At this point, they cannot easily let us go. He seeks to sow discord among us. However, before he could finish, a frail young man from the sect attempted to speak but was interrupted by Ning Rongrong, whose decision was to trust Ning Yuan. The young man fell silent, a glimmer of malice flashing in his eyes as he stepped back and then dashed toward the black-robed figures. I am willing to ally with you. Spare my life. Ning Yuan, you. Ning Rongrong was about to explode in anger when Yang Jian grasped her arm. This was a matter concerning the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect, and Yang Jian felt it unwise to intervene hastily, as it might yield adverse effects. Wang Yu was not a fool. He realized that these black-robed figures would not relinquish their hold so easily, yet he thought, why not seek their favor? Being a young soul master, he considered himself a small genius. Surely, they would not refuse him. Sisu let out a raspy chuckle. I accept your allegiance. Before Wang Yu could revel in his newfound hope, a sudden, searing pain pierced his chest as a pitch-black spear penetrated his body. I forgot to mention, I only accept the allegiance of the deceased. Sisu's voice echoed ominously, but Wang Yu could no longer hear. He had perished. With a mere wave of his hand, Sisu summoned the black-robed figures, their various soul rings glowing as they surged forward. Among them, even the weakest were soul emperors, with numerous soul saints and 2 soul Douluos in their ranks. The 5 holy knights and Zhang Hen immediately positioned themselves at the front, while Yu Guan provided covering fire. Despite his injuries, Yu Guan held his ground, preventing the opposition from advancing. In Yang Jian's grasp appeared the 3-edged double blade, while Gui Mei remained at his side, restraining him from charging forward. There is no need for you to take risks just yet. With me and Yu Guan here, you will remain safe. Yang Jian nodded, seemingly relieved from the need to take action himself. At this moment, Bibi Dong had already approached him. Upon seeing her, the Death Order instantly retreated with the cloaked figure. and Bibi Dong made no attempt to stop them. Her condition was far from optimal. The exposed skin bore faint signs of decay, and blood subtly trickled from the corner of her mouth. Bibi Dong had unveiled her second martial soul, repelling the plague rider at the cost of her own injury. Her gaze was particularly frigid, her tone as cold as ice. They all must die. Gui Mei and Yu Guan, go assist the grand offering. I shall handle matters here. Without the slightest hesitation, Gui Mei and Yu Guan soared toward the aerial battlefield, for perhaps the outcome of this conflict hinged upon their formidable powers as super Douluos, whose martial soul fusion skills were undeniably terrifying. Thank you, Sect Master Ning, for your timely assistance, Bibi Dong remarked. Ning Fingji offered a resigned smile, replying, Your Grace. You flatter me, it is only my duty. Suddenly, Bibi Dong turned her gaze skyward, sensing reinforcements arriving. The elders of the Spirit Hall had arrived. Alongside several titled Douluos from the Body Sect, the Sky Crocodile was heading to support Qian Douluo, while the other elders descended onto the battlefield, causing the cloaked figures to falter. In the air, Qian Douluo, the Sky Crocodile, Gui Mei, and Yu Guan encircled Tangshan. Qian Douluo and the Sky Crocodile engaged in close combat, while Gui Mei and Yu Guan remained poised to strike. Tang Hao repelled Chen Xin but did not pursue. Rising closer to the aerial skirmish, urgently declaring, Grandfather, we must leave, the Spirit Hall has arrived. Tangshan, with a fierce expression, slammed his fist to force back two opponents, growling, Why are you all so incompetent? Where are the plague riders? Get over here. Qian Douluo and the Sky Crocodile's assaults pressed upon him, preventing Tangshan from diverting his focus, while other titled Douluos of the Spirit Hall surrounded Tang Hao. The battlefield bore scant remains of the cloaked figures, who had all retreated, and the Spirit Hall did not pursue, as the chaos demanded attention. My lord, we have lost 2 soul Douluos, 10 soul saints, and 42 soul emperors. The plague rider knelt respectfully behind a cloaked figure, devoid of the imposing presence befitting the leader of the Holy Spirit sect. These losses are justified. Go, Tangshan must be retrieved. After this encounter, his humanity should be nearly exhausted. He shall never escape my grasp again. Yes. Qian Douluo refrained from launching further attacks. The other titled Douluos were equally cautious, merely surrounding the two. The plague rider's voice echoed from outside the encirclement. My king, we must depart. Tangshan, furious, snarled. Did you not claim you could hold them off? You are worthless. The plague rider, with utmost respect, replied, My king, it was my error. I underestimated them. But your safety is paramount. Leave. No, I must avenge my grandson. We can seek vengeance later. Blood-red veins began to creep across Tang Chen's face as 2 distinct voices issued from him. His form trembled violently, as if grappling with an internal struggle. Tang Hao watched in concern, but at that moment, a massive spider leg pierced his body. It was Bibi Dong, finally avenging Tang Hao's earlier ambush. The crimson patterns on Tang Chen's face spread entirely, ceasing his struggle. He grasped Tang Hao's body, striking a titled Douluo away with a single blow before retreating rapidly. Qian Douluo did not pursue. Though reluctant to admit it, he acknowledged his inferiority to Tangshan and lacked the confidence to detain him. Once assured of Tangshan's escape, Qian Daolia's gaze shifted to Bibi Dong. You, dear Pope, certainly wield great authority. Bibi Dong remained silent. Qian Douluo chose not to prolong the conversation, leading the elders of the Spirit Hall away, leaving only Gui Mei, Yu Guan, and Bibi Dong in the air. Bibi Dong instructed coldly, Yu Guan, take people to assess casualties and tend to the wounded. Gui Mei, escort Yang Jian and the others back to the Spirit Hall. Long Busi and Jin Fugui had long ceased their battle, appearing to coexist peacefully atop a high platform when Bibi Dong approached them. Sect Master Jin, why do you linger here instead of joining them? Bibi Dong's tone was far from cordial. Jin Fugui chuckled awkwardly. Your Grace, what do you mean? I do not know them. Indeed, you do not know them, yet you intervened on their behalf, Long Busi remarked maliciously. Jin Fugui retorted with righteous indignation. Who knows what you intended? I was merely concerned for your safety, Your Grace. Long Busi, exasperated, declared, I have never encountered anyone so shameless. Bibi Dong regarded Jin Fugui with a piercing gaze, choosing not to respond further. Now is not the time for the Spirit Hall to cultivate enemies. This incident, however, would not be resolved so easily. Yang Jian and his companions returned directly to the Spirit Hall, where the members of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School were also invited to temporarily reside. It appeared that the competition would not resume for the time being. Yang Jian returned to the small courtyard where he had spent 6 years in this world. The courtyard seemed unchanged, with the room still adorned as it had been before. It appeared to be regularly maintained, showing no signs of dust. Yang Jian did not linger excessively, settling cross-legged onto the bed to commence his cultivation. Even in tranquil times, sufficient strength is requisite for protection, and Yang Jian desired far more than mere tranquility. Within the papal palace, a colossal sand table had mysteriously appeared, depicting the approximate geography of the entire continent. Bibi Dong stood before the sand table, rather than sitting, facing a tall figure, Long Beauty, Lord of the Dragon Clan. How shall we regard this upcoming competition? Bibi Dong inquired with a faint smile, her ephemeral beauty captivating. Long Beauty furrowed his brow, wary of her complexity. What of the originally planned Continental Assembly? Of course, it is nullified, provided that you, Lord of the Dragon Clan, are willing to lend your assistance. I am prepared to jointly govern the Douluo Continent with you. Together, we could establish an unprecedented empire. Long Buting, intrigued, crossed his arms. One nation cannot serve two sovereigns. Can it? Why not? As for the next generation, let Yang Jian and Wu Qingsong determine the victor. Long Buting shook his head. I have grown accustomed to my carefree existence and have no aspirations for ruling an empire. If you can truly unify the continent, I would be honored to have my sect recognized as a national protectorate. What say you, Your Holiness? Bibi Dong's eyes narrowed. She found it hard to believe Long Buting would so readily relinquish power. Of course, but you must contribute some personnel and effort. Do you not agree? Indeed. That is only reasonable. What are your next steps, Your Holiness? To be forthright, the hiding place of the Holy Spirit cult is not easily discovered in the short term. My first target is the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan. Long Buting frowned slightly. The forces behind the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan were formidable. Was Bibi Dong planning to intimidate them or strike two birds with one stone? My sect can provide a title Douluo for Soul Douluo and 20 soul saints to assist you. Bibi Dong, however, was dissatisfied. That is somewhat lacking. Why must the Lord of the Dragon Clan be so stingy? Are you concerned I would shortchange your sect? Of course not. This number should suffice to deal with a single Blue Lightning Tyrant clan, unless your ambitions extend beyond that. A fierce glint flashed in Bibi Dong's eyes. Indeed, I cannot allow the extreme gate to escape unscathed. Long Buting laughed heartily. Then I shall provide 2 super Douluos. 3 ordinary title Douluos, 15 soul Douluo, and 50 soul saints. However, I require 80% of the extreme gate spoils. I will take nothing from the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan. Bibi Dong narrowed her eyes. This man had quite the appetite. The resources of the extreme gate far surpassed those of the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan, yet now is not the time to quibble. One day, she would make him regret his choices. Agreed, but it would be best if the Lord of the Dragon Clan personally intervenes. Otherwise, with Jin Fugui's strength, Long Buting readily concurred. A pleasant collaboration. Indeed, a pleasant collaboration. The 2 cunning foxes, each harboring their own schemes, maintained a facade of tranquility. With their forces determined, the next step would be to finalize the details of their actions. After Long Buting's departure, Bibi Dong gestured towards the void, summoning a phantom figure that materialized in the Grand Hall. Your Holiness, what are your commands? Fetch Ningfengxi. Understood. The phantom vanished instantly, swiftly locating Ningfengxi, who had been stationed in the Spirit Hall. After conveying the message, he hesitated not a moment and accompanied the phantom back to the papal palace. Greetings, Your Holiness. Ningfengxi inclined slightly, his demeanor respectful, as the phantom slipped away once more. Lord Ning, you are too courteous. Bibi Dong descended from her throne to approach the sand table. What is your perspective on the current continental situation? Upon entering the hall, Ningfengxi immediately noted the enormous sand table at its center, but refrained from excessive scrutiny. At Bibi Dong's prompting, he stepped forward to examine the table. Ningfengxi was cautious in his words. He was far more restrained than Long Buting, a trait that pleased Bibi Dong. Are you willing to assist me in unifying the continent? Bibi Dong declared directly, fully aware of her control over Ningfengxi. Ningfengxi appeared momentarily stunned, pausing before responding. And Bibi Dong did not rush him. He quickly assessed his predicament, realizing that a refusal might well prevent him from leaving the hall. Naturally, I am willing to fully support Your Holiness. Bibi Dong displayed no pretense of modesty, her triumphant smile radiating confidence. Excellent. Should I unify the continent? I shall establish your 7 treasure glazed tile sect as the national religion and appoint you as the national master. As dawn broke the following day, the celestial dog sensed that Yang Jian seemed unharmed. Recalling Yang Jian's instructions, he did not rush towards him. After contemplating for a moment, the celestial dog resolved not to retrace his steps. With a vigorous sniff, he swiftly discerned the direction, neither returning to the sunlit forest nor to Yang Jian's spirit city. This time, the celestial dog did not hasten his journey but proceeded cautiously, akin to a predator stalking its prey. Yang Jian was still immersed in his cultivation. After advancing to the Soul King rank, although he could not entirely abstain from food, enduring hunger for several days and nights did not have a significant effect on him. A knock on the door interrupted the silence, followed by the voice of Bibi Dong calling out, Yang Jian. Yang Jian ceased his cultivation and opened the door. Outside stood Bibi Dong, her injuries now vanished, restored to her inherent noble demeanor. Bibi Dong scrutinized Yang Jian from head to toe, a look of satisfaction gracing her features. I never anticipated you could ascend to Soul King so swiftly, and to possess a 10,000-year soul ring as your 5th is truly remarkable. Yang Jian slightly turned aside, granting Bibi Dong passage, merely out of luck. However, Bibi Dong did not step into the room. Instead, she continued, stating that such a situation cannot simply be explained away as luck. Nevertheless, the competition shall not proceed any further, resulting in the Spirit Hall and the Body Sect sharing the top position. Both the Spirit Hall and the Body Sect shall each receive 3 soul bones, with the remaining 1 allocated to the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. How do you propose we distribute these 3 soul bones? Yang Jian's gaze was clear, devoid of any reluctance. He remarked to the others, you have already bestowed upon me something far greater. Bibi Dong nodded in satisfaction, stating, I shall provide them with the soul bones. However, I have a task to entrust to you. I wonder how you feel about it. Yang Jian furrowed his brows slightly, pondering the duration required for the task at hand. He felt that he ought to devote more time to his cultivation. Bibi Dong placed a comforting hand on Yang Jian's shoulder, adjusting his collar with a gentle touch. Noticing Yang Jian's stiffness, Bibi Dong couldn't help but chuckle softly. You, young man, while others at your age are preoccupied with leisure, you are solely focused on your training. Worry not, it won't take up too much of your time. Moreover, confining oneself to solitary practice is not advisable. Venturing out will prove beneficial for you. At this point, Bibi Dong playfully pinched Yang Jian's cheek, teasing him further. As a disciple, shouldn't you share in the burdens of your master? Bibi Dong's fingers, devoid of warmth yet not cold, bore a texture reminiscent of jade. Yang Jian took a slight step back, exclaiming in resignation, "What is the task?" With the mention of the task, Bibi Dong's demeanor shifted back to its usual cool demeanor. I require you to lead a team to either subdue the 4 lower sects or annihilate them. This assignment could hardly be termed difficult. The Xiangjia sect and Shenglong sect had always maintained an ambiguous relationship with the Wuhuan Hall, thus their subjugation should require little effort. The remaining Baihu sect was a faction supported by the imperial family of the Xinglua Empire, while the force backing the Fengjian sect was the Jiji Gate. Although complete subjugation was not guaranteed, annihilation would be rather effortless. Among the 4 lower sects, the most formidable was merely the Soul Douluo, possessing no capacity to resist against the Wuhuan Hall. This task seemed less a challenge and more a means to cultivate Yang Jian's prestige. Should these factions be brought under Yang Jian's representation of the Wuhuan Hall, they would naturally gravitate towards him, potentially forming the foundation of his influence. Even if subjugation proved elusive, it would still contribute significantly to Yang Jian's accomplishments. Despite the seemingly simple yet advantageous nature of the task, Yang Jian hesitated to respond immediately. With a hint of awkwardness, he said, "Master, I would like to discuss something with you." Yang Jian once again turned to the side, gesturing for Bibi Dong to enter the room. Bibi Dong cast a curious glance at Yang Jian, yet nodded and stepped inside. Once she crossed the threshold, Yang Jian deftly closed the door behind her. "What is it that you desire? War? Death? The ultimate power? Is it truly worth it?" Bibi Dong regarded Yang Jian with astonishment, surprised by the depth of his contemplation, and sighed. "Indeed, perhaps what I truly seek is power. However, if I were to govern this continent, I could usher in a better existence for all. Do you have any idea how many casualties resulted from yesterday's ambush? 624 lives lost, over 2,000 injured. These were all soul masters. A principality with a population of millions cannot boast such numbers of soul masters. If these were mere commoners, the toll would be even greater. Do you believe this occurrence is rare? No, many soul masters, emboldened by their strength, act with impunity, their mood shifting unpredictably, indulging in wanton slaughter. Some wield unique martial souls, enhancing their power through bloodshed, carnage, and even the consumption of human flesh. I categorize these individuals as evil soul masters. It is not solely the darkness of their martial souls that defines them, but their malevolent actions, regardless of the type of martial soul they possess. Previously, nearly 90% of the continent's evil soul masters were suppressed within the city of Slaughter, yet I have recently received news that it has been destroyed. All those imprisoned there have escaped, and the mastermind behind this chaos is Tang Chen. Over 10,000 evil soul masters, each one treating murder as casually as eating and drinking. Should we allow this to continue unchecked? Do you comprehend the magnitude of the impact it would have on the continent? The task I have entrusted to you is primarily aimed at purging the influence of soul masters across the land. Do you know how many soldiers and civilians perish each year along the border of the Tiando Empire and the Xinglua Empire? The rulers of these empires have long since rotted from within. What do they truly care about? Bibi Dong grew more fervent in her speech, seemingly uninterested in Yang Jian's response. Lost in her own thoughts, they are concerned with the sentiments of the aristocracy, preoccupied with how many enemy soldiers they have slain this year. When a victory is announced, banquets are held in the palace, but do they ever consider how many soldiers and civilians have sacrificed their lives? No, they do not. To them, commoners are nothing more than livestock, easily expendable, as 90% of the continent's population serves the less than 10% of the aristocratic class. Is this normal? No, it is not. I believe I can change all of this. Do you know that long ago, even ordinary commoners, let alone common soul masters, found it difficult to rise above their station, save for joining the military? Yet the Spirit Hall has altered this reality, providing subsidies to soul masters free of charge, offering aid to disaster victims. I ask you, who else besides the Spirit Hall can accomplish such feats? At this juncture, Bibi Dong paused, noticing Yang Jian's lack of emotional response, and sighed, her tone softening considerably. You will assist me, will you not? Bibi Dong raised her hand, yet made no further move, simply gazing at Yang Jian. Yang Jian let out a soft sigh. War was indeed far from simple. In the battle against Zhou, where he had once participated, countless mortals perished like mere insects, the toll reaching into the hundreds of thousands. Even celestial beings, whether immortal or otherwise, were but larger pests caught in the colossal meat grinder of conflict. Countless farewells and tragic separations played out before his eyes. Yet, as he gazed into the depths of Bibi Dong's eyes, he found himself unable to utter words of refusal. With resignation, Yang Jian declared, I shall assist you, but promise me that once your objectives are fulfilled, you will strive to make the continent a better place. Of course, Bibi Dong replied, a subtle smirk gracing her lips. Since war was inevitable, Yang Jian resolved to take control of the impending conflict, determined to minimize casualties as much as possible. The mission, designated Initiative 4, was upon him. And Bibi Dong had not afforded him much time for preparation. He arrived at the designated assembly point she had indicated, where he noted that the operatives were likely already assembled. Bibi Dong had previously informed him that the ghostly figure had other tasks and would not accompany him. Other titled Douluos would be present instead. The gathering was sparse, and Yang Jian quickly spotted the figure of Douluo, whom he had persuaded to join as a titled Douluo. Douluo now held the nominal title of Elder within the Elder Hall, yet it was evident he was aligned with Bibi Dong's faction. Therefore, the Elder Hall had not made significant attempts to recruit him, perhaps due to his status as the weakest titled Douluo. To Yang Jian's surprise, Ning Rongrong was also among the group. Upon seeing him, she appeared quite exhilarated. It was no wonder her father had remarked that she would not regret participating in this endeavor. "Brother Yang Jian," she exclaimed. "Young Master Yang, you have arrived." Douluo greeted him warmly. Ning Fingji had allied with Bibi Dong. Although she held the dominant position, Ning Fingji's presence in this merit-seeking team was hardly an issue, as Bibi Dong would not concern herself with such trivial matters. Yang Jian nodded thoughtfully, refraining from an immediate response as his gaze swept across the assembly. It was evident that the crowd was a mix of individuals, some more reputable than others, apart from the 5 temple knights who stood erect like soldiers awaiting inspection. The remainder of the group appeared more casual, with several individuals not affiliated with the Wuhuan Palace. Among the younger members, besides Ning Rongrong and Ning Yuan, there was also a youth whom Yang Jian did not recognize, possessing remarkably clear eyes. "Greetings, everyone. I am Yang Jian, the leader of this Initiation 4 operation. As I am at the helm, I trust that you will adhere to my commands during this mission. Should anyone be unwilling, they may withdraw now. However, if anyone acts independently during the course of our task, they shall not blame me for my severity." A robust elder furrowed his brow but chose to remain silent, while the others expressed no dissent. Douluo Appr Yang Jian, maintaining his composure, remarked calmly, "He is indeed formidable, a worthy adversary." Imotong smiled helplessly. After all, he was a living legend of our body sect, the aspiration we all strive to surpass. Regarding the potential collaboration with the body sect, Bibi Dong had mentioned it briefly to Yang Jian, but the conversation did not delve deeply. Yang Jian was well aware of Bibi Dong's considerable ambition, recognizing that she was merely leveraging the body sect for her temporary advantage. Nevertheless, at this moment, Yang Jian held a favorable impression of the body sect. However, due to their differing factions, they could only admire each other from afar, unable to forge a lasting bond. Noticing that Yang Jian had no desire to continue the dialogue, Imotong wisely refrained from further interrupting him. The group soared through the air, opting for secluded mountain paths to avoid populated areas. Despite their intent to moderate their pace during this intense journey, Ning Rongrong was nearing her limit. "Brother Yang Jian, I can hardly run any longer. Will you carry me?" Ning Rongrong implored with a pitiful gaze directed at Yang Jian. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Jian realized that continuing to walk would not only be a waste of time but would also deplete the soul power of the group. In the event of an unforeseen circumstance, it could lead to dire consequences. The group came to a halt, with Yang Jian, at the forefront, being the first to stop, prompting the others to follow suit and direct their gaze towards him. Persisting in this manner was hardly a viable solution. "I recall that Ning Yuan possesses 2 flying soul beasts. Are there any others among us with flying martial souls? If possible, it would be prudent to take to the skies directly." With a flourish, Ning Yuan summoned the 9 palace-locking spirit tower, and 2 beams of light illuminated the air, revealing the sky-splitting eagle and the true scarlet-eyed black dragon before them. The sky-splitting eagle, with a wingspan of 3 to 4 meters, was not particularly large, accommodating only 1 or 2 individuals at most, seated closely together. In contrast, the black dragon was sufficiently expansive, capable of carrying a dozen or even 20 people without difficulty. "I can fly and bring 2 individuals with me," proclaimed a soul sage from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. "I can accommodate 4 or 5. The sky-splitting eagle soared at the forefront, carrying only Ning Yuan, while closely following were the 2 titled Douluos, Douluo and Hong Yi. The black dragon bore a congregation of over a dozen people, alongside 3 great birds, each with several individuals perched upon them. These 3 majestic birds represented the true forms of the martial souls belonging to 3 soul sages, proving to be quite suitable for travel. Ning Rongrong sat alone atop one of the purple birds, as a female soul sage of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. It appeared she had come specifically to look after her. Yang Jian, with the chaos wings unfurled, arrived beside Ning Yuan. "We must be close," he remarked. Ning Yuan nodded in affirmation. They had indeed reached the southern province of the Tiando Empire. The headquarters of the Elephant Armor sect was situated within Elephant Armor City, and they would arrive there in just a few moments. Should we descend directly into the city, or land outside and infiltrate? Yang Jian inquired about the scale of Xiangjia City. It is as if he possesses knowledge akin to that of an encyclopedia, aware of a multitude of facts. In the Tiando Empire, Xiangjia City is considered a city of moderate to considerable size. Within its confines, aside from the collateral branches of the Xiangjia sect, there exists a substantial populace, with a permanent resident count of approximately 300,000, of which fewer than 1,000 are direct descendants of the Xiangjia sect. Yang Jian nodded and instructed the assembled group, prepare for landing and ensure minimal disturbance. Without incident, they descended upon a desolate stretch of wilderness. Ning Rongrong recalled her sky-splitting eagle and black dragon, while the three soul sages reverted to their human forms. Huya, Yang Jian commanded. Enter the city first to gather intelligence. You may contact the Spirit Hall branch, but do not reveal our mission. Return before nightfall. A gaunt middle-aged man bowed in acknowledgement before departing. Yang Jian continued issuing orders. Sun Dan, Li Bo, patrol the perimeter. Remain vigilant, ensure no one detects us. I will send replacements for you later. The rest of you, rest and replenish your strength. We will infiltrate Elephant Armor City after nightfall. Maintain absolute discretion. No objections arose. Each member settled into their own space, retrieving rations to eat in silence. Ning Rongrong whispered something to one of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect soul sages. Though the man hesitated, he ultimately yielded to her insistence and slipped away unnoticed. Yang Jian noticed this and intercepted the soul sage. In an instant, 5 temple knights surrounded the soul sage. Dugabo slightly furrowed his brows but swiftly positioned himself behind Yang Jian. Yang Jian's tone was somewhat frosty. What are you planning to do? The soul saint stammered, unable to articulate his thoughts. Ning Rongrong quickly rose to her feet, grasping Yang Jian's arm. And with a playful pout, she said, Brother Yang Jian, I merely asked him to go to the city to procure some food. The provisions are rather unpalatable. Why do you seem so upset? Yang Jian freed himself from Ning Rongrong's grasp and sighed softly. This is not a place for you. I have already stated that no one is permitted to act independently during our operations. There shall be no second chances. Yang Jian remained silent. Finding a withered tree to sit upon and began his meditation. Ning Rongrong, taken aback by Yang Jian's unexpected hostility, felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. After all, she had not committed any grave transgression. Tears welled up in her eyes. Hastily, she covered her face and fled behind a large tree, where she leaned against the trunk, curled up on the ground, and buried her face in her knees, allowing her tears to trickle down slowly. Ning Yuan approached her cautiously, offering comfort. Rongrong, are you all right? Yang Jian means no harm. Ning Rongrong swatted Ning Yuan's hand away, exclaiming, I don't need your concern. Just leave me alone. With a resigned smile. Ning Yuan thought it unthinkable to truly abandon her in her distress. He feared that upon their return, if the elders saw Ning Rongrong in such a heart-wrenching state, they would surely perceive him as the scapegoat. Understanding that the one who tied the knot must also be the one to untie it, he awkwardly approached Yang Jian. Squatting down to align his gaze with Yang Jian's, and hesitantly suggested, Brother Yang Jian, perhaps you could offer some words of comfort to Rongrong? Her request for Zhang Bo to procure food was merely an attempt to ensure you were well fed. She simply wishes to share what she believes is good with you. Yang Jian gradually opened his eyes, his form remaining motionless, not fully withdrawing from his cultivation. The 9 transformations of primordial energy aimed at enhancing one's spiritual power proved to be far easier to control compared to the 8-9 mystic arts. Yang Jian solemnly declared, I have already forewarned everyone. This matter is simply unacceptable. She ought not to be involved in such affairs. If this enables her to return and devote herself to her training in peace, it would indeed be a fortunate circumstance. Reluctantly, Yang Jian, resolute and immovable, excused himself and departed, returning to Ning Rongrong's side. Ning Yuan commenced a serious yet absurd discourse. Yang Jian confided in me that he cannot bear to see you roughing it with his rugged men. His intention was, in fact, to provoke you into returning. He also mentioned that this mission carries risks, and should you sustain any injuries, he would be utterly heartbroken. Moreover, he implored me to keep this from you. Ning Yuan, however, possesses a rather thin skin. He finds it difficult to express certain sentiments to you. He shared numerous thoughts about you, and I can discern his feelings for you. Slowly, Ning Rongrong ceased her sobbing and lifted her head, her eyes tinged with red. Witnessing this, Ning Yuan felt a pang of sympathy. When had the little princess of the 7 treasure glazed tile school ever been so distressed? With a fragile voice, Ning Rongrong inquired, Is it true? Did Brother Yang Jian really say all of this? Ning Yuan nodded earnestly, Of course. How could I possibly deceive you? Observing the sincerity in Ning Yuan's demeanor, Ning Rongrong could not help but break into a smile, her spirits instantly lifted. Thank you, Ning Yuan. She wiped her tear-streaked face with her sleeve, ensuring there was no trace of her earlier distress, and then cheerfully set off in search of Yang Jian, leaving Ning Yuan with a look of helplessness. Brother Yang Jian. Even before her arrival, her voice resonated in Yang Jian's ears. Yang Jian reluctantly paused his cultivation, pondering how this girl suddenly came to such a realization. What could that fellow have said that proved so insightful? Ning Rongrong promptly seated herself beside Yang Jian, clasping his arm with a pitiful expression, Brother Yang Jian. I am hungry. The soft warmth radiating from her touch left Yang Jian feeling quite flustered. He quickly withdrew his arm and retrieved some jerky from his soul guide, offering it to Ning Rongrong. Here, eat this. And do mind your behavior, you are of age now, and there is a distinction between men and women. Acting this way may invite gossip, and you must be cautious lest you find it difficult to marry in the future. Ning Rongrong cheerfully accepted the jerky and casually remarked, If I can't get married, then Brother Yang Jian, will you marry me? Yang Jian was momentarily taken aback, as a figure flashed through his mind. The notion of romantic entanglement seemed an extravagant luxury to him. Ning Rongrong, noticing Yang Jian's lack of response, puffed up her cheeks in frustration and took a bite of the jerky, nearly wrenching out her teeth due to its hardness. With a face full of grievance, she covered her mouth and mumbled, "Brother Yang Jian, what kind of jerky is this? I feel like my teeth are about to fall out." Her words interrupted Yang Jian's contemplation. The jerky was crafted from the meat of ancient soul beasts, which he had prepared for his own consumption, ensuring a sufficient energy supply with a minimal quantity. Yang Jian resumed his impassive demeanor and calmly stated, "I possess only this meager sustenance. You may seek assistance from others. I must engage in my training, and it would be wise for you to rest as well. Our nocturnal endeavors must be executed flawlessly." Ning Rongrong found herself perplexed by the sudden shift in Yang Jian's attitude, feeling somewhat at a loss. As Yang Jian commenced his cultivation, she dared not disturb him further and chose to sit quietly beside him. Time seemed to pass with remarkable swiftness during the process of cultivation. The last traces of the evening glow were about to fade, heralding the onset of night. Huya, dispatched by Yang Jian to gather intelligence, had returned. The master of the Wuhuan sub-palace is merely a soul king, thus he is unlikely to be of any assistance to us. As for the Elephant Armor sect, I observed from a distance and gathered some information. It can be confirmed that Hu Yinjin is indeed within the sect. Their apparent strength consists of 2 soul Douluos, 9 soul sages, and 24 soul emperors, while the rest is of little significance. Yang Jian nodded, indicating that he was well aware of the situation. The strength of his faction was more than sufficient to overpower the Xiangjia sect. The only concern was to avoid alarming the Tiando Empire. The most favorable outcome would naturally be for the Xiangjia sect to pledge its allegiance to the Spirit Hall. However, while the Xiangjia sect had always maintained a close relationship with the Spirit Hall, what Bibi Dong sought this time was not merely support. She desired the complete surrender of the Xiangjia sect, a commitment that held far greater significance. It was reasonable to assume that Hu Yinjin would not easily acquiesce to such a demand. Yang Jian commanded, "Everyone must be fully prepared. Once night falls completely, we shall infiltrate the city of Xiangjia. Let me reiterate, this operation must be executed flawlessly without the slightest error." "Yes, sir," came the crisp, unified response from the 5 Templar Knights. "Understood. Rest assured. No problem." The remaining replies were considerably more disorganized, yet Yang Jian refrained from comment. Recognizing these were not true soldiers under military discipline, Yang Jian gazed at the 2 titled Douluo, inquiring whether they possessed domain-type soul skills. If they did, it would greatly facilitate their endeavors. Douluo chuckled awkwardly, suggesting that what Yang Jian sought was a domain capable of concealing their forms. He admitted to possessing a similar ability, albeit one fraught with lethal toxins. Hong Yi also shook his head in negation. Yang Jian chose to remain silent, patiently awaiting the onset of night. As the final vestiges of twilight vanished completely, darkness enveloped the earth, prompting Yang Jian and his companions to commence their mission. The city walls were mere decorations for these individuals. Even Ning Rongrong was accompanied by a female soul sage from the 7 Treasures glazed tile school. The group swiftly infiltrated the inner sanctum of Xiangjia City with utmost stealth, led by Huya, who maintained a cautious distance from the others as they advanced in a dispersed formation. Soon, they encountered a vast garden, the stronghold of the Xiangjia sect. The defenses were not particularly stringent, with only 2 disciples stationed at the entrance. 2 soul sages approached quietly and effortlessly incapacitated the guards. Rather than rushing in, the group spread out, effectively encircling the premises of the Xiangjia sect. Yang Jian was accompanied by Douluo and 5 temple knights as they strode directly through the main entrance of the Elephant Armor sect. "Who are you to dare intrude upon our Elephant Armor sect?" a patrolling disciple of the sect exclaimed upon spotting Yang Jian and his entourage. Since Yang Jian has boldly emerged, he naturally wishes to first engage in conversation with Hu Yinjin. It is preferable to settle matters through courtesy before resorting to force. Ideally, he can subdue the Elephant Armor sect without bloodshed. As for the others, they are encircling the Elephant Armor sect to prevent any leakage of information. Yang Jian spoke lightly. "We are members of the Spirit Hall and would like to discuss a matter with Lord Huyan. I kindly ask you to relay this message." Upon hearing that Yang Jian was affiliated with the Spirit Hall, the patrolling disciple felt a sense of relief. For their sect had always been closely connected with the Spirit Hall. "May I inquire about the guards at our entrance?" Yang Jian tugged at the corner of his mouth, remarking that there was little to occupy them at present, and urged the disciple of the Elephant Armor sect to swiftly inform Master Hu Yin, lest time slip away. The disciple, hesitant no longer, hurried off to find Hu Yinjin, leaving Yang Jian to stand quietly in place. Before long, Hu Yinjin emerged in haste, accompanied by 2 elderly gentlemen, his demeanor replete with servility. "Ah, it is you, young Master Yang. I am Hu Yinjin, honored by your esteemed presence," he exclaimed. "Why did you not notify me sooner of your arrival? I would have gladly prepared a warm welcome for you. I have already instructed my servants to arrange a feast. I humbly request your esteemed presence at the table." Yang Jian shone brilliantly in the grand competition, and naturally, Hu Yinjin recognized him. Even if Yang Jian's strength were not so formidable, his identity as a disciple of Bibi Dong alone warranted such treatment from Hu Yinjin. Yang Jian raised his eyebrows slightly. This individual was somewhat different from what he had envisioned. "Master Hu Yin, you are being overly courteous. I have come to discuss a matter with you." Hu Yinjin turned aside and said, "Then, would Master Yang please accompany me to the main hall?" Yang Jian nodded slightly and followed Hu Yinjin. while Douluo and the knights of the temple also trailed behind. However, they were halted by two elderly men beside Hu Yinjin. Douluo narrowed his eyes, exuding a dangerous aura. As the five knights of the temple swiftly formed a battle formation around Yang Jian, Hu Yinjin dismissed the two old men with a wave and laughed heartily. I beg your pardon. These two old fellows seldom venture out and are unaware of the illustrious reputation of the Spirit Hall. However, young Master Yang, who might these individuals be? A glimmer of light flashed in Yang Jian's eyes. Were they to return to the days of intrigue and rivalry? With a slight smile, he introduced, this is Douluo, an elder of the Spirit Hall. These esteemed individuals are the knights of the sanctuary, summoned by my teacher to ensure my protection. Hu Yinjin hurriedly approached Douluo, grasping his hand. I have long admired your reputation. It is an honor to meet the renowned poison Douluo. I, Hu Yinjin, pay my respects to your excellency. Too kind, too kind. Douluo replied with a smile, nodding appreciatively, clearly pleased to know that his fame had not waned. The title Your Excellency is a respectful address for a title Douluo, and Hu Yinjin was meticulous in his etiquette. He did not neglect the sanctuary knights, proactively shaking hands with each of them in turn. I have heard much about the illustrious reputation of the Pope's Imperial Guard. Your presence today truly elevates my humble elephant armor sect. Hu Yinjin led the group to the reception hall of the elephant armor sect, which boasted a classical decor. In addition to two grand armchairs facing the entrance, there were also rows of similar chairs on either side. Guiding Yang Jian to a position on the right side directly opposite the entrance, Hu Yinjin said, Young Master Yang, as our esteemed guest, please take a seat. One must commend Hu Yinjin for his perceptiveness, noticing that Douluo had lagged slightly behind during their walk. He correctly deduced that Yang Jian was the true speaker of this visit. Thus, by granting the most honorable position to Douluo, he inadvertently honored Yang Jian. Now, observing Douluo's unchanged expression, Hu Yinjin was assured that his judgment had been accurate. Yang Jian humbly declined, stating, as a guest, how could I dare to overshadow the host? I implore Lord Hu Yin to take his rightful seat. After a brief exchange, Hu Yinjin finally relinquished his attempts to persuade Yang Jian that he abstained from occupying the seat himself, continuing instead, since young Master Yang is unwilling to take the seat. It appears that only Lord Bailan is fit to occupy it. I kindly request that Lord Bailan does not put me in a difficult position. However, Douluo was less concerned with such formalities. With Yang Jian refusing to sit and Hu Yinjin speaking again, there was no reason to hesitate. He promptly took a seat. Hu Yinjin truly was a person of discernment, and Douluo's impression of him improved considerably in that moment. With a resigned smile, Yang Jian took a seat at the first position on his left. The Lord of Hu Yin also ceased to stand, without his presence. Yang Jian could hardly find solace in his seat. Since Yang Jian had spoken, Hu Yinjin no longer declined and settled into the position on the upper left. A few knights of the sanctuary stood resolutely behind Yang Jian, resembling statues in their unwavering stance. As the assembly took their seats, a servant approached with a tray of tea. Hu Yinjin accepted the teapot, dismissing the servant, and first poured a cup for Douluo, then for Yang Jian, and finally poured for himself. I wonder what brings young Master Yang to visit us so unexpectedly? Yang Jian lifted his teacup, gently blowing across its surface before setting it down with care. I wonder what Master Hu Yin thinks of the Spirit Hall. Hu Yinjin paused for a moment, yet did not waver. The existence of the Spirit Hall is truly a blessing for the continent. How many lives has it sacrificed in the name of maintaining peace? The Spirit Hall selflessly provides support to soul masters, not to mention that nearly every year, it is the Spirit Hall that extends a helping hand to the disaster-stricken across the continent. Indeed, the Spirit Hall is a fortune for the Douluo Continent. Yang Jian smiled slightly, yet he did not take it entirely to heart. He directly inquired, might Master Hu Yin be inclined to join the Spirit Hall? Hu Yinjin hesitated for a moment before replying, I am uncertain what young Master Yang means by joining. Yang Jian once again lifted the teacup, delicately skimming the surface of the tea with its lid before gently taking a sip. A fine brew indeed. It seems that Master Hu Yin is living quite well, which explains his reluctance to join our Spirit Hall. The ever-silent Douluo understood Yang Jian's insinuation, and the imposing aura of a title Douluo descended upon Hu Yinjin. However, Hu Yinjin appeared utterly unfazed by Douluo's pressure, maintaining his composure as he replied, Young Master Yang has misunderstood. It is merely my ignorance that has prevented me from grasping the true meaning. Yang Jian gently set down his teacup, the sound just audible enough to be heard without being overly jarring. Allow me to elucidate the situation to you, Lord Hu Yin, he began. You are to lead the elite members of the Elephant Armor sect to the city of Martial Souls. From this point forward, the Elephant Armor sect will exist as a subordinate sect under the Martial Soul Palace, yet it will be required to fully comply with the commands of the Pope. Do you understand? The term subordinate raises the question of how this differs from dissolution and incorporation into the Martial Soul Palace. With Yang Jian's intentions now laid bare, Hu Yinjin realized the gravity of the situation and fell into a deep contemplation. Yang Jian, unperturbed, leisurely savored his tea, while Douluo felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, pondering why his imposing presence seemed ineffective against Hu Yinjin. Just as Douluo prepared to intensify his pressure, he was halted by a mere glance from Yang Jian. Hu Yinjin, having already arrived at an understanding, spoke with a newfound seriousness, devoid of the earlier flattery. May I inquire, young Master Yang, what benefits would I gain from joining the Spirit Hall? Or, what advantages might the Elephant Armor sect receive? Surely, it cannot be expected that we would serve without recompense. The benefits are substantial, Yang Jian replied. For once the Spirit Hall unifies the continent, I can guarantee the Elephant Armor sect's legacy for generations to come, even ensuring its prosperity for a millennium. What? You intend for the Spirit Hall to unify the continent? Hu Yinzhen's tone had shifted dramatically. Yang Jian did not conceal his intentions. Indeed, this is the inevitable trend of events. Hu Yinzhen narrowed his eyes slightly, a myriad of thoughts flashing through his mind. If the Spirit Hall truly harbored ambitions of unifying the continent, it was imperative that they urgently seek personnel. However, Yang Jian's insinuations seemed merely fanciful, devoid of any tangible benefits. It was akin to expecting a horse to gallop without providing it fodder. Why should one labor for the Spirit Hall without recompense? Hu Yinzhen was not inclined to see a Xiangjia sect become mere cannon fodder for the Spirit Hall, while joining was not out of the question. The terms warranted careful negotiation. To be associated with the Spirit Hall would undoubtedly be an honor for the Xiangjia sect. Yet you, young Master Yang, suggest that the Xiangjia sect must relocate, which presents a formidable challenge, for this is, after all, the legacy left by our ancestors. Hu Yinzhen chose his words with caution, meticulously observing Yang Jian's expression. Yang Jian once again lifted his teacup, savoring its contents slowly. I did not insist that everyone vacate this place. Instead, let it be this way. All members of the Elephant Armor sect, those who rank above the Soul King, shall proceed to Soul City to await orders. Hu Yinzhen diligently poured tea for Yang Jian, his face adorned with obsequious smiles. Young Master Yang, he implored. With such formidable forces withdrawn, the Elephant Armor sect is rendered virtually non-existent. I earnestly hope you might show mercy and grant us a path to survival. Yang Jian let out a light chuckle. Master Hu Yin, you are overthinking it. Joining the Spirit Hall is not a detrimental matter for the Elephant Armor sect. After becoming part of the Spirit Hall, the Elephant Armor sect shall remain the Elephant Armor sect, and its members will still be the members of the Elephant Armor sect. It seems they are Spirit Hall members first and Elephant Armor sect members second. Hu Yinzhen silently scoffed, though he dared not voice his thoughts. Yang Jian let out a sigh, rising to his feet. Master Hu Yin, I hope you can deliberate swiftly. My time is limited. Hu Yinzhen furrowed his brow slightly, realizing that Yang Jian had remained steadfast in his position, leaving little room for negotiation. Yang Jian turned his gaze towards Hu Yinzhen, yet he himself shifted the topic. What level has the esteemed Hu Yinzhongzhu attained? Hu Yinzhen did not hesitate. His cultivation level was no secret. With a hint of embarrassment, he confessed, regrettably. I have been stuck at the 89th level for nearly a decade. Absent a fortuitous opportunity, it appears that in this lifetime, I shall be destined to remain devoid of the title of Douluo. Yang Jian smiled faintly and said, how about this? If Master Hu Yin is willing to lead the Elephant Armor sect to join the Spirit Hall, I can personally assure you that within 3 years, you will be granted a title. As for your grandson, I have heard he is a remarkable talent. Let him first attend the Spirit Academy for further study, and in a few decades, he shall become a titled Douluo. Would this arrangement satisfy Master Hu Yin? After a moment of contemplation, Hu Yin knelt on one knee, expressing his willingness to lead the entire Elephant Armor sect into the Spirit Hall, henceforth to follow young Master Yang's lead. Yang Jian immediately assisted Hu Yinzhen to his feet, a warm smile gracing his face. Master Hu Yinzong, you need not be so formal. From now on, we are all family. Indeed, as young Master Yang has said. Hu Yinzhen quickly nodded in agreement. Yang Jian appeared to suddenly recall something, casually expressing. Since you have promised Lord Hu Yin to allow your grandson to attend the Soul Academy for further studies, it is advisable to act promptly rather than delay. It just so happens that the Soul Academy seems to be hosting an event in a few days. I can have someone escort your grandson there immediately. But the day is already late. Might it be too hasty? Perhaps it would be better to set out tomorrow. Although Hu Yinzhen understood the underlying meaning of further studies, he did not oppose the idea. The Soul Academy is indeed a remarkable place for cultivation. Moreover, as long as he remained steadfast in his intentions, Hu Yinzhen believed that the Soul Hall would not only refrain from hindering Hu Yinli, but would instead focus on nurturing his potential. Yang Jian's smile faded slightly. It is not too late. I have my own means. Does Lord Hu Yin still harbor any doubts? Since Yang Jian was resolute in sending Hu Yinli away at this very moment, Hu Yinzhen felt it futile to continue his objections. In that case, I shall summon him immediately. Hu Yinzhen beckoned to a servant, instructing him to fetch Hu Yinli. Meanwhile, Yang Jian whispered to a knight of the Holy Temple, who promptly exited the Xiangjia sect. Yang Jian resumed his seat, gently lifting his teacup to savor a sip. Master Hu Yin, would you kindly elaborate on the Xiangjia sect? Hu Yinzhen, fully aware of Yang Jian's intentions, spoke candidly. Apart from myself, the Xiangjia sect boasts 2 soul fighters, Elders Wu, Hu Yin Qian, who is at the 86th level, and Elder Yu, Hu Yin Kuan, at the 85th level. Both are inheritors of the Diamond Mammoth martial spirit of our sect. There are 11 soul saints, with only one not being an inheritor of our Xiangjia sect's martial spirit. Moreover, we have 28 soul emperors, for of whom are esteemed guest elders whom I have recruited. Yang Jian nodded with satisfaction, though the information fell slightly short of Hu Ye's reconnaissance. It was understandable, after all, no sect would openly display its full strength. Most members of such sects inherited their bloodlines, resulting in rather uniform martial souls. As for guest elders, They were naturally recruited from commoner soul masters. Speaking of which, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect boasted the highest number of guest elders across the continent. The overall strength of the Elephant Armored sect was quite impressive, befitting its status as one of the lower four sects. With so many high-level defensive soul masters, they would undoubtedly prove valuable to Bibi Dong's grand scheme. Before long, Hu Yanli arrived, striding brashly into the room. "What's the matter, summoning me so late?" Hu Yinjin immediately rose and smacked Hu Yanli on the head. "Where are your manners? Greet young Master Yang." The chastened Hu Yanli instantly became docile, offering Yang Jian a respectful bow. "My apologies, young Master Yang." Yang Jian nodded slightly and courteously remarked, "Young Master Hu Yin truly possesses exceptional talent." Hu Yanli responded with a foolish grin, at a loss for words. Just then, the recently departed knight of the Holy Temple returned, accompanied by a soul saint. The knight had gone, as per Yang Jian's instructions, to fetch a soul saint adept in the art of flight. Yang Jian took a sip of tea and said, "Hu Yin Zhongzhu, perhaps you should inform the esteemed young master about the situation yourself, as the person has already arrived." Hu Yinjin nodded repeatedly, pulling Hu Yanli aside to engage in hushed whispers. Yang Jian also turned his gaze towards the individual brought by the knights of the temple. "Li Bo, shortly. You shall escort Hu Yanli back to the spirit hall. Endeavor to exert yourself, maintaining a continuous pace to avert any unforeseen circumstances. Once you have successfully returned him, your task will be deemed accomplished." Li Bo, a member of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, harbored no doubts regarding Yang Jian's directive. Hu Yinjin and Hu Yanli did not deliberate for long. Soon, Hu Yinjin approached with an expression brimming with excitement, accompanied by Hu Yanli. "Young Master Yang, I have made the necessary arrangements with Ali." Yang Jian nodded slightly, "Then I shall have someone escort him away directly. Do you all wish to bid farewell?" The group exited the hall and entered the courtyard, where Li Bo had already summoned his martial soul, transforming into a magnificent black eagle. "Ali, remember to study diligently at the Martial Soul Academy," Hu Yinjin reiterated with care. Hu Yanli, brimming with excitement, climbed onto the back of the great eagle, reassuring, "Do not worry, grandfather." The eagle soared into the sky, swiftly vanishing from view. Hu Yinjin lingered, his gaze lingering long after the eagle had disappeared. Though he was aware that Hu Yanli would be safe, the bittersweet sorrow of parting lingered. At this moment, Yang Jian refrained from further discourse. The seamless subjugation of the Elephant Armor sect marked a promising commencement. The subsequent task involved meticulous arrangements concerning the transfer of personnel with Hu Yinjin. Regarding the allocation of members within the Elephant Armor sect, Yang Jian had already conferred with Hu Yinjin, although the discourse predominantly stemmed from Yang Jian, with Hu Yinjin merely affirming his points. According to Yang Jian's strategy, a trusted soul saint of Hu Yinjin would remain, alongside two soul emperors, while the remaining higher-ranked soul kings and several direct relatives of the Elephant Armor sect would covertly proceed to Martial Soul City. The remaining personnel of the Elephant Armor sect were to remain on high alert, prepared for a swift evacuation, should the plans of the Martial Soul Hall be unveiled. The sect, having aligned itself with the hall, would undoubtedly face retribution from the T. Yang Jian returned to the room arranged by Hu Yinjin and began his cultivation, spending the night in silence. Before dawn, he opened his eyes. He had reached level 55, and everything had unfolded naturally. He stepped out of the room, where a lone paladin stood guard at the door. 5 paladins took turns keeping watch at night, a choice made by themselves rather than at Yang Jian's behest. Yang Jian held a deep appreciation for these paladins. While their strength might not be formidable, it was certainly sufficient for most situations, particularly due to their exceptional discipline, an attribute that Yang Jian admired most. Yang Jian glanced at the sky, where the distant horizon faintly revealed the hues of dawn. He then instructed the knight of the temple, "Go and inform the others to prepare. We shall depart before sunrise." "Yes," the knight replied, taking his leave. Hu Yinjin, who seemed to have not slept all night, arrived in Yang Jian's courtyard upon hearing the commotion. "Young Master Yang, is it so early?" Yang Jian nodded, expressing his gratitude for the concern shown by the Master Hu Yin. He inquired if all matters had been meticulously arranged and if they were prepared to embark on their journey together. "Everything has been arranged perfectly, rest assured, young Master Yang," came the reassuring reply. As they conversed, others gradually joined them. Hu Yinjin casually glanced around and noted that there appeared to be a few more individuals present than the previous evening, yet he refrained from voicing any inquiries. Yang Jian surveyed the surroundings and, upon confirming that everyone had gathered, shifted his gaze towards Ning Yuan. "Summon your pet. It is time for us to set forth." In response, Ning Yuan conjured the 9 palaces locking spirit tower, and with a flash of brilliance, the sky-splitting eagle and the black dragon materialized. Others endowed with the ability to fly also revealed their true martial spirits. The delicate morning glow had yet to fully dispel the darkness of the earth. Yet the group had already slipped away in silence. This time, however, the team was diminished by one soul saint, yet enriched by the presence of a soul Douluo. Leading the way were the sky-splitting eagle and Ning Yuan, followed closely by the black dragon and a few soul saints in their martial spirit forms. Yang Jian unfurled his chaotic wings and approached the sky-splitting eagle. "How long until we reach the sacred dragon sect?" His voice resonated directly into Ning Yuan's ears through soul power, unaffected by their rapid flight. Ning Yuan's voice replied, "We should arrive by noon today. The sacred dragon sect is located in the southeast of the Tiandu Empire, not far from the Xiangjia sect. Moreover, unlike the Xiangjia sect, which is situated within a city, the Sacred Dragon sect occupies an entire mountain range, allowing us to land directly there, which will greatly facilitate our journey. The Sacred Dragon sect, much like the Xiangjia sect, has always maintained a close relationship with the Spirit Hall, so our visit should not pose significant difficulties. The real challenge lies ahead with the Windsword sect and the White Tiger sect. The Windsword sect is located in the northernmost reaches of the Tiando Empire, near the extreme north, and is backed by the formidable Extreme Gate, making it unlikely for them to easily capitulate. Furthermore, we must tread carefully to avoid alarming them. As for the White Tiger sect, it is situated on the outskirts of the Star Luo Empire's imperial city and has historically been closely connected to the Star Luo royal family. Any disturbance to the White Tiger sect would inevitably invoke the attention of the royal family. Ning Yuan spoke the truth, and Yang Jian, mindful of the difficulties presented by each target, strategized their approach accordingly, choosing not to respond further to Ning Yuan. Yang Jian gently unfurled his wings and alighted upon the back of the black dragon, retracting his chaotic dual wings. The broad expanse of the dragon's back could easily accommodate a dozen individuals without the slightest hint of crowding. Master Hu Yin, are you still comfortable? Hu Yinjin, also perched upon the dragon's back, beamed with joy at the sight of Yang Jian. Comfortable, indeed. Thank you for your concern, young Master Yang. Yang Jian did not engage in further conversation with anyone, instead standing upon the back of the black dragon, gradually channeling the 9 revolutions primordial technique. The others on the dragon's back also exchanged few words, and their journey proceeded without incident. Just as Ning Yuan had mentioned, they arrived at a range of mountains precisely when the sun hung in the zenith of the sky. At this moment, Yang Jian ceased his cultivation, opened his eyes, and the chaotic wings manifested behind him. The gathered individuals prepared for descent, and upon landing, they immediately surrounded the Sacred Dragon sect, ensuring that no news would escape. The Sacred Dragon sect, ranked first among the lower 4 sects, was led by its master, Bai Tianhao, an 89th level assault system soul Douluo, who possessed the formidable martial soul. The white-armored Earth Dragon. His combat prowess was among the most elite of title Douluo. Unlike Hu Yinjin, Bai Tianhao was nearly 20 years younger, potentially capable of breaking through to title Douluo through his own strength. The Sacred Dragon sect had always been a target for the Spirit Hall, and their relationship had generally been amicable, though Bai Tianhao's demeanor was less overtly cordial than that of Hu Yinjin. Who dares to fly above my Sacred Dragon sect? Are you not aware of the no-fly zone above our domain? The moment they descended, they were already detected by the members of the Sacred Dragon sect. At a height of over 100 meters from the ground, Douluo leaped down directly. The 9 rings of soul rings, yellow, purple, black, appeared, instantly silencing the individual who had spoken. Douluo controlled his soul power to hover gracefully, suspended at a height of several meters above the ground. Summon your sect master. The gatekeeper understood the significance of a title Douluo and, without hesitation, scrambled into the Sacred Dragon sect, fearing for his safety. Yang Jian and his companions had already descended, swiftly dispersing to encircle all exits of the mountain peak. Only Yang Jian, Douluo, Hong Yi, Hu Yinjin, and Motong, Ning Yuan, and Ning Rongrong remained at the entrance of the Sacred Dragon sect, awaiting their arrival. Before anyone appeared, a resonant and powerful voice boomed from within the sect. Who dares to cause trouble at our Sacred Dragon sect? A robust middle-aged man emerged, leading a formidable group of Sacred Dragon sect disciples with an air of intimidation. Yang Jian spoke calmly. I am Yang Jian from the Spirit Hall, here to discuss matters with the esteemed White Sect Master. The reputation of the Spirit Hall proved to be formidable, as Bai Tian's imposing demeanor softened considerably, though his tone remained far from cordial. What business could possibly warrant a mere boy like you, yet to fully mature, to consult with me? Yang Jian had yet to express his thoughts. But Hu Yinjin boldly interjected, summoning 8 soul rings of various hues, yellow, purple, and black. How dare you speak to young Master Yang with such audacity? Do you still have aspirations for the Sacred Dragon sect? Bai Tianhao raised an eyebrow, disdain evident in his tone. Oh, it's you, the old fat elephant. Have you grown weary of being the leader of the elephant armor sect, and now come to play the lackey? Hu Yinjin took no offense, rather. He wore his shame as a badge of honor. You, a mere treasure dragon, are unworthy to serve young Master Yang. It is my privilege to assist him. Douluo, suddenly realizing the implications, thought to himself that he too had been insulted, albeit he lacked Hu Yinjin's audacity. He stepped forward, unleashing the formidable aura of a title Douluo upon Bai Tianhao. Bai Tianhao furrowed his brow but matched the step, an enormous white earth dragon phantom materializing behind him, accompanied by the same 8 soul rings. Douluo? With a triumphant smile, Douluo affirmed, Indeed, I am Douluo. Bai Tianhao then laughed mockingly. Ah. You are the one reputed as the weakest title Douluo? The mention of the Sacred Dragon sect made Douluo's expression darken. Yet he cast a questioning glance towards Yang Jian. Yang Jian nodded slightly, and in an instant, Douluo sprang forth, the immense phantom of the Azure Scale Serpent King materializing before them. Yang Jian was not particularly concerned about Douluo's potential defeat, for Douluo had already reached level 92, with his martial soul undergoing considerable enhancement. If he were to struggle against a soul Douluo, it would indeed reflect poorly on his abilities. After a brief period of probing, Yang Jian had largely discerned the character of Bai Tianhao: arrogant, overly concerned with his pride, and somewhat conceited. While his innate talent may surpass that of Hu Yinjin, his social conduct was markedly inferior. Of course, this could also be a faude crafted by Bai Tianhao. If that were the case, then his cunning would be rather profound. It seems that Yang Jian, perceiving Bai Tianhao's temperament, may find that addressing him with courtesy could provoke disdain. Thus, it is necessary to teach him a lesson before engaging in meaningful dialogue. Bai Tianhao felt a pang of frustration, pondering why this individual resorted to aggression at the slightest disagreement. Nevertheless, as Douluo's figure approached, Bai Tianhao had no time to hesitate and decided to confront him head-on. In contrast to Yang Jian and his companions, who appeared rather indifferent, the members of the Holy Dragon sect were considerably more anxious. Although they were aware of their leader's formidable strength, they could not dismiss the fact that their opponent was a titled Douluo. Hu Yinjin sighed, reflecting that Bai Tianhao's disrespect towards the young master was something he should have addressed. Yet he was taken aback by the impulsiveness of His Excellency Bai Lin. He realized that if he intervened now, it would turn into a 2-on-1 situation, which would not bode well. Yang Jian clearly did not believe Hu Yinjin's deceitful words, yet replied with detached composure, "Patriarch Hu Yin, your concern is noted." Both combatants deliberately restrained their movements, keeping the confrontation relatively subdued out of consideration for their respective companions present. Though Douluo possessed superior soul power, Bai Tianhao initially gained slight advantage in close combat. His white-armored earth dragon spirit inherently excelled in raw strength and defense. Douluo's spirit offered comparatively modest physical enhancements. However, as Douluo grew serious and began consecutively employing soul skills, Bai Tianhao found himself thoroughly overwhelmed. At this moment, Yang Jian spoke, "Poison Elder, cease your actions." Upon hearing Yang Jian's words, Douluo did not hesitate. He immediately withdrew and returned to Yang Jian's side. Bai Tianhao also refrained from pursuing. Yet he maintained his martial soul manifestation, with white bone armor enveloping his entire form, albeit now tinged with a slight hue of blue. Yang Jian spoke with a calm demeanor. "Master Bai, may we have a conversation?" "Let us talk," came the indistinct voice of Bai Tianhao from within the bone armor. Yang Jian discerned the awkward demeanor of Bai Tianhao, who indeed suffered the consequences of his pride. With a subtle smile, he casually instructed Douluo to administer an antidote. Douluo had initially intended for Bai Tianhao to endure a quiet humiliation, but upon being perceived by Yang Jian, he did not hesitate. With a mere wave of his hand, streams of green energy erupted from Bai Tianhao's body and returned to Douluo. The bone armor adorning Bai Tianhao returned to its customary white hue. At this juncture, Bai Tianhao retracted his martial soul, though a faint green tinge remained on his face. "Young Master Yang, what do you wish to discuss?" Bai Tianhao inquired, somewhat awkwardly. Dealing with someone as straightforward as Bai Tianhao was far less challenging than contending with Hu Yinjin, and Yang Jian did not conceal his intentions. Might the esteemed sect leader be inclined to have the sacred dragon sect join our spirit hall? Needless to say, he would certainly be disinclined, Bai Tianhao blurted out, only to realize the inappropriateness of his words. He hastily sought to amend his statement. "That is not what I meant. Rather," Yang Jian smiled gently, seemingly unfazed. "I certainly comprehend, yet it would be prudent for Master Bai to deliberate thoroughly." At that moment, the crowd of the Holy Dragon sect parted unexpectedly, revealing a handsome young man in a white robe, who was assisting an elderly gentleman. The old man's face was a tapestry of deep wrinkles, and his emaciated frame was barely concealed beneath his garments, with his bony wrist starkly visible. He moved with great difficulty, each step a precarious endeavor as he swayed slightly, giving the impression that he might succumb at any moment. Nevertheless, the atmosphere in the arena turned profoundly silent with the old man's arrival, as not a single sound emerged from the onlookers. Yang Jian remained composed, the divine gaze subtly manifesting upon his forehead. The elderly man's life force flickered like a candle in a tempest, perilously close to extinguishment. Yet, the reservoir of energy within him was surprisingly robust, surpassing even that of the solitary Bo. Yang Jian surmised that he was likely a super Douluo. Tianhao's expression shifted dramatically as he hurried to assist the old man. "Elder, how did you come out?" The elder seemed displeased with Tianhao, slowly uttering two words, "Stand aside." Tianhao dared not impede him and quickly stepped aside. The elder, supported by the young man, gradually approached Yang Jian and his companions. "May I inquire about the relationship between this young master and the spirit hall?" Hu Yinjin positioned Yang Jian behind him, astonishment etched on his face. "Bai Chen, you are still alive." Hu Yinjin whispered to Yang Jian, "When I was but a child." Bai Chen was already the supreme elder of the Holy Dragon sect. "He has not shown himself on the continent for decades. I had thought him deceased. To think he is still alive, he must be over 200 years old." "It is indeed me," Bai Chen replied, his tone gentle and devoid of malice. "You need not be anxious." Yang Jian patted Hu Yinjin's shoulder, signaling him to step aside, uncertain of what guidance the esteemed elder Bai might offer. Hu Yinjin, still appearing apprehensive, issued a stern warning. "Young Master Yang is a disciple of His Holiness the Pope. Should you dare to lay a finger on him, the existence of your sacred dragon sect will be rendered utterly superfluous." Yang Jian felt a sense of helplessness. Indeed, Hu Yinjin was climbing the social ladder with excessive enthusiasm, his display of loyalty bordering on the absurd. Bai Chen furrowed his brow slightly, asserting, I truly harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to engage in a sincere conversation with young Master Yang. Yang Jian nodded slightly, indicating his attentiveness. Bai Chen slowly began to speak. I consent to the Holy Dragon Sect's affiliation with the Spirit Hall. I would even consider relocating the entire sect to Spirit City. From now on, we shall heed only the commands of His Holiness, the Pope. Bai Chen paused momentarily, appearing somewhat fatigued, yet after a brief interlude, he continued. Even this old body of mine is willing to serve the Spirit Hall. However, I have one condition. No, Elder Taishang, that is out of the question. Bai Tianhao exclaimed, his face etched with urgency. Be gone. Bai Chen weakly uttered a single word, causing Bai Tianhao to fall silent instantaneously, as if a hand had clasped around his throat. The palpable respect Bai Chen commanded within the Holy Dragon Sect was evident, especially given Bai Tianhao's reaction as the leader of a sect. Yang Jian expressed a keen interest and inquired, what are the conditions? Please, Bai Lao, enlighten me. Bai Chen exhaled slowly, his speech growing increasingly labored. I fear that young Master Yang may lack the authority to make such a decision. Yang Jian reassured him, rest assured, should I agree, I shall undoubtedly fulfill my promise. If I were to refuse, it is likely that my teacher would also decline. Yang Jian possesses a profound understanding of Bibi Dong, fully aware of her emotional boundaries. In light of this, I shall speak candidly. I desire that as long as the Spirit Hall exists, so too shall the Sacred Dragon Sect. Ensuring that my Sacred Dragon Sect shall perpetually have a title Douluo in every generation. Yang Jian furrowed his brow slightly. This old fellow was indeed astute. He was aware that his days were numbered, and once he departed from this world, the Sacred Dragon Sect would be rendered no different from the other lower sections. Although Bai Tianhao possessed the title of a conferred Douluo, his ascension was not something that could be achieved in a short span of time. Furthermore, even if he were to attain such a rank amidst the turbulent circumstances of the continent, a single conferred Douluo would find it exceedingly difficult to safeguard the Sacred Dragon Sect from harm. Yang Jian said calmly, Old Bai, your appetite seems rather excessive. What if there are no title Douluo among the disciples of the Holy Dragon Sect? How about this? I can grant you an additional 20 years of life. And I assure you that the young man beside Bai Tianhao will undoubtedly ascend to the rank of title Douluo. What do you think? Yang Jian is certainly not shooting in the dark. The youth beside Bai Chen possesses talents that may even surpass those of Bai Tianhao. As long as he does not meet an untimely end, he will inevitably ascend to the rank of title Douluo sooner or later. In comparison, a mere 20 years of lifespan is the true condition at stake. Yang Jian firmly believed that a man who had clung to life for so many years would inevitably grow increasingly fearful of death. Bai Chen, though having remained within the Holy Dragon Sect for decades without venturing beyond its walls, was the ultimate decision-maker for all significant matters within the sect. Through the sect's intelligence network, he remained well informed of the era's developments, keeping abreast of major events across the continent. His wisdom, experience, and insight had been refined over centuries, granting him an exceptionally keen intuition. Startling news from the outside world reached Bai Chen's ears one after another, reclusive sects emerging from seclusion, tournaments lifting their restrictions, prodigies who would have been rare even in an entire era now appearing in numbers, and finally, the assault on the Spirit Hall, which the latter seemed to ignore entirely. Bai Chen understood that the continent was on the brink of upheaval, and the entire world structure might shift along with it. With even the hidden sect stepping into the light, how could the Holy Dragon Sect, one of the lower four sects, hope to remain untouched? Before the storm looming over the continent arrived, the Holy Dragon Sect needed a powerful ally, one it could not weather alone. The Spirit Hall, as the foremost power on the continent, was an obvious choice. Yet Bai Chen was unwilling to hastily pledge allegiance to any faction. What came too easily was seldom valued, a truth he, having lived for centuries, knew all too well. His task now was to test Yang Jian's limits, gauging the highest price he could demand without provoking his wrath, all to secure the greatest possible advantage for the Holy Dragon Sect. What Yang Jian spoke of regarding lifespan truly struck a chord with Bai Chen. However, Bai Chen's concern was not for himself but rather for the future of the Sacred Dragon Sect. The distinction between a sect with a title Douluo and one without is indeed monumental. But is there truly a way to extend one's life by 20 years? In that time, Bai Tianhao could certainly achieve the rank of a title Douluo, and with Bai Yujing's innate talent, he should also reach the level of a soul Douluo. While Bai Tianhao is ill-suited to lead the sect, Bai Yujing is a natural leader. Even if Bai Chen were to pass away in 20 years, with Bai Yujing at the helm and Bai Tianhao's combat prowess, the Sacred Dragon Sect could thrive for at least another century. Yet, Bai Chen was acutely aware of his own physical condition. He understood that his life had truly reached its limit. He had never heard of any method to prolong life. After a long moment of contemplation, Yang Jian did not rush him, and the atmosphere was steeped in silence. The sound of Bai Chen's weak cough shattered the stillness, prompting Bai Yujing, who was supporting him, to gently pat his back. Bai Chen patted Bai Yujing's hand, signaling that he was fine, before he slowly spoke. Young Master Yang, are you jesting? Setting aside the truth of your claim to extend my life by 20 years, both Bai Yujing and that scoundrel Bai Tianhao will eventually ascend to the rank of title Douluo on their own. Your terms seem rather stingy, don't you think? Yang Jian smiled faintly, his tone growing somewhat frigid. The prerequisite is that they must survive until that day. One must acknowledge that the continent is far from tranquil at present. while my spirit hall can ensure their safety until they reach the rank of title Douluo. Yang Jian paused for a moment, his words regaining warmth. I truly meant it when I said that I could extend your life by 20 years. Furthermore, I can assure you that as long as the spirit hall exists, the legacy of the Sacred Dragon Sect will endure. In addition, the Sacred Dragon Sect is entitled to 2 exemptions from the entrance examination each year, akin to the quotas of the Spirit Academy. It is worth noting that these 2 provisions are both enduring and effective. The implied threat in Yang Jian's words was unmistakable to Bai Chen, who let out a faint sigh. The conditions subsequently offered by Yang Jian were rather favorable. Bai Chen discerned that among Yang Jian's entourage were 2 titled Douluos, one of whom was significantly stronger than Douluo. In Bai Chen's prime, he would have faced them without fear. Yet now, he could only muster a strength slightly superior to that of Douluo. Any further exertion would jeopardize his own physical endurance. Yang Jian's intentions were abundantly clear. Bai Chen dared not prolong the confrontation. Should he provoke Yang Jian, it would be the Holy Dragon Sect that would suffer the consequences. Thus, he resigned himself to Yang Gongzi's terms, stating, I am weary. Let Bai Yujing discuss the particulars with you, as he now represents me fully. Bai Chen slowly turned, casting a glare at Bai Tianhao, commanding him, come here and assist me. The rest of you may disperse. The members of the Holy Dragon Sect promptly scattered, and Bai Tianhao expressed no dissent, hastily rushing over to support Bai Chen as he made his way into the sect. Bai Yujing, undeterred, offered a respectful bow to Yang Jian after Bai Chen had departed. I am Bai Yujing, and it is an honor to meet you, Yang Gongzi. Yang Jian also politely returned the gesture, and young master Bai reciprocated graciously. Bai Yujing smiled gently and invited young master Yang and the others to take a few steps back, so that he might extend his hospitality. Yang Jian, accompanied by others, arrived at the guest hall of the Sacred Dragon Sect in Bai Yujing. Bai Yujing personally served tea to each guest. During this time, Yang Jian and Bai Yujing engaged in lively conversation, exhibiting a camaraderie that suggested a long overdue reunion. The Sacred Dragon Sect decided to relocate to Spirit City, and Bai Yujing offered no objections. Instead, he collaborated with Yang Jian to meticulously finalize the details of the move. Once their discussions concluded, the Sacred Dragon Sect had prepared a lavish banquet. Bai Yujing graciously arranged seats for everyone, ultimately choosing to sit beside Yang Jian himself. Throughout the feast, Bai Yujing and Yang Jian continued their delightful exchange, leaving Ning Rong seated nearby, feeling utterly excluded and seething with frustration. Yang Jian certainly noticed the absence of Bai Chen and Bai Tianhao, as if Bai Yujing were indeed the true master of the Sacred Dragon Sect. However, he refrained from inquiring further, engaging Bai Yujing in a variety of light-hearted conversations, ranging from the state of the continent to mundane life matters, both appearing as intimate confidants. As a delightful banquet drew to a close and twilight descended, Bai Yujing personally arranged accommodations for the guests before taking his leave. Yang Jian observed Bai Yujing's meticulous hospitality, recognizing that this man was no ordinary figure. Yet, for the moment, he seemed devoid of malice, prompting Yang Jian to avoid overthinking and instead commence his monotonous cultivation. At the Sacred Dragon Sect, in the rear mountains, Bai Chen leaned on his cane, with Bai Tianhao trailing behind him as they ambled slowly. Elder, must we truly pledge our complete allegiance to the Spirit Hall? Bai Chen inquired, continuing his deliberate pace. It appears to be our only option. But how could the Spirit Hall regard our meager strength with any interest? Moreover, what will become of the Forbidden Grounds if we relocate? Bai Chen huffed in dissatisfaction. Were it not for your son Bai Yujing, I would never have allowed you to ascend to the position of sect master. Can't you think things through? Bai Tianhao offered a sheepish smile, hesitant to speak further. At that moment, Bai Yujing's silhouette appeared behind them. Master, father, he greeted. Bai Chen halted, questioning. What of Yang Jian? The disparity in Bai Chen's demeanor towards Bai Tianhao and Bai Yujing was stark, yet both Bai Tianhao and Bai Yujing seemed unperturbed, accepting the situation as natural. Bai Yujing responded respectfully, he is inscrutable. I cannot discern his strength, and his lips are tightly sealed. I have gleaned no useful intelligence. Bai Chen nodded, affirming, that is to be expected. It appears that Yang Jian is likely the next pope of the Spirit Hall. Maintain a good rapport with him. But remember to conceal any ulterior motives. I shall adhere to your teachings, Bai Yujing replied, though he cautiously inquired, Master, what are the Forbidden Grounds? Go ahead. I know you have waited long enough, Bai Chen replied with a resigned smile. Thank you, Master. Bai Yujing bowed before making his way deeper into the mountains. Once Bai Yujing departed, the smile faded from Bai Chen's face, replaced by a cold tone. What are you still doing here? Go arrange for the sect's relocation. Must I handle this trivial matter as well? After Bai Tianhao left, Bai Chen remained in place for a long while before collapsing to the ground, burying his aged face in the earth. When he finally lifted his head, tears streamed down his weathered cheeks as he grasped a handful of soil, cautiously bringing it to his lips. I, Bai Chen, am unworthy of the ancestors of the Sacred Dragon Sect. As night deepened, the cicadas outside continued their relentless serenade. A shadow stealthily entered Yang Jian's chamber, rousing him from slumber. Poison Elder, what news? He inquired. The visitor was none other than Douluo, who shook his head, reporting. I have detected no anomalies. Bai Tianhao is present within the Sacred Dragon Sect, yet I have not seen Bai Chen or Bai Yujing. Yang Jian replied calmly. As long as there are no anomalies, there is no need to concern ourselves with these matters. Please lend me your medicinal cauldron once more. Douluo retrieved the cauldron and placed it before Yang Jian, saying, Young Master Yang, you may keep this medicinal cauldron for your use. I have no need for it at this moment. Yang Jian rose to his feet, gently caressing the medicinal cauldron, which was indeed the very one he had used during his body forging session. It is evident that Douluo is quite generous, since there are no abnormalities present. Poison Elder, there is no need for you to continue your surveillance. You may return to rest for a while. However, Douluo retrieved a slender emerald serpent from his sleeve, saying, Young Master Yang, this little creature is called the nine-segmented emerald. I have nurtured it for many years, and its venom is formidable enough to challenge even the most resilient 10,000-year soul beasts. With a reluctant glance at the nine-segmented emerald, he handed it to Yang Jian, adding, What is even more remarkable is that after years of companionship, we have developed an almost telepathic bond. Young Master Yang, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, simply squeeze it, and I shall sense it immediately. Yang Jian, however, did not accept it. Why not bestow such a life-preserving item upon your granddaughter? Yin Yin will not encounter any danger in the Spirit Soul City, and this little creature is voraciously toxic. It instinctively absorbs any poison in its vicinity. Yin Yin's poison attribute spirit will be affected by it, thereby diminishing her cultivation speed. Young Master Yang, since your spirit does not possess a poison attribute, you need not worry about this aspect. Given this, Yang Jian graciously accepted the nine-segmented jade, feeling its surface smooth as jade, and he did not fidget. Displaying a demeanor of utmost propriety, Douluo advised that this little creature does not require frequent feeding. A meal every month will suffice. Although it necessitates a relatively high-quality toxin. Young Master Yang, you may provide me with it when the time comes, and I shall feed it. Yang Jian expressed his gratitude sincerely. Douluo, having said all he needed, waved his hand and departed, secretly lamenting the loss of two precious treasures. Once Douluo had left, Yang Jian began to examine the nine-segmented jade closely. Measuring merely the length of a palm, it appeared quite small and exquisitely crafted. Coiling in his hand as the little serpent eyes gazed up at him. This creature resembled not a spirit beast, but bore some likeness to the Gu of the Three Realms. As a disciple of the Jade Ding True Man, one of the 12 golden immortals of Taoism, Yang Jian had a broad range of knowledge. He considered the possibility of nurturing this little creature. Yet he recognized that pressing matters to precedence. Thus, he casually tucked the nine-segmented jade into his pocket. Yang Jian began to extract various medicinal herbs from the soul-guiding device, all of which were harvested from the Eye of Ice and Fire. Having promised Bai Chen that he would extend his life by 20 years, Yang Jian was determined to fulfill this vow. Compared to the rudimentary methods of Gu manipulation, the art of alchemy was far more familiar to him. However, it appeared that the Douluo Continent lacked the techniques for concocting true elixirs. Even the life elixir bestowed upon Yang Jian by the elder Lingyu of the Spirit Hall, despite being referred to as a pill, was merely a pure embodiment of life force, rather than a true alchemical creation. Yang Jian retrieved only a modest quantity of medicinal herbs, mere handfuls, and none of them could be deemed as celestial plants. Without hesitation, he cast these herbs into the cauldron. He commenced channeling his soul power to dissolve the herbs. And once they had fully melted into a viscous liquid within the cauldron, he ceased to exert his soul energy. In his hand appeared the three-pronged, double-edged blade. Yang Jian deftly sliced his left wrist with the three-pronged dual blade, effortlessly breaking the skin under his command. Blood, shimmering with an otherworldly hue, dripped from his wrist into the medicinal cauldron. The elixir for extending life is not easily concocted. The herbs merely serve a marginal supportive role, while the true essence of the potion lies in Yang Jian's blood. Having achieved the first transformation of the 8-9 mysteries, Yang Jian's physique has begun to transcend the mundane. Coupled with the nourishment of several celestial herbs, his body has become the finest spiritual medicine, particularly the aura within his blood, which is exceptionally pure. Yang Jian sheathed his three-pointed double-edged glaive, his wrist still dripping blood slowly. Only when the crimson liquid had completely submerged the pool of fluid within the medicinal cauldron did he withdraw his arm. Under his precise control, the wound on his wrist vanished within the blink of an eye. Yang Jian resumed his manipulation of the liquid within the medicinal cauldron using his spiritual energy. As the volume of the liquid diminished, it became increasingly viscous, ultimately coalescing into a pill the size of a longan, resplendent in a pale golden hue. Yang Jian retrieved a jade box containing medicinal herbs. Instead of using his hands to take the elixir, he directly drew it into the jade box with his soul power, and then instantaneously retracted it into his soul guide device. Yang Jian cast a glance at the sky outside, where the bright moon hung high, and realizing that dawn was still far off, he retrieved several medicinal herbs from the soul guiding device, tossing them into the cauldron. The quantity of herbs this time far exceeded that of the last, with several nearing the level of celestial flora. After discarding all the herbs into the cauldron, Yang Jian produced several water flasks from the soul guiding device, pouring water until it reached 2/3 of the cauldron's height before ceasing. He then began to heat the cauldron with his soul energy. This time, the herbs did not dissolve. Instead, they floated as if being simmered in a broth. Soon, a wave of enchanting fragrance wafted through the air, and the water within the cauldron had transformed into a deep ebony hue, rendering the herbs invisible. Yang Jian observed that the moment was nearly ripe, so he retrieved the 9-section emerald from his pocket. In his grasp, the 9-section emerald coiled into a small mass. Appearing somewhat timid, with its tiny serpent-like eyes blinking adorably. It is hard to believe that such an innocuous little trinket could possess the lethal potency to vanquish a soul beast that had existed for millennia. Yang Jian flashed a faint smile at the 9-section emerald viper before swiftly tossing it into the medicinal cauldron. The inky black liquid within was boiling furiously. The viper's frail body couldn't withstand such extreme heat initially, thrashing violently upon immersion. Yet soon its movement stilled, as if discovering paradise, for this was poison. Its most cherished sustenance. Indeed, most ingredients Yang Jian had selected were lethally toxic, with only a few supplementary herbs to enhance potency and fusion. To the serpent, these toxins were veritable nourishment. But Yang Jian's purpose wasn't merely feeding the creature, he was refining a goo. Before long, the viper's body began convulsing within the seething liquid. The toxins proved too concentrated, too potent, far exceeding its limits of endurance. Yang Jian had anticipated this moment. He summoned the three-pronged double-edged blade once more, and with a swift stroke of his wrist, blood fell precisely upon the body of the 9-section emerald. The blood of Yang Jian merged directly with the body of the 9-section jade, bringing a slight improvement to its condition. Though its body continued to tremble uncontrollably as various toxins surged within. From this point onward, it would be left to the 9-section jade to endure. For the practice of the goo technique inherently carries risks. However, Yang Jian had managed to minimize those risks to the greatest extent possible. At the very least, should the situation take a turn for the worse, Yang Jian would abandon the practice to rescue the 9-section jade. Especially considering it was a gift from the esteemed Douluo, how unfortunate it would be to let such a treasure perish so easily. Fortunately, the 9-section jade did not disappoint Yang Jian's expectations. The wound on his wrist continued to bleed, with the blood mingling with the toxins within the 9-section jade's body, causing the liquid in the cauldron to gradually lighten in color. Once the liquid became utterly clear, the 9-section jade, filled with excitement, leaped from the cauldron onto Yang Jian's shoulder, affectionately rubbing its serpent head against his neck. Through this experience, Yang Jian had established a profound connection with the 9-section jade, resulting in a remarkable closeness. However, the bond between the 9-section jade and Douluo was undoubtedly severed. There are both advantages and disadvantages to this. While the warning function was lost, the 9-section jade exhibited significant advancements in both toxin resistance and physical strength, making it all the more adept in Yang Jian's hands. Yang Jian grasped the 9-section jade firmly in his hand. The jade now shimmered with an even more vibrant emerald hue, resembling a small serpent meticulously carved from genuine jade. However, the body of the 9-section jade appeared somewhat swollen, creating an impression of imbalance. This was a consequence of having absorbed an excessive amount of energy in a short span, but it would soon return to its harmonious state. Yang Jian casually tossed the 9-section jade onto the bed, allowing it to entertain itself without disturbing him. Yang Jian took out a medicinal herb, chewed it, and swallowed it. The significant loss of blood from 2 consecutive instances had taken a toll on him. After consuming the herb, Yang Jian resumed his cultivation. The next morning in the forbidden area, Yang Jian and his companions would stay at the Holy Dragon sect for a few days until the sect began its relocation. Thus, even as dawn broke, Yang Jian remained engrossed in his cultivation. After consuming the medicinal herb that replenished his blood, coupled with a night of diligent practice, he had fully recovered. Seated cross-legged on his bed, Yang Jian immersed himself in his exercises while the 9-sectioned emerald coiled upon his legs, peacefully slumbering. Yang Jian, are you awake? Ning Yuan's voice called from outside the door. Yang Jian sensed that Ning Yuan must have something important to discuss, so he ceased his cultivation, casually placing the sleeping 9-sectioned jade into his pocket before heading to open the door for Ning Yuan. What is it? Yang Jian inquired, opening the door and tilting his body slightly. News from the Martial Soul Palace. Ning Yuan replied as he entered the room and casually chose a chair to sit in. After Yang Jian closed the door securely, he too took a seat beside Ning Yuan. What news? The mission has been cancelled. The Windsword sect's base is now deserted, having long since evacuated. Furthermore, the main forces of the White Tiger sect have consolidated within the Star Luo Imperial City. Yang Jian furrowed his brow slightly. Has news of our mission been leaked? It seems unlikely. The Windsword sect may have received orders from the Extreme Gate, especially given that His Holiness the Pope has made his stance towards the Extreme Gate quite apparent. As for the White Tiger sect, their motives remain unclear. A message has arrived from His Holiness, instructing us to return to Soul City alongside the members of the Sacred Dragon sect, and we must act swiftly. Tangshan and the group from the Holy Spirit Church have yet to reveal their whereabouts. If we were to encounter them, we would be utterly powerless to resist. Yang Jian processed the information before inquiring why the news had reached her. Ning Yuan, with a sense of helplessness, shrugged her shoulders, explaining that it was indeed her people from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect who had conveyed the message. Yang Jian nodded, instructing everyone to be prepared for a swift departure. I will consult Bai Chen for a moment. Very well, but do not forget to bring Douluo. Ning Yuan reminded Yang Jian with a tinge of concern as he prepared to leave. Yang Jian casually agreed, but after Ning Yuan departed, he made sure not to disturb anyone. Upon stepping outside the door, Yang Jian intercepted a disciple of the Sacred Dragon sect. Where can I find your sect leader? The disciple, upon recognizing Yang Jian, immediately bowed respectfully and replied, young Master Yang. Our sect leader should currently be in the conference hall. Would you like me to escort you there? Yang Jian nodded slightly, and the disciple refrained from further conversation, respectfully leading the way for him. The two traversed half of the sacred dragon sect's residence before halting before a modest hall. Young Master Yang, please wait a moment while I go inside to announce your arrival. Yang Jian nodded slightly. The disciple then entered the grand hall. And it wasn't long before Bai Tianhao emerged alone. What brings you here? Bai Tianhao remarked with an expression as if he had swallowed a fly, clearly displeased by Yang Jian's presence. Yang Jian spoke softly, take me to meet Bai Chen. Bai Tianhao furrowed his brow. The Grand Elder is currently occupied and may not be available. I have brought something to extend his life. If it is unwanted, then so be it. Yang Jian feigned turning to leave. Bai Tianhao hastily grasped Yang Jian's arm, displaying a conflicted expression, indicating that his claim of Bai Chen's unavailability might not merely be an excuse. Could it perhaps wait a little longer? Yang Jian shook his head and jested. That item loses its efficacy if delayed. Within the span of an hour, it can extend his life by 20 years. However, after that hour passes, with each tick of the clock, a year will be deducted from its effect. When that item becomes ineffective, do not blame me for not keeping my promise. You can only blame your procrastination, or perhaps you genuinely wish for Bai Chen to perish sooner, so you can seize complete control over the Holy Dragon sect. Bai Tianhao was on the verge of losing his temper, but recalled Bai Chen's admonition, suppressing his anger. How could I possibly be that kind of person? Follow me. I shall take you to meet the Supreme Elder. Yang Jian followed closely behind Bai Tianhao and inquired nonchalantly. How are the preparations for your sacred dragon sect's relocation coming along? Although Bai Tianhao harbored some resentment towards Yang Jian, he still responded earnestly. It should take a few more days. Relocating the entire sect is not as simple as you might think. Please expedite the process, Yang Jian urged. Bai Tianhao merely shrugged, offering no reply. The two fell into a silence as they exited the premises of the sacred dragon sect. Once they entered the forest, Bai Tianhao did not slow his pace. However, Yang Jian, while hastening his steps, remained vigilant of his surroundings, causing his speed to slightly diminish. Bai Tianhao noticed this and, with urgency, exclaimed, hurry up. What if the effect of that thing wears off? Yang Jian raised an eyebrow, amused that his casual fabrication was taken to heart by the other. However, he refrained from offering an explanation and silently quickened his pace. After traversing several hills, a massive stone wall loomed before them, beneath which lay an inclined entrance, its diameter no less than 5 or 6 meters, extending into an abyss. Bai Tianhao furrowed his brow in discontent, declaring, this is the forbidden area of our sacred dragon sect. Do not gaze recklessly, stay here and do not wander off. Yang Jian nodded slightly, while Bai Tianhao slowly approached the cave, glancing back at Yang Jian several times, as if fearing that Yang Jian might steal a glance. Yang Jian turned his head away helplessly. As Bai Tianhao completely disappeared into the cave entrance, Yang Jian remained motionless, silently waiting where he stood. He didn't have to wait long before Bai Tianhao emerged, supporting Bai Chen as they walked out slowly. Before Bai Chen even reached him, his voice carried forward. May I inquire as to what urgent matter brings young Master Yang to seek me out? Yang Jian cast a glance at Bai Tianhao, harboring certain inquiries. Bai Chen shrugged off Bai Tianhao's assistance, questioning his presence, urging him to swiftly organize the personnel for the relocation and not keep young Master Yang waiting. Bai Tianhao hurriedly departed, not daring to cast a glance at Bai Chen, evidently having endured a severe reprimand within the cave. Once Bai Tianhao had left, Bai Chen's demeanor transformed instantly, adopting a cordial tone as he inquired, young Master Yang, might you be interested in accompanying me into the cave for a glimpse? Yang Jian raised an eyebrow slightly, pondering whether this was not the sacred site of the Holy Dragon sect, and whether such actions were inappropriate. Bai Chen chuckled self-deprecatingly, remarking that there was no longer any sacred ground. The Holy Dragon sect had long since fallen into decline. Decline may not be the right term, for the Holy Dragon sect still ranks first among the lower 4 sects, and aside from the upper 3 sects, how many factions could genuinely rival the Holy Dragon sect in the open? Bai Chen slowly turned, and Yang Jian understood that Bai Chen intended to reveal some of his background, so he followed suit. Bai Chen, leaning on his cane, gradually made his way into the cave, with Yang Jian trailing behind. Bai Chen's voice echoed from ahead, young Master Yang, are you aware of why our Holy Dragon sect is named as such? Is it not somewhat presumptuous for a mere Earth Dragon martial spirit to bear the title of Holy Dragon sect? Yang Jian remained silent, while Bai Chen seemed intent on speaking, his voice resonating continuously. In truth, the history of my sacred dragon sect may well predate that of the Spirit Hall. For over 10,000 years, the sacred dragon sect has retained its name. Our lineage of martial souls extends far beyond the mere white-armored Earth Dragon. At the zenith of our power, nearly 90% of Dragon Soul Masters on the continent were disciples of the sacred dragon sect. The number of dragon martial souls passed down through our sect is countless. We possess no fewer than 9 core lineage martial souls, each one a paragon of supreme martial spirits, with the exceptional among them achieving the pinnacle of excellence with relative ease. Meanwhile, the white-armored Earth Dragon is but an inconspicuous offshoot of the sacred dragon sect. It was not until the calamity befell our sect that we faced a near-total bloodbath, with only a handful of survivors remaining. My ancestor from this lineage was among the fortunate few who managed to escape that disaster. Since then, the formidable dragon martial souls have either lost their inheritance or wandered astray, leading to the complete decline of the sacred dragon sect, which now clings to its reputation solely through the laughable white-armored earth dragon martial soul. As he recounted this, Bai Chen paused, his expression laden with sorrow, and a glimmer of tears shimmered in his eyes. Yang Jian furrowed his brow slightly, yet he felt little resonance with the situation. In fact, he perceived an oddity in Bai Chen's condition. According to his account, these were merely ancient tales from long ago. Bai Chen had not personally experienced these events. How could one feel such profound sorrow merely from hearing of their ancestors' tragedies? The sacred dragon tomb was not shrouded in darkness. The walls of the passage emitted a subtle crimson glow, and Yang Jian silently followed behind Bai Chen, the two of them proceeding at a measured pace. Bai Chen did not remain silent for long. He coughed gently a few times, causing the young master to chuckle. It is only natural for sorrow to arise from within. What is there to jest about? Yang Jian sensed an incongruity but chose not to reveal it. Ever since they had entered this cavern, there seemed to be an intangible presence influencing their emotions, evoking an involuntary sense of melancholy, as if one were sharing in another's grief. Bai Chen halted his steps, inquiring into the urgency that compelled the young master to seek him out. Yang Jian squinted slightly, expressing that he merely wished to inquire about a few matters from the esteemed elder. However, it now appeared that you, Elder Bai, had more pressing matters to discuss with me. Bai Chen slowly turned around, his murky old eyes locking onto Yang Jian's gaze. Yang Jian did not shy away, and it seemed that Bai Chen discerned something in Yang Jian's eyes, prompting a smile of contentment. I wish to engage in a private transaction with young Master Yang. Yang Jian inquired with keen interest. What kind of transaction? However, Bai Chen chose not to respond, continuing deeper into the cave, prompting Yang Jian to follow closely. Despite their prolonged journey, the cave's diameter showed no signs of narrowing. Rather, it appeared to have expanded slightly. Bai Chen's voice echoed once more. This forbidden area has existed since the inception of the sacred dragon sect. One could even say the sect was founded because of this place. Its true name is the Sacred Dragon Tomb. During the zenith of our sect, only the designated holy sons of each generation were permitted entry. And within lie countless dragon remains. A note of inexplicable sentiment colored Bai Chen's tone as he halted, turning slightly as if to allow Yang Jian a better view. Even without evasion, Yang Jian beheld the end of the passage. Ahead lay an expansive chamber, stretching endlessly before them. The ground was strewn with bones, dragon bones, ranging from those as Yang Jian has already revealed his 100,000-year soul ring in the competition. With so many spectators present, it is impossible to keep such news concealed. It is only natural that Bai Chen is aware of it. Yang Jian's divine eye upon his forehead had manifested, revealing itself without concealing Bai Chen. Given Bai Chen's strength, should he wish to investigate, it would be futile to hide. Thus, it was far more prudent to display it openly. Upon witnessing the vertical pupil on Yang Jian's forehead, Bai Chen was indeed taken aback, yet he refrained from inquiring further. Yang Jian did not respond to Bai Chen immediately. Instead, he activated his divine sight to gaze into the expanse ahead. Bai Chen's words were not unfounded. Indeed, the dragon bones here harbored formidable power. However, even with his divine perception, Yang Jian could not discern the limits of this space, as a distant crimson mist continued to shroud the surroundings. Yang Jian retracted his divine gaze and spoke with a calm demeanor. Isn't the dragon's blood here already desiccated? Bai Chen smiled and gently shook his head. There is no need for young Master Yang to concern himself with that. I merely wish to ascertain whether you have any interest. Yang Jian understood that the so-called bathing in dragon's blood was Bai Chen's bargaining chip, so he ceased further inquiries and calmly asked, Then what do you require of me? Dealing with intelligent individuals is truly effortless. The old man then spoke candidly. I hope that if young Master Yang ascends to the position of Pope in the future, you will assist Yu Jing in restoring the former glory of the Holy Dragon sect. Yang Jian furrowed his brow slightly, inquiring about the brilliance to which you refer. Bai Chen appeared to have already envisioned that day, his voice tinged with excitement. The Dragon Soul Masters of the continent shall be wholly under the aegis of my sacred dragon sect, allowing it to reclaim its status as the foremost sect on the continent. Seemingly aware of his own indiscretion, Bai Chen hastily added that, of course, the sacred dragon sect would still remain steadfastly loyal to young Master Yang. Yang Jian raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself that this fellow possessed quite the audacity to make such bold claims. Without hesitation, he refused. Elder Bai, don't you find your bargaining chips rather meager? A transaction naturally requires mutual satisfaction between both parties. To exchange merely a so-called dragon blood baptism for the continent's foremost sect, Elder Bai, you truly dare to speak such words. Bai Chen remained utterly unperturbed by Yang Jian's remarks and continued calmly, Young Master Yang, perhaps you are unaware of the true significance behind the dragon blood baptism I mentioned. This is no ordinary dragon's blood. After undergoing the ritual, over 90% of participants witness their martial souls ascending an entire tier. Moreover, should one inherit the dragon lineage, the physical constitution of the soul master would experience dramatic enhancement, with substantial probability of obtaining soul bones as well. These all represent monumental improvements to one's personal prowess. What young Master Yang needs to accomplish is simply the nurturing of a faction. Furthermore, this old man guarantees the sacred dragon sect's absolute loyalty to you. Yang Jian shook his head, remarking that the stakes were rather low, and the notion of the continent's foremost sect was unrealistic. The Spirit Hall had already consented to designate the body sect as the guardian deity sect. Bai Chen, merely through the term guardian, had gleaned the Spirit Hall's machinations. A conscious leak of information from Yang Jian, Bai Chen did not pursue the matter further, stating that it was perhaps premature for young Master Yang to act in such a manner and suggested they accompany him. As soon as Bai Chen's words fell, he leaped directly from the cave entrance to the ground below, and Yang Jian, without hesitation, followed suit. The dark red soil appeared exceptionally soft. Despite Yang Jian's deliberate attempt to restrain his strength, he still left 2 distinct footprints. Bai Chen glanced back at Yang Jian, signaling him to keep pace, and did not utter another word as he navigated around the dragon bones with measured steps. Upon passing a comp, Yang Jian nodded thoughtfully, refraining from casting his gaze about aimlessly, and silently followed Bai Chen's figure. They traversed through hundreds of dragon bones. It is worth noting that these were merely the bones arranged in a straight line. Along the way, Yang Jian discovered 5 or 6 soul bones, among which the finest appeared to be nearly 100,000 years old. At last, Bai Chen came to a halt, exuding an unusual vitality in this location. Unlike the shaky demeanor he exhibited when being supported by others outside, here he seemed invigorated. The two stood before a colossal dragon bone, the fallen skeleton towering at least 100 meters high, rendering them minuscule in comparison. "Follow me," Bai Chen beckoned, leading the way through the gap between the enormous dragon bone and the ground. Though referred to as a gap, it was sufficiently spacious for the two of them to navigate from the head of the dragon bone to its abdomen. The massive ribs formed towering pillars, enclosing a vast open space, at the center of which lay a square blood pool approximately 10 meters across. In the blood pool sat a figure in meditation. Revealing only a head, it was Bai Yujing. His eyes were tightly shut, and his expression was one of agony, as if he were enduring tremendous suffering. Bai Chen did not approach the blood pool too closely, halting more than 10 meters away. "Young Master Yang, you may observe closely, but do not draw near. Once Yujing concludes, you may commence." Yang Jian remained silent as his divine third eye manifested upon his forehead once more. Through its gaze, he discerned that the dragon blood had been diluted, likely containing mostly the essence of 10,000-year draconic spirit beasts. Yet beneath this sanguine pool lay the colossal spinal column of an ancient dragon skeleton, its age immeasurable but still pulsating with a peculiar energy that Yang Jian instantly recognized. This was divine power, a force that only manifested in beings who had completely transcended mortality or in born celestial beasts. As this sacred energy infused the diluted dragon blood, even the most ordinary drops were elevated into something extraordinary. Bathed in this potent essence, Bai Yujing's body and martial soul underwent a gradual metamorphosis. However, Yang Jian could not gauge the limits of Bai Yujing's physical endurance nor predict how much he would ultimately absorb. Regardless, the true prize lay in what remained. With the sacred dragon sect's current method of utilization, this blood pool could endure for another century. The transaction was worthwhile. Yang Jian coveted this power. With it, his 72 transformations could ascend to new heights. Moreover, Bai Chen had claimed this energy could evolve a dragon-type martial soul. The true form of Yang Jian's three-pointed, double-edged glaive was the three-headed hydra, a draconic entity, though he held no illusions of the weapon evolving. Perhaps this power could reawaken the hydra's consciousness, if such a consciousness still lingered at all. "This deal can be made," Yang Jian stated, his tone as unreadable as ever. However, the terms require adjustment. Bai Chen regarded him with surprise. He had expected Yang Jian's interest only after witnessing Bai Yujing's martial soul evolve. Yet the latter had acquiesced far sooner than anticipated. "Young Master Yang, please elaborate." Yang Jian nodded and said, "I can assist the sacred dragon sect in its development. However, becoming the foremost sect on the continent is indeed somewhat unrealistic. Let us agree that during the peak period of the sacred dragon sect, I can ensure that 90% of the dragon soul masters across the continent join our ranks. Nevertheless, I will require the use of this blood pool for a certain duration, so do not lament when the time comes." Bai Chen's mind raced with possibilities, and he furrowed his brow as he inquired, "Young Master Yang, what do you mean by use? Are you referring to yourself alone? Or do you intend to bring others along as well?" Yang Jian's lips curled slightly as he remarked, "I'll use it alone. By the way, there's this little thing. I'll let it have a sip. Bai Lao, you don't mind, do you?" Yang Jian, as he spoke, retrieved the 9-section jade from his pocket. The jade appeared to be still in a state of slumber, groggily glancing at Yang Jian before wrapping itself around his finger and closing its eyes once more. Having absorbed an excess of energy the previous night, it was quite normal for the 9-section jade to be in a state of lethargy. Thus, Yang Jian chose not to disturb its slumber, knowing it would awaken naturally once they exited the blood pool. The benefits of dragon's blood for the 9-section jade were considerable, serving both to refine and nurture. The previous night could be regarded as a harmonious blend of refinement and nurturing, while the consumption of dragon's blood for the jade was purely a nurturing experience. Bai Chen observed Yang Jian's finger with a hint of surprise, questioning, "What is this?" Yang Jian smiled faintly. After all, it was merely a small pet. Within the blood pool, it is advisable for one to enter only once, as repeated entries not only yield significantly diminished effects but also impose greater strain on the body. Young Master Yang Jian should indeed enter just once. As for your little pet, it must be handled with utmost caution. The power contained within the dragon's blood is beyond the capacity of ordinary creatures to absorb, and there exists a considerable risk of being overwhelmed. Yang Jian nodded and inquired, so, once I enter, it matters not how long I remain? Indeed, that is the case, came the reply. It is entirely upon reaching one's limits that one must withdraw, and there exists no specific time constraint. However, young master, it would be prudent to act within your capabilities. Throughout history, many have perished due to the reckless overexertion of their strength. Moderation is the key. Once one surpasses their limits, what was once a remedy may transform into poison. It is essential that you, young master, discern the delicate balance for yourself. Yang Jian nodded, acknowledging the situation. Since that is the case, I have no further inquiries. What about you, Elder Bai? Young Master Yang stated. The elder replied, I have taken note of your words, young master. I concur with your terms. Please allow me a moment. Yu Jing should be arriving shortly. Yang Jian nodded slightly. Within the blood pool, Bai Yujing's expression had grown even more ferocious, his brows tightly furrowed. 6 soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, slowly rose from Bai Yujing's body. To think Bai Yujing was actually a soul emperor. According to Bai Chun, one would only undergo the dragon blood baptism at the age of 20. This meant Bai Yujing's talent was on par with the top geniuses of this tournament. Yet, Bai Yujing had not participated in the competition. Bai Chen had hidden him well indeed. As the 6 soul rings manifested, a colossal white phantom emerged behind Bai Yujing, a serpent's body, a lion's tail, eagle's talons, ox's ears, and a single horn upon its head. Its scales gleamed as if forged from pristine white jade. Yang Jian's pupils constricted. He was astonished to find a white serpent on the verge of transforming into a dragon. He softly inquired, is that ethereal figure the martial soul of young Master Bai? Bai Chen did not respond immediately, seemingly taken aback by the apparition. After a moment, his voice, tinged with a hint of disarray, emerged. It has succeeded. The white jade serpent, indeed, it is the white jade serpent. One of the 9 ancestral martial souls of our sacred dragon sect has manifested. Heaven bless our sacred dragon sect. Heaven bless us. The white serpent's ethereal form coiled around Bai Yujing's body, appearing almost sentient as it let out a silent, heavenly roar. In response to this spectral serpent, the crimson mist enveloping the surroundings began to surge wildly, while not far away, a dragon skeleton began to emit a faint glow. Soon, another followed suit, and in total, 6 dragon bones radiated with light. However, 5 of them quickly ceased, leaving only one that continued to shine, growing increasingly blinding as the red mist enveloped it. Before long, the crimson fog formed a miniature vortex above Bai Yujing's head, revealing a human torso bone at its center, complete with a spine, ribs, and sternum, remarkably intact. This was none other than the most precious torso bone among the 6 conventional soul bones, its power unmistakably that of one exceeding 100,000 years in age. Upon witnessing the soul bone, Bai Chen involuntarily cast a Ji. Yang Jian responded with a gentle smile. Young Master Bai, I appreciate your courtesy. And I have yet to wish you success in your transformation. Congratulations to you in advance. Bai Chen coughed softly, interrupting their pleasantries. Now that Bai Yujing has emerged, young Master Yang, you may prepare to commence. Upon entering the blood pool, one will experience an intense stinging sensation upon the skin. This is entirely normal, and you must endure it. Once inside, it is advisable to quickly empty your mind. Should you hear any sounds, do not be alarmed, simply refrain from responding. When the transformation is complete, or if you sense a numbness in your body, you must exit promptly. Remember, do not push yourself too hard. Your safety, young Master Yang, is of utmost importance. Yang Jian nodded slightly, removed the soul guide from his person and placed it by the edge of the blood pool. Without hesitation, he descended into the crimson depths, step by measured step, until he reached the very center. There, he settled into a meditative posture, with only his head remaining above the surface of the dragon's blood. Upon first entering, the sensation had been mild, almost negligible. Yet the moment he assumed the cross-legged position, the pool seemed to come alive with a sudden fervor. The ancient dragon's essence surged against his entire being, its fiery currents washing over him with a tingling sting that, while noticeable, remained far from unbearable. Yang Jian summoned his 3-pointed double-edged spear with a swift motion, placing it beside him. The 9-sectioned emerald in his hand was roused by the dragon's blood, trembling slightly, as if intimidated. It swiftly coiled atop Yang Jian's head, only to be seized firmly by him and plunged into the blood pool. Drink this. It shall benefit you, Yang Jian's consciousness conveyed to the serpent. Though still hesitant, the 9-sectioned emerald began cautiously absorbing the dragon's blood. Beyond what it ingested, the potent essence further refined and transformed its very being. The 9-sectioned jade staff in Yang Jian's grasp slowed its movements, and its originally vibrant green hue began to dim slightly. After allowing the 9-sectioned jade to linger in the blood pool for a few moments longer, Yang Jian decisively cast the jade aside, where it lay unconscious, resting alongside his soul-guiding instruments. Once he had attended to the 9-sectioned jade, Yang Jian glanced at the trident blade, observing that it too was autonomously absorbing that peculiar energy. Yang Jian began to empty his mind as Bai Chen had instructed, simultaneously activating the 8-9 mysteries. Soon, the sensation of piercing pain intensified severfold. The combination of dragon blood body refinement and the cleansing power of divine essence felt akin to needles pricking the surface of his skin. However, Yang Jian displayed no change in his expression. Under the relentless impetus of the 8-9 mysteries, his skin flushed slightly. He could distinctly sense his progress in the 8-9 mysteries, its speed surpassing that achieved by the Eye of Ice and Fire. Beside the blood pool, Bai Chen and Bai Yujing engaged in conversation. Though Yang Jian could not hear them, Bai Yujing's expression grew subdued as she inquired, "Master, why must you allow him to be here?" Bai Chen fixated intently on Yang Jian within the blood pool, responding softly, "I have my own plans. After my demise, without a title Douluo to oversee the Holy Dragon sect, how can I find peace?" He lamented, "It is all due to the inadequacy of my disciple." Bai Chen shook his head, saying, "Do not belittle yourself. You are already exceptionally talented. What you lack is merely time. The ambitions of the Spirit Hall are considerable, and being tied to their chariot may prove to be both a blessing and a curse." Yang Jian had already spent 2 hours in the blood pool, and the water level was visibly lower. His skin had begun to pale noticeably. However, at this moment, Yang Jian's eyes were narrowed with intensity, and his brow was slightly furrowed. The divine energy seemed to be under the influence of some unknown presence, causing the rate at which Yang Jian absorbed it to diminish. Furthermore, the torment his physical form endured intensified significantly. "You are quite peculiar," a voice, or rather a consciousness, directly transmitted itself into Yang Jian's mind. Yang Jian found himself unable to discern the source of the mysterious voice, prompting a heightened sense of vigilance as his mastery of the 8-9 mysteries began to falter. "I harbor no ill intentions. You are indeed quite peculiar." The voice paused momentarily, seemingly in contemplation. To his own surprise, Yang Jian readily accepted the voice's claim of innocence. Yet he found himself at a loss for a suitable response. Consequently, he resumed his mental emptiness, simultaneously accelerating the flow of the 8-9 mysteries. Following this surge, the earlier sensation of slight obstruction vanished entirely, and the process of absorption felt remarkably effortless. He had ascended to level 56, a minor enhancement of soul power resulting in a swift elevation. However, just at that moment, the enigmatic voice resounded once more. "Are you prepared to face my trial?" "What trial?" Yang Jian pondered in silence, yet the voice offered no further explanation. Suddenly, a whirlpool formed around him at the center of the blood pool. Concurrently, a vortex of crimson mist coalesced above his head, descending upon him. It resembled a tornado, swirling incessantly around the small blood pool without any movement, completely enveloping Yang Jian's figure. Bai Yujing, observing from the side, felt perplexed. He had not encountered this phase during his own baptism. "Master, what is happening to Yang Jian?" Bai Chen slowly shook his head, choosing not to voice his thoughts. The crimson mist dissipated swiftly, yet Yang Jian, who had been seated in meditation, now lay at the bottom of the blood pool, invisible from the outside. Bai Chen's expression shifted dramatically. Should anything untoward befall Yang Jian here, the martial soul hall would undoubtedly seek retribution against the sacred dragon sect, compelling him to intervene. However, after taking only a few steps, he halted, as an imperceptible barrier seemed to obstruct his path. Simultaneously, a voice within Bai Chen's heart reassured him that Yang Jian was unharmed and urged him not to interfere. This voice possessed a peculiar power that easily swayed Bai Chen's conviction, although his countenance bore a hint of distress. He recalled a legend, one so extraordinary that even Bai Chen dared not fully believe it, a tale of a unique dragon spirit that had long safeguarded this space, patiently awaiting a worthy heir. Yang Jian may be receiving the inheritance of the dragon spirit. Yet Bai Chen cannot fathom why the dragon spirit would choose an outsider rather than a disciple of the sacred dragon sect. Historically, apart from the founder of the sacred dragon sect, no one has ever gained the dragon spirit's recognition. It is said that the founder may have ascended to divinity, and that ancestors' elevation is believed to be due to the very inheritance of the dragon spirit. This legacy is undeniably significant, possibly transcending time itself. Should a disciple of the sacred dragon sect obtain it, not only might they restore the former glory of the sect, but they could also become the preeminent force on the continent. If given the choice, Bai Chen would prefer this inheritance to remain dormant for a century, or even forever obscured from the light, rather than be claimed by another, especially by someone like Yang Jian. With this thought, Bai Chen let out a soft sigh. Yang Jian's status deterred him from harboring any ill intentions, and he could only hope that Yang Jian would lend his support to the sacred dragon sect in the future. Yang Jian found himself unable to perceive his own body, as if he had entered a peculiar realm, a domain shrouded in chaos. There was an absence of color, light, and even the concepts of direction and time seemed to dissolve. Yet, he sensed the presence of an entity before him, a humanoid figure whose visage remained elusive. "You are indeed exceptional. You possess the merit to inherit my legacy." "Then, who are you?" Yang Jian inquired, attempting to communicate with the shadowy figure. "I am but a wisp of lingering soul. Do not concern yourself with my origins. Simply understand that I can bestow upon you unimaginable power." Yang Jian did not respond, grappling with the notion of an unfathomable power. It is crucial to remember that the power he once possessed was beyond the imagination of this world. Suddenly, a figure placed a hand upon Yang Jian's head, and waves of spiritual energy began to surge into his consciousness. Within his mind, a colossal vertical eye gently opened. A silver radiance emanated from this eye, shattering the soul energies that flowed into his consciousness. In the depths of his mind, two small entities trembled in fear. The figure appeared to become increasingly ethereal, distancing itself from Yang Jian. Cursed be this force, he thought. The figure paused momentarily, its tone softening considerably, evoking an involuntary sense of trust. Child, do not resist. I am imparting a legacy to you. Is that so? A smirk crept upon Yang Jian's lips as a divine eye manifested upon his forehead, casting a silver beam directly at the figure. Simultaneously, a dragon's roar reverberated, and a massive shadow was seen consuming the figure whole, causing the very fabric of this space to shatter. Yang Jian opened his eyes. The final dragon's roar seemed somewhat familiar, yet he could not discern its origin. Yang Jian does not require any form of inheritance, and moreover, the figure may not genuinely be bestowing any legacy upon him. It is evident that the apparition harbors ulterior motives. Yang Jian is not accustomed to opening his sea of consciousness to others. As for the two diminutive entities within his sea of consciousness, they are entirely different matters. Yang Jian can exert complete control over them, and they are entirely unable to access the realm where crucial memories are stored within his sea of consciousness. Yang Jian remained reclined in the blood pool, not rising from his position, for he lay precisely upon the colossal spine of the dragon bone, devoid of any obstruction. A trickle of divine power was absorbed from the spine of the dragon bone by Yang Jian, causing the water level of the blood pool to gradually recede. With no unforeseen incidents occurring in the interim, Bai Chen and Bai Yujing continued to wait beside the blood pool for Yang Jian, who had already spent nearly a day within its depths. The water level had diminished by 1/3, and historical records indicated that the longest any saintly air had remained was no more than 10 hours. Bai Chen sighed for reasons unknown, prompting Bai Yujing to respond. You should return first. I fear the other members of the Martial Soul Palace may worry about Yang Jian. Please reassure them. Understood. With Bai Yujing's departure, Bai Chen remained motionless, his eyes shimmering with an unusual brilliance. Within the blood pool, the skeletal structure behind Yang Jian began to emit a faint glow, while the dragon bone spine that passed through the blood pool grew dim, appearing as though it might shatter at any moment. The crimson mist of this space began to stir once more, and the dragon bones began to radiate light. This time, nearly all the intact dragon bones glimmered, refusing to yield. The brilliance of colors illuminated the space. Upon witnessing this, Bai Chen's expression shifted dramatically. The illumination of the dragon bones signified their acknowledgement of Yang Jian, willing to bestow upon him their final essence, the soul bone. It is noteworthy that even Bai Yujing, with his prodigious talent, had only garnered the recognition of 6 dragon bones, yet now, nearly all the bones consented to one individual, a scene unprecedented in the annals of the Holy Dragon sect. Ultimately, even the immense dragon bone housing the blood pool began to emit a faint glow. Once this colossal bone illuminated, all the other dragon bones ceased their agitation. As if yielding to their sovereign, the massive dragon bone commenced a violent tremor, fissures appearing upon its surface, leading to its disintegration. The enormous bone shattered. Yet no fragments fell away, instead vanishing entirely. Yang Jian's spinal column had vanished, replaced by a single trunk bone that seamlessly fused into his body. The divine energy contained within the dragon bone was completely absorbed into Yang Jian's being. An overwhelming surge of power caused Yang Jian's expression to shift slightly as excruciating pain radiated from the depths of his marrow. It felt as though his bones were being ground into dust, with most of the residue expelled from his body, leaving only the most refined essence behind. This essence, combined with the divine energy in the trunk bone, gradually reconstructed his skeletal framework. Fortunately, this agonizing sensation did not last long. Soon, Yang Jian sensed that the soul bone had fully integrated, and the divine energy had been completely assimilated. The remaining dragon blood, though not as potent as the dragon bone's power, still contained pure energy, which Yang Jian did not waste. This time, Yang Jian absorbed the dragon blood at an astonishing speed. The blood pool visibly diminished, and within half an hour, it had completely dried up. Yang Jian rose to his feet. Bai Chen's pupils contracted slightly at the sight of the empty blood pool, though he showed no strong reaction. Yang Jian's soul power had now reached the 59th rank, and his mastery of the 8-9 mysteries had also advanced significantly. Most importantly, the majority of his bones had transcended their mortal limitations. However, even Yang Jian himself was uncertain of the exact age of the trunk bone he had fused with, though it granted him 2 formidable abilities. One thing was certain, the soul bone was of exceptional quality. Yet, Yang Jian did not dwell on it further. He approached the edge of the blood pool and retrieved some of his soul tools. The 9th-section jade serpent remained unconscious. Yang Jian glanced at it briefly, surmising that it might be undergoing a transformation, before casually tucking it into his pocket. Yang Jian approached Bai Chen, saying, Old Bai, I seem to have inadvertently depleted both the blood pool and the dragon bones. I sincerely apologize. Despite his words, there was an edge to Yang Jian's tone that betrayed no genuine remorse. Bai Chen furrowed his brow slightly and inquired, What do you mean by that, young Master Yang? Long Wanling, Yang Jian continued, Do you recall that name, Old Bai? It was indeed the name of the shadowy figure. It was not merely a dragon spirit but a person. When that individual was shattered within Yang Jian's consciousness, they left behind fragments of pure memories, which he could effortlessly access. Bai Chen's frown deepened. That is the name of the founding patriarch of our sacred dragon sect. How could you possibly know that? Young Master Yang? Yang Jian observed that Bai Chen's expression did not seem deceitful, so he refrained from further probing, regardless of whether Bai Chen was feigning Discussing it now served no purpose. Yang Jian offered an apologetic smile. It's nothing. I wonder if the absence of this dragon skeleton will have any impact here. Bai Chen didn't press the matter further, seemingly indifferent to the disappearance of both the dragon bones and the blood pool. Instead, he reminded him, young Master Yang, you've gained quite substantial benefits, haven't you? I trust you won't forget our agreement. Yang Jian retrieved the jade box containing the elixir from the soul guide device and presented it to Bai Chen. He made sure to emphasize, this is the item I promised you, capable of extending your lifespan by 20 years. Bai Chen had always assumed this was merely an excuse from Yang Jian. Even if it were true, he believed Yang Jian would not easily part with it. Yet, to his astonishment, before they even reached the Soul Master City, Yang Jian truly produced the item. Bai Chen's breaths quickened, and his hands trembled slightly as he accepted the jade box. Simply consume it directly. I wish to consult with Elder Bai on some matter shortly, so it would be best for you to take it promptly, Yang Jian advised. Bai Chen nodded and slowly opened the box to reveal a pale golden elixir. It appeared quite ordinary, devoid of any extraordinary features. Without hesitation, Bai Chen swallowed it, deciding that the truth of its efficacy would reveal itself in due course. He trusted that Yang Jian had no reason to harm him, based on Yang Jian's conduct. He was not the type to engage in self-destructive folly. The elixir dissolved instantly upon entering his mouth, requiring no assistance from Bai Chen's soul power. Its potency began to circulate throughout his body autonomously. Bai Chen felt a remarkable revival within his once decaying flesh, realizing that this elixir could potentially offer more than just an additional 20 years. The wrinkles on his face, though not entirely vanished, had significantly diminished, rendering him less fearsome in appearance, now resembling someone in their 60s or 70s. As he gradually moved his limbs, he sensed a newfound fluidity in his movements. His voice trembled with excitement as he expressed his gratitude. Thank you, young Master Yang. What an extraordinary elixir this is, truly miraculous. Yang Jian nodded with a smile. These are the secret treasures of our spirit hall, extremely limited in quantity. Even within the spirit hall, very few are aware of their existence. As it should be. As it should be, the elder replied. By the way, young Master Yang, you mentioned having questions for this old man. Please, speak freely without hesitation. Yang Jian nodded slightly. White Lao, having lived for so many years, you must possess considerable knowledge and experience. Bai Chen smiled gently. I cannot claim to be well-versed, but I have certainly heard of the significant events that have transpired over the past few centuries. Young Master Yang, please follow me. It would be rather improper to remain standing while we discuss matters. Bai Chen continued to lead the way, and in this space, aside from the absence of the colossal dragon skeleton, there were no other alterations. It seemed that the dragon skeleton was not the pivotal element of this realm, or perhaps not the only one. Bai Chen guided Yang Jian not away from this space, but to a quaint wooden cabin, where a stone table and several stone stools were situated outside. It appeared that Bai Chen resided here regularly. No wonder the spirit hall was unaware of his existence. It is worth noting that not only the lower 4 sects, but even the upper 3 sects had spies from the spirit hall. Young Master Yang, please take a seat while I prepare some tea for you. Yang Jian, unreserved, took a seat upon the stone bench. With a mere wave of his hand, Bai Chen summoned an entire tea set onto the table. Bai Chen commenced the meticulous process of brewing tea, delicate wisps of fragrant steam rising from the petite teapot, the aroma already enchanting even during the rinsing of the leaves. Once the tea was prepared, Bai Chen first poured a cup for Yang Jian and served himself. Before placing the teapot aside and settling into his own seat, Yang Jian, having immersed himself in the art of tea for over a century, could naturally discern that Bai Chen had indeed devoted considerable effort to the practice of tea. Yang Jian was observing Bai Chen as he brewed tea. Though it was not particularly pleasing to the eye, it exuded a certain carefree charm. After Bai Chen took his seat, Yang Jian spoke directly, cutting to the chase. Old Bai, you must have heard of Qian Douluo and Tang Shen, correct? Bai Chen nodded, his expression intricate. Indeed, I have. In fact, I am several generations their senior. Those two, or rather, the 3 of them, are the most extraordinary talents to have emerged in the past few centuries, defying the heavens. Yang Jian expressed his confusion. 3? Indeed, 3, came the reply. The third is named Poseidon. These 3 were born in the same era, overshadowing countless prodigies. It is astonishing that they have re-emerged as Limit Douluo. I have heard that last time it was Tang Chen's group that attacked the Spirit Hall. That seems quite reasonable, given Tang Chen's long-standing discord with Qian Douluo. What do you mean by that? Yang Jian inquired, unfamiliar with any of them. Ha ha, it all boils down to women. It was Poseidon, the one I mentioned, who caught the eye of both Tang Chen and Qian Douluo in their youth. Their rivalry nearly ignited a war between the Houghton sect and the Spirit Hall. I wonder where Poseidon is now, if she is still alive. She should have also become a Limit Douluo by now. Yang Jian furrowed his brow slightly, interrupting Bai Chen's words. Old Bai, what I primarily wish to ascertain is their prowess. How much do you know about this aspect? Bai Chen cast a peculiar glance at Yang Jian, lifted his teacup, took a sip, and then spoke slowly. At that time, I was over 100 years old and merely at level 93. The 3 of them, however, were around 50 years of age and had already ascended to the rank of title Douluo. I once had a contest with Tang Hao, who had just recently attained the title Douluo rank, and the outcome was, of course, my devastating defeat. Now, a century has passed, and it is evident that Tang Shen and Qian Daolu are limit Douluos, boasting soul power at level 99. In fact, it is possible that they are not ordinary limit Douluos. Some time ago, I heard about their battle. Their completely abnormal soul ring configuration could not possibly be what they absorbed. There is only one explanation, the legendary God-given soul rings. Furthermore, there have been long-standing rumors that the Spirit Hall possesses the legacy of the Angel God. I suspect that Qian Daolu has indeed acquired the inheritance of the Angel God. His strength undoubtedly surpasses that of an ordinary limit Douluo. The fact that Tang Shen could gain the upper hand in their confrontation suggests that he may have obtained an even more powerful divine inheritance. If one were to describe the strength of the two, one could only say that apart from each other, they are invincible on the continent. Yang Jian lifted his teacup, gently blowing a breath upon it, refraining from taking a sip. Instead, he inquired, "Old Bai, does this world harbor deities? How much do you truly understand about them?" Bai Chen slightly furrowed his brow and replied, "Deities? To be honest, my knowledge is rather limited, even in the records of my sacred dragon sect. There is scant information on this subject. However, there exists a legend that our sect's founding patriarch, the very dragon Wanling you mentioned, has ascended to divinity. Yet, if he has indeed become a god, why does he not safeguard our sacred dragon sect, allowing it to languish in decline?" Yang Jian, however, was acutely aware that Long Wanling had certainly not ascended to divinity. In fact, his last traces in this world had been irrevocably obliterated by Yang Jian not long ago. Bai Chen evidently harbored some dissatisfaction towards Long Wanling, as evidenced by his choice of address. Apart from him, it seemed that no one had attained godhood on the continent for millennia. Nevertheless, legend suggested that numerous divine lineages lingered within the realm. Yet, aside from the relatively credible angel of the martial soul hall, the other divine positions remained elusive and indistinct. It was uncertain where Tang Shen had discovered a legacy of divinity. There was little useful information to be gleaned, and it appeared that Bai Chen's understanding of the so-called gods was rather limited. If one were to pursue the inheritance of divine status, Yang Jian felt no significant upheaval within. In fact, there was a hint of reluctance. If inheriting another's divine position were the path taken, would there be any room for ascension? The conspiracy of the divine sealing war lay precisely in this dilemma. Having not engaged in the so-called divine sealing in his previous life, Yang Jian was resolute in his decision not to seek any divine legacy in this lifetime. Yang Jian gently sipped the tea, which was initially quite bitter, devoid of the fragrant aroma that had just wafted through the air. However, as the liquid coursed down his throat, the bitterness gradually faded, replaced by a subtle sweetness that lingered on his palate. Such fine tea. I am grateful for the hospitality of the esteemed Bai. Bai Chen revealed a faint smile of satisfaction. You flatter me, young Master Yang. Is there anything else you wish to inquire? Matters of the divine are far beyond my grasp, and I fear I cannot provide you with any valuable insights. I hope you will forgive my limitations. Yang Jian gently shook his head. It is already quite useful. Bai Lao, how much do you know about the City of Slaughter and the Holy Spirit sect? Returning to the City of Slaughter, I indeed possess some knowledge. It serves as a prison for exceptionally heinous soul masters, where the use of soul power is strictly prohibited. Consequently, it has become a place for major powers to train their disciples in physical strength and combat techniques. Moreover, it is said that those who can attain the title of the King of Slaughter will be granted an extraordinarily practical domain, the domain of slaughter. One must recognize that only the most exceptional geniuses can acquire a domain before becoming a title Douluo. The mere possession of a domain is sufficient to attract the eager pursuit of disciples from prominent factions. However, in the span of several decades, only a handful have managed to survive and emerge with a domain. As for the Holy Spirit sect, it was established nearly over a decade ago, primarily comprising soul masters with dark martial souls. Yet, in these years, they have surprisingly adhered to a strict code of conduct. They fervently absorb members, including some evil soul masters who have been placed on the Spirit Hall's wanted list, welcoming them without reservation. After joining the Holy Spirit sect, the Spirit Hall not only ceases its pursuit but also revokes the wanted status. With the passage of time, the power of the Holy Spirit sect has undeniably grown to rival that of the top 3 sects, yet they remain remarkably low-key. Even the previously bloodthirsty evil soul masters exhibit considerable restraint after joining the sect, leading to a somewhat improved overall environment across the continent. At this point, Bai Chen paused and turned to Yang Jian. Young Master Yang, I shall speak candidly. I hope you do not take offense. Yang Jian nodded slightly and said, Since I am the one seeking Elder Bai's counsel, please feel free to speak your mind without reservation. I suspect that the Holy Spirit sect may have been secretly supported by a high-ranking figure within your Spirit Hall, young Master Yang. Yet, during the Grand Tournament, they launched an attack against Spirit Hall itself. This leads me to believe there is a mastermind behind the Holy Spirit sect, orchestrating all of this, and it is highly possible that Tang Shen is the one pulling the strings. Yang Jian suspected the existence of a hidden force, yet he did not believe it to be Tang Shen. That day, Tang Shen's demeanor had been distinctly peculiar, and given his character, it was implausible that he would orchestrate a scheme spanning over a decade. Bai Chen did not pause, continuing with his discourse. The Holy Spirit sect was likely to form an alliance with the Extreme Gate, as indicated by Jin Fugui's demeanor on that day, compounded by the subordinate forces of the Extreme Gate. For the Spirit Hall, this would not be an adversary easily vanquished. The crux of the matter lay in the attitudes of the two great empires. Although their elite combat forces were limited, the presence of over 1 million elite soldiers, in conjunction with those specialized Soul Master task forces and Knight Orders, was sufficient to rival tens of thousands of lower-tier Soul Masters. The machinations of the Spirit Hall must remain concealed, at least for the time being. Otherwise, the various factions would swiftly unite against them, leaving the Spirit Hall besieged on all fronts. At this juncture, Bai Chen turned his gaze once more to Yang Jian. His words were entirely framed from the perspective of the Spirit Hall, reflecting Bai Chen's clear stance on the matter at hand. Yang Jian nodded and said, "The Martial Soul Hall has already taken these factors into consideration. However, once we take action, it won't remain concealed for long. Therefore, the Holy Dragon Sect must relocate as swiftly as possible. If exposed, they would become the primary target while isolated and without reinforcements." Bai Chen lifted his teacup but did not drink, instead inquiring, "Young Master Yang, do you have any other concerns?" Yang Jian also raised his teacup, drained it in one gulp, and smiled faintly, "No more. Elder Bai, won't you accompany me?" Bai Chen took a delicate sip of tea and remarked, "Young Master Yang, do you realize how long you've been immersed in the dragon's blood? You've remained in the blood pool for over 2 days. The Sacred Dragon Sect must have made their preparations by now, and your companions must be growing restless awaiting your return. If you delay any longer, they might suspect our sect of harboring ill intentions. Therefore, I must ask you to proceed ahead. I still have matters to attend to here, but I shall join you before your departure." Yang Jian set down his teacup, rose to his feet, and cast a profound glance at Bai Chen. "In that case, I shall await the esteemed Bai at the Sacred Dragon Sect. Young Master Yang, do you still remember the path you took here?" "Of course, I remember." "Then I kindly ask you to proceed with care. Farewell." Without hesitation, Yang Jian turned and departed, confident that Bai Chen would not act foolishly. Perhaps it was due to certain matters within this forbidden place that warranted his early dismissal. Yang Jian harbored no curiosity. After Yang Jian's departure, Bai Chen remained seated on the stone bench, motionless for an indeterminate time. Eventually, he let out a soft sigh, rising to his feet, causing the stone table and bench to shatter into fragments. As Bai Chen turned, the wooden cabin behind him collapsed instantaneously. Stepping away from the dragon bone plane, he leaped towards the cave's entrance, retrieving an object resembling a blend of jade and bone from his pocket. It measured the length of a middle finger but possessed a width of 3 fingers, adorned with intricate carvings that faintly revealed various formidable dragon souls. The object in Bai Chen's grasp began to emanate a pure white light, prompting the cave to constrict. Simultaneously, Bai Chen began to exit. And once he had completely stepped out, the vast cavern beneath the stone wall vanished. Carefully, Bai Chen tucked away the object, casting a lingering glance at the former entrance before departing slowly. Before Yang Jian could reach the headquarters of the Sacred Dragon Sect, he was spotted by a fellow soul saint. Most of the personnel he had brought along remained scattered throughout the various corners of the mountain range. This was precisely Yang Jian's strategic arrangement. Although he was certain that the upper echelons of the Sacred Dragon Sect were secure, it was equally plausible that spies from the Spirit Hall were present within the sect, as well as potential agents from other factions. While these other factions might not possess the same resources as the Spirit Hall to deploy spies extensively, it was prudent to remain vigilant and prevent any potential leaks of information. Upon seeing Yang Jian, the Soul Saint visibly relaxed, exclaiming, "Young Master Yang, where have you been these past few days? We have been quite worried." Yang Jian nonchalantly replied that he had undergone a trial in a secret realm of the Sacred Dragon Sect. He instructed to inform others to remain prepared for an evacuation, yet advised them not to lower their guard until a complete withdrawal was achieved. "Rest assured, Young Master Yang, with us keeping watch, not even a fly shall escape." Yang Jian nodded slightly, expressing his gratitude for their hard work. "Upon returning to the Wuhuan Palace, I shall personally commend you," he said. "I must take my leave now. Young Master Yang, travel safely." Upon returning alone to the Sacred Dragon Sect's headquarters, Yang Jian encountered Ning Rongrong, Ning Yuan, and Imo Tong. Among the group, only these 3, alongside Yang Jian, represented the younger generation. Bored, Ning Rongrong decided to invite Ning Yuan for a leisurely stroll, and with Ning Yuan's contemplative nature, she also summoned Imo Tong to join them. Thus, the 3 wandered together. It was only when Yang Jian spoke that the trio noticed his presence. Ning Rongrong was about to rush forward, but Yang Jian preemptively extended a hand to halt her approach, playfully admonishing her not to cause a commotion. "At last, you've returned," Ning Yuan remarked, her tone tinged with mild reproach. "Elder Douluo nearly caused an uproar at the Sacred Dragon Sect in your absence," Yang Jian helplessly remarked. "Some matters have caused a delay, and I apologize for the concern it has caused you. Brother Yang Jian, it is good to have you back. You should first pay a visit to Elder Douluo and Elder Hong," Imo Tong kindly suggested. Yang Jian nodded. "I shall proceed first. You all must remain prepared to depart at any moment, for we shall soon embark." In a moment of distraction, Ning Rongrong seized one of Yang Jian's arms, declaring, "Brother Yang Jian, I shall accompany you." Reluctant to release her grip, Ning Rongrong clung tightly, compelling Yang Jian to take her along. Thus, only Ning Yuan and Imo Tong remained behind. They exchanged smiles and strolled side by side. 97. Departure. Yang Jian arrived outside the room of Douluo and, with a hint of reluctance, addressed Ning Rongrong, who was still clinging to his arm. Perhaps it's time to let go. I assure you I won't flee. It would be inappropriate for Senior Douluo to witness this. Ning Rongrong, with a touch of pride, lifted her chin defiantly. What is there to fear? At that moment, Douluo seemed to have heard their commotion and opened the door. Upon seeing him, Ning Rongrong immediately released her grip on Yang Jian. Despite her bravado, she remained shy. As is often the case for young ladies, Douluo cleared his throat nonchalantly, choosing to overlook Ning Rongrong's little gesture. Young Master Yang, where have you been? You vanished for several days. Indeed, Ning Rongrong chimed in. You could have at least informed us beforehand. It left me quite worried about you. With a resigned smile, Yang Jian reflected on his recent training in a hidden realm of the Holy Dragon sect, losing track of time in the process. Douluo raised an eyebrow in confusion, inquiring, how come I have never heard of a hidden realm in the Holy Dragon sect? Perhaps it is well concealed. Yang Jian replied, Rong, you should return to your room first. I need to discuss a few matters with Elder Douluo. Although Ning Rongrong was reluctant, she recalled Ning Yuan's admonition to show Yang Jian respect in front of outsiders, to refrain from mischief, and to appear more mature, thereby earning Yang Jian's favor. All right. But do come find me later, she pouted, her unwillingness evident. Certainly, Yang Jian responded casually. Once Ning Rongrong had departed, Yang Jian entered the room with Douluo Old Poison. I would like to request your assistance with a matter. Speak freely, young Master Yang. I hope that on our way back, you might take a detour to retrieve 2 individuals from the Barton Kingdom, the Lord and Lady of True City, my parents. To be precise, please escort them to Wuhuan City for their safety. The continent is becoming increasingly unstable, and I worry for their well-being. Yang Jian spoke these words with an air of naturalness. Douluo could hardly fathom the nature of the parents who could raise a child like Yang Jian. Yet he certainly would not turn down such an opportunity to enhance his rapport. Rest assured, young Master Yang, I will ensure the safe passage of your esteemed parents to Wuhuan City. Yang Jian nodded slightly, expressed his gratitude once more, and then departed without further ado. He had no intention of meeting Hong Yi, as the latter was undoubtedly already aware of his return. Mo Tong's words were merely a formality. Not long after Yang Jian's return, Bai Chen also arrived. The preparations of the Sacred Dragon Sect had long been completed, and upon Bai Chen's return, they commenced their operations without delay. The entire Sacred Dragon Sect was divided into numerous small teams, each consisting of several dozen individuals, who dispersed in various directions towards the martial Soul City. The individuals brought by Yang Jian were also dispersed amongst several significant teams. Even Ning Rongrong preferred to separate from her companions, though naturally, they were accompanied by their own protectors. Yang Jian did not join them in their journey, but instead flew in the opposite direction alongside Bai Chen. Their destination was none other than the Sunset Forest. This time, Yang Jian intended to bring the Howling Celestial Hound to a Spirit Beast Forest closer to Spirit Hall City. Should war truly break out, the Sunset Forest near the Heaven Do Imperial capital would no longer be a place one could visit at will. With Yang Jian flying at full speed, they approached the Sunset Forest in just over 3 hours. Coincidentally, dusk was settling in, painting the scene with an appropriately poetic ambience. Yang Jian and Bai Chen descended directly at the edge of the Sunset Forest. Yang Jian furrowed his brow slightly, logically speaking. That foolish dog should have detected my presence long ago. Why has that silly creature not approached today? Yang Jian gave it little thought and led Bai Chen directly into the Sunset Forest. As they traversed the area, the soul beasts scattered in all directions, none daring to provoke the two. Yang Jian approached the twin yin-yang springs of ice and fire. Yet an unsettling realization dawned upon him. He could no longer sense the presence of his loyal companion, the Heavenly Hound. Yang Jian's countenance shifted slightly as he swiftly descended into the yin-yang spring of ice and fire. With a single sweeping glance across the clearly visible landscape of the dual-element spring, he confirmed the absence of his loyal companion, the Heavenly Hound. Yang Jian furrowed his brow slightly, his countenance not particularly pleasant. Bai Chen also leaped down from the eye of ice and fire, noticing the expression on Yang Jian's face, and inquired softly, "What troubles you, young Master Yang?" Yang Jian shook his head, remaining silent as he approached the edge of the spring. A large purple python emerged slowly from the water, seemingly recognizing Yang Jian and displaying no hostility. This purple python was none other than Zixuan. The descendant Yang Jian had promised to protect at the behest of the purple flood dragon. It appeared that the celestial hound had brought it back here directly, which would facilitate its care, yet now the celestial hound had mysteriously vanished. Yang Jian was aware that he could not communicate with the massive purple python, rendering his inquiries futile. However, the ancestral lineage of this majestic serpent resided within the depths of his consciousness. Yang Jian's consciousness delved into the sea of awareness, directly extracting the soul of the purple dragon. A serpent, measuring merely the length of an arm, emerged from Yang Jian's forehead. "Inquire about the whereabouts of your descendant, the howling celestial hound," he commanded. The purple dragon, perceiving the icy demeanor of Yang Jian, dared not disturb his brow, hastily drifting to the front of the large purple python. The python appeared to recognize the purple dragon, displaying a hint of excitement, emitting soft sounds. The purple dragon swiftly placed a claw upon the python's head, and thus began their peculiar communication. Bai Chen observed this extraordinary scene, The purple python was evidently a 10,000-year soul beast. It is well known that the territorial instinct of such ancient beings is exceedingly potent. Yet it displayed no hostility towards the two. Although the probability of harmonious coexistence between humans and soul beasts is exceedingly low, there do exist unique entities. Albeit those are typically soul beasts that have been tamed over decades or centuries. The prospect of taming a 10,000-year soul beast is nearly inconceivable. However, it was not merely the presence of the purple python that astonished Bai Chen, but the purple dragon that emerged from Yang Jian's forehead. He had neither encountered nor even heard of such a peculiar existence. The notion of a soul beast residing within a human's mind was unfathomable. This illustrates the misunderstanding of power in this world. The Douluo Continent predominantly values visible strength, with even mental prowess being employed only in the most rudimentary forms. As for soul power, it is scarcely known among the inhabitants of Douluo, let alone utilized. The exchange between the dragon and the python soon ceased. With the purple dragon floating before Yang Jian, Zixin remarked that recently, the howling celestial hound had seemingly gone mad, charging out of the sunset forest without warning. There was no time to dissuade it before it vanished completely. Do you know the exact time and direction? Yang Jian's expression remained inscrutable. The incident occurred approximately 6 days ago around noon. Heading southeast, Zixin responded. I followed the hound's tracks for a while, but it was far too swift. Upon reaching the edge of the forest, I had no choice but to turn back. The tracks left by the howling celestial hound should still be present. Yang Jian narrowed his eyes slightly. 6 days ago, wasn't that precisely the day of the finals? Combined with the southeastern direction, Yang Jian could confirm that the howling celestial hound had gone searching for him. At the speed of the howling celestial hound, even if it couldn't quite match flight, the difference would be negligible. Could it be that the hound had arrived at the spirit hall only after Yang Jian had left on his mission? At this thought, Yang Jian's expression darkened. The consequences of 100,000-year soul beast barging directly into Spirit City, he dared not dwell on it. Yang Jian directly retracted the purple flood dragon. Bai Lao, please assist in bringing this enormous python along. We shall head directly to the Spirit Soul City. I will take my leave first. After speaking, Yang Jian didn't wait for Bai Chen's response. He directly summoned the chaos wings and soared into the sky. Left behind, Bai Chen stood dumbfounded, recalling Yang Jian's instructions. His gaze fell upon the colossal purple serpent in the pond, and a shiver ran down his spine as he instinctively took a step back. Bai Chen had no intention of wasting time with a mere spirit beast. With a mere gesture of his right hand, a gargantuan white dragon's claw materialized, effortlessly seizing Zixin, no matter how violently the serpent writhed. The dragon's grasp remained unyielding. How could a mere 10,000-year spirit beast hope to break free from the restraint of a super Douluo? Clutching the massive serpent, Bai Chen likewise shot skyward, pursuing Yang Jian's trajectory. Despite carrying the enormous snake, his speed matched Yang Jian's without faltering. Yang Jian unleashed his ultimate speed for the first time, his chaotic wings thrumming with fervor behind him, as he streaked across the horizon like a shooting star. It even appeared as if the chaotic wings behind him were ablaze, yet Yang Jian remained completely unfazed. Yang Jian could hardly fathom what he would do if anything were to befall the celestial hound. The significance of the celestial hound to Yang Jian was truly unparalleled. Much like the unwavering loyalty that the hound demonstrated unto death for him, Yang Jian regards the howling celestial dog not merely as a mere canine companion. Rather, their relationship transcends that of master and servant, resembling brothers bound by the ties of life and death. Yet, Yang Jian remains steadfast in his composure. As he soars through the skies, the divine eye upon his forehead radiates brilliance, scanning the ground below, following the trail left by the howling celestial dog. Perhaps in its haste, the howling celestial dog did not conceal its path, charging ahead with unrestrained fervor, leaving a trail of uprooted trees and trampled grass in its wake. Bai Chen soon caught up with Yang Jian. As a seasoned super Douluo, his strength is indeed unfathomable, and even with a massive python in tow, he was not far behind. Young Master Yang, what has transpired that you are in such a hurry? Bai Chen's voice, conveyed through soul power, reached Yang Jian's ears as he matched his speed. Yang Jian shook his head slightly, yet remained silent. Maintaining such an extreme velocity left him no capacity for distraction. Bai Chen had no choice but to clutch the giant serpent and follow in Yang Jian's wake. The moment they crossed the border of the Heaven Do Empire, Yang Jian's pace slackened, not due to any depletion of his spiritual energy, but because the trail left by the howling celestial hound had abruptly vanished ahead. Yang Jian descended upon the spot where traces had vanished, retracting his wings upon his back. The divine eye at the center of his brow began to gather radiance, albeit at a languid pace. It is worth noting that during his previous attempts, the divine eye had emitted light instantaneously. This time, however, it seemed to be accumulating energy, growing ever brighter, while the surrounding void appeared to manifest numerous chains of varying hues, piercing towards the divine eye, yet failing to penetrate immediately. As if halted by the luminosity emanating from it, Bai Chen, unable to perceive these chains, could only witness the blinding glow radiating from Yang Jian's forehead. At that moment, the light from the divine eye gradually expanded, akin to a halo, extending outward until a certain range was achieved. Yang Jian then fixed his direction, directing the entirety of the light from the divine eye towards an empty expanse. As the brilliance shot forth, those chains plunged directly into Yang Jian's body. Yet no wounds materialized upon him. The divine eye dimmed instantaneously, closing shut, while a trickle of blood escaped the corner of Yang Jian's mouth. Strangely, his expression relaxed. For the figure of the howling celestial hound materialized before him, not the true creature, but a mere projection, visible solely to Yang Jian. As Yang Jian beheld the celestial hound abruptly halt its frenzied dash towards him, he seemed to exhale a sigh of relief. The hound's large, expressive eyes darted about, as if concocting some mischievous scheme. Subsequently, the celestial hound vigorously twitched its nose a few times before stealthily advancing in a particular direction, at which point its projection vanished. This was the remarkable ability of divine sight, the power of time reversal. Such a capability nearly defied the fundamental laws of this realm, and under Yang Jian's coercive influence. It was reluctantly summoned, however, he suffered immense backlash as a consequence, although a mere trickle of blood graced the corner of his mouth. The true extent of his injuries lay in the grievous damage inflicted upon his internal organs. Fortunately, after partaking in the dragon's blood at the Holy Dragon Sect, he had made some progress with the 9 mystical techniques, enabling him to barely wield this extraordinary power. Yet, this backlash was no trifling matter. It transcended mere injury and manifested as a form of retribution from the very fabric of reality. Even with Yang Jian's formidable physique, recovery would not be an effortless endeavor. Nevertheless, he paid little heed to his plight and instead focused on the direction in which the celestial hound had departed. It was not heading toward the Spirit Soul City. Aside from that location, the likelihood of the hound encountering danger elsewhere was minimal. Currently, the hound's prowess was at least that of a soul beast over 100,000 years old, rendering it a formidable opponent against most super Douluo, who would need to be at least level 98 to pose a challenge. The number of beings above level 98 on the continent was scarce, and Yang Jian felt a slight relief at this realization. Upon noticing the blood at the corner of Yang Jian's mouth, Bai Chen furrowed his brow in concern. "Young Master Yang, what has happened to you?" Bai Chen was apprehensive about the prospect of incurring a bounty from the Spirit Hall before even reaching Spirit Soul City, especially with all members of the Holy Dragon Sect also en route. If Yang Jian were to encounter any mishap now, it would spell disaster for the Holy Dragon Sect, effectively ensnaring them in a perilous trap. Yang Jian casually wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth, his movements betraying no signs of distress. The celestial hound appeared to be unscathed, which considerably lightened Yang Jian's mood, allowing him to jest, "I am perfectly fine. I merely indulged a bit too much at the Holy Dragon Sect, just spitting out some blood for amusement." In truth, each subtle motion he made was accompanied by excruciating pain coursing through his body. Moreover, the fact that Yang Jian chose to conceal his discomfort through such exaggerated gestures only masked the agony that was too painful to disclose. Bai Chen was well aware that this was merely Yang Jian's pretense. Since Yang Jian was reluctant to speak further, questioning him would bear no fruit. Thus, he could only helplessly respond, "Young Master Yang, do not hesitate to share your troubles with me. Now that I have joined the Spirit Hall, it is only natural for me to share your burdens. Though I may be an old man, I still possess some strength." Yang Jian casually nodded and gestured towards the direction in which the celestial dog had departed. Bai Lao understood that this direction led to a specific place, or perhaps bore unique significance. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Chen realized that this path seemed to connect several kingdoms and principalities, with the Stardow Forest being among them. Aside from that, there appeared to be no other notable locations. Naturally, Yang Jian had heard of the Stardow Forest, the continent's premier habitat for soul beasts, although he had never ventured there himself. It seemed evident that the celestial dog was bound for the Stardow Forest, and thus, it was unlikely to encounter any peril. Yang Jian's chaotic wings reappeared behind him. "Old Bai, let's go. We'll return directly to Spirit Hall." Bai Chen raised his massive dragon claw, clutching Zixian, who had already resigned himself to fate, lying motionless like a corpse. "What should we do with this spirit beast? Take it straight back to Spirit Hall? Bring it back. A 10,000-year spirit beast won't cause any trouble if kept in Spirit Hall." Yang Jian had already leapt into the air. This time, he did not ascend with his usual swiftness. In fact, he was somewhat slower than usual. However, Bai Chen, who was unaware of Yang Jian's typical flying speed, could not discern this difference. They were already in close proximity to the Soul Master City, and the two continued their journey without pause, reaching their destination in just over an hour. Yang Jian and Bai Chen discreetly descended at the city gate and entered the Spirit Hall City on foot. Although they took a roundabout route, their swiftness enabled them to arrive at the Spirit Hall City ahead of others. Upon reaching the entrance of the Spirit Hall, they found Guo Mei already waiting for them. The news regarding the sacred dragon sect concealing a super Douluo had undoubtedly been relayed back to the Spirit Hall City by Yang Jian and his companions. Super Douluos are a rarity across the continent, and even Bibi Dong cannot afford to overlook their existence. After exchanging a few casual pleasantries, Guo Mei led Bai Chen to meet Bibi Dong, while Yang Jian returned to his own courtyard. 99. Home at last. Upon returning to his chamber, Yang Jian expelled a mouthful of darkened blood, the viscous liquid tainting the floor beneath him, corroding it slightly. The backlash of the rules, the world's inherent laws, forbade the emergence of such powers. Fortunately, this time, Yang Jian's actions were relatively subdued, sparing him from attracting excessive attention from the consciousness of the world. Had the backlash been more potent, he might not have withstood it. The world's regulations are no trifling matter. as long as one exists within this realm. Adherence to its rules is imperative. The capacity to transcend these rules is not a privilege currently possessed by Yang Jian. Yang Jian leaned against the wall, barely managing to keep himself upright. He retrieved several medicinal herbs from his soul storage device, chewing them hastily before swallowing. Then he moved to the bedside, sitting cross-legged as he began circulating the 8-9 profound technique. The lingering rule-based energy that clung stubbornly to his body like maggots and bones was gradually ground away by the technique, transforming into the purest form of power which Yang Jian absorbed. This backlash wasn't entirely detrimental to him. Through this ordeal, he gained deeper comprehension of this world's fundamental laws. Particularly during the process of eroding the rule-based energy, Yang Jian reaped immense benefits. Yang Jian had already remained in his chamber for 3 days. During this time, the specter had sought him out several times. However, Yang Jian was wholly engrossed in mastering the 8-9 profound arts, striving to obliterate the power of the rules, leaving him unable to divert his attention. The specter, believing Yang Jian was at a critical juncture in his cultivation, refrained from intruding and merely called out for him to seek out Bibi Dong once his training was complete. On this particular morning, Yang Jian finally succeeded in eradicating the residual power of the rules from within his body. With the obstruction of the rules' power removed, and bolstered by his formidable physical constitution, his injuries naturally began to heal. Once the impurities and the subjective consciousness of the world intertwined with the power of the rules were eliminated, Yang Jian was able to directly absorb this power. Yang Jian has reached level 60, yet the enhancement of his soul power is far from complete. It merely awaits an additional soul ring. However, the more crucial development is Yang Jian's newfound comprehension of the concept of rules, which will significantly aid him in his underlying plans. After Yang Jian ceased his cultivation, he promptly exited his chamber and made his way to the papal hall. Although Yang Jian was unable to respond, he attentively heard every word spoken by the specter. As he himself was in need of a soul ring, Yang Jian approached the exterior of the papal hall, where the guards, without any announcement, granted him passage. He slowly stepped inside. Although he had visited this place numerous times, each occasion brought a peculiar sensation upon beholding Bibi Dong seated upon the throne. Yang Jian, what have you been occupied with these past few days? Came Bibi Dong's cold voice from her lofty position on the throne. Yang Jian stood upright in the grand hall, his voice devoid of any fluctuation. Over the past few days, I have been diligently cultivating and have successfully ascended to level 60. Yang Jian is capable of engaging in light-hearted conversations with outsiders, such as Hu Yinzhen, Bai Chen, and Bai Yujing, even appearing to regard them as confidants. Yet, this is merely a facade. His demeanor serves as a mask for his true emotions. In the presence of strangers, Yang Jian can effortlessly don this mask, leaving others oblivious to his thoughts and potentially misinterpreting his judgments. However, when confronted with those he holds close, he is reluctant to wear a mask but finds it challenging to completely lower his defenses, akin to his treatment of the howling dog. Thus, he presents an ostensibly indifferent attitude. Bibi Dong tightly grips the scepter in her hand, her voice laced with disbelief. How many levels did you just say you have reached? 60 levels, replies Yang Jian. Bibi Dong is aware of Yang Jian's exceptional talent, yet she is astounded by the extent of his abilities. After all, he is merely 14 years old. A soul emperor at such a tender age is unprecedented. If this trajectory continues, it is highly probable that Yang Jian will ascend to Soul Saint before turning 20. His prodigious talent incites a flicker of fear within Bibi Dong. She despises entities beyond her control. Yet, if this progresses, Yang Jian will inevitably become a titled Douluo, and it may not be long before that happens. At that juncture, will Yang Jian still heed Bibi Dong's commands? Suppressing the turmoil within, Bibi Dong speaks with composure. In that case, I shall personally escort you to acquire your soul ring in a few days. Her chilling voice continues. Most of the personnel from the Holy Dragon sect have already arrived at Spirit City. You have performed admirably this time, subduing the Elephant Armor sect and the Holy Dragon sect without the loss of a single soldier. I wish to confer upon you the title of Holy Son of the Spirit Hall. Yang Jian slightly inclined his body and performed a courteous bow, calmly expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Master. Bibi Dong offered a subtle nod, inquiring, how well do you know Bai Chen? Can he be entrusted with significant responsibilities? At the rank of title Douluo, even Bibi Dong must tread carefully, especially when considering a formidable super Douluo. The elite combatants surrounding Bibi Dong are already scarce, and the elders of the Spirit Hall are largely under the strict surveillance of Qian Douluo. The only title Douluos available to Bibi Dong, aside from Jio Douluo and Gue Douluo, are the ones brought back by Yang Jian, notably Douluo Bo. While Douluo Bo may intimidate the weak, he would certainly struggle against peers of equal standing. Bibi Dong is in urgent need of a powerful ally capable of standing alone to spearhead various operations, yet it is imperative to ensure their loyalty. Otherwise, any potential betrayal could not only jeopardize the mission but also inflict considerable damage upon the Spirit Hall. Yang Jian seemed to recall something, narrowing his eyes as a glimmer of light flashed within them. It is usable and reusable. Oh, why do you trust him so implicitly? Bibi Dong inquired with keen interest. Yang Jian remarked lightly. Bai Chen places paramount importance on his sect, and within the sect, he holds Bai Yujing in the highest regard. As long as the Holy Dragon Sect and Bai Jing exist in the Spirit Soul City, Bai Qin will undoubtedly not entertain any ulterior motives beyond Bai Qin's character. I have a firm grip on his lifeline, a fact that even he remains oblivious to, and naturally, I shall not reveal it. Bibi Dong, seemingly lost in thought, slowly began to speak. It has been quite some time since any news has emerged from the spies within the Blue Electric Overlord sect. They must have been discovered. Furthermore, there has been no intelligence from the Sun Valley, where the Extreme Gate resides, coupled with the mysterious disappearance of the Holy Spirit sect. These factions may have likely formed an alliance, and the Spirit Hall dares not act recklessly. The originally planned soul-hunting operation must be postponed for a while longer. Yang Jian, what is your perspective on this matter? Yang Jian exhibited no hesitation, as if he had already deliberated upon this matter. If the Spirit Hall aspires to unify the continent, the endorsement of the common populace is indispensable alongside that of the Spirit Masters. We may temporarily set aside the various factions of Spirit Masters. Any overt action against them would risk undue exposure. It would be prudent to covertly exert control over all kingdoms and principalities outside the two great empires, for these nations harbor no formidable Spirit Masters. By dispatching a select few powerful Spirit Masters, we could easily dominate the leaders of these countries. Although these realms may lack high-level combat prowess, they do possess a number of lower-tier Spirit Masters, and more critically, they command armies. Securing these kingdoms and principalities would grant us military strength. Moreover, it is essential to establish Spirit Master legions. The power of an individual is insignificant on the battlefield, particularly that of lower-ranking Spirit Masters. Should they act chaotically, they would be swiftly overwhelmed, potentially proving less effective than a singularly skilled ordinary soldier. Lower-tier Spirit Masters can be categorized and organized into diverse legions, each fulfilling distinct roles on the battlefield. The number of slightly higher-ranked Spirit Masters would diminish significantly, allowing for further specialization into elite task forces for executing particular missions. These strategies necessitate time, yet they can be initiated presently. Yang Jian paused momentarily, refraining from further commentary. Bibi Dong nodded slightly, although these concepts were not overly intricate. Hearing them articulated by a mere 14-year-old elevated her appraisal of him. Nevertheless, her curiosity deepened. Wasn't Yang Jian typically engrossed in cultivation? Had no one imparted such knowledge to him? Regarding your parents, I shall send someone to attend to these matters. They have arrived in Spirit City. You should pay them a visit and spend some time with them. Afterwards, I will accompany you to acquire your spirit ring. Go now. Allow yourself a few days of leisure, for such opportunities may be scarce in the future. At this juncture, for reasons unknown, Bibi Dong let out a gentle sigh, her demeanor betraying a hint of despondency. Yang Jian nodded gently, expressing his gratitude to the mentor. Bai Dong watched as Yang Jian exited the grand hall, an inexplicable sense of melancholy and loss inexplicably washing over her. As Yang Jian emerged from the grand hall, he found the specter waiting at the entrance. Come, my young friend, let us depart. I shall take you to meet your parents. It has been quite some time since you last laid eyes upon them, has it not? Yang Jian nodded silently, trailing behind the ethereal figure. A sense of bewilderment washed over him as the concept of parents felt distant, almost alien. Even in this realm, the thought of confronting them with an air of indifference seemed unfathomable. However, during the 6 years spent at the Lord's Manor, he rarely encountered them. It was only natural for Yang Jian to surmise their sentiments towards him. A child deemed exceedingly unconventional seldom receives parental affection. In fact, their fear of his peculiarities may have fostered an even greater chasm between them. Yang Jian bore no ill will towards them. It was simply human nature. However, over time, his character grew increasingly reclusive, and he became reluctant to confront them. The specter seemed to perceive something amiss and, with a swift slap to Yang Jian's head, exclaimed, "What has come over you? Are you not joyful to visit your parents?" Yang Jian shook his head, choosing not to respond. The two had not walked for long when they halted before a grand residence. This location was in close proximity to the Spirit Hall, nestled in the heart of Spirit City, a place where every inch of land was indeed precious. It was evident that such a prime property could only be acquired by someone of considerable status. It seemed to be arranged by Bibi Dong. Before Yang Jian could ponder further, a spectral voice echoed around him. "Young one, your parents reside here now. I shall not intrude upon your reunion. You may call for me whenever you need." As soon as the words were spoken, the ghostly figure vanished. Yang Jian, undeterred, rapped on the large door and stood patiently waiting. Before long, the door swung open, revealing Yang Pa. In the prime of his life, Yang Pa had not changed much over the years, while Yang Jian had undergone significant transformation. It appeared that Yang Pa did not immediately recognize his son. "Who are you?" Yang Pa inquired politely. Yang Jian revealed a hint of a smile towards Yang Pa for the first time, as if jesting, "I am Yang Jian. What is the matter? Have you forgotten even me?" Yang Pa was taken aback for a moment, meticulously scrutinizing Yang Jian. Indeed, there were traces of his former self. Yet he appeared to have matured rather swiftly. Yang Jian, at merely 14 years of age, was already nearly the same height as Yang Pa. And his face bore no hint of youthful innocence. He looked to be at least 18 or 19 years old. Yang Pa smiled awkwardly and quickly turned to the side. "Jianer, you've grown so tall. Come, do come in." Yang Jian entered the courtyard alongside Yang Pa, his expression remaining notably unchanged, while Yang Pa appeared somewhat elated. Jianer, you haven't returned to visit your mother and me in all these years. Are you accustomed to life here? Has anyone been unkind to you? As he spoke, Yang Pa patted Yang Jian's shoulder, adding, You've grown quite rapidly. I almost didn't recognize you. Yang Jian did not evade. He allowed Yang Po's hand to rest upon his shoulder. He had been preoccupied with cultivation all these years, and for that, he felt a sense of apology. Yang Pa chuckled nonchalantly and remarked, Apologies? After all these years, what level have you attained? I am already at level 59. And it won't be long before I break through to Soul Emperor. Upon witnessing Yang Po's expression of ostentation, Yang Jian chose not to undermine him and thus remained silent. Yang Pa continued to speak to himself, With your talent, Jianer, you must have reached the Soul Master level by now. Even if you claim to be from the Soul Sect, I would not be astonished. By the way, Jianer, what was the purpose of bringing us to the Spirit City so suddenly? Who is that Douluo to you? He seems quite formidable and has shown us considerable respect. Yang Pa understood that Yang Jian was not fond of conversation, so she did not press him. She led him to the pavilion in the backyard, where they sat facing each other. Jianer, how long do you intend to stay this time? She inquired. I have merely returned to see you all and will soon depart. I have other matters to attend to, he replied. Yang Jian paused for a moment, awkwardly stating, Father, the reason I brought you here is due to the impending unrest on the continent. It would be wise for you to remain within the confines of the Spirit Soul City. Yang Pa wished to convey something, yet was interrupted by Yang Jian. Do not inquire further. If there is anything you require, feel free to communicate with the personnel of the Spirit Hall. You may rest assured and enjoy your time here without concern for my well-being, for I am faring quite well. Yang Pa furrowed his brow and let out a soft sigh, yet he refrained from uttering a word. The two sat facing each other in silence, neither willing to break the stillness. After a considerable time had passed, Yang Jian rose to his feet and spoke calmly, I must take my leave now. In a few days, I shall embark on a quest to acquire a soul ring, and I need to make some preparations. Yang Pa also stood up, urging, Since we have all arrived in Wuhuan City, why not move in with us and reside together? Yang Jian shook his head, remaining silent as he stepped outside. After seeing Yang Jian off, Yang Pa closed the door and let out a sigh once more. Yang Jian strolled through the streets, noticing that the inhabitants of Spirit Soul City appeared to have dwindled significantly, with only a few scattered figures visible. A spectral presence materialized beside him, teasingly remarking, Why do you seem so distant from your parents? I had assumed your sour demeanor was reserved solely for me. Yet here you are displaying the same disposition towards your father. Yang Jian shook his head, choosing not to answer the question, and instead inquired, Where has Bai Chen settled that soul beast he brought back? In the dungeon, came the reply. There's really no other place suitable to keep it. After all, it's a 10,000-year soul beast. If it were to run loose, it could easily harm people. Yang Jian furrowed his brow and said, Elder Ghost, please escort me to the dungeon. The ghost nodded in acknowledgement. The dungeon of the Spirit Hall is situated beneath the edifice itself, a rather grim locale primarily housing traders of the Spirit Hall or spies from rival factions. The responsibility for the dungeon falls upon the ghost, and its entrance is marked by a vast black hall, adorned with two enormous black scythes crossed above. The entire hall is devoid of windows, casting an exceptionally somber atmosphere, and lacks any superfluous decorations, save for a passage leading downward. As Yang Jian followed the phantom down the corridor, it was not long before they arrived at the first level. This level lacked cells. Instead, it was lined with enormous crucifixes, each accompanied by an array of torturous instruments. The crucifixes were stained with blood, and a few bore the remains of desiccated corpses. Yang Jian traversed this grim scene without a flicker of emotion. One of the crucifixes held a figure whose body was marred by countless wounds, the stench of festering flesh permeating the air, with the blood having turned a deep shade of black. Yet, the figure seemed still alive. Sensing the presence of others nearby, he trembled involuntarily but kept his eyes tightly shut, as if too fearful to open them. The phantom observed Yang Jian's expression with keen interest, nodding in satisfaction. These individuals had betrayed the Spirit Hall and were reaping the consequences of their own actions. Let us proceed. It awaits us below, it intoned. The dungeon, spanning from the second to the fourth levels, was predominantly composed of cells, though not every cell contained prisoners. In fact, very few did. The atmosphere was eerily quiet, and even as the two passed, the inmates merely watched in silence. They reached the innermost part of the fourth level, where the passage to the fifth level lay ahead. The phantom spoke in a detached manner. There are 5 levels in total. The first level serves as the interrogation chamber, the second to fourth levels house standard cells, while the final level is rather unique, a water prison. Upon entering the 5th level, they found that apart from a stone platform at the entrance, the area was entirely submerged. Chains hung vertically from the ceiling, with shadows faintly visible beneath the surface, figures ensnared within the depths of the water, their fates uncertain. The phantom elucidated. These individuals possess cultivation levels above that of a soul saint, and ordinary cells cannot contain them. These chains, forged through a special process, penetrate both their dantian and their peepa bone, rendering them incapable of utilizing their soul power. Yang Jian cast a cursory glance, noting that the water was rather extraordinary. Hundreds of iron chains lay submerged, and perhaps only a mere 10 souls remained alive. Yet, this bore little significance to Yang Jian. Zixian, come forth, he bellowed. The surviving prisoners, startled, turned their vengeful gazes towards the two figures upon the stone platform. A serpent's head, thick as a water barrel, emerged from the depths. How have you fared here? Do you require a change of scenery? Zixian, displaying human-like understanding, gently shook his head as the immense serpent's head inched closer to Yang Jian, producing a faint hissing sound. Yang Jian understood Zixuan's intentions. The heavying energy of the water here, coupled with the presence of numerous high-ranked soul masters submerged within, was particularly beneficial for the serpentine creature, which inherently belonged to the realm of Ain. Having promised the purple flood dragon to protect Zixuan, Yang Jian was resolute in honoring his commitment. Observing that Zixuan thrived in this environment provided him with a sense of assurance. However, he cautioned, you may absorb the Ain energy and the soul power from the soul masters in the water, but it is advisable that you refrain from consuming too many corpses. Overindulgence may lead to mutations. I shall arrange for someone to deliver sustenance to you periodically. Do take care of yourself. The ancient soul beast, having gained the capacity to comprehend human speech, possessed even greater wisdom due to its unique bloodline. The enormous serpent head nodded and gradually retreated into the depths of the water. Elder Goe, let us depart. I kindly request that you arrange for regular provisions to be sent to it. The two began their exit from the dungeon. Elder Goe nodded. It is a trivial matter. I shall make the arrangements. This soul beast is indeed a descendant of the purple spectral giant flood dragon, is it not? Yang Jian nodded, affirming the statement. Indeed, however. Elder Goe, is it not possible to exert control over these individuals through more specialized means? Simply casting them aside here seems rather wasteful. The ghostly figure spoke in a haunting tone. The spirit hall is not lacking in these few individuals, having offended the spirit hall. It would not be so simple to let them go. Yang Jian said calmly, initially, there seemed to be an abundance, but now, as the master's plan commences, we find ourselves lacking in manpower. Regardless, the combined strength of these forces nearly rivals that of a minor sect. The specter furrowed its brow. I must consult His Holiness the Pope regarding this matter. Yang Jian nodded slightly as he exited the ominous black hall, his ethereal form vanishing into thin air. He returned to his humble courtyard. Bibi Dong had mentioned taking him to hunt for soul rings in a few days. Yet she had not specified the exact day or the location. Naturally, Yang Jian wished to venture into the Stardoe forest. Not encountering the howling skyhound left him feeling somewhat uneasy. The body sect stood atop a towering mountain peak, where behind it loomed a massive black stone tablet. The front of the tablet was inscribed with 4 blood-red characters, while the reverse was filled with an intricate array of smaller inscriptions. These characters were neither the common language of the continent nor any ancient script from its history. Long Busi had perused countless ancient texts and consulted many scholars with profound knowledge of the continent's history, yet he remained perplexed. It was not until the appearance of Wu Qingsong that some clarity began to emerge. At the tender age of 6, Wu Qingsong, along with peers of his age, was brought before this stone tablet by Long Busi, marking a ritual of the body sect. However, the meaning of this ritual eluded even Long Busi. He merely recognized the stone tablet's significance as foundational to the body sect's existence. Upon first encountering the stone tablet, Wu Qingsong was certain he did not recognize the inscriptions. Yet he found himself inexplicably uttering, "Open heaven, divine might." From that moment onward, the mountaintop transformed into Wu Qingsong's solitary sanctuary for cultivation. Apart from Wu Qingsong himself, only Long Busi was deemed worthy to tread there. Having sustained injuries during the grand competition, Wu Qingsong had long since returned to the body sect. Ever since his awakening, he had remained in quiet contemplation beneath the stone tablet. Wu Qingsong was not one to shy away from defeat. Indeed, he did not consider his performance in the competition a failure. Yet he felt an inexplicable urge to linger beneath the stone tablet, as if it were summoning him. Much like a benevolent mother reluctant to see her young child depart. What connection lay between open heaven and divine might? Why did the innate martial spirit of the body sect intertwine with this stone tablet? Leaning against the tablet, Wu Qingsong was lost in thought. Unbeknownst to him, Long Busi had approached from behind and inquired, "Qingsong, how are you faring?" Wu Qingsong lazily stretched and responded enigmatically, "I have become a soul saint." Long Busi paused, then moved to the edge of the cliff, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, leaving Wu Qingsong with only his silhouette. "Do you intend to seek a soul ring, or do you prefer to remain here?" Wu Qingsong shook his head, asserting, "There is no rush for the soul ring. I can sense that it will come soon." Long Busi stood silently at the cliff's edge while Wu Qingsong sat beneath the stone tablet, both seemingly absorbed in their own realms, devoid of conversation. Time passed unmeasured until Long Busi finally spoke, as if pondering aloud. The spirit hall's Qingdao Lu. The Holy Spirit Church is Tangchun, and the extreme gates Jin Fugui, 3 extremes already accounted for. Indeed, Long Busi had discerned that Jin Fugui was an extreme Douluo. Although Jin Fugui had deliberately concealed this fact, only Long Busi, having engaged in combat with him, had perceived the truth. Yet he chose to remain silent about it. Even withholding this knowledge from Bibi Dong, driven by his own calculations, Long Busi seemed to question himself. Should I ascend to the extreme? He stepped forward, standing in the void, exuding an intense wave of soul power. In an instant, the winds howled, and the clouds retreated, the mountaintop becoming a tempestuous scene. The sky darkened ominously, as if a storm were imminent, and a small vortex formed before Long Busi, from which a crystalline, diamond-like object emerged from his chest. The time is not yet ripe. Entering the extreme now would not serve you well, Wu Qingsong stated, rising and squinting slightly. Long Busi sighed deeply, and the extraordinary phenomenon dissipated. The wind ceased. The sky brightened once more, and the intense wave of soul power gradually receded. Ultimately, Long Busi halted at the threshold of the extreme, not out of inability but reluctance. Echoing Wu Qingsong's sentiment that entering the extreme too soon was indeed unwise. The next day dawned in the Douluo forest. Yang Jian believed that in the following days, he would have little to attend to, and thus immersed himself in diligent cultivation. However, just as dawn broke, a knock resonated at his door. It was Bibi Dong. Her voice echoing from outside, Yang Jian, are you awake? Hurry and rise. Today I shall take you to hunt for soul rings. It seemed that Bibi Dong's earlier mention of a few days was merely an invitation for Yang Jian to spend time with his parents. Yet she had not anticipated his prompt return, thus prompting her to act ahead of schedule. Yang Jian paused his cultivation and meticulously inspected his belongings. The 9-section jade remained nestled within his pocket, slumbering peacefully as always. His soul guide, an inseparable companion, was securely in place as well. There appeared to be nothing else requiring his attention for the journey ahead. Yang Jian opened the door, revealing not only Bibi Dong but also a multitude of other individuals. Among them were familiar faces such as Ju Douluo, Gui Douluo, Bai Chen, and even Du Gubo. If the sole purpose was to assist Yang Jian in procuring a soul ring, there would be no need to mobilize such an array of title Douluo, especially considering that among the 5 title Douluo present, 4 were super Douluo. Yang Jian furrowed his brow slightly. Master, what soul ring are we hunting this time? Is it necessary to bring so many people? Bibi Dong smiled gently. We are heading to the Douluo forest, but this time it is not solely for your sake. Our objective is to hunt 200,000-year soul beasts. The Douluo forest, indeed, was the most favorable outcome, and Yang Jian chose not to inquire further. Bibi Dong cast her gaze over the group. Everyone, let us depart. She ascended into the air first, and the rest, all title Douluo, followed suit with ease, soaring into the sky. Yang Jian summoned his chaos wings and closely trailed the others. Their pace was not particularly swift, allowing Yang Jian to easily keep up. He surpassed the other members, aligning himself with Bibi Dong, and communicated with her through soul power. Master, what is your goal, and how many rings does your second martial soul possess? Bibi Dong turned to glance at Yang Jian, responding through soul power. The Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python, both ancient soul beasts of 100,000 years, reside in the heart of the Douluo forest. I have already acquired intelligence on them. I was merely waiting for the right opportunity. Now, the moment has arrived. The Titan giant ape should suit you well, while the sky blue bull python will be absorbed by my second martial soul. My second martial soul has reached 6 rings. After absorbing the sky blue bull python, I will only need 2 more soul rings. Even if I remain at level 97, I will not be inferior to an average limit Douluo. Bibi Dong paused momentarily, letting out a soft sigh, before continuing her transmission to Yang Jian. 100,000-year soul beast is exceedingly rare. Regardless, I must ascend to dual title Douluo before the Wuhuan Temple's plans are exposed. If I cannot find a 100,000-year soul beast afterward, I will have to settle for a 10,000-year soul beast. And you, Yang Jian, your second martial soul is an eye, likely of a spiritual nature. Spiritual soul beasts are already scarce, let alone a 100,000-year one, which has never been encountered. You are now capable of absorbing a 100,000-year soul ring, excluding the already confirmed 6th soul ring. If you wish to adhere to the highest standards for absorbing soul rings, you will require 1,200,000-year soul beasts. The entire continent may not possess such a number, and even if it does, they may not be suitable for you. Unless you venture to the extreme northern regions or the ocean, both of which are fraught with peril. Ensuring your safety would require several super Douluo. Moreover, the situation on the continent is unpredictable. You are aware of the state of the Wuhuan Temple, and I have few capable individuals at my disposal. I cannot accompany you on such a distant journey at this critical juncture. My point in all this is to advise you not to strive for perfection too excessively. Possessing a single 100,000-year soul ring would already place you above most title Douluo. Therefore, if we happen upon a relatively suitable 10,000-year spiritual soul beast during this expedition, I suggest you begin absorbing soul rings for your second martial soul. Yang Jian comprehended Bibi Dong's sentiments. She spoke the truth. Soul beasts of 100,000 years are indeed rare. Yet, Yang Jian places immense significance on every step taken in his cultivation journey. With each stride, he is resolved to refrain from absorbing soul rings for his second martial soul until his strength is sufficiently formidable and the situation on the continent stabilizes, at which point he will meticulously seek out soul rings. Nevertheless, he refrained from contradicting Bibi Dong at that moment and instead communicated telepathically, Teacher, I have a friend who may be in the Douluo forest, and I hope to seize this opportunity to locate him. What kind of friend do you have? And why would he be in the Douluo forest? She inquired. He is a soul beast, but he holds great significance for me. The existence of the howling celestial dog could not be concealed from Bibi Dong, and Yang Jian had no intention of hiding it. What remained was to observe Bibi Dong's reaction. Bibi Dong furrowed her delicate brows, questioning, why would a soul beast become your friend? It seems you haven't been outside for long. Yang Jian remained silent, reluctant to deceive Bibi Dong, yet the truth was equally difficult to articulate, leaving him in a state of quietude. Bibi Dong did not press further, suggesting that they first hunt the two soul beasts, after which she would leave a few individuals to assist in locating him. Throughout their journey, the group refrained from further conversation. The Douluo Forest was not far from the Spirit Hall, both situated at the confluence of the two great empires. Although Yang Jian and his companions did not fly at full speed, it was not long before the expanse of the Douluo Forest came into view. The initial impression it left on Yang Jian was one of vastness, even from an altitude of over 1,000 meters. The entirety of the forest remained concealed from their sight. Indeed, the largest soul beast forest on the continent lived up to its reputation, as no other forest could rival its sheer area. Bibi Dong's voice resonated clearly in the ears of her companions. They continued their ascent, opting to descend closer to the core area, advising caution to avoid startling too many soul beasts. As they neared the upper reaches of the Douluo Forest, numerous flying soul beasts became visible, yet none dared to attack the group. After covering a considerable distance, Bibi Dong landed first, followed closely by the others. As they approached the crown of a towering tree, a massive black eagle soared upward from the treetops, targeting Bibi Dong at the forefront. Bibi Dong did not flinch, but her fellow titled Douluos reacted swiftly. Douluo conjured a flower, while ghostly mist began to emanate dark fog, and even Douluo's spirit rings illuminated. Yet, it was Bai Chun who moved the quickest, a colossal white dragon claw materializing to seize the black eagle. Crushing it into a pulp, a mass of flesh interspersed with shattered bones and feathers plummeting to the ground. A circle of black spirit rings emerged, revealing that even a 10,000-year soul beast was no match for Bai Chun's casual strike, allowing the group to land safely. 10,000-year soul beasts possess their own territories. The presence of one in the vicinity indicated that no soul beast of 1,000 years or more would appear nearby. Bibi Dong cast a glance at Bai Chun, who offered a sycophantic smile, devoid of any semblance of a master-esque demeanor. She averted her gaze and remarked coolly, "Let us proceed. We shall infiltrate the territory of the two soul beasts directly. Maintain silence and refrain from unnecessary confrontation with any soul beasts that do not attack us. Remain vigilant. Ghostly mist, ensure Yang Jian's safety." As they traversed further, the group encountered few soul beasts, yet each was notably powerful, all exceeding 50,000 years of age. However, through deliberate avoidance and the innate wisdom of soul beasts over 10,000 years old, which discerned the humans as formidable, they managed to avoid any conflicts. Suddenly, Bibi Dong halted before a thicket of exceptionally large shrubs, comparable in size to ordinary trees. These bushes were densely packed, forming a near-impenetrable barrier adorned with numerous purple fruits, resembling a wall of foliage that obstructed their path. Despite their strength, the group could easily demolish the shrubs, even if they wished to avoid noise. They could simply fly over or take a detour, rendering a stop unnecessary. Bibi Dong scrutinized the thicket, and the others dared not urge her onward. She gestured for Yang Jian to approach. "These are purple spirit fruits, the symbiotic flora of the three-eyed purple spirit ferret. There is undoubtedly one nearby, and given our proximity to the core area, it is certain to be a soul beast of over 50,000 years. The three-eyed purple spirit ferret is an exceedingly rare mental attribute soul beast, and with its inherent third eye, I believe it could be one of the most suitable soul beasts for your second spirit. What do you think? Shall we absorb a spirit ring from it for your second spirit?" Yang Jian furrowed his brow, yet hesitated not. He decided to seek out the two soul beasts first. "For my second martial soul was of little urgency." Bibi Dong nodded in agreement, not insisting, and her form flickered as she lightly touched the brush, soaring past with remarkable grace, followed closely by the others. As they approached the core circle, their movement slowed considerably, a heightened caution enveloping them. Delving deeper, the number of soul beasts dwindled sharply. Yet each that appeared was a premier soul beast of nearly 80 or 90,000 years. Most possessed strength comparable to that of Douluo, with several nearing the decade mark. Should Douluo confront them alone, he would find himself at a distinct disadvantage. Bibi Dong halted once more. Ahead lay an expanse free of trees, revealing a serene lake where a colossal black gorilla lay dozing on the shore. They had arrived at their destination. The group cautiously concealed their presence, wary of Yang Jian, and Douluo remained in place, with Douluo having silently summoned his martial soul, vigilantly gazing ahead. Yang Jian appeared particularly relaxed, having not even summoned his martial spirit. Among the 5 titled Douluos, 4 were super Douluos, with 2 of them reaching the formidable level of 97, making it virtually impossible for any unforeseen circumstances to arise when confronting 200,000-year soul beasts. Bai Chun, akin to Bibi Dong, was also a 97-level super Douluo. After consuming Yang Jian's elixir, he had rejuvenated and was subtly on the verge of a breakthrough. Bibi Dong and Bai Chun had quietly approached the Titan giant ape, their martial spirits already unleashed. This time, Bibi Dong entered a deeper level of martial spirit manifestation, rather than merely borrowing its power as she had previously. Her upper body was enveloped in a layer of dark purple armor, her face obscured by a carapace. For small eyes sprouted beneath her main eyes, her legs vanished, and the lower half of her abdomen transformed into a massive spherical form. This sphere sprouted 8 sturdy, spider-like legs, propelling her forward with remarkable speed. The legs were covered in lush green hair and exuded a viscous slime, which made a series of popping sounds as it dripped to the ground, possessing a potent corrosive quality. Golden, purple, black, and crimson hues manifested in 9 soul rings, marking her powerful insectoid martial spirit, Death Spider Emperor. This was the first time Bibi Dong revealed her martial spirit transformation. Bai Chun experienced a significant transformation as well. His height, previously a mere 1.70 meters, had now exceeded 3 meters, resembling a dragon-like creature. His entire body was encased in armor that glimmered like white jade, with 2 straight horns sprouting from his head and enormous dragon fangs protruding from the corners of his mouth. A robust dragon tail emerged from behind him, while white bone spikes grew from his elbows and knees, complemented by a pair of dragonfly-like wings on his back, lending him an unusual appearance. Similarly, 9 soul rings of the same golden, purple, black, and crimson hues floated around Bai Chen's colossal form. To everyone's astonishment, Bai Chen also possessed a 100,000-year soul ring, and it was evident that his martial spirit was not the surface-level inherited martial spirit of the Holy Dragon sect, the white-armored Earth Dragon. Humans, what do you intend to do? The Titan giant ape, not lacking in intelligence, quickly detected the commotion caused by Bibi Dong and Bai Chen summoning their martial spirits. It rolled over, rising to its feet and unleashed a thunderous roar at the two. Bibi Dong and Bai Chen exchanged glances, and Bai Chen, understanding her intent, activated his soul rings and charged directly at the Titan giant ape, determined to engage in close combat. Given the Titan giant ape's temperament, it would not back down. It pounded its chest with its arms, letting out a resounding howl as it lunged at Bai Chen. Despite Bai Chen's newfound height of over 3 meters, he appeared diminutive compared to the Titan giant ape. However, he displayed no fear, and the two collided with immense physical force. Neither combatant yielded an inch, seemingly evenly matched. It was essential to note that Bai Chen had yet to employ any soul skills. As the Titan giant ape swung a fist towards Bai Chen's soul rings sparkled, and his arms expanded dramatically. He retaliated with a powerful punch aimed at the Titan giant ape. At that moment, no one paid attention to the Azure Bull Python, as the figures of Ghost Douluo and Moonlight Douluo drew closer, their 18 soul rings overlapping. At that moment, both Ghost and Moonlight changed expressions, seemingly unable to sense each other's martial spirits. The once harmonious connection had vanished, ignored by the crowd. And with the Titan giant ape's condition becoming increasingly precarious, the Azure Bull Python could no longer afford to hesitate, its massive form lunging forth from the lake's surface. Bibi Dong had been closely observing the situation. Noticing that Ghost and Moonlight had yet to make a move, she realized that the circumstances had shifted, prompting her actions to accelerate. Like a spider, she darted across the Titan giant ape, her movements exceptionally effective. Each step of her spider legs left behind a bloodied wound. Though such small injuries were negligible given the Titan's colossal size, they were exacerbated by the potent venom on her spider limbs, causing the Titan giant ape's resistance to dwindle progressively. As Ghost and Moonlight struggled to employ their martial spirit fusion technique, they ceased their hesitations. They separated, with Ghost transforming into a cloud of black mist to block the Azure Bull Python's path. Moonlight, wielding the radiant flower, unleashed streams of golden light upon the Azure Bull Python, yet failed to leave any discernible mark. Ghost's black mist only slightly hindered the Python's speed. Logically, 2 super Douluos, one at level 95 and the other at 96, should have easily subdued a 100,000-year soul beast, yet the Azure Bull Python appeared extraordinarily formidable. Some of Douluo's attacks landed on the Azure Bull Python, yielding no results, and Yang Jian furrowed his brow as the divine eye on his forehead manifested. The Azure Bull Python was no ordinary 100,000-year soul beast. Its true cultivation was nearing 200,000 years, augmented by a unique bloodline that far surpassed that of typical soul beasts of its age. Yang Jian, noting the failure of Ghost and Moonlight's fusion technique, began to suspect the cause. It was likely the celestial herb he had given Ghost that had allowed her martial spirit to evolve, elevating its quality above that of Moonlight's extraordinary chrysanthemum martial spirit, thus rendering the fusion technique ineffective. As the Azure Bull Python approached the Titan giant ape, Bai Chun had no choice but to abandon the assault on the Titan and instead intercept the Python. Even if Bibi Dong faced the Titan alone, she would be more than sufficient. Despite the Python's superiority over ordinary 100,000-year beasts, the outcome would remain unchanged. The Azure Bull Python was halted by Bai Chun, and with the assistance of Ghost and Moonlight, it found itself at a distinct disadvantage. After evading one of Bai Chun's strikes, a voice echoed once more, "Stop. If anything befalls the Titan giant ape, you all shall pay the price." "Is that so?" Bai Chun scoffed, his massive dragon claw lunging towards the Python's enormous head. The Titan giant ape was already riddled with wounds, its black toxic blood soaking its fur. It trembled slightly, ultimately unable to withstand any longer. The massive creature crashed heavily to the ground, causing the earth to tremble. Bibi Dong stood atop the Titan's head, which, though on the brink of death, still glared at her with its enormous, hate-filled yellow eyes. Bibi Dong disdainfully curled her lip, driving two of her spider legs directly into the Titan's eyes. She was careful, ensuring that the Titan retained a breath of life, confirming its incapacity to retaliate. Maintaining her half-human, half-spider form, she plunged all 8 spider legs into the Titan's skull. Standing triumphantly atop its head, turning her head, she coolly addressed Yang Jian, "Come over and absorb the soul ring." Yang Jian approached the Titan great ape without hesitation. While the three-pronged, double-edged blade materialized in his hand, Douluo closely followed in his wake. "Let us act. He cannot endure for much longer." Bibi Dong slightly stirred one of her spider legs, extracting a slender appendage that had been embedded in the Titan great ape's eye socket. The Titan great ape, having resigned itself to its fate, exhibited no further movement, and even the rise and fall of its chest had diminished to a mere whisper. Yang Jian plunged his trident-shaped blade into the wound left by Bibi Dong's spider leg in the Titan giant ape's eye, nearly 2 meters of the weapon embedding itself deep within the creature's body. Witnessing this scene, the Tianqing bull python went utterly berserk, unleashing a deafening bellow as its massive form began to thrash violently, compelling even Bai Chun to take a step back. Yet, this frantic display proved futile. As a circle of blood-red soul rings ascended from the Titan giant ape's corpse, the Tianqing bull python realized that it was all too late. Its eyes turned a fierce crimson, and blood began to seep from the azure scales that adorned its body. The Tianqing bull python was determined to fight back. After all, it had spent 100,000 years in companionship, since Xiao Wu's transformation into a human and subsequent disappearance. The Titan giant ape's demise before its very eyes struck a devastating blow to the Tianqing bull python. After a century of shared experiences, the three had grown closer than mere kin, almost as if they were one another's lifelines. Though the giant monkey often appeared foolish, it would always share its finds of delicious food with Xiao Wu and the Tianqing bull python first. Particularly in their formative years, the Tianqing bull python, possessing a unique bloodline, had been the target of many soul beasts' covetous eyes, and the Titan giant ape had always stood as its protector. Back when the Tianqing bull python had yet to awaken its bloodline and was merely a small snake, it had no means to defend itself against such formidable soul beasts. While the Titan giant ape was merely a century-old soul beast, yet, in a fierce battle against a 10,000-year soul beast, the Titan giant ape had fought valiantly to safeguard the Tianqing bull python, protecting it for a millennium. The Titan giant ape eventually became aware of the Tianqing bull python's exceptional bloodline and the immense benefits that would come from consuming it. However, it never entertained such treacherous thoughts, repeatedly enduring grave injuries in its efforts to protect the younger creature. Only when the Tianqing bull python ascended to the ranks of a 10,000-year soul beast and awakened its bloodline did it emerge as one of the forest's overlords, allowing the three to finally enjoy a stable existence together. Through years of shared companionship and the trials they had faced, they had become closer than brothers. Blood tears began to trickle from the corners of the Tianqing bull python's eyes, yet it emitted no sound, resolutely disregarding the onslaught of attacks from others as it charged toward the Titan giant ape's lifeless body. "Bibi Dong, you may absorb the soul rings in peace. It is but a small snake that cannot stir much of a tempest." Bibi Dong gradually descended from the Titan giant ape's corpse, her aura intensifying as she confronted the Tianqing bull python. "Gui Mei, you and Douluo keep a close watch on Yang Jian. Ensure that the aftermath of the battle does not disturb his soul ring absorption." No sooner had Bibi Dong's words left her lips than she accelerated, conjuring a massive web in the air to obstruct the Tianqing bull python's advance, following closely behind. Without hesitation, Yang Jian commenced the absorption of the soul ring, settling into a meditative posture as waves of soul energy began to intertwine with the soul ring. Douluo and Gui Mei stood resolutely at Yang Jian's flanks, resembling two formidable sentinels. Strictly speaking, this marked Yang Jian's inaugural absorption of a 100,000-year soul ring. The fifth soul ring had merely been over 90,000 years, and it was only through the synergy with the purple flood dragon that it transformed into a 100,000-year ring during the absorption process. The fifth soul ring was effortlessly absorbed due to the inherent compatibility with the purple flood dragon. However, there was no way the Titan great ape would cooperate with Yang Jian. If the Titan great ape were capable of such collaboration, it would likely prefer the soul ring to explode rather than allow Yang Jian to absorb it. As Yang Jian's soul power made contact with the soul ring of the Titan giant ape, he was immediately engulfed by an overwhelming aura of hatred. The soul ring itself radiated a palpable resistance against him. However, the laws of the world dictated that those who hunt soul beasts can absorb their soul rings. Thus, despite its fierce defiance, the soul ring was inexorably drawn to Yang Jian's crown. Within the soul ring, the consciousness of the Titan giant ape was frenzied. And since it could not prevent Yang Jian from absorbing it, it sought instead to explode him from within. The power of the soul ring surged into Yang Jian like a tsunami, and he found himself unable to control the absorption process, passively receiving the onslaught of its strength. The remnants of the Titan giant ape's consciousness invaded his body, unleashing a torrent of chaotic energy that ruthlessly assaulted his meridians. Yet, Yang Jian remained unfazed. A divine gaze manifested upon his forehead, enveloped in a gentle silver light that consumed the Titan giant ape's consciousness like winter snow meeting the blazing sun. instantly dissolving it. Meanwhile, the celestial blue bull python was already bloodied and battered, struggling against the onslaught of three formidable super Douluos. Even this apex existence among 100,000-year soul beasts could not withstand the assault. Bai Chen had transformed into his martial soul true form. Assuming the guise of an oddly enormous dragon-human hybrid, towering at least 20 to 30 meters high. Compared to earlier, the draconic features on Bai Chen had become more pronounced. Yet he retained an upright posture. In this true martial soul state, he faced the celestial blue bull python with unyielding strength, their powers evenly matched. However, with Bibi Dong's ambush, the sharp legs of her spider form could pierce even the scales of the celestial blue bull python. Combined with Yu Guan's relentless ranged attacks targeting the wounds left by Bibi Dong, the fate of the celestial blue bull python seemed all but sealed, but just then, a surge of azure light enveloped the three assailants. The realm of celestial blue delays emerged, a domain of power. Instantly, the three felt their bodies grow heavy, their soul power flowing sluggishly, and their movement slowed. At that moment, the celestial blue bull python seized the opportunity, unleashing a massive azure lightning sphere from its colossal head. This was the celestial blue annihilation thunder, the python's most formidable single-target attack. The lightning sphere was aimed squarely at Bibi Dong, recognizing her as the greatest threat. Especially considering that the titan giant ape had fallen to her hands. The immense sphere, as it soared through the air, summoned arcs of lightning that wove a vast net across the sky, a clear indication of the magnitude of the strike. Bibi Dong, not daring to underestimate the attack, activated her ninth soul ring, the soul 100,000-year soul ring of her first martial soul, radiating a blood-red glow. The immortal body. Simultaneously, Bai Chen's soul rings flickered, causing him to grow even larger and leap onto the celestial blue bull python, pinning it down. His colossal fist rained down upon the python's head. The massive lightning sphere struck Bibi Dong, seemingly lacking great force, even appearing to diminish in size upon contact. Yet in that instant, the light dimmed as if the very sky had darkened. The sphere shrank further until it was no larger than a human fist before detonating, producing an almost soundless explosion that shattered Bibi Dong's armor and left her lower spider body in tatters. Instead of dissipating, the remnants of the lightning sphere transformed into a plasma-like entity, enveloping Bibi Dong's form, rendering her momentarily immobile. However, after unleashing such a potent attack, the celestial blue bull python became exceedingly weary, left with no strength to retaliate against Bai Chen's relentless strikes, which only grew heavier and more forceful. On Yang Jian's side, he had nearly absorbed all the power of the soul ring, which inflicted no real harm upon him, but rather expedited the absorption process. The remnants of the titan giant ape's soul grew increasingly feeble, on the brink of complete annihilation. Recognizing the opportune moment, Yang Jian's divine gaze locked onto the fading remnants of the titan giant ape. The already weakened essence of the titan giant ape was utterly extinguished. As Yang Jian's soul power surged, amplifying his divine presence, particularly potent within the realm of spiritual strength, Yang Jian was inherently capable of completely obliterating the remnants of the titan giant ape's soul at any moment. He chose to retain it to incite a frenzied mobilization of the soul ring's power. Though this approach would render the process of absorption significantly more agonizing for Yang Jian, it would also expedite the pace considerably. As the soul of the titan giant ape was extinguished, the essence of its soul power was wholly assimilated by Yang Jian, and the soul ring atop his head had vanished. Yang Jian opened his eyes and rose to his feet, summoning the three-pronged, two-edged blade. 6 soul rings, adorned in hues of yellow, purple, black, and red, gracefully floated around the blade, particularly the 2 crimson rings that were strikingly captivating. A ghostly figure patted Yang Jian on the shoulder, saying, "You, my friend, will soon surpass me." Du Gubo also extended his congratulations, proclaiming, "Congratulations, young Master Yang, on your ascension to Soul Emperor. Your innate talent is truly extraordinary." Yang Jian replied with serene composure, "My gratitude." Then added thoughtfully, "Elder Ghost, lend them your assistance. With Poison Elder by my side, I shall remain unharmed." Ghost May cast a lingering glance at Yang Jian, surveying their surroundings before murmuring to Du Gubo, "Remain vigilant." Before his words fully dissipated, Ghost May's form had already soared toward the azure bull python. Already thoroughly suppressed by Bai Chun and further harassed by Yu Guan, Ghost May's arrival became the final straw that broke the camel's back. The black mist conjured by Ghost May enveloped a portion of the azure bull python's body, and with Bai Chun astride its back, the colossal serpent was rendered utterly powerless to resist. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong had dispelled the troublesome plasma attacks, her form reverting to human shape, though still clad in obsidian armor. Behind her loomed the spectral silhouette of a gargantuan spider. "Stand aside," she commanded, her voice icy. "Allow me to personally escort this pitiful serpent to its demise." Step by step, she advanced through the void toward the azure bull python. Without hesitation, Bai Chun and Ghost May withdrew instantly. The moment the serpent regained its freedom, it found itself ensnared by an invisible web. Bibi Dong now hovered directly above its massive head. Motionless, she willed the phantom spider's leg to descend from the heavens, piercing straight through the center of the azure bull python's bovine skull. A harrowing bellow tore through the air, laden with an inexplicable sorrow, resonating with haunting intensity. The light in the serpent's eyes dimmed gradually, its cries fading into silence. At last, its colossal head collapsed lifelessly upon the earth, its gaze vacant, bereft of all vitality. Bibi Dong descended upon the fallen beast, standing atop its skull, a striking contrast between conqueror and conquered, like a valkyrie who had just subdued a titan. Soon, a crimson soul ring emerged from the serpent's remains. Bibi Dong strode across its lifeless form, positioning herself beneath the hovering ring. "Guard me," she instructed briefly before settling into meditation upon the serpent's back, preparing to absorb the soul ring. Ghost Mei and Yu Guan stationed themselves beside her without hesitation. Douluo Bo turned to Yang Jian, who instead approached the corpse of the titan giant ape. With measured precision, Yang Jian's three-pointed double-edged blade probed the beast's remains until an anomaly was detected in its left arm. The blade sank deep before twisting deftly, dislodging a gleaming soul bone. The weapon vanished as Yang Jian caught the bone, examining it briefly. The left arm bone of a 100,000-year soul beast was immaculately preserved, its energy undiminished, rivaling even a soul ring of the same caliber. After a moment's appraisal, he stored it within his soul tool and addressed Douluo Bo with quiet authority. "Poison Elder, let us join them." Douluo Bo nodded, accompanying Yang Jian to the azure bull python's remains. Bai Chun, his expression unreadable, offered a stiff greeting. "Young Master Yang, congratulations." Yang Jian nodded slightly and inquired, "What troubles you, Bai Lao?" Bai Chun hesitated for a moment but chose not to conceal his thoughts. "In this battle, I have gained some insights. It seems the bottleneck at the 98th level is beginning to loosen. I may be on the verge of a breakthrough." Yang Jian comprehended Bai Chun's intentions. If Bai Chun were to make a breakthrough now, he would undoubtedly require a guardian, which would be advantageous for the Spirit Hall, particularly for Bibi Dong's faction. Should Bai Chun succeed in narrowing the gap between the Hall of Popes and the Hall of Elders, it would yield significant benefits. Bai Chun had not engaged in battle for over a century. After such an extended period of tranquil cultivation, his soul power was undoubtedly abundant. Yet he merely lacked a pivotal opportunity, which the confrontation with the Azure Bull Python presented. "Old Bai, feel free to advance. We have 3 titled Douluos here." "And no unforeseen incidents will arise," Bai Chun affirmed, nodding solemnly. He refrained from uttering further words and settled into a meditative position not far from Bibi Dong. His movements far more pronounced than hers. As soon as he took his seat, a fierce surge of soul power emanated from him, subtly forming a small vortex before him. Gu Mei and Yu Guan exhibited a degree of wariness, as they were still haunted by the memory of Tang Hao's ambush during Bibi Dong's soul ring absorption. Yang Jian felt an inexplicable unease, unable to pinpoint the source of his discomfort. He could only heighten his vigilance and instructed Douluo Bo, "Old Poison, please be extra cautious of our surroundings. Something feels amiss." Douluo Bo, bewildered, nodded in agreement without voicing any objections, quietly sharpening his awareness. However, despite Bibi Dong successfully absorbing the soul ring, nothing unusual transpired. Given Bibi Dong's formidable prowess, the assimilation of a 100,000-year soul ring was remarkably swift. In less than a quarter of an hour, she rose to her feet, a colossal spider phantom looming behind her. Yet, upon closer inspection, it bore notable differences from the previous one. The soul rings, red and black, numbered merely 7. Yet the aura they exuded was no less formidable than that of a 9-ring primary martial spirit. "What is the matter with Bai Chun?" Bibi Dong appeared in good spirits, clearly reveling in the strength of the heavenly blue bull python soul rings. Yang Jian responded, "Bai Lao is likely on the verge of breaking through to the 98th level." A faint smile curled at the corner of Bibi Dong's lips, for she had not anticipated that he would surpass her. "Gu Mei, retrieve the soul bone of the Tianqing Yomeng. Douluo Bo, you and Yu Guan should inspect this lake. It appears rather peculiar and may harbor some treasures. I shall personally guard Bai Chun." "Understood." The 3 departed, leaving only Yang Jian and Bibi Dong by Bai Chun's side. With 3 joyous events unfolding, Bibi Dong's spirit soared, and her tone softened considerably. "Yang Jian, how have you been? What level is your soul power now? The soul ring of the Titan giant ape must be quite impressive, I presume." Yang Jian quietly sensed his soul power had significantly increased, likely around level 65. However, an unsettling premonition lingered within him. Yang Jian pondered for a moment before adding, "The last time I had this premonition was during the finals, right before we were ambushed by the Holy Spirit sect." Bibi Dong's delicate brows furrowed slightly as her eyes narrowed, sweeping across their surroundings. Gu Mei was still rummaging through the corpse of the sky azure bull python, while Yu Guan and Douluo Bo were slowly scouting the area from opposite sides of the lake. The forest behind the lake appeared undisturbed. Everything seemed perfectly normal. "Once Bai Chun makes his breakthrough, we'll leave. Don't worry, with your master here, nothing will happen," Bibi Dong reassured him, gently ruffling Yang Jian's hair as she spoke. Yang Jian furrowed his brow slightly, "Yet I still wish to seek him out." "That soul beast?" "Indeed. But did you not express a sense of peril?" "Even so, you still wish to find him?" "Yes, he holds great significance for me. To me, he is more than merely a soul beast." Bibi Dong was filled with doubts, yet she refrained from further questioning. With a gentle sigh, she tenderly caressed Yang Jian's hair and softly said, "In that case, once Bai Chun has broken through, I shall accompany you in your search for him. Yang Jian nodded slightly and turned his gaze towards Bai Chun. The whirlpool of soul power before Bai Chun did not expand, rather, it diminished in size. However, the fluctuations of his soul power intensified dramatically. The small whirlpool before Bai Chun had now shrunk to the size of a fist, seemingly on the verge of taking on a tangible form. Bibi Dong elucidated. Bai Chun is in the process of forming a soul core. It is uncertain whether this is his first or second soul core. If it is the latter, it would indeed be rather formidable. Seemingly perceiving Yang Jian's confusion, Bibi Dong continued her explanation. Every individual possesses a finite physical capacity. As one's rank increases, the accumulation of soul power becomes a challenge, and compressing soul power serves as a potential solution. Soul power is inherently gaseous, yet upon reaching levels 89, one must condense it into a liquid state in order to aspire to the rank of title Douluo. Beyond the liquid state lies the solid state, which is what I refer to as the soul core. Once the soul core is formed, it establishes a small cycle utilizing one's own soul power, significantly enhancing the rate of recovery for soul power. Additionally, it autonomously absorbs the elemental forces of nature, yielding countless advantages. While it is preferable for a soul core to be formed as early as possible, typically only super Douluos can achieve this feat. According to the records of the Spirit Hall, even the most talented individuals only formed their soul cores at level 91. Thus, it may be premature to contemplate this. With your innate talent, it is conceivable that you could form a soul core as a soul Douluo, thereby shattering yet another record. Yang Jian inquired, then, Master, at what level did you form your soul core? Is it true that having more cores is better? Bibi Dong let out a faint, enigmatic chuckle. Ah, I formed my soul core at level 89, though it remains unrecorded by the Spirit Hall. Indeed, having multiple cores is advantageous, yet even a single core is quite rare. Qiandaolu, for instance, possesses 3 soul cores, which renders him exceptionally formidable. As the vortex before Bai Chun diminished further, it approached the vicinity of his chest, seemingly on the verge of merging with him. At that moment, Gui Mei approached, kneeling on one knee, reverently presenting the soul bone of the Tianqing Yomang to Bibi Dong. Your Holiness, he addressed her. Bibi Dong casually took hold of the soul bone, a right arm bone of a pale azure hue. Even she, who had encountered numerous soul bones over the course of 100,000 years, found this particular piece to be exceedingly rare. Upon securing the soul bone, she deemed it unnecessary to absorb it in such a perilous environment where danger could arise at any moment. Just then, Douluo returned, offering a fist salute to Bibi Dong. Your Holiness, Douluo and I have discovered that the spiritual energy in this lake is exceptionally dense, and it appears that the source lies at the lake's bottom. Yu Guan has already entered the lake to investigate. Bibi Dong furrowed her brow slightly. Summon Yu Guan back. Do not act recklessly. Noting Bibi Dong's displeasure, Douluo wasted no time. Transforming into his martial spirit form, a colossal Bailin Snake King, and plunged into the lake. The vortex at Bai Chun's chest had completely crystallized into a diamond shape. Gradually merging with his body, it would not be long before he achieved a breakthrough. As Douluo entered the lake, Yang Jian manifested his divine eye. Focusing intently on the water, his gaze penetrated the lake's surface, revealing Douluo descending into its depths. Although the lake appeared modest in size, it seemed remarkably profound. The spiritual energy within the lake far surpassed that of other locations. As Yang Jian's vision descended, he observed the energy intensifying until he reached the lake bed, where the soil exhibited peculiar qualities. The soil glimmered subtly, suggesting that the spiritual energy emanated from beneath it. Yang Jian activated his divine eye to delve deeper. Yet even his divine vision struggled to penetrate this soil. The divine eye began to coalesce, radiating silvery light that circled around it. Yang Jian's sight continued to extend downward from the lake bed. Several massive figures lay in slumber, seemingly absorbing something. Suddenly, a pair of golden vertical pupils opened wide, and their piercing light compelled Yang Jian's divine eye to retreat. Yang Jian retracted his divine gaze, sensing the impending danger. Teacher, there exists an exceedingly formidable presence at the bottom of this lake. It appears they have already detected our presence. Before Bibi Dong could utter a word, the lake's surface erupted with colossal waves, sending Douluo and Yueguan hurtling through the air, their martial spirits' manifestations forcibly dispelled. The 2 men crashed heavily to the ground before the others, their faces ashen, and they fell into unconsciousness. The lake's surface gradually parted, revealing a towering man clad in black armor, adorned with 2 horns and possessing a pair of golden vertical pupils, who advanced step by step upon the void, moving with deliberate grace. As Yang Jian beheld this individual, his eyes narrowed slightly. He sensed an extraordinary strength emanating from him, perhaps even surpassing that of Qiandaolu. The mere aura of this man instilled an overwhelming sense of invincibility. Bibi Dong's countenance also shifted, yet she stepped forward, positioning herself before the others. If I have caused any offense, I hope you will forgive us. We harbor no ill intentions. We merely seek to borrow a moment in your esteemed presence as one of our companions approaches a breakthrough. We shall depart the instant he awakens. The man, standing effortlessly upon the lake's surface, chuckled mockingly. You speak of having no malice after slaying 2 of my pets? A powerful surge of soul power surged towards the crowd, causing Bibi Dong's expression to change drastically. The ethereal manifestation of her martial spirit appeared, barely managing to contend with the force. The man, however, made no move to advance. Instead, he casually stretched and inquired, "What time is it now, and which deity governs this continent?" Though Bibi Dong felt a twinge of confusion, she dared not show any hesitation. The man before her radiated an unparalleled strength. She could distinctly perceive that he was far mightier than Qin Douluo and sensed an aura of divinity surrounding him. While Bibi Dong contemplated her words, Yang Jian interjected, "Currently, there are no deities on this continent. And who might you be?" Yang Jian's divine vision naturally discerned that this being was not human, but rather extraordinarily powerful indeed, the most formidable existence he had encountered in this world. Should conflict arise, his side stood no chance of victory. "You may address me as Tian," the figure declared, crossing his arms with an air of intrigue as he studied Yang Jian. "So, you are the one who dared to observe me just now?" Yang Jian took a step forward and calmly said, "I did not intend to offend earlier. So, Emperor Tian, do you have any guidance?" Emperor Tian's golden vertical pupil shimmered with a glimmer of light as a pair of dragon wings manifested behind him. Though not particularly large, the wings seemed to eclipse the entire sky, casting a shadow that dimmed the daylight. "You have slain 2 of my pets. How shall we address this?" Emperor Tian paused slightly before continuing with a mocking tone. "Let us strike a bargain. 2 lives in exchange for 1 pet. There are 6 of you, so 4 must perish, while the remaining 2 may depart unscathed. I shall grant you the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn for your deliberation." A formidable pressure emanated from him, bearing down upon the group. Yet it did not seem to affect them adversely. Rather, it awakened Yu Guan and Douluo, while Bai Chen abruptly exited his meditative state, evidently suffering from a significant backlash, as he coughed up a mouthful of old blood. Fortunately, Bai Chen's soul core had already fused within him. It was merely disrupted at the crucial moment of stabilization, causing the core to tremble slightly without shattering. Otherwise, the consequences would have been far graver than a mere spitting of blood. All present heard Emperor Tian's words, and a profound silence enveloped the group. Emperor Tian appeared to take great pleasure in their expressions, casually stretching his body and smiling at them with an air of amusement. Yang Jian replied nonchalantly, "Do you not think this trick is rather outdated? Do you consider us foolish? Are you not afraid of me?" In an instant, Tian appeared before Yang Jian. His golden vertical pupils fixated intently upon him. Yang Jian's lips curled slightly, a divine gaze manifesting at the center of his brow. The silver vertical pupils contrasted sharply with Tian's golden vertical pupils, their luminescence not clashing but rather shining independently. Yang Jian remarked nonchalantly, "I do not perceive anything worthy of fear in you. Although you are indeed formidable, I find myself incapable of feeling terror." As he spoke, a chuckle unexpectedly escaped his lips. Tian, too, couldn't help but smirk, delivering a swift punch aimed at Yang Jian's brow. Before Bibi Dong could react, she was effortlessly sent flying aside by the dragon wings of Tian. Bai Chen and Gui Mei, upon realizing the situation, prepared to intervene. Yet a mere glance from Tian rendered them immobile, as though they had descended into the depths of hell, their very souls seemingly frozen, paralyzing them into inaction. However, the punch did not land. It hovered before Yang Jian's forehead. He exhibited no change in expression, not even a blink, and a trace of defiance flickered in his gaze. "Are you truly unafraid of death?" Tian withdrew his fist, appearing more intrigued by Yang Jian, crossing his arms and momentarily refraining from any further action. "I do not sense your intent to kill. You have no desire to end my life." Yang Jian let out a light chuckle and stepped forward once more. The 108 soul beasts, along with Emperor Tian, also emitted a soft laugh. "Do you truly remain fearless out of ignorance, or are you genuinely devoid of fear? You may not fully comprehend the extent of my strength." Yang Jian chuckled softly. "I know you are formidable. You must have already touched the limits of this world. Precisely because I understand your strength, I am all the more certain you won't kill me." Tian's strike hadn't been serious, so it didn't inflict much damage on Bibi Dong. She stepped forward again, pulling Yang Jian behind her. "Lord Tian, we shall leave this place immediately. As for your 2 pets, the spirit hall will compensate you," Bibi Dong said, gently squeezing Yang Jian's hand as a silent warning not to provoke Tian further. Tian's brow furrowed slightly, his voice dripping with disdain. "The spirit hall? The sanctuary of the angel god? He is unworthy of my concession. Now choose 4 of you die, or all of you perish." His tone had turned icy. Bibi Dong's pupils contracted. Tian was not jesting. Yang Jian frowned, about to speak, but she tightened her grip on his hand. Douluo's eyes flickered with unreadable thoughts, while Bai Chen sighed softly. Even at level 98, he still felt powerless. Gui Mei and Yu Guan exchanged glances before Gui Mei spoke with resignation. "Your Holiness, I am willing to die. Yang Jian is the hope of the spirit hall for the next century. Only you, and he must survive." Yu Guan is also willing, the other added. Before Bibi Dong could respond, their gazes shifted meaningfully toward Douluo and Bai Chen. Watching this unfold, Tian let out a light chuckle, clearly pleased. Douluo glanced at Bai Chen. Though reluctant to surrender his life so easily, as the weakest present, save for Yang Jian, he held little authority. Perhaps even less than Yang Jian himself. His only hope lay with Bai Chen, but their exchanged looks conveyed mutual understanding. Both sighed softly. "I only ask that your Holiness and young Master Yang look after the Holy Dragon sect in my stead, especially that child, Bai Yujing," Bai Chen said. "Young Master Yang, please take care of Yin Yin for me," Douluo added. "Douluo is willing to die." Tian sneered. Very well. Will you do it yourselves, or shall I? Yet in an instant, Bibi Dong summoned her spirit, and the other four followed without hesitation. A dazzling array of spirit rings illuminated the air as they prepared to fight. Yang Jian, however, deftly grasped by Bibi Dong's hand, asserting that there was no need for unnecessary conflict, as no one would perish here today. Tian, displaying a hint of boredom, yawned and remarked nonchalantly that it was indeed a wise decision. Yet, did they truly desire him to intervene personally? At that moment, the lake behind Tian parted once more, revealing several colossal figures that gradually emerged. Yang Jian's pupils contracted as he beheld a familiar silhouette. Boss, have you not resolved this yet? Do you require our assistance? Inquired a giant bear, its voice articulate, while a malevolent glimmer flickered in its eyes. A black dog promptly slapped the bear on its head. The bear bared its teeth, ready to retaliate, but the black dog had already scampered to Tian's side. Grinning mischievously, Boss, I recognize these individuals. They are likely from the Spirit Hall, the foremost power in the continent. It would not be prudent to engage them at this juncture. Tian furrowed his brow slightly. Am I to fear a mere Spirit Hall? The black dog quickly adopted a sycophantic demeanor. Of course not. Boss, you are astute and unmatched, a paragon of invincibility. How could you possibly fear a Spirit Hall? Yet, it was evident that the timing was indeed inopportune for further complications. After all, the expressions of the black dog and Douluo shifted subtly. Was this not the very black dog that accompanied Yang Jian? Nevertheless, both wisely chose to remain silent. Yang Jian was perplexed as to how the celestial dog came to associate with these individuals, yet it appeared that the celestial dog was thriving in their company. As for whether the celestial dog would reveal his secrets, Yang Jian had never entertained such a notion. Betrayal is a possibility for anyone. But he had never harbored a single doubt regarding the celestial dog's loyalty. It seemed that the celestial dog was currently unable to acknowledge Yang Jian. The celestial dog and Emperor Tian engaged in whispered conversation for quite some time, and none dared to interrupt. As their dialogue came to a halt, Emperor Tian's expression remained inscrutable, while the celestial dog wore an unmistakably playful grin. Yang Jian could discern from the appearance of Showdown Quan that everything was likely fine. Without Showdown Quan, Yang Jian would only have the confidence to protect himself, while the others might not necessarily make it out alive. Tian spoke slowly. You may leave. I can't be bothered to hold a grudge against you. However, from now on, the Douluo Great Forest shall be a forbidden zone for humans. If even one dares to trespass, I will slaughter an entire human city in retaliation. Bibi Dong's pupils contracted slightly. Spirit Hall City was not far from the Douluo Great Forest. If Tian intended to massacre a city, Spirit Hall City would undoubtedly be the first target. Tian was forcing her to restrain humanity. The soul beasts behind Tian, none of them emitted an aura weaker than her own. They were undoubtedly far beyond the 100,000-year threshold. Damn it, when had the Douluo Great Forest concealed so many powerful soul beasts? The Spirit Hall had not received even a shred of intelligence about them. Before Bibi Dong could ponder further, Tian had already grown impatient. Still not leaving? Do you truly believe I want to kill you? Bibi Dong did not argue. She lowered her voice and commanded, let us go. No one dared to hesitate, swiftly retreating. Before departing, Yang Jian waved in Tian's direction, seemingly a casual farewell. But in truth, it was a silent signal to Showdown Quan behind Tian. Though Showdown Quan had not exchanged a single word with Yang Jian, nor even met his gaze. Yang Jian still understood his intentions perfectly. Clearly, Showdown Quan could not reveal his connection to Yang Jian. Doing so recklessly might endanger him. Bibi Dong hastily pulled Yang Jian away, fearing he might provoke Tian. Tian, however, was not so easily angered. Instead, the corner of his lips curled slightly, finding Yang Jian rather amusing. The colossal bear approached Tian. That brat is far too insolent. Shall I go kill him? Tian frowned slightly, turning his golden, slit-pupiled eyes to glare icily at the bear. Xiangjun, do I need you to instruct me on how to act? Do you even recognize your place? Xiangjun shuddered under Tian's gaze and dared not retort. At that moment, a jade-like swan spoke, her voice gentle and feminine. Boss, should we continue our slumber? Tian swept his gaze across the assembled soul beasts. Wake the others as well. The time may have come. Xiangjun, you will journey to the extreme north to contact other soul beasts above the 100,000-year threshold. Qi Huang, from this day forth, you shall patrol the Douluo Great Forest and reorganize all soul beasts above the 10,000-year mark. And remember, if any humans are discovered, show no mercy. Note their numbers. I will personally carry out the city's annihilation. Showdown Quan sidled up with a mischievous grin. Boss, what about me? What do I do? Tian frowned slightly. Fine. Hey Huang, you shall accompany Xiangjun to the extreme north. The Snow Empress of the extreme north is not one for pleasantries. The multitude of soul beasts turned their eyes to Tian, as if awaiting further orders. Tian transformed into a massive golden-eyed black dragon, spreading his wings and soaring above the lake of life. With a thunderous roar, he seemed to proclaim his existence to the world. In response, the various soul beasts lingering by the lake raised their heads and howled in unison, echoing Tian's draconic cry. 109, left and right arm bones. Before Yang Jian and his companions could depart from the confines of the Douluo Forest, A resounding dragon's roar reverberated through the air. Bibi Dong's expression shifted subtly, prompting her to quicken her pace. Out of deference to Emperor Tian, the group chose not to soar directly from the forest, instead navigating cautiously, avoiding various soul beasts along their path. Concerned about unforeseen complications, they meticulously steered clear of even the 10-year-old soul beasts, refraining from slaying any creatures until they had completely exited the Douluo forest. At which point they finally exhaled in relief. Bibi Dong sighed softly and instructed, Yueguan, upon our return, relay my command to seal off the Douluo forest. No one is to enter. Understood. Noticing Yang Jian's silence, Bibi Dong assumed he was still preoccupied with thoughts of the soul beast. She affectionately ruffled his hair and offered gentle reassurance. With Emperor Tian's presence in the Douluo forest, the soul beasts within will be safe. There is no need for concern. In the future, when I have grown sufficiently powerful, I shall accompany you to seek him out. Yang Jian nodded slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips. It's nothing, I was merely lost in contemplation. Without lingering at the outskirts of the Douluo Great Forest, the group swiftly departed its boundaries. Once clear of the forest's domain, they took flight towards Spirit Hall City with remarkable synchronicity, their movements now accelerated by unspoken consensus. Yang Jian could only muster his utmost strength to keep up in flight, barely managing not to fall behind. This expedition to the Douluo Great Forest had indeed imposed considerable pressure on everyone. Apart from various human factions, the soul beasts were also forces not to be underestimated. Upon their return to the Spirit Hall, the others dispersed to their respective duties, leaving only Yang Jian accompanying Bibi Dong to the Pope's Hall. Instead of ascending her throne, Bibi Dong walked side by side with Yang Jian, as though strolling leisurely through the Grand Hall. After a moment of contemplation, Bibi Dong retrieved the Sky Azure Bull Python's right arm bone and, with a faint smile, handed it to Yang Jian. Take it. Absorb it along with the Titan Giant Ape's soul bone. Perhaps you may yet become the first person in the history of Douluo Continent to assemble a complete set of 100,000-year soul bones. Yang Jian did not accept it. Teacher, wouldn't the effects be better if the soul ring and soul bone were absorbed together? You should need it more. Bibi Dong smiled warmly. I already possess a right arm bone. Even among 100,000-year soul bones, this one is considered top tier. Besides you, no one else is worthy of this soul bone. Yang Jian also retrieved the Titan Giant Ape's soul bone from his spirit guide, accepting the Sky Azure Bull Python soul bone. Yet he handed the Titan Giant Ape's soul bone to Bibi Dong. Teacher, you should absorb this one. I still have many spirit ring vacancies. The spirit rings I obtain in the future won't be inferior to the Titan Giant Ape or the Sky Azure Bull Python. By then, I'll have plenty of soul bones to choose from. Bibi Dong did not take it. Instead, she gently ruffled Yang Jian's hair and smiled tenderly. Just absorb it when I tell you to. Do you really think your teacher lacks soul bones? I already have a left arm bone. Yang Jian, no longer modest, retracted the soul bone of the Titan Giant Ape and earnestly inquired, So, Master, have you gathered all your soul bones? Are there any positions that remain unfulfilled? I am merely lacking a torso bone, he replied. The Spirit Hall does possess them, but I find them unworthy. As the most crucial soul bone, I must strive for perfection. However, the torso bone inherently has the lowest drop rate, not to mention that I seek one that is 100,000 years old. Yang Jian gazed intently at Bibi Dong and earnestly declared, Master, I shall certainly seek out a trunk bone that is over 100,000 years old for you. Please wait for me and do not settle for less. Bibi Dong smiled gently, replying, It is enough that you possess such good intentions. If you truly find a suitable trunk bone in the future, you may absorb it yourself first, and we shall discuss the matter further when there are more available. I already have a trunk bone. Oh, how long have you been absorbing the trunk bone? Yang Jian did not hesitate and recounted most of his experiences at the Holy Dragon Sect to Bibi Dong, though he tactfully omitted certain inconvenient details. After listening, Bibi Dong fell into brief contemplation, surprised by the ancient history of the Holy Dragon Sect. I shall speak with Bai Qin regarding the matter of the Holy Dragon tomb. She murmured. Pausing mid-sentence, she slowly ascended toward her throne. Go and absorb the spirit bones first. Once you have assimilated both, do not devote all your time solely to cultivation. I will arrange for someone to instruct you in military strategy and the fundamentals of warfare. When war erupts, I shall require more than just your individual strength. You must lead armies. Her voice carried the weight of prophecy as she reclined lazily upon the throne, casually waving her hand in dismissal. After my time is past, you, and you alone, shall inherit the Spirit Hall, or rather, the future Spirit Empire. Yang Jian let out a quiet sigh. In truth, he felt no enthusiasm for such matters. Even when it came to military strategy, he saw no need for instruction. After all, he was among the select few who could be deemed a brilliant talent in the illustrious battle against the tyranny of Zhou. However, Yang Jian chose not to voice his dissent. He offered a slight bow before departing from the papal hall. Upon returning to his quaint courtyard, Yang Jian first retrieved the left arm bone of the Titan Giant Ape. By absorbing the soul ring of the Titan Giant Ape, the process of integrating the soul bone would become considerably easier. As Yang Jian's soul power made contact with the soul bone, it began to dissolve effortlessly. Throughout the absorption, no unforeseen incidents occurred, and within merely half an hour, the left arm bone of the Titan Giant Ape was completely integrated. This accomplishment elevated Yang Jian's soul power by 2 levels, bringing him to the 67th rank. However, despite this advancement, Yang Jian felt no surge of joy in his heart. The rapid enhancement of his soul power in such a short span of time posed a risk of destabilizing his foundation. It seemed necessary to find an opportunity to pause and refine his soul power. Yet, he believed that he could first attain the rank of soul saint before gradually compressing his soul power. Moreover, reaching without further contemplation. Yang Jian retrieved the Sky Azure Python's soul bone once more. Upon holding it, one could immediately discern that the quality of this bone far surpassed that of the Titan giant apes. Had the Sky Azure Python not perished, it would likely have broken through to the 200,000-year threshold before long. Coupled with its extraordinary bloodline, this was already a high-grade soul bone approaching the 200,000-year mark. In the entire history of Douluo Continent, few soul bones could rival this one. A spirit beast's cultivation period isn't merely determined by its lifespan. For instance, while the Sky Azure Python and Titan giant ape were likely of similar age, there existed a vast disparity in their cultivation and power. Spirit beasts are capable of autonomous cultivation. By consuming other spirit beasts and natural treasures, coupled with inhabiting special locations like the life lake where these two resided, their cultivation accelerates significantly. Thus, a spirit beast's true age often falls below its cultivation level. A 100,000-year cultivation doesn't equate to a literal century of existence. Without dedicated cultivation, few spirit beasts could survive long enough to reach the 100,000-year mark, let alone withstand the subsequent heavenly tribulation. Both the Titan giant ape and Sky Azure Python belong to the absolute pinnacle of spirit beasts, their cultivation speed naturally exceeding ordinary specimens. Yet despite their similar ages, the Sky Azure Python's cultivation vastly outstripped its counterpart, a testament to its monstrous aptitude. Considering the Titan giant ape already represented the apex of spirit beasts, the Sky Azure Python's cultivation velocity being nearly double was nothing short of extraordinary. Beyond diligence, the Sky Azure Python's formidable bloodline proved indispensable. It truly deserved recognition as a genius among spirit beasts. What a tragedy that such a being with limitless potential met its demise prematurely. Yang Jian suppressed the tumultuous thoughts within his heart and began channeling his spiritual energy to connect with the Sky Azure Bull Python's right arm bone. Compared to the Titan giant ape's bone, the Sky Azure Bull Python's soul bone proved far more resistant to absorption. The moment their energies touched, an intense repulsion became immediately apparent, forcing Yang Jian to amplify the output of his spiritual power. The soul power of Yang Jian seemed to struggle as it gradually permeated the soul bone. Although the soul bone of the heavenly blue bull python was exceptionally formidable, it remained merely a fragment of a soul bone. As the right arm bone of the heavenly blue bull python slowly melded into him, Yang Jian could distinctly perceive the fusion of the soul bone with his own skeletal structure. His bones began to harden, becoming increasingly attuned to the flow of soul power. While this process unfolded at a pace considerably slower than that of the Titan giant ape's soul bone, it proceeded without any unforeseen complications. However, as Yang Jian sensed the complete integration of the soul bone, he experienced a subtle sensation of expansion within his body. Yang Jian realized that after absorbing the soul bone of the Azure Bull Python, he had reached the formidable level of 70. And he was certain that this was merely the beginning. It is worth noting that even during his previous encounters with limits, he had never experienced such a sense of expansion. Yang Jian examined his body, realizing that his ethereal soul energy was rather excessive. This was entirely inconsistent with the expected total soul energy of a quasi-soul saint. Ordinarily, such an issue would only arise for a soul fighter. Yang Jian realized that allowing the situation to persist was unwise. An excess of soul power was not necessarily beneficial. In fact, it could impede the effective utilization of soul power in daily practice, rendering further cultivation futile. He recalled what Bibi Dong had mentioned regarding the compression of soul power. Although Bibi Dong had not elucidated the process of condensing a soul core in great detail, the general direction she provided was sufficient for Yang Jian. The formation of a soul core hinges on two crucial aspects. First, the ability to compress soul power into a solid form, and second, the more arduous task of maintaining the stability of that solidified soul power while allowing it to rotate at one's own rhythm. Yang Jian considered this not overly challenging, for soul power is ultimately a form of one's own strength. Although this power possesses a significantly lower purity compared to magical energy, its essence remains fundamentally similar. On Yang Jian's forehead has emerged a silver vertical eye. With the aid of divine vision, Yang Jian possesses the confidence to masterfully control his soul energy. The process begins with the compression of this energy as he guides the soul force within him to converge. Initially, this task poses little difficulty, as it is merely in a gaseous state. However, even in this form, there exists a limit. Yang Jian soon reached his limits. Yet it was far from enough. The volume remained excessively vast. With no superior alternatives at his disposal, he resorted to coercing his soul power into a denser amalgamation. Even to the extent of allowing currents of soul energy to collide directly, Yang Jian employed the most brutal method of compression imaginable. One must understand that all of this transpired within the confines of his own body. Not merely a quasi-soul sage, even a soul Douluo engaging in such recklessness would find their physical form succumbing first. Conventionally, the compression of soul power is conducted externally. Though this demands greater mastery over spiritual force and soul energy, it spares the body from grievous harm. Yang Jian observed Bai Chen as he consolidated his soul core externally. Yet he did not necessarily believe that Bai Chen's approach was the correct one, although Yang Jian had not cultivated his martial soul for long. The wisdom accrued over thousands of years in his past life enabled him to glean insights into the cultivation of martial souls, leading him to develop his own understanding. Yang Jian believed that the external condensation of the soul nucleus could easily lead to its contamination. During the process of compressing soul power, it was inevitable that the primordial energies of heaven and earth would be entwined within. Although these primordial energies constituted only a minuscule portion, they had not undergone his own refinement and thus did not truly belong to his power. While this may not be apparent under ordinary circumstances, it could potentially influence the operation of the soul nucleus at critical moments. Yang Jian has always pursued the path of cultivation with meticulous precision, unwilling to tolerate the slightest carelessness. Controlled by his will, surges of spiritual energy collided repeatedly within his body, each impact resonating with a dull thud. His complexion gradually paled, a testament to the immense strain this exertion placed upon his physical form. Few would dare subject themselves to such torment, yet Yang Jian was no reckless fool. Recalling the swirling vortex that had manifested before Bai Chen, he surmised that his opponent had likely accelerated the compression of spiritual energy through rotation. Though there was wisdom to be gleaned from this method, blind imitation would serve no purpose. Thus, Yang Jian refined his approach. The violent collisions of spiritual energy transformed into a controlled, rotating friction. With masterful precision, he divided the energy into concentric rings, alternating between clockwise and counterclockwise rotations. Gradually, the speed of this spiraling motion intensified until a single droplet of liquefied spiritual energy fell. The innermost layer had successfully condensed, confirming the validity of his method. Encased within this ever-tightening vortex, the droplet continued its relentless revolution. A miniature cyclone now raged within Yang Jian's body, yet, due to the opposing rotations, it remained unervingly stable, anchored without the slightest deviation. Time passed. A trickle of blood escaped Yang Jian's lips, his pallor deepening. Even his formidable physique neared its limits. Yet, though the toll was severe, the results were undeniable, exquisite in their efficacy. The small tornado within Yang Jian has diminished to less than 1/10 of its original volume. With the majority having transformed into a semi-liquid state, it can hardly be referred to as a tornado anymore. Rather, it resembles a diminutive vortex. The soul power within Yang Jian has almost transformed into a semi-liquid state, exhibiting a pale silvery hue, as if it possesses a tangible form, exuding an extraordinary ethereal quality. The sensation of expansion within Yang Jian has dissipated, and the liquid soul power is now ample for his needs. However, Yang Jian remains unsatisfied. His initial ambition has always been the soul core. Yet, he refrains from hastening his progress, for his body can hardly endure further strain. The soul power has stabilized in its liquid form, and there is no need to rush. Yang Jian commenced the operation of the 8-9 profound art, harnessing the recently liquefied soul power to propel his cultivation. This liquid form of soul power is distinct, as its purity effortlessly facilitates the workings of the 8-9 profound art, mending the hidden injuries within his body. Within Yang Jian's body, the dantian, which concentrated his soul power, had begun to show several faint cracks. However, this injury was of little consequence to him. The formidable energy of the 8-9 profound arts coursed through him, gradually knitting the fissures back together. This is the terrifying aspect of the 8-9 profound arts, hailed as the foremost method of physical cultivation in Taoism. A master of this technique possesses an indestructible and immortal physique. Although Yang Jian was merely at the first transformation stage, his recovery from bodily injuries surpassed that of most celestial-level techniques. Once he sensed that he was no longer in grave danger, he ceased his practice of the 8-9 profound arts. Yet, he found that more than half of his soul power had been depleted. Despite the extraordinary effects of the 8-9 profound arts, its consumption was exceedingly immense. Yang Jian first activated the 9 revolutions primordial skill to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, restoring his soul power to its optimal state before coming to a halt. Yang Jian paused to catch his breath. For consolidating soul energy into a solid form proved to be far more arduous than that of a liquid. He needed to be in optimal condition for the final step. At that moment, he sensed a peculiar movement in his pocket, realizing that the 9-section jade was likely awakening. He retrieved the jade from his pocket. Now, the 9-section jade had returned to its normal size, yet its form had undergone a remarkable transformation. Its body was almost transparent, with flesh appearing as if it had truly morphed into a pale green jade. The 9-section jade no longer resembled any living creature, without the use of divine sight. Yang Jian could directly see through its flesh to the skeletal structure within, which seemed to be merely a deeper shade of jade, a rich emerald green. The small head of the 9-section jade affectionately nudged Yang Jian's palm, prompting a gentle smile from him as he playfully teased the little creature with his fingers. Yang Jian could naturally discern that the 9-section jade had undergone a complete metamorphosis. However, he was uncertain about the current toxicity of this diminutive creature. Yet there was undoubtedly a remarkable qualitative leap. Yang Jian played with the 9-section jade for a while, feeling a sense of relaxation wash over him. His soul energy approached saturation, and his body had nearly fully recovered. It was time to proceed. Yang Jian cast aside the 9-section jade, dismissing it with a curt, "Do not disturb me." Amuse yourself. The ninth section Jade lingered nearby, gazing at Yang Jian with a pitiable expression. Yang Jian smiled faintly, choosing to ignore it once more. As his divine gaze re-emerged, and he began to summon the soul power within him, the liquid soul power coalesced into a delicate, silvery orb. Once he confirmed that this was the maximum volume attainable in liquid form, he commenced the intricate task of controlling the orb's rotation. This was not a mere simple spin. Each minuscule droplet rotated in varying directions and at different speeds. Gradually, larger droplets followed suit, spinning in their own unique trajectories. Countless stages unfolded during this process, culminating in the entire orb of soul power whirling madly, achieving its utmost velocity. Yang Jian simultaneously commanded the rotation of thousands upon thousands of water droplets, each with its own unique direction and velocity. This endeavor not only required mastery over his own soul power but also demanded an immense mental fortitude as its foundation. Even with Yang Jian's current level of mental strength, he found himself straining under the effort. The divine eye upon his forehead subtly emanated a radiant glow. And it was only with the aid of this divine sight that Yang Jian could barely maintain control over all the droplets, ensuring that not a single one faltered in the slightest. Yang Jian's method of compressing soul power is undoubtedly abnormal. No ordinary soul master would form a soul core in such a manner. Yet Yang Jian remains convinced of the validity of his approach, as the visible shrinking of the aqueous sphere of soul power within him serves as irrefutable proof. However, as the sphere diminishes, the strain of controlling the countless droplets intensifies, rendering his countenance increasingly pallid. Should this persist, the soul core may never coalesce before his endurance falters entirely. Yang Jian was reaching his absolute limit, now barely holding on through sheer force of will. Yet persisting like this was no solution. Just as he teetered on the brink of collapse, the divine eye upon Yang Jian's forehead emanated a gentle radiance, while behind him loomed an immense spectral visage of a vertical pupil, a projection of the divine eye itself. This colossal vertical pupil shimmered with a blinding silver light, completely enveloping Yang Jian. Under the shimmering silver, Yang Jian's expression grew serene, the weight of pressure significantly alleviated, allowing him to manipulate the droplets of soul energy with newfound ease. The ninth section Jade, filled with trepidation, instinctively recoiled, seemingly fearful of the silvery glow. It retreated further and ultimately nestled beneath the bed, its small eyes peering out with concern towards the direction of Yang Jian's form. The soul power orb within Yang Jian has diminished significantly in size. What once resembled an apple has now shrunk to that of a grape. Yet it retains its perfectly rounded form. This soul power orb can no longer be classified merely as a water sphere. It has nearly transformed into a solid state, requiring only one final step to solidify and maintain its stability. Yang Jian slowed the rotation of the soul energy sphere within him, yet he did not alter its form. Having witnessed by Qin's soul core, he was well aware that it was meant to be rhomboid. However, Yang Jian did not believe that what suited others would necessarily befit him. The presence of the soul core evoked thoughts of the golden elixir, which is inherently round. The concept of a spherical heaven and square earth, and even the shape of celestial bodies, carries profound significance. The formation of a golden elixir within oneself is akin to creating a miniature universe. Its existence embodies the most stable and harmonious shape in accordance with the principles of the Tao. Yang Jian sought to form a circular soul core, or more aptly termed a soul elixir. Within him, the soul elixir had solidified completely, yet a small portion of soul power remained in liquid form. The soul elixir began to rotate gently, while the remaining liquid soul power transformed into a circle, maintaining a certain distance around the elixir. The soul circle revolved in the opposite direction to that of the soul elixir, as Yang Jian gradually withdrew his control over the soul power. The soul elixir and the soul circle continued their slow rotation, seemingly establishing a delicate balance between the two. The soul core was formed. Although the soul core was somewhat unique, its functionality should not differ significantly. Yang Jian felt a sense of satisfaction, as his vision had come to fruition. Yang Jian retracted his divine gaze, causing the ethereal silhouette behind him to vanish. However, simultaneously, a fierce headache accompanied by a profound sense of vertigo assailed him, revealing that his spiritual energy had been exhausted. The potency of his divine sight was intrinsically linked to Yang Jian's own strength, and it could not manifest additional power from thin air. Once the silvery light faded, the ninth section Jade, having returned to the bed, seemed to sense something awry with Yang Jian. Yet, recalling his earlier admonition, it hesitated to approach, fearing it might disturb him. "I'll take a nap. If anyone comes looking for me, just hide and don't bite them," Yang Jian had instructed the ninth section Jade before surrendering to slumber. Within the martial soul palace, Yang Jian felt reasonably secure, allowing him to forego any need to endure. The most essential remedy for his spiritual depletion was rest. The ninth section Jade paused for a moment before gradually crawling onto Yang Jian's chest, curling up to sleep. Sleeping was indeed its favorite pastime. Suddenly, a voice, rather unfriendly in tone, resonated from outside the room, rousing Yang Jian from his serene dreams. Yang Jian opened his eyes to find that the sky outside had brightened significantly. After a brief slumber, he felt a slight ache in his head. He had not slept for long. It was already deep into the night when he had succumbed to sleep, and it had only been a few hours since then. "Yang Jian!" A harsh voice echoed from outside the room once more. Yang Jian furrowed his brow slightly. As he rose, the ninth section Jade pendant at his chest slipped and fell, startling him awake. The jade pendant cast a resentful glance at Yang Jian. Yang Jian casually seized the 9-section emerald and tucked it into his pocket. You may continue to slumber. Yang Jian hurriedly approached the door, where a middle-aged man stood rigidly, his countenance far from pleasant. Who are you? Disturbed from his tranquil reverie. No one would be in good spirits, especially given that Yang Jian was in dire need of rest after exhausting his mental faculties. Horace, are you Yang Jian? The sharp glint in Horace's tiger-like eye scrutinized Yang Jian from head to toe. It seemed this was the individual whom Bibi Dong had arranged to instruct him in military strategies. Yang Jian furrowed his brow. He had no need for anyone to teach him such matters. Nonetheless, the name Horace was not unfamiliar to Yang Jian. He was the national general of the Bazak kingdom. A sole Douluo of remarkable prowess and a masterful tactician. In recent years, the Bazak kingdom had risen to prominence as the foremost kingdom beneath the two great empires. A feat largely attributed to Horace's efforts. The Bazak kingdom had undergone rampant expansion in recent years, and under Horace's command, he had never faced defeat. Had it not been for the considerations of the two great empires, the kingdom could have expanded severalfold. It was noteworthy that within these kingdoms, even possessing the rank of Soul Sage would elevate one to the throne, yet a Soul Douluo serving a kingdom was rather unusual. Moreover, Horace was no ordinary Soul Douluo. Aside from facing assassination attempts, he refrained from employing his own strength, instead leading his armies to decisively crush the forces of enemy nations. It was rare to find such talent even among the two great empires. It appeared that Horace was also affiliated with the Spirit Hall. As the Bazak kingdom alone could not cultivate such individuals, it was all part of the Spirit Hall's grand design, with Bibi Dong having laid the groundwork long ago. You know how long I've waited for you? Do you realize what time it is now? Do not presume that your status as the Pope's disciple grants you the liberty to act with such arrogance. Considering that Horace might become a pivotal figure in Bibi Dong's future plans, Yang Jian was reluctant to leave a negative impression on him. It was imperative not to let subordinates feel disheartened. Yang Jian explained, last night I experienced a breakthrough, and I am quite fatigued. Which is why I slept so soundly today. I hope for your understanding. Breakthrough? Is it truly a cultivation breakthrough or merely a fade? Please clarify and do not engage in any petty tricks with me, for I am not easily deceived by such antics. Yang Jian was not displeased by Horace's demeanor. Instead, he earnestly explained, I have reached level 70, thus. Horace, striving to conceal his astonishment, cleared his throat twice and feigned indifference as he remarked, You are 14? Very well, go seek the Pope. Ultimately, a Soul Master's cultivation holds paramount importance. After you obtain the 7th soul ring, I shall return to instruct you. With that, Horace departed. The notion of a 14-year-old soul sage was utterly implausible. However, since Yang Jian had proclaimed it, he could not possibly be deceiving. The revelation indeed left Horace profoundly shaken. After Yang Jian bid farewell to Horace, he proceeded towards the Pope's palace. As Horace had remarked, one's own strength is paramount. For everything else may ultimately dissolve into mere illusion. Yang Jian arrived outside the Pope's hall, and the ghostly figure suddenly materialized at the entrance. What brings you to seek His Holiness the Pope? It inquired. I have reached level 70 and require a soul ring, Yang Jian nonchalantly revealed, delivering news that was nothing short of astonishing. A flicker of surprise crossed the ghost's pale visage. Did you not just absorb your 6th soul ring? How could you have advanced so swiftly? I have absorbed 2 soul bones, which enabled my ascension to level 70, Yang Jian responded candidly. The ghost furrowed its brow slightly. Did His Holiness grant you the soul bone of the heavenly blue bull python as well? Before Yang Jian could reply, the ghost sighed deeply and spoke earnestly. Young one, your rapid increase in soul power is not necessarily a boon, especially when it comes from absorbing forces that do not rightfully belong to you. This can lead to an unstable foundation. Although you may not perceive the consequences now, once you reach the level of title Douluo, each increment in soul power will become increasingly arduous. Your abnormal surge in strength seems to have originated from the Soul King stage, which is concerning. Do you believe that those great powers lack soul bones? They merely refrain from allowing such prodigies to absorb them as you have. The more you experience this unnatural escalation, the greater the repercussions will be on your future cultivation. You are already remarkably gifted. It would be wise to pause and refine your soul power, ensuring that it truly belongs to you. Yang Jian undoubtedly recognizes the veracity in the words of Gui Mei. If Gui Mei did not genuinely care for him, he would not utter such thankless remarks. After all, if it were any other peer possessing Yang Jian's level of cultivation, their ego would have soared to the heavens. And they would hardly welcome such unpalatable yet sincere counsel from others. Yang Jian nodded thoughtfully and stated earnestly, I am well aware of this. However, I desire to take a moment to pause my cultivation after acquiring the 7th soul ring. The significance of the 7th soul ring is profound, and with its attainment, my strength will undergo a transformative leap. The specter, noticing the sincerity in Yang Jian's demeanor, refrained from further comments. This young man possesses a commendable quality. He understands the gravity of the situation, unlike certain prodigies who, despite their elders' earnest counsel, only exhibit impatience. Follow me. Yu Guan is also inside. As Yang Jian and the ghostly figure entered the grand hall, they were met with the chilling voice of Bibi Dong. Damn it. These individuals court their own demise and yet drag others down with them. Upon seeing Yang Jian and the ghostly figure, the frostiness on Bibi Dong's face lessened considerably, though her expression remained far from pleasant. What is the matter with you, Yang Jian? Do you have something to say? Yang Jian inquired, Master, what has transpired? Bibi Dong sighed deeply. Yu Guan, please report once more. Yes, replied Yu Guan, half kneeling in the grand hall with utmost respect. Since our departure from the Douluo Forest yesterday until this morning, a total of 18 individuals have ventured into the Douluo Forest. All 18 have met their demise. Their mangled corpses discarded outside the forest. Yu Guan paused, his voice laden with sorrow. This is not all, primarily. What Emperor Tian proclaimed, that one person could annihilate an entire city, has indeed come to pass. The 18 nearest human settlements surrounding the Douluo Forest have suffered near total casualties. Among them are 12 villages, 5 towns, and a small city, resulting in nearly 100,000 souls lost in a single night due to the beast tide. Emperor Tian commanded the beast tide to engulf those regions. The structures there have been almost entirely obliterated, with scarcely any remains left, reduced to mere ruins. It is highly probable that all 18 locations were attacked simultaneously, and each squad may have been accompanied by a 10,000-year soul beast. The small city was particularly devastated under the direct leadership of Emperor Tian and his soul beasts. By the time the personnel from the Spirit Hall arrived, the entire small city lay in ruins, save for a colossal claw mark that seemed to pierce through the city itself, an indelible trace left by Emperor Tian's very own hand. Even Yang Jian couldn't help but frown slightly. 100,000 people, even if the proportion of spirit masters in the cities surrounding the Douluo Great Forest was far higher than elsewhere. At least 90% of them were ordinary people. What an immense slaughter this would be. The hall fell into silence until Bibi Dong finally broke it. Yu Guan, seal off the Douluo Great Forest completely. No one is to enter under any circumstances. Those who defy this order shall be executed without mercy. You will handle this matter personally. Yes. Yu Guan acknowledged the command and withdrew. Bibi Dong gently massaged her temples, visibly agitated. Yet she made an effort to maintain her composure as she spoke. Very well, Yang Jian, what is it? Didn't I send Horus to find you? Has something happened? Deep within Yang Jian's heart lay a weighty sorrow, although he merely listened to the cold, hard statistics. He could vividly imagine the plight of those individuals, helpless in the face of slaughter. Yet, he chose not to entangle himself in this matter with Bibi Dong. Yang Jian comprehended her anguish. Emperor Tian was immensely powerful, leaving the Spirit Hall powerless against him, especially with numerous factions eyeing the Spirit Hall with predatory intent. However, when Yang Jian became sufficiently formidable, he would undoubtedly seek an explanation from Emperor Tian on behalf of those who had perished. Noticing Yang Jian's silence, Bibi Dong pressed on with her inquiry. Have you experienced a conflict with Horus? His temperament may be rather abrasive, yet he possesses genuine skill. In fact, in the realm of military prowess, Horus stands among the elite on the entire continent. If you could endure a little, learning from him would prove immensely beneficial to you. Yang Jian endeavored to divert his thoughts from such matters and responded, No, I have not had any discord with Horus, rather. I have reached level 70 and require a soul ring. Bibi Dong exhibited little astonishment. After all, Yang Jian was already level 65 upon absorbing the soul ring. And possessing 2 10,000-year soul bones along with a 5-level increase in soul power was not particularly extravagant. Bibi Dong's intent in providing Yang Jian with the soul bones was to facilitate his swift ascension to Soul Sage, a pivotal milestone for soul masters. As reaching this rank would at least double his strength, given the increasingly complex situation on the continent. Achieving Soul Sage status would significantly enhance Yang Jian's ability to protect himself, thus alleviating some of Bibi Dong's concerns. I will not accompany you to obtain the soul ring this time. The affairs of the Spirit Hall have been escalating, she continued. I will have Bai Chen and Gui Mei accompany you. Bai Chen is already at level 98, and with the assistance of Gui Mei, who is at level 96. It should be a straightforward endeavor for you to hunt a 10,000-year soul beast without any unforeseen complications. Bibi Dong sighed softly and added, however. Aside from the Douluo Forest, locating a 10,000-year soul beast will necessitate venturing to the far north or the sea, both of which are quite distant. You should contemplate your destination carefully. After acquiring your 7th soul ring, you must pause your cultivation for a while. It is time for you to solidify your foundation. Yang Jian nodded silently, and Bibi Dong waved her hand, signaling that he could leave. Gui Mei followed closely beside Yang Jian as they exited the papal hall. With Gui Mei draping an arm over Yang Jian's shoulder. What are you pondering, young one? Nothing much. Where's Bai Chen? Let us seek him out and set off directly. Gui Mei patted Yang Jian's shoulder. Do not burden yourself with excessive pressure. Let us go find Bai Chen. Leaving the Hall of Spirits, Yang Jian accompanied Gui Mei to a street adjacent to the hall, known as Starry Sky Street, where the upper echelons of the hall resided. Bai Chen's residence was also situated here. As a rank 98 title Douluo, it was only natural that Bibi Dong held him in high regard. Yang Jian arrived at the grandest estate, accompanied by the ethereal figure of Gui Mei. The entrance stood wide open, flanked by 2 disciples of the Sacred Dragon sect, indicating that a significant number of their members were likely gathered within. The disciples did not impede Gui Mei and Yang Jian's passage. Instead, they respectfully offered to lead the way. However, Gui Mei declined their assistance, and the disciples, not daring to obstruct them, allowed Yang Jian and Gui Mei to proceed on their own. Gui Mei appeared to be familiar with the estate, guiding Yang Jian effortlessly through its depths. Along their path, They encountered several disciples of the sacred dragon sect, all of whom greeted the duo with deference and informed them that Bai Chen was in the garden. As they reached the garden, they found Bai Chen seated across from Bai Yujing in a pavilion, where Bai Yujing was preparing tea for Bai Chen. Upon noticing Gui Mei and Yang Jian, Bai Yujing promptly rose to greet them. I pay my respects to Elder Gui and young Master Yang. It has indeed been a while since we last met, and I have missed you greatly during this time. Yang Jian responded with a gentle smile. Acknowledging that it had been some time since young Master Bai had been so courteous, Bai Yujing turned to the side and invited Elder Ghost to take a seat with young Master Yang. Yang Jian smiled lightly. Feeling a sense of urgency to seek out old Bai, thus opting not to linger, Bai Chun raised his teacup and took a slow sip, then addressed Yujing. You may withdraw now. I am curious to know what brings young Master Yang to me. Gui Mei replied in a subtle tone. By the decree of His Holiness the Pope, we are commanded to accompany Yang Jian in acquiring the seventh soul ring. Bai Chen nodded, finishing the tea in his cup in one gulp, and then rose to his feet, instructing Bai Yujing, I shall step out for a while, focus on your cultivation. For young Master Yang is on the verge of surpassing you. Bai Yujing respectfully bowed, rest assured, Master, I shall not forget your teachings. Bai Chen nodded in acknowledgement as he departed with Gui Mei and Yang Jian. Once outside the estate, Bai Chen inquired, might I ask where our destination lies? Surely. We cannot venture to the Stardow Forest this time. Gui Mei also turned to Yang Jian, awaiting his decision. Yang Jian had already set his sights on a goal, to journey to the extreme north. The seventh soul ring need not be overly particular about the soul beast. Yet it must be one that is at least 100,000 years old. Then, young Master Yang, let us set forth. For the extreme north is not a short distance away, Bai Chen reminded him. Yang Jian nodded slightly, and the chaotic wings materialized behind him, propelling him skyward. Gui Mei and Bai Chen flanked Yang Jian on either side. Although it was customary for only titled Douluo to soar through the skies above Wuhuan City, Yang Jian, as the Holy Son, possessed certain privileges. It was worth noting that the coronation ceremony, which should have been conducted for Yang Jian long ago, had yet to take place. Bibi Dong had refrained from bringing it up again, and since Yang Jian was indifferent to such matters, he had no inclination to inquire further. Yang Jian's flying speed has significantly improved. In normal high-speed flight, he is no slower than an ordinary titled Douluo. However, there remains a disparity when compared to the two super Douluos, Gui Mei and Bai Chen. Young Master Yang, your cultivation speed seems rather swift. Bai Chen's voice resonated in Yang Jian's ears through soul power. It is merely an enhancement through soul bones, a trivial matter, Yang Jian replied nonchalantly. Young Master Yang, this rapid advancement may not bode well for your future. I believe His Holiness the Pope has already cautioned you regarding this matter. I shall refrain from elaborating further. You must discern the balance on your own. Yang Jian nodded slightly, choosing not to respond further. The three of them continued their journey in silence. Soaring high above the ground at an altitude of over 1,000 meters. At such a sufficient height, there was no need to deliberately conceal their presence. Yang Jian flew at the swiftest speed possible under normal circumstances. After the formation of the soul elixir, the energy consumed during flight was even less than the soul power that replenished itself autonomously. The soul elixir circulated gradually within Yang Jian's body, absorbing spiritual energy on its own. As long as the consumption did not exceed the recovery rate, the soul elixir seemed to be cultivating independently. After a day and night of flight, the three had approached the northern part of the continent. The temperature in the air began to plummet dramatically. The temperature at high altitudes was already lower than that on the ground, and as they neared the north, the temperature at an altitude of over 1,000 meters dropped to at least several degrees below zero. Although this temperature would not harm the three, it did affect their flight. The air currents were mixed with ice fragments, and Yang Jian had to exert additional soul power to shield his surroundings in order to maintain his speed. However, it soon became apparent that the temperature in the air had reached a chilling 100 degrees below zero, causing Yang Jian to slow his flight and communicate with Gui Mei and Bai Chen. We must have crossed the northern border of the Tiando Empire. Let us descend. Neither Gui Mei nor Bai Chen objected, and as Yang Jian touched down, the ground revealed a landscape of desolate ice and snow, stretching as far as the eye could see in a sea of white. Bai Chen squinted slightly, surveying the surroundings, and noted that the temperature appeared to be even lower than it had been a century ago. Old Bai, what do you mean by that? Yang Jian inquired. Bai Chen paused to sense the atmosphere carefully and replied earnestly, I have visited the extreme north many times over the past century, and my ninth soul ring was even acquired in the extreme north, so I possess some knowledge of this region. This place cannot yet be referred to as the extreme north. We have merely entered the uninhabited zone of the northern continent. The true extreme north is still some distance away, and its temperature is typically stable. Compared to a century ago, it is at least 10 degrees colder here. Moreover, this is not the season for blizzards. Do you understand what this implies? By the end of his statement, Bai Chen's expression had grown somewhat grave. Gui Mei, having never been to the extreme north, felt puzzled, wondering why low temperatures were considered unusual. Yang Jian has come to understand the intricacies of the situation. Bai Lao, are you suggesting that the extreme northern lands are expanding? Or that the continental plates are shifting? Bai Chen nodded gravely, acknowledging the possibility. If this continues, in 1,000,000 years, the continent may be entirely enveloped in ice and snow. Yang Jian chose not to linger on the topic with Bai Chen, smoothly shifting the conversation. Old Bai, isn't it a bit premature to dwell on such matters? We should first seek out the soul beasts. Bai Chen nodded in agreement and refrained from further comment as the trio continued their trek northward, leaving 3 sets of footprints in the snow. In the extreme north, the 3 had not walked far when they encountered a soul beast resembling an ordinary sheep, yet its horns were remarkably elongated. This soul beast, known as the ice-horned sheep, seemed to be fleeing from pursuers. Bai Chen instantly recognized the creature. This fellow is quite clever, he remarked nonchalantly. It seeks to evade its hunters by using us as a shield. Behind the ice-horned sheep, several small dark figures emerged, rapidly coming into view, 5 wolf-like soul beasts. These creatures measured 2 to 3 meters in length, their bodies adorned with grayish-white scales interspersed with sparse Yang Jian nodded. Since Elder Bai possesses knowledge of the far north, it is best for him to make the decisions during our journey. The temperature here has plummeted to at least several degrees below zero. Even an ordinary person clad in a cotton coat would soon succumb to the bitter cold, becoming a mere ice sculpture. However, as Bai Chen mentioned, we have not yet truly entered the far north. The soul beasts that have existed for 100,000 years must reside in the very heart of this frigid realm, where the temperatures are undoubtedly several times lower than what we currently endure. Among the 3, the specter is devoid of physical form and thus impervious to temperature. Bai Chen possesses formidable spiritual strength as a support. Only Yang Jian must rely on his corporeal body to endure this biting cold. Yang Jian was clad in a simple black attire, the fabric of decent quality, yet merely a single layer that offered little in the way of warmth. Fortunately, his formidable physique rendered him largely impervious to the biting cold. The trio continued their journey northward, encountering few soul beasts along the way, each of which exhibited remarkable caution in avoiding Yang Jian and his companions. Although the number of soul beasts in this frigid expanse was not comparable to that of the Star-Doe forest, their caliber far surpassed those found there. Only the most powerful creatures could endure such an extreme environment. After several hours of trekking, with the temperature plummeting to over 100 degrees below zero, Bai Chen finally came to a halt, and Yang Jian, along with Gui Mei, followed suit. Bai Chen closed his eyes, a trace of nostalgia flickering across his features. As if he were intently savoring something, the core circle of the extreme north lay ahead. Yang Jian surveyed his surroundings, only to find an expanse of white enveloping the heavens and the earth. Aside from the temperature, it seemed indistinguishable from his initial arrival in the far northern lands. At some point, delicate snowflakes began to descend, reminiscent of his first moments in this frigid realm, or perhaps they had only just begun to fall. The tiny flakes were concealed within the white mist, appearing faint and elusive, as if they would never truly settle to the ground. Yang Jian extended his palm to catch a snowflake, which, with its hexagonal form, rested upon his hand without melting. It seemed to possess a certain sentience, gracefully drifting away from the warmth of his palm. Yang Jian's gaze followed the drifting snowflakes, which, instead of descending to the ground, peculiarly ascended into the air. The visibility above was rather poor. The snowflakes and the white mist seemed to weave a delicate veil, obscuring Yang Jian's line of sight. However, he sensed the faint outline of a figure within the haze. Yang Jian observed with a lack of clarity, merely catching a fleeting glimpse of a pair of bare, exquisite feet, as flawless as white jade, seemingly gliding over the snowflakes. Just as he sought to focus his divine gaze for a clearer view, that figure had already vanished into the distance. It was astonishing that someone could stroll through the frigid air at such an altitude of over 1,000 meters, especially when the ground temperature had plummeted to a chilling -100 degrees. Moreover, the figure was not flying. It moved as if treading upon solid ground, delicately stepping on the scattered snowflakes. Yang Jian furrowed his brow slightly, pondering whether the figure before him was a soul beast or a human. The delicate feet resembled those of a woman, effortlessly gliding across the frigid heights, which suggested an extraordinary level of prowess, at least above level 98. Yet, there seemed to be no malice. It was merely a passerby. Yang Jian extended his hand once more to catch a snowflake, which melted almost instantly upon contact. Unlike the earlier unique snowflake, the gentle snowfall continued, yet it seemed to lack something essential. Yang Jian, what are you daydreaming about? A ghostly voice floated through the air. The specter found it peculiar. Everyone here appeared lost in thought. Bai Chen's reverie could be understood, as he was perhaps reminiscing in this familiar place. However, even Yang Jian was caught in a daze, leaving the specter with an unsettling sense of disconnection, questioning why they felt so out of sync with one another. Yang Jian lowered his hand, realizing that he had indeed been somewhat affected. Under normal circumstances, he would never find himself lost in thought like this. Yet he found this sensation rather intriguing, as if he did not resist this influence. It seemed as though he had glimpsed something extraordinary. Regaining his composure, he inquired, "Bai Lao, are you aware of any unique entities in the far north?" A hint of a smile graced Bai Chen's face, suggesting that he was in particularly good spirits here. Unique? What kind of uniqueness? The far north is replete with peculiarities. A woman traversing the snowflakes, perhaps at an altitude of several thousand meters. You saw her? A flicker of astonishment crossed Bai Chen's countenance, mingled with an undercurrent of fear. It is important to note that Bai Chen was already a level 98 super Douluo. Few beings or creatures on the continent could surpass his strength. What could possibly invoke such trepidation in him? Yang Jian squinted slightly, as if he had seen something, yet also as if he had not. However, I could ascertain that I had indeed glimpsed a pair of bare feet. Bai Chen gently shook his head, indicating that in the far northern lands. It was unwise to utter her name. Bai Chen quickly regained his composure and remarked, "Young Master Yang, let us first seek your soul ring. We can discuss these matters later." Seemingly apprehensive that Yang Jian might linger on this subject, he added, "I just sensed the presence of a 100,000-year soul beast. We should hasten our pace to avoid any unforeseen incidents." Yang Jian nodded slightly, choosing not to inquire further. Above Bai Chen's head, a pair of dragon horns emerged, while the rest of his body remained unchanged and his soul rings were yet to manifest. In the tail of the ice god, Bai Chen led the way at a leisurely pace, the dragon horns atop his head radiating a faint glow. Gui Mei and Yang Jian followed closely behind him. The ground beneath their feet was exceptionally hard, no longer snow but solid ice, as if the very earth had been completely encased in frost. Yang Jian inquired, "Old Bai, it seems your martial spirit is not the white armored earth dragon. Moreover, how is it that you possess such profound knowledge of the extreme north?" Bai Chen did not conceal the truth, stating, "Indeed, my martial spirit is not the white armored earth dragon. If it were, how could I have cultivated to the 98th level? The white armored earth dragon can only reach the pinnacle of a typical title Douluo. I exhale a breath of cold air. My martial spirit is likely a variant, one that has seemingly never appeared in the annals of the Holy Dragon sect. As for my familiarity with the white armored earth dragon, it is because the lineage of the white armored earth dragon is inherently a subsidiary of the ice dragon lineage. During the zenith of the Holy Dragon sect, there were 7 major branches, aside from the headquarters, which housed the true transmissions of 3 lineages. The other 6 branches were each led by a true transmission of 1 lineage. The ice dragon lineage was stationed in the extreme north, and naturally, the white armored earth dragon lineage was also located there until the great upheaval of our Holy Dragon sect, which led to the consolidation of all branch powers back to the headquarters. Consequently, the lore of the extreme north has been most abundantly preserved in my lineage. Furthermore, as my martial spirit possesses an ice attribute, I obtained most of my soul rings from the extreme north in my earlier years, thus deepening my understanding of that region." Yang Jian narrowed his eyes slightly, contemplating the illustrious history of the sacred dragon sect. According to Bai Chen, the sect's power at that time might have surpassed even the current spirit hall. What could possibly possess the strength to obliterate such a formidable entity? Was it a force or merely an individual? At that moment, a series of muffled thuds echoed from ahead. Bai Chen halted, gesturing subtly for Yang Jian, and Gui made a tread lightly and avoid alarming the beasts. The trio moved cautiously forward, concealing themselves behind a snowbank resembling a small hill. Before them loomed 2 colossal beings engaged in fierce combat. Both were of the same race, their statures nearly indistinguishable, towering at around 60 to 70 meters. Covered in white fur, with faces reminiscent of both apes and humans. Their physical confrontation generated a thunderous cacophony, each punch landing with a sound akin to rolling thunder, leaving enormous footprints upon the icy ground. Bai Chen furrowed his brow and murmured, "It appears we have encountered 2 snow demon titans. One of the dominant soul beasts from the far north. Despite their considerable commotion, they are merely around 50 to 60,000 years old. They are not our objective. Let us circumvent them." Yang Jian and the specter had no objections and began to retreat slowly with Bai Chen. Suddenly, the snow mound beneath them began to tremble violently, prompting the trio to leap away from it. To their astonishment, the snow mound rose as if supported by 4 icy pillars. As the snow cascaded away, the true form was unveiled. It revealed itself to be a colossal turtle, its 4 limbs resembling stout ice columns. The shell was unusually flat and white, lacking the typical patterns found on a normal turtle, exhibiting an extraordinary smoothness. The turtle's neck was disproportionately elongated compared to that of a common turtle, bearing some resemblance to a tortoise. Delicate blue scales adorned its head and neck, while its smooth head featured enormous eyes that disdainfully regarded the 3 before it began to move slowly. Even Bai Chen was taken aback. It was indeed an ice mountain turtle, a soul beast thought to be a mere legend, if the tales were accurate. This was merely a juvenile version of the ice mountain turtle. Yang Jian, intrigued by Bai Chen's words, revealed a silver vertical eye upon his forehead and gazed at the ice mountain turtle. Under the scrutiny of his divine sight, Yang Jian discerned that this ice mountain turtle was merely 10,000 years old. The sheer size of a soul beast of such a young age was astonishing, after all. Size does not necessarily equate to strength. However, its immense bulk alone could easily crush a title Douluo. The shell of the ice mountain turtle stood over 10 meters high, and its flat shell boasted a diameter exceeding 100 meters. It appeared that the ice mountain turtle, feeling the weight of Yang Jian's gaze, became somewhat flustered and hastily retreated into the distance. Though its pace was not swift, each step covered dozens of meters. Bai Chen placed a reassuring hand on Yang Jian's shoulder, urging him not to frighten the creature, for the ice mountain turtle was revered in the extreme northern lands. Yang Jian nodded slightly, refraining from further inquiries as he retracted his divine gaze. Bai Chen elucidated, the ice mountain tortoise, also known as the ice god tortoise, is said to be the very embodiment of the ice god's palace, which rests upon its back. According to legend, This tortoise itself is the largest snow mountain in the extreme northern regions, underscoring the immense stature of such a soul beast. In the entire extreme north, the soul beasts revere the ice god. Thus, the ice mountain tortoise, as the mount of the ice god, holds a sacred place in the hearts of all creatures and humans who venerate the ice god. However, this soul beast is exceedingly rare. In my several decades spent in the extreme north, I never encountered one, believing it merely a myth. Yet, to my astonishment, during my journey with young Master Yang to this frigid expanse, I am fortunate enough to behold the legendary ice god tortoise. Yang Jian nodded in understanding, realizing that Bai Chen also revered the ice god. Although Yang Jian held no faith himself, it did not diminish his respect for the beliefs of others. Not far away, two Frost Titan demons had also noticed the ice mountain turtle. Astonishingly, they ceased their conflict and knelt in the direction of the creature's departure. According to legend, the Frost Titan clan was a lineage blessed by the ice god, making their devotion to him the most sincere among all soul beasts. Every Frost Titan believed that the ice god was always with them, silently observing, never revealing his divine presence. While the ice mountain turtle served as the messenger of his will. Once the ice mountain turtle vanished into the distance, the two Frost Titans rose, casting malevolent glances at the trio before them, outraged that these humans dared to offend the will of the ice god. The Frost Titans had noticed the three since the awakening of the ice mountain turtle. However, to them, showing the utmost reverence to the will of the ice god was paramount, and only thereafter should they address the humans who dared to infringe upon that sacred will. The actions of the two Frost Titans did not escape the attention of the trio. Bai Chen furrowed his brow and exclaimed urgently, "We must flee. There is no need to provoke them. Even if we were to defeat them, it would only incite the wrath of more Frost Titans." Yang Jian and the Spectre hesitated not, as they swiftly followed Bai Chen into the distance. However, the two Snow Demon Titans were not inclined to let Yang Jian and his companions escape so easily. The Titans pursued them relentlessly, resembling colossal beings from myth, each stride covering vast distances with ease. As they chased after the group, their formidable roars echoed through the air, a sound that lingered long after it was uttered. Soon, replies began to resonate from various directions in the distance. Bai Chen's expression darkened. This was troublesome. They were summoning their brethren. And if the Snow Demon Titan clan were to erupt into chaos, it would spell disaster. Yang Jian swiftly darted forward and inquired, "Is there any way out?" Bai Chen shook his head, conceding that their only option was to flee. If they were to eliminate these two adversaries, it would undoubtedly escalate matters, potentially prompting their king to intervene personally. The Chaos Wings manifested behind Yang Jian, yet he did not ascend into the air. Instead, he glided just above the ground, significantly increasing his speed. Bai Chen, too, was adorned with a pair of translucent, dragonfly-like wings, while the Spectre transformed into a swirling mass of dark mist. The two Snow Demon Titans, sensing the acceleration of the trio and the widening gap between them, grew increasingly anxious. Their pace intensified, each footfall resonating with a tremor that rippled through the earth. The thunderous roars of the Snow Demon Titans echoed from behind, yet their volume seemed diminished compared to before, indicating that the distance was indeed increasing. If fortune favored them, it would not be long before Yang Jian and his companions could completely elude the Snow Demon Titans. However, in the treacherous expanse of the far north, surprises were the norm. Suddenly, a Snow Demon Titan emerged to their right front. Although slightly shorter than the two behind, standing over 50 meters tall, it still posed a formidable threat. Yang Jian and his companions swiftly adjusted their course, fleeing to the left. Yang Jian furrowed his brow slightly, realizing that this course of action was untenable. They were in enemy territory, where Snow Demon Titans could lurk in every shadow. "Perhaps we should eliminate them," he suggested. "They are merely a few 10,000-year soul beasts. How formidable can their king truly be?" The ghostly Spectre remarked, visibly irritated by the notion of a super Douluo being pursued by mere 10,000-year soul beasts. Bai Chen shook his head gently. "The Snow Demon Titan King is more powerful than the heavenly blue cow python. Even if I were to narrowly triumph over him, it would be arduous to quickly determine a victor. Moreover, aside from the Snow Demon Titan King, there are numerous Snow Demon Titans of the 100,000-year level. Not to mention, we are in the extreme northern lands, where the Snow Demon Titan King is not the apex. Those even more powerful will not simply stand by while he operates." The ghostly Spectre remained silent, acknowledging her lack of knowledge about the extreme north and recognizing that she was not one to act impulsively. She chose to trust Bai Chen's judgment. "Then we must retreat from the extreme northern lands?" Yang Jian's expression remained unchanged, seemingly indifferent to the prospect of departing without securing the seventh soul ring. Bai Chen did not respond immediately. After pondering for a moment, he came to a halt. "It is futile. In this world, the strong do not yield to the weak. Even if we retreat, we cannot be driven away by these few 10,000-year Snow Demon Titans." As Yang Jian and the Spectre saw Bai Chen halt, they naturally stopped as well. The moment the trio paused, those Titan Snow Apes swiftly closed in. Upon stopping, Bai Chen's body underwent a dramatic transformation. His entire form became encased in white bone armor, a thick draconic tail unfurled behind him, and jagged bone spikes protruded from his joints. His stature swelled rapidly, soon towering at 20 to 30 meters in height as he stood before Yang Jian and the Spectre. Elder Ghost, protect Yang Jian. Allow this old man to teach these spirit beasts how to respect their superiors. 9 soul rings. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 and red, circled by Chen's colossal frame, undulating slowly. The crimson ring, in particular, exuded an aura so overwhelming it chilled the soul. The 3 Titan snow apes, now gathered together, hesitated, halting their advance. Instead of closing in, they maintained a cautious distance, locking eyes with Bai Chen. Though his height fell short of theirs, the sheer dominance he radiated rivaled even their king. Yet, rather than retreating wisely, the apes responded with menacing roars, their pride refusing to yield. Rah, 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 as the dominant force of the far north. The Titan snow apes were accustomed to deference from other spirit beasts, unless they encountered one of those rare, exceptional beings. Otherwise, they roamed unchallenged, their arrogance unshaken by mere strength. Their supremacy was not merely due to their innate might but also tied to the ancient legends of the ice god. Even the most formidable entities of the far north showed them leniency, allowing them to reign without natural predators. The entire frozen expanse was their domain. I hold respect for your kind. Bai Chen's frigid voice cut through the air, his aura intensifying. But you must learn to honor strength in return. As 10,000-year spirit beasts. The Titan snow apes understood his words. Yet, defiance still burned in their eyes. Bai Chen's gaze hardened. Without further words, he lunged forward, his fist striking 2 of the taller apes, sending them crashing to the ground. Even as top-tier spirit beasts, mere tens of thousands of years of cultivation were no match for Bai Chen's 98th rank. Resistance was futile. Only the 3rd ape, standing at 50 meters tall, remained. Though it retreated several steps in fear, Bai Chen planted a foot on the largest fallen ape, pinning it effortlessly. Leaning down, his draconic visage loomed as he spoke softly. Must I further instruct you on respect? Will you persist in this folly? His strikes had been measured, enough to subdue, not injure. The pinned ape writhed in futile struggle. Yet Bai Chen's foot remained immovable. The 2nd ape, having scrambled back to its feet, let loose a furious roar upon seeing its companion trapped. It charged recklessly, only to be struck down once more by a casual blow. Yet Bai Chen felt no satisfaction. These creatures could not be slain, yet their stubbornness was relentless. It was as if they knew he dared not kill them, and this endless defiance only worsened the situation for Yang Jian's group. Yang Jian himself had not anticipated such complications in their quest for a soul ring. Still, the far north was the lesser of evils, had they ventured into the ocean. Locating a 100,000-year spirit beast would have been a near impossible feat, let alone subduing one in its aquatic domain. Neither Bai Chen nor the specter's martial souls were suited for underwater combat. Then, a series of heavy thuds echoed from the distance, as though massive weights were striking the earth. Almost simultaneously, the sounds came from all directions. The expressions of Yang Jian and his companions darkened. They were surrounded. 117. The Titan Snow Ape King Bai Chen frowned slightly, but immediately released the pinned ape, returning to Yang Jian and the specter's side. Today, let us see what tricks they have in store, Bai Chen murmured, his eyes glinting with cold light. Yang Jian inquired, shall we not take our leave while we have the chance? Bai Chen slowly shook his head, responding, your soul ring has yet to be located. Seeking a 10,000-year soul beast outside of the extreme north is exceedingly arduous. Moreover, I have already attained the 98th level. There are but a handful of beings in the entire extreme north capable of contending with me, the Snow Demon Titan King not being among them. It is time to bring this to a conclusion. With both myself and Elder Gui present, young Master Yang, you may rest assured. On the face of Gui Mei, no change was evident, yet inwardly, she silently scoffed. Do not include me in your boastful claims. The commotion surrounding them grew increasingly exaggerated, akin to an earthquake. Who could fathom the number of snow demon titans approaching? Even if Gui Mei were truly a ghost, she could not ascertain the truth. Wow, wow, wow. The cries of the snow demon titans resonated from all directions, as if numerous titans lurked in every quarter, their brazen roars echoing throughout the area. Before long, towering figures emerged around Yang Jian and his companions, the distant black dots materializing into full form in mere moments. Dozens of snow demon titans, each exceeding 60 meters in height, formed a vast encirclement, completely surrounding the trio. Yet, these titans did not rush to attack, standing like ancient giants. Their mere presence exerted immense pressure, especially given their overwhelming numbers. However, Yang Jian and his companions did not appear overly perturbed. Yang Jian raised an eyebrow slightly. These beings must be over 10,000 years old. Bai Chen had returned to his normal stature, yet he remained in his draconic form. Nodding and stating that the majority of the elite from the Snow Demon Titan clan had likely arrived, and the Snow Demon Titan King should be forthcoming as well. A ghostly figure emitted a chilling cackle, exclaiming that size meant nothing. Without a million years of existence, they were nothing but ants. Before the specter could finish boasting, a voice of overwhelming authority echoed from above, nearly deafening in its intensity. Humans, this is not a place for you. Yang Jian and his companions turned their gazes towards the source of the sound, as all the snow titans knelt on one knee in reverence. The titans parted to create a broad pathway. The sight of such colossal figures bowing simultaneously resembled the ancient giants worshipping the deities, their imposing presence both awe-inspiring and terrifying. A figure, seemingly as towering as the heavens, approached them slowly. The sky in the far north was perpetually shrouded in white mist, making it appear unusually low. This figure appeared to walk amidst the clouds, its head obscured by the fog, revealing only two enormous eyes that shimmered with an enchanting brilliance. Esteemed Snow Titan King, we harbor no intention of offense. Bai Chen addressed this imposing presence with a gesture of respect, his tone neither subservient nor arrogant. The massive figure casually waved a hand, dispersing the mist to fully reveal itself before Yang Jian and his companions. Depart from this place. The Snow Titan King stood at an astonishing height of nearly 150 meters, dwarfing the ancient snow titans around him like children. Yet, his tone was not overly aggressive. It was evident that at such a level, he could easily discern the strength of those before him. The trio was not to be trifled with, especially the elder at the forefront, whose power was undoubtedly on par with his own, had it not been for the need to uphold the absolute dignity of the Snow Titan clan in the far north. The Snow Titan King would not have made his presence known so readily. Gui Mei and Yang Jian remained silent, ceding the floor to Bai Chen. For negotiation was only possible between equals. Among humans, one might compensate for lack of strength with status, but such tactics were futile against soul beasts. The Snow Titan King would likely disregard Yang Jian entirely in any discourse. Bai Chen, though dwarfed by the Snow Titan, exuded Yang Jian and Gui Mei retreated to the side as well, with numerous snow demon titans casting malicious glances their way, though the pair paid no heed to such stares. A silver vertical eye had manifested at the center of Yang Jian's forehead, revealing in its entirety the cultivation level and physical prowess of the Snow Demon Titan King. With over 200,000 years of cultivation, nearing 300,000. His level wasn't particularly high by conventional standards, equivalent to a human title de law around rank 96. Yet such a simplistic comparison would be gravely inadequate. The physical superiority of spirit beasts far surpassed that of humans. And this Snow Demon Titan King before them bore the legendary bloodlines of both the Titans and the Ice God, compounded by his colossal frame. His true strength could never be measured by cultivation alone. The Snow Demon Titan King seemed to sense Yang Jian's scrutiny, his massive eyes flickering briefly toward him before withdrawing, showing no sign of anger. On the battlefield, the Snow Demon Titan King and Bai Chen remained locked in a tense standoff, both seemingly waiting for the other to strike first. Yet the aura radiating from each swelled ominously. They were biding their time for the perfect moment. Gui Mei whispered, "Boy, can you discern the Snow Demon Titan King's true strength? I wonder what Bai Chen's chances are." Gui Mei was aware of the unique abilities of Yang Jian's divine eye, and seeing it emerge on his forehead, he naturally understood that Yang Jian sought to assess the Titan King's power. Yang Jian cast a seemingly casual glance around. Yet the vertical eye upon his forehead remained ever present, not concealed in the slightest. After surveying the surroundings, he gently closed his eyes, as though fatigue had begun to weigh upon him. Although the Snow Demon Titan possessed merely over 200,000 years of cultivation, he was undeniably formidable. However, I believe Bai Chen holds a greater chance of triumph, for he has consistently concealed his true power. Yang Jian's eyes narrowed slightly, obscuring the brilliance that flickered within. A ghostly voice, laden with an ethereal quality, reached Yang Jian's ears through the currents of soul energy. Could it be that Bai Chen is indeed concealing his strength? Does he harbor ulterior motives? Yang Jian shook his head lightly without responding. Transmitting his voice instead, there are still 64 Snow Demon Titans over 50,000 years old lurking around, among which 2 even exceed 100,000 years. Gui Mei's pupils contracted slightly as he heightened his vigilance. Against a single 100,000-year Snow Demon Titan, he could barely hold the upper hand, but facing 2 at once, even he lacked confidence. If Bai Chen were to fall, the 3 of them would find it nearly impossible to leave unscathed today. On the battlefield, an icy current laced with frost had begun swirling around the Snow Demon Titan King. This was its domain. The snowfall grew denser, transforming from delicate flakes into heavy snowballs as the temperature plummeted sharply. Bai Chen hovered midair, maintaining an equal height with the Titan King. Neither the snowballs nor the frigid gusts could breach his proximity. Like a cautious probe, the snowballs intensified, accompanied by waves of biting wind, gradually constricting the space around Bai Chen. Though they had yet to touch him, the encroachment was undeniable. Still not making a move? Gui Mei frowned slightly. As a mere spectator, he seemed far more tense than Bai Chen himself. Yang Jian transmitted his thoughts. Their auras are clashing. Whoever gains the upper hand in this contest of wills shall seize the initiative in the coming battle. Naturally, the Spectre understood this principle. Yet it harbored concerns. Bai Chen's presence paled in comparison to the Snow Titan King's overwhelming dominance. The manifestation of one's aura stems not merely from strength, but more profoundly from one's state of mind. Indeed, mentality proves even more crucial. Here stood an elder who had concealed himself for centuries, facing the ruler of the Snow Titan clan, a sovereign who had dominated the northern wastes for millennia, having occupied such lofty heights for eons. The Snow Titan King's aura had naturally grown increasingly tyrannical. Yet dominance is not the sole form of powerful presence. Elevated status does not invariably translate to superior aura. A faint smile graced Bai Chen's lips as he mused. When have I ever concerned myself with such trivialities? Their momentary stillness shattered as Bai Chen took the initiative. Layer upon layer of dense white bone armor encased his form as he launched the first strike. Their fists collided midair, a clash between vastly disproportionate figures, yet despite Bai Qin's preemptive assault, he found himself at a disadvantage. The Snow Titan King remained immovable as a mountain, while Bai Qin plummeted earthward, barely managing to right himself before impact and soaring back to eye level with his gargantuan opponent. In raw strength, Bai Qin was clearly outmatched. The Titan King's colossal physique granted him power surpassing even that of most 300,000 or 400,000-year spirit beasts. Human, you possess notable skill, rumbled the Titan King, yet unfortunate is your encounter with this sovereign. With subtle movement that sent tremors through the earth as if heralding an earthquake, the behemoth advanced, blizzards swirling about his massive frame. Undeterred, Bai Qin met the charge head-on, only to be forced back once more. The Titan King advanced with deliberate, crushing steps, each footfall resonating like a drumbeat against one's courage, his indomitable presence sapping the will to resist. Having reached the zenith of his imposing aura, the Titan King could now unleash his full might, while Bai Qin labored under its oppressive weight. The surrounding snow titans erupted in triumphant cries, as though victory were already assured, their voices rising in fervent paeans to their ruler. With an almost human smirk, the Titan King launched another fist wreathed in howling winds and snow. Still Bai Qin showed no fear, meeting the colossal strike with draconic claws formed into fists. Another thunderous collision sent him skidding backward while the Titan King pressed forward relentlessly, a mythical giant whose every step made the earth groan. The raging blizzard about him weaving an aura of primordial majesty. Launching another assault, Bai Qin darted forward to deliver a punch against the Titan King's massive chest. Rather than blocking, the monarch seized the opportunity to trade blows, his fist, larger than Bai Qin's head, sending the human warrior crashing to the frozen ground with bone-jarring impact. Bai Qin's counterstrike seemed to have no effect whatsoever. Staggering back into the air, Bai Qin wiped blood from his lips, his chest armor now spiderwebbed with cracks. This time he didn't immediately press the attack, nor did the Titan King pursue. Instead, the massive creature rolled its neck with deliberate slowness as the combatants resumed their deadly standoff. Yet from the sidelines, Yang Jian allowed a knowing smile. Bai Qin's spirit abilities were far from ordinary when they'd first arrived in the northern wastes. Yang Jian had inquired once about them, receiving only evasive answers he'd chosen not to press. Though these brief exchanges appeared overwhelmingly in the Titan King's favor, Bai Qin's aura had paradoxically intensified rather than diminished. Moreover, the human had yet to employ a single spirit skill. Their pause lasted but moments before Bai Qin finally activated his abilities, one spirit ring flashing after another in rapid succession. Second spirit skill, True Dragon Armor. Fourth spirit skill, Blood Frenzy. Fifth spirit skill, White Dragon Metamorphosis. His draconic armor thickened with new layers, shimmering with otherworldly radiance as his entire being exuded a savage, bloodthirsty aura. Charging forward with markedly increased speed, Bai Qin's next collision with the Titan King left him swaying, but no longer retreating. Now this proves mildly entertaining, growled the Titan King. His answering roar intensified the blizzard around him until it formed a massive ice tornado centered upon his form. The entire battlefield became engulfed in the howling tempest, slowing Bai Qin's movements considerably. With a ground-shaking stomp that left massive footprints in the permafrost, the Titan King launched himself airborne with surprising agility for his size, descending upon Bai Qin like an avalanche given form. Only now was the monarch fighting seriously. There could be no evasion as his enormous frame closed the distance in the blink of an eye. Lament of 10,000 Dragons. This was Bai Qin's exclusive domain, not a spirit skill, but a formidable realm of influence conceived during his century of meditation in the sacred dragon graveyard. The very space around him twisted unnaturally as mournful draconic wails of countless species filled the air, their sorrowful chorus exerting profound psychological effects. Within the lament domain, all enemies suffered mental interference. The greater the disparity in power, the more severe the impact. Against sufficiently weaker foes, it could extinguish the will to resist entirely. Though the domain's capabilities extended far beyond this, mere psychic disturbance sufficed against the Titan King, producing dramatic effects. The monarch's eyes glazed over abruptly, his massive form crashing to earth uncontrolled. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Qin streaked toward the dazed behemoth. Sixth spirit skill, Heaven-rending Dragon Claws. Enormous claw projections that seemed capable of splitting the sky itself flashed across the Titan King's body, leaving a horrific diagonal wound stretching from left shoulder to right thigh, nearly bisecting the colossal creature. Only after Bai Qin had retreated beyond attack range did the Titan King regain awareness, his bellow of rage shaking the frozen landscape. Human, you have succeeded in provoking this sovereign's wrath. As the snow demon Titan King rose, his form erupted violently, and the surrounding blizzards intensified, subtly coalescing into two serpentine whirlwinds encircling his body. The deepest wound on the snow demon Titan King was several meters deep. Strangely, it did not bleed profusely. Only a trickle of faint blue blood circulated within the wound, almost as if it were mending itself. Bai Qin, suspended in the air, furiously flapped his wings, yet remained motionless. The snow demon Titan King approached, his colossal fists accompanied by the two blizzard serpents hurtling toward Bai Qin. Before the fists made contact, the serpents, entwined in a swirling dance, accelerated and collided with Bai Chen's form. Bai Chen, with his dragon claws, grasped one of the serpents, exerting slight pressure, causing both to shatter under his grip. At that moment, the Snow Demon Titan King's fist struck, nearly the size of Bai Chen's entire body, landing forcefully against Bai Chen's chest with a sound reminiscent of gold and jade clashing. Yet, Bai Chen did not flinch. Instead, a massive claw shadow erupted from his right arm, inflicting several more wounds upon the Snow Demon Titan King. At present, the confrontation appeared evenly matched. Bai Chen's sixth soul skill, the true dragon-rending claw, seemed to yield remarkable results, consistently leaving marks upon the Titan. However, given the formidable physical prowess of the Snow Demon Titan King, these wounds were merely superficial. The deepest gash Bai Chen had inflicted earlier was now nearly healed. Each of the Titan's relentless assaults seemed to impact Bai Chen without consequence, but this was merely due to Bai Chen's reliance on several powerful soul skills. His soul power was depleting significantly, while the Titan predominantly utilized brute force. Although the battle appeared balanced, without a turning point, Bai Chen's predicament grew increasingly precarious. Amidst the fierce clash, Yang Jian momentarily lost focus, neglecting to observe the battlefield. It seemed as though snowflakes began to fall anew. Yet this was not the domain of the Snow Demon Titan King. As a king, he would not retract his promise to Bai Chen. Throughout their engagement, the Titan had skillfully navigated his domain to avoid the specters of Yang Jian and Gui Mei, a privilege not afforded to other Snow Demon Titans. Naturally, the snow would not hinder his fellow Titans. Instead, they found it invigorating, as they were the favored children of the blizzard, the heralds of snow, and kings of the storm, which only served to excite them further. Currently, the drifting snowflakes enveloped the area surrounding Yang Jian and Gui Mei, reminiscent of the peculiar snowflakes Yang Jian had encountered upon first entering the heart of the extreme north. Yang Jian, lost in thought, felt the silver vertical pupils on his forehead emit a faint silvery glow as he gazed into the heavens. In the lofty expanse, a figure was shrouded in mist, eluding even Yang Jian's divine perception. Only a pair of azure eyes met his gaze briefly, devoid of any emotional fluctuations, resembling a stagnant pool or millennia-old ice. Before Yang Jian could discern the visage of the owner of those eyes, he withdrew his gaze. Yang Jian sensed the warning in those eyes. Their owner was formidable, far surpassing the Snow Demon Titan King in power. A pair of eyes, a pair of bare feet. Yang Jian could perceive they belonged to the same entity, and this presence was intently observing the battle between Bai Chen and the Snow Demon Titan King, an unknown supreme powerhouse of the far northern lands. Though she had yet to reveal any hostility, yet should the Snow Demon Titan King face peril, she would undoubtedly intervene. In a way, this already placed the Titan King in an invincible position. Yang Jian's eyes narrowed slightly, a glimmer of light flickering within, as if lost in thought. "You little rascal, what are you daydreaming about?" The ghostly figure inquired telepathically, sensing Yang Jian's unusual demeanor. Yang Jian set aside his wandering thoughts and replied perfunctorily, "It's nothing. I was merely captivated by their battle." Though Gui Mei wanted to point out that the young man had clearly been staring blankly at the sky, he refrained from further conversation with Yang Jian. The unfolding combat on the field had Gui Mei even more tense than Bai Chen himself. Yang Jian's lips curled slightly as his right hand hung naturally by his side. Unnoticed by others, his fingers moved rhythmically, tapping soundlessly upon the void. 120. Spear of the Ice God Bai Chen suddenly felt an inexplicable surge of power welling within him as he clashed once more with the Snow Demon Titan King. Bolstered by this newfound strength, Bai Chen clearly gained the upper hand in this confrontation. Narrowing his eyes, he seemed to recall something, though now was not the time for contemplation. Around the Snow Demon Titan King coiled countless blizzarding dragons, their presence stretching across a 1,000-meter radius where the two combatants clashed. Each of these storm-wrought serpents measured 5 to 6 meters in diameter, their serpentine bodies extending dozens of meters as they hurtled toward Bai Chen at terrifying speeds. Though Bai Chen could effortlessly shatter them with mere gestures, new ones materialized just as swiftly. Wherever Bai Chen's gaze fell, there was only the colossal form of the Snow Demon Titan King and an endless tide of blizzarding dragons. Each of these tempest-born beasts rivaled the strength of a 10,000-year soul beast, yet they seemed to cost the Titan King no energy at all. This was the Snow Demon Titan King's innate domain, a fusion of its own aura with the natural power of the extreme north. Beyond the minimal focus required to command them, these dragons demanded no further expenditure. Yet Bai Chen, who should have been faltering, fought with unexpected ferocity, no longer conserving his soul power. He unleashed the full might of his soul rings, pressing the Snow Demon Titan King into a desperate defense. Yang Jian revealed a faint smile, the rhythm of his fingers slowing. The 8th and 9th soul skills, which Bai Chen had yet to employ, would prove pivotal in this battle. The subjects of the Snow Demon Titan King observed the conflict. As the proud ruler, how could he endure being subdued by a mere human? The Snow Demon Titan King ceased his defensive rhythm, his colossal voice resonating with an imposing presence. "Human, you possess great strength. It has been long since I encountered such a formidable being. However, if that is all you have to offer, it is insufficient. The might of humanity far exceeds your imagination. Bai Chen's voice, though considerably softer than that of the Snow Demon Titan King, bore a unique, penetrating quality. The Snow Demon Titan King let out a confident laugh. Is that so? Allow me to demonstrate true strength. The Titan King raised his massive hand, slowly forming a grip. As the tempestuous blizzard swirling around the battlefield converged upon his formidable figure, coalescing into an icy blue armor that enveloped his gigantic body. The Ice God Battle Armor. Yet, this was not the end. The Titan King gradually stretched his body, and a white ethereal figure materialized behind him. This apparition towered even taller than the Snow Demon Titan King, resembling a giant. The power of the Titan, possessing two supreme bloodlines. The Snow Demon Titan King inherited the exceptional talents of both, resulting in an exponential amplification of his strength. This was precisely why, with over 200,000 years of cultivation, he had risen to become one of the dominant forces in the far north. With his right arm raised high, the Titan King conjured a spear of ice, over 100 meters in length. Bai Chen immediately sensed an overwhelming sense of danger. Retreating swiftly as his eighth soul ring ignited for the first time. Wrath of the True Dragon. The colossal ice spear was hurled forth, accompanied by a series of sonic booms, streaking across the sky like a bolt of blue lightning. There was no evading this. Bai Chen's instinct screamed at him. As for whether he could withstand this strike, he felt utterly uncertain. Before he could prepare adequately, the ice spear was upon him. The gigantic spear pierced through Bai Chen's body, propelling him backward without losing momentum. To die beneath the ice god spear is indeed an honor. The Titan King remarked with evident disdain, convinced that Bai Chen would not survive this assault. After all, the ice god spear was the Titan King's most formidable single-target attack. Furthermore, enhanced by both of his innate abilities. There was no one in the entire far north who could withstand such a blow, save for that singular entity. Gui Mei's expression shifted dramatically, her already pale face becoming even more ashen. She surmised that had she faced such a formidable strike, she would likely be reduced to nothingness. Even though Bai Chen was stronger than her, Gui Mei harbored little confidence in his chances against such a terrifying attack. Quietly, she transmitted a message to Yang Jian. Child, I will draw their attention. Take this opportunity to flee. Until you possess absolute strength, never return to the extreme north, nor seek vengeance for me. Gui Mei did not believe the Titan King's words were mere jest. The implications of remaining in the far north were clear to her. Gui Mei was uncertain whether Yang Jian could escape alone in such dire circumstances. She too felt a sense of dread when confronting the nearly invincible Snow Demon Titan King. Yet, as someone who had watched Yang Jian grow, Gui Mei could not bear the thought of seeing him perish before her eyes. Regardless of their lack of a formal master-student bond, Gui Mei, seemingly sinister and solitary, was nonetheless a person who experienced loneliness. Her only companion, Yu Guan, was often preoccupied with missions. In truth, both of them had their own respective tasks, with rarely any overlap. After all, back in the day, Bibi Dong had been in dire need of tidal Douluo, requiring manpower from all corners. Generally, it was impossible for them to undertake missions together. However, Yang Jian's presence illuminated Gui Mei's world, a child who appeared even colder than herself, that was unafraid of her. As Gui Mei got to know Yang Jian better, she realized he was merely cold on the outside but warm within. Over the past 8 years, she had watched him transform from a child into the striking young man he was now. Perhaps Gui Mei had long considered Yang Jian as her own child, a spiritual tether in her life. In fact, given her unique martial soul, Gui Mei was unrivaled in her ability to escape, if she wished to flee. Very few could hinder her. Yet, she chose to bestow the hope of survival upon Yang Jian, even if it was a faint possibility. For it was imperative that she did not perish before him. Yang Jian naturally heard the words of the specter, yet he did not respond immediately. The rhythm of his fingers began to move with remarkable swiftness, quietly tapping in succession upon the void. Yang Jian could sense that Bai Chen's life force had grown faint. Yet fortunately, he still clung to life. As long as there remained a breath, Yang Jian was confident he could find a way to bring Bai Chen back. Yang Jian's complexion suddenly turned somewhat pallid, yet a faint smile emerged upon his lips, and his fingers came to a halt. Yang Jian jestingly remarked to the ghostly figure, "Could you perhaps refrain from indulging in such an abundance of inner turmoil?" Yang Jian was indeed somewhat moved. He could naturally discern the ghostly thoughts, which he silently etched into his heart. The ghostly figure furrowed his brow, wondering how this young man could still afford to jest at such a moment. However, before he could voice his thoughts, he spotted a figure swiftly approaching from the distant horizon. It was Bai Chen, propelled far away by the ice goddess spear. Yet he returned with astonishing haste. The spear that had pierced Bai Chen's body had vanished, yet a gaping wound remained in his abdomen, indicating that most of his internal organs were likely beyond salvation. Remarkably, this did not seem to hinder Bai Chen's movements. His expression remained unusually tranquil, as if he were not the one who had sustained such grave injuries. The Snow Demon Titan King was equally astonished. It was unfathomable that a mere human could withstand an attack of such magnitude. He was acutely aware of the power behind his own strike. Any typical limit Douluo would have perished had they been caught off guard by it. And Bai Chen was evidently still some distance from that level. Human, how did you survive? The elderly figure perceived death itself. Yet it appeared to have cast him aside like a worn-out shoe. Perhaps it was the ice goddess intervention. Bai Chen reflected on the terrifying nature of life and death, realizing that within such fear lay profound insights and fortuitous opportunities. You actually revere the ice god? Alas, there are few humans who still do. The ice-blue armor of the Snow Demon Titan King and the white phantoms behind him dissipated simultaneously, indicating his lack of intent to continue the battle. You have earned my respect for your strength. You may leave, provided you do not harm the members of my Snow Demon Titan clan. From this moment forth, your affairs in the far north are of no concern to me. Bai Chen narrowed his eyes, recognizing the cunning nature of the Snow Demon Titan King. The consumption of energy from that strike was undoubtedly substantial, and the Titan King had nearly revealed all of his trump cards, while Bai Chen was still holding back his true power, having merely been caught off guard moments ago. It seemed as though the Snow Demon Titan King was magnanimously allowing them to depart, but should the battle continue, the Titan King's chances of victory would not be high. Nevertheless, as this was the Titan King's territory, Bai Chen refrained from being overly aggressive. Provoking the Titan King could lead to disastrous consequences for his trio. Maintaining a composed demeanor, Bai Chen replied, "In that case, I extend my gratitude to the Snow Demon Titan King for your magnanimity. This kindness shall not be forgotten." The nature of the relationship, whether it was gratitude or enmity, could be discerned from the immense wound on Bai Chen's body. The Snow Demon Titan King, however, paid no heed to this. As long as he remained in the far north, none would dare to challenge him. With a parting remark, he led his numerous kin away. Upon returning to the side of the ghostly figure in Yang Jian, Bai Chen reverted from his martial spirit state, yet astonishingly bore no wounds. Despite having just sustained a grievous injury, the ghostly figure inquired with concern, "Elder Bai, how are you?" "I am fine," Bai Chen replied, shaking his head, yet casting a complex glance at Yang Jian. It was only then that the ghostly figure became aware of Yang Jian's peculiar state. It appeared as though it was Yang Jian who had sustained the injuries, rather than Bai Chen. The previous tension had obscured the ghostly figure's awareness of Yang Jian's condition, but now, relaxed, she noticed that Yang Jian's complexion was ashen, devoid of any trace of color. "Yang Jian, what has happened to you?" The ghostly figure's concern for Yang Jian was far more genuine than her earlier formality towards Bai Chen. Her care for Yang Jian was heartfelt and sincere. Yang Jian revealed a faint smile, stating, "It is nothing, merely that the temperature in the vicinity dropped significantly due to the domain of the Snow Demon Titan King. I am just feeling a bit chilly, but it will pass shortly." The specter clearly remained skeptical, pressing, "What exactly is going on?" Yang Jian smiled helplessly. "All right, Elder Ghost. Please refrain from your inquiries. I assure you, I am perfectly fine. It is Elder Bai who requires your concern." The ghostly figure furrowed his brow slightly, yet still exchanged pleasantries with Bai Chen, asking, "Elder Bai, are you truly unscathed?" Bai Chen's gaze remained fixated on Yang Jian, seemingly attempting to discern something, and he nonchalantly replied, "I am indeed quite well." Sensing something amiss, the ghostly figure chose not to press further and retrieved a black cloak from his soul-guiding device, draping it over Yang Jian's shoulders. As the ghostly figure secured the belt of the cloak, Yang Jian offered no resistance and softly expressed his gratitude. Bai Chen opened his mouth, hesitated as if to speak, but ultimately refrained from voicing his thoughts. Yang Jian adjusted his cloak slightly. "Let us continue our search for the soul beasts. The sooner we find them, the sooner we can depart. This frozen northern realm is no place to linger." The Snow Demon Titans had completely vanished from the sight of Yang Jian and his companions. Normally, these Titans did not gather in one place but roamed the frigid waste individually. To them, the entire northern expanse held no threat whatsoever. Bai Chen nodded in agreement. After the disturbance caused by those Snow Demon Titans, any soul beasts within 100 miles must have scattered in fear. If we seek 100,000-year soul beast, we must venture even farther. In that case, we must trouble you once more, Elder Bai, Yang Jian said, tightening the sash of his cloak to ward off the biting wind. Bai Chen gave a solemn nod, and 2 straight dragon horns emerged from his forehead. In moments, he had determined their path forward. Yang Jian and Gue Mei followed closely behind Bai Chen, their pace unhurried as they traversed the icy expanse. Throughout their journey, Gue Mei remained attentive to Yang Jian's condition, relieved to observe that his complexion had improved significantly. After covering several dozen miles, they had yet to encounter a single soul beast. The vast, white wilderness enveloped them in an eerie silence. The landscape was a tapestry of 1,000 miles frozen and a myriad of snowflakes dancing in the air, a quintessential scene of the far north, where a shroud of white mist obscured even the sun's position. However, the day had begun to wane, casting a dim light over the surroundings. Yang Jian silently estimated the time. In the Spirit Soul City, dusk should have already descended, although in the extreme north, darkness fell a little later. Yet it was approaching swiftly. Elder Bai, is it safe to travel by night in the extreme north? To be prudent, Yang Jian inquired of Bai Chen. Bai Chen halted his steps. The night in the extreme north was not particularly dark and posed no hindrance to spirit masters. Young Master Yang, do we need to rest for the night? Let us take a moment's respite. There is no need to rush, came the voice of the specter, still concerned for Yang Jian's well-being. Yang Jian shook his head, suggesting that perhaps it would be best not to rest, but rather to find a suitable spirit ring sooner and return home. Gue Mei frowned slightly, questioning his urgency. Elder Gue, both you and Elder Bai are with me outside, leaving our teacher's side significantly weakened. I fear that unforeseen circumstances may arise there. Indeed, the seemingly vanished Holy Spirit cult left the members of the Wuhuan Hall feeling as if they had a thorn in their throats, particularly Tang Chun, who could strike at anyone without hindrance. Yang Jian removed his black cloak and handed it to the ghostly figure, while chaotic wings materialized behind him. Let us hasten our pace. I no longer feel the chill, he declared. Bai Chen glanced at the ghostly figure and, noticing no objections, manifested his own wings as well. The ghostly figure refrained from accepting the cloak, stating, "You may keep it." Though she voiced no dissent, her silence suggested a sulking demeanor. Yang Jian retracted his cloak into the soul-guiding device and took flight first, with Bai Chun and Gui Mei hastily following suit. The sentiment of launching this work is quite sudden. I find myself somewhat bewildered, as this is my first time, and I must ascend to the platform in a daze. However, it is indeed time for me to do so, albeit belatedly. As for this launch sentiment, I lack experience, and although there are many thoughts I wish to express, I find myself at a loss for words. First and foremost, I extend my gratitude to all the readers who have continuously supported me. I am uncertain how many of the initial supporters remain. Perhaps as I write more, I become increasingly engrossed, losing touch with some of you, and for that, I sincerely apologize. Nevertheless, regardless of whether you still read or not, I am deeply thankful. The most arduous phase of writing is undeniably the early solitary journey, especially as a newcomer. I too have experienced confusion and contemplated giving up, but your presence has reassured me that my work has not gone unnoticed, which is sufficient encouragement. Since the inception of this book, it has been 55 days without interruption. Perhaps it is your support that has made me unwilling to give up. I will forever remember the first reward I received from Ming Yanxi, even though I have not seen you for a while. The first monthly ticket came from the lovely sister, Zhu Lu F Nji Ndmo. I am genuinely grateful to you. I regret that my shortcomings may have driven you away, and I sincerely apologize. I remember many names of other supporters clearly, but I am unsure how many remain. So I shall refrain from mentioning them further. Saying too much would only bring tears. Lastly, I hope those who still find my work somewhat appealing will consider supporting me. Someone once told me that the success of a book is illusory, only subscriptions reflect true achievement. Indeed, such success can influence a book's longevity. As authors need to earn a living too. Allow me to be candid, I envision this book on a grand scale. I cannot ascertain the total word count yet. But I feel we are only just embarking on the main storyline, with much more to come. Thus, I humbly request your subscriptions, after all, on this platform. One can enjoy reading while viewing ads, which could provide me, a struggling author, some motivation to deliver even more captivating tales. Regardless, I am deeply appreciative of your readership. The launch is set for noon tomorrow, and an explosive update is inevitable. 5 chapters should suffice, for I fear that too many might reduce subscriptions. I will observe the initial subscriptions, though I am prepared for failure. I retain a glimmer of hope. Post-launch, I will strive to maintain a daily output of over 6,000 words, and even in the face of unforeseen circumstances, I will ensure a minimum of 4,000. Since I have not faltered thus far, I will attempt to remain steadfast until completion. This, of course, depends on your support. I hope my spirits remain high tomorrow. And as for additional updates, I will assess the situation. A cheerful disposition indeed enhances my writing speed. If my spirits are low, I may find it difficult to write. Should future performance improve, I will endeavor to increase my output. Once more, I seek your subscriptions. And I extend my heartfelt thanks to all readers for engaging with my work. Is there anyone still present? If so, please make your presence known. I have no ulterior motives. I simply wish to inform you that the subsequent chapters contain a significant plot development. It would be best to read them consecutively. Perhaps around 10 chapters in total. As for the narrative, prior to Han Yan's arrival, he had sent someone to meet Li Feifei, confirming that the plan was a success. However, following Han Ning's departure from the Wang residence, unforeseen misfortunes befell her, and preparations for mourning have already commenced. Such success is unbearable for Han Yan, as it signifies her impending fate in the purple heaven cave a year hence. With a gentle touch, she skillfully opened her lips, the familiar scent enveloping her senses. As she reciprocated his kiss, closing her eyes to savor the dance of their tongues, which ignited a tempest of passion. Regarding Yi Qiang's guidance, she passed it to Du Min, without assigning him a new position. Du Min, possessing exceptional qualities and foresight, was unfazed by this. In the following days, Xunji resided in Kuan Ning Palace for 5 or 6 days. Several newly entered palace consorts had received the emperor's favor. Should the spirit of the vermilion bird truly allow for another opportunity to merge with the essence of the soldiers, it would be a remarkable chance. Watching Gu Hai don his cloak, Gu Shibinyang presented him with 3 beautifully wrapped boxes. As she paused at the door, she hesitated briefly before simply saying good night. It seemed she bore some frustration yet forced a congenial demeanor, causing her words to falter. Moments later, a servant approached, looking troubled, to announce that Hui Zhixin sought an audience with Su Ri Qinyang at the entrance. Throughout her conversation with Wan Ru, Tang Yu maintained a tepid demeanor, appropriately keeping her distance. Was this her typical manner, or had she sensed something amiss with Wan Ru? Occasionally, Su Yingmei heard greetings from her aunt, second uncle, and cousin over the phone, responding to each in turn. After a while, she listened as Ku Yumei discreetly dismissed Wei Shiyuan and Wei Jiejia, speaking softly to her. The surveillance video is one aspect, but the consumption of the portable generator and battery is also a concern if the power consumption escalates too much. The old man may grow suspicious. Wife? Have you forgotten what I said? She is my fiancée, Morong Jin emphasized, gripping the car door tightly. As the exploration commenced, the anticipated sound of the pulse metal detector did not resonate. In that moment, countless beings across the world seemed to share an extraordinary sensation, as if a grand tapestry unfolded in their minds, revealing the existence of that realm. Sui Mei surmised that she could guess a portion of the truth, however. The surveillance footage is the most compelling evidence. Having just wrapped up matters at her company, Sui Mei prepared to return to her hometown. Perhaps out of fear of Xia Yang's prowess or a desire to reconcile with her brother Tai Kwok too, Taishan did not hesitate long before agreeing. The bitter taste of beer lingered in her mouth, the liquid gliding down her throat with a sourness that threatened to spill from her eyes. Gu Qingxing smiled as she watched him leave, then immediately returned to change her clothes before departing the hospital. However, eliminating the cold poison is no simple feat, as the required remedies are exceedingly difficult to procure. He did not respond immediately but exited with the last servant who was carrying a tray, tugging at the servant's belt. The most amusing part was that when she made her wish, Lang Xiqing had taken away the cotton candy she had bitten into, as if to facilitate her wish. Very well, Ruolin. Lord Bao also wished to avoid straining his relationship with Miao Ruolin, as it would be most painful for Zhan Zhao. Good child. That's the spirit. Do not be too formal with your Uncle Wu. Wu Dage nodded at Yunyang, feeling quite satisfied. Imperial physician? Haha. Are you suggesting I seek treatment from the imperial physician? Do you think I am an emperor? The golden-haired figure smiled unknowingly, still in the presence of the imperial physician. Saruman, sensitive to the unusual shift, noticed the change in his eyes, causing alarm bells to ring in his heart. Sitting in the tavern, Miao Ruolin sneezed, wondering who was speaking ill of her, as she rubbed her nose. Within a certain area, this was a realm of flames. Villagers living in the vicinity of Flame Mountain were drenched in sweat daily, their skin darkened by the sun, preferring to lie down rather than stand. Enough. Stop. Yixing quickly intervened, aware that if Yili continued, she could go on for 3 days and nights without pause. Life was tranquil. Li Yin rarely ventured out, as if everything within the divine palace was of no concern to him, perhaps oblivious to the events unfolding around him. Only powerful demons could attain everything, and strength was what demons had long yearned for. I intended to trouble you, Boss Huang, right after the first day of the new moon. But the weather has been poor, and since you went to the county town, I could only come today. Our employer takes this matter very seriously and specifically instructed us to seek your advice, so please assist us, Tao Pu said with a smile. All right, I understand. Rest assured. I won't speak of it, Shuizi replied, smiling, unfazed by Lu Feng's silence. The stones of Five Elements Mountain had lost their heft, becoming loose, reminiscent of the mountain's initial formation. Let's leave the discussion here for now. We can talk specifics tomorrow. With that, Chu Feng lost interest. Rising and walking towards the palace exit, the three-headed flood dragon, though the tears of the snow-colored python stirred a hint of cinnamon in Yang Jian, did not waver as he thrust his three-pronged blade into the python's skull. Just as he had told the purple dragon, Yang Jian needed to grow stronger. The world's rules dictated so, leaving him no choice. However, given the chance, he would surely repay these soul beasts and even alter the world's rules. As a crimson ring of soul energy rose from the corpse of the snow-colored python, Yang Jian withdrew his blade and began to absorb the souls. Chiluo's child, Yin Yin, watched her older siblings brush their teeth, and seizing a toothbrush from Chiluo's wall, she tucked it away, unwilling to return it. The Sword Concealment Clan had successfully forged a powerful Dao artifact, much to the satisfaction of the ancient Dao master. Though whether it could be refined was a matter only for him to determine, Yin Huan leisurely finished her breakfast before asking Sister Zhu to call the driver, as she had matters to attend to. Autumn Luoxue's tears flowed, leaving 2 trails on her face, evoking a sense of pity that stirred the protective instincts of Xia Zemo. He lowered his head and kissed her moist lips. Sister, I have been speaking on your behalf, yet what have you done? Mu Rongrong felt anger at Lu Yun's betrayal, her expression darkening. The fork in Yin Huan's hand clattered against her plate, producing a crisp sound that drained her face of color. On this expedition, Zhao Yunxiang merely sought to explore the route and ascertain whether the underwater passage led to an exit, preferring to avoid unnecessary disturbances. Such trivial skills. And you think to keep me here? How laughable. The figure in black chuckled ominously. Though Zhou knew she would later be deemed unsuitable for ballet due to her height, he had no intention of shattering her dreams and enrolled her in the town's ballet class. Erect too wanted to believe the words of White Steel. Yet his knowledge of the well water left him feeling uneasy. At that moment, he hardly resembled a peak martial artist, more like an obedient lackey. What nonsense are you spouting? Your boss is perfectly fine. The youth frowned, looking angrily at the intruder. After much deliberation, Zhuxiai rushed back to fetch help, only to be startled when the other party had already pursued him, not even allowing a moment to catch his breath. He hastily employed his most secretive techniques. Letting go of a past relationship was not as simple as it seemed. He found himself more devoted than he had anticipated. It was only due to her aunt's deliberate arrangement that Audrey sat beside Zhou Nan. as the train began to move. She slowly leaned against his shoulder and drifted off to sleep. Therefore, the designs Zhou Nan presented could not be exposed to others, as they could become the ultimate objective in the coming decades. The toxic rat shielded the golden silk gloves against his chest, wary of Lian's potential treachery and sudden attack. The grass of the ends of the earth, could it be Wang Feng or Lin Hongyan? I glanced at the inside the sedan chair. A profound silence enveloped the atmosphere, leading the onlookers to speculate whether Mo Migu had succumbed to the crushing blow and lost her sanity. Chu Zhang's words rendered Lin Shuren utterly dazed, as if she had lost her wits. She meticulously retraced the events of that day and ultimately discerned an unsettling aura. Realizing that matters were far more complex than they initially appeared, Shen Wan was no fool. He had already grasped the current predicament. Those who recognize the tides of circumstance are indeed wise, and it was a stroke of luck that when Ming Yuan could set aside past grievances. He understood that when Ming Yuan feared pushing him too far, for even if he managed to suppress him, it would inevitably lead to significant repercussions. Thus, it was prudent to adopt a gentler approach, biding time to strategize further. Lin Yatian had an important meeting the following day and had already returned home. So Li Fangping felt no hesitation in speaking her mind. According to Yui, she was now the so-called master of the Forbidden Zone, and with her assistance, modifying the intrigue should pose no great challenge, nor would it require an inordinate amount of time. Upon witnessing this, Ji Tao promptly made his escape, feeling a sense of triumph from a distance, lamenting that he could not catch up with her. After a prolonged chase, he sadly realized that a considerable distance still separated them, half a square, to be precise, forcing him to retreat to the statue for a respite. Her audacity in voicing such thoughts indicated that the other villages had planted spies within Konoha, not merely Baizhu. The mention of guest made Zhong Yunqing's heart skip a beat, as he anticipated that Lu Ba would likely harbor some displeasure regarding his association with CC. If presented with an opportunity to earn $1 million in just 5 minutes, would you seize it? The fox continued, grasping the tablecloth firmly. The pavement grew increasingly slippery, and as Shinchichi advanced a few steps, she nearly lost her footing. The rain intensified, compelling her to seek refuge beneath the entrance of a shop. Lin Siyu swirled his wine glass, observing the captivating reflections of light dancing within it, and smiled softly, realizing that taking the initiative was indeed the preferable course of action. Shortly thereafter, 2 shadowy figures furtively scanned their surroundings before leaping over the wall and entering the room where Ouyang Sun resided. Yang Jian and his companions stealthily approached the battlefield, their objective being the formidable Super Douluo who was currently assaulting Qian Rinchue and her ally. Their intent was clear. It was more prudent to incapacitate one finger than to suffer the loss of 10. Once the Super Douluo was dealt with, the remaining Plague Knight would prove to be far less challenging. Suddenly, the gray horse beneath the Death Order cast a glance towards Yang Jian and his companions, its unblinking, emotionless eyes exuding an unsettling aura. Yang Jian was certain that the 3 of them had not been exposed. Don't worry about your second uncle for now. Let us rest, he reassured Tunton, acknowledging his own uncertainty. The man, suddenly interrupted, struggled to conceal the intense desire burning in his eyes. At this moment, Bai Lang had to concede that Bai Qianfeng was indeed formidable. Years ago, he had risen to his current position in S-City without any support, relying solely on his exceptional wisdom, courage, and skills. I sympathize with you. I pity you. What can you do to me? Qin Jia shouted angrily at her. Upon hearing Lu Jingyi's words, the villagers cheered in approval, delighted with the prospect of free accommodation and even more thrilled to learn that someone was willing to help them procure affordable goods in the city. Fu Tianying responded effortlessly, using his formidable spiritual power to easily thwart the thrust of the Long Guan sword. Unbeknownst to them, a host of demon cultivators lay in ambush within, and the Qi Long had no intention of letting their adversaries escape. This matter required careful consideration. They needed to find a way to win over the 2 sisters without arousing Lu Jingyi and Wan Xian's resentment while also avenging Lu Jingyi's assassination attempt. Finally, they had arrived. Zhang Yang, shielded by divine power, felt little pressure despite holding his breath, while Yu Feng, a mere mortal, struggled after 2 flights of stairs, gasping for air after 5 or 6. What? Elder Chaley has been slain? Wasn't he a peak 8th grade expert of the Star Emperor? Who in the Xingyuan Tiger Gate could possibly defeat him? Even the esteemed Elder Wuchang of the Xingyuan Tiger Gate lacks the strength to do so. Despite the significant casualties, the crystal puppet beast remained undeterred by death, recklessly charging forward as if competing to display their bravery. Amidst the ruins, over a dozen masters were forcibly repelled, buried beneath the rubble. All right, father, Jiang Feng said, though filled with anger. He realized this was beyond his authority and could only comply, leading Zhou Zhong and Sun Qi away. Zhou Zhong, bound and searching for a way out, was escorted into a dimly lit room containing only a table and a few chairs. This fruit was unlike the one he had previously consumed. It was a true, unparalleled elixir. Although she could not yet ascertain whether Qingyu was indeed her child, she could not bear to see him suffer, being merely a 5-year-old boy. Had it not been for her intervention, he would have been captured by his father's men long ago, imprisoned somewhere while they studied his self-healing abilities. Zhou Zheng's method was simple. He excelled at cooking tofu, infusing the ingredients with his spiritual energy during the process. Thus, he actively transferred his energy to the ingredients, ensuring that whatever he cooked would taste exquisite. The Knicks had just extended their lead to 3 points when LeBron James swiftly equalized with a stunning three-point shot. Although Sun Yu's exaggerated motion appeared dramatic, the referee did not blow the whistle, as James's actions were not deemed a foul. Was this difficult? It was exceedingly simple. In a world of the extraordinary, even dragons could assume human form, and humans could transform into neutron stars or even worlds. To a legendary powerhouse. Impersonating a jellyfish fungus was trivial. As nearly invisible currents enveloped Yang Jian's body, it was not that the pain in Yang Jian's body suddenly vanished. And he sensed something was amiss. The 10 tortures might have shifted targets. Sure enough, the spectral figure not far away abruptly slowed its movements. The dark mist surrounding it dissipating significantly as its entire form trembled uncontrollably. Seizing the opportunity, the shadowy bat relentlessly assaulted the spectre. Its fleshy wings gleaming with a crimson radiance, sharp as blades as they slashed across the spectre's form. The spectre wouldn't last much longer, but fortunately, the 10 tortures curse had been lifted. Fu Han placed his phone on the table without hanging up. Then dialed an internal line to the dermatology department to inquire about the situation. Without delay, he drove Yin Ruoi to meet Qi Yu and Yu Shueth, who had already returned from the Yu family. They likely had much to discuss. However, while Chu Qing remained oblivious, Chu Mei observed everything with sharp clarity. As Qin Mei went to fetch a plastic bag, Chu Mei held a flashlight to illuminate the area for Chu Qing, her mind racing. What if their relationship was exposed? Fine. Consider me meddling. Go ahead and gamble with your 49 yuan and 10 cents. When you lose it all, don't come crying to me. Su Qing'er retorted with exasperation, waving her hand dismissively. All right, go ahead and change. I'll wait in the courtyard. Old Master Fong replied impatiently. A faint blush crept across Yu Qing's cheeks. She cleared her throat lightly and feigned nonchalance as she glanced at Xia Pingying, her beautiful eyes betraying a trace of envy, though Xia Pingying was younger. Her figure was undeniably striking. Returning to the opulent villa of the Tyrant Financial Group, it had already been invaded by the nightmare of Cthulhu's sinister avatar. If her guess was correct, Yiming wouldn't outright demand her death. Instead, he would likely instruct Yifeng to have her sent away. Outside the courtyard, the carriage carrying Shangguan Yutian and Yi Huang was already waiting. Earlier, when Murong Yuan departed, Beichen Zhoga had sent word for them to wait. I understand. Shangguan Yutian replied with a faint smile at Yi Huang before setting aside his thoughts and burying himself in his work. In a short span, the youth had matured into a composed middle-aged man, his cultivation now at the peak of the nascent soul stage. Li slid the mouse to the far edge of the screen, locating the second-floor surveillance feed. With practiced ease, he retrieved the recording from earlier that day. The mutated rats, now possessing intelligence, understood the dire state of their king and deliberately slowed their pursuit, maintaining a cautious distance. At that moment, Wu Shuang sat serenely beneath a tree, meditating in deep cultivation, while Wu Kaixian whispered something to the elderly master beside him. Noticing the faint twitch of the old man's fingers on the bed, Xiaoyu massaged his temples in thought before finally stepping out of the room. The mothers bombarded U.S. mother with questions, to which she responded with a smug smile, relishing the envious and resentful gazes fixed upon her. After all, who else but Louis Dao had been seen at Xiao Yao's side all this time? Even the debts owed by former tycoons had been transferred to Brother Dao after the previous night's battle. Sensing Abbot Shinbei's presence, Su Qing noticed that this time, the abbot was following the martial monks. Instead, he seemed to be quietly observing him. Had Shang Shengzi, after overcoming his inner demons at the Bo Palace in the Yu Heaven, chosen to forsake worldly affairs, refusing to intervene against the founder of the Fangxian Dao, and instead focus solely on transcending to the void Dao realm. He might have already found himself in peril. Once, there had been someone capable of swaying her heart, but after his soul was reforged, all traces of that connection vanished. The Empress Dowager set aside her prayer beads, and the matron beside her promptly assisted her in rising. Though Feng Qianwei appeared amiable, her watchful gaze never strayed from the Empress Dowager's every move. Zhao Xuanquan refrained from further questions. Having witnessed the divine might heavenly sage suppress the supreme evil chaos demon, he understood why the 9 descended deities had met their defeat. 128. Escape. Yang Jian, however, did not pay attention to the effect of that strike. With the chaotic wings manifesting behind him, he soared directly towards the direction in which Qian Rinqiwei had departed. At that moment, Bai Qian seized the serpent spear Douluo, and ghostly charm also took their leave simultaneously, leaving the 3-headed flood dragon entangled with the shadow bat. Meanwhile, the plague rider remained within the hexagram of light, and by the time he sensed something amiss and stepped out of the light array, Yang Jian and his companions had already covered a considerable distance. Concurrently, the form of the 3-headed flood dragon dissipated. Several leaders of the subordinates received their orders and departed, while Lu Yu and Huang Xian quietly observed the mountain path from the gate tower. As the night passed, the entire stronghold remained eerily tranquil, with no further assailants attempting to breach the gates after the initial disturbance. Yuano had regained her composure after the god of collapse, Ju, concluded his words. She pondered briefly and resolved to take action. At that moment, Shuqi suddenly felt a shift and, along with the great eagle emperor, looked back to see the golden form of the Buddha appearing in the distance, a colossal hand descending. It was unclear which unfortunate creature had crossed paths with the Buddha. Just as Su Yang was about to depart, he was abruptly called back by Fu Bo. If that essence sufficient, I have more. As long as you assist me in teaching him a lesson, I shall gladly bestow the elixir furnace upon you, Qin Shuiyang said, extending the furnace as she spoke. With a slight smile, the Taoist raised his hand to summon the 8 divine generals back. However, at that moment, a wave of disturbance suddenly surged within his consciousness. Lost in thought, Afu suddenly felt a tightness around his waist as Li Chui embraced him, while Hao Yushao grabbed them both and sprinted away. Bloodlin felt a chill run down his spine. Xu Qi's words were a threat, and he found himself powerless to resist. Who was this person? He appeared to be merely a first-tier quasi-saint, yet possessed such formidable power. No worries, you proceed. I only hope Mr. Chong Kong can endure a few more days. Yan Wangzhong replied, remaining remarkably calm. At this juncture, Su Yang continued to suppress his aura, remaining utterly still. Only after the group gradually dispersed did he begin to move slightly. I am curious to see how long you can endure without the advantage of speed. Qing Yangzi glared fiercely at Tianyu. Zhongzheng Imo instinctively tightened his breath. You truly are Chong Guyu. His tone betrayed a hint of joy. If you follow my advice, there may yet be a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, Su Yuxing remained unperturbed and spoke with indifference. Ji Rongyu's expression was calm as her consciousness returned to chaos, yet reflecting upon this mission, she found her emotions bewildering, and the concept of humanity felt increasingly complex. Mo Zining observed clearly, in this man, Bai Wei Lu Jin. When he gazed at Bai Wei Liushang, his eyes sparkled with passionate brilliance. Yet, the remnants of the ancient divine dragon, once refined by spellcraft, had merely formed a somewhat sentient spirit. The head of the Wang family sat pale-faced in the family's parlor, surrounded by descendants, yet the atmosphere was profoundly silent, almost lifeless. It seems the heavenly Tao believes my life has been too smooth. Young Lana scoffed as she advanced, her mind already devising several plans. That you would surely return to report to the 2 formidable matriarchs of the family. If she entered now, perhaps this day next year would mark her own death anniversary. In pondering fruitlessly, Nailan Zi ceased to explore her psyche, her form flickering as she entered the space. Yin Chong turned to her. She linked her arm with his, gazing up at him with a charming smile that made her eyes sparkle like stars. Fat Pig Brother's flesh quivered incessantly, tears streaming down his cheeks like pearls. On the snowy ground, Serpent Spear Douluo leaned on his spear, slowly straightening his body, trembling slightly yet striving to maintain an upright posture. 9 rings of soul power, in hues of yellow, purple, and black, undulated around the spear, which measured 2 to 3 meters in length. A tempestuous wave of soul energy radiated from Serpent Spear Douluo, and a colossal serpentine shadow emerged behind him. Though serpentine in nature, it emitted a thunderous roar. Serpent Spear Douluo did not turn around but waved his hand. Was it possible that Xiao Yuanji harbored a grudge after being toyed with last time and now sought revenge? At that moment, the oxygen in his chest was nearly depleted. Leaving no time for contemplation, he furiously summoned his last reserves of strength, pressing down with his hands as his body shot towards the river's surface like a harpoon. You are truly disgusting. I have goosebumps, Lan Xian remarked, discomfited by Wu Mie calling her Lan Xianer. Meluo and others listened, bewildered. Yet one thing became clear. Star was about to depart. The thought of Star leaving immediately changed their expressions to one of urgency as they turned to her. That means most of these people are still alive, merely captured in a place we cannot trace, Zi Huang pondered slowly. Report. A rebellion has erupted in the northern prison. All guards have been slain. A soldier rushed in a panic. However, judging by her attire, they found it hard to believe, yet out of politeness, they felt it inappropriate to refute, leaving the situation in a stalemate. They have arrived, Jin Wook remarked, gazing at the city gate. As soon as Zi Huang and the others appeared, he rushed over, filled with excitement. Their original target was the poised and exceptionally handsome Ing Shui. Yet they did not anticipate that Ing Shui would also heed the command of this inconspicuous youth, causing them to shift their focus. They sensed that this group was undoubtedly a large prize. As the saying goes, rogues can be frightening, but rogues with martial prowess are even more terrifying. Faced with the duo of an elderly and a youthful rogue, he could only endure, for it would not be surprising if they were to kill him at this moment. Jianran felt increasingly sorrowful, tears streaming down her face as she lamented the nature of Luo Comping, let alone slaying Lei Qing, not even the warm-hearted one Bo Fu, whom he had once honored, could he bring himself to confront. Though Jianran's heart ached tremendously, she remained remarkably composed. Knowing her own weakness rendered her unable to assist others. Is this acceptable? Zhang Mingnan inquired. After we finish eating, let's take a stroll around Shenzhen and observe its changes. Immerse ourselves in the atmosphere. Everyone nodded in agreement. Concealing his entire aura, Qing Yun was unconcerned about being discovered. At that moment, the sky above the vast mountain range was teeming with people in a kaleidoscope of eccentric attire, making it impossible for anyone to notice a figure shrouded in a black robe. The talented one felt increasingly anxious, speculating wildly whether Ha Shunzhi's father's condition had worsened, preventing his discharge. A series of questions plagued his mind. Enjoy it while you can. If you feel wronged here, your father will surely blame me, Xiaochen chuckled lightly, serving a generous portion of dishes to Aima. In truth, there was no need to dig. Yao Yi had already left a trail. With a little attention, one could easily locate it, with Mei Shenkai being one of the clues. Such generosity seemed to have been premeditated by this president. Wang Lingfeng truly dismissed these treasures, feeling that even glancing at them was a waste of expression. Ah, I forgot this tattered hat. It's been exposed, he laughed heartily, pulling off the black robe to reveal a colorful garment underneath. These corrupt officials are utterly useless, always playing around and extending their hands for money. Yet, when problems arise, they all flee, contributing nothing. I wish I could rid the world of such people. The cold voice of the blue demon echoed ominously, and a fierce glint flickered in his eyes. 1:30, the plan. Yang Jian and his companions had once again approached the core region of the far north, where the auras of Death Order and his ilk could no longer be sensed. Yet Yang Jian knew it wouldn't be so easy to shake them off. Nor could they remain hidden in the far north indefinitely. They needed a plan to escape back to Spirit Hall. However, the journey from the far north to Spirit Hall spanned the entire Heavendo Empire, which had likely already fallen under the control of the Sacred Spirit sect. Flying high above the empire was risky, but there seemed to be no other choice. Elsewhere, a golden core cultivator sighed inwardly, realizing that none of these high-level practitioners were ordinary. Taking a deep breath, the sound of crackling energy resonated within his body. Meanwhile, murmurs of discontent arose as alliances strained. Some felt slighted by the lack of communication, while others tightened their grip on weapons, eyes burning with determination. Far away, news of fallen cities and lost battles spread like wildfire, shaking the capital to its core. Panic surged through the streets as people scrambled for supplies, some fleeing to distant relatives in fear. On another front, a battle raged, swords clashed, shields shattered, and flames scattered across the scorched earth. A cold voice cut through the chaos, remarking on the overwhelming scent of blood in the air. Some sought power, others revenge. A dark figure sneered, promising a final confrontation that would make their enemies understand the insurmountable gap between them. Amidst it all, secrets lurked beneath the surface. Some hunted for answers, while others guarded them fiercely. A woman trembled, clutching something tightly to steady herself, while another seethed with resentment, blaming external forces for her family's misfortunes. Meanwhile, Death Order and Plague Rider advanced steadily across the snow, their pace unhurried, but their direction unwavering. Behind them, a lifeless figure lurched forward, its skin unnaturally pale with hints of black, a corpse reanimated. Some thrived in the chaos, breaking through their limits amidst destruction, seizing treasures and secrets that propelled them to new heights. Others raged at the ruin of their carefully constructed underworld, their life's work crumbling before their eyes. Trust wavered as accusations flew. Though one believed in another's innocence, proof was scarce, leaving room for doubt to fester. Preparations for war continued, with plans for massive military drills taking shape. Yet, amidst the tension, some found the current trials almost too easy. Cheating seemed rampant, and the real challenge lay only in fending off spectral attacks. Deceptions played out in the shadows. A woman struggled in a man's arms, their act convincing enough to deceive onlookers. Elsewhere, a burly game designer introduced himself, his imposing frame oddly fitting for his profession. Some sought hidden truths, sniffing the air for traces of blood despite assurances that only certain beings could detect it. And as powerful mages prepared their spells, a watcher waited, ready to seize control the moment they unleashed their magic. Arrogance often led to downfall. A reckless tyrant, unaware of the concept of pride before a fall, had drawn the wrath of two terrifying avengers with its indiscriminate slaughter. Curses echoed in the dark as ancient artifacts resisted manipulation, their mastery requiring millennia of effort. Hierarchies became clear, some held true power, while others merely acted as their hands, carrying out orders in the shadows. And in the most treacherous of lands, where even golden immortals would perish, two figures of modest cultivation stood unharmed, a mystery that puzzled even the most ancient of beings. Upon arriving in the skies above the northern region of Douluo, countless demon kings perched atop the mountains gazed intently at the vast formation of the Zhoutian Star Doe, simultaneously activating their protective mountain seals, fearful that the denizens of the Ice Palace had come to bring misfortune upon them, potentially leading to an inexplicable demise. In the Ice Wolf Plain, the winged ice wolves momentarily paused their assault. One of them inquired, "Beast God? How do you know the name of the Beast God? Yet, how could the Beast God possibly dispatch a mere human as a messenger? Are you attempting to deceive me?" Yang Jian initially intended to use the tiger's skin as a banner. Otherwise, how could these soul beasts heed the words of a mere human? The title of Beast God must indeed belong to Emperor Tian, and my suspicions were confirmed. Although the Stardow Forest is quite distant from the northernmost land, there exists a connection among the soul beasts. Suddenly, Jin Wushuang and Gongsun Wuyang simultaneously coughed up dark blood, collapsing helplessly to the ground. Lin Feng nodded, casting a glance towards the bamboo forest where the sound of the peeper resonated, and respectfully proclaimed, "I, Lin Feng, a disciple of the East Continent's Thundergate, have come to escort my esteemed master Huang Yingqi back, as well as the incompetent disciple Fu Hai. I implore all esteemed seniors not to obstruct, lest you face the fate of the three-corpse illusion." His voice echoed through the bamboo grove. All this martial preparation was for a singular purpose. The Beer Divine Envoy opposed disarming to report back to the Bright Divine Hall. However, to vanquish this colossal fire dragon, one must identify its vital weakness. Otherwise, attempting to slay it would be akin to an ant shaking a tree, with little hope of success. The crucial point must be located on this great dragon. You shall have the finest mentors, the most exceptional instruction, the most authoritative training, and the most exquisite sustenance. All of you shall receive the very best treatment. Thus you are destined to become the best. Zhang Ho proclaimed, somewhat entranced, as he became invigorated by his own words. Confronting chuckled heartily, glancing back at Zheng Ho. Noting his earnest expression, which belied any pretense. This fellow certainly has a way of boasting about himself, she mused, unable to suppress a delicate laugh. Bida tucked away the box of cigarettes and clasped his fist towards the burly man, saying, "Brother, step back a bit. Watch as I reduce this stone to rubble." With that, he subtly gestured, and then his wooden sword cleaved down fiercely. People instinctively covered their ears. At this juncture, Wang Zhu found himself at a loss. Organizing his troops and ordering Song Haijun, Qin Shi, and Fan Kuai to swiftly reinforcing Bu, who was attacking the western gate. The old matriarch, even in her final moments, continued to murmur her son's name, likely due to an overwhelming sense of longing. "The enduring spirit of pride shall witness how I shatter your dusk." Unexpectedly, the assailed barbarian bone broke free from the dusk sword, transforming into a streak of faint light. Fiercely lunging towards the nameless warrior. Liang Xiaoxia shared this sentiment. No matter how he wielded his sword, Chen Chongqing seemed to predict his moves in advance, always countering with the most suitable technique. A startled cry escaped Bing Xin as she observed the dark vortex above expanding, descending with an increasingly terrifying force that pulled everything below toward it. "What shall we do? Shall we merely watch?" Elder Lei, indecisive, felt the urgency of the situation. Knowing that forcing a confrontation was inadvisable, given the uncertainty of their adversaries' abilities, the Lich sensed the change and fixated on the cave entrance, seemingly grasping the unfolding events. Zhang Liang, taken aback by his words, grasped the black longsword on his left, a sensation of bloodline connection slowly emerging, though the green silk remained almost undetectable. The ice phoenix below seemed to have discerned something, letting out an indignant shout. Zhang Zhen flipped through the pages. The bounty tasks were visible only as titles, appearing entirely as gibberish. He activated his device, allowing the sprite to begin decryption. "We must conduct a thorough investigation of every corner of the scene." Capturing photographs and extracting blood traces from the ground for analysis, Tang Long resolutely decided whether his own doubts were justified or if Wang De truly posed a threat. He felt compelled to pursue the matter to its conclusion. In the ice cavern, the ambience was not dark. The icy walls emitted a ghostly blue glow. The passage was not long, and soon Yang Jian found himself in a spacious area surrounded by ice walls, resembling a small valley, with a pond occupying a significant portion of the space. Remarkably, the water within remained in liquid form, despite the temperature being far below freezing. And the spiritual energy in this realm was exceptionally vibrant. Kobe Bryant, after an explosive start with 17 points in the first quarter, began to falter, prompting Mike D'Antoni to implement protective rotations for him. The Research Institute, not a trivial organization, seemed rather lenient in its admissions. Should the life potion become widely available, it would undoubtedly benefit countless individuals from the lower strata of society. Originally, Li Mu would not have acted thus, but after a wild winter holiday, returning to class was quite an adjustment. Hassan Whiteside was genuinely elated. He had prepared himself for another 10-day contract after this one, but unexpectedly, an opportunity for a guaranteed contract arose. Only Ma Jun wore a grim expression. If he could not perform the Void Slash, it implied that Lu Yingfen's skills surpassed his own. Indeed, Zhang Hongjun had battled Lu Yingfeng for over 500 rounds. Could it be that Lu Yingfeng's energy had truly been depleted? Perhaps not. If Lu Yingfeng's stamina was significantly drained, how could he still execute the Void Slash? With a creaking sound, the city gate slowly opened, leaving the raucous Iron La people stunned, gazing blankly at the gate. They ceased their clamor. Even Fei Ying Chu Ao appeared somewhat surprised. Once all arrangements were made, Lin En departed Varison, reluctantly watched by Wei Er. To save time, he had even paid a premium to acquire a retired warhorse from the mayor for a middle-aged man to ride. Li Mu sighed, feeling disheartened, and simply lay back on the sofa for an afternoon nap, while Chiao bin Sakura returned to her room with a tablet, contentedly playing while tending to her treasures. Yan Wang licked his lips, channeling energy into his legs, shattering the concrete floor as he sank into the ground, the red light on his longsword flaring intensely. A continuous hum resonating as he held it before him. "Brother Xiong, I have many treasures in my estate. Why not accompany me? You may choose at your leisure." The sword young master called from behind. Outside the beast pool, countless celestial realms stood guard, with those at the pinnacle of the celestial realm closely observing. Jiangyu, already at the center of the vortex, knew that if Qingyi were to perish, matters would only grow more complicated. The expansion of the wine business not only brought him substantial wealth but also attracted numerous talents. The Golden Blade re-emerged, attempting to confront Xiong Hao's Chaos Dragon, only to be overwhelmingly crushed, shattering upon impact, while a figure was sent reeling from the void, spitting blood as he fell toward the compassionate sea. Upon reaching the entrance of the Grand Hall, a sharp voice rang out, prompting Lu Yong to refrain from lingering, stepping into the Imperial Palace Hall. Jiayun, Gan Ning, and Peng Tong were immediately blocked outside, unwilling to confront the situation, and thus allowed Lu Yong to enter the hall alone. Xiong Hao roared, instantly transforming into a blood dragon battle form, his wings unfurling behind him, radiating boundless divine light as his combat prowess soared. Before her, the divine sword lacked the refinement of sword energy, appearing as merely a crude form, devoid of the essence of metal. With a series of resounding crashes, 4 or 5 siege ladders were propped against the city wall, and soldiers began to scale them. The Corpse King goo, though not as notorious as the void-splitting goo, was equally rare, requiring the complete consumption of 999 Corpse Kings for successful refinement. My conditions for His Excellency the Wolf King are quite simple. Assist me in dealing with a few humans. The white wolf once again reclined upon the obsidian stone. Yet it lifted its head high, its piercing eyes fixed intently upon Yang Jian. It cannot be so simple. The three concealed individuals, a soul sage, two super Douluos, and another who is a super Douluo at the second tier, are surely your allies. Thus, the few individuals you mentioned may prove to be far more formidable than you suggest. Yang Jian nodded slightly, revealing no concealment. Zhu Liang Yuan collapsed to the ground, unable to rise for a time, his body trembling uncontrollably. When he opened his eyes again, he felt his cheeks were damp, tears streamed down his face involuntarily. It was unclear whether these tears were born from the cruel mockery of fate or from the joy of newfound hope for survival, or perhaps a blend of both. After hiding away for several hours without incident, Anzi gradually regained consciousness, his courage steadily mounting. Eventually, he could no longer resist pulling out the white jade array disc, hoping to glimpse the internal truths while the gravity remained stable. Upon hearing a long-absent name, Mu Qixing halted all her movements and turned around, her gaze landing on a familiar face, adorned with a well-known smile. However, Tan Chuanbo was different. The land of Qianzhou was in close proximity to Ling'an, and Xiao had originally belonged to Ling'an. It could be said that Tan Chuanbo possessed an extensive understanding of Ling'an. Thank you, Master, for sparing my life. The disciple bowed in gratitude. Qi Lianjie gasped for breath, fearing this individual would not let go. Now, Qiushuan was 18, and Obijia, busy with tribal affairs, had little time to attend to her. It was Lang Qiga who assisted in her care, which Qiushuan frequently resented, often throwing tantrums at him, leaving Obijia quite helpless. Thank you, martial god, Yifeiwu expressed her gratitude, performing a fist salute. Her delicate hands, adorned with translucent white silk gloves, exuded both beauty and an air of mystery. Fortunately, as they entered the spatial vortex, it was a demigod-level cultivator leading the way. Had it been a cultivator facing such a scenario, they might have sustained severe injuries in an instant. Although Su Huang was not lacking in skill, there were always those more formidable in the three kingdoms. Su Huang could barely withstand a few exchanges against Yin Liang, let alone when facing Elbu. Dad, what are you saying? It's not embarrassing. Uncle Bing was simply a bit tipsy, and he frequently socializes, perhaps even better than you. It seems he woke up not long after returning. However, Dad, you must be cautious. While drinking is permissible, moderation is key, as excessive consumption can harm the body, Hao Yang advised his father. These words caused Yao Chushi's cheeks to flush, while Luo Yu discreetly crouched down to adjust the emperor's belt, pretending not to have heard. For a patient unable to rise from bed, the ability to work like a normal person, doing laundry and cooking, was a profoundly enviable reality. As he stepped outside, a sudden cool breeze swept past, causing Pan Jinan to shiver involuntarily. Su Miaojin recoiled from his touch with disdain, remaining silent, turning away, and closing her eyes. Fortunately, the leader had been steadfastly protecting his head. After all, players could survive underwater solely based on a breathing mask. Other equipment, like diving suits and formations, were of little consequence. Without the breathing mask, a player's game life would be irrevocably extinguished. Yet, it seemed that his master had always appeared so slender in his recollections of Snowfall. She preferred vegetarian cuisine and favored mild flavors, not solely indulging in delicacies like abalone and shark fin. Perhaps it was precisely for this reason that she remained so delicate. Everyone, please quiet down. The village chief called out, urging silence among the crowd. Midway up the mountain, over 4,000 players from the Black Dragon family stumbled about as if intoxicated, their third eye on their foreheads drooping in slumber, struggling to open and close for several seconds before finally sealing shut. In this realm, the concept of space felt especially vague. After an indeterminate amount of time, the Wolf King slowly opened his eyes. Is this truly real? As the silver light dissipated, the Wolf King was momentarily at a loss for words. It wasn't that he doubted Yang Jian, but the memories he had received were simply too astonishing. Yang Jian nodded, acknowledging the impossibility of deceiving someone like you, especially with such pure fragments of memory. All right. Sir, please wait a moment. I will check how many roses are left. The flower-selling girl, disregarding the handsome figure before her, hurriedly entered to fetch all the roses. Upon noticing Ji Cheng signaling that someone was calling on his phone, Feng Linghao handed the ointment to Mama Li and rose to leave. Before Zhang Mingyu, her crimson lips parted. She seemed delicate yet resolutely clung to her principles, fully aware of her thoughts. Reluctantly, Ran Fei had to guard the southern region leading to the seaside while instructing Zhang Dali to discreetly purchase boats, concealing them in a bay under the watch of Yuan Qi's trusted confidants. Should defeat arise, they would escape by sea. Even with the considerable sum provided by Shang Yuan, I remain unaccustomed to spending lavishly. It appears I am doomed to be a wretched soul.